A torrential rain poured down from the sky. On a remote mountain village path, Qiu Chen, his shirt, already soaked, shivered uncontrollably under a thatched shed. Achoo! This was already his 15th sneeze tonight. Qiu Chen felt that heaven was simply taunting him. Why else would all the bad luck fall on him? Qiu Chen was a university student, diligent and well-behaved. Today he had come on a field trip with his teachers. But because he was a bit too playful, he ended up separated from the group. Originally getting separated wasn't a big deal, he could just go to the market and take a bus home. But he hadn't gone far when the damn rain started falling. To make matters worse, his phone had run out of battery. Stranded in the middle of nowhere, what was he supposed to do? Qiu Chen fell into a perplexed silence. Perhaps sensing how miserable Qiu Chen's situation was, the sky he had been cursing finally showed a little mercy. The heavy rain gradually weakened. Qiu Chen couldn't help but smile. He looked around, thinking the geography teacher said the earth is round. So no matter which direction he walked, he should be able to find his way home. With a cheerful disposition, Qiu Chen set off eastward. Passing through a grove of trees, he suddenly discovered a woman lying under a large tree. She wore a white dress, her hair loose. Her clothes were completely soaked by the rain. From a distance, Qiu Chen couldn't make out her features. But even just from her graceful silhouette, he could vaguely tell she was a stunning beauty. Why was this girl lying here? Filled with countless questions, Qiu Chen, adhering to the principle of helping others, ran over quickly. Just as he reached the woman's side, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Although she looked young, her figure was truly remarkable. She wore a loose, white dress reminiscent of an ancient fairy. Even under the loose fabric, her chest was somewhat taut. Looking at her features, fair skin, spotlessly clean, a slightly babyish face, cute as a doll, rosy lips, a pale complexion, and her delicate brows tightly knitted, as if in pain. Qiu Chen quickly averted his gaze. Don't look at what you shouldn't, don't look at what you shouldn't. She was truly a child-faced beauty with a voluptuous figure. But why was she lying here in such strange clothes? Was she playing cosplay? Qiu Chen crouched down, gently placed his fingers under the woman's nose, and felt relief. She was still breathing. So she wasn't dead. Miss, wake up. Wake up. Qiu Chen gently shook her shoulder, but she remained still. Qiu Chen started to get anxious. What should he do? He tried to recall what the textbook said about first aid. His face suddenly flushed red because he remembered. The emergency method was mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. What should he do? Did he really have to give her mouth-to-mouth? He didn't mind, but if she woke up, would she think he was taking advantage of her? Suddenly, the stunning beauty moaned. Qiu Chen almost fell over. That sound was way too suggestive. Beads of sweat appeared on her face, and she looked very uncomfortable. Qiu Chen struggled for a moment. Fine, I'll take the blame if I get scolded. Letting someone die would be a sin. With a look of righteous determination, Qiu Chen slowly leaned forward, his lips approaching the woman's cherry-like mouth. Suddenly, the woman's eyes snapped open. This startled Qiu Chen so much that he jumped. How was he supposed to explain this? I was about to give you mouth-to-mouth. Who the hell would believe that? Qiu Chen had braced himself for her to explode. But to his surprise, instead of getting angry, the woman's eyes grew fiery. A look like a wild beast spotting its prey, filled with hunger. Qiu Chen felt he should explain something. But before he could, the stunning woman directly pounced on him, opened her mouth, and bit down on his neck. Qiu Chen hadn't expected this. He felt a sharp pain in his neck, and his mind went fuzzy. So this woman is into rough stuff. Qiu Chen groaned, sat up, holding his head, and immediately touched his neck. He found nothing unusual. Strange. Why had that little beauty bitten him? And where is she? Are you looking for me? A sweet female voice came. The woman who had been sickly earlier was now awake, sitting gracefully not far away, looking at him with a hint of displeasure. Qiu Chen thought she was upset about what he had almost done. He smiled awkwardly. Ahem, miss, I'm glad you're awake. I'm not, miss, I'm Fair. The child-faced beauty with a voluptuous figure sniffed and wrinkled her nose. Nice to meet you. I'm Qiu Chen. I don't want to know your name. I just want to know what you are. Fair said haughtily. What I am? Qiu Chen was confused. What kind of question was that? He was a human. Why would this beauty ask what he was? Did he not look human? Fair seemed a bit angry. Don't play dumb. You're not an ordinary human. If you were, you'd have changed after I bit you. But you're perfectly fine. What are you? And why did you ambush me while I was injured? Change. Ordinary human. Injured. Qiu Chen was even more confused. Why couldn't he understand what this girl was saying? Had he gotten too old for the younger generation's thinking? But he was only 22. Or was this girl acting in a play? Qiu Chen asked. Fair, I really don't know what you're talking about. Fair got angry, stood up straight, and said indignantly, You're shameless. You dare to do it, but not admit it. I'm asking you, who are you? Why didn't you turn into a vampire after I bit you? Instead, you drained my energy. Vampire? Qiu Chen burst out laughing, almost choking. Haha, little sister, stop joking. Have you been reading too many comics? So you're saying you're a vampire? Then where are your fangs? Your red eyes? Fair said earnestly, It's all your fault. Because when I bit you, you absorbed my power. Fair's eyes brimmed with tears. She looked terribly wronged. What was this? She had been injured fighting a werewolf, and when she woke up desperately needing blood, she saw this man and instinctively pounced. But instead of getting blood, her power was absorbed by him. Qiu Chen shook his head helplessly. Another girl corrupted by Japanese anime. He said, Little sister, you should go home. Watch less anime from now on, or you'll keep being delusional. With that he turned to leave. Don't go. Feier was fast. She caught up to him in an instant, grabbed his hand, and said, you can't leave. I'm a stranger here. If you go, what will I do? She stood very close to Qiu Chen. The scent of a young girl wafting into his nose, and her chest, 2 peaks, felt almost suffocatingly close. Her eyes were like a kitten's, pitiful and helpless. Qiu Chen's heart softened. He deliberately threatened, how dare you come so close? Just now you said I was your enemy. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Not afraid. Qiu Chen's words were meant as a joke, but Feier said seriously, because you don't look like a bad person. Bad people have ugly faces. Qiu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Is that a compliment or a compliment? Just then a plump middle-aged woman appeared on the path. She was carrying a basket and looked surprised to see them. Qiu Chen immediately called out, Annie, do you know the way to the nearest town? Feier's eyes were large and sparkling with a watery innocence that easily disarmed anyone. Qiu Chen felt that leaving such a beautiful and alluring little girl here would be a disaster if something happened. After a moment of thought, Qiu Chen said, all right, I'll take you, little sister, to get some good food today. He glanced at her clothes and added, but you'll need to change your outfit. Of course she had to change. Her clothes were completely soaked, and her innocent face and mature figure were simply too tempting. Qiu Chen felt that his self-control was incredibly strong as he managed to resist any improper thoughts. Feier was initially reluctant to listen to Qiu Chen. Her reasons for following him were that he seemed like a good person, and she was lost in a strange place, needing someone familiar. Though she didn't want to change her clothes, she decided to listen to him, since she could only trust him now. So Qiu Chen led Feier to a nearby guest house. Under the owner's knowing gaze, he bought her a pink sportswear set to wear. Wearing the sportswear, Feier no longer had the ethereal fairy vibe of her white dress, but instead looked like a cute girl next door. Especially with her hair tied into a simple ponytail, she looked even more adorable. Along the way, the little girl chattered non-stop, asking all sorts of questions that Qiu Chen found quite silly. Feier, where are you from? Qiu Chen asked casually. Mentioning her hometown, Feier's nose tingled. She hadn't been away long, but her parents must have known she was in danger. Could they bear it? Not to mention that she had arrived in this strange place called Earth where ordinary humans lived, according to Qiu Chen. Though she didn't know what Earth was, Feier could guess she had arrived in a completely unfamiliar world. How to get back? Bang. Ouch. Lost in thought, Feier accidentally bumped into Qiu Chen's back. She rubbed her nose, looking pitiful and adorable. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? I asked you a question and you didn't answer, and now you bump into me. Qiu Chen complained. Feier said proudly, it's your fault for walking too slow. Unreasonable. That was Qiu Chen's second impression of Feier. No wonder they say you can't reason with a beauty. Feier proved it with her actions. Feier retorted, then said, my home is in Castle Kessina, and my father is the Vampire King. Vampire King? Qiu Chen's face darkened. He stopped and said, so you're a princess? Feier nodded excitedly, yes. I'm his only daughter. The princess of Castle Kessina. Feier said proudly. Qiu Chen was speechless again. Feier, stop reading so many Japanese anime. What's Japanese anime? Is it food? Feier blinked innocently. Qiu Chen felt like spitting blood. Yes, it's food. Come on, let's get you something good to eat. Saying that, he quickened his pace. Hearing about food, Feier's face lit up with excitement. She was a true foodie goddess. Qiu Chen was lucky. Since they had reached the town, he easily found a barbecue stall and sat down. It was past 8 in the evening. The small barbecue stall was full of customers drinking beer and eating skewers. A simple but beautiful life for ordinary people. Feier's appearance was breathtaking. Her face, free of makeup, always wore a look of innocent confusion. Her big watery eyes seemed untouched by the world, pure and clear. Qiu Chen had been sitting for 10 minutes witnessing Feier's charm. A group of bare-chested men looked at her with lustful eyes like wolves seeing a lamb. The waiter delivering skewers had bumped into tables and chairs countless times. Qiu Chen was speechless. Was this the power of a beauty? Was it really that exaggerated? But honestly, Feier's innocent face and mature figure were indeed a killer combination for men. Qiu Chen took a bite of his skewer. Feier had already eaten countless ones. He wondered if she hadn't eaten in years. How could she eat so much? Delicious. What is this, Qiu Chen? Unconsciously, Feier had started calling him by name. Qiu Chen watched her wolfing down food and said helplessly, this is the 3rd time you've asked me tonight. It's lamb skewers. Lamb skewers? So it's lamb. No wonder it's so good. My father never let me drink the blood of lowly animals like sheep, Feier said indistinctly. Qiu Chen rolled his eyes again. What was wrong with this girl? She kept saying weird things. He smiled deliberately and said, Feier, it's good, right? After you finish this meal, can you go home by yourself? As soon as Feier heard this, she put down her skewer and said seriously, no, I can't leave you. Why? Are you going to follow me forever? Qiu Chen said. Feier nodded seriously, yes, I have to follow you. Qiu Chen wanted to curse. He had saved her out of kindness, so why did she have to follow him? Qiu Chen said in a bad tone, no, we just met. You can't follow me. Finish eating and go home. Feier said stubbornly, no, when I bit you, you absorb my energy and everything. Now I can only stay by your side, or I'll die. She spoke with a serious look, and Qiu Chen was speechless. He decided he had to teach this anime-addicted naive girl a lesson. So Qiu Chen put on a stern face and said, Fei, listen. We only met today. I saved you out of kindness, so I can be considered your benefactor. But there's no law that says I have to take care of you after saving you. So in conclusion, after this meal, we go our separate ways. Qiu Chen thought he spoke eloquently and logically. Fei was stunned by his words. Qiu Chen felt smug, scared, conquered by my unparalleled eloquence. Just then Fei shook her head seriously. Although I didn't understand a word you said, I still can't leave you, or I'll die. Qiu Chen was utterly defeated. He had talked for so long, and she hadn't understood a thing. He was about to say more when a voice came from behind. Damn it, I can't stand it anymore. You're a complete jerk. Qiu Chen turned around. A fat man with a fierce face, a thick gold chain around his neck, and a typical nouveau riche look walked over. Behind him were 3 or 4 shady-looking young men. They clearly meant trouble. The fat man looked at Qiu Chen with a face full of grief and indignation, leaving Qiu Chen utterly bewildered. The expression on the guy's face was as if Qiu Chen owed him a fortune. Qiu Chen asked cautiously, do we know each other? The fat man appeared righteous and indignant, cursing at Qiu Chen angrily. Of course we don't fucking know each other. I was happily coming out for barbecue with my brothers, but I never expected to encounter such an outrageous thing. This young lady has said such words to you, how can you still reject her? Don't you know you're hurting her heart? He paused, and when his expression turned to Fei, it completely changed to a fawning look, revealing what he thought was his kindest smile. Little girl, I apologize for the intrusion, but I really can't stand it anymore. This guy is trampling on your feelings for him. He's not worth your kindness. Feelings? Qiu Chen's face gradually darkened, then showed utter disbelief. Could it be that this guy had misunderstood something and was now acting as a righteous defender? Very likely. Seeing his fawning smile toward Fei, it was obvious he wanted to use such means to put Qiu Chen down and win Fei's favor. Qiu Chen's heart suddenly felt like 10,000 alpacas stampeding. Damn it. There's nothing between Fei and me at all. Why am I suddenly being used as her shield? Feeling a bit annoyed, Qiu Chen said, Brother Fatty, I think I need to explain to you. I have no relationship with this young lady. If you want to hit on a girl, don't drag me into it. The fat man never expected Qiu Chen to say such a thing. Anger flared in his heart. Damn it, isn't this making me lose face in front of the beauty? Still the fat man suppressed his anger and said, Oh really? I didn't expect you to be so good at distancing yourself. If the girl has nothing to do with you, why did she say she would die if you left her? It's obvious this girl has deep feelings for you, yet you're just toying with her emotions. I can't stand by and watch. This fat man was called Fei, a notorious rascal in the town. He styled himself as Brother Fei, wanting to carve out his own gangster life in this town through his own methods. Unfortunately, his gangster life hadn't made much progress. After 3 years of hustling, he only had 4 or 5 loyal followers, commonly known as lackeys. Fei was quite a tough guy when fighting, but he had one flaw: he was obsessed with women, addicted to lust. Today he brought his underlings to eat skewers here, and unexpectedly encountered Fei. Her appearance struck him as heavenly. Fei, who had always boasted of having been with all the beauties in the world, instantly felt that all the women he had been with before were simply too ugly. He had originally planned to go straight up and hit on her, but unexpectedly Fei was accompanied by a young man, not too old, looking gentle and scholarly. Definitely the bookish type. Although Fei was lustful, he wasn't like other thugs who used their power to intimidate girls into submission. What he liked most was to use his own personal charm to make the girl naturally fall at his feet, or rather at his riding breeches. As for the personal charm, he thought he had it was entirely in his own imagination. And just now, as Fei was about to showcase his charm, he suddenly heard Fei's words. The meaning was clear: Qiu Chen had dumped Fei, and she was desperately begging him not to leave her. Fei immediately cursed Qiu Chen as a beast in his heart. Such a beautiful girl, and you don't know how to cherish her. It's a sheer waste of heaven's gift. At the same time, Fei felt his opportunity had arrived. In his mind, Fei must be very hurt right now. As long as he sweet-talked her, he would have her in his hands in no time. So Fei stepped forward as a righteous avenger to condemn Qiu Chen. While speaking, he stealthily glanced at Fei, but to his disappointment, the girl was still eating her lamb skewers. Qiu Chen was speechless. Hearing Fei's words, he found himself truly at a loss for words. Just now he had been too focused on talking with Fei to notice how ambiguous her words were. Looking back now, there was indeed a hint of a girl pleading with her boyfriend not to leave her. Seeing Qiu Chen silent, Fei was gleeful. Kid, I hit the nail on the head, didn't I? Trying to fight me. You're still too green. He felt the time was right, so he stepped forward and said to Fei with great sincerity, Little sister, I think you've already seen this man's true colors. I know your heart is in pain, but it's okay. I can comfort you with my broad shoulders. He uttered such nauseating lines, yet with a perfectly sincere expression. What a freak. Yes, little sister, you must be able to see how broad Brother Fei's shoulders are. Not only are his shoulders broad, but Brother Fei's heart is also full of love. Little sister, if you meet Brother Fei, just marry him. Fei's lackey underlings played a huge role at this moment, continuously flattering and bootlicking. Fatty, have you said enough? Qiu Chen wasn't the type to stir up trouble, but he wasn't one to back down either. This fat man kept slandering him with words. Did he really think Qiu Chen wouldn't fight back? If you want to hit on a girl, go ahead, but don't keep dragging me into it. This fatty made it sound as if Qiu Chen was some kind of irredeemable villain. I'm not that kind of man. Defei erupted, cursing angrily. Kid, you fucking tired of living. Need me to teach you how to behave? As soon as he finished speaking, the few underlings behind him immediately rolled up their sleeves and pant legs, looking ready to fight at any moment. I advise you not to start a fight. Qiu Chen smiled casually without a trace of fear. Damn it. Defei cursed and was about to throw a punch when he saw Fei still sitting there enjoying her skewers. The guy exploded. He snatched the lamb skewer from Fei's hand and said viciously, stop fucking eating. I'm asking you, are you with this bastard, or are you coming with me? Qiu Chen was speechless again. This fat man had clearly watched too many idol dramas. What was he trying to do? A passionate ex-boyfriend snatching his ex-girlfriend back from her current boyfriend. Damn it, this isn't a TV show. Just as Qiu Chen was about to lose his temper, he saw Fei's face turn icy cold. She immediately stood up from her seat and said, no one except my father and mother has ever dared to shout at me like that. Defei laughed in anger. What bullshit, father and mother? You bitch, I advise you to just give in to me. Qiu Chen's gaze turned cold. Although Fei was still troublesome as a man, he absolutely couldn't stand by and watch a girl being bullied. Qiu Chen's eyes were icy, but Fei's eyes were even colder. Not for any other reason, but because this guy had insulted her parents. Fei was already feeling gloomy because she had inexplicably come to this place and couldn't see her parents. For Defei to say such words at this moment was absolutely asking for death. I'm very angry. Fei's eyes were devoid of any emotion, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop a few degrees. Fei was angry, and the consequences would be severe. If Fei still had her powers at this moment, she would definitely have bitten off his neck directly. But now her powers were gone, so she chose a simpler and more brutal method, grabbing a bottle from the table and swinging it at Defei's head. Defei was just about to laugh arrogantly when he never expected that this seemingly delicate girl would directly swing a bottle at him. Smack! The bottle made intimate contact with Defei's head. Shards flew everywhere. Blood gushed from Defei's head, and his body collapsed to the ground. Everyone was stunned. No one had expected that this impossibly beautiful girl would just grab a bottle and smash it. So violent, right? Qiu Chen's face was in utter disbelief. What was happening? He had already prepared to act, but Fei had beaten him to it, and in such a violent manner. But it was thrilling. Brother Defei. Defei's underlings finally snapped out of it and rushed over. Run! Qiu Chen shouted, grabbing Fei's hand and dashing out. After hitting someone, why would you wait? By the time Qiu Chen had pulled Fei far away, Defei's subordinates finally reacted. When they tried to pursue, there was no trace of them. Big brother Defei. Defei was helped up by his men. He wiped the blood streaming from his face and snarled, damn bitch. How dare you hit me, Defei? I'll make you regret it. After saying this, Defei glanced at the onlookers. He didn't even have the strength to curse anymore and slunk away with his men. What happened today would surely become the gossip of the town for days to come. On the other side, Qiu Chen, panting heavily, pulled Fei and ran. He didn't know how long they had run, but when he felt they were out of danger, he finally stopped. Only after stopping did Qiu Chen realize he was still holding Fei's hand. His face flushed red, and he quickly let go. Why did we have to run? Fei glared at Qiu Chen with puffed cheeks, clearly dissatisfied with his cowardly behavior earlier. Qiu Chen said in exasperation, Sister, are you blaming me now? Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? You just hit him without thinking. If I hadn't pulled you away, we'd both be screwed. Why would we be screwed? Fei pouted and continued, he insulted my father and mother. I was lenient with him. If I could suck blood, I would have bitten him to death. Qiu Chen rolled his eyes again. He was becoming immune to such talk. Fine, you're amazing, Miss Vampire. But next time you do something, could you please not drag me into it? Perhaps sensing the anger in Qiu Chen's tone, Fei, who usually argued with him, didn't talk back this time. She rubbed her little belly and said pitifully, Qiu Chen, I'm hungry. She bit her rosy lips and looked at Qiu Chen with a pitiful kitten-like gaze. Qiu Chen's heart softened. He eased his tone and said, didn't you just eat more than 20 lamb skewers? Fei said, but I'm still hungry. Qiu Chen was speechless. More than 20 lamb skewers, and you're still not full. What kind of woman are you? How can you eat so much? Qiu Chen looked around. Earlier he had only focused on running and hadn't noticed their surroundings. Now they were in an alley. Helplessly he said, but this is the middle of nowhere. Where am I supposed to find food for you? Fei said in a pitiful voice, but I'm just hungry. Qiu Chen was about to speak when a thought struck him. He smiled and said to Fei, good Fei, I know you're hungry. Wait here for me, and I'll go find you something to eat. With that he turned to leave. Wait. Fei grabbed Qiu Chen's hand and said seriously, don't go too far. All the qi inside me has been sucked into you, and my qi has merged with your body. If you go too far away, not only will you feel uncomfortable, but I will also die. Again with that, Qiu Chen could only nod and say, don't worry, I won't go far. But he added in his mind as if. After hearing Qiu Chen's assurance, Fei obediently watched him leave. At first Qiu Chen walked slowly. Once he had gone a distance and felt Fei could no longer see him, he broke into a sprint and dashed into a corner alley. Qiu Chen couldn't help but smirk triumphantly. Little girl, I don't believe I can't shake you off. Indeed, Qiu Chen was determined to get rid of Fei. Although it was unethical, it was a necessary evil. If he didn't shake off this burden, would he let her follow him forever? As for what Fei had said, Qiu Chen didn't take it seriously. To this girl who was obsessed with Japanese anime, he could only respond with speechlessness. After resting for a while, Qiu Chen stood up. Thinking about the absurd events of the night, he composed himself and walked forward. Before long, the image of Fei's pitiful appearance kept haunting Qiu Chen's mind. Leaving her alone there made him feel guilty. Would she be in danger? This emotion clung to Qiu Chen's heart. He let out an irritated roar and kept telling himself, Qiu Chen, you're right. You can't take her with you. If you leave her here, someone might see her and call the police. Then she can go home. You're doing a good deed. Qiu Chen felt restless and unconsciously quickened his pace. After walking about 100 meters, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, like a stabbing ache that left him breathless. What was happening? Why did it hurt so much? His forehead was covered in fine sweat. Suddenly Fei's words echoed in his mind. My chi has completely merged with your body. If you go too far away, not only will you feel uncomfortable, but I will also die. A shocking thought emerged. Could Fei be telling the truth? Could he really not go too far from her, or she would die? Damn it, what a ridiculous thought. How could he believe such nonsense? This wasn't a novel. No, it must be because he was too tired. It's fine. Qiu Chen hypnotized himself a few times. As he was about to move forward again, the pain in his chest grew worse, as if someone was twisting a knife inside his heart. The pain made him drop to one knee, gasping for breath. All right, I believe you, he said, then turned and ran back toward where Fei was. As he ran, he worried she couldn't be dead, could she? No, absolutely not. At the place where Qiu Chen had left her, Fei was now curled up, hugging her legs with her arms, her body trembling uncontrollably. Cold, so cold. A bone-chilling cold from within. Fei understood that this was because her chi was drifting away from her. If Qiu Chen didn't come back, she would truly die. Qiu Chen. Fei's voice grew weaker. Her lips turned purple, and a dim light faded from her eyes. Had he really left? Had he really abandoned her? Fei found it almost laughable. How could she have trusted a human? She wanted to laugh, but she was too miserable to even make the simplest expression. She leaned her body quietly against the wall. If today was truly her end, she would face it with a smile. Fei. Just as Fei had steeled herself for death, a male voice rang out. Qiu Chen had appeared. Tears slid from the corners of Fei's eyes. Had he finally come back? Qiu Chen was completely stunned. Fei's face looked like that of a dying patient, pale and lifeless, devoid of any vitality. Qiu Chen never expected that Fei wasn't joking. Everything she said was true. If he left her, she would truly die. Fei, are you okay? Qiu Chen pushed her legs gently and felt a piercing coldness. Woo. Fei lunged forward and hugged Qiu Chen tightly. Feeling the warmth of his body and the familiar scent of her own chi, she found his embrace incredibly comforting. Fei, are you? Qiu Chen felt awkward, his hands not knowing where to place. Don't move. Let me hold you for a while. Fei's voice had regained some warmth and her expression was one of contentment. I'm feeling my chi. The fragrance from Fei's body continuously stimulated Qiu Chen's male hormones. He felt that if he didn't let go soon, he might become a beast. But hearing Fei's words, Qiu Chen hesitated. Fei, I'm sorry I'm late, he said apologetically. Where did you go? Why did you take so long? You were so far away and I felt awful. Fei murmured, her voice incredibly gentle. Qiu Chen said sheepishly, I want to find you something to eat. Look. With that, he gently pushed Fei away and took out a bag of dried meat from his pocket, which he had bought on his way back. Meat. Fei had recovered some energy. She excitedly took the bag of dried meat from Qiu Chen and directly bit into it, packaging and all. Qiu Chen, both amused and exasperated, took it back and said, You have to open it like this. He tore open the packaging with his hands and handed it back to Fei. She took it excitedly, tore the meat into pieces, and stuffed them into her mouth. Delicious, really delicious. Watching Fei with meat all over her hands, sucking the remnants off her fingers, Qiu Chen couldn't believe that such an innocent-looking girl could really be a vampire. Although it sounded absurd, everything that had just happened made Qiu Chen believe at least 80%. He asked Fei, are you really a vampire? Suck. Fei threw the empty bag on the ground, sucked her finger with lingering satisfaction, and nodded. I've been telling you I am. Have you finally woken up? Qiu Chen plopped down on the ground beside Fei and said, Actually, I still can't believe this is real. But when I was far from you, my chest really hurt, and as soon as I came back, it stopped. That makes me have to believe. Fei said with satisfaction. That's because all my chi is now preserved in your body. In other words, we are almost one. You can't leave me, and I can't leave you. One? Qiu Chen asked in surprise. Does that mean I have to take you everywhere I go? Fei sniffed petulantly. What? You don't want to. Want me to bite you? Saying this, Fei opened her mouth wide and made a biting gesture. Qiu Chen curled his lips and said, Don't bother. I heard you say it yourself, you've lost your powers and can't even bite me. Qiu Chen knew Fei was telling the truth. This was precisely why he dared to stay alone with a vampire. Qiu Chen burst into laughter. This was the first time he'd ever seen Fei deflated. And for someone who'd spent the entire night tongue-tied by her sharp wit, it felt utterly exhilarating. After a moment's thought, Qiu Chen asked, by the way, Feier, if you're truly a vampire, you must have drunk blood before. What does it taste like? Feier pondered seriously before replying, it's metallic sweet. Truth be told, I've only fed on human blood a few times. I usually drank sterilized blood at home. In fact, you're the very first person I've ever bitten. And yet, not only did I fail to draw your blood, but my own abilities were somehow stolen by you. Qiu Chen fell speechless. So this so-called vampire princess was in fact a complete novice, yet she'd carried herself as though seasoned through centuries of predation. Wait! Qiu Chen suddenly recalled something and panicked, clutching his neck. You bit me. Does that mean I'll turn into a vampire like in those TV shows? He'd dismissed the idea earlier only because he hadn't believed Feier, but now that everything had proven true, dread surged within him. He was still so young. He had no desire to become some fanged, bloodthirsty creature. Feier spoke earnestly. In theory, no, you're safe. I merely bit you, I never drew your blood. So strictly speaking, transformation is impossible. Only then did Qiu Chen relax, patting his chest. Good, that's a relief. I was terrified I'd become one myself. Feier haughtily wrinkled her nose. Rest assured, vampire lineage is noble and refined. A mere human like you could never ascend to such exalted status. Qiu Chen bristled slightly but held his tongue. Then, remembering something, pulled a flashlight from his pocket and switched it on directly toward Feier, bathing her face in sudden light. Feier shielded her eyes, wincing. What are you doing? Qiu Chen frowned in confusion. Aren't vampires supposed to fear light? Then why aren't you affected? Feier lowered her hand like a learned scholar, snatched the flashlight from Qiu Chen's grip, and declared, that applies only to ordinary vampires. I'm different now. I've lost my vampiric abilities entirely, and am just an ordinary human. Your artificial light holds no power over me. She paused, then added, even my father and his kin stand unharmed beneath full daylight. Moreover, it's natural sunlight that harms us, not manufactured illumination. Qiu Chen nodded slowly. I see. Feier returned the gesture, stretching languidly, her ample figure swaying gently, nearly making Qiu Chen's nose bleed. The innocent Qiu Chen edged farther away on the sofa, then remembered something, and asked Feier, why did I absorb your essence? Am I indestructible? Feier scoffed disdainfully. Don't flatter yourself. No one is truly indestructible. Even I don't understand how or why this happened. From now on, I'll simply follow you. Please take good care of me. Qiu Chen chuckled quietly. He'd never imagined his tranquil life would shift so drastically tonight, nor dreamed he'd actually encounter something straight out of fiction. It all felt surreal. Qiu Chen exhaled deeply, rose to his feet, and grinned. Come on, Feier, get up. You're staying with me from now on. You're my personal maid. No. The proud Princess Feier pouted. I am royalty, not your servant. She scrunched her tiny nose, clearly offended by the title. Qiu Chen's jaw twitched faintly as he placed a firm hand on Feier's shoulder and spoke solemnly. Feier, remember, you're no longer in your realm. You're in the human world now, and you will obey me. Fine. No maid then. You'll be my junior attendant instead. All right, fine. Feier muttered, lips puckered. She couldn't believe a true princess had been reduced to serving a mortal. Such a drastic reversal left her dazed. Qiu Chen grinned triumphantly. Junior attendant, let's head home. They say when God closes a door, he opens a window, bestows a gift, yet claims its equal in return. For Qiu Chen, having Feier, a stunning, endearingly naive girl, as his attendant gratified his vanity immensely. Yet along the way he also felt the envious glares of fellow men. Qiu Chen sighed inwardly. Oh, you shallow fellows fixated only on appearances. If you knew Feier was a vampire, would you soil yourselves in terror? We're here. Qiu Chen and Feier finally arrived at his rented apartment in Z City. The two-story building stood just 2 bus stops from his university, which was precisely why he'd chosen it. Proximity meant extra sleep. Wow, what a magnificent palace! Feier exclaimed upon entering Qiu Chen's apartment, marveling at the strange furniture arrangements and household appliances she deemed magical. Qiu Chen shook his head helplessly. Remember, this is an apartment, not a palace. This princess seems to mistake my humble abode for her royal residence. Whatever. Feier settled onto the sofa with effortless familiarity, bouncing excitedly. Qiu Chen rubbed his aching shoulders and headed toward the kitchen, calling out, would you like something to drink, Feier? Just so you know, we have no blood here. Oh, Feier replied lightly. No matter. I'm not thirsty anyway. Help yourself. Qiu Chen didn't answer. He retrieved a bottle of cola from the fridge, took a long sip, and sank onto the other sofa. Qiu Chen, what does your family do? Are you nobility? You seem incredibly wealthy. Feier's eyes sparkled with delight. Had any other woman made such a move or asked such a question, Qiu Chen would have deemed her shallow. But strangely, Feier's behavior radiated pure, guileless innocence. Ah, the beauty effect. When asked about his family, Qiu Chen smiled proudly. Feier, remember this, where we live the wealthy aren't called nobles or aristocrats. Feier blinked, leapt from her sofa onto his, and seized his arm. Then what are they called? Her sudden motion startled him. Why does this girl always act so impulsively? Doesn't she grasp the virtue of subtlety? Qiu Chen answered awkwardly, they're called Teheo. Teheo? What a delightful name. Feier giggled, her ample bust brushing unconsciously against his arm. Qiu Chen instantly felt heat rise in his lower abdomen. Did she truly have no idea how devastating such unconscious allure could be? He longed to blurt, "Hey, your chest is pressing into me." But mindful of his self-proclaimed purity, he swallowed the words whole. Thankfully, Feier hopped back to her seat moments later. Bored, Qiu Chen turned on the television, just in time for the wildly popular variety show Running Man Brothers. Rumors claimed Zhejiang Satellite TV had licensed the Korean hit Running Man. Qiu Chen found such programs dull. How many Chinese-made originals existed anymore? When would China produce a globally acclaimed, authentically homegrown variety series? Qiu Chen didn't dwell on it. He wasn't a regulator at the National Radio and Television Administration after all. Yet Feier adored it, bursting into laughter at regular intervals. Before long, Feier yanked open the zipper of her sportswear and shrugged it off. So hot. She tossed the garment carelessly onto the sofa, revealing only an ancient-style undergarment, her voluptuous form straining softly against its delicate confines. Her flawless complexion and graceful curves made her a bewitching siren. Huh, why does my nose feel warm? I'm bleeding. What? Pathetic. Try watching that scene. See if you manage to keep your nose dry. Hey, wait. Qiu Chen could endure no longer. Though the sight was undeniably exquisite, he simply couldn't bear it. Another moment might prove fatal. Could this truly be what people meant by dying from happiness? What should I say? Feier had not noticed the awkward expression on Qiu Chen's face at that moment. Instead, she turned to look at him with a blank stare, and the deep cleavage was exposed to Qiu Chen's gaze once again as she rotated her body. The pure-hearted student Qiu Chen nearly suffered another nosebleed. He said somewhat discontentedly, "Feier, after all, there are distinctions between men and women. Could you consider my feelings? I am a grown man standing right here. So what? What needs to be considered?" Sister Feier still wore an expression of utter innocence and confusion. Hearing her words, Qiu Chen was on the verge of a breakdown. What needs to be considered? What a damn good question. Are you genuinely oblivious or pretending? Do you want me to tell you that your skin constantly draws my gaze, that I seem to be undergoing some kind of reaction, and that I am about to reach a bursting point? Have mercy. Qiu Chen gave a bitter smile. He himself was a young man with both integrity and dignity, and honestly, he could not bring himself to ask such a question. Qiu Chen cleared his throat and said, "What I mean is, as a girl, could you please not be so revealing in front of me? So revealing." Miss Feier, whose emotional intelligence was somewhat lacking, finally caught on. Following Qiu Chen's gaze, she spotted her current attire. However, she did not show any sign of shyness. Instead, she took her carefree nature to the extreme, revealing, "Not at all. People in our village all dress like this. I actually found the clothes you got for me quite uncomfortable to wear. Everyone dresses like that." Qiu Chen suddenly felt that being a vampire from the kingdom of Kaji was a blissful existence. Cough. Qiu Chen cast aside his slightly lewd thoughts and said solemnly, "I don't care. This is Earth. If you wish to survive here, you must follow our rules, otherwise I will kick you out." "All right." Feier pouted grievously. Qiu Chen said, "Since you feel hot, why don't you go take a bath first?" Bath. Every girl loves cleanliness, and Feier was no exception. Although she was carefree, she actually suffered from severe mysophobia. She had lain on the ground and been drenched in rain tonight, so she had long been unable to endure the filth. Upon hearing Qiu Chen suggest she bathe, she immediately sprang up excitedly and said, "Great, great. But where shall I wash?" As she stood up, the skin on her chest flashed before his eyes once more. Qiu Chen quickly averted his gaze and said to Feier, "Follow me. I'll take you there." Saying this, he walked toward the restroom. Feier followed behind him, her pristine white bare feet making soft steps. Pushing open the restroom door, they revealed a massive bathtub. Qiu Chen said, "You may wash either in the tub or standing up." "I'll wash in here." Feier, overjoyed, sat directly into the bathtub. Her eyes curved into crescent moons as she happily exclaimed, "This is just like the bathtub in my own home. It's so big." Qiu Chen found Feier's childlike behavior amusing. He then carefully explained the shower facilities to her before filling the large bathtub she preferred with water. Feier said anxiously, "All right, you must leave quickly, I want to bathe." The tough, yet refined Miss Feier still understood certain distinctions between men and women. Qiu Chen had secretly wondered if she might ask him to stay and watch her wash. Cough, cough. "Handsome mister. Qiu, what happened to your integrity?" Qiu Chen remembered something and said, "By the way, Feier, do not rush to come out immediately after you finish bathing. Stay a while longer." Feier asked in confusion, "Why is that?" Qiu Chen said somewhat awkwardly, "Well, I do not have any women's clothing here. I will go buy you some." Feier was quite straightforward and said, "Oh, then don't forget to buy me underwear." "Underwear?" Qiu Chen paused slightly, then nearly suffered another nosebleed. This girl certainly spoke very directly. After receiving Qiu Chen's reply, Feier pushed him out. Perhaps too eager to clean herself before Qiu Chen had even walked out and closed the door, Feier had already begun removing her clothes. And so a puddle of blood appeared on the floor outside the restroom door. Qiu Chen went out in high spirits and returned in a state of excitement, a smug look on his face. He thought about how when buying underwear for Feier at the store he had stated the size he estimated. The jealous expression of the female shop assistant and the envious glances of male customers had given him immense secret satisfaction. Although he had been mistaken for Fei's boyfriend, Qiu Chen's heart was truly filled with delight. As he approached his apartment, Qiu Chen turned on his phone, which had finished charging. Upon opening it, he found 20 missed calls, 3 from Jing, and no fewer than 17 from Gugu. Looking at the excessively long list of missed calls from his aunt, Qiu Chen felt a headache coming on. He knew that if he called back, his aunt would surely scold him severely. However, there was no way around it. If he did not reply soon, his aunt would likely storm over in person. Qiu Chen's parents had died in a car accident when he was 7 years old. Throughout his childhood, the ones who accompanied him were his grandfather and his aunt. Qiu Chen's aunt was named Qiu Melian. At 42 years old, she was the executive general manager of her company, a typical urban career woman. Qiu Melian doted on Qiu Chen almost as much as his grandfather did. Ordinarily, whenever Qiu Chen wanted something, even if his grandfather disagreed, Qiu Melian would secretly buy it for her nephew. Because of this excessive indulgence, both Qiu Melian and Qiu Chen's grandfather treated him like a precious treasure. As the saying goes, they were afraid to drop him in their hands, and afraid he would melt in their mouths. Just as Qiu Chen had anticipated the day before when his phone died, he knew his aunt would be anxious about his not answering calls, and would reprimand him severely. Sure enough, Qiu Chen's prediction came true. At the very first glance at these missed calls, Qiu Chen felt his scalp tingle. He first sent a text message to the number saved as Jing. The message was simple: "Senior sister, I have arrived home." Only then did he call his aunt back. Ring, ring, click. "You brat, you still know how to call me." As soon as the call connected, Qiu Melian's angry voice came through. Qiu Chen wiped the cold sweat from his brow and said with a sheepish smile, "Dear auntie, I missed you." "Miss you, my foot." Qiu Melian showed none of the demeanor of a refined lady and immediately swore, "If you missed me, why didn't you answer my calls all night last night? Do you have any idea how worried your grandfather and I were?" Qiu Chen continued to smile ingratiatingly. "Auntie, that really wasn't my fault. My phone died and shut down automatically last night, and I slept at home all evening." "Is that so? But I didn't ask if you were at home. Why did you volunteer that information so eagerly? May I consider it a cover for something?" Qiu Melian's voice carried a playful tone. Having dealt with people in the business world for so long, she could naturally detect a hint of something unusual in Qiu Chen's words. Qiu Chen cursed himself as a fool in his heart. His words had been too transparent in their attempt to cover up the truth. He could only say, "Haha, I just felt that I should report my situation to you at all times." Qiu Melian made an "oh" sound, then said with a smile, "Is that so? You're not lying to me, are you?" Bracing himself, Qiu Chen said, "Of course not." Qiu Melian did not press the issue further this time, and said, "Then I will believe you this once. I won't keep you, brat. I have some matters at the company to attend to. Come visit Grandpa at home when you have time." Click. The call was hung up decisively once again. Qiu Chen placed his phone in his pocket and wiped the sweat from his forehead, secretly feeling fortunate that his aunt had not delved deeper into the matter, otherwise he truly would not have known how to fabricate a story. He breathed a sigh of relief, wore a smile, and whistled as he walked toward his apartment. What Qiu Chen did not know was that at that very moment in a villa in Nanshan, a woman dressed in gorgeous and luxurious attire was revealing a cunning smile. She said to the elderly man beside her, "Father, it seems little Chen is certainly hiding something from us." This woman was Qiu Chen's aunt, Qiu Melian, and the elderly man sitting on the sofa beside her was Qiu Chen's grandfather, Qiu Zhengshan. Upon hearing Qiu Melian's words, Qiu Zhengshan's eyes crinkled with a warm smile. "It seems our little Chen has truly grown up," he chuckled. "Who would have thought he keeps secrets all to himself now?" Qiu Melian spoke with a gossiping tone. "Yes, father. That boy actually kept things from me. You have no idea. When he didn't answer my call yesterday, I sent someone to check his apartment only to find it completely empty. Just now you heard what he said. He actually claimed he was sleeping in his apartment last night." Qiu Zhengshan chuckled. "Children grow up and inevitably develop their own private thoughts. It is only natural." Qiu Melian said, "Father, I even suspect his claim that his phone automatically shut down might be a lie. I only spoke with him for a few minutes, yet there was an undercurrent of tension in his words. It felt like someone with a guilty conscience." A playful glint danced in Qiu Melian's eyes as she narrowed them slightly. This was her habitual gesture when analyzing an opponent, but now she had turned it upon her beloved nephew. Qiu Zhengshan remarked, "Girl, what are you getting at? I warn you, little Chen now has his own life. Do not go disturbing him at will. A father knows his daughter best." The moment Qiu Zhengshan saw his daughter adopting that analytical posture, he knew exactly what scheme she was plotting and offered a preemptive warning. Qiu Melian acted coquettishly, linking her arm through Qiu Zhengshan's. "Father, what are you saying? How could I possibly disturb little Chen? I only care about him. Don't you, father, wonder where little Chen went all day yesterday and what he did?" Qiu Zhengshan raised an eyebrow, smiling. "Melian, tell me, have you discovered something?" Qiu Melian shook her head. "I truly do not know. However, father, consider this, ever since little Chen moved out, he has never before ignored my calls for an entire night, nor has he ever lied to me. Why is he hiding yesterday's events from us?" Qiu Zhengshan smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I am old. How could I possibly know so much about young people's affairs?" Qiu Malian smiled mysteriously and remarked, Father Little Chen is 22 years old. He is no longer a child. Qiu Jingshan was momentarily stunned, but then his face broke into a radiant smile. Excitedly he exclaimed, Malian, are you saying Little Chen has fallen in love? Qiu Jingshan was not senile. Upon hearing Qiu Malian's words he immediately caught on and continued, if that is truly the case that would be wonderful. Ha ha, it seems the Qiu family will have an heir. In their later years people yearn most for a house full of descendants. Qiu Jingshan had fought hard his entire life and naturally harbored this wish. Since Little Chen's parents passed away early, Qiu Jingshan had devoted all his energy to this grandson. Fortunately his grandson did not disappoint him, proving to be not only clever and sharp, but also deeply filial. If he could witness his grandson marrying and starting a family within his remaining years, this old man would likely have no regrets left in his life. Qiu Malian laughed. Father, do not get excited just yet. This is merely my speculation. Although I am not entirely certain, I feel it is highly likely. Qiu Jingshan chuckled as if he could already envision the scene of his grandson bringing a beautiful and graceful girl before him to call him grandfather. After hearing Qiu Malian's words, Qiu Jingshan said, Malian, if Little Chen truly has a sweetheart, then I shall have fulfilled one more wish of mine. Qiu Malian said, Father, please do not be hasty. This matter is currently only my speculation. However, I have decided to personally visit Little Chen's place today to find out the truth. Qiu Jingshan remained in good spirits and did not oppose Qiu Malian's decision. The handsome Mr. Qiu was unaware that his actions from the previous day had already been labeled as signs of romance in his gossipy aunt's mind. At this moment he had already returned to his apartment. Seeing that Feier had not yet emerged, Qiu Chen sat heavily on the sofa. Feier, are you finished bathing? It had been over 2 hours yet Feier still had not come out. This caused some worry in Qiu Chen's heart. After all, this little girl was using human appliances for the first time. If something had gone wrong, it would be disastrous. Oh, I am done washing, but I have no clothes to wear, so I cannot come out. Feier's delicate voice drifted over, sounding quite spirited. Qiu Chen said, wait for me. I will bring the clothes right over. Saying this, he carried the items in his hand and slowly walked toward the bathroom, knocking gently on the door. The door opened slightly, and Qiu Chen passed the clothes to Feier's hand. This. I do not know what size you wear, so I bought them at random. Qiu Chen awkwardly stepped away from the bathroom door. Why is it these clothes again? They feel so uncomfortable to wear. Feier's voice sounded somewhat dissatisfied. Qiu Chen touched his nose and said, there is no helping it. This is Earth, not your kingdom. We cannot buy the kind of clothes you want. You will just have to make do with what you have. Feier made an oh sound, and then a rustling noise came from within the bathroom. This sound inevitably invited imaginative thoughts. Believing himself to be quite pure, Qiu Chen felt he could not listen any longer, so he returned to sit on his sofa. Qiu Chen, come here. Feier's voice rang out again, though this time it carried a hint of embarrassment compared to before. Coming. Qiu Chen dashed over and asked through the door, what is it, Feier? Feier said, one of the clothes you bought me is impossible to put on. Qiu Chen, confused, asked, what clothes? Before he could finish, Feier extended her hand through the door holding up a black bra and asked, this one. What on earth is this garment? Feier's voice was like a child inquiring about a question, but the question party Qiu Chen nearly suffered a nosebleed once more. He quickly turned his head away, somewhat embarrassed, and said, you could have just said it. Why did you have to take the clothes out directly? Feier said with a hint of grievance, but I do not know what this is. How am I supposed to describe it? Qiu Chen thought this made sense. Feier was not from Earth, so of course, she would not know the clothes worn by Earth's women. Qiu Chen said somewhat awkwardly, well, this is the undergarment that Earth women wear inside. It is your underwear. Oh. Upon hearing that it was indeed the garment she needed, Feier breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. So this is the underwear women here wear. What a strange shape. Saying this, she pulled the underwear back inside. Qiu Chen pursed his lips and said, it only seems strange to you. Soon Feier brought up another bombshell topic. But how is one supposed to wear this underwear? Could you help me put it on? Qiu Chen nearly collapsed. Feier spoke in an utterly innocent tone, yet the words she uttered drove Qiu Chen to the brink of breakdown. Good heavens, this is too much. Is this a test of my endurance? Even Lu Xiaohui could not have endured this. Imagine a very cute girl saying through the bathroom door, could you help me put on my underwear? Good heavens, this was the greatest temptation imaginable, simply far more restrictive than any restricted content. When had the bathroom become such a romantic place? Had the world developed too quickly? A dark vein pulsed on Qiu Chen's forehead. He spoke seriously, no, Feier. I must ask you to mind your dignity. Who let me help you put on your underwear? Feier puffed her cheeks angrily and said, you are stingy. If you do not want to help, just say so. Qiu Chen was on the verge of madness. Angrily he retorted, this is not a matter of being stingy or not. Are you not a princess? Do you not understand the basic principle that men and women should keep their distance? Feier did not expect Qiu Chen to become angry. Her voice softened slightly as she said, but I truly do not know how. I cannot simply go without wearing it. Qiu Chen's lip twitched slightly. He said, wait for me inside for a moment. Saying this, he went straight upstairs. Understood. Inside the bathroom, Fei sat in the bathtub. Her graceful, alluring figure was faintly visible through the water. She held the black bra in her hands, her cute brows furrowed as she muttered, "How exactly is this strange garment supposed to be worn?" Tilting her head, raising an eyebrow, and pondering. Fei's peerless charm was fully displayed at this moment. Qiu Chen ultimately did not enter the bathroom to help Fei put on her bra, for he was a man of pure virtue, and would never engage in such indecent acts. Instead, Qiu Chen went upstairs to search on the computer for the proper way to wear a bra, then opened an instructional video and handed it to Fei. This novel object caused Fei to exclaim for a while, but under Qiu Chen's stern guidance, she finally managed to put on the bra. It was a new challenge in Fei's life, one that took her a full hour to complete. An hour that felt even more agonizing and torturous for Qiu Chen, who sat on the sofa. Not for any other reason, but because as Fei was dressing inside, she kept making strange sounds from her mouth. As someone who had appreciated quite a few Island Nation adult films, Qiu Chen found these sounds far too provocative and suggestive. However, Qiu Chen could understand after all it was her first time wearing one, and she must have been hurting herself due to unfamiliarity, hence the sounds. Fortunately, Qiu Chen believed he had strong willpower, otherwise he would have long since rushed into the bathroom and shared some wonderful moments with Fei. Feeling his throat dry, Qiu Chen picked up the tea on the coffee table and took a sip to conceal his embarrassment. With a creak, a soft sound, the bathroom door gently opened and Fei said, "I'm coming out." Qiu Chen instinctively started to say, "You come out then." But as he turned around, the rest of his words got stuck in his throat. His heart pounded rapidly, his throat parched, and he felt as if he were suffocating. She was too beautiful, beautiful beyond any words. The sight before him, Fei wore the white dress he had bought at the store, her delicate bare feet, exposed, her hair still wet, and casually draped over her shoulders. She looked incredibly alluring and seductive. The dress accentuated her graceful figure, perfectly outlining her curves. Her small lips pouted slightly as she kept tugging at the dress with her little hands, as if she was dissatisfied with something. Her fair and delicate skin highlighted her flawless, unadorned features, willow leaf eyebrows, phoenix eyes. Qiu Chen found that besides heavenly beauty, he could think of no other words to describe Fei at that moment. Qiu Chen was mesmerized, his eyes fixed on Fei, marveling inwardly. This little woman was so elegant, exuding an ethereal aura without even moving. "What are you staring at?" Fei asked, puzzled, noticing Qiu Chen's gaze fixed on her ever since she came out. Qiu Chen coughed awkwardly and said, "Nothing. I just think this dress really suits you. You look so beautiful in it. It seems I do have good taste." No girl dislikes being complimented on her beauty, and Fei was no exception. As soon as she heard Qiu Chen say she was pretty, she twirled around like a child and asked with a smile, "Really? I think this dress is beautiful too, almost as pretty as my princess gown." Qiu Chen chuckled and said to Fei, "All right, sit down first. Are you hungry? I'm starving. Let's order something to eat." Upon hearing there was food, Fei immediately sat down on the sofa opposite Qiu Chen, crossed her legs, and said, Yes, I'm hungry too. Let's eat meat." Qiu Chen nodded helplessly. "All right, Princess Fei, today I'll treat you to beef." "Beef?" Upon hearing meat, Fei nearly jumped off the sofa. Qiu Chen shook his head. What an easily satisfied girl. After ordering food by phone, Qiu Chen sat down on the sofa exhausted. Seeing Fei furrow her cute little brows and keep tugging at the top of her dress, he asked curiously, "What's wrong, Fei? Is something uncomfortable?" Fei said aggrievedly, "The bra you bought me is a bit too small, it's tight and uncomfortable." She said it casually, but it nearly made Qiu Chen spit blood again. "Damn it, it's not small at all. It's just that you're too big." Qiu Chen decided not to dwell on the topic and asked, "By the way, Fei, what are your plans from now on?" Fei paused her actions, scratched her little head, and said, "I can't leave you now. I have to follow you wherever you go." Qiu Chen did not refuse, as he too couldn't bear to part with Fei. He asked curiously, "By the way, Fei, do you remember how you came to Earth?" Fei's expression turned serious. "Actually, I'm confused too. I only remember that I was on my way back to the palace when I was ambushed by werewolves. I got injured, and when I woke up I saw you." "Werewolves?" Qiu Chen's eyes lit up. "Are there really werewolves? Are they really like what's described in novels or TV shows? Thick hair, red eyes, and wolf claws?" Fei nodded first, then shook her head. "It's similar to what you said, but real werewolves are far more terrifying than that. So why did they ambush you? Was it a territorial dispute?" Qiu Chen was now like a curious child, feeling that listening to Fei's stories was more authentic than reading novels. Fei answered all his questions without hesitation. After a moment's thought, she said, "Our kingdom and the werewolf clan have always coexisted peacefully, never interfering with each other. But in the past 2 years, the werewolf clan has become ambitious, seeking to annex our kingdom. Because of this, conflicts have frequently broken out between our two races. I think they ambushed me to capture me alive and use me to blackmail my father." Despite Fei's innocent and naive way of speaking, she actually knew quite a lot. It was no wonder, as a little princess of the Kikina kingdom, she had been exposed to these matters since childhood, naturally understanding them well. Qiu Chen uttered an "Oh," and was about to say something when the doorbell rang. He stood up and said, "The food is here. Wait here." With that, he walked straight to the door. "Coming." Master, please. Aunt, Qiu Chen muttered as he opened the door, then froze when he saw the visitor. It was none other than Qiu Melian. Qiu Melian's sudden visit stunned Qiu Chen completely. He couldn't utter a single word. Brat, surprised to see your aunt. Seeing Qiu Chen's stunned expression, Qiu Melian felt secretly pleased and became even more convinced of her suspicions. Oh no. Aunt, why didn't you tell me beforehand? Qiu Chen quickly forced a smile and hugged his aunt. If I had told you, how could I have caught you red-handed? Qiu Melian thought slyly to herself, then released Qiu Chen and said, your grandfather knew you were back and was worried, so he sent me to check on you. What? Don't you welcome your aunt in? Qiu Chen paused, then said with an awkward smile, no, aunt. It's just that my place is really messy and I feel embarrassed. How about I treat you to a nice meal somewhere upscale? What do you think? Qiu Melian smiled kindly. Child, there's no need to be shy with me. We're family, why would I mind? Let me help you tidy up. She made as if to enter. Hey, aunt. Qiu Chen quickly blocked the door, took Qiu Melian's hand, and said somewhat coquettishly, Aunt better not come in. How about I go home with you to see Grandpa? I miss him too. Qiu Chen, that's not right. How can you block your aunt at the door and not let her in? You can see your grandfather anytime. Qiu Melian deliberately pretended to be angry. She observed her nephew's reaction and said teasingly, are you stopping me from entering because you've done something bad, or is there a woman in your apartment? Qiu Chen was startled. Was his aunt Sherlock Holmes? How could she guess so accurately? There really was a woman in his apartment. That was the main reason he didn't want his aunt to come in. She arrived so suddenly that he didn't even have time to hide fear. If she saw her, how would he explain? Tell her the truth. No way. His aunt would probably think he'd watched too many TV dramas and would scold him. More importantly, his aunt was notorious for having a big mouth. If she misunderstood, his grandfather would surely find out. While Qiu Chen was lost in thought, Qiu Melian quickly pushed him aside and rushed in. Hey, aunt. Nothing, I just want to take a look. Qiu Chen failed to stop his aunt in time. Qiu Melian had already entered the apartment and immediately spotted Fei, who was sitting on the sofa idly playing with her hair. Qiu Chen groaned inwardly. This was a complete misunderstanding. Meanwhile, Qiu Melian glanced at her nephew with a knowing look, thinking, got you, didn't I, eh? And who is this young lady? Qiu Chen, aren't you going to introduce me? Qiu Melian said with a playful tone. Fei, who had been looking down, heard someone speak and thought the food had arrived. She instinctively looked up and stood asking, Qiu Chen, is the food here? Qiu Melian's gaze swept over and she was instantly stunned. Beautiful. That was her first impression of Fei. Stunningly beautiful. That was her second. Truly beautiful. That was her final conclusion. The aura Fei exuded was transcendent, capable of captivating anyone regardless of age or gender. Qiu Chen covered his forehead. This was a disaster. How was he supposed to explain himself now? Annie, who is she? No my, what a stunning young lady. Before Qiu Chen could explain, Qiu Melian, who had been gazing intently at Fei, beamed with delight and hurried over, warmly clasping Fei's hand and studying her from head to toe. Flustered by Qiu Melian's effusiveness, Fei smiled faintly while glancing sideways at Qiu Chen, her eyes brimming with silent, unspoken questions. Auntie, you're scaring her. Qiu Chen met Fei's gaze, then stepped forward to gently separate their hands and said, Auntie, please sit down first. You'll frighten her if you keep this up. Qiu Melian smiled softly, then turned to Fei. Look at me. I shouldn't be standing like this. Young lady, please have a seat. With practiced ease, she strode toward the sofa. And just before turning, shot Qiu Chen a knowing glance, as if whispering, you sly boy. Your taste is impeccable. Qiu Chen sighed inwardly. His aunt had indeed drawn the wrong conclusion. He quietly tugged Fei's sleeve and murmured, Fei, this is my aunt. No stranger at all. You two are so close. You can't bear to part for even a moment. Before Fei could reply, Qiu Melian resumed her inquisitive banter. Annie, what nonsense are you spouting? Qiu Chen groaned. Why couldn't his aunt ever resist gossiping? And all right. I'll stop teasing you. Sit down now. Misreading Qiu Chen's flustered reaction as youthful shyness, Qiu Melian smoothly changed tack to save face. Only then did Qiu Chen and Fei settle onto the sofa together. Qiu Chen sat stiffly, dread coiling in his gut, afraid his aunt might utter something utterly mortifying, while Fei remained remarkably composed. After all, as a princess, she had long grown accustomed to every manner of dignitary, and why should she fret over meeting her companion's aunt, especially one so clearly fond of them both? An odd stillness settled over the room. The three seated across from one another evoked an uncanny sense of a young man introducing his girlfriend to family. Qiu Chen, don't forget to introduce us. Qiu Melian said warmly. And Annie, hello, I'm Fei. Qiu Chen remained silent as Fei rose gracefully to speak. Raised in the imperial palace, she had mastered etiquette from childhood. Though this was her first visit to Earth, she reasoned such formalities must be universal. And Qiu Chen glanced at her astonished. Since when had this little rascal become so impeccably polite? Oh, Fei, hello. I'm Qiu Chen's aunt. So delighted you've come. Qiu Melian beamed, utterly charmed by that single respectful Annie. Such a radiant, well-mannered girl. She grew fonder with every passing second. En Fei offered a poised, elegant smile, exchanged pleasantries, and sat back down. Qiu Melian studied Qiu Chen and Fei with a tender smile, then turned to Fei. Fei, my visit was quite sudden. Have I disturbed your time with Qiu Chen? Not at all. Fei replied cheerfully. And Annie, what exactly are you implying? It's not what you think. Qiu Chen sighed helplessly. Qiu Melian chuckled. Fei, you see how easily Qiu Chen blushes. He's simply shy. And Qiu Chen nearly lost his composure. What on earth is happening right now? After polite preliminaries, Qiu Melian launched into her customary background inquiry. Fei, where do you work? And what does your family do? Annie, Fei and I are both students. Surely it's premature to ask such things on first meeting. Realizing explanations were futile, Qiu Chen interjected firmly. Qiu Melian shot him a sharp look. I'm speaking with Fei, not you. Honestly. And then turning back to Fei, how long have you known my Qiu Chen? Fei pouted slightly. One day. Qiu Melian nearly spat out her tea. Though she knew modern romance moved swiftly, this defied all precedent. Fei didn't mean that, Qiu Chen hastily clarified with a wink. She means today is the first day of our third month together. Yes, exactly that. Fei, though puzzled by his gesture, nodded earnestly. That's precisely what Qiu Chen means. I see. Qiu Melian laughed. Generational gaps. My mind simply can't keep pace with youth these days. And Qiu Chen wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow. Finally, crisis averted. Yet before he could breathe easy, Qiu Melian added, by the way, Fei, what do you find most admirable about my Qiu Chen? Admirable? Fei blinked. What an unexpected question. She glanced helplessly at Qiu Chen, tilted her head thoughtfully, then smiled radiantly. He's exceptionally handsome. It was sincere praise. In her kingdom, vampires either bore fangs or wore fearsome visages, whereas Qiu Chen's refined, chiseled features stood in stark, captivating contrast. Qiu Chen hadn't expected such open admiration. His cheeks flushed faintly as he returned her warm, bashful smile. To Qiu Melian, that exchange confirmed everything, so the boy smitten, and pretending otherwise. How transparent. Yet the answer felt vague. Anything else? She pressed. Surely it's not only his looks. Qiu Chen intervened. Annie, she's a young woman. Please spare her embarrassment. Must you be so direct? Qiu Melian conceded. And just then the doorbell chimed. Qiu Chen exhaled in relief. The delivery has arrived. Today I owe that delivery person a profound debt. And the food's here, Auntie. We'll eat and talk. Qiu Chen rose, only to find Fei already bounding up, eyes alight. Is it here? The food, Wonderful. I'll open the door. As a self-proclaimed goddess of gastronomy, Fei dashed off exuberant and unrestrained. Watching Fei hurry to the door, Qiu Melian leaned toward Qiu Chen with a twinkling smile. Qiu Chen, this future niece-in-law suits me perfectly. You've got excellent judgment, young man. Niece-in-law? Qiu Chen nearly collapsed, dark lines etching his forehead. Auntie, is this really the moment to say that? Qiu Melian ignored him entirely, her voice bubbling with joy. She's breathtakingly beautiful, cultured, and gracious. Bring her home soon to meet grandfather. He'll be overjoyed. Qiu Chen rolled his eyes. Of course she didn't hear a word I said. Niece-in-law, bring her to grandfather. These were fantasies spun from thin air. There exists a rare beauty, one revealed only when a woman eats with unself-conscious delight. And that without question was Fei. Technically, beginning a meal before elders is impolite. But Fei, being non-human, knew no such custom. Nor did Qiu Melian react with offense. Instead, she watched Fei's hearty appetite with quiet satisfaction. And indeed, Fei possessed a magnetism so potent, she transformed impossibility into inevitability, again and again. Qiu Chen sipped beer and savored chicken wings, outwardly relaxed, yet all the while urging Qiu Melian to eat, hoping distraction would stifle further outrageous remarks. Qiu Melian ate with refined grace. Yet midway through a chicken wing, she leaned toward Fei and asked Fei, when do you plan to start a family? Splush. And beer erupted from Qiu Chen's mouth. He choked violently, face darkening as he wheezed. Annie, enough? Please no more. Fei paused mid-bite, pondered deeply, then answered with solemn sincerity, my queen says I'm too young. I'm not permitted to bear children yet. Splush. And another mouthful of beer sprayed forth. These two women are utterly unhinged. And Qiu Chen realized Fei had taken the question literally, offering pure unfiltered truth devoid of subtext. And his aunt. Clearly she not only adored Fei, but was already scheming to welcome her into the family fold. And what in the world is going on here? For the rest of the meal, Qiu Chen tasted nothing, too preoccupied guarding against his aunt's next verbal grenade to savor a single bite. Meanwhile, Qiu Melian conversed with Fei as though she were already kin, her tone, gestures, and warmth unmistakably those of a proud, doting aunt. The dinner concluded in perfect harmony, at least from Qiu Melian's perspective. As soon as dessert ended, Qiu Chen hurriedly ushered his aunt toward the door, though she interpreted his haste as eagerness to reclaim their private romantic solitude. Once outside, Qiu Melian slid into her crimson sports car and immediately dialed her father, a triumphant, energetic businesswoman eager to share her discovery. The moment the call connected, she burst forth, Dad, my intuition was spot on. Qiu Chen definitely has someone special. What? Could you be mistaken? Absolutely not. I saw her myself right there in Qiu Chen's apartment. And meanwhile back inside, Qiu Chen slumped onto the sofa the moment the door clicked shut. She'll surely tell grandfather tonight. What a headache. Your aunt is wonderfully warm, truly kind. Fei patted her full belly and grinned. And Qiu Chen cast her a sidelong glance, kind yes. But her relentless curiosity. That's a liability. Why so? Well, never mind. Let's drop it. Too weary to recount the chaos, Qiu Chen waved it off and sank deeper into the sofa. Oh, since you've fallen silent, I'll change topics. The weather's glorious today. Will you take me out? And I've never visited your world before. Let's postpone it for now. I need to prepare for tomorrow's classes, and I return to campus then. Classes? What are those? Fei perked up, ears pricked. Are they fun? And Qiu Chen rolled his eyes. They're for learning, not entertainment. Learning? I love learning. I'm coming too. I'm coming. And you love learning. Qiu Chen muttered inwardly. I'd never guessed, but aloud replied, rest assured you'll accompany me tomorrow. After all, neither of us can afford to be apart. Fei beamed, kicking her feet playfully against the soft sofa. And ring ring. Not phone chimed. Qiu Chen glanced at the screen. Jing, the very person he'd texted earlier. What's that sound coming from your hand and that? It's a mobile phone, a device for communication. Watch, like this. He tapped the answer button and stepped outside to take the call. Hello, Senior Jing. Qiu Chen's voice turned gentle. Qiu Chen, why didn't you come back with us yesterday? And I kept calling you, but your phone was always off. A sweet female voice came through from the other end of the line. As soon as the call connected, she didn't waste any time on pleasantries and got straight to the point. Qiu Chen said, it's like this. That night, I got separated from you all, and later my phone ran out of battery and shut down. It only just got charged now. Sorry, Senior. The female voice on the phone let out a relieved chuckle and said, that's good to hear. I was worried something had happened to you. I was quite concerned. Hearing that she was worried about him, Qiu Chen's face immediately lit up with a smile. He said, hee, really? Senior is worried about me. Then I'm truly flattered. Hee, you rascal, stop with the glib talk. The female voice on the phone giggled for a moment before saying, let's talk about something serious. Are you confident about this music exam? At the mention of the music exam, Qiu Chen's face first fell, then he smiled confidently. Don't worry, Senior. I'll work hard. I've prepared thoroughly these days, and I'm sure to succeed. That's good. I was afraid you'd cry if you failed because you weren't prepared enough. The female voice on the phone seemed very familiar with Qiu Chen, as if they had a close relationship, and she joked casually. Qiu Chen chuckled. Just then the apartment door opened and Fei poked her head out to ask Qiu Chen, why aren't you coming in? I'm so bored. Qiu Chen was startled. That little girl Fei, why did she have to speak now of all times? She couldn't have chosen a worse moment. A senior would definitely misunderstand. But it was too late to stop her. The female voice on the phone had already heard Fei's words and said, somewhat displeased, Qiu Chen, what are you doing right now? Why is there a woman's voice? Oh, well, that's my cousin. Qiu Chen mumbled vaguely, then gestured for Fei to keep quiet. Your cousin? I've never heard of her before. The female voice on the phone sounded suspicious. Ah, she's from the countryside. She doesn't come around often. Senior, let's leave it at that for now. I'll talk to you at school tomorrow. Goodbye, Senior. With that, Qiu Chen hung up preemptively to prevent Fei from saying anything else. Qiu Chen, what's wrong? Seeing his expression darken, Fei asked innocently. Qiu Chen walked over with a dark face and said to Fei, my dear, Aunt, can you not pop up so suddenly? And can you not eavesdrop on my phone calls? I'm not your dear and I'm not that old. Fei said unhappily, thinking Qiu Chen was calling her old. Oh, fine, you're not. Qiu Chen's face was full of black lines, remembering that Fei wasn't from Earth and wouldn't understand such expressions. He walked into the apartment without another word, with Fei following behind. Once inside the apartment, Fei sat on the sofa with her mouth pouting in anger, not even looking at Qiu Chen. It seemed the little girl was still upset about what he had said earlier. Qiu Chen said helplessly, Fei, don't be angry. You misunderstood what I said. It wasn't about you being old. That phrase is just a modern slang term from Earth. Fei was easily swayed. Hearing this, she pouted and said, are you telling the truth? Qiu Chen nodded hastily, of course I don't lie. Fei's angry expression softened a bit, and she said with great confusion, you humans are such complicated creatures. Why do you always say such strange things? Do you have many aunts? Qiu Chen burst out laughing. He was amused by this earnest little girl. Then he remembered something and asked, by the way, Fei, can I ask you a favor? Fei said, go ahead. Qiu Chen spoke ingratiatingly, tomorrow you're coming to school with me. But none of my classmates know you and you're not a student here. So when they ask tomorrow, I'll say you're my cousin. I hope you'll play along, okay? No. Fei refused outright. Qiu Chen was stunned, then asked why. Fei said seriously, first of all, I'm not your cousin. My father and mother only had me as their child. And that would be lying. I hate lies. It's not lying. Qiu Chen said, it's just being flexible, understand? It's a white lie. I've been feeding you and giving you a place to stay. Can't you do me this one favor? Fei thought seriously for a moment, then said with some difficulty, but can't you just tell them I'm not human? Qiu Chen was about to spit blood. His face full of black lines, he said, for heaven's sake, if I told them that they wouldn't believe me and they'd call me crazy. As a human, you should know how to repay kindness. I saved you, if the least you can do is help me out. But I'm not human. Fei said flatly, nearly choking Qiu Chen to death. Damn it, how come I never noticed this little girl was such a master of finishing blows? Qiu Chen said angrily, then your father must have taught you the principle of repaying a drop of kindness with a spring. Feier thought for a moment, then reluctantly said fine, I'll go along with your lie once. I told you it's a white lie. Same thing. The bickering between Qiu Chen and Feier ended when Feier wanted to go out for a walk. The little girl once again turned into a curious antenna baby, asking questions nonstop. And Qiu Chen, thinking about returning to school the next day, happily answered all of Feier's questions. But sometimes Feier's questions really made Qiu Chen feel unbearably awkward. For example, on the bus, Qiu Chen and Feier saw a young couple making out in public. Such things were considered normal in today's society, and the other passengers on the bus pretended not to see. But Feier chose that moment to say to Qiu Chen, look, why is that man putting his hand into that woman's skirt? Qiu Chen was mortified. It was even more embarrassing than suddenly letting out a loud fart in a quiet bus. He gave an awkward smile and got off the bus early with Feier. Another time when Qiu Chen took Feier to KFC for fast food, they saw another couple kissing passionately in public. While everyone else pretended not to notice, Feier curiously walked over and said to Qiu Chen, why are they biting each other's mouths? Damn it, today was the day Qiu Chen most wanted to die. After the day ended, Qiu Chen and Feier returned to the apartment. Having discovered the pleasure of the bathtub during the day, Feier went straight to lie in it early in the evening. Qiu Chen was speechless again. After telling Feier where her room was, he went up to his second floor. What? Why not sleep together? Hell, I'm a gentleman, okay? Qiu Chen went upstairs, immediately locked his door, sat down at the computer, and took a photo out of the drawer. The photo showed a very pure-looking girl about the same age as Qiu Chen. She wore a ponytail, the symbol of innocence, and her features were delicate yet graceful. This person was the girl who had just called Qiu Chen, Fang Yuanjing, a senior second-year student at the same university. Fang Yuanjing was a prominent figure at Qiu Chen's university. Not only was she at the level of a campus belle, but she was also a legendary beauty on campus. Her greatest passion was singing. She had participated in a reality singing competition on a TV station and won first place. Later she debuted as a result. She was now a signed singer with a domestic talent agency, having released 2 albums, each selling over 1 million copies. With her pure appearance and sweet voice, she was now a hot idol among male otaku. Qiu Chen's acquaintance with Fang Yuanjing dated back to the school's music festival a year ago. At that time he joined the school's vocal music advanced class. Unlike the male otaku fans who wanted to see Fang Yuanjing, Qiu Chen joined purely because of his love for music. Although Qiu Chen was majoring in economics, his true passion was music. However, he also understood that as the heir to a large family, learning music could only ever be a hobby. But even so, Qiu Chen was content. Back to the encounter with Fang Yuanjing. At the time, Fang Yuanjing already had a huge fan base on campus. The reason she came to know Qiu Chen was entirely because he sang an adapted version of Red Bean at the music festival. Red Bean is a representative song by Fei Wang. Qiu Chen's adaptation differed from the original, adding a longing for dreams and love, and it received a great response. That was how Fang Yuanjing got to know Qiu Chen, and they quickly became friends. The other students at school would never have known about this, or else Qiu Chen would have become the common enemy of all male students. Because they shared a common interest, Qiu Chen and Fang Yuanjing got along very well. Qiu Chen felt a bit proud inwardly. After all, being friends with a goddess like Fang Yuanjing made him feel quite honored. And the music exam Fang Yuanjing mentioned on the phone was a monthly test held by the vocal music advanced class, used to assess the students' progress during that period. Pulling his thoughts back, Qiu Chen put down the photo, smiled, then turned on the computer, put on headphones, and played Fang Yuanjing's debut song, Take Away the Sorrow. A slightly melancholic melody flowed out, and then Fang Yuanjing's sweet voice came through. This was Fang Yuanjing's most widely known song. The lyrics about the sorrow of love were hailed by fans as a healing anthem. And few people knew that the original melody and lyrics of this song were actually written by Qiu Chen. In fact, Qiu Chen possessed considerable musical talent, but he had painfully abandoned his dreams to better prepare himself for taking over the family business in the future. The song, Taking Sadness Away, was originally written by Qiu Chen in a moment of emotional outburst. Later, Fang Yuanjing happened to see it. She felt that both the lyrics and melody were exceptionally brilliant, so she asked Qiu Chen if he could give or sell the song to her. Qiu Chen actually had quite a favorable impression of Fang Yuanjing. After all, who could resist a beauty? Every man loves one, it is an eternal truth. Hearing that Fang Yuanjing liked the song, Qiu Chen generously gave it to her. Later, her production team refined and packaged the track, and it thus became her debut single. At this moment, Qiu Chen leaned back in his chair, quietly listening to the song, playing through his earphones, feeling quite at ease. Gradually, he closed his eyes. Qiu Chen, what are you doing? Suddenly, Qiu Chen felt his earphones being pulled away, and clearly heard Feier's voice. He turned around, and found that Feier had unconsciously appeared behind him. Oh. The handsome Qiu Chen was so startled that he fell off his chair. Seeing Feier holding his earphones with a bewildered expression, Qiu Chen was first stunned, then said somewhat angrily, Feier, why did you suddenly appear in my room again? Didn't I lock the door? Oh, I couldn't find you after my shower, so I just came in. I accidentally broke your door handle just now. As she spoke, Miss Feier took out a black object from her left hand. Qiu Chen's mouth twitched slightly, for that was indeed the door handle of his room. Ha, I thought I had no abilities at all. I didn't expect my own strength to still be there. Fei seemed unaware that Qiu Chen's face had turned dark, caring only for her own amusement. Fei, Qiu Chen was about to lose his temper and shouted loudly, Fei, please can you not rashly barge into my room next time? This is my privacy, okay? Even if you want to come in you must get my permission. Can't you knock on the door? Why did you break my door handle? I knocked on the door, but you didn't open it, so I came in anyway. Fei countered stubbornly. Just as Qiu Chen was about to fly into a rage again, Fei excitedly looked at the earphones in her phone and said, what is this? I saw you wearing it on your ears earlier. Does it have any use? When Fei said this, there was a look of curiosity about unknown things on her face. Her innocent and naive expression made Qiu Chen unable to suppress his anger once more. It seems difficult to get angry at this little woman. Qiu Chen stood up from the ground, snatched the earphones, and said this is called an earphone used for listening to music. Music? What is that? Fei was bewildered again. Qiu Chen was at a loss. This question seemed hard to explain. Deciding not to explain further, he simply stuffed the earphones into Fei's ears and said it's for listening to this. He was very close to Fei's body. That pleasant milky fragrance on Fei hit his nose again. That faint aroma was even more refreshing and natural than any body wash. That deep cleavage was exposed to the air, and to Qiu Chen's eyes the moment she lowered her head. The pure handsome Qiu Chen was about to get a nosebleed again. He quickly withdrew his gaze and coughed politely like a gentleman. Not even half a minute after Fei was forcibly fitted with the earphones by Qiu Chen, she took them out and said unhappily, the woman singing inside has such an ugly voice. Qiu Chen was speechless. In this world the only person who could say Feng Yuanjing's singing was ugly was probably Fei. Qiu Chen asked curiously, Fei, why haven't you gone to sleep yet? It's so late. Why did you come to my place again? Fei lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly, and then said your palace is too big, I couldn't find my room. Qiu Chen laughed heartily, then said to Fei, come I'll take you there. After saying this, Qiu Chen led Fei downstairs and walked toward her room. After pushing open the door, Qiu Chen said, no woman has ever lived in this apartment of mine, and I don't know how to tidy up. You'll just have to make do here. Fei was not a high-maintenance girl. She said happily, it's okay, I can stay anywhere. As she spoke, the little woman walked to her bedside and suddenly pounced onto it, saying happily, this bed is really comfortable, more comfortable than the beds in my palace. Seeing Fei showing her girlish side again, Qiu Chen said to her, as long as you like it, then you can rest here. I'll head back first. Fei nodded and waved coolly at Qiu Chen, signaling him to leave. As Qiu Chen left, he casually closed the door behind him. The night passed without incident. The next morning, after waking up, Qiu Chen got out of bed and found Fei already sitting at the dining table. As soon as she saw Qiu Chen come out, she immediately patted the table with her small hands and said excitedly, Chen, shall we eat? Qiu Chen rolled his eyes and said, we can eat on the way to school. There isn't much time. Saying this, he walked toward the front door. Chen. Fei quickly chased after him, grabbed Qiu Chen's hand and said, Chen, why not eat at home? I want to eat beef. Qiu Chen said, Fei, my time is not plentiful. If we don't leave now, I will definitely be late. How about this? I'll treat you to beef while we walk. Great. It seemed this little girl Fei was indeed a beef enthusiast. Upon hearing there would be beef to eat, she immediately followed behind him. Wait. This time it was Qiu Chen who grabbed Fei. Fei looked at Qiu Chen, puzzled by his meaning. Qiu Chen glanced at the t-shirt pajamas Fei was wearing and said, you can't go out dressed like that. Go inside and change into some clothes. When Qiu Chen had waited 10 minutes by the roadside for Fei, she finally appeared again. Since Qiu Chen had bought Fei 4 or 5 sets of clothes yesterday, he was not worried about her lacking something to wear. It seemed Fei liked wearing skirts very much, and coincidentally all the clothes Qiu Chen had bought were skirts. This inadvertently satisfied Fei's preferences. Today Fei was wearing a light cyan plaid dress. Her slender waist looked even more sexy under the dress's embrace. On her upper body was a white short-sleeved shirt, and on her feet were a pair of white canvas shoes. With her delicate features and fine skin, she possessed an ethereal aura that seemed to transcend the mortal world. Why are you looking at me like that? Fei glared at Qiu Chen and said, cough, nothing. Qiu Chen felt somewhat awkward and coughed once, then said, let's go, and walked out with Fei. As mentioned earlier, Qiu Chen's apartment was very close to the university he attended. After riding 2 bus stops with Fei, they arrived at the small road leading to the university. Maple trees were planted on both sides of this asphalt path. The fiery red maple leaves were gently lifted by the light breeze, creating a particularly charming scene. University students strolled along the path in 2s and 3s, overflowing with youthful vitality. Qiu Chen, handsome and dashing, and Fei, cute and sweet, seemed to be the most beautiful scenery on this road. After Qiu Chen and Fei passed by, several female university students looked at their figures and sighed, wow, these two are such a perfect match. Wow, so many people. What a huge palace. Fei exaggeratedly looked at the university building before them, which was the largest not only in this city, but also in the whole country, and could not help but exclaim. Qiu Chen said with a mix of amusement and exasperation, Fei, listen, this is not a palace, this is a university. Oh, university. Fei repeated after him. After returning to his school, Qiu Chen's mood naturally changed, and he walked in first. A university is a magical place and also a sacred one. It is the cradle of many people's dreams. Walking along the paths of the university campus beside the bushes and at the playground, love and friendship can blossom everywhere. Most students here are around 21 or 22 years old. They are full of youth and vigor. They strive tirelessly for their dreams and pursue love bravely. Love at this time is not mixed with too much materialism, it is pure. Although these dreams may sound impractical, they are equally genuine. In this increasingly complex society, gradually polluted by money and power, perhaps only the university remains the last pure land in people's hearts. Qiu Chen did not deliberately avoid others' gazes. He walked along the campus path with Fair. Male and female students passing by also couldn't help but exclaim when they saw this couple, what a well-matched pair. Qiu Chen led Fair past the playground and stopped at a shady spot. University courses are relatively relaxed, so most students have ample spare time. Chen, this school looks really nice. Fair turned her little head around, looking everywhere. Qiu Chen nodded, and then said to Fair, didn't you say you were hungry just now? Wait here for me, and I'll go to the convenience store to buy you some food, okay? Upon hearing there would be food, Fair's expression immediately brightened, and she nodded repeatedly, urging him, great, then go quickly. Qiu Chen chuckled inwardly at Fair's gluttonous nature, then gently instructed her, stay right here, and don't wander off. Otherwise you'll get lost, and I won't be able to find you. Fair obediently nodded, signaling she understood. Only then did Qiu Chen turn and head toward the distant convenience store. 3 minutes after Qiu Chen left, Fair, who could rarely sit still, began growing restless. She softly tapped her feet against the ground and murmured aloud, why hasn't Chen returned yet? I'm hungry, she declared, cradling her tiny belly with a pitiful, heart-melting expression. A breeze stirred her raven-black hair, flowing like silk, while her serene beauty dimmed even the sun and moon. Her crimson lips pouted gently, her jade-like eyes shimmered with quiet brilliance, utterly enchanting. Good day, fair lady. Just then a soft, melodious male voice sounded behind her. Instinctively Fair turned, and found without warning a young man standing silently at her back. He appeared to be around 23, wearing a crisp white shirt, his short hair neatly trimmed, his smile warm and affable. Tall and slender, his tailored trousers accentuated long, elegant legs. His features lacked Qiu Chen's bold masculine handsomeness, instead possessing a refined, almost ethereal grace, not effeminate in an unsettling way, but one that naturally inspired admiration and deference. Seeing Fair turn, a flicker of barely perceptible surprise crossed his eyes. With effortless poise, he offered a courteous bow. Good day, fair lady. Pray forgive me if I've disturbed your solitude. Yes, you've interrupted my thoughts. Fair spoke bluntly, rarely extending warmth to strangers, except of course Qiu Chen. Unfazed by her bluntness, the young man remained unruffled. Then I sincerely apologize for my intrusion. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Nangong Qi, a second-year student in the vocal music department. I happened upon you just as I was composing a song, and I was struck by how perfectly you embody the heroine I'd envisioned in my lyrics. I simply couldn't resist approaching. A faint 45-degree smile always graced his lips, gentle, disarming, impossible to dislike. Indeed, the name Nangong Qi itself carried an unmistakable charisma. Nangong Qi was a prodigy, a musical genius. Though he had never released an album or pursued stardom like Fang Yuanjing, his popularity among admirers was unmatched. Devoted fans affectionately dubbed him Prince Nangong. With his fair, handsome face, gentle temperament, and mellifluous voice, he radiated charm. Thus he stood as the university's second most sought-after figure, next only to Fang Yuanjing, and thanks to his affluent background, the ultimate dream match for those aspiring to marry into wealth. Had anyone else received such praise from Nangong Qi, they might have swooned with joy. But Fair was neither human nor a student of this school. To her, Nangong Qi was merely a human whose facial features happened to be somewhat well-aligned. Nothing more. Unmoved by his charm, she retorted, "We're strangers. Why speak to me?" A trace of astonishment flickered in Nangong Qi's eyes, yet he remained unfazed, offering only a quiet, knowing smile. No ill intent. I merely felt you embodied the ideal heroine I imagined. Since I've disturbed you, I shall take my leave. He paused, withdrew a business card from his pocket, and placed it neatly on the stone table before Fair. This is my card. Should you ever need anything, do not hesitate to reach out. My apologies. With scholarly grace, Nangong Qi turned and departed. How odd. Fair picked up the card, resting before her, studied it briefly. And just as she raised it to discard it, a thought struck her. Chen mentioned he's involved in music too. Could this man know him? I'll keep it, and ask Chen later. She mused, her face brightening once more. Shopkeeper, 3 bags of potato chips, please. The campus convenience store carried no dried meat strips, so Qiu Chen settled for potato chips, though he wondered whether Fair would even like them. Wait, why should he care? Honestly, she was under his care now. She held no right to pick and choose. As Qiu Chen pondered, a young man and woman appeared in the distance. Hand in hand, clearly a couple. Qiu Chen grinned, quickened his pace, and clapped the young man firmly on the shoulder. So you're planning to indulge in daytime passion with your girlfriend? The young man blinked in surprise, then released the girl's hand and turned. Both wore amused smiles. Chenzi, you didn't return with us last night. Where'd you vanish to? He pulled Qiu Chen into a hearty embrace. Qiu Chen recoiled with mock disgust. Ugh, howsy, I'm not into that. Your girlfriend's right here. Mind your manners. Both their mouths twitched slightly, the girl's scowled black lines appearing across her forehead. Shut up, Chenzi. Howsy's absolutely not like that. Oh, how sweet. Qiu Chen exaggeratedly tightened his collar, feigning embarrassment. All three burst into laughter. His friend was Wang Hao, his childhood best friend and longtime confidant. The girl was Li Wang Hao's girlfriend, and Qiu Chen's former classmate. They'd grown up together, bound by unshakable loyalty. As Wang Hao once put it, everything I have is yours, except Li. She's mine alone. After a moment of laughter, Wang Hao huffed. Enough evading. Where were you last night? Qiu Chen repeated the same vague explanation he'd given Xiao Malian and Fang Yuanjing, carefully omitting any mention of Feier. Chenzi, why buy potato chips? I recall you've never eaten them. Not once in your life. Li activated her eagle-eyed scrutiny. Qiu Chen gave a sheepish grin. Ah, well, they're for my cousin. Cousin? Wang Hao scoffed, grinning. You mean your little sister, right? A wink layered beneath the words. Get lost. Qiu Chen shoved him playfully. Don't believe me. Come see for yourself. Besides, Feier will be with me constantly now. Hiding her serves no purpose. Better to introduce her properly. Fine. Wang Hao agreed, then led Li behind Qiu Chen as they walked forward. Qiu Chen strode ahead, Wang Hao and Li followed. Until far off they spotted Feier seated alone. At first sight, Wang Hao was utterly spellbound. Feier sat there languid and dreamy, her small hands supporting her chin, as if lost in quiet contemplation. Her eyes darted playfully, brimming with clever charm. Hey, drools dripping. Li snapped, slapping Wang Hao's shoulder, mortified and exasperated all at once. Ah, don't be mad. Wang Hao instantly recovered, wrapping an arm around his girlfriend. Pathetic, she muttered, yet without real anger. Li wasn't truly upset. After all, they'd been together for over 3 years, and she knew Wang Hao's character well. Chun. Their voices broke Feier's reverie. The little girl turned, and spotting Qiu Chen, she leapt up and dashed toward him, radiant with delight. Wang Hao shot Qiu Chen a sly, knowing glance, as if saying, well, let's see you explain this one. Qiu Chen sighed, turning to Feier. There were no dried meat strips, so I bought potato chips instead. They're delicious too. At the mere mention of food, Feier eagerly snatched the bag. Ahem. Chen, aren't you going to introduce us to this stunning young lady? Wang Hao winked playfully at Qiu Chen. With resigned good humor, Qiu Chen gestured toward Feier. Meet Wang Hao, my shamelessly lecherous best friend. And this lovely young woman is his girlfriend. She's my cousin Feier. Hello, everyone. Feier, ever polite, bowed her head respectfully upon learning they were Qiu Chen's friends. Though the term girlfriend puzzled her, she wisely chose not to ask just yet. Hello, I'm Li. Feier's innocent, disarmingly gentle gaze melted Li's defenses instantly. Delighted, Li stepped forward, shook her hand warmly, and began chatting animatedly. Wang Hao reached out, only to receive a sharp warning glare from Li. Flustered, he scratched his head and asked Feier, Miss Feier, is it true you're really Chenzi's cousin? Recalling Qiu Chen's morning instructions, Feier nodded earnestly. Yes, I am his cousin. Qiu Chen exhaled in quiet relief, and suppressed a triumphant smirk. Thankfully, Feier had honored his request, otherwise he'd have been utterly stumped. Wang Hao accepted her answer without further comment, but his gaze lingered on Qiu Chen, wordlessly declaring, I won't accept this so easily. Li warmly addressed Feier, I'm a bit older than you. If you're Qiu Chen's cousin, may I call you little sister? Feier readily agreed. Of course, I'll call you big sister. Women connected effortlessly, even across species, and Feier genuinely liked this cheerful girl. Qiu Chen silently mourned. Congratulations, Li. You've just gained a vampire little sister. The four settled onto stone benches, and Feier immediately launched into devouring the snacks. Curious, Li asked Feier, have no boys approached you here to strike up conversation? Feier tilted her head. Why would they? Li frowned. That's strange. Girls as beautiful as you usually draw crowds of admirers within minutes. Qiu Chen too felt puzzled. Had Feier's allure somehow faded? But Feier's next words shattered that notion entirely. Oh. Many men came earlier, spouting words I couldn't understand, but I sent them all away. It was true. During her wait, over 30 boys had approached Feier, each dismissed without a glance, silenced by her impatience with their clamor. Wang Hao's mouth twitched. Li let out a soft, knowing laugh. Qiu Chen's face darkened with a familiar, resigned sigh. Exactly as I expected. Li laughed. Well done, Feier. Those boorish boys aren't worth your time. Ignore them entirely. Feier shook her head seriously, then looked straight at Qiu Chen. But Chen doesn't smell bad. He smells nice. Her words froze all three in stunned silence. Petrified, speechless, utterly undone. Qiu Chen was on the verge of collapse, even spitting blood. Feier, why must you speak so directly? Don't you know how easily this can lead to misunderstandings? Yet Qiu Chen understood that Feier was not human, so she was oblivious to human expressions and metaphors. She was simply stating the facts as she knew them. But Feier, my dear Feier, you have no idea that the moment you uttered those words, my image in the eyes of Haozi and the others was completely shattered. Qiu Chen felt he needed to explain, but by then Lily was already staring at him with contempt. Chenzi, I never imagined you were this kind of person. Qiu Chen was speechless. He turned to look at Wang Hao only to find Wang Hao pressing a hand on his shoulder saying with deep anguish, You're a beast, Chenzi. She's your cousin. Qiu Chen felt more wrong than Doi. He had truly done nothing. Why did everyone have to jump to such absurd conclusions? Chen is not a beast, he is a good person. Hearing Wang Hao's words, Feier protested with some dissatisfaction. In her impression, Qiu Chen was indeed a good person, and she absolutely could not tolerate others speaking ill of him. What Feier didn't realize was that as soon as she spoke, Lily and Wang Hao's gazes toward Qiu Chen grew even more contemptuous, as if to say, Chenzi, you have lost all conscience. You do such things and still have your cousin make excuses for you. No, you've misunderstood. What I mean is Feier was referring to the perfume I sprayed that day. It smelled very nice. Yes, that's it. Isn't that right, Feier? Qiu Chen felt he had to explain, otherwise his reputation would be ruined. Really? Is what he said true, Sister Feier? Lily looked at Feier and asked. Though Feier didn't understand what this strange atmosphere signified, she guessed it was related to what she had said earlier. Hearing Lily's question, she looked at Qiu Chen and said, Yes, that's what I meant. Qiu Chen breathed a sigh of relief, and so did Wang Hao and Lily. Qiu Chen patted his chest in a startled manner. Feier, please next time could you be more complete when you speak? Lily shot him a glare, and then pulled Feier aside whispering something. Haha brother, I was wrong about you. Wang Hao laughed heartily, slinging an arm around Qiu Chen's shoulder. I knew it. My brother Wang Hao's friend couldn't be that kind of person. Qiu Chen wanted to kick the guy to death. Damn it, he changed his face faster than flipping a book. Just a moment ago he called me a beast, and now he says he didn't misjudge me. He's even better at trimming his sails than I am. Calling me a beast, huh? You've got nerve, boy. It seems I need to have a little chat with Lily about the girl who wrote you a love letter at the basketball club last semester. Qiu Chen patted Wang Hao's back with a sly, cunning smile. No, brother, I was wrong. Wang Hao's face immediately fell when he heard that. He knew well that Lily was a huge jealous type. If she found out, his fate would be sealed. No way. Qiu Chen laughed with feigned pain. Rest in peace, my friend. By the way, Chen, someone came to talk to me just now and left this saying it's from the vocal music major. Feier, after chatting with Lily for a while, handed Qiu Chen the business card Nan Gongqi had left. Qiu Chen took it puzzled. Who is it? Before Feier could answer, his eyes landed on the name on the card, and he exclaimed, Nan Gongqi. Senior Nan Gong. Why him? Nan Gongqi. The Prince Nan Gong. This time Lily got excited and leaned in to get a closer look at the card in Qiu Chen's hand. Qiu Chen asked curiously, Feier, why did Senior Nan Gong give you this? Did he say anything to you? Feier thought for a moment and replied, he said a bunch of messy things, but I didn't understand. This time not only Qiu Chen, but also Wang Hao and Lily were speechless. In his heart, Qiu Chen even felt a bit sorry for Nan Gongqi. He guessed that these campus celebrities would never dream that the first time they voluntarily approached someone and left a business card, the recipient wouldn't even understand a word they said. If you didn't understand, it's fine. It probably wasn't anything important. Qiu Chen said calmly. Behind him, Lily was once again dumbfounded, thinking, truly cousins. Both of them are so chill. After chatting for a while longer, Qiu Chen said to Lily, by the way, Lily, I have a favor to ask. Lily asked, what is it? Just say it. Qiu Chen smiled. It's nothing. I have to go to the music classroom later, but it's quite strict. Outsiders aren't allowed in. So I want Feier to stay with you for now, and I'll pick her up after class. Lily had no objection. She smiled and said, that's great. I was just thinking I had no one to talk to. What do you mean, eh? Are you going to leave me? Feier caught the implication in Qiu Chen's words and said anxiously. Qiu Chen consoled her, it's not a separation, just temporary. I'll come get you after class. Then. Okay, don't stay away from me too long. Feier reluctantly agreed, but still added. Don't worry. Qiu Chen said to Feier earnestly. Their eyes met. Nearby, Wang Hao and Lily exchanged a glance that said, there's something going on. Ahem, Lily, you take Feier to your dorm first. I'll accompany Chenzi to the music classroom. Wang Hao cleared his throat and said. Okay, let's go, Sister Feier. Lily wasn't stupid. Seeing her man wink at her, she immediately caught on. Probably Wang Hao wanted to have a private word with Qiu Chen. Okay, Chen, I'll wait for you. Feier said reluctantly, then left with Lily under Qiu Chen's smile. As soon as Feier and Lily left, Wang Hao put on a very serious expression and said to Qiu Chen's student, Qiu Chen, please confess now. Qiu Chen was amused by Wang Hao's expression. What do you want me to confess? Wang Hao deliberately kept a straight face. You and Feier are not really cousins, are you? You're a couple, right? Qiu Chen was once again on the verge of collapse. Why does everyone always misunderstand him and Feier as a couple? He explained, you're wrong. Feier and I are indeed cousins. That's absolutely true. But in his heart he added, there's a reason I'm lying, don't blame me. Wang Hao scoffed, come on, the way Feier looked at you and the way you looked at her. That wasn't the look of family. Especially Feier, she seemed to be looking at you with deep affection. I won't believe you two aren't a couple even if you kill me. Qiu Chen laughed nervously. Could it really be that obvious? But how could it be? He hadn't felt it himself. Qiu Chen still insisted, you'd be a great detective, but unfortunately you're wrong this time. Feier and I are really not a couple. Really? Wang Hao seemed to ask himself, then said, actually true or false doesn't matter. Even if it's false, you must have your reasons. I won't pry. Qiu Chen was deeply moved. Although he and Wang Hao often teased each other, their friendship was genuine. Qiu Chen said emotionally, how's you're so good to me? Don't worry, I won't tell Lily all your dirty little secrets. Wang Hao's forehead darkened. Why did he feel like he was being threatened by this guy? After chatting with Wang Hao a bit more, Qiu Chen finally remembered he had to get down to business. After attending a class in the music classroom, he went alone to the piano room on the second floor. This was his secret base, where he wrote songs, practiced piano, or came when he was feeling down and no one would disturb him. But he didn't come today to write songs, or because he was in a bad mood. He came because he had received a text after class, meet at the piano room. Be there or be square. It was from Fang Yuanjing. Senior Jing wants to meet me. Qiu Chen felt a little excited. Fang Yuanjing's charm was immense. Qiu Chen, being a man, couldn't help but fall for her. However, Qiu Chen's feelings were not like those of other boys who pursued her fervently. He kept his affection hidden quietly in his heart. He gently opened the curtain on the second floor and looked down. He saw that many students had gathered downstairs. Male students were shouting, Fang Yuanjing, I like you. Female students were cheering, go Senior Fang, and the like. Fang Yuanjing had arrived. Such a grand scene could only be caused by her on campus. A van came into Qiu Chen's sight. The door opened, and Fang Yuanjing slowly stepped out, protected by several bodyguards in black sunglasses. Today she was wearing a Gucci 2010 autumn women's dress, a white slip dress that accentuated her graceful figure. Her wine-red hair was dazzling under the sunlight. Her skin was fair, her features exquisite. A casual smile from her was enough to make any male nerd's heart race. An oval-faced cherry lips, and when she removed her black sunglasses, she revealed a pair of phoenix eyes that curved into crescent moons when she smiled. Her features were truly flawless. On her feet were a pair of black patent leather high heels, making her already 168 centimeters tall appear even more statuesque. For a moment, every male in the vicinity felt their blood boil with excitement. If not for the bodyguards, they would have rushed over for autographs and hugs. Fang Yuanjing's gaze was gentle, and she kept smiling at the fans who called her name. The sunlight fell on her, reflecting her beauty onto everyone's faces, making them involuntarily feel inferior. She pursed her lips, revealing a shallow dimple, and her gaze imperceptibly flickered toward the second-floor window, as if she knew someone was watching her there. Their eyes met. Qiu Chen felt his heart race violently. He almost dared not look into Fang Yuanjing's eyes. Why was that? Had he become insignificant in front of her? No one noticed that in a corner not far away, an extraordinarily handsome man was quietly watching all of this. After a long moment, he clenched his fist lightly, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth, and murmured, still putting on such a show, Fang Yuanjing. But I wonder how long your glory will last. I can't wait to see you fall from your pedestal. How delightful that will be, my dear sister. At the end, he curled a mocking smile, and a fleeting chill flashed in his eyes. Knock knock. A crisp rapping echoed at the door, snapping Qiu Chen's thoughts back to the present. He rose and opened it. Fang Yuanjing stood before him. Senior Sister Jing, you're here. Oddly, the usually confident and unflappable Qiu Chen grew inexplicably reserved in Fang Yuanjing's presence. Fang Yuanjing entered with effortless grace, closed the door behind her, and smiled warmly. You've been waiting a while, haven't you? Qiu Chen shook his head, smiling. Not at all, Senior Sister. I just arrived myself. She chuckled softly. Good. I was worried I'd kept you waiting too long. Her stiletto heels clicked rhythmically against the floor as she swayed her wine-red wavy hair and settled into a chair, then gestured for Qiu Chen to sit beside her. Once seated, Fang Yuanjing smiled gently and asked Qiu Chen, did you see what happened downstairs just now? He nodded, then remarked with quiet admiration, your charm remains as radiant as ever. Wherever you go, crowds gather in devoted admiration. She replied modestly, it's only the junior's kindness that grants me such favor. As she spoke, she pressed her fingertips lightly against her temples, a subtle gesture betraying deep fatigue. A pang of unexpected tenderness stirred within Qiu Chen. He pulled his chair closer, retrieved a cup of bubble tea from his backpack, brewed it with hot water from his thermos, and handed it to her. Here, Senior Sister Jing, your favorite red bean flavor. Being a celebrity is no easy feat. Not only does one juggle an exhausting daily schedule, but also navigates countless interpersonal demands. Even when bone-weary, one must wear a radiant smile for every fan. Fang Yuanjing was still a university student, yet she balanced rigorous academics with a demanding entertainment career, leaving her perpetually stretched thin. She lifted her gaze toward him. Her exquisite face, etched with exhaustion, evoked profound sympathy. Accepting the tea, she took a gentle sip, offered a soft smile, and murmured, thank you, junior brother. You remembered my favorite flavor. Indeed, gratitude was warranted, for whenever fatigue or hardship weighed upon Fang Yuanjing, Qiu Chen was always there steadfastly at her side. Though similar moments had occurred before this time. As she sipped the warm tea, something tender deep within her stirred, as if a quiet shift had taken place in her heart. Qiu Chen scratched his head bashfully. I've never forgotten your taste, Senior Sister. I wouldn't dare. Fang Yuanjing let out a light musical laugh, sipped again, then set the cup down with visible contentment. Thank you, junior brother. I feel much better now. Qiu Chen grinned. Senior sister, why thank me? We're hardly strangers. She smoothed her hair thoughtfully, then asked, seemingly offhand, by the way, junior, was the girl speaking beside you on yesterday's call truly your cousin? Qiu Chen nodded, meeting her eyes directly. Senior sister Jing, I swear it's true. She really is my cousin, and she came to campus with me today. His unwavering gaze made her cheeks flush faintly. She teased, half scolding, I never said I doubted you. Besides, even if you did lie, it wouldn't matter. After all, I'm not anything to you. Her girlish charm left Qiu Chen momentarily breathless. Summoning courage, he leaned in slightly and spoke earnestly. To me, senior sister, you are extraordinary. You are irreplaceable. Irreplaceable? Her blush deepened. She scoffed playfully, don't try those lines on me. I'm not some naive girl you can charm with flattery. Stay back, she insisted, though her heart raced wildly beneath the words. Ha, not a chance. This room smells sweetest right beside you. I won't move an inch. Qiu Chen was shamelessly flirting with none other than the dazzling Fang Yuanjing herself. He dared speak so boldly for two reasons. First, he sensed she didn't truly wish him away, only indulging in playful petulance. Second, sitting so near her, his senses reeled, and his words spilled forth unfiltered. She gave a mock-humored uff and snapped, one more word like that, and you'll never see me again. He only grinned in reply. Qiu Chen fell silent, not merely for fear of overstepping and angering her, but because he sensed that if he continued, he might well confess everything. Though he cherished her deeply, and knew she held affection for him, he never believed a single declaration would be enough to win her heart. After all, as a legendary ladies' man once advised, haste makes fools of lovers, impatience spoils the finest bloom. Qiu Chen knew this truth well. After exchanging light-hearted banter, he finally asked, senior sister, what brought me here today? Surely not just to see me. I doubt my charm is strong enough to keep you thinking of me daily. Fang Yuanjing burst into laughter. You guessed it. I wanted to talk about the upcoming vocal department assessment, and how prepared you are. She referred to the department's bi-monthly comprehensive evaluation, a kind of midterm exam for singers. Its purpose extended beyond testing foundational knowledge. It also featured a personal showcase performance. The showcase granted promising students a rare opportunity to perform solo on the university's main auditorium stage. Every faculty member from the vocal department would attend, and even the university president and senior administrators would be present. Its significance could hardly be overstated. Its importance stemmed from one crucial fact: the showcase directly determined which students would represent the school at the annual anniversary celebration. That stage, the ultimate aspiration of every student, would be explained in greater detail later. At her question, Qiu Chen responded with quiet confidence, rest assured, senior sister Jing, I'm fully prepared. She smiled. Then you absolutely must pass, genius. For once he blushed. Senior sister, you flatter me. I'm no genius at all. Fang Yuanjing regarded him seriously. Qiu Chen, don't be so humble. You truly possess extraordinary musical talent. I genuinely look forward to your performance, and hope you'll compose something extraordinary this time. Compose? Qiu Chen paused thoughtfully, then said, I'll do my utmost. Fang Yuanjing nodded, just as he added, gazing at her, by the way, senior sister Fang, what will your showcase be? Singing? She shook her head gently. No, I'll be playing piano. Piano? Qiu Chen blinked in mild surprise, then smiled. Whatever you choose, senior sister, you'll captivate everyone. Your fans would adore you no matter what you do. Her laughter brightened the room. Enough teasing, junior brother. By the way, since we have time now, would you practice with me? Me, eh? Qiu Chen pointed at his own nose, utterly taken aback. Fang Yuanjing tilted her head. Well, you don't wanna? He stammered eagerly. No, of course not. It's just, I worry my playing might hold you back. She laughed. It's only practice, not a performance. Come on. With that, she glided gracefully to a grand piano and patted the bench beside her. Qiu Chen sat beside her, acutely aware of their closeness. His pulse hammered uncontrollably. There. All right, he said, awkwardly glancing at her. Seeing his tension, Fang Yuanjing smiled reassuringly. Don't be so nervous. It's natural for beginners. Just relax. Beginners? Qiu Chen's eyes widened. Her phrasing instantly conjured mischievous interpretations. Realizing the double meaning, Fang Yuanjing flushed crimson and scolded, stop imagining things. Qiu Chen, charmed by her flustered charm, teased gently, senior sister, I wasn't thinking anything improper. You were, she retorted, pretending to stomp her foot. Enough nonsense, let's begin. At her serious tone, Qiu Chen exhaled deeply and straightened up. Yes, senior sister, let's begin. Fang Yuanjing tuned the piano with delicate precision, then withdrew sheet music from her bag. Qiu Chen recognized it instantly for Elise, Beethoven's beloved piano miniature. Though composed around his 40th year, likely for 17-year-old Therese Malfatti, the piece remained unpublished during Beethoven's lifetime. The manuscript was discovered in 1867. Its melodic simplicity and accessible technique make it ideal for novice pianists. Yet its lyrical beauty has earned it enduring global acclaim, becoming a rite of passage for generations of learners. Qiu Chen flexed his fingers, nerves and excitement mingling. imagining how fiercely envious his fellow male students would be knowing he sat beside Fang Yuanjing playing piano together. Fang Yuanjing smiled softly and struck the opening notes, light, luminous, and effortlessly graceful. Qiu Chen joined in seamlessly, his fingers weaving harmonies beneath hers. 4 hands danced across the keys, melody and counterpoint merging into pure crystalline harmony. Qiu Chen marveled at their uncanny synchrony. It felt nothing short of fated, their fingers leaping across black and white keys, expressions shifting from tentative focus to serene ease. A shared smile bloomed on both faces. Their eyes met, and in that suspended moment an unspoken resonance shimmered between them. When Qiu Chen stepped out of the piano studio, afternoon light bathed the corridor. After finishing for Elise, they'd eagerly planned another duet. But fate intervened. An urgent call from Fang Yuanjing's manager summoned her away earlier than expected. Their reluctant farewell lingered in the air, until Qiu Chen suddenly recalled his promise to Fei Er to meet her at Lily's place without delay. He'd already kept her waiting far too long. Surely she'd be furious. Uneasy, he dialed Wang Hao en route, seeking discreet intelligence. Wang Hao reported Fei Er wasn't angry. In fact, she was thoroughly enjoying herself at Lily's. Qiu Chen hung up, baffled, not angry, and having fun. How is that possible? How could this spirited girl possibly behave so obediently? Determined to uncover the truth, Qiu Chen quickened his pace. He arrived at the off-campus apartment shared by Lily and Wang Hao. Before he even knocked, animated voices erupted from within. Fly. Hurry up and fly. Lily, Jia, why won't it fly high? You're not aiming properly, Fei Er, Jia. Ah, no. You stupid pighead. I'll beat you to death. Qiu Chen froze outside the door, his face darkening. What on earth were they doing? With that thought, he gently pushed open the door and witnessed a scene that left him speechless. Lily wore a sleeveless top and denim shorts, barefoot atop a chair, clearly dressed casually after returning to her dorm, where only trusted friends visited. Since only familiar faces entered her space, she felt free to dress with relaxed confidence. Fei Er was even bolder. She'd lifted her skirt just enough to reveal slender porcelain white legs, her long black hair cascading freely around her shoulders. One small foot rested atop the table, the other dangled playfully below. Most astonishing of all, they sat wrapped before a computer screen, utterly absorbed in Angry Birds, their boisterous cries born entirely of pixelated avian warfare. Seriously, no wonder Wang Hao said Fei Er wasn't angry. She was ecstatic. Judging by that fierce concentration, she wasn't just having fun. She was utterly euphoric. Ahem. Qiu Chen felt he should remind these 2 young women who were deeply engrossed in their games. How's you're back, huh? Not howsy, it's Chenzi. Lily quickly turned around, glanced at Qiu Chen, then pursed her lips indifferently. Chen, you're back. As soon as Fei Er saw Qiu Chen return, she jumped down from her chair and excitedly boasted about her achievement. Chen, look, I've already beaten the 5th level's pighead. Qiu Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Then he said, Fei Er, you should play fewer of these low-intelligence games, or you'll turn into an idiot. Huh? Fei Er, looking adorably confused, didn't understand what Qiu Chen meant, and explained, no, it's not like that. Sister Lily introduced me to this game, it's really fun. Qiu Chen was about to say more, when Lily slammed down her mouse, and strode over menacingly. Qiu, what exactly do you mean by that? Are you calling me an idiot? Believe it or not, I'll slap you. Qiu Chen's mouth twitched again. He pursed his lips, and said, you'd better fix your sloggy first. Lily snorted, glanced at her slipping shoulder strap, and pulled it back up right in front of Qiu Chen. Speaking of girls, Lily is the truly fierce one. Sister Lily, don't talk about Chen like that. Fei Er pouted, seemingly disliking Lily being harsh to Qiu Chen. When Lily met Fei Er's gaze, she became gentle and said softly, Sister Fei Er, we're just joking around, it's fine. She then glared at Qiu Chen and said, when will you be as sensible as your cousin? Qiu Chen was speechless for a moment, then said to Fei Er, let's head back, today's classes are over. Fei Er nodded, then said regretfully to Lily, Sister Lily, what a pity, I can't play with you anymore. Lily held Fei Er's little hand, also reluctant, I'm sorry too, but it's okay, we can meet often in the future. Although Fei Er had lived for hundreds of years, her mind was still that of a 17 or 18-year-old child. At this moment, meeting a girl slightly older than herself, despite different races, and despite some communication barriers, nothing could stop them from becoming good friends. Plus, with all the new things, even though Fei Er had only spent half a day with Lily, she really didn't want to leave. But leaving Qiu Chen was something she couldn't do either. One reason was her innate connection, and second, she had a genuine trust in Qiu Chen from the bottom of her heart. The 2 young women looked at each other reluctantly, and Lily almost started crying. Lily, you're not a lesbian, are you? Why else would you be so attached to my cousin? If you are, then Hausi is truly doomed. In this tense atmosphere, someone always ruins it. Qiu Chen looked at Lily with a sly grin, his expression practically saying, hit me, I'm teasing you, go ahead. 5 seconds later, a pig slaughter-like scream echoed through the rental apartment. Qiu Chen's face was honorably hit by Lily's pink fist. Chen, does it hurt? Fei Er asked with concern, looking at the bruise on Qiu Chen's face. Qiu Chen laughed heartily, this is nothing, of course it doesn't hurt. Besides, Lily didn't really hit me hard. Fei Er said, somewhat puzzled, why did Sister Lily hit you? Did you say something that made her angry? But I don't understand what you said. Qiu Chen looked seriously at Fei and said earnestly, Fei, you wouldn't understand. On Earth, only close friends do this without worrying the other will get angry. Lily treating me like this shows we have a good relationship. Fei shook her little head, I don't understand. You humans are truly complicated creatures. Qiu Chen smiled, not just you, sometimes I can't understand it either. Sometimes I find it hard to be human, not as carefree as you vampires. You don't have to think about making money to support a family or worry about countless troubles. Fei stopped and smiled, since you envy us, why not become a vampire too? Qiu Chen waved his hand, I'd rather not. After all, I'm human, and I have too many ties in this world to let go. Fei bit her lower lip, half understanding, and said nothing. After walking a distance from the campus, Qiu Chen asked again, Fei, what do you plan to do next? Do you have any intention of going back? Fei said seriously, I really want to go back, but I don't know how. I came here inexplicably. My father and mother must be worried sick about me. Especially my mother, she cries easily, she must be heartbroken. As she said this, a trace of melancholy appeared on Fei's face. Qiu Chen was stunned. Ever since he met Fei, this girl always had a carefree smile on her face. She loved eating meat and had a somewhat spoiled temper. Gradually, Qiu Chen had forgotten that this little girl was also just a child who would miss her parents and her hometown when away from them. At this moment, Qiu Chen suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Fei, but how could he comfort her? Saying, don't worry, there will be a way, would be self-deception. Qiu Chen thought Fei probably didn't need such hollow words either. Fei didn't know what Qiu Chen was thinking. She looked at the people coming and going around them and laughed self-deprecatingly. Chen, look, the people here all have their own lives. They can reunite with their parents and live in their own little homes. But me, I don't belong here. I'm out of place with everything here. I'm just a lonely person. Not to mention, I don't even know why I came here, let alone how to go back. Don't you think my life is tragic? Qiu Chen felt a lump in his throat. He grabbed Fei's hand and looked into her eyes seriously. Fei, you're not alone. You have me, didn't you say so? We are now one, meaning you have me here to accompany you. Fei, although you can't return home now, why not think from a different angle? Since fate has given you this opportunity to come here, why not try to start over? Perhaps once you gradually adapt to life here, the chance to return home that you've been longing for will come to you unexpectedly. Qiu Chen's gaze was earnest. This time it was Fei who blushed and smiled, saying, can I really start over? Qiu Chen nodded firmly, of course. Fei, you know, in our human world, there's a saying, where there is life, there is hope. As long as you have perseverance, you can achieve anything. Fei's face once again bloomed with a charming smile. Chen, I believe you. Maybe one day a miracle will really happen to me. Fei was naturally an optimist, and Qiu Chen's sincere words served as great comfort to her. So in no time the little woman emerged from her sadness. Qiu Chen smiled with satisfaction. That's good. I was really afraid I'd have to deal with a sniffling you every day. Fei covered her mouth with a giggle, then playfully scolded, you're annoying. Her smile truly deserved the description, a blooming flower. Her innocent expression nearly dimmed everything around them. Qiu Chen was momentarily entranced. He responded with a few HS, before snapping back and silently scolded himself in his heart. What was wrong with him? Ever since meeting Fei, his resistance to beautiful women had been weakening. Fei noticed Qiu Chen staring at her absent-mindedly, and asked Chen, what are you thinking about? Why are you looking at me like that? Qiu Chen was embarrassed for a moment, then said, I'm thinking where to take you next. Fei asked with anticipation to eat meat. Qiu Chen said helplessly, meat again. Besides eating, do you know anything else? He looked Fei over, then smiled, I've got it. Follow me, we'll go somewhere first, then have meat. The allure of meat was irresistible. Hearing this, Fei immediately followed Qiu Chen cheerfully down a street. Qiu Chen brought Fei to a rather upscale hair salon. Welcomed by a hostess in a cheongsam, Qiu Chen led Fei inside. Chen, where is this? Is it a place to eat meat? Fei asked, looking at the dazzling array of hair care tools. Qiu Chen's mouth twitched, and he said with frustration, Fei, can't you have some ambition? Don't bring up meat in every sentence, okay? Let's do one thing first, then we'll have meat. Fei chimed in with a cute, oh. Xiao Chen, you're here, come sit. A woman in her 40s dressed in designer clothes walked over with a smile to greet Qiu Chen. The moment she saw Fei, surprise flashed in her eyes. How could there be such a beautiful girl in this world? Qiu Chen smiled and shook hands with the woman, then said, Aunt Lu, I'm here to support your business. Then he said to Fei, this is the owner of this salon, Aunt Lu Meili. Aunt Lu is also a close friend of my aunt. This is Fei, my friend. Lu Meili smiled at Fei, what a beautiful little sister, welcome, welcome. Fei smiled politely, hello Aunt Lu. After the pleasantries, the three sat down on chairs. Lu Meili smiled, Xiao Chen, you must have something to ask of me today, otherwise you wouldn't come at this hour. Qiu Chen smiled, nothing escapes Aunt Lu. This time I'd like to ask Aunt Lu to get the best hairdresser to style my friend Fei's hair. Lu Meili sized up Fei, then said confidently, you've come to the right person. Since she's your friend, I'll do her hair myself. I guarantee she'll get a beautiful hairstyle. Qiu Chen thanked her, then I'll trouble you Aunt Lu. With you handling it personally, the quality is assured. Hee. Lu Meili smiled, wait here, I'll go prepare. With that she stood up from her chair and went into a room to prepare. After Lu Meili left, Fei looked at Qiu Chen in confusion. Chen, what are you going to have me do? I heard the word hair. Fei didn't understand what Qiu Chen and Lu Meili had discussed about hairdressing, but Lu Meili kept looking at her hair, which made Fei uneasy. She asked out of confusion. Qiu Chen said with a smile, if I were to do something to your hair, would you be reluctant? Fei gently touched her own beautiful hair then said, yes, I have never cut this hair since I was born. Rest assured. Qiu Chen looked at Fei seriously and said, I'm not going to cut off your hair. Your hair is so beautiful. Not only would you be reluctant, but I wouldn't have the heart to either. Fei breathed a sigh of relief but still asked, then what exactly are you going to do? Qiu Chen said, just changing your hairstyle. Changing hairstyle? What does that mean? Fei once again expressed that she didn't understand Qiu Chen's words. Qiu Chen said earnestly, didn't you say earlier that you wanted to start over? The reason I brought you to the hair salon is to take the first step toward your new beginning. In the world of us humans, there is a saying, start afresh from the head. Today I brought you here to change your hairstyle. Although it won't cut off your hair, it will still transform your hair, symbolizing the rebirth of a new you. The old you will gradually fade away with the change in hairstyle. It was a bit mysterious and she still didn't understand. Fei was not human, so naturally, she couldn't comprehend such a human saying. Qiu Chen, having no other choice, could only say, let me ask you just one thing, do you trust me? Fei looked seriously into Qiu Chen's eyes without a moment's hesitation and replied, I trust you. Since you want me to change to a new hairstyle, then I'll change. Qiu Chen smiled with satisfaction. At that moment Lu Meili also returned, instructing Fei to sit in the chair. Looking at herself in the mirror with her hair untied and falling loose, Fei felt a bit nervous inside, but since she had said she trusted Qiu Chen, she decided to follow his lead. Qiu, your friend, is really beautiful. Don't let her slip away, kid. Lu Meili looked admiringly at Fei's delicate features in the mirror, joking as she spoke. Qiu Chen felt a bit helpless. This was already the nth time today he had heard similar remarks, and he was too tired to refute them. He simply said to Lu Meili, Aunt Lu, I'll leave her to you. Lu Meili laughed, don't worry, leave it to me. You can count on me. After speaking with Qiu Chen, Lu Meili had him sit in the nearby chair. She handed a fashion magazine to Fei and said with a smile, Fei, pick a hairstyle you like, and I'll do it for you. Oh. Although Fei didn't understand, she obediently took the magazine. The moment she saw the colorful hair colors and various hairstyles inside, she felt overwhelmed. What was all this? Are these monsters? Though that was what Fei thought, she didn't say it out loud. Since she wasn't human, she had to be careful in both speech and actions to avoid revealing her true identity. Fei flipped through a few pages, frowned her adorable brows, and then turned her gaze toward Qiu Chen. Qiu Chen had already anticipated that Fei wouldn't like this kind of thing, so he quickly stood up, took the magazine, and said to Lu Meili, Aunt Lu, Fei told me before that she doesn't like this type. Don't make it difficult for her. Fei nodded eagerly, yes, I don't like this. Lu Meili shot Qiu Chen an ambiguous glance, then said with some difficulty, but if you don't tell me a specific style, I can't do it for you. Fei looked at Qiu Chen with a troubled expression. Qiu Chen thought for a moment, then said, how about this, Aunt Lu? Just give Fei a slight perm, no dyeing, no straightening. Just trim the front of her hair into a straight fringe. Is that it? Lu Meili looked at Fei again and asked, Fei, do you like this? Fei had no idea what Qiu Chen meant, but she instinctively replied, I'll do whatever Chen says. Whatever he says, I'll do. All right. Lu Meili smiled slightly, then deliberately teased, it seems you two have a really good relationship. Yes, we do have a pretty good relationship. Fei said it matter-of-factly. In her mind, she and Qiu Chen indeed had a very good relationship. This time Qiu Chen didn't bother to refute Fei's words, nor did he pay attention to Lu Meili's ambiguous gaze. Since everyone would misunderstand anyway, he might as well not explain. Aunt Lu, go ahead and start, Qiu Chen said, spreading his hands. Lu Meili didn't waste any more words and swiftly began working on Fei's hair with her scissors. Feeling the crisp snip of the scissors passing through her hair, Fei closed her eyes, not even looking at her reflection in the mirror. Since she had promised Qiu Chen she would support whatever she became. After about 40 minutes during which her hair alternated between being heated and quickly styled, Lu Meili finally relaxed and said with a smile, all right, Fei, it's done. Fei still didn't dare to open her eyes. She only asked, do I look ugly now? She furrowed her brows and bit her lips nervously, looking so adorable that Lu Meili couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, trust my skills. Let me see, Fei. While Fei had her eyes tightly shut, she heard Qiu Chen say this, which made her even more nervous. It seemed the little girl was very concerned about her image in front of Qiu Chen. But why did Qiu Chen only say that, and then go silent? Could it be that she had become very ugly? Am I ugly? Fei asked, even more nervous. Ugh. Qiu Chen's one-word response only made Fei's heart pound even more anxiously. What's going on? Fei was almost in tears, which only made her more curious about her appearance now. Why don't you just look for yourself? Lu Meili's voice carried a teasing tone. All right, then I'll take a look. Fei seemed to muster up great courage, then opened her eyes. When she saw herself in the mirror, her first reaction was, is this really me? Fei's originally long hair hadn't been cut much, instead it had been given a straight perm, making her hair fluffy and voluminous, which made her delicate face appear even smaller and more refined. As Qiu Chen had requested, the front of Fei's hair was trimmed into a straight fringe, neither too long nor too short, gently covering her delicate brows and making her sparkling eyes look even more adorable. This is even better. Seeing Feier staring blankly at her own face, Lu Meili said with some pride, then gently pinned up Feier's hair with a clip, a finishing touch that added the perfect flourish. Feier's original features had an ethereal fairy-like quality, but the only drawback was that she looked too otherworldly, like a character from a manga, not quite real. With this hairstyle, Feier gained a girl-next-door charm, appearing even more pure and lovely. Is this still me? Feier touched her own little face in surprise. This version of herself felt unfamiliar. Of course it's you, Lu Meili said with a smile. Didn't you see Qiu Chen staring dumbfounded? Feier looked in the mirror, and indeed saw Qiu Chen standing not far behind her, staring at her with a dazed expression. Ahem. Lu Meili coughed to snap Qiu Chen out of his trance. Qiu Chen gave an awkward laugh. How embarrassing, truly humiliating. But it wasn't entirely his fault. Feier at that moment was so stunning that anyone would look like a drooling fool. Qiu Chen smiled and stepped closer. So do you think it's pretty? Feier nodded. It is pretty, but it doesn't feel like me. Qiu Chen pulled up a chair and sat beside Feier. That's exactly the effect we wanted. Since you said you want to start over, you should show a new look. Don't you think so? Lu Meili felt that the two children might have something to talk about, so she made an excuse and left. Qiu Chen watched Feier fiddling with her hair and asked Feier, what are you thinking? Do you really not like it? Feier shook her head. It's not that I don't like it, it's just that I'm a bit surprised. Surprised too? Coming here was a surprise. Changing my hair into something I don't recognize is a surprise. Feier's eyes looked a little dazed, lost in thought. Qiu Chen said softly, Feier, some things are best left to take their course. I think since you're determined to start a new journey, the first thing you need to do is try to embrace the changes it brings. We have a saying here, since you're here, make the best of it. Feier, welcome to our human world. With that, Qiu Chen seriously extended his hand to shake hers. Feier let out a laugh, then giggled. In our world, we don't have the custom of handshakes. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. This is Earth. All right. Feier agreed and shook hands with Qiu Chen. In the end, Feier recovered from her sudden melancholy and followed Qiu Chen out of the hair salon. Walking down the street, Feier's charm once again captivated a crowd of male onlookers, making her the center of attention for all passers-by. Qiu Chen fulfilled his earlier promise to Feier, taking her to enjoy a hearty meal, then returned to school to complete the remaining classes. And so another day passed. In the evening, Qiu Chen and Feier returned to the apartment. Even the energetic little girl Feier was a bit tired and flopped directly onto the sofa. Qiu Chen found it amusing. You looked so energetic earlier, but the moment you got home you collapsed. It seems even vampires get tired. Feier rolled her cute little eyes and said, don't forget, all my aura is now sealed inside my body. I'm not a complete vampire. Then she frowned, looking troubled. But I'm not a human either. So what am I? You're nothing else. You're just Feier. Qiu Chen tossed his school bag onto the sofa and said this very seriously. Feier suddenly felt her heartbeat quicken. For some reason, she didn't dare to meet Qiu Chen's eyes, so she turned on the TV. After watching some boring TV programs for a while, Qiu Chen asked Feier, are you hungry? Want to order some takeout? Feier said, again, we're having someone deliver food. Can't we cook for ourselves? Qiu Chen scratched his head helplessly. Well, the ideal is full, but the reality is lean. You know what I mean. I don't. Feier honestly admitted that she once again didn't understand Qiu Chen's words. Qiu Chen almost toppled over and had to say awkwardly, the main point is I can't cook. How can I make a meal? Feier said dismissively, what's that got to do with it? I'll cook. Qiu Chen nearly fell off the sofa and stammered, You'll cook. You know how to cook. Feier immediately sensed Qiu Chen's skepticism and slightly indignant retorted, what? You don't believe I can cook? I believe it, you're right. Qiu Chen grumbled inwardly. He'd never heard of a vampire mastering the art of cooking. Moreover, judging by Feier's habitual mannerisms and everyday conduct, where, exactly, did she display even a trace of culinary aptitude? Of course he kept such thoughts to himself. To spare Feier's tender heart, he softened his refusal with diplomatic grace. It's not that I doubt you. I simply feel that in this age of intelligent convenience, a single phone call delivers delicious meals straight to our door. You are after all a princess. Surely it would be beneath your dignity to step into the kitchen yourself. Don't you agree? Qiu Chen flashed an exaggeratedly obsequious smile. After circling the subject for what felt like an eternity, his underlying message remained crystal clear, don't cook for me. Feier, sharp-witted and perceptive, saw through his flimsy pretext at once. Pouting defiantly, she declared, you simply refuse to trust me. And tonight, I will cook for you. Huh? Qiu Chen sighed helplessly. Had one careless remark truly inflamed her pride. Chuckling awkwardly, he countered, but you've no experience operating human stoves and utensils. He considered this argument flawless. You may wish to cook, but lack the tools. Intent without capability leaves you utterly powerless. No matter, I'll learn with your guidance. A princess of my intellect grasps anything instantly. And let us not forget my peerless culinary mastery. Nothing could possibly thwart me. With serene confidence, Feier shattered Qiu Chen's final hope. Moments later, she cheerfully dragged a dejected Qiu Chen into the kitchen, commencing the first culinary endeavor of Princess Feier's life. Half an hour later, Qiu Chen deeply regretted his decision. Where was that famed brilliance? That legendary mastery? Tears welled in his eyes. Was this truly cooking or something far more perilous? It was quite literally bomb-making. Qiu Chen had already dialed 911 on his phone, bracing for imminent conflagration. Yet even that precaution proved insufficient, though miraculously fire-free. Feier's attempt laid bare her utter lack of culinary skill. Confidently declaring fried eggs her signature dish, Feier confronted her first obstacle, the stove itself. Though boasting swift learning and guided by Qiu Chen's patient instructions, she repeatedly mistook vinegar for oil and monosodium glutamate for smoke. Feier, no. You've grabbed the wrong thing. I'm still unpracticed. And wrong again, Feier. Why pour the egg into the spatula? Is this a spatula? I don't recognize it. In such exchanges persisted without pause, from start to finish, while Feier shattered 7 plates and 8 bowls. At first Qiu Chen recited superstitious mantras. Broken dishes bring peace. But as glass shards multiplied across the floor, his brow grew darker and heavier. Qiu Chen stood speechless, tears threatening. This was merely one simple fried egg. Yet why did it feel like storming a battlefield? After a cacophony of clatters and crashes, Qiu Chen stared at the charred, misshapen object on the table, and wept anew, consumed by remorse. It may look odd, but the flavor is excellent. Try it. Feier's face bore thick streaks of black grease, transforming her into a living portrait of Judge Bao. Qiu Chen glanced from the grotesque egg to Feier's soot-streaked face, then burst into helpless, conflicted laughter. Utterly overwhelmed, Qiu Chen prodded the unidentifiable mass with his chopsticks and asked, voice trembling, Feier, are you certain you know how to cook? Feier flushed crimson. She too found the egg horrifyingly unsightly, yet stubbornly insisted, is this truly my fault? These aren't the eggs from my palace kitchens, nor are these strange, unfamiliar stoves. And you kept rushing me. Of course I faltered. Falter? Qiu Chen lacked even the energy to scoff. I explicitly told you not to cook, so why insist on proving yourself? Feier, wounded that her sincere gesture earned only barbed mockery, welled up with tears. I just felt guilty for clinging to you day after day, troubling you endlessly, so I wanted to cook for you to repay you. Yet you not only reject my gratitude, you scorn me. Her voice dissolved into choked sobs. She was after all merely a young girl, conscientious enough to believe her constant presence burdened Qiu Chen, and earnest enough to seek repayment through a humble meal. She never imagined her kindness would go unappreciated, let alone provoke such cutting ridicule. So the little girl instantly crumpled into tears. Seeing Feier cry, Qiu Chen panicked, immediately realizing his harshness had crossed a line. He rushed to soothe her. I'm sorry, Feier, I was wrong. I only meant it as a joke. I didn't mean it. Well, a girl's tears flow like a breached dam, once unleashed impossible to contain. Feier sobbed harder, frantically wiping her cheeks with tiny hands. Her fingers smeared the grease further, transforming her face into a comically modeled canvas. Qiu Chen tried comforting her, but at the sight of her absurd visage he suddenly burst into unrestrained laughter. Feier, mortified that he laughed at her instead of for her, wept even more bitterly. I called you kind-hearted earlier, but now I see you're utterly despicable. How dare you mock me? No. Ha, my stomach. Qiu Chen clutched his abdomen, gasping between guffaws, then thrust his phone toward Feier. Stop wiping. Look at your face. Ha. In sniffling, Feier puzzled over the screen, only to glimpse her own reflection, a smudged, ink-blackened visage staring back. Still a child at heart, and playful by nature, she instantly forgot her sorrow, bursting into delighted, tinkling laughter. Once Feier's tears ceased, Qiu Chen reclaimed his phone and smiled gently. See, you look exactly like a mischievous kitten who's just raided the pantry. Ha. Feier giggled again, then playfully swatted Qiu Chen's arm, pouting, this is all your fault. If you hadn't made me cry, would I look like this? A girl's heart shifts like summer weather, stormy one moment, sunlit the next. Just moments ago weeping Feier now laughed freely, light and bright. Qiu Chen chuckled softly, handed her a tissue, and spoke sincerely, Feier, I truly meant it as a joke. Your heartfelt wish to repay me touched me deeply, and I'm truly sorry for making you cry. His voice was tender. As Feier dabbed her cheeks, blushing faintly, she murmured, still a little petulant, fine. Eat the egg, and I'll forgive you. Qiu Chen's expression tightened, but seeing Feier's lingering sorrow his resolve softened. With forced cheer he grinned, done. Anything you make must be delicious. Self-hypnotized, Qiu Chen slowly lifted the egg to his lips and bit down. And delicious. Delicious, he mumbled, chewing the rock-hard morsel with strained enthusiasm. Feier's mood finally lifted. Gently she said, all right, let it go. I know it's awful. Next time I'll do better. Qiu Chen lowered the egg with a sheepish grin, then lied smoothly, not awful at all. It's truly wonderful, and how utterly insincere. Feier huffed, then eyed the now blackened tissue and mischief sparking, announced, Chun, there's something on your mouth. Qiu Chen blinked, assuming it was egg residue, then reached to wipe it, only for Feier to leap up and declare, I'll do it. She pressed the grimy tissue against his lips. In that instant Qiu Chen felt warmth bloom in his chest, her care pure and unwavering. But in the next breath something felt wrong. Why did his lips grow sticky as she wiped? And in the third, his mind snapped awake. Bloody hell. That's the same tissue she used to scrub her own face. Feir, you dared trick me. Qiu Chen roared, humiliated that this princess had outwitted him. He rubbed his mouth. Sure enough, thick black grease coated his lips. Without a mirror, he knew his face now mirrored hers. Ha ha ha. Chen, you've grown a beard. You look like a wise old grandfather. Feir cackled with delight, then tumbled backward onto the floor, still laughing as she rubbed her sore bottom. Qiu Chen, charmed by her disarming clumsiness, joined her in full-throated joyful laughter. As twilight deepened, a sleek black limousine idled in the underground parking garage of the Haoyue Grand Hotel. Fang Yuanjing sat inside, draped in a crimson off-shoulder gown. Her hair was elegantly coiffed, her makeup subtle, accentuating features already strikingly refined. Beside her sat her 30-something agent, a woman whose voice rose with fervent urgency, while Fang Yuanjing remained impassive, detached. Xiao Jing, did you hear a word I said? The agent asked, irritated by Fang Yuanjing's distracted air. Fang Yuanjing blinked, then replied, evenly, Ning Jia. Every point you're raising tonight was covered 5 days ago when we first received this project proposal. I've memorized it all. A faint weary smile curved her lips. Ning Yun sighed, knowing full well Fang Yuanjing's temperament, and knowing too that she'd rather be anywhere else tonight. Yet as a dedicated agent, she pursued maximum advantage for her client. Xiao Jing, she pressed, I repeat myself precisely because this opportunity carries extraordinary weight. Fang Yuanjing said quietly, Ning Jia, I understand its significance. I know the company expended tremendous effort securing this chance for me. But sometimes, I feel utterly powerless, deprived even of choice. The adage, in the martial world one's body answers to forces beyond oneself, applies equally to show business. Fang Yuanjing understood the moment she signed that near-indentured contract her freedom vanished. The company would exploit her rising fame relentlessly to extract maximum profit. She existed solely as a revenue-generating instrument. She knew it, and yet possessed no means to resist. In this glittering, ruthless industry, she remained nothing more than a novice. Upon hearing Fang Yuanjing's words, Ning Yun felt a pang of unease in her heart. She had been working as a talent agent for several years and had guided more than one newcomer. She had witnessed too many fresh faces, initially indignant about the entertainment industry only to gradually grow numb and resigned. The industry ran deep and treacherous. Countless young men and women chased the illusion of overnight stardom, rushing headlong into the flames like moths drawn to light. In the end, they realized the entertainment industry offered nothing more than a fleeting, illusory dream. With a quiet sigh, Ning Yun said, Xiao Jing, there's no need for such melancholy. Surviving here is always a journey, from resistance to reluctant adaptation. You know how much effort the company invested in filming the MV for your new album. Please cooperate fully and meet Director Huang in person. Agreed. Knowing Fang Yuanjing was still headstrong, Ning Yun made no forceful demands, but instead spoke gently and persuasively. Fang Yuanjing sighed deeply and replied, Senior Sister Ning, I understand. I'll cooperate wholeheartedly. Only then did Ning Yun breathe a quiet sigh of relief. Had Fang Yuanjing truly refused, she would have had no way to account for it to the company. The matter at hand was straightforward. Fang Yuanjing, after a 6-month hiatus, was about to release her new album, and the first step was naturally to attend promotional events across the board. Indeed, ever since her debut album, Fang Yuanjing had grown accustomed to such routines. Ordinarily, it would have been nothing extraordinary. Yet this time the company's CEO sought to dramatically elevate Fang Yuanjing's profile, thus personally inviting the currently red-hot director Huang to helm the MV and securing Ochuha, today's most popular idol drama lead actor, as its male protagonist. With such star power assembled, the momentum was undeniable. Fame would come inevitably. Though promising on the surface, director Huang bore an infamous industry nickname, the lecherous director. Though his films consistently ranked among the highest grossing and most acclaimed, his predatory nature made him widely despised. Rumor held that most actresses who collaborated with him had fallen victim to his coercive advances. The company's CEO was well aware of these rumors, but with no viable alternative, hiring director Huang remained essential to maximizing Fang Yuanjing's exposure. Moreover, the CEO had instructed Ning Yun, the agent, to accompany Fang Yuanjing at all times. Should anything untoward occur, 2 witnesses would provide mutual support, or if necessary enable immediate police intervention. Though Fang Yuanjing inwardly recoiled at the prospect of meeting director Huang, she had no choice. This was the company's directive. As the saying went, she remained a newcomer lacking both clout and leverage, even to indulge in diva behavior. Ning Yun sighed inwardly once more. Though Fang Yuanjing could be stubborn, she possessed remarkable poise and maturity. While compassion stirred for the young woman, Ning Yun resolved firmly she would safeguard Fang Yuanjing, no matter what. Let's go, Senior Sister Ning. The timing is tight. We can't afford to keep Director Huang waiting. He might accuse us of deliberately flaunting our status. Fang Yuanjing knew escape was impossible tonight, so she chose acceptance. With Senior Sister Ning by her side, surely nothing dire could befall her. Ning Yun nodded. All right, let's get out. With that, she opened the car door. Fang Yuanjing wore silver-white crystal-high heels. Her slender, graceful calves descended lightly from the chauffeured vehicle. Ning Yun walked ahead. Fang Yuanjing followed closely behind. They did not enter the Haoyue Grand Hotel through its main entrance, for Fang Yuanjing's current popularity would surely ignite a commotion were she to do so. And should paparazzi capture the moment, speculation would run rampant. Guided by a staff member who had been awaiting them, the pair approached the private room. Ning Yun gently squeezed Fang Yuanjing's hand, a silent gesture of encouragement. Fang Yuanjing responded with a sweet, reassuring smile, then took a deep breath and stepped inside. The door swung open to reveal a man in his 40s, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit. Yet the moment his gaze fell upon Fang Yuanjing, raw, unmasked desire flared unmistakably in his eyes. "Oh, Director Huang, you've arrived early. My sincerest apologies for keeping you waiting." Ning Yun approached with a practiced smile and extended her hand. Huang Jian, the director's real name, offered a cold, mocking smile and refused her handshake. "Miss Ning, you carry quite the air of importance. You summoned me yet kept me waiting. Do you intend to humiliate me?" Unfazed, Ning Yun continued smiling. "Director Huang, what nonsense. How dare we slight you? Your reputation precedes you." Still, as you know, Xiao Jing is constantly shadowed by paparazzi whenever she steps outside, necessitating extra caution. Huang Jian merely snorted unmoved. Ning Yun swiftly turned to Fang Yuanjing. "Xiao Jing, why stand there? Hurry over and apologize to Director Huang." Though repulsed by Huang Jian's feigned civility, Fang Yuanjing still offered a polite smile and stepped forward. "Director Huang, my deepest apologies for making you wait." The instant Huang Jian's eyes locked onto Fang Yuanjing, they seemed to blaze with feverish light. Exquisite. Truly the nation's most coveted, pure-hearted songstress. "No harm done. No harm at all. Since Miss Fang has spoken, I can hardly object." Huang Jian advanced, grasping Fang Yuanjing's delicate hand with his greasy palm. "I've long heard you're as radiant as a celestial being. Today proves the tale's true." He flashed a sickeningly benevolent grin, revealing stained yellowed teeth that made both women recoil in disgust. Fang Yuanjing disliked his grip intensely, but smiled politely and gently withdrew her hand. "Director Huang flatters me far beyond my worth. I'm unworthy of such celestial praise." A flicker of displeasure crossed Huang Jian's eyes, the first time a newcomer had subtly rebuffed him. Director Huang, perhaps we should sit down and talk." Ning Yun hurried forward to smooth things over. Yes, I'd forgotten. We must sit and speak properly." A flash of sinister cunning glinted in Huang Jian's eyes, his thoughts inscrutable. Once seated, waitstaff served wine and delicacies. Ning Yun smiled warmly. "Director Huang, wasn't Ochua scheduled to star as the male lead in Xiao Jing's MV? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Huang Jian replied. "I contacted Xiao Chu earlier. He informed me his schedule conflicted today, so he likely won't make it." "No matter, we can discuss matters first." Ning Yun murmured acknowledgement, though an unsettling premonition stirred within her. From her briefcase, she produced the prepared documents and placed the contract neatly on the revolving tray. "Director Huang, here is the formal cooperation memorandum. Please review it carefully." She spun the tray toward Huang Jian. Her directness irked him, but he merely smirked. "At the banquet table we feast first, then negotiate." He pressed the contract down before him. Ning Yun, realizing her haste, laughed apologetically. Yes, my fault entirely. Let's eat first. Eat first." Huang Jian showed no interest in conversing with Ning Yun, instead turning fully toward Fang Yuanjing with a smile. "Miss Fang, please begin eating. Afterward we'll delve into the details of our collaboration." "Of course, please enjoy your meal, Director Huang." Though repelled by his invasive gaze, Fang Yuanjing maintained her courteous smile. Enchanted by her smile, Huang Jian beamed, repeating yes, like a dazed acolyte. Dinner commenced. Huang Jian incessantly probed Fang Yuanjing with trivial questions, while utterly neglecting the actual production. Though fury simmered beneath her composure, Fang Yuanjing suppressed it, forcing a brittle, practiced smile. He grilled her relentlessly about personal matters, leaving all discussion of filming completely forgotten. Ning Yun instantly grasped the truth: this man had no intention of discussing business, only of harassing Fang Yuanjing. Unacceptable. She interjected with forced levity. "Director Huang, shall we now turn to the matter of our collaboration?" Huang Jian paused, then said, "I know precisely why your CEO hired me, to leverage my fame and elevate Miss Fang's popularity." He paused again, adding, "Naturally, given her breathtaking beauty and sublime voice, I'm delighted to assist. There's no need to debate the contract. I accept it outright." Ning Yun's joy surged. "Truly, Director Huang, you'll take the project." Huang Jian burst into hearty laughter. "My reputation in this industry is no secret. I've never broken a promise. If I say I'll do it, I will." Overjoyed, Ning Yun rose immediately, raised her wine glass, and declared, "Director Huang, I toast you. May our partnership flourish." Huang Jian remained impassive. "Miss Ning, I trust you won't mind my bluntness. I hold no interest in drinking with you, but sharing a glass with Miss Fang, that would be an honor, if she deigns to grant it." Ning Yun's pulse skipped, yet she smiled smoothly. "Director Huang, I confess Xiao Jing is still young and cannot drink alcohol. Allow me to substitute for her. Miss Ning. Huang Jian's voice hardened. He set down his glass and fixed her with a glacial stare. Are you denying me face, again? Even if she cannot drink spirits, surely a modest sip of red wine poses no issue. Or am I truly unworthy of even that simple courtesy? No, absolutely not. Ningyan faltered. This man clearly harbored ill intent, and was determined to compel Fang Yuanjing to drink with him. Under other circumstances she might have acquiesced, but Fang Yuanjing was different, the company's hottest rising star. Even if she could drink, Ning Yun would forbid it, lest disaster strike, bringing both corporate censure and unbearable guilt. Huang Jian's expression froze into icy disdain. It seems I truly lack that honor. Then let this collaboration end, right here. He turned sharply to leave. Director Huang. Why the anger, Director Huang? I'll drink with you. Fang Yuanjing rose gracefully, lifting a crystal goblet brimming with crimson wine. Her heels clicked softly against the floor. Huang Jian's lips curled into another revolting smile. How sensible Miss Fang is. Just one glass after all. Nothing to fret over. He stood, raised his own glass, and clinked it against hers. Xiao Jing. Ning Yun's voice tightened with urgency. She knew Fang Yuanjing couldn't tolerate alcohol, yet this act was born of empathy for the company's ambitions, forcing herself into this sordid charade. As for Huang Jian's intentions, Fang Yuanjing saw them all too clearly. Yet she played ignorance, her spirit heavy with suffocating restraint. A coquettish smile curved her lips, and she drained the wine in one smooth, defiant motion. Bravo! Miss Fang drinks with admirable boldness. Huang Jian roared with laughter and emptied his own glass. My apologies, Director Huang. Fang Yuanjing flushed deeply, her cheeks burning crimson even from that single sip. Huang Jian trembled with excitement. I'm undone. I'm utterly undone. How can such celestial beauty exist? To lie with her just once. His mind spiraled into vile fantasy. Then he blurted aloud, Miss Fang, you are breathtakingly beautiful. As his hand reached for her, Ning Yun swiftly interposed herself. Director Huang, Xiao Jing's slightly intoxicated. I'll escort her to the restroom to freshen up. Please excuse us. Seeing his lecherous advance, Ning Yun rushed forward, supporting Fang Yuanjing with a practiced smiling ease. A venomous glint flashed in Huang Jian's eyes. He loathed this interloper, but new coercion would be premature. Very well, I'll await your return. He settled back into his seat. Please, take your time. Ning Yun murmured, and led Fang Yuanjing away. Watching them depart, Huang Jian remained unruffled. He knew Ning Yun would never dare flee with Fang Yuanjing. He poured himself another glass of wine, then retrieved his phone and dialed a number long committed to memory. The call connected. Before the voice on the other end could speak, Huang Jian bowed his tone with deference. Young master, the woman Fang Yuanjing has arrived. Oh, a chillingly effeminate male voice replied. So Fang Yuanjing succumbed to temptation after all. I'd hoped it might prove entertaining. But how disappointing. Huang Jian asked, Young master, what shall I do next? The voice sneered, Must I spell it out? As previously agreed, you proceed exactly as planned. Huang Jian's face lit with anticipation, then clouded with concern. But young master, could this draw dangerous complications? The voice scoffed. Complications? What complications? Upon completion come to me. I'll arrange your passage abroad. Meanwhile take discreet photographs. Should Fang Yuanjing foolishly pursue retribution, release those images. Then let us see. Will she fear public ruin more than confronting you? Huang Jian's eyelid twitched. A ruthless stratagem indeed. Yet he bowed his head reverently. Young master, rest assured. I shall execute it flawlessly. Enjoy yourself. The voice ended the call without further word. Huang Jian lowered the phone, his face twisted with ravenous greed. From his inner jacket pocket he withdrew a vial of fine white powder, and chuckled darkly. Fang Yuanjing, they call you the pure jade singer. Tonight, I shall taste your essence. He laughed again, lewd and guttural, as Fang Yuanjing's imagined form danced through his mind. Meanwhile, outside the restroom, Ning Yun called anxiously, Xiao Jing. Are you all right? Are you well? Fine, senior sister Ning. I feel much better after vomiting. Thank goodness, I was terrified. I'm sorry for worrying you. I just need to touch up my makeup before returning. No problem, I'll wait. Their exchange concluded. Fang Yuanjing slumped weakly against the restroom wall, gazing into the mirror, and met her own reflection with a wry self-mocking smile. She knew Huang Jian harbored malicious intent, yet she remained powerless to act. He had thus far committed no overt transgression, so confrontation would be premature and perilous. But would he truly relent? Fang Yuanjing refused to believe it. When he inevitably moved against her, how could she and Ning Yun possibly resist? What recourse remained? This assignment had already been sealed by upper management. She possessed no authority to refuse. What path forward existed? Fang Yuanjing's mind was in utter disarray. Almost unconsciously she withdrew her pink smartphone. Instinctively, she navigated to the sparse list of contacts saved in her phone. Gazing upon one particular number, a gentle warmth softened her eyes. Then she composed a message, Chun, I may run into trouble tonight. I hope to see you. How you Grand Hotel? Having finished typing, Fong Yuanjing sent the message. A delicate frown furrowed her brow. Hope and anxiety warring within her heart. Would he come? She had no idea. She had simply reached out to him instinctively in her moment of distress. She switched off her phone, then opened the restroom door. Xiao Jing, are you feeling better? Ning Yun immediately stepped forward with tender concern as Fong Yuanjing emerged. I'm fine, Sister Ning. I'm much better now. Fong Yuanjing waved her small hand dismissively. Xiao Jing, you truly need not force yourself like this, Ning Yun murmured, her heart aching at the sight of the young girl enduring such hardship. It's all right, Sister Ning. I've made peace with it. If I wish to advance ever further along this path, I must first understand exactly where I stand today. Such situations will surely recur. Even if I evade them once, can I evade them twice? In truth, the matter remains unchanged. I am still a newcomer. Her voice carried quiet resolve, her delicate face was firm, her gaze unwavering. It's excellent that you think this way, yet it pains me that one so young must bear such weight. Ning Yun sighed again. Fong Yuanjing declared earnestly, Sister Ning, I've decided. I will strive without cease until the day I finally shed this label of newcomer, until all look up to me in awe and incidents like this never happen again. Though her voice was soft, it rang with unshakable conviction, and it was precisely this indomitable spirit that would one day elevate Fong Yuanjing to become a preeminent figure across film, television, and music. Of course that lies far ahead. Let us leave it for now. After exchanging a few more words, Ning Yun and Fong Yuanjing returned together to the private dining room. Meanwhile, in Qiu Chen's apartment, Qiu Chen and Fei Er were each reclining on separate sofas resting. Just moments earlier, Fei Er had finally conceded that her culinary skills fell short. Compounded by hunger, she readily accepted Qiu Chen's suggestion to order takeout once more. Thus, within the past half hour, the two devoured an entire roasted chicken, Fei Er claiming the drumsticks and wings outright. Qiu Chen, once again astonished by Fei Er's prodigious appetite, rubbed his distended belly and remarked sincerely, Fei Er, it seems your appetite rivals your beauty. Don't say I eat too much. I eat very little, thank you. As a woman, the goddess Fei Er remained fiercely protective of her image. Qiu Chen fell silent, utterly speechless. If what you call little is true, then I might as well have eaten nothing at all. Curious, Qiu Chen asked, Fei Er, do you eat like this even in your royal palace? Aren't vampires supposed to drink blood? Then why bother eating at all? Fei Er rolled her adorable eyes. Who told you vampires feed only on blood? My father once said we drink blood solely to fortify our bodies and slow the signs of aging. Blood merely replenishes the vital energy our bodies expend daily. Everything else about us mirrors humanity. City folk really know how to play, Qiu Chen quipped, borrowing a popular internet phrase to tease her. What does that mean? Fei Er tilted her body curiously toward him. Spending time with Fei Er revealed just how insatiably curious the girl truly was. Whenever Qiu Chen uttered something unfamiliar, she would persistently question him, relentless, like one determined to crack open a stubborn clay pot to its very bottom. It simply means your vampire lifestyle is extraordinarily unique. Qiu Chen offered the explanation casually. Fei Er patted her gently rounded belly and replied, I find human lifestyles rather peculiar too. Qiu Chen said nothing more. The sheer fullness in his stomach left him too lethargic to speak. Ding! A crisp chime echoed. Fei Er, quick-eyed, spotted the glow emanating from Qiu Chen's phone on the table. Chen, your talking device is lighting up. Qiu Chen sat up, picked up the phone, and said, this is called a mobile phone. I've told you that several times. He unlocked it to find a text message from Fong Yuanjing. He frowned faintly. What could senior sister Fong want with him at this hour? Missing me. A shameless thought flickered across his mind, then vanished, dismissed as pure fantasy. Opening the message, he saw the exact text Fong Yuanjing had drafted inside the restroom. One glance darkened his expression. Chen, what's wrong? Fei Er asked curiously. What are you reading? Fei Er, stay home. I must go out, Qiu Chen replied, pocketing his phone and rising to his feet, his face grave. Where are you going? I'll come with you. Fei Er sprang up instinctively, her voice edged with sudden tension. But this time Qiu Chen shook his head firmly. No, Fei Er, I cannot take you with me this time. But Chen, have you forgotten? Fei Er's expression turned solemn. Sensing Qiu Chen's abrupt urgency, she instinctively assumed something dire had befallen him, and thus insisted on accompanying him. Qiu Chen looked directly at her. Fei Er, it isn't that I won't bring you. It's that I'm desperately pressed for time. Every second counts. And I assure you, I'll be safe. I only need to handle one urgent matter. As for your concern, I don't believe it will pose any issue. We've been together constantly these past days. Didn't I recently leave you with Lily while I attended class? Qiu Chen's heart raced. He knew Fong Yuanjing would never send such a message idly. If she had, there could be only one reason: senior sister Fong was truly in danger. Though he appreciated Fei Er's deep concern for his safety, this matter was best faced alone. Even so, truly, Chen, you'll be safe. Fei Er held his gaze, her jaw set with quiet defiance. Qiu Chen met her eyes with calm certainty. I promise. I'll be safe. Stay here quietly and wait for me. When I return, I'll bring you meat. Besides, if you feel unwell after I leave, I'll rush back instantly. Only then did Fei Er relent. All right, I won't go with you. But be careful. Qiu Chen nodded, then turned and walked out the door. Fei watched his retreating figure, her eyes clouded with complex emotion. Some memories stirred within her, before she slipped silently out behind him. Director Huang, please, another toast. Back in the private dining room, Fang Yuanjing and Ning Yun resumed their seats after returning from the restroom. Ning Yun raised her glass, preparing once more to clink it against Huang Jian's. Huang Jian smiled warmly. Miss Ning, drinking just the two of us holds little charm. Miss Fang, join us too. Ning Yun's expression faltered, apologetic, hesitant. Director Huang Xiaojing simply lacks tolerance for alcohol. That last sip already left her quite unwell. May I drink in her stead? This time Huang Jian did not wear his earlier stern demeanor, but grinned amiably. No matter. Even if she gets drunk, my driver can safely escort you both home. Well, Director Huang is right. I'll drink. Fang Yuanjing spoke up again, lifting her glass and downing it in one swift grimacing gulp. Huang Jian chuckled approvingly, excellent stamina, and drained his own glass in turn. His eyes flickered sideways toward Ning Yun, who had emptied hers completely, and a cryptic glint flashed across his gaze. Cough, cough. The rapid intake made Fang Yuanjing choke. Ning Yun moved to pat her back, only for Huang Jian to intercept her, stepping forward first. Miss Fang, take it easy. Huang Jian smirked, handing her a napkin, his eyes darting lasciviously over her form. How could Fang Yuanjing fail to sense it? Yet she dared not react, not yet. She accepted the napkin with polite composure. Thank you, Director Huang. Huang Jian laughed louder. Miss Fang, up close, you're truly exquisite. Not only is your skin supple and radiant, but your figure is equally stunning. Even as he spoke, his hand slid brazenly across Fang Yuanjing's back. She recoiled as though struck by lightning, her voice icy. Director Huang, please show some respect. Huang Jian shrugged it off. Respect? With a beauty like you, aren't you meant to invite such attention? And with that he lunged, reaching straight for her hips. His words were vile beyond measure. Fang Yuanjing, fiery-tempered by nature, had endured his advances repeatedly, for survival alone. Now confronted with his lewd assault, fury erupted unchecked. Slap. She seized another glass, flinging its contents full into Huang Jian's face. Her voice glacial, filthy pervert. His plump, flushed face instantly transformed into a drenched, humiliated mess. The sudden eruption stunned Ning Yun. She hadn't expected Huang Jian to resort to such brute coercion, nor Fang Yuanjing to retaliate so fiercely. Before chaos escalated further, Ning Yun rushed forward, gripping Fang Yuanjing's arm, and addressed Huang Jian. Director Huang, you've clearly had too much to drink. Surely you wouldn't behave like this sober. She offered him a dignified exit, a face-saving retreat. Though inwardly elated at his humiliation, she knew their precarious position demanded restraint. Provoking him further could spell disaster. Drunk. Excellent. Excellent. Huang Jian retreated to his seat, dabbed his face with a napkin, then sneered. Since my debut, I've bedded countless actresses and singers. None has ever dared defy me. Do you truly believe a flimsy excuse like drunkenness will absolve you? He pressed forward aggressively, twisting reality, casting Fang Yuanjing as the instigator. Fang Yuanjing's face blanched with rage, but before she could move, Ning Yun cut in, voice sharp and cold. Director Huang, let me remind you, the victim in this entire affair is Xiao Jing, not you. Should I call the police? Tell me, who stands to lose more? When he refused the olive branch she'd extended, negotiation ceased to be an option. Huang Jian wiped his hands slowly, his tone venomous. Are you threatening me, Miss Ning? Very well. I previously agreed to collaborate with you, but that agreement is now void. He paused, then twisted his features into a grotesque leer. Not only that, I'll make it clear, if you wish me to reconsider this project, you'll have to strip Fang Yuanjing bare and deliver her naked to my bed. You despicable. Fang Yuanjing could contain herself no longer. Snatching up a glass, she strode toward Huang Jian, only to stagger halfway, vision blurring, limbs weakening, and collapse onto the floor. Thud. The glass shattered, crimson wine spilling across the tiles. Oh, has Miss Fang passed out from intoxication? Huang Jian mocked, his laughter dripping with contempt. Xiao Jing. Ning Yun lunged to support her, then suddenly reeled, dizziness assaulting her, her vision trembling. As her gaze locked onto Huang Jian's cruel smile, realization struck. He had poisoned their drinks. Her knees buckled. She crumpled beside Fang Yuanjing. Miss Ning, Miss Fang. Huang Jian called out perfunctorily, then advanced with a predatory grin. Gently he repositioned Fang Yuanjing's limp body on the sofa, caressing her smooth cheek with a chilling murmur. I've met plenty of fiery girls, but you're exceptional. No matter. Exceptional is exactly what I crave most. With that he lifted her slender, shapely frame and laid her gently upon the sofa. Huang Jian shrugged off his broad suit jacket, removed Fang Yuanjing's high heels, and ran his fingers teasingly along her silk-clad feet, his voice thick with malice. Little beauty, tonight you'll serve me well. Ha ha ha. Huang Jian had always coveted Fang Yuanjing's beauty. Now seeing her lying there obediently before him like a lamb to the slaughter, his heart raced with even more excitement. His excitement intensified. Huang Jian reached out to touch her cheek, then impatiently began to tear at her clothes. A knock suddenly came at the door. Huang Jian felt a surge of irritation. He had explicitly instructed the staff not to disturb him unless he called for them. Hadn't they heard him? He initially intended to ignore it, but the knocking persisted, showing no sign of stopping. Enraged, Huang Jian rose from beside Fang Yuanjing and cursed, "Damn it! Didn't I tell you not to bother me? You all." As he opened the door and saw the visitor, his voice died in his throat. The newcomer was a man in his mid-20s with strikingly fair and delicate features. His perfectly proportioned face could rival any Korean heartthrob after plastic surgery. He had ash-brown hair and wore a fitted brown casual suit, sharp and elegant. Standing about 185 centimeters tall, a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth, making him seem approachable. Qiu, how what are you doing here?" Huang Jian stared at the man in disbelief. This man was none other than Oh Chaheo, the hottest male lead in idol dramas at the moment. Huang Jian was shocked, but Oh Chaheo was even more surprised. He had received Huang Jian's call asking him to come late. But considering this was his first meeting with Fang Yuanjing, arriving late might leave a bad impression, as if he was putting on airs because of his fame. So he had deliberately come early. Now not only was Fang Yuanjing not there, but Director Huang also seemed startled by his arrival. What puzzled him even more was why Director Huang was in the private room wearing only his underwear. "Director Huang, what's this?" Oh Chaheo asked instinctively. Panicked Huang Jian thought of the two unconscious women in the room and quickly covered up, "In nothing. Why are you so early? I told you to come later, didn't I?" As he spoke, he used his hands to block the door. Oh Chaheo grew more suspicious at his reaction, but still said, "I thought it would be rude to be late for a first meeting, so I came early. By the way, Director Huang, haven't Miss Fang and the others arrived yet?" He fixed his eyes on Huang Jian, trying to read something. Sure enough, a flicker of panic crossed Huang Jian's eyes. Stammering, he said, "Oh no, not yet. Why don't we go out for a coffee while we wait?" Huang Jian's faltering speech only deepened Oh Chaheo's conviction that something was amiss inside the room. He deliberately glanced inside and said, "Huh? Miss Fang." Huang Jian was startled, thinking Fang Yuanjing had suddenly woken up and instinctively turned around. At that moment, Oh Chaheo shoved Huang Jian aside and saw Fang Yuanjing lying on the sofa, the top of her clothes partially undone. Another woman in her 30s was lying on the floor. "Miss Fang." Oh Chaheo called out instinctively. When Fang Yuanjing didn't answer, he immediately understood Huang Jian had deliberately asked him to come late, so he could drug Fang Yuanjing and do this to her. "You beast." Although Oh Chaheo was meeting Fang Yuanjing for the first time and had no deep bond with her, he was chivalrous by nature. Seeing this scene, his first reaction was rage. His second reaction was relief. If he hadn't arrived by chance, the consequences for Fang Yuanjing would have been unimaginable. "Huang Jian, you animal!" Oh Chaheo shouted in fury. Turning around, he saw Huang Jian trying to flee. Upon realizing the situation was exposed, Oh Chaheo's roar sent Huang Jian's soul flying. He bolted for the door. Just then Huang Jian felt a gust of wind behind him, then his back was grabbed. He felt his body being lifted forcefully, and with another roar from Oh Chaheo, his hefty frame crashed to the floor. "Ouch!" Huang Jian cried out in pain, completely dazed by the throw. Before he could say anything, Oh Chaheo was already beside him. Huang Jian saw a size 44 shoe pressing heavily down on his face. A dull thud echoed, and Huang Jian fell unconscious. He never dreamed that just as he was about to succeed, an unexpected savior would appear and knock him out. This was a classic case of the thief who tried to steal the chicken but lost the rice. Seeing Huang Jian unconscious, Oh Chaheo breathed a sigh of relief. He had controlled his force, just enough to knock him out for a while, not kill him. But that gave him enough time to do many things, like calling the police first. Around midnight, a black Rolls-Royce drove out of Haoyue Hotel. Oh Chaheo, who had been sitting in the back seat, now took on the role of driver. The unconscious Fang Yuanjing lay quietly in the back seat behind him. After calling the police, he had taken Fang Yuanjing out through the hotel's back door to avoid being seen when the police arrived. Though they were out, he couldn't take her to the hospital. So Oh Chaheo parked his Rolls-Royce on a secluded lane in the suburbs. This road was rarely used, quite hidden. He decided to wait there until Fang Yuanjing woke up. He rested his head on the leather seat, pressed a button, and the sunroof opened, revealing a sky full of stars. Opening the window to let the cool air in might help you wake up faster, he murmured to himself. Half an hour passed in silence, and finally Fang Yuanjing on the back seat slowly opened her eyes. She looked around and found herself in a luxurious Rolls-Royce. "You're awake. Feeling better?" Oh Chaheo tilted his head slightly, his ash-brown hair fringe lightly covering his slender eyes, deep and captivating. "Where am I? Wasn't I at Haoyue Hotel?" Fang Yuanjing rubbed her still throbbing head and asked softly. A bottle of water was tossed to her side. "Have some water, you must be feeling awful right now," Oh Chaheo said with a smile. "Since we're different genders, I won't come over." "Thanks." Although Fang Yuanjing didn't know exactly what had happened, it seemed this man had saved her. She opened the cap and began to drink, her small lips wrapping around the bottle. Oh Chaheo chuckled softly, then asked with concern, "Feeling better now?" Fang Yuanjing put down the bottle. "Much better. Thank you so much." "Thank me for giving you water. You know what I mean. If it weren't for you, I would have been ruined by that beast." After drinking some water and feeling the cool breeze, she recalled the events of the evening. It seemed her dizziness was entirely due to Huang Jian drugging her. If not for this handsome man in front of her, she would have. A girl shouldn't say such coarse things, especially a star. Oh Chihao squinted and smiled. Fang Yuanjing gave a light laugh. That joke isn't funny at all. Suddenly remembering something, she asked, by the way, Sister Ning, where is she? Is she okay? Oh Chihao smiled confidently. Do I strike you as someone who would save a person only halfway? If I'm not mistaken, your Sister Ning should have woken up by now, and Huang Jian should be on his way to the police station. You called the police? Fang Yuanjing asked urgently. Oh Chihao shrugged noncommittally. Who else would you think? Fang Yuanjing became anxious. Oh no. If you called the police, they'll investigate, and the media will get involved. If they trace it back to me, I'll be ruined. Oh Chihao smiled sarcastically. You're still a newbie indeed. But rest assured I handled it carefully. When I called the police, I only reported an attempted rape at Haoyue Hotel. Since I took you out in time, no one will find you. The woman with you just needs to insist that she was the only one present, and the police won't dig deeper. Then you can have your company bribe the police to sweep it all under the rug. He paused. Besides, if your friend insists she was the only one there, the police will do a routine semen test. The result will show no sperm from Huang Jian. So the police will charge him with attempted rape. As for mentioning you, Huang Jian isn't foolish enough to do that. Once convicted, he'll get 3 to 10 years. After hearing Oh Chihao's analysis and recalling what Huang Jian had tried to do to her, Fang Yuanjing's face turned livid with anger. A scumbag like him deserves the death penalty. Oh Chihao didn't comment on her emotional outburst, just looked up at the sky. Fang Yuanjing thought for a moment and said, I'll call Sister Ning and tell her not to slip up. No need. Sister Ning is your agent, right? If she's a real agent, she'll know what to do. Oh Chihao spoke with an air of certainty. Fang Yuanjing considered this. You're right. I won't call then. But you're really impressive. How do you know so much? Instead of answering, Oh Chihao asked teasingly, why do you trust me so easily? Haven't you considered that I might have done something to you while you were unconscious in the car this whole time? You're very beautiful after all. He watched her reaction through the rearview mirror. Fang Yuanjing smiled softly. You wouldn't. If you were that kind of person, you wouldn't bother saying all this. Ha, seems being a sweet, naive girl isn't so bad. At least you don't have to overthink. Are you calling me dumb? Fang Yuanjing pretended to be angry. Oh Chihao grinned. Looks like you're not that dumb after all. They both laughed, and the atmosphere in the car lightened. Fang Yuanjing asked curiously, hey, who exactly are you? The way you spoke just now, you're clearly not an ordinary person. Oh Chihao turned his head abruptly. You really didn't recognize me. Looks like my popularity isn't that high after all. Fang Yuanjing looked at him in slight bewilderment. He looked back at her with a hint of amusement in his eyes. His thin lips curved into a charming arc. That face. It was familiar. She froze for a moment, then suddenly realized. You're Oh Chihao. Oh Chihao grinned and gave a thumbs up. Bingo. Correct, but no prize. Fang Yuanjing recovered from her shock. No wonder you know so much about the entertainment industry. So you're the famous Oh Chihao. Oh Chihao shrugged nonchalantly. Not exactly famous, but I am your lifesaver. Fang Yuanjing found him witty and approachable, without any star airs, which increased her fondness. Suddenly remembering something, she asked, didn't Huang Jian say you had no schedule today and wouldn't come? Why did you show up? Oh Chihao smiled. He did say that, but I figured it was better to come early and wait. I didn't expect to walk into such a scene. Fang Yuanjing nodded slowly. Thank you again. If you hadn't come. Oh Chihao waved his hand. Don't mention it. It's over now. Just rest and don't think about it. A sharp glint flashed across Oh Chihao's eyes as he spoke. These are all his schemes. He was afraid that if I arrived too early I would ruin his plans. Fang Yuanjing immediately understood and said angrily, this person is truly vicious. Oh Chihao teased. Actually, you cannot entirely blame Huang Jian. For a man, the desire for food and sex is innate. You are so beautiful that any ordinary pervert would naturally find it impossible to resist. Hearing Oh Chihao's teasing words, a blush rose to Fang Yuanjing's calm face. She then smiled and said, if you say that, wouldn't you be shooting yourself in the foot as well? Oh Chihao laughed heartily and said proudly, I am not an ordinary man. So narcissistic, Fang Yuanjing retorted with a smile, then added seriously, brother, oh may I call you that? Oh Chihao glanced at Fang Yuanjing and replied, you do appear younger than me. Moreover, since I am the senior, I do not object to being called by this title. That is wonderful. Then I will call you brother Oh from now on. Fang Yuanjing said happily. Oh Chihao seemed to recall some joke and said with a half smile, in the entertainment circle people often acknowledge godfathers or grandfathers, but this is the first time I have heard of someone acknowledging a brother. You are truly pioneering something new. Fang Yuanjing blushed. She naturally understood the implication of the godfathers and grandfathers Oh Chihao mentioned. She huffed in mock annoyance. If you do not wish to, that is fine. Humph. She was much younger than Oh Chihao, and since he had saved her that night, Fang Yuanjing instinctively developed a favorable impression of him. Fang Yuanjing was naturally extremely beautiful. With that single huff and glance of annoyance, myriad charms seemed to flow from her. Even Oh Chihao, who was accustomed to beautiful women, could not help but feel a stir in his heart. Oh Chihao knew Fang Yuanjing was joking, so he smiled and said, "There is no reason not to accept. Having such a beautiful younger sister actually makes me look good." Fang Yuanjing smiled contentedly. For the rest of the time, Oh Chihao spoke to her as a senior about matters in the entertainment circle, including incidents from when he first debuted. Oh Chihao spoke slowly. Even when recounting his own arduous past, his expression remained as calm and unmoving as ever. It seemed as though he were telling someone else's story. Fang Yuanjing was deeply moved, realizing that Oh Chihao had risen to fame step by step from being an extra. This only deepened her appreciation for the hardships of struggling in the acting world. Fang Yuanjing said, "Brother Oh, the fact that you would tell me such things truly moves me." Indeed, what Oh Chihao had shared were details that entertainment gossip columns would kill to uncover. If such information were leaked, it would surely cause an uproar. The fact that Oh Chihao was willing to share such secrets with Fang Yuanjing led her to naturally assume that he trusted her. Oh Chihao replied, "I have always believed that I have a keen eye for character. Even if you were to sell these stories, I would not worry." As he spoke, a faint aura of dominance radiated from Oh Chihao. Fang Yuanjing was startled for a moment, then brushed her hair back without responding. At that moment, Fang Yuanjing remembered something and frantically patted her pockets, muttering, "Where's my phone? Where's my phone? Here it is." Oh Chihao took Fang Yuanjing's phone from his suit pocket and handed it to her. "When you passed out initially, your phone fell to the ground. I picked it up for you." "Thank you." Fang Yuanjing breathed a sigh of relief, then slowly took the phone and urgently opened it. "You seem in such a hurry. Is there something important inside?" "Something like that. I am waiting for a text message from someone," Fang Yuanjing replied casually, then tapped into her messages. There was only the one text she had sent. Seeing her own message, an inexplicable sense of loss welled up within Fang Yuanjing. Refresh, still refreshing. However, no matter how many times she refreshed, she never received a reply from him. Fang Yuanjing rested her head against the seat cushion, feeling a heavy pressure in her heart. Why is he not replying? Why? Even after something like this happened, and I reached out to him, would he simply not come to save me? The him in her heart was naturally Qiu Chen. When she had sensed danger, Fang Yuanjing had followed her instincts and sent a text to Qiu Chen. Later, after returning to the private room, she had been too busy to check her messages. The subsequent events were natural. She had fainted, and upon waking with a throbbing headache, she had temporarily forgotten about this matter. Now that she thought of it, and checked, he still had not replied. Does Qiu Chen not care at all about whether I live or die? Fang Yuanjing thought, inexplicably feeling inexplicably irritable. Slap. She casually tossed her phone onto the adjacent seat, feeling somewhat despondent. "Although I do not know what happened to you, and I am unsure if this is inappropriate to ask, it seems you have encountered something unpleasant. Would you like to talk about it?" Oh Chihao said this with a smile, his white teeth looking striking. Fang Yuanjing lowered her head in silence, seeming unwilling to speak of it. Oh Chihao did not get angry. As the saying goes, a friend is one who shares your sorrow when you are sad and your joy when you are happy. Since you have called me brother, oh, I assume you consider me a friend now. What is it? Is there something you find difficult to tell me? He paused, then let out a cold chuckle. Or do you simply not trust me? No, certainly not. Fang Yuanjing waved her hands. I just do not know where to begin. I have plenty of time tonight, Oh Chihao said with a half smile. Fang Yuanjing sighed. Actually, it is quite strange. I do not know why I feel this way. We have always been friends, and shared interests brought us closer. I could sense that he liked me, though he never said it. And as for me, I have always regarded him as a younger brother. But for some reason, when I felt something bad was about to happen tonight, I texted him. I hoped he would come save me, but he has not only failed to arrive, he has not even replied to my message. I do not know why he did not come. Perhaps he was busy and could not. But even telling myself this, my heart still feels heavy. I do not know why. I really hoped he would come. Upon hearing this, a trace of bitterness suddenly appeared on Oh Chihao's handsome face. Of course, the expression vanished in an instant, and his face immediately returned to its confident demeanor. It seems you still hoped he would come save you. Does this mean I have been flattering myself? Oh Chihao said, half self-mocking and half joking. Of course not. You saved me, and I am truly grateful, brother Oh. If not for you, I would likely have. Anyway, thank you so much. I do not know how to repay you. Fang Yuanjing, thinking Oh Chihao was angry, said this emotionally. No need to repay me. I am just doing a good deed in the spirit of Lei Feng. Oh Chihao said this in a witty manner. Fang Yuanjing smiled, and said, should I call you brother Lei Feng from now on? Oh Chihao shrugged. If you wish, I have no objection. Hehehe. The atmosphere in the car improved once again. After a while, the two continued talking, and then Ning Yun's text message arrived asking where she was. Following Oh Chihao's instructions, Fang Yuanjing said that she had woken up when Huang Jian was preparing to assault her, resisted, desperately escaped, and sought help. However, after finding someone to help, I fainted, so I was unable to return and save her. When I woke up again, I was already at my own home. The reason Oh Chihao had instructed Fang Yuanjing to say this was simply to avoid others knowing that he had been there. Oh Chihao drove his car and dropped Fang Yuanjing off at a small road near her residence. He said, there are certainly paparazzi waiting at your doorstep. To avoid causing any scandals for you, I will only see you this far. Fang Yuanjing smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother O, for seeing me home." As she spoke, she had already tiptoed out of the car. Oh Chiheo offered a faint smile, then drove away. Watching Oh Chiheo leave, Fang Yuanjing finally sighed and walked toward her home. Many things had happened tonight, and she needed to rest properly. Inside the Rolls-Royce, Oh Chiheo pulled over to the side of the road, lit a cigarette, and took a drag. Amidst the swirling smoke, his features grew somewhat indistinct. Oh Chiheo narrowed his eyes, thinking over everything that had just occurred, and a smile inadvertently appeared on his face. Fang Yuanjing appeared to be a very innocent woman. From what could be seen thus far, her decision to acknowledge him as a brother indeed seemed to lack ulterior motives, but time reveals a person's true heart. He would use time to test her. With this thought, he took out his phone and opened his notes app, where only a single phone number was stored. Oh Chiheo sneered, "Qiu Chen, is Fang Yuanjing waiting for you?" Actually, Qiu Chen had not failed to send text messages to Fang Yuanjing. Oh Chiheo had deleted them all. Although Fang Yuanjing's phone had a password lock, as a top student from MIT and a professional hacker, cracking her password took only seconds. After unlocking Fang Yuanjing's phone, he saw Qiu Chen's messages. After only a moment of thought, he completely deleted all of Qiu Chen's texts. Recalling the melancholy on Fang Yuanjing's face when she mentioned Qiu Chen, Oh Chiheo's expression turned cold. He then dialed a long number and said to the other end, "Find me the number and all information about its owner. I need it by tomorrow." Without waiting for a response, Oh Chiheo hung up immediately. He knew his orders had been received. Oh Chiheo lazily closed his eyes. Fang Yuanjing, so you were waiting for a prince on a white horse rather than a Tang monk driving a sports car. But so what? Ever since I first met you, I have not allowed you to escape my grasp. Just like 3 years ago, Fang Yuanjing, today is merely the beginning of our encounter. We have a long road ahead of us. Under the midnight sky, stars twinkled in abundance, yet Qiu Chen's heart was filled with agitation. Where on earth had Senior Jing gone? This was the question that haunted him throughout the night. After receiving Fang Yuanjing's call, Qiu Chen wasted no time and immediately hailed a taxi to Haoyue Grand Hotel. On the way, his heart burned with anxiety, and after much deliberation, he still refrained from calling her. Instead, he replied to Fang Yuanjing with a text message. But after he sent the reply, Fang Yuanjing never responded again. Not only that, but her phone was turned off as well, which only deepened Qiu Chen's worry. Had something truly happened to Senior Jing? So after getting out of the taxi, Qiu Chen rushed straight to Haoyue. When he arrived, he saw several police cars parked there. A waitress mentioned that an incident had occurred in one of the private rooms, causing Qiu Chen's heart to pound with unease. Could it be that Senior Jing had met with misfortune? No, it couldn't be. Absolutely not. Qiu Chen repeated this to himself over and over. Though he desperately wanted to ask for more details, the young waitress seemed to know only that much. With no other choice, Qiu Chen had to give up. Stepping out of Haoyue and away from the wailing police sirens, Qiu Chen was met by a cold wind that made his heart feel even colder. He furrowed his brow. He couldn't give up. Without a definite answer, he shouldn't allow himself to be so pessimistic. After comforting himself for a while, Qiu Chen took out his phone again and dialed that number. Beep, beep, beep. A series of busy tones followed. Though the phone was no longer switched off, the ever-lengthening beeps plunged Qiu Chen's heart into the depths of despair. Just as he was about to give up, the phone clicked as it connected. "Chen, what's the matter?" Hearing that familiar voice, Qiu Chen nearly broke down in tears. He exclaimed excitedly, "Senior, is it you? Are you all right? Really all right?" He repeated himself, unable to conceal his immense worry. Fang Yuanjing said, "Don't worry, I'm fine now, Chen." Qiu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, "You know, Senior, after I got your message, I left immediately. On the way I sent you texts, but you didn't reply, and when I called your phone was off. I was so worried about you. Later when I arrived at Haoyue and saw so many police cars, I thought something had happened to you. I was scared out of my wits. Now that I hear your voice and know you're safe, I'm relieved." Fang Yuanjing was touched and said, "Thank you for your concern, Junior. I'm really fine now. Are you outside?" Qiu Chen replied, "Yes, Senior. But now that I know you're okay, I'll head back. By the way, Senior, what happened tonight? Why did you say you were going to run into some trouble?" Fang Yuanjing said lightly, "Nothing much. I'm feeling a bit sleepy now. Can we talk about it when we meet?" Qiu Chen was taken aback. What was wrong with Senior? Why did it feel like she didn't want to talk to him? "All right then, Senior, get some rest early." Qiu Chen could tell that Fang Yuanjing was truly exhausted, so he didn't press further. He said a few caring words. "You too." After saying that last sentence, Fang Yuanjing hung up the phone. She was wearing a pink silk nightgown and gently tossed her phone onto the nightstand. She lay down on the bed, a slight frown creasing her brow. In her heart, she thought, "Chen, have you learned to lie to me too?" She believed that Qiu Chen had indeed gone out to look for her after receiving her text. But when he claimed he had called and messaged her, Fang Yuanjing found it hard to trust. Fang Yuanjing had always trusted Qiu Chen deeply. Otherwise, why would the first thing she'd do when she sensed danger be to send him a message? Due to a preconceived notion, Fang Yuanjing believed Oh Chiheo's words, thinking that Qiu Chen had neither called nor texted her, and that he had said so only out of guilt to cover up his failure. Naive as she was, Fang Yuanjing never imagined that Qiu Chen had indeed sent her messages and called her. The reason she hadn't seen them was that Oh Chiheo had deleted all the records. Fang Yuanjing turned over, and in the movement her fair thighs were inadvertently exposed to the air. Staring at the ceiling she murmured, "Chen, why did you lie to me?" She kept asking herself this question, but then thought after all she and Qiu Chen were just friends. If he had other matters to attend to and couldn't come to her rescue, that was understandable. Yet why was there a faint trace of disappointment in her heart? At this moment it seemed merely a crisis of trust, but soon after this very incident would create an unbridgeable rift between Fang Yuanjing and Qiu Chen. Much later, when Fang Yuanjing learned the truth and tried to pull Qiu Chen back to her side, the young man had already found someone he was determined to protect for the rest of his life. Sometimes missing out is just that simple. That of course is a story for later. Qiu Chen was unaware of Fang Yuanjing's thoughts. At this moment, he felt a pang of disappointment. He had run out in the middle of the night searching for Fang Yuanjing only to find that she had already returned home safely. Moreover, when he called to check on her, her attitude toward him seemed to have changed. It felt as if he had been making a fool of himself. What had happened to Fang Yuanjing? Why was she no longer as cheerful as before, chatting happily about dreams and the day's events when he called? These were questions that Qiu Chen could not figure out no matter how hard he tried. Of course his nature was to let go of things he couldn't understand, so he didn't dwell on this emotion. In an instant a smile returned to his face. Perhaps she really was tired today. Qiu Chen comforted himself with this thought. After putting away his phone, Qiu Chen decided to take a taxi home. Although Qiu Chen was the eldest son of the Qiu family, the handsome young master always preached frugality and low-key living, unlike those rich second-generation or third-generation heirs who flaunted sports cars. The only somewhat luxurious thing about Master Qiu was probably the apartment where he now lived. When he first proposed moving out of the family home, his doting father Qiu Jingshan had intended to buy him a large villa. Qiu Chen thought it was too extravagant and refused. According to Qiu Chen, low-key is the highest form of showing off. It was past 1 in the morning, and finding a taxi was rather difficult. Feeling hungry, Qiu Chen decided to go to the night market to fill his stomach first. As Qiu Chen thought this, he slowly walked eastward from his location. Then he heard a faint rustling sound of footsteps behind him. Though very soft, he could still detect it. Who could be following him so late at night? Qiu Chen didn't think it was just a passerby, because after he noticed someone behind him, he circled around several times, yet the footsteps still followed closely. Could it be a robber? Qiu Chen's heart sank. Damn it, not like this. Qiu Chen's mind raced. Just then an alley appeared ahead. A light bulb went off in his head, and he slowly turned into the alley. Then he picked up a wooden stick from the trash on the ground. Damn robber, daring to target even me, brother Qiu. This time I'll teach you a lesson. Under the moonlight, the shadow behind him drew closer. Qiu Chen held his breath and shouted, "Go to hell." He charged forward with the wooden stick in hand. Bang! Thump! Ow! Chen! Amidst this series of sounds, poor Qiu Chen tripped over a trash can at the corner and fell heavily to the ground. The wooden stick dropped from his hand. "Chen, are you okay?" The same startled voice came again, and a lovely figure rushed out from the corner of the alley where Qiu Chen had been standing. She was petite and adorable, wearing a white long dress and flip-flops. Her face was fair and flawless, her skin as pure as snow and jade. As she ran, the gentle motion of her chest was visible. She hurried to Qiu Chen's side, helped him up, and asked with concern, "Chen, are you all right?" Qiu Chen looked up into the girl's eyes and was instantly dumbfounded. The corners of his mouth twitched as he said, "Fei, it's you." If he had to choose the most embarrassing moment of his life, this would be it. That the person he thought was following him turned out to be Fei wasn't too shameful. At most it was a misjudgment. That he had swung a wooden stick at Fei wasn't a big deal either, as it was just self-defense when he sensed danger. But the fact that he not only failed to protect himself, but also tripped over that damn trash can, now that was truly humiliating. What was this? Failed self-defense. Damn it. Qiu Chen silently cursed the trash can's ancestors for 18 generations. He felt an urge to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. Why did he have to fall right in front of Fei? Ahem, Fei, well, this was me demonstrating the dangers and emergencies that one might encounter at any time on Earth. Just to remind you to be careful, that's all. The shameless Qiu Chen tried to find an excuse for his blunder. Just a reminder for you to always be cautious, that's it. Thick-skinned Qiu Chen felt he needed an excuse for his mistake, so he brazenly said this. Huh, Chen, are you all right? Fortunately, Fei's attention was entirely on whether Qiu Chen was hurt. She seemed not to notice his embarrassment and gently helped him up. I'm fine, not a thing. Qiu Chen smiled lightly. He was relieved that Fei hadn't mocked him, or else he would have been too ashamed to show his face. But then he remembered something and looked at Fei, asking, "By the way, Fei, I haven't asked you yet. Why are you here?" Hearing Qiu Chen's words, Fei timidly lowered her little head and deliberately changed the subject. "Chen, are you feeling better now? Let's go home." Qiu Chen saw that Fei was intentionally avoiding his question and immediately understood. He put on a stern face and asked, "Fei, did you secretly follow me out? Didn't I tell you to stay at home?" Fei lowered her head, poking her 2 index fingers together, looking as adorable as possible. "I was just worried about you. You left in such a hurry, I was afraid you might run into danger." Saying this, the goddess Fei sniffled her nose with a pitiful look. Qiu Chen said earnestly, "Fei, I know you're worried about me, but I'm worried about you too. Here you don't know anyone but me. What if you ran out and got separated from me and ran into bad people? No way. Whoever dares to bully me, I'll kill them. Feier declared this violent remark with great pride. Qiu Chen recalled what had happened at the barbecue stall that day and found himself at a loss for words. Still, he put on a serious face and said, "Then what if you got lost and couldn't find your way back? What would you do then, starve out there? That won't happen either. You carry my scent, so no matter where you go, I'll always find you." Feier looked up, her sparkling bright eyes fixed on Qiu Chen. Qiu Chen felt helpless and said grumpily, "Are you a dog or something?" No matter where he went, Feier could always find him. It was like she had installed a GPS tracking system on him. "Looks like I won't even have privacy when I go to the bathroom from now on." Feier giggled, completely unbothered by his words. "I'm not a dog. Remember, I'm a vampire." After a while, Feier said pitifully, "Chen, to chase after you, I didn't even finish my meal earlier. I'm really hungry now." With that, Feier blinked her big adorable eyes. Qiu Chen was speechless. This little woman wasn't just a foodie, she was a foodie fighter jet. Her stomach is so flat, yet she's always eating and never seems to get full. Since he was about to grab a late-night snack anyway, Qiu Chen for once didn't tease Feier. Instead, he said, "All right, today I'll take you to experience our human night market." "Night market? What's that?" Feier asked curiously. Qiu Chen replied, "Don't ask so many questions. You'll see when we get there." With that, he took Feier to the night market. Around 1 or 2 in the morning, night owls were at their most active, so the streets were just as crowded as during the day. Qiu Chen took Feier to eat crayfish and then some fried noodles. The little girl Feier's appearance once again stirred up restless excitement among the males around. But Qiu Chen was already used to such reactions. After eating to their heart's content, he took Feier and left the night market. The usually energetic little girl seemed tired, yawning listlessly along the way. Qiu Chen found it secretly amusing as he walked with Feier along the street, trying to hail a cab. "Chen!" Feier called out, stopping him. Qiu Chen turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" Feier said pitifully, "My feet hurt." "Feet hurt? Are your shoes uncomfortable?" Qiu Chen looked down and drew in a sharp breath. At this moment, Feier's left foot still wore a black flip-flop, but the shoe on her right foot was gone. Her fair, delicate little foot had been rubbed, swollen from walking on the asphalt road. What's more, there seemed to be traces of blood on the ground beneath her feet. Even more heartbreaking. Despite her foot being in such a condition, the little girl had followed him for such a long time, without a single word of complaint. Looking at Feier's furrowed brows and her red lips tightly bitten from pain, Qiu Chen felt a sharp ache in his heart. "Where's your shoe?" Qiu Chen quickly crouched down, gently lifted Feier's little foot, and placed her delicate jade-like foot on his knee. Feier watched his movements, knowing he meant well, but her cheeks still flushed slightly. She answered, "It broke while I was following you earlier." "Then why didn't you tell me? Do you think you're being brave by enduring it silently?" Qiu Chen blamed himself inwardly for being too careless. He hadn't even noticed Feier's injured foot. At the same time, he was a little annoyed by Feier's stubbornness. "This little girl, sure you're a vampire, but right now you're just an ordinary person, alright? Why do you have to be so stubborn?" Feier replied, "I saw you walking in a hurry, thinking you were tired and eager to get home and rest, so I didn't say anything. I just endured it." Feier's words dissolved all of Qiu Chen's frustration, and instead warmth spread through his heart. He hadn't expected that although Feier usually seemed carefree and indifferent, she could still be considerate of others. Qiu Chen asked softly, "Does your foot hurt?" Feier bit her lower lip and let out a soft sound of acknowledgement. Qiu Chen sighed and said, "At this hour it's going to be hard to hail a taxi. We're not far from home now, but you can't walk anymore. Let me carry you." "You? Carry me?" Feier's face flushed again like a rosy glow on the horizon, making her look exceptionally charming. Qiu Chen gently set her foot down, turned around, knelt on one knee, and patted his back, saying, "Come on, get on." Feier said hesitantly, "I'm really heavy." Qiu Chen found it both amusing and exasperating. This little woman, even at a time like this, was worried about such a thing. Qiu Chen said seriously, "Don't worry, I can definitely carry you. Just get on." Then he deliberately threatened, "If you don't get on now, I'm leaving. And leaving you here alone." "No." Feier let out a delicate cry and immediately flung herself onto Qiu Chen's back. Qiu Chen let out a soft hey, and stood up with Feier on his back, laughing, "You're not heavy at all. Light as a feather." Feier hummed softly in response. After all, she was still just a child. This was her first close contact with a man other than her father. It made her heart race a little. Qiu Chen's build wasn't overly muscular, but he was solid and well-proportioned. His back was warm, and he didn't have the sweaty, musky smell of other men. Instead, he carried a faint, refreshing scent. His back was broad, giving a very reassuring feeling. It made Feier involuntarily feel a sense of dependence. Feeling shy, she buried her head into Qiu Chen's back, docile as a kitten. The more Feier did that, the more uncomfortable Qiu Chen felt. Heaven knows how much torment he was enduring carrying her like this. Feier's soft chest pressed tightly against his back, and he naturally caught the scent of her fragrance in his nose. She shifted her body from time to time. Although the movements were unintentional, the friction against his chest made Qiu Chen feel like his body was about to explode. "This isn't fair. I know you're big, but using your bigness to harass me, that's just not right." Qiu Chen struggled to suppress the urge to have a nosebleed, and the rising of his little Qiu Chen but this intimate physical contact was driving him into a state of utter distraction. Damn it, I really want to turn into a wolf under the moonlight. But faced with the pure adorable Feier, he just couldn't bring himself to do it. Chen. At that moment Feier called his name very gently. Qiu Chen instinctively replied, then asked, what is it, Feier? Feier said, when I hurt my foot earlier, were you worried about me? Qiu Chen rolled his eyes, and replied, obviously. Of course I was worried about you. Upon hearing his answer Feier giggled, leaving Qiu Chen puzzled. What are you laughing at? Is something funny? Feier grinned slyly, then blushed, and said, Chen, so that means you like me, right? Huh. Qiu Chen nearly stumbled, and fell looking completely dumbfounded. Where did you get that conclusion? What the heck? Feier's logic is way too jumpy. Sister Lily said that when a man shows concern for you, it means he likes you. Didn't you just say you were worried about me? So that means you like me. Feier shared the relationship advice she'd heard from Lily. Qiu Chen's mouth twitched slightly as he asked, and why would Lily teach you these things? Is she out of her mind? Qiu Chen thought he should call Wang Hao and tell him to keep his woman in check, so Lily wouldn't fill Feier's head with nonsense. Feier giggled, and didn't explain further. Having gotten the answer she wanted, she smiled with satisfaction. Chen likes me. So should I like him too? Poor Qiu Chen. Because he found it too troublesome to explain, he didn't clarify further. If he'd known his silence would lead Feier to such a conclusion, he would have used every ounce of his silver tongue to set things straight. A gentle breeze brushed by as the young man carried the girl along the quiet, deserted asphalt road. A soft smile lingered on the girl's face as she kept saying things that made the young man laugh and shake his head helplessly. The young man, at a loss for words, responded half-heartedly. The scene was in truth a heartwarming one to behold. Qiu Chen glanced at his watch and realized he'd already been walking for nearly 20 minutes. Estimating the distance, if he hadn't taken a wrong turn, he should reach his apartment in about 10 more minutes. The chattering Feier had fallen into a deep sleep. Catching a glimpse of her drooling face, Qiu Chen couldn't help but find it amusing. Was this little girl treating his back as her memory foam mattress? Qiu Chen looked up at the sky. The crescent moon was gradually becoming full. He smiled to himself, what a big round moon. If Feier were awake, she'd probably be chattering away about it. With that thought, Qiu Chen broke into a smile again. What he didn't know was that the strange transformation of this very night was about to begin. Whether it was fate deliberately prolonging their time together, or simply Qiu Chen's incredible misfortune tonight, not a single taxi had passed by. Yet Qiu Chen seemed to have given up. He was almost at his apartment now, so hailing a cab was pointless. Feier slept soundly and peacefully. A faint smile crossed Qiu Chen's face. For some reason this scene filled him with an inexplicable warmth. Pushing aside those stray thoughts, Qiu Chen continued carrying Feier on his back. He did not notice that high above the moon grew larger and larger, radiating an eerie white halo. A beam of white moonlight shot down from the sky, striking Qiu Chen and Feier. Cold, so cold. Feier had woken up at some point, murmuring weakly, repeating the word cold over and over. Qiu Chen asked in surprise, it's not even cold weather right now, why are you feeling cold? Have you caught a cold? Feier seemed truly freezing. She burrowed herself tightly into Qiu Chen's back, her body trembling incessantly. Feier, what's wrong with you? Qiu Chen began to panic. Her behavior was far too abnormal. Not only was she shivering on his back, but her body was also turning icy cold. Could it be a fever? No, you're not human, so this shouldn't happen. What's going on? Qiu Chen stopped and turned his head to look at Feier on his back. So cold. I hate the moon, it makes me so cold. Feier whispered, cold sweat beading on her forehead, clearly in great discomfort. The moon. Qiu Chen finally caught the keyword. He looked up at the round full moon in the sky, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. I've read in novels that vampires crave blood during a full moon. Could it be? No, it couldn't be. Is Feier going to want to bite someone right now? Feier said nothing, only clung to Qiu Chen tightly, panic in her voice. No, I'm a high-level vampire. I'm not affected by the full moon. Damn it, why do I still feel terrible even when I'm holding you and feeling your warmth? Qiu Chen grew tense. If Feier turned into a vampire now, what should he do? Would she bite him? Besides fear, there was more worry. Qiu Chen asked, has this ever happened to you before? How can I help you? Feier shook her head. This has never happened before. I don't know what to do either. I'm so cold. She kept shivering, her voice trembling. What should he do? Qiu Chen racked his brain for the knowledge he'd read in novels. Garlic. He didn't have any. Cross. He didn't have that either. Chicken blood. He didn't have that either. He had nothing at all. Was he just going to watch Feier turn into a vampire? Feier, I'll take you home right now. Maybe we'll find a solution there. Feier. Feier. Qiu Chen called out twice. He found that Feier, who had been responding to him intermittently earlier, was now unnervingly silent, lying motionless on his back. A cold wind blew, chilling the air. Feier, don't scare me. Are you okay? Are you okay? Feier. After walking a few more steps, Qiu Chen stopped again and called Feier several times, but there was still no answer. Could she be dead? Qiu Chen's heart suddenly filled with panic. He turned his head abruptly and saw a horrifying sight. Feier's hair had fallen loose, and she had her head buried low. When she sensed him turning, she lifted her head sharply. Her blood-red eyes were seductive and eerie, her skin deathly pale, her mouth open, and the fangs that had quietly grown beside her incisors were terrifyingly prominent. Qiu Chen didn't scream, in fact he was remarkably calm. This was the first time he'd seen Feier's vampire form, yet he felt as if he had witnessed it many times before. "Put me down, you go." Feier sniffled, her words broken. Qiu Chen stood frozen at a loss. "Go Chen, while I can still control myself." Feier almost screamed, her expression twisted, panting heavily. Qiu Chen snapped out of his daze. So Feier was afraid of hurting him. She didn't want to harm him, so she told him to leave her behind. How could Qiu Chen bear to abandon her like this? He smiled and said, "Feier, since you truly care about me and fear hurting me, I won't leave you alone either. We're going home." With that he carried her on his back and dashed straight for the apartment. Qiu Chen thought that Feier had turned this way because of the moonlight. If he could take her home where there was no moonlight, she would surely recover. As for fear, he had long since cast it aside. Feier was stunned. A warm current flowed through her heart. Chen wasn't afraid of her, he even wanted to take her home. Qiu Chen ran incredibly fast, reaching his apartment in an instant. He opened the door in a flash, didn't even turn on the lights, carried Feier straight into her room, locked the door, drew the curtains, and laid her on the bed. "There, Feier, no moonlight here. You'll be fine now." Qiu Chen panted, trying to comfort her. Hiss. Feier was still trembling. Once on the bed, she immediately slid off and curled up in a corner, hugging her knees and burying her head deep between them. "Feier, don't come near." Feier cried out without looking back, then begged, "Chen, I'm begging you, get out of here. I feel terrible, my mouth is so itchy. I'm afraid You're afraid you'll lose control and bite me." Qiu Chen wasn't scared. He smiled and said, "I'm not afraid. You bit me once before when we first met, didn't you? And look at me. I'm still perfectly fine." As he spoke, he stepped softly toward Feier. Feier's voice trembled. "That was different. After being hit by the moonlight, the wild genes inside me have been activated. I can't control myself like before. I'm just like a low-level vampire craving blood. I'm afraid. I'm afraid I'll lose control and bite you." By the end, she was sobbing. Qiu Chen moved closer. She had her body curled up tightly. She was already petite and vulnerable, and now she looked like a wounded kitten, evoking deep pity. Feier was in a dilemma. She was terrified of losing control. What if she couldn't help wanting to drink blood? If it were anyone else, she might not suppress her urge so hard, but this person was different. It was Chun, her only Chun. Feier absolutely could not allow herself to bite Qiu Chen. Absolutely not. Qiu Chen's heart softened. The most tender part of him was touched by Feier. He slowly knelt down and gently patted her hand. "It's okay, Feier. Even if you do bite me, I won't blame you. You've already bitten me once, so one more time won't make a difference. Tonight is all my fault. If I hadn't gone out, you wouldn't be like this. Don't be afraid, and I'm not afraid either. I'll stay with you the whole time." "Really?" Feier looked up, her blood-red eyes glistening, staring at Qiu Chen seriously. Qiu Chen smiled and nodded. "Have I ever lied to you? I just wish I knew some way to help you. It pains me to see you suffer." Feier smiled for the first time, her growing fangs glinting coldly and frighteningly. But the smile was fleeting. Her body began to convulse, her face contorted, and she trembled uncontrollably, looking utterly miserable. "Feier!" Qiu Chen cried out. Gritting his teeth, he didn't hesitate. He pulled her into his arms and whispered, "Are you still cold? Does it still hurt?" The moment Qiu Chen held her, Feier felt a warmth. The warmth of his presence, the warmth of Chun. Feier grabbed the edge of the bed, her eyes gradually turning redder, her gaze at Qiu Chen growing more fervent, tinged with desire. Seeing Feier struggling so painfully, Qiu Chen directly extended his left arm toward her. "Feier, bite me. Drink my blood." Feier was stunned, forcing herself to rein in her urge. "Why? Aren't you afraid? Didn't you say you were most afraid of becoming a vampire? If I bite you, you'll become a vampire too." Qiu Chen clenched his teeth. "I may be afraid of turning into a vampire, but I can't bear to see you suffer like this. Bite me. Truly, I won't blame you." With that, he brought his arm to Feier's mouth and tightly shut his eyes. Feier stared at Qiu Chen's smooth arm, as if she could see the blood vessels beneath his skin. A burning urge inside her urged her on, "Bite, and you'll feel better." Feier frowned deeply, leaned forward and forward again, opening her mouth. Her icy fangs were raised high. If she couldn't hold back at this moment, she would sink them into Qiu Chen's arm. Feier's heart was in turmoil. She didn't want to bite, but her body was forcing her to. She could feel Qiu Chen's arm trembling slightly as he held her. Though he was willing, he was also afraid. Feier suppressed the craving with all her might, her teeth chattering. Her eyes flashed red again, and she suddenly flipped over, shoving Qiu Chen to the floor, opening her mouth to bite down. Feier's sudden move caught Qiu Chen completely off guard. Was she about to push him down or sink her teeth into his neck? Gazing at Feier's crimson eyes burning with desperate desire, Qiu Chen suspected the latter was more likely. She had been suppressing her urges all along. Had she finally lost control? Strangely, as Feier pushed him down, Qiu Chen felt no resistance within him. There was no resentment, no fear. Even if she bit him, even if he truly became a vampire, as long as it eased her suffering, that was enough. Qiu Chen didn't know when this mindset had taken root within him. Though it had surfaced abruptly, he found he didn't mind it at all. Before Qiu Chen could dwell on it further, Feier shoved him forcefully onto the bed. Her eyes blazed with hunger and longing, her gaze upon him growing ever more fervent. Feier. Qiu Chen's lips felt parched. He felt he ought to say something. Feier didn't speak. Instead, she slowly leaned down once more, her face, now merely 10 centimeters from his. That breathtakingly beautiful visage loomed ever larger before his eyes. She parted her lips, and a faint warm breath brushed against Qiu Chen's face, sending his senses spiraling into sweet confusion. Her clothing hung open before him, revealing a glimpse of snowy white that instantly seized Qiu Chen's attention. A surge of heat stirred in his abdomen, and he found himself unsure where to look. What an utterly embarrassing mess. Feier seemed to have run out of patience. She pressed his hands down firmly, parted her lips, and bit down toward him. Qiu Chen shut his eyes, bracing for the moment to come. 5 seconds later, Qiu Chen froze once more. Not because of pain at his neck, but because he felt his lips pressed against by something impossibly soft. He opened his eyes to find Feier's own closed, her long lashes fluttering nervously. Her rosy lips were pressed firmly against his. A thunderous roar echoed through Qiu Chen's mind as if struck by lightning. His hands lay frozen at his sides, utterly paralyzed. This was his first kiss, though it didn't feel unpleasant. His mind went completely blank as if struck by sudden amnesia. Feier, meanwhile, looked thoroughly delighted and satisfied. Though their lips were sealed together, she had no idea how to actually kiss. It was merely a simple pressing of lips. Qiu Chen remained in a daze. It felt as though something had invaded his mind. Feier's lips seemed to carry an overwhelming magic, drawing him in against his will. Feier let out a soft moan, then slowly parted her lips from his, and Qiu Chen's mouth instinctively opened in response. A wisp of white vapor escaped from Qiu Chen's lips. Feier seemed to crave it, desperately drawing it all into her mouth. White vapor curling between them, eyes closed, the bright moon beyond the curtain. A scene of 7 parts allure and 3 parts ethereal beauty. A gentle breeze stirred the sheer curtain, causing it to sway softly. As Feier absorbed the breath from Qiu Chen, color gradually returned to her cheeks. She slowly opened her eyes and found herself gazing at Qiu Chen, who still sat there in stunned silence. His thick lashes veiled his narrow eyes, his brow furrowed slightly, half in pleasure, half in astonishment. Feier's irises slowly shifted from crimson back to their original brown. Her extended fangs receded as well. She let out a satisfied sigh as the coldness within her body gradually melted away. That soft moan snapped Qiu Chen's eyes open once more, and he found himself staring directly into Feier's smiling gaze. And then, he realized all over again that their lips were still touching. With a yelp of alarm, Qiu Chen shoved Feier away, sending her tumbling onto the soft mattress beside him. Well, Qiu Chen looked like a maiden who had just lost her virtue, flustered and panicked. His first kiss, the kiss he'd been saving for senior sister Jing, was just gone. No. Why did you push me away, Chen? Feier whined, her voice laced with grievance. Having absorbed the energy she'd lost, she was already recovering. Qiu Chen had of course noticed the change in Feier, but the loss of his first kiss still stung. You have some nerve. I was trying to save you, so why did you have to kiss me? And it was my first kiss too. Wah. Feier grinned playfully. But you told me to bite you. That doesn't mean you bite me anywhere you want. What kind of excuse is that? I meant bite me, not kiss my lips. Feier huffed. Stingy. It was just one little bite. Qiu Chen was at his wit's end. He realized that arguing with Feier was futile. They were simply on completely different wavelengths. He cared about the loss of a first kiss, while she only cared that he'd gotten angry at her for biting him. But Feier, kissing and biting are hardly the same thing, are they? Qiu Chen sighed in exasperation. Forget it. There's no point talking to you. You wouldn't understand anyway. You're not even human. He flopped back onto the bed, utterly dejected. Feier shuffled over and sat beside him. Chen, are you mad? I bit you to save you. If I hadn't bitten your lips, how could I have drawn my energy back from your mouth? If I hadn't gotten my original power restored, I really might have drunk your blood. Her pitiful, pleading expression left Qiu Chen speechless. So this little girl had been trying to save him all along. Qiu Chen hadn't really been angry anyway. It was just a first kiss, so what if it was gone? Besides, Feier was a girl, and if she didn't care, why should he? Qiu Chen said, I hope you're telling the truth, Feier. Feier nodded earnestly. Of course. Every word. Suddenly serious, Qiu Chen asked, Feier, tell me, was that your first kiss too? If Feier had also lost her first kiss, then Qiu Chen figured he wasn't at a loss after all. He'd come out ahead actually. Though he maintained a serious expression, a mischievous grin was brewing deep inside. A vampire's first kiss. Now that was something to feel excited about. What's a kiss? Feier asked, blinking innocently. It's what we just did, lips pressed against lips. Qiu Chen answered patiently. Oh, does kissing my father and mother count? No, that doesn't count. Aside from them, has anyone else? No, you're the first. Qiu Chen burst into laughter. Feier, so it was your first kiss too. Then I didn't lose anything. I actually came out ahead. Feier smiled slyly. Chen, why do you care so much about all this? Could it be you're jealous? Jealous? Qiu Chen nearly choked, his mouth twitching. Feier, who taught you all this? Sister Lily. Feier chirped. She told me so many things about humans, like first kisses and first times. She even asked if I still had mine. That girl Lily is a menace. Qiu Chen's face was lined with exasperation. He'd definitely have to warn Wang how to keep his woman in check. Look what she'd done. Feier used to be so innocent, and now she knew all this nonsense. Wait. Something's not right. If Lily had already told Feier all about these things, that meant Feier had known exactly what she was doing all along. She knew what a first kiss meant, and was just laughing at him the whole time. Qiu Chen couldn't believe it. He'd been played by Feier. Before Qiu Chen could voice his indignation, Feier grabbed him and pulled him into a tight embrace, pressing his head against her chest. Chen, Sister Lily said that if a man cares about a woman's first kiss or first time, it means he truly loves her. You were so nervous just now. It's because you care about me. Chen, you really, really like me. Qiu Chen's head was squeezed snugly against her, caught between bliss and suffocation. The suffering came from barely being able to breathe. The bliss came from the soft fullness pressed against him, making it hard to catch his breath. As for what Feier was saying, Qiu Chen heard none of it. Qiu Chen, I really like you too. Feier giggled, shaking Qiu Chen's body playfully, her curves swaying with each movement, as if trying to utterly smother him beneath her ample charms. Sister Lily said a girl's first kiss should be saved for the one she loves most. She'd kissed Chen. Did that mean she truly loved him? Qiu Chen knew nothing of Feier's inner turmoil, or he would have been spitting blood again. Huh. Chen, why is your nose bleeding? Feier cried out in alarm from across the room. Damn it. At this rate, you're going to make me the first man in history to bleed to death from a nosebleed. Qiu Chen screamed silently in his heart, though the expression on his face was one of pure contentment. The following day was the weekend. Qiu Chen, who was accustomed to rising early, slept in completely this time, not stirring until nearly 11 o'clock. Sitting up in bed, Qiu Chen rubbed his throbbing head. They had stayed up far too late last night, and he was utterly exhausted. The previous night, Qiu Chen had experienced the most bizarre events in his over 20 years of life. He had witnessed with his own eyes as Feier transformed from a human form into that of a vampire, cementing his belief that vampires truly did exist in this world. He had seen everything: the beginning of Feier's transformation, her desperate craving for blood, her agonizing suppression of that craving to avoid harming him, and finally the unexpected kiss that had taken him completely by surprise. In a single night, Qiu Chen had endured so much. He mused that if he were to piece it all together, it could easily be written into a novel. After absorbing the trace of her own aura that had returned to her, Feier had finally reverted to her normal self. It was then that Qiu Chen realized for the first time how much more comfortable it was to be around the cute and adorable Feier. However, what happened afterward left Qiu Chen exasperated once more. Whether it was a side effect of her first transformation under the full moon or something else, the little girl became incredibly energetic and failed to sleep a wink all night. Not only did she refuse to sleep herself, but she also prevented Qiu Chen from sleeping, leaving him exhausted come morning. Eventually, Qiu Chen had finally succumbed to sheer fatigue and drifted into a deep slumber. The last thing he saw before closing his eyes was the time on his phone, 6 a.m., meaning he had only managed 5 hours of sleep. While that amount of sleep might have sufficed for the night owls of the world, for someone like Qiu Chen, who was accustomed to early nights and early rises, it was nothing short of torture. The thought that his vocal music test was fast approaching only deepened his anxiety. Not only did he lack the inspiration to compose a song, but he hadn't even settled on a piece to perform. Qiu Chen suddenly felt his prospects were rather bleak. Just as he was lost in these troubling thoughts, his phone rang. It was Wang Hao. Hey Haozi, what's with calling so early? Qiu Chen yawned. Wang Hao sounded genuinely shocked on the other end. Whoa, seriously? You're still not awake? You're usually up before me. What's going on? Did the sun rise in the west today? Scram. If you've got something to say, just spit it out. Qiu Chen was still too sleepy for Wang Hao's nonsense. Geez, you're heartless, Wang Hao said, feigning hurt. I'm hanging up. Hey, wait. Don't hang up. I'll talk. Wang Hao hurriedly said, realizing Qiu Chen might actually end the call. It's like this, Wang Hao began. Since it's the weekend, Lily was feeling bored at home and wanted me to take her to the amusement park. I figured the more the merrier, so I thought I'd ask you to come along. You two lovebirds going on a date. What do you need me a third wheel for? Qiu Chen retorted. It's not just you. Bring Feier along. Lily's loud voice cut in before Wang Hao could respond. Then that's 2 third wheels. Qiu Chen muttered. Qiu Chen curled his lip. He truly didn't want Feier spending too much time with Lily. Who knew what kind of trouble that woman might get her into? Qiu Chen, you bastard. Are you coming or not? Lily had snatched the phone from Wang Hao and shouted, her tone sharp. I'm not coming, so what are you going to do about it? Qiu Chen said, his voice dripping with mockery. You. At that moment, Feier burst into the room. Chen, why aren't you up yet? I'm hungry, she whined, her voice full of grievance. Startled, Qiu Chen scrambled to hang up the phone, but it was too late. Lily had already heard Feier's voice. Feier. Is that you, Feier? As she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Lily, is that you? Feier, recognizing Lily's voice emanating from the phone, immediately rushed over, snatched the device from Qiu Chen's hand, and began chatting animatedly. Qiu Chen, meanwhile, was shoved unceremoniously off the bed and onto the floor by an eager Feier. What an ungrateful woman. Having been baptized by several of Qiu Chen's phone calls before, Feier no longer made a fuss upon hearing Lily's voice. Instead, she calmly took the phone and began chatting as if it were second nature. Qiu Chen was stunned. Why did it feel like Feier was becoming more and more human? As the saying goes, never underestimate the female species. A creature that can lose blood 7 times a month and still survive is hardly ordinary. And never underestimate the friendship between women, especially when a young woman meets an adorable girl. Just imagine the sparks that could fly. Take Feyre and Lily for example. They were different in species, age, and appearance. One was endearingly cute, the other vibrantly youthful. Their only commonality was that they were both women. Since their chance encounter on campus, they had become inseparable, feeling as if they'd known each other for a lifetime. They parted with great reluctance, and even when they weren't together, Feyre would constantly bring up Lily's name. It had been nearly 2 weeks since their last conversation, and judging by the excitement in Feyre's voice, Qiu Chen could only guess that Lily on the other end was even more thrilled. Standing at a distance, Qiu Chen couldn't quite catch what the two were saying, but the constant peals of Feyre's silvery laughter suggested they were getting along splendidly. The call lasted over an hour before Feyre reluctantly hung up. However, judging from the giddy expression on her face, it was clear Lily had somehow talked her into going to the amusement park. True to form, Feyre approached Qiu Chen with a sweet smile and chirped, "Chen, could I ask you for a favor?" Qiu Chen refused without a second thought. "No way. If it's about the amusement park, absolutely not." "Huh?" Feyre deflated, looking at him pitifully. "Why not?" Qiu Chen stood up. "We were up all night. You might not be tired, but I am. I'm staying home to sleep today. I'm not going." "Chen, please. I really want to see it." Feyre grabbed his arm and began to whine, her voice taking on a nasal, pleading tone. Qiu Chen's knees nearly gave way. Feyre's voice was already naturally languid. When she added the nasal whine, the lethal effect was multiplied exponentially. But Qiu Chen remained stubborn. No, I said no. I'm going to get something to eat." "Chen, just once." "No. But I've never seen the things Lily talked about. Please take me." "Don't listen to Lily's nonsense. There's nothing fun there. Staying home to eat and sleep is much better." Even on the way downstairs, Feyre didn't give up constantly showering Qiu Chen with pleas. It was then he realized that even the sweetest cajoling could become tiresome when overdone. But no matter what Feyre said, Qiu Chen held his ground. "Chen, I hate you." By the time they reached the bottom of the stairs, Feyre had given up pleading and stamped her foot in frustration. She then plopped down on a chair, sulking and refusing to even look at him. Qiu Chen was at his wit's end again. That damn Lily, she just couldn't be happy without causing him trouble. He sighed. "Feyre, don't blame me for being heartless. I'm genuinely exhausted. Please just let me rest at home today." Feyre didn't respond, but her eyes darted around as if she were plotting something. Qiu Chen found it amusing, but said nothing, instead heading to the kitchen to busy himself. 5 minutes later, a steaming bowl of noodles was ready. "Oh, that smells wonderful." Qiu Chen placed the bowl on the table, exaggeratedly inhaling the aroma. His expression was one of pure bliss. "I bet you can't resist this." For a foodie, the most devastating weapon was of course food. There was a popular joke online: "What's it like to have a foodie boyfriend-girlfriend? Answer when they're angry, just offer them their favorite food, and all will be calm again." Qiu Chen was applying this tactic to Feyre. If she couldn't resist the temptation of the food, he could then persuade her to forget about the amusement park. "Haha, I'm a genius." It smells so good," Qiu Chen said with his clumsy, over-the-top acting, lifting some noodles with his chopsticks and making a show of eating them. At the same time, he stole a glance at Feyre. "Come on, Feyre, come on. Don't hold back. Just give in." In Qiu Chen's eyes, the bowl of noodles was like an open Pandora's box, and he was the devil tempting an angel. But to his surprise, Feyre didn't react at all. She didn't even look at him. Caught off guard, he put down his chopsticks and asked softly, "Feyre, do you really want to go?" Still avoiding his gaze, Feyre said, her voice tinged with hurt. "Yes, I want to go. I want to see all the wonderful and strange places in your world. I want to do the things that you humans do, so I don't feel so out of place. I don't want to be an outsider here. Do you understand, Chen?" By the end, her eyes were rimmed with red. Qiu Chen was stunned, a sudden pang of pain in his heart. He had always seen Feyre as a cheerful, carefree soul. She rarely displayed how much she missed her parents, always presenting a curious, lively front to this new world. He used to find her endless questions bothersome, but now he realized that Feyre was only trying to find her place in this world. She didn't want to be treated as a foreigner. Honestly, if he were suddenly thrust into an unfamiliar place, how would he have coped? He probably wouldn't have handled it as well as Feyre was doing. It wasn't that Feyre was simply an optimist, it was that this girl was far more mature than he had given her credit for. Today he had gained a deeper understanding of her. Compared to her, he was far too selfish. "Don't be sad. I'll take you." At some point, Qiu Chen had moved to her side and gently patted her leg. "Really?" Feyre looked up, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Of course. Oh, Chen, you're the best." As she spoke, Feyre threw herself into his arms, hugging him tightly. Once again, Qiu Chen froze like a statue, but this time, unlike the panic of the previous night, there was a hint of sweetness in his shock. Qiu Chen once again marveled at the irresistible allure of delicious food for Feyre. The little girl had been speaking with a touch of melancholy just a moment ago, but in the next second her mood cleared like clouds parting after rain. Since Qiu Chen had promised Feyre, he naturally wouldn't go back on his word. He made a phone call to arrange a time and place with Lily and the others, then tidied up and set off by bus. After a 20-minute bus ride, they arrived at the city's largest amusement park, Happy Valley. Feier got off the bus brimming with excitement, looking left and right as if she had entered a grand garden for the first time, like a country bumpkin in a big city. Qiu Chen, already used to it, could only manage an awkward smile. Those two guys, Housie and the others, were really something. They had agreed to meet at 10 o'clock, yet they were late themselves. Under the sun umbrella, Qiu Chen sipped his drink, complaining with dissatisfaction. Feier, however, was indifferent, just grinning cheerfully. Feier Chenzi. Just then a high-pitched female voice brimming with excitement rang out. Lily, wearing a white tank top and denim shorts, ran over with a refreshing spring in her step. Feier exclaimed, "Sister Lily," and ran out just as excitedly, hugging Lily tightly. The fervent expression on her face once again made Qiu Chen doubt Lily's sexual orientation. His good buddy Wang Hao approached, helplessly greeted Qiu Chen, then picked up Qiu Chen's drink and took a swig. "Can't you buy your own damn drink? Why do you have to drink mine? Does your lady Lily control even that little bit of money?" Every time he saw Wang Hao, Qiu Chen couldn't resist teasing him. According to Wang Hao, Qiu Chen was just jealous. But Qiu Chen would never admit that. "It's been like this since childhood. Can't change it now," Wang Hao said with a faint smile. Indeed, Qiu Chen, Wang Hao, and Lily had grown up together. In their childhood days, the bond between the three had always been the strongest. And it remains so to this day. "Heh," Qiu Chen chuckled, then said, "Yeah, just like I still think we were meant to be a perfect match back then." Wang Hao's mouth twitched. When he was young, he had been very thin and pale-skinned, and the friends they often played with would jokingly say that Wang Hao and Qiu Chen were a couple. But that childhood joke stuck in Qiu Chen's mind until now. "Get lost, my orientation is straight." "Mine too." The two men cursed at each other, then burst into laughter. "What are you two talking about?" The weather was hot today. After chatting excitedly for a while, Lily pulled Feier over to sit beside Qiu Chen and the others. Wang Hao planted a kiss on Lily. Qiu Chen, his face darkening, said, "Get lost, go somewhere else to be disgusting. Don't corrupt the kid." The kid he referred to as naturally Feier. "Oh, come on, as if Feier would be any better off with you," Lily said contemptuously, then flashed a sweet smile at Feier. "How's you'd better keep an eye on your girlfriend. I think she might come out of the closet someday," Qiu Chen said gloomily. Wang Hao and Lily. "What does come out of the closet mean, Sean?" Feier asked in an adorable, clueless manner. At that moment, Qiu Chen suddenly found Feier incredibly cute. That remark was a perfect backhanded compliment. "Sister Feier, don't mind him. He can't spit out anything good from his dog mouth." Lily, her face dark, tugged Feier's little hand and said. Qiu Chen shrugged. "Arguing with a petty woman. So beneath me." After chatting idly for a while, Lily complained to Qiu Chen. "I say, Chenzi, you're way too strict with Feier. You don't even let her go out. Tell me, do you have ulterior motives?" "You're the one with ulterior motives." "I'm just afraid Feier will be corrupted by you," Qiu Chen said disdainfully. Lily blinked, then smirked. "Oh really? How come I think you're up to no good with Feier? Otherwise, why are you wearing matching outfits?" "Matching outfits?" Qiu Chen was completely baffled. He first glanced at Feier's clothes, then at his own, and was once again left speechless. Feier was wearing a blue-printed miniskirt today. Her hair was tied up as usual, with bangs neatly covering her forehead, accentuating the delicate features of her face. Her top was a white floral print shirt, looking delicate and exquisite. She wore black flip-flops on her feet, exposing her dainty fair and tender little feet to the air. Qiu Chen's outfit today consisted of a pair of black knee-length shorts and a white sleeveless shirt. And indeed, it did give off a bit of a matching couple vibe with Feier's clothes. Lily's reminder made Wang Hao look at Qiu Chen and Feier with a suggestive gaze. "Chenzi, you're hiding your light under a bushel." "What light? What bustle? You're the one full of hot air," Qiu Chen said irritably. "You hopeless henpecked husband." "Hey, what's wrong with being henpecked? It means my Housie has someone to care for him. Unlike you, what girl would be willing to care for you?" Lily retorted without letting up. That sharp tongue of hers could instantly pierce the heart of young Master Qiu. Indeed, Qiu Chen silently cursed Wang Hao, that worthless woman before brothers, bastard, to the high heavens. Lily smirked in triumph, then leaned in and kissed Wang Hao again. Feier asked seriously, "Sister Lily, what does it feel like to kiss brother Wang Hao?" Lily was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "Feier, why do you ask? Don't tell me you've kissed someone too." Lily's last sentence was a playful tease. But Feier answered earnestly, "Yes, but it didn't seem to feel like much." "Oh, who?" Lily leaned in closer to ask Feier. A sudden bad feeling rose in Qiu Chen's heart. Was this girl Feier going to spill the beans about last night? Thinking this, he nervously stood up and said, "I'll go get a drink." "It was Chen and I kissed last night." Thump. The sound of someone falling flat on the ground. "Chenzi, you beast. Sister-obsessed pervert. No, listen to me. Feier is my sister. Shameless degenerate, the disgrace of the animal kingdom." Little did Feier expect that her single remark would once again get Qiu Chen condemned to the point of being utterly disgraced. No matter how Qiu Chen explained thereafter, the two refused to believe he was an innocent person. Later, Lily dragged Feier off on an amusement park adventure. As a punishment, in a show of contempt for Qiu Chen, whatever Lily and Feier rode, Qiu Chen had to ride too. Thus the roller coaster, the ghost adventure, the bungee jumping. All the things Qiu Chen hated most, he experienced every single one of them today. While Qiu Chen cursed silently on the roller coaster, the instigator Feier was laughing heartily. "I'm done. I'm never doing this again. After descending from the zip line, Qiu Chen collapsed directly onto the ground. I'm dying. I'm really dying. Chen, let's play some more. Fei tugged at Qiu Chen's arm, coaxing. I'd rather die than play again, Qiu Chen declared with conviction. The other three had no choice but to give up on the idea of indulging in such thrilling rides. At that moment, a voice came through a loudspeaker. Hello, dear visitors. Welcome to the hug competition. Hug competition? That sounds like fun. How's Fei Chenzi? Let's go check it out. Yeah. The two women, seemingly tireless, quickly dragged Qiu Chen and the others over. They quickly reached the center of the amusement park where a crowd of young men and women had already gathered. A large square stage stood before them with a sign on it, Hug Competition. The host, dressed in a suit and tie, smiled and said, Hello, dear visitors. Welcome to the hug competition sponsored by the amusement park. As the host finished speaking, the onlookers below wore puzzled expressions, until one curious man called out loudly, Host, you mentioned a hugging contest. How exactly does one enter? Who do we hug? And with a smile, the host replied, Naturally your own girlfriend. Unless, sir, you intend to hug someone else's. A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd. Qiu Chen joined in heartily. This host clearly had a gift for lightening the mood. Glancing across the audience, the host continued with a grin, no more preamble. I'll introduce the contest directly. Sponsored entirely by Happy Valley, this event is officially titled the Couples Hugging Contest. The rules are simple. Once couples step onto the stage, they may adopt any pose or movement they wish, whether the man hugs the woman or vice versa. Ultimately, the winning pair will be crowned based on two criteria: longest endurance and highest difficulty of pose. Qiu Chen nodded inwardly. He recognized this for what it was: a commercial spectacle, much like the recent kissing contests sweeping the city. Yet, judging by the animated expressions of the men and women around him, the idea clearly resonated. And especially Lily, who from the moment the contest was announced had seized Fei's arm, bubbling over with excited chatter. Qiu Chen cast a pitying glance toward Wang Hao and silently mourned, Howsy, looks like you're in for a rough day. The victorious couple will receive lifetime complimentary admission passes to Happy Valley and a premium household appliance as their prize. Second and third place winners will each receive an elegant small gift. So please, everyone, step forward and join. At the words lifetime complimentary passes, the eyes of the female spectators, especially the young women, lit up with unmistakable avarice. The allure of such perpetual access was evidently overwhelming. Fei, intrigued, turned to Qiu Chen and asked softly, Chen, what exactly does lifetime complimentary pass mean? Before Qiu Chen could reply, Lily slipped her arm around Fei's and laughed. It means you never pay a single cent to enter. And really, not even for roller coasters? Fei asked, brimming with excitement. The amusement rides earlier had captivated her utterly. Hearing that entry would cost nothing, the young woman grew even more animated. And Lily beamed. Yes, forever and without exception. Wonderful, wonderful. Fei bounced lightly on her toes, then tugged Qiu Chen's arm, blinking her large, innocent eyes. Chen, shall we enter too? A faint twitch tugged at Qiu Chen's lips, just as he'd feared. He tried gently, Fei, perhaps best not. It'll be exhausting. Undeterred, Fei insisted, but those rides look so thrilling, and it's free. Didn't you tell me yourself to pass up a bargain is sheer folly? Her remark drew skeptical glances from nearby bystanders, directed squarely at Qiu Chen. Qiu Chen's brow darkened, but before he could speak, Lily shot him a mocking look. Exactly. Chenzi, if something's free, refusing it isn't your style at all. Besides, if Fei wants it, you'll accompany her. Look at Howsy. He always fulfills my wishes. And oh, Howsy. Wang Hao grimaced, then forced a smile. Yes. I'll make anything you desire come true. You're wonderful. And Lily and Wang Hao began flirting openly, right there in public. Qiu Chen sighed inwardly, for Wang Hao yet again. That strained, reluctant expression on his face spoke volumes. Fei, the rules specify couples only. We aren't actually a couple. This would be cheating. If discovered, we'd face serious consequences. Qiu Chen offered this reasoning quietly to Fei, and she frowned slightly, whispering back, Is that true? If they find out we're pretending, will it truly end badly? Qiu Chen adopted a grave tone. Indeed, Fei. Would I ever lie to you about something so trivial? Truthfully, I'd love to compete, but alas, we don't meet the criteria. What a shame. Ni's voice conveyed regret. His heart, however, danced with quiet delight. That final line was textbook hypocrisy. Fei hesitated, eager to compete, eager to win, yet unwilling to risk dragging Qiu Chen into punishment alongside her. Don't listen to him, little sister. Lily stepped closer, took Fei's hand, and murmured conspiratorially, This contest exists purely for public entertainment. No one scrutinizes whether couples are genuine or not. Chenzi simply doesn't want to participate with you. And instantly Fei shot Qiu Chen a wounded, reproachful glance. Qiu Chen inwardly cursed Lily, you and your sister. And aloud he protested, No, Fei, it's not that. I truly wish to accompany you. Still, we must consider the remote possibility. Should we be exposed, the humiliation would be unbearable. And Lily scoffed, You won't speak. Nor will I, nor Fei, nor Howsy. Who then would ever know? You simply lack confidence, and fear losing. She added, smiling slyly. Besides, I believe you and little sister Feier are a match forged by heaven itself. No doubt about it. I wholeheartedly agree. Wang Hao dutifully echoed her sentiment, once again embodying the archetypal henpecked husband. Agree? With what? Shameless coward. You're disgracing our entire gender. Qiu Chen raged inwardly at Wang Hao's betrayal. And really, truly, Feier blushed deeply as she asked Lily, her heart pounding wildly, are Qiu Chen and I truly destined for each other? At that thought her gaze drifted, unbidden, to Qiu Chen. Qiu Chen, however, paid no mind to her glance. Instead he snorted, afraid to lose. Then let's compete. I'll show you who fears whom. Just don't get eliminated early, and deal. Lily smiled, and flashed Feier a warm, encouraging grin. Soon after, the host invited volunteers to step forward. Lily shot Qiu Chen a defiant look, then dragged Wang Hao onto the stage. Seeing them take the lead, the other couples surged forward, energized and eager. Chen, we should go too. Feier urged, eyes sparkling. Qiu Chen clenched his jaw, seized Feier's hand, and declared, fine, we'll go. But we won't lose to Hausi and Lily. And with that he led Feier onto the stage. In moments the once spacious platform teemed with 12 couples. Sensing the energy peak, the host raised his voice, contest, begin. At the signal, couples nearby sprang into action, some cradling partners in regal princess carries, others embracing from behind. Poses varied wildly. One particularly astonishing sight, a lanky man slender as bamboo somehow hoisted his notably plump girlfriend in a flawless princess carry. His calves trembled violently. Hang in there, brother. We're behind you, every last breath. Glancing rightward, Qiu Chen's lips twitched anew. Lily had lifted Wang Hao effortlessly, her composure serene, almost ethereal. Once again he wondered if she'd been born into the wrong body. Why haven't you begun yet? If you delay further you'll be disqualified. The host approached Qiu Chen and Feier with a polite, expectant smile. I was preparing. Starting now, Qiu Chen declared, and swept Feier into his arms with decisive flair. Since poses were unrestricted, and high difficulty wasn't mandatory, he opted for simplicity. And the host chuckled, and moved on to other couples. Chen, you're holding me too tightly. I can barely breathe. Feier whispered into his ear, her breath shallow and strained. Her warm, fragrant breath brushed his ear, sending a delicate, tingling shiver through his chest, as though a kitten's paw had lightly scratched his heart. Sorry, Feier. I've never held a girl before. For once Qiu Chen sounded disarmingly sincere, gently loosening his grip. His hands hovered uncertainly, barely grazing her back, neither touching nor withdrawing. Their posture appeared awkward, stiff, yet Feier remained unfazed. She nestled her head against his chest, inhaling the clean masculine scent of his skin. A soft smile curved her lips. Chen's scent truly is lovely. While other couples embraced with tender, intimate ease, Feier and Qiu Chen stood apart, unnatural, unpracticed, drawing immediate attention from the crowd below. Feier murmured softly, Chen, people down there are talking about us. They say we don't seem like real lovers. Qiu Chen sighed helplessly, because we aren't. I warned you. Not entering was the wiser choice. Now we're in deep trouble. Then what do we do? Feier asked, voice tight with anxiety. Qiu Chen gave a rueful smile. Ask me. I'm asking myself. Truth is, I anticipated this from the start. Since we're not genuinely a couple, our affection can't mirror theirs. Even I feel unnatural holding you. If I sense it, others certainly do. We're neither fools nor blind. We'll likely lose, and face penalties besides. Feier tilted her head thoughtfully. So, if we simply act more intimately, like a real couple, would that suffice? Qiu Chen, puzzled, answered plainly, of course. As they spoke, the host approached, only managing 2 words, you two, before falling abruptly silent. He stood frozen, stunned by the transformation unfolding before him. And the couple who'd seemed so stiff moments ago had undergone a startling metamorphosis. The stunning young woman, so radiant she stirred envy and awe, leapt upward and launched herself onto the young man, wrapping her long, graceful legs tightly around his waist. His body recoiled backward. Just as he reached the brink of collapse, his palms slammed into the floor, bracing his full weight. The young woman, carried by his momentum, fell atop him, her arms instantly locking around his neck. Their faces hovered inches apart, breaths mingling, hearts thundering in unison. Na soft, resounding kiss, lips meeting, sealed the moment. Eyes locked, time suspended, sweetness blooming like spring mist. Silence blanketed the arena. And what is this? A circus act? N.A. lucky dog. One kiss from her, I'd die content. He's breathtakingly handsome. If only I could share such a kiss. Chenzi, that beast. He even kissed his own. Feier told the truth, but why does it feel like she initiated it? Wait, no. What in the world is happening? Isn't this a contest? Why the kiss? And give me back my first kiss. Feier, thoughts diverged wildly across the crowd, but reactions converged instantly. 0.01 seconds later, thunderous applause shook the air. Qiu Chen watched Feier, her face alight with excitement as she held the blue ticket, while Lily's envious gaze contrasted sharply with his own exasperated expression. He had won. Thanks entirely to the synchronized pose he and Feier struck at the climax, causing every other couple to forfeit and surrender. Amidst thunderous cheers, Qiu Chen and Feier were crowned champions. Yet for Qiu Chen himself, the entire affair still felt surreal, his mind adrift in dazed disbelief. Recalling the congratulatory smiles from other couples, he found no joy within. Only a quiet ache. His first kiss had once again been claimed by the radiant goddess Feier. He simply could not fathom why Feier had acted so boldly in that moment. Was playing by the rules truly fatal? Did she have no notion that her impulsive gesture had utterly shattered his reputation in Lily's and Housy's eyes? Sister-obsessed maniac, Lily's newly minted nickname for Qiu Chen. Beyond bestial, Wang Hao's contemptuous verdict delivered with a scathing glance. Hearing those monikers, Qiu Chen nearly wept, but he knew full well even with 10 tongues he could never explain away what had just transpired. "Housy, you believe me. It was purely accidental," came Qiu Chen's plea, met only with Wang Hao's icy, unblinking stare. "Oh, come on. It really was an accident." Feier had suddenly lunged into him. Off balance, he tumbled backward, his outstretched hand merely an instinctive reflex born of imminent collapse. The truth stripped bare was simple enough, yet set against the heat of competition and sealed with Feier's unexpected kiss, it had become irrevocably, inexplicably ambiguous. Helpless and resigned, Qiu Chen cast Feier a small, deeply wounded glance. The instigator herself remained blissfully oblivious, her entire attention riveted upon her prize, cheeks flushed with unrestrained delight as she chattered animatedly with Lily. Qiu Chen sighed inwardly. Only now grasping the cruel irony, there existed a particular kind of injustice known solely as Qiu Chen meets Feier, a truth too tangled for reason to untie. "Brother." Wang Hao suddenly embraced Qiu Chen with grave solemnity and declared, "Chenzi, I know you adore your sister, but please temper that gaze. It's far too direct." Qiu Chen froze. Then his lips twitched faintly, and a dark line appeared across his brow. "Traitor who values beauty over friendship," he retorted, "has no right to speak to me." Fengshan Corporation stood as the city's preeminent economic powerhouse, its alumni boasting legendary film queens and entertainment titans alike. Thus, it earned the moniker, the ultimate star-forging forge. Jinrong Street Avenue, the city's most vibrant district, where rumors claimed real estate prices had soared to the point where every inch commanded gold. There Fengshan owned a 5-story office building, a testament to its staggering financial and logistical might. Inside the same black chauffeured van, agent Ning Yun enthusiastically recounted Fengshan's storied achievements in business performance to Fang Yuanjing. Fang Yuanjing, however, seemed indifferent. She wore a white embroidered short-sleeve top paired with sleek black pencil trousers and pristine white high heels. Her hair was elegantly pinned up, imparting an air of sharp professionalism. A subtle furrow creased her brow as she asked, puzzled, "Senior Sister Ning, if Fengshan is so renowned, why did they specifically request to meet me?" Ning Yun explained, "My superiors told me one of Fengshan's partners saw an advertisement you starred in, and wishes to cast you as a guest performer in a music video for one of their singers." She paused, then added, "Though modest in scale, this opportunity serves as a pivotal stepping stone toward entering the mainstream market." Fang Yuanjing frowned slightly. "What do you mean, Senior Sister Ning?" Ning Yun spoke earnestly, "Think Xiao Jing. Fengshan stands unrivaled in its industry. Every actress or singer who has collaborated with them, regardless of whether they're under contract, gains unprecedented momentum along their artistic path. You must shine brilliantly here. If any Fengshan agent or executive takes notice and seeks to recruit you, your future will be boundless." Ning Yun's sincerity shone through her words. Few agents would ever urge their own talent to defect to a rival firm. Yet Fang Yuanjing still felt uneasy. The recent Huang Jian incident lingered vividly in her memory, making her instinctively recoil at the mere mention of executives or leadership. She withheld these thoughts, and Ning Yun remained unaware, continuing instead, "Xiao Jing, you must cooperate fully this time. Fengshan wields immense influence, their roster brims with elite talents. Ocha Hayas among them, each an Asia-renowned vocalist." "Wait, Senior Sister Ning," Fang Yuanjing interjected sharply, seizing upon a vital detail. "Who did you say?" Ning Yun blinked. She'd never before seen Fang Yuanjing so visibly flustered. "I said Ocha Heo." Ocha Heo, the warm, gentle young man who had saved her life in her darkest hour. So Ocha Heo belonged to Fengshan too. Recalling their moonlit conversation that night, Fang Yuanjing's lips curved into a soft, tender smile. How comforting to know he walks the same path. "Don't worry, Senior Sister Ning. I'll give it my all." Somehow just thinking of Ocha Heo filled her with profound, unwavering calm. Ning Yun couldn't discern the source of Fang Yuanjing's sudden radiance, but confidence, after all, was always welcome. "Good," she affirmed warmly. "Keep going, Xiao Jing." That night's events remained unspoken between Ocha Heo and Fang Yuanjing. Ning Yun, unaware of her charge's inner transformation, understood nothing of its weight. Fang Yuanjing made no attempt to explain. She opened the van door and said firmly, "Let's go, Senior Sister Ning." Stepping into Fengshan, every detail whispered opulence. Uniformed receptionists instantly recognized Fang Yuanjing and approached with bright practice smiles. Had anyone else glimpsed the beloved pure-voiced singer Fang Yuanjing appear unexpectedly, they'd likely erupt in ecstatic shrieks. Yet the receptionist remained perfectly composed. Seen it all before, she murmured softly. Escorting Fang Yuanjing and Ning Yun to the third-floor reception lounge, she seated them on plush sofas, served 2 steaming cups of coffee, then departed gracefully. They waited in quiet anticipation, both women tense, though the suspense lasted only moments, broken by a cheerful, resonant chuckle from beyond the door. Hee, my sincerest apologies for keeping Miss Fang and Miss Ning waiting. The door swung open to reveal a man in a tailored suit, mid-30s, balding crown, large eyes, and prominent nose features strikingly symmetrical, exuding quiet, commanding authority. He Mingjian, Fengshan's executive director of artist planning. Director, he long admired your reputation. We've brought Xiao Jing here and truly appreciate your time. Both Ning Yun and Fang Yuanjing rose. Ning Yun shook He Mingjian's hand with a warm smile. No trouble at all, he replied genially, turning his gaze toward Fang Yuanjing. This must be Miss Fang, truly exquisite. Fang Yuanjing smiled as she accepted his handshake, relieved to find no trace of lewdness in his eyes, and replied with quiet grace, pleased to meet you, Director He. I am Fang Yuanjing. After formalities concluded, they resumed their seats. He Mingjian asked, smiling, Miss Fang, what are your impressions of Fengshan? Fang Yuanjing paused thoughtfully, then replied, majestic, grand, and profoundly dignified. Haha, excellent. Splendid choice of words. You possess remarkable eloquence. This reaffirms my conviction that selecting you for collaboration was absolutely correct. His words thrilled both Ning Yun and Fang Yuanjing. Since he broached the subject himself, silence would betray professional negligence. So Ning Yun seized the opening without hesitation. Smiling, she said, regarding this collaboration, Xiao Jing is deeply enthusiastic. Might we inquire about the precise details? He Mingjian didn't bristle at her directness. In fact, he chuckled, Miss Ning, no need to rush. The heroine has arrived, but a hero cannot be absent. He turned toward the door and called, Xiao Hao, come in. A soft creak echoed as the door eased open. All eyes turned toward the threshold. Ning Yun and Fang Yuanjing alike eager to behold the hero He Mingjian had heralded. A young man entered, tall and lithe, standing nearly 185 centimeters, clad in a sky blue suit. Beneath sun-kissed chestnut hair rested features, so arresting they arrested breath itself. Thin lips, a hawkish nose, porcelain skin. His visage blended delicate elegance with unmistakable masculine strength, all carved with bold, defined contours. Amid collective astonishment, He Mingjian gestured warmly toward the newcomer. Xiao Hao, come. Let me introduce you. These are Miss Ning and Miss Fang, your collaborators for the upcoming music video. As for the gentleman beside me, surely no introduction is needed. Hello. His voice, soft, velvety, magnetic. Ah, of course. Who doesn't recognize the illustrious Mr. Ochiheo? Ning Yun rose, shaking hands with genuine awe and deeper elation. Casting Xiao Jing alongside Ochiheo would unquestionably elevate her fame to new heights. This is Ochiheo. Unlike Ning Yun's stunned delight, Fang Yuanjing stood frozen, her heart pounding with shock and disbelief. Could it be? The one I'm to collaborate with is Ochiheo, brother O? Miss Fang, it's an honor to meet you. Ochiheo approached her with a gentle smile and extended his hand. Fang Yuanjing noted how deliberately he feigned unfamiliarity, and a quiet, amused warmth bloomed within her. So brother O is quite the accomplished actor after all. Though inwardly amused, she still offered her slender hand, delicate, graceful, and let it rest lightly in his. Ochiheo's every entrance was always so breathtakingly dramatic. There was no helping it, for who else could claim the title of the most beloved male lead in current idol dramas? Countless fans of Ochiheo secretly harbored sweet dreams of marrying him. Ochiheo sat down beside He Mingjian. Ning Yun, still recovering from her excitement, said in disbelief, President He, you don't mean to say that you want our Xiao Jing to be the female lead for Mr. O's latest MV, do you? He Mingjian countered with a smile, what, Miss Ning isn't willing? Of course not, that's not what I meant. I was just a little surprised. Nonsense, an opportunity like this was practically a godsend. Ning Yun was no fool. How could she possibly refuse such a stroke of fortune? He Mingjian said with a gentle smile, then it settled. In fact, it was Xiao Hao himself who proposed this. Mr. Oh. Ning Yun was caught off guard. From He Mingjian's words, it seemed that Ochiheo had suggested letting Fang Yuanjing be the female lead for his upcoming MV. But why? The two of them clearly didn't even know each other. As if sensing Ning Yun's confusion, Ochiheo smiled and explained, it's like this. The album I'm releasing this time has several ballads. The moment I saw Miss Fang's advertisement, I felt she resembled the leading lady in my songs. So I asked Brother Ming to help arrange a meeting with Miss Fang. He paused, then turned to Fang Yuanjing and asked, so Miss Fang, what do you think of my proposal? Interested? Fang Yuanjing found it amusing that he kept addressing her as Miss Fang, as if he didn't recognize her at all. Nevertheless, she played along and replied, it's my honor to work with Mr. Oh, and I truly appreciate the opportunity you've given me. Fang Yuanjing's last words carried a double meaning. Not only was she thanking Mr. Oh, but more importantly, she was thanking her big brother Oh. Fang Yuanjing understood clearly that Oh Chihao had deliberately arranged for her to be the female lead in his MV, likely to help her career flourish. How could Fang Yuanjing not be moved by such thoughtful consideration from Oh Chihao? Oh Chihao understood her meaning and said with a smile, "Then it's settled, Miss Fang. I look forward to working with you." With those words from Oh Chihao, the deal was sealed. The rest of the time was spent in detailed discussions about the collaboration between He Mingjian and Ning Yun. Meanwhile, Oh Chihao sat there with nothing to do. When no one was watching, he even winked at Fang Yuanjing. Fang Yuanjing found it amusing. This mature-looking young man could actually be so playful. The contract matters were quickly settled. Though Fang Yuanjing hadn't exchanged a single word with Oh Chihao, there was a silent understanding between them, a bond that needed no words. Fang Yuanjing found it remarkable that she shared such a connection with Oh Chihao, so as she left she exchanged a farewell glance with him. After all, she had Oh Chihao's number. If she wanted to thank him later, she could simply call. Once Oh Chihao and He Mingjian saw Fang Yuanjing and Ning Yun off, they returned to sit on the sofa. He Mingjian took a sip of the coffee on the table and said, "Xiaohao, you've always been very measured in your actions, but this time I can't quite understand what you're doing." Oh Chihao smiled. "Uncle, here are you referring to my decision to have Fang Yuanjing appear in my MV?" He Mingjian nodded. "Given your current fame, if you wanted to find a female lead, there would be a flood of new actors or singers eager to collaborate with you. Take the fashion deal we discussed a few days ago. The other party was willing to pay 4 times the price to secure the filming rights, but only on the condition that one of their female artists work with you. You turned it down." Oh Chihao said calmly. "Uncle, you know I detest those who resort to any means to climb the ladder." He Mingjian said, "Xiaohao, I understand. It's within my expectations that you declined that offer. But why did you choose to collaborate with Fang Yuanjing this time? That girl, aside from her fresh-faced innocence, I know very little about her." Oh Chihao's eyes grew deep. "Uncle, some things have nothing to do with popularity or appearance. When the feeling is right, that's enough. Sounds like you're looking for a partner." Oh Chihao laughed heartily, then said seriously, "Uncle, you wouldn't understand this. She is someone very important to me, someone I care about deeply." Meanwhile, Fang Yuanjing and Ning Yun were already back in the van. Ning Yun said excitedly, "This is wonderful, Xiao Jing. Now you're bound to become famous. Oh Chihao, since you get to be the female lead in his music video, your popularity will soar. Then when you release your new album, you'll surely take the whole country by storm." Compared to Ning Yun's excitement, Fang Yuanjing, though equally thrilled, remained much more composed. She was excited that with Big Brother O's help she would surely gain more fans. But she was also calmly pondering how to repay him for such a huge favor. Yes, Sister Ning, everyone has a dream of stardom. Fang Yuanjing was no exception. Otherwise she wouldn't have entered the entertainment industry. Just then Fang Yuanjing's phone rang. She saw it was her homeroom teacher calling and answered, "Hello, Teacher Li." "Hee Xiao Jing, I hope I'm not disturbing you." The 40-something female homeroom teacher Li said amiably with a smile. Fang Yuanjing was a celebrity, so she was worried about bothering her. Fang Yuanjing replied with a smile, "Not at all, how could it be? Is there something you need, Teacher Li?" Teacher Li said, "Nothing major. I just wanted to let you know that the vocal music exam and the showcase stage date have been set." Fang Yuanjing asked, "When is it?" Teacher Li replied, "The vocal music exam is on August 15th. After the written test, the showcase will be held the following week." Fang Yuanjing calculated the days, still 40 days away. She said gratefully, "Thank you so much, Teacher Li, for taking the time to let me know." Teacher Li chuckled. "What are you saying? Xiao Jing, you're my student, so it's my duty to be responsible for you. If you keep thanking me, I'll get upset." Fang Yuanjing knew she was joking, so she said with a smile, "All right, I won't say it anymore. Hee, then I'll let you go. Prepare well. I'm looking forward to your performance." "Got it, teacher. Goodbye." With that, Fang Yuanjing hung up. Ning Yun asked, "Was that your teacher reminding you about the exam?" Fang Yuanjing nodded. "Yes, just over 40 days left, but I still haven't decided what song to sing." "Take your time, don't rush." Ning Yun comforted her. "No matter what you sing, your fans will love it." Fang Yuanjing was slightly stunned. Those words were so familiar, weren't they exactly what Qiu Chen had said to her? But what was Qiu Chen doing now? Fang Yuanjing's gaze grew thoughtful. While Fang Yuanjing was laying the groundwork for her future fame in the entertainment industry, Qiu Chen had already returned to the apartment with Feier. Feier, usually full of energy, now looked somewhat weary. She flopped onto the sofa and said, "Chen, get me something to drink." Qiu Chen's face darkened with annoyance. "I feel like I've become your servant. Aren't I the master of this house?" Even so, Qiu Chen obediently went to the kitchen to fetch a drink. "You're so nice, Chen." Feier gave him a good guy card and then gulped down the drink. Qiu Chen was helpless, but as his gaze drifted downward, he felt a sudden urge to have a nosebleed. Feier sat cross-legged on the sofa, her jade-like legs folded, while Qiu Chen stood before her. With his line of sight lowered, he could see her full, rounded bosom. No wonder the ancient said to climb high and see far. Was he not standing high and seeing deep? Qiu Chen sat down on the sofa, about to sternly lecture Feier about dressing more modestly, but she pouted and said, "I've been drinking this beverage for so long, and it still doesn't taste good." Qiu Chen rolled his eyes, took a sip of his cola, and said, "Then what do you think tastes good? Blood." Fei pondered seriously and replied, "I've never actually tasted blood. I wonder what it's like." Qiu Chen suddenly felt sorry for Fei. Being a vampire, she had never even tasted blood. He deliberately teased, "Wanna try?" "Too bad you don't have fangs." "Huh." Fei puffed her cheeks in anger and said, "You better watch out. Even without fangs I can still bite you." "Liar." Qiu Chen refused to believe her. At that moment Fei sprang up and lunged at him, planting her small mouth directly on his neck and biting. "Ouch. Are you crazy, Fei? You actually bit me." "Humph. Who told you to say I wouldn't dare?" Fei proudly sniffled with her little nose. Then she slowly rose from Qiu Chen, her gaze shifting to his lips. She murmured, "Chen, I really want to bite your lips." Qiu Chen had just taken a sip of cola when he heard that, nearly choking. He pushed Fei away and shouted, "Fei, are you out of your mind? Why do you keep talking about biting or not biting?" Qiu Chen was agitated. He had kept his first kiss for 22 years, and now it was being taken by Fei so inexplicably. "I'm not crazy," Fei retorted indignantly. "You're so stingy. It's just a little bite on the lips. I don't mind, so why should you?" Qiu Chen nearly spat blood again. "This is not a matter of being stingy." He tapped Fei on the head and said seriously, "Fei, when I first met you, why didn't I realize you were this perverted?" Qiu Chen felt that the world had wrongly accused men. Who said only men were lecherous? Wasn't Fei a perfect example? Fei shook her head innocently and asked, "What does perverted mean? Is it something to eat?" "Eat your own garlic." Qiu Chen's face darkened, and he pushed Fei away, turning to go upstairs. "Chen, where are you going?" Fei called from behind. "Going upstairs to sleep. I have class tomorrow," Qiu Chen said without looking back. Fei bit her fingernails, feeling bored, shook her head, and trotted back to her own room. Qiu Chen wearily returned to his room. After a day at the amusement park and then being tormented by Fei at home, he felt the world held deep hatred for him. Qiu Chen took out his phone and found a missed message from his homeroom teacher, Li, informing him of the date for the vocal music exam. Qiu Chen was both thrilled and anxious. With about 40 days left, he still hadn't decided on a performance piece. Recalling something, he sent a text to Fang Yuanjing, "Senior, are you there? Not sure if you're working, so I didn't dare call." After sending, he put the phone down. Not long after, a reply came. "I'm here, not working now." Overjoyed, Qiu Chen replied, "Can I call you then, Senior?" Fang Yuanjing responded, "Let's find another time. I've been busy all day, and I'm tired, about to sleep. If you have anything, just tell me in the text." A deep disappointment washed over Qiu Chen, but he still replied, "It's nothing much. I just wanted to ask if you know the date for the vocal music exam." "Yes, I know. By the way, how's your preparation going?" "I'm still clueless." "What about you, Senior?" "Same. Anyway, good luck." Qiu Chen understood from her message that she didn't want to continue the conversation, so he replied, "I will. You too, Senior. Since you're tired, get some rest early. Won't bother you anymore." You too." Then Qiu Chen didn't reply further. "What's wrong with Senior? Ever since the last text incident, her attitude toward me has clearly changed." Qiu Chen put down his phone, puzzled. Unable to find an answer, he decided to stop thinking about it. He opened his computer, wanting to write a song for the exam, but what should he write? Writing a song wasn't a joke. Without inspiration, it was impossible to create a good piece. Qiu Chen stared at the computer for ages, yet not a single word came out. Shit. Qiu Chen slammed the keyboard in frustration, knowing he wouldn't write anything tonight. After who knows how long, the night finally passed. The next day was Monday. Qiu Chen left for school early with Fei. Being a skirt lover, Fei wore a white dress paired with black short boots, looking youthful and lively. Walking on the street, they naturally drew countless glances. Monday mornings were busy, whether for schools or office workers. After the short weekend break, they had to return to the front lines of their work. Students of all kinds, dressed differently, poured into the campus, innocent smiles on their faces. At this age, free of worries and just beginning to mature, perhaps it was the best time of life. Qiu Chen walked in front, Fei behind him. As they reached the school gate, they saw a young man in his 20s wearing a fitted suit chasing after a girl. The man wasn't ugly, but his slick back hair gave Qiu Chen an inexplicable feeling of being transported back to the 70s or 80s. The girl ahead appeared to be around 22 or 23. She wore gray-blue jeans and white canvas shoes. Her top was a black sleeveless t-shirt revealing arms as fair and smooth as lotus roots, and she carried a blue handbag. With delicate features, fair skin, innocent eyes, and rosy lips, she was a stunning beauty. The slick-haired man quickly caught up to face her, then suddenly knelt down, pulled out a diamond ring from his pocket, and said excitedly, "Ain't I truly love you? Marry me." Qiu Chen's lips twitched. What was this? A marriage proposal? The surrounding onlookers erupted in murmurs, seemingly egging him on. The girl's expression turned unpleasant. "Ouyangku, aren't you tired of this?" "I don't like you," she said impatiently. "Ouyangku." Qiu Chen's lips twitched again. Why did that name always make him want to mock it? The slick-haired man named Ouyang didn't mind her attitude at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "Enin, I know you don't like me, but that's fine. I'm confident I can make you fall in love with me. Because after all this time together, I've been deeply intoxicated by your fragrance. I really love you." "Everyone." Qiu Chen's lips twitched. This guy was a real piece of work. The girl was even more exasperated. "Are you out of your mind? We've known each other for less than 8 hours. Everyone was speechless again, now certain the man was a total idiot. Qiu Chen's face was full of black lines. To encounter such a scene early in the morning was truly speechless. Chen, what are they doing? Feier asked innocently. Well, the man is proposing to that girl. Seeing Feier's confusion, he explained, proposing means a man likes a woman and does something to make her marry him and live with him. Feier nodded with a vague understanding. Oh, so he wants to mate with her. Thud. The handsome Qiu Chen fell flat on his face. Feier's words rang out clearly, and Qiu Chen's dramatic collapse instantly drew every onlooker's gaze toward the two of them. Stunningly beautiful. This was everyone's first impression. Upon laying eyes on Feier, nearly all the male students froze in place spellbound. How could such a girl exist in this world? Her delicate porcelain-fair features and skin so supple it seemed to tremble at a touch, truly peerless. Female students felt only envy and admiration. Even those confident in their own beauty were reduced to profound self-doubt upon seeing Feier. As for Qiu Chen standing beside Feier, the students dismissed him entirely, as mere green leaves framing a rare blossom. Ouyang was most electrified. Having bedded countless beauties throughout his life, he never imagined encountering someone who looked like a celestial maiden. After merely 2 glances, his body betrayed him with unmistakable arousal. Then glancing at the girl beside him, Ouyang suddenly realized how coarse his own taste had always been. Without hesitation, Ouyang strode forward brandishing a diamond ring, and declared earnestly, "Beautiful lady, I'm utterly smitten. Will you be my girlfriend?" Thud. Many onlookers collapsed outright. Was this man sent by monkeys solely to provoke laughter? He'd just proposed to another girl moments before, yet the moment he saw someone more exquisite he switched targets without pause. The crowd sighed. When one abandons shame, nothing stands in their way. 3 dark lines crept across Qiu Chen's forehead as his mouth twitched. He yanked Feier behind him and scoffed coldly, "Hey pal, do you have a screw loose? With me, the boyfriend, standing right here, you dare flirt with my girlfriend?" Girlfriend? The male students hadn't expected this ethereal girl already had a boyfriend, but now the spectacle promised to intensify. "So you're flirting with her? Now you've walked straight into trouble." Shielded behind Qiu Chen, Feier's heart fluttered sweetly at his words. So he's always considered me his girlfriend. Under Lily's influence, Feier was no longer an innocent wide-eyed girl. She had become the goddess Feier, thoroughly versed in earthly customs, as she fully understood the meaning of girlfriend. Ouyang felt disappointment pierce his heart upon learning his goddess already had a boyfriend. Glancing at Qiu Chen, he noted only that the young man stood slightly taller, possessed marginally finer features, and bore a somewhat more robust frame. Nothing else compared. Thus, bristling with resentment, Ouyang sneered, "You dare claim such a stunning girlfriend? Take 100,000 yuan, and walk away from her." Qiu Chen's lips quivered faintly before he smiled. "Ah, a second-generation rich kid, are we?" Ouyang puffed with pride, "Not that wealthy, but certainly richer than you." His smug expression all but shouted, "I'm richer than you. Go ahead, hit me. Hit me." Qiu Chen's eyes chilled, then curved into a wry smile. "Just 1 sentence, and I'll leave." Ouyang sneered, assuming Qiu Chen had succumbed to greed. "Speak then." Qiu Chen stepped closer, still smiling, then flashed a devilish grin and boomed, "I specialize in beating second-generation rich kids." In one fluid motion, he swept his right leg between Ouyang's thighs, twisted his torso, seized Ouyang's right armpit, and hurled him flat onto the ground. Slam. Ow, damn it. Ouyang crashed down with textbook perfection. A full-body shoulder throw. Qiu Chen had poured every ounce of strength into it, leaving Ouyang sprawled motionless for what felt like an eternity. Qiu Chen smirked coldly. "Let me tell you something. Not everything can be bought with money. Especially not love." With that, he took Feier's hand and strode off, leaving behind a silhouette, both effortless and commanding. "Well said." A girl's voice rang out, sparking cheers. His words, his actions moved the girls deeply. Some students had initially mistaken Qiu Chen's easy smile for weakness, assuming he'd bow to wealth. They never imagined he'd defend his girlfriend so fiercely, hurling Ouyang to the ground without hesitation. His boldness ignited admiration among the girls, as some whispered that if a man would ever storm forth in righteous fury for her life would be complete. Unaware he'd unwittingly become the paragon of ideal boyfriends in their eyes, Qiu Chen strode through campus, growing angrier with every step. His behavior had been uncharacteristically fierce. Even he couldn't fathom why he'd spoken those words. All he knew was that the moment someone approached Feier, a surge of nameless fury ignited within him. Strange, but not unwelcome. "Qiu Chen, when you called me your girlfriend, was that true?" Feier sidled up, slipping her arm through his with affectionate familiarity. Qiu Chen gently removed her arm and retorted, exasperated, "Do you honestly think I meant it? I was just helping you deflect him." "Why?" Feier blinked her wide, guileless eyes. "Because, I just don't like that guy," Qiu Chen offered lamely. Feier burst into delighted laughter. "I understand." "Understand what?" "Men are all hypocrites. You were jealous, weren't you?" Feier stepped squarely before him, her sparkling gaze locking onto his, brimming with quiet anticipation. Qiu Chen inexplicably felt flustered, avoiding her gaze as he turned his head away and grumbled, "You're babbling nonsense again." I wasn't jealous. Fei's smile deepened. She didn't press further, but said softly, Qiu Chen, I don't need to be jealous. That man wanted to mate with me, but I refused. If he disrespects me again, I'll kill him. Qiu Chen was speechless at Fei's bluntness. Actually, Fei paused, her expression hesitant. What is it? Qiu Chen urged. Just say it. Actually, I want to mate with you. Fei's cheeks flushed crimson as she fidgeted with her sleeve hem. Thud. Another collapse. The sound of Qiu Chen utterly undone. Fei, I forbid you to speak such strange things again. Qiu Chen nearly choked, shouting the words. Is she truly a vampire? A lecherous ghost, more like. All right. Fei replied with a serene smile, the look on her face confirming she'd heard nothing at all. Unseen by Qiu Chen, a tall young woman stood concealed at the corner of a classroom building, wearing black sunglasses, an azure sleeveless t-shirt, black capri pants, and glossy high heels. She gently bit her lower lip, watching Qiu Chen and Fei banter in the distance, murmuring softly, Qiu Chen, has this woman begun to claim your heart? A dull ache stirred within her chest. Why? Her shoulders trembled faintly, betraying inner anguish. Was it because of him? A voice spectral and silken slipped through the air. She turned, and there he stood leaning against the wall, his enigmatic gaze fixed upon her, half smiling, half mocking. Her expression hardened. Without uttering a word, she turned to leave. Still so ruthless, sister, the young man teased. Her body stiffened. You've mistaken me. I am not your sister. Humph. He laughed coldly, still the same as ever, icy and distant. Whether I've mistaken you or not lies deep in your heart, Fang Yuanjing. He emphasized the final 3 syllables, slow, deliberate, resonant. Fang Yuanjing halted mid-step, then turned sharply, her voice glacial. Nan Gongqi, I severed all ties with your family. Do not disturb me again. Was Nan Gongqi Fang Yuanjing's younger brother? Were gossip columnists to learn this, it would ignite headlines. Nan Gongqi's eyes darkened, his smile vanishing. Is that so? You should stay away from us, because every time I see you I remember my mother's death. Fang Yuanjing froze, then fell silent for a long moment. That chapter is closed, isn't it? Closed? Nan Gongqi threw back his head and laughed bitterly. One word cannot erase it. My mother is dead, while you and your wretched mother live on untouched. How dare you call it closed? At his slur against her mother, Fang Yuanjing exploded. You will not insult my mother. Wasn't she also a victim of that tragedy? Did only you suffer from that past? Had it not been for that man, would my mother not have endured decades of sorrow and pain? That man. Nan Gongqi sneered. You refer to father as that man. So you and your mother are cut from the same cloth, clinging desperately to other men when you need them, shattering families before vanishing without trace. Truly you've inherited your mother's finest traits. You will not speak ill of my mother. Fang Yuanjing lunged forward, hand raised to strike Nan Gongqi's face. He caught her wrist mid-swing, then gazed coldly into her beautiful face. You dare strike me? You, a contemptible creature, dare raise your hand against me? Let me remind you, the day my mother died, I swore an oath. We shall never rest until one of us is dead. Pausing, he added with cruel amusement, you're a celebrity now, mind your image. Don't let paparazzi catch you in scandal. Say being coerced by a director behind closed doors. Boom. Fang Yuanjing's mind reeled, suddenly remembering. Her lips trembled as she whispered, was it you? Did you do it? Nan Gongqi roared with laughter, released her wrist, and sneered. I have no idea what you mean. I did nothing. With that he turned and walked away. Fang Yuanjing could no longer suppress her tears. Torrents streamed down her face, yet she fought desperately to hold herself upright, gripping the wall to keep from collapsing. She gave a hollow, broken laugh and fled. Just then Qiu Chen, glancing absently around, caught sight of her running away. Qiu Chen blinked in surprise. That's senior sister Fang. What happened? Unease prickled his spine. Fei, go find Lily. I'll be right back. Don't follow me, he snapped, and dashed after her. Fei, bewildered, turned and headed toward Lily. Fang Yuanjing barely held back her tears as she rushed out of the school gate and switched off her phone. At this moment, she didn't want to hear a word from anyone. She just wanted to be alone. Fang Yuanjing sat down by a small river, tossed her handbag onto the ground, and wept silently. Fang Yuanjing had always been a strong girl. No one had ever seen her shed a tear, because no matter how great the grievance she suffered, she would grit her teeth and endure. Child crying is a sign of weakness. You must be stronger than your mother. This was what her mother had often said to her when she was young, and Fang Yuanjing had kept those words firmly in her heart, never once forgetting them. The only person in this world who could make her cry was probably her mother. Her mother had endured so much suffering for her sake throughout her life. Fang Yuanjing knew this all too well. In that family, her mother had always been the least favored one, and she herself was equally unwelcome. So after turning 15, Fang Yuanjing took her mother and left that heartbreaking place. Over the years, Fang Yuanjing had not only excelled in her studies, but had also become a celebrity, perhaps the one thing that could truly console her mother. You actually call your father that man? I see that you and your mother are cut from the same cloth. When you need a man, you cling to someone else's husband by any means, and after ruining their family, you walk away. You truly inherited your mother's fine genes. Nan Gongqi's words pierced Fang Yuanjing's heart like needles. She had already decided to forget those things. Why did he have to bring them up just when she was about to let them go? Her father. Huh. For the first time a fierce expression crossed Fang Yuanjing's delicate face. She smiled bitterly. From the very moment she could remember, she had never regarded that man as her father. Because it was that man who had caused her mother's current condition. It was that man who had forced her childhood, indeed her entire life, to start over. Nan Gongqi claimed that her mother had caused his mother's death, but it was actually that man's fault. If he hadn't been so promiscuous and careless with his affections, how could so many innocent naive girls have been deceived by him? And how could relatives within the family have turned against each other over the same man? The past flashed before Fang Yuanjing's eyes like scenes from a movie. She suddenly felt like laughing. Her former life was like something out of a novel as dramatic as a sensational imperial court drama. Wipe your face. If your makeup runs you won't be beautiful anymore. A gentle voice came from behind. Fang Yuanjing turned around and saw Qiu Chen's sunny face smiling at her holding out a tissue. In truth, Qiu Chen had arrived long before, but he'd refrained from showing himself, while Fang Yuanjing was crying so sorrowfully. Yet as she grew more and more distressed, he feared something might happen to her, so he hurried out. Why are you here? Fang Yuanjing asked in confusion. Qiu Chen didn't answer. Instead, he plopped down beside Fang Yuanjing, turned his head away, and handed her the tissue. Wipe your tears. I won't look so you don't have to worry about me seeing you without makeup. A surge of gratitude welled up in Fang Yuanjing's heart. She took the tissue and wiped her tears. All right. Qiu Chen turned back to look at her and said with satisfaction, That's the senior I know. Why are you here? Fang Yuanjing asked again. Glancing at the river not far away, she laughed self-deprecatingly. Were you worried I might throw myself in? Qiu Chen shook his head then smiled. You wouldn't. Because the senior I know isn't that fragile. Fang Yuanjing was momentarily stunned. Then what kind of person is the senior you know? Without a second thought, Qiu Chen replied, cool and elegant, generous, always wearing a confident and sweet smile. Fang Yuanjing smiled faintly, then said with a hint of sorrow in her eyes, perhaps the person you know isn't the real me. Qiu Chen didn't answer that. Instead, he gazed at the lake and said softly, when I was 7, my parents died in a car accident. At that age, I barely had any memories of them. I just often heard my grandmother and aunt say that my parents were good people. My mother loved to laugh, and my father loved to make her laugh. After hearing it so many times, pictures of my parents would involuntarily form in my mind. I could picture their smiling faces, so I began to imitate their smiles. Gradually, I became someone who loved to laugh too. Because I felt that when I smiled, my parents were watching me. And only when I smiled was our family together. After he finished speaking, Qiu Chen, who was usually so carefree, suddenly grew quiet. His gaze was deep like a bottomless abyss, drawing in anyone who met his eyes and making them unconsciously fall in. Fang Yuanjing listened lost in thought, then murmured, Chen, why are you telling me all this? Qiu Chen took a deep breath, then reverted to his usual joking demeanor. He smiled at Fang Yuanjing and said, I just wanted to tell you that everyone has a past that's hard to forget. Maybe it's happy, maybe it's painful, maybe it's worth forgiving, maybe it's never to be forgotten. If you can forget it, then let it go. Don't let the past weigh you down until you can't breathe. And if you can't forget it, then say it out loud. Keeping it bottled up inside for too long will only hurt you. Fang Yuanjing fell silent. After a long moment, she said, So you just came to say all this? Qiu Chen shook his head. No, senior. I came to listen to your story. Fang Yuanjing looked up and met Qiu Chen's gaze. A strange feeling began to stir in her heart. Fang Yuanjing smiled, faintly imitating Qiu Chen's way of taking a deep breath, then slowly began. More than 20 years ago, a young woman left her hometown alone and came to the city to work. Her education was limited, so all she could find was a job as a waitress at a restaurant in this bustling city. The pay was meager and life was hard, but she was content. Then that man appeared, handsome and dashing, the young master of that very restaurant. He was graceful, charming, and kind to everyone. Nearly every girl at the time regarded him as her Prince Charming. She did too, of course. Perhaps God took pity on a girl from a poor family because the young master showed special favor to her alone. What followed was simple. She believed she had found her Prince Charming, so she devoted herself wholeheartedly to him. But as time passed, she gradually discovered that he wasn't as perfect as she had imagined. He was fickle, leaving traces of romance everywhere. He said with his lips that he would love only her forever, but behind her back he betrayed her again and again. After catching him in bed with someone else, who knows how many times, she finally saw the truth and decided to leave him. But God's surprises always come at such moments. She was pregnant. This sudden twist threw her plans into disarray. Though she had been determined to walk away, she ultimately decided to stay for the sake of the child. When he learned she was pregnant, whether out of a sudden conscience or whatever, he did something completely out of character. He stayed by her side every day, cut off all ties with other women, and devoted himself entirely to her. At this point, her tears began to fall uncontrollably. She thought she had finally seen the clouds part and the moon shine. She thought he had finally found his conscience. But she was too naive. As her belly grew, she proposed marriage. But he went against his usual behavior and refused, saying he would only marry her after the child was born. Sensing something wrong, she threatened to abort the child if he wouldn't marry her. He flew into a rage and overturned the table. Then in a blustering tone he confessed the truth. It turned out that his aging father desperately wanted to see the next generation and had made a will declaring that whoever gave him a grandson would become the next family head. His brothers were all married, but none had produced an heir. That was why he had been so excited when he learned she was pregnant. He wanted to use her child as a pawn in his bid for the position of family head. At that moment it felt like the sky had collapsed on her. She had thought he was turning over a new leaf, but instead both she and her child were nothing more than chips in his game of power. She had a huge fight with him and wanted to leave. But how could he possibly let her go? Not only did he lock her up, but he also had doctors keeping watch around the clock, making it impossible for her to escape or harm herself. It wasn't until the day the child was born. The child finally arrived. But far beyond his expectations, it was a girl. His hopes of seizing the family fortune vanished, so he vented all his fury on the mother and daughter. But then his father instructed him to bring the child back. This move reignited his hope, so he smugly brought the child and her mother back to the family home. And it was only then that she learned he had a wife all along. During the day, he was the model husband and father doting on his wife and child. But at night, he was a devil who devoured people without spitting out their bones. As the child grew up, all the relatives' children detested her, and even his rightful wife loathed her. She grew up under the jeers and mockery of everyone around her. As a child, she had no pride, no dignity, only the wish to grow up quickly to take her mother and leave that hell as fast as she could. As she finished, a relieved and liberated smile appeared on Fang Yuanjing's face. The story was over, and her tears had stopped. Qiu Chen looked at Fang Yuanjing's fair, flawless profile. He could never have imagined that her mother had such a story, or that Fang Yuanjing had grown up in such an environment. It's finished. Did you like the story? Fang Yuanjing turned to look at Qiu Chen. Qiu Chen smiled wryly. Not really. It's too sad a story. Heh. Fang Yuanjing smiled faintly. Get used to it, and it stops being sad. Senior, Qiu Chen suddenly grabbed Fang Yuanjing's hand and said earnestly, you're not alone. I'll always be by your side. Qiu Chen's gaze was serious. Fang Yuanjing's cheeks flushed, and an inexplicable feeling rippled through her heart. She asked instinctively why. Because I care about you. Because I truly care about you. It was because of those words from Qiu Chen that Fang Yuanjing cried again. But this time there was a hint of warmth in her tears. She threw her arms around Qiu Chen, tightly embracing his neck, and murmured, is it pity? No, it's caring. What's the difference? Pity is sympathy, caring is fondness. Qiu Chen, I think you're right. Saying it out loud has made me feel much better. Qiu Chen said nothing more. He simply let Fang Yuanjing hold him, and a little awkwardly he placed his hand on her back. The sunlight that day was warm, and the smiles of the boy and girl were even warmer. Perhaps Fang Yuanjing didn't know how much she would come to cherish this embrace in the days to come. Not because she missed Qiu Chen so much, but because she longed to return to that afternoon of her 23rd year. Longing to see that warm ray of sunshine once more. On the road not far away, inside a Maserati, Chiheo, wearing black sunglasses, witnessed the scene. A bitter smile that he hadn't worn in a long time spread across his handsome face. He looked away and murmured softly, Fang Shuijing, have you grown up? How much longer can I protect you? Feier was utterly bored, and upon going to find Lily, she discovered that Lily wasn't even in the dormitory. Feiner's first instinct was to rush off to find Qiu Chen, but recalling the solemn look in his eyes as he departed, she gathered that he must have important matters to attend to. Unwilling to disturb Qiu Chen, or to make him feel she was a constant burden, Feier decided to step off campus on her own. Having no money on her, Feier naturally didn't take a taxi, instead wandering on foot along the bustling commercial street. Walking alone, pausing now, and then looking around by herself, Feier suddenly felt that she was indeed somewhat out of place in this world. The couples by the roadside affectionately embracing each other made her miss Qiu Chen all the more. Having walked for who knows how long, not knowing where she had ended up, her stomach began to growl unbidden. Feier pouted her rosy lips, patted her belly, and said, you're so pathetic, no wonder Chen always says you only know how to eat. Complaints aside, the problem of her hunger still needed solving. But she had no money on her. Where was she to find food? Feier glanced at the dazzling array of accessories around her, and caught the aroma wafting from the restaurants, causing her to purse her lips in disdain. After wandering a few more steps aimlessly, Feier stopped at a traffic light. Suddenly a series of honks came from behind her. Turning around, she saw a black Rolls-Royce parked right behind her. I must be blocking the way, Feier thought to herself, so she shifted over towards the side of the road to make way for the car. But the car kept honking without any intention of leaving. Feier got irritated, walked over and knocked on the Rolls-Royce's window, saying angrily, what's wrong with you? Didn't I already move out of your way? Why do you keep honking? Feier furrowed her brow, a habit she had picked up from Qiu Chen, who always said that when he did this it meant he was impatient and displeased. Feier said coldly, not needed. Her expression was icy, giving off a feeling that made people instinctively want to keep their distance. In fact, aside from Qiu Chen, Lily, and a few others, Feier always wore this expression. The man smiled gently, then took off his sunglasses, revealing a handsome face with bright eyes and white teeth. He said softly, Miss Feier, long time no see. You've truly forgotten me. That face. It looks so familiar. Fei suddenly remembered. This was the guy she had encountered on her first day going to school with Qiu Chen. The one who said she suited his image of a leading lady. Fei suddenly realized. I remember you. You're the one who tried to chat me up on campus that day. Your name is. Fei scratched her head, utterly unable to recall his name. Nangongqi. The man smiled elegantly. Who else could it be but Nangongqi? Fei then said, right, it's you. What are you doing here? Nangongqi didn't answer, instead asking with a smile, what about you? What are you doing here all alone? I saw you wandering around aimlessly. Don't tell me you're lost. Fei chuckled softly. You guessed right. I really can't find my way back. It was only then that she realized just how helpless she was in this world without Qiu Chen by her side. Nangongqi suggested, why not get in my car and I'll drive you home? It's better than aimlessly searching on your own. His eyes were clear and pure, seemingly devoid of any ill intent. Fei hesitated. Well, no thanks. Chen told me not to get into strangers' cars. Actually, Qiu Chen had never said such a thing. He had merely advised her not to talk to strangers. But Fei simply couldn't warm up to Nangongqi, so she used Qiu Chen as an excuse. Nangongqi pretended to be hurt, saying, we're not exactly strangers anymore, are we? This is already our second meeting. Besides, the sun is so scorching today. Aren't you afraid of ruining your skin? Just get in my car. Surely you're not worried I might do something to you. Fei wrinkled her nose in a proud manner, then gave a snort. Think I'm afraid of you? If you try anything, you're dead meat. Having said that, Fei boldly opened the car door and climbed in. Nangongqi smiled faintly, put on his glasses, and then asked, by the way, Miss Fei, where is your home? Fei was now in a bind. I don't know. Chen always takes me home. Qiu Chen had never mentioned where he lived, and Fei had never asked, for she had never imagined she'd one day wander off on her own without him. Nangongqi was a bit speechless. If you don't even know where your home is, how am I supposed to take you back? After a moment's thought, he said, Miss Fei, is this your first time here? How about I show you around? Fei was about to refuse when her stomach let out an embarrassing growl. She felt a little shy about it. It wouldn't have mattered if Qiu Chen were there, but this was another man, and she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She casually replied, all right, let's go take a look then. Oh, I just remembered I haven't eaten yet, and I'm starving. Would you care to join me for a meal, Miss Fei? Fei knew Nangongqi was thinking of her, and she wanted to say thank you, but her prideful little heart made her say instead, fine, let's go. I'll watch you eat. Nangongqi smiled again. What do you mean, watch me eat? Clearly you're the one who's hungry. Nangongqi said no more, driving towards a Western restaurant. En route, he turned on the car radio, and coincidentally, it was playing Feng Yuanjing's Take Away the Sorrow. Fei had a good memory, and she instantly recalled that this was the song Qiu Chen had been listening to with his earphones that night. She pouted unhappily. Nangongqi noticed this clearly and asked curiously, Miss Fei, is something bothering you? Fei replied, I don't like this song. Nangongqi asked, why not? It's the hottest song right now. Fei insisted stubbornly, I just don't like it. Chen closes his eyes when he hears this song, and he smiles. I don't like it. Fei herself couldn't quite explain why, but she disliked the blissful smile that appeared on Qiu Chen's face whenever he heard that woman's voice. A smile he never wore when facing her. It pained her heart, so she instinctively recoiled from Feng Yuanjing's voice. A strange glint flickered in Nangongqi's eyes. Since you don't like it, I'll turn it off. With that, he switched off the radio. Fei smiled contentedly. You finally did something right. Nangongqi brought Fei to a high-end Western restaurant for a meal, but she was unhappy throughout. Upon asking why, he learned that she felt the portions were far too small. For the umpteenth time in his life, Nangongqi was defeated by a girl's words. This was a Western restaurant. The point was the ambience, right? Nevertheless, Nangongqi obliged, and took Fei to a street food stall for a proper meal. After eating her fill, Fei patted her little belly with a satisfied smile. After the meal, Nangongqi took Fei around a few more places. When they passed a phone store, Fei's eyes locked onto a pink phone on display. Nangongqi noticed her gaze and asked, do you want this phone? Fei said dejectedly, Chen has a phone, and Lily and the others all have phones. I'm the only one who doesn't. I can't reach them when I need to. Chen said I didn't need one, so he didn't buy it for me. Nangongqi smiled softly and said, then I'll get it for you. Fei hesitated, really, but I can't just accept things from others. Chen told me not to. If he finds out, I'll be in trouble. Fei's words did not deter Nangongqi. Smiling, he remarked, though I have yet to meet the Chen you speak of, I presume he must be your boyfriend. If he won't buy it for you, that may be forgivable. But if he deprives you of even the opportunity to accept gifts from others, isn't that being excessively selfish? Fei pouted indignantly. How dare you speak ill of Chen? He is only doing this for my own good. The salesgirl watched with a gentle shake of her head, thinking to herself, another young girl blinded by love. Nangongqi spoke earnestly. I meant no disrespect toward your boyfriend. As you just said, with a mobile phone you can contact him anytime. Consider today. If I had not happened to meet you, you would still be wandering aimlessly on the streets. Would having a phone not have prevented such trouble? Nangongqi's persuasive words stirred a slight temptation in Fei's heart. Hesitant, she murmured, but wouldn't this be very expensive? Nangongqi smiled. Price is no object. If it is too costly, consider it a loan from me. You can repay me later. Moreover, this phone is truly not expensive, is it, miss? As he spoke, he cast his gaze toward the salesgirl. Sensing his intent, she played along smoothly. Indeed, this model is currently on discount, so it is quite affordable. After a moment's thought, Fair nodded. Very well, but I will definitely pay you back. No problem at all, Nangongqi replied with a smile. He took out the phone and handed it to Fair. Just as he was about to pay, a voice rang out. Fair, didn't I tell you not to wander off? Fair turned around and saw Qiu Chen approaching with a dark expression. Hurrying over, she said, Chen, you're just in time. I was worried I wouldn't be able to get home. Qiu Chen's lips curled into a sneer. Then just keep shopping with others. They are generous and can buy you a mobile phone for you. His final remark revealed that he had overheard the entire conversation between Fair and Nangongqi. In truth, ever since Fair left the school, Qiu Chen had followed her. The primary reason was that whenever Fair moved beyond a certain distance from him, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. As for how he managed to find Fair so easily, the reason was simple. Just as on the night of the full moon, Fair could follow the scent on Qiu Chen to find him, and Qiu Chen could do the same. Drawn by Fair's scent, Qiu Chen had been walking silently behind her, tracing her footsteps. The sensation was rather strange. Qiu Chen had accelerated his pace to catch up with Fair and return home together. He never expected to follow her into a mobile phone marketplace, nor did he anticipate seeing a remarkably handsome man accompanying her. Watching the man chatting and laughing with Fair filled Qiu Chen with displeasure. It felt as though something precious had been stolen, leaving him deeply unsettled. From their conversation, he learned that Fair had taken a fancy to that particular phone and the man wished to buy it for her. Actually, Qiu Chen had been considering buying a phone for Fair. He had been waiting for the right moment to present it to her. He never expected Fair to misunderstand his intentions and claim that he refused to buy it for her. A profound sense of betrayal surged within Qiu Chen's heart. Chen, you heard everything, didn't you? Seeing Qiu Chen's demeanor, Fair knew he was angry. She gently tugged at his sleeve and whispered, Chen, please don't be angry. If I don't get it, that's fine, isn't it? Qiu Chen retorted angrily, whether you want it or not has nothing to do with me. I am not anyone special to you. Qiu Chen was truly furious. Even at such a moment, Fair still thought he was upset merely because she desired that phone. What angered Qiu Chen was not the phone but the fact that she had been with another man behind his back. Fair lowered her head. Being close to him, she could feel the intensity of Qiu Chen's wrath. Chen was genuinely angry. Since they had known each other, this was the first time Fair had seen him so furious. Was it truly because she wanted that phone? Was it because she wanted to feel like a proper person? Sir, I presume you must be the Chen mentioned by Miss Fei. Nangongqi stepped forward, smiling as he spoke. Who are you? Qiu Chen asked, casting a look of rivalry at him. I am Nangongqi, a current university student. Nangongqi. Qiu Chen immediately realized. Wasn't this the celebrated figure on campus, the Nangong Prince? Why was he here? Why was he with Fair? Qiu Chen did not expose his identity. In his current state, whether he was a real prince or a fake one, if he angered Qiu Chen and upset him, he deserved to die. Qiu Chen clenched his fists, his expression darkening. Did you bring Fair here? Do you know she is unfamiliar with this place? If you take her wandering carelessly and something happens, what then? Nangongqi smiled and explained, I believe you have misunderstood, Mr. Chen. I merely encountered Miss Fei on the road and showed her around to enjoy the scenery. If anything happens, I will take responsibility. Take responsibility? How would you take responsibility if something actually happened? Qiu Chen nearly shouted. This fellow relied on his pretty face to freely seduce other men's women. How infuriating. Damn it. Wait, why do I consider Fair my woman? This is illogical. Qiu Chen said nothing more and turned to Fair, speaking coldly. Fair, I ask you, are you staying with this guy, or are you coming home with me? Fair looked up, her eyes already misty. After Qiu Chen rebuked her repeatedly, her proud nature flared up. She shouted, I will go with neither. I can live just fine without you. Whenever something comes up, you leave me behind. Do you have any idea how insecure I feel when I am alone? Do you know how much I long to see you the moment I feel afraid? You don't know? All you do is lecture me and criticize me. I don't want to go back anymore. After saying this, Fair ran straight out of the store. Fair, Qiu Chen called out, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Had he truly been wrong? Had he been too harsh? Damn it. Fair, wait for me. Qiu Chen shouted and chased after her. The marketplace was left with only Nangongqi and the salesgirls, who exchanged bewildered glances. The smile gradually faded from Nangongqi's eyes, replaced by a murmured cold chuckle. It seems today is more interesting than usual. Qiu Chen is it? The man who has secretly loved Fang Yuanjing all along. This game is becoming increasingly amusing. As he spoke, a fleeting coldness flashed in his eyes. Fair ran out of the marketplace alone. Qiu Chen did not follow, and she did not care whether he chased after her. Fair was also angry with Qiu Chen. Why must Chen treat me this way? I only wanted a mobile phone. I only wanted to feel a sense of belonging. Why must he treat me like this? Fair. Qiu Chen's voice came from behind. Upon hearing it, Fair immediately tried to walk away. However, before she could take 2 steps, Qiu Chen tightly grasped her small hand. Stop running. If you run too far, my heart will ache again. Fair sneered. Is it because of the scent? Qiu Chen shook his head. No, it is because of you. Before Feier could respond, he continued, Feier, you have misunderstood me. I am not blaming you for wanting a phone, nor am I refusing to buy one for you. I simply cannot bear to see you getting too close to another man, do you understand? I do not know why, but when I entered the marketplace today and saw you chatting and laughing with Nangong Chi, my heart ached 100, 1,000, 10,000 times more than the pain caused by the scent. I do not know the reason. In short, I am sorry. My temper is poor and I frightened you. Qiu Chen's words left Feier's stunned, tears welling in her eyes as a wave of emotion surged within her heart. She turned and asked, are you truly serious, Chun? Yes, in short, I am sorry to you. Qiu Chen's eyes were clear and pure. When he spoke those 3 words, I am sorry, his expression was unusually earnest. Feier's face flushed red. That means you like me, really like me. This time Qiu Chen did not refute or tease her as he usually did. Instead, he evaded the topic, took a pink box from behind his back, and said, open it, and see. Feier nodded obediently. Upon opening it, she saw a pink mobile phone inside. Surprised, she asked, Chun, what is this? Qiu Chen smiled. I bought it at another store on my way to chase you. It is a gift specially for you. I just want to tell you that in this world you can only accept gifts from me. Gifts from others are not allowed. Before Qiu Chen could finish his sentence, Feier's body suddenly embraced him, and her lips pressed against his once more. Qiu Chen's mind went blank. This was the 3rd time. This was the 3rd time Feier had kissed him first. Compared to the awkward fluster of the previous 2 times, this time felt surprisingly delightful. Feier's lips remained pressed firmly against Qiu Chen's, happy tears sliding from the corners of her eyes. Why did her heart flutter so? Why did she want to cry upon hearing Qiu Chen's words? Did she like Chen very, very much too? Tears slid to the corners of her mouth. They taste sweet. Feier, revered as a goddess, felt an uncommon lightness in her heart. Not only had the misunderstanding with Qiu Chen been resolved, but she had also received a mobile phone from him as a gift. This made Feier feel increasingly like a true human being. Indeed, the mobile phone was wondrous. Under Qiu Chen's patient guidance, Feier discovered it could do far more than make calls or send messages. It could capture images and connect to the vast web of information. Her curiosity, ever insatiable, plunged her into the phone's enchantment the moment she returned home, first taking self-portraits, then dialing Lily for conversation. Qiu Chen found it amusing, yet helpless. As long as Feier smiled, he would bear it. Yet while the device ignited her wonder and exhilaration, it burdened him with mounting vexation, such as what transpired this evening. What follows is the exact dialogue between Feier and Qiu Chen this evening. No repetition, no error. This is precisely how it unfolded. Qiu Chen, what are you doing? Feier asked, perched on the sofa with her smooth legs elegantly crossed. I'm in the restroom, came his voice muffled through the phone. A minute later she called again, Qiu Chen, what are you doing? I answered that just 1 minute ago. I'm in the restroom. Qiu Chen replied, his face darkened with exasperation. 2 minutes later, Qiu Chen, what are you doing? Why haven't you come out yet? Qiu Chen snapped, utterly overwhelmed. I'm in the restroom. If you're bored, watch television. Don't disturb me. Fine if you say so. Not disturbing you, Feier murmured softly, tapping her fingers with wounded pride. Of course it's fine. Qiu Chen gritted his teeth, barely suppressing the urge to shout back. Try having someone interrupt you every time you're in the restroom, and see how you'd feel. Believing silence had finally settled, Qiu Chen was startled when the phone rang again a minute later. Qiu Chen, what are you doing? I am in the damn restroom. His voice erupted from the bathroom, raw and unfiltered. Qiu Chen had reached the breaking point. He now questioned whether giving Feier the phone had been wise at all. If she continued this relentless intrusion, could he even endure? No, he needed a solution. After dinner, Qiu Chen retreated upstairs. Feier, having spent the entire day immersed in the phone, calling, photographing, had begun to tire of its novelty. Even the cheerful girl was succumbing to aesthetic fatigue. Worse still, Lily, the friend who had patiently chatted with her all day, needed rest. Boredom, once stirred, drove Feier straight to Qiu Chen. As Feier climbed the stairs, Qiu Chen sat before his computer composing music and drafting lyrics. To her, the waveform patterns on screen resembled indecipherable alien script, and curiosity flared. Qiu Chen, what are you doing? A faint twitch tugged at Qiu Chen's lips. Say that again, and I'll throw you out. Oh, what are you doing? Feier obediently murmured. Then uttered words that nearly made Qiu Chen choke. He rolled his eyes, defeated. Apparently in Feier's mind, what are you doing and what are you doing were 2 entirely distinct questions. Qiu Chen sighed. I'm writing a song. Exams loom. I beg you grant me peace just for a while. Feier tilted her head, half comprehending. Writing a song. Are you going to sing it? Like the one you heard last time? He nodded absently. Yes, exactly like that. May I hear the one you've written now? Feier asked. Now it was Qiu Chen's turn to raise an eyebrow. Why on earth would you want to listen? You don't even sing. Feier pouted. Who says I can't? The palace servants all say my nursery rhymes are delightful. Qiu Chen's expression twisted. His lips twitched twice, but he said nothing, merely playing a fragment of melody. Feier listened entranced. Qiu Chen, why is there no voice? It's only the melody, he explained. The lyrics aren't written yet. As he reached to close the laptop, Feier suddenly smiled. I can sing this song. Qiu Chen stared speechless. Don't joke. This melody is mine. How could you possibly know it? Fei sniffed haughtily then sang. Sweet and clear, the crescent moon bends low, the heart expands wide along the winding path, our hands entwined. They sing it too. We sing it too, singing ourselves gently into dreams. Qiu Chen froze, not only captivated by the honeyed purity of her voice but stunned by how perfectly her lyrics aligned with his melody, as though they had been composed together from the start. When I was young, mother often sang to me, grow up, but never forget your homeland. Even afar, even amid storm and gale, always remember the direction home. As the melody faded, so did Fei's voice, and her eyes shimmered with tears. Through song she voiced longing, or perhaps simply missed home. Unwilling to let sorrow linger, Qiu Chen deftly shifted the subject. Fei, what is this song? She whispered, it's a lullaby my mother used to sing to me, the only one I know. Qiu Chen breathed deep, this song and my melody, they're a perfect match. Hearing you sing it startled me completely. Fei said nothing. Only a quiet melancholy rose within her. Yes, she truly missed home. Human hearts are strange. When parents stand beside us, we rarely grasp how deeply we cherish them. Yet distance over time swallows us whole with yearning. I'm going to sleep. I'm tired, Fei said, and without waiting for Qiu Chen's reply slipped from his room. A sudden heaviness pressed upon Qiu Chen's chest. Fei's sorrow struck him unprepared. He had always known her as carefree, laughing without restraint. So when that tender homesickness surfaced, his heart tightened, weighted, as if by a great stone. What was this feeling? Pity? Pain? Qiu Chen didn't know, but one thought crystallized. He turned back to the computer, deleted every line of lyric he drafted, and typed two stark words. Go home. In the basement of a villa on the city's outskirts, a tall, imposing man strode in. His features were striking, sharp sculpted, yet his presence exuded something unsettling. The room bristled with precision instruments, so many so advanced it resembled an operating theater. For men in tailored suits stood motionless at each corner, bulges visible beneath their jackets, weapons unmistakably. At his entrance, all four stiffened instantly and saluted in unison. Young master. He acknowledged them with a curt nod, his gaze locking immediately onto the man lying unconscious on the white medical bed. Long hair veiled his face, concealing his age. His bare torso bore tattoos, a black skull coiling across his arms and chest. A faint cold smile curved the man's lips. You've slept here since I rescued you 3 months ago. It's time you awakened. Who are you? A hoarse, emotionless voice cut through the air. The man on the bed shot upright, demanding, who are you? And where is this place? The man laughed bitterly. Is this how you address your savior? The man on the bed repeated, voice dry as ash. Savior? You call yourself my savior? Ridiculous. Ha ha ha. The man's smile sharpened, icy and precise. What's ridiculous is you. Had my master not foretold that treasure awaited me in the southwestern wastelands that day, I'd never have bothered retrieving you. Retrieving? Where's this place? And how dare you speak to me like this? Do you even know who I am? The man on the bed roared, leaping from the bed in fury, his body radiating glacial intensity. He seized the other man by the collar. His hair flew back, revealing eyes of emerald green, deep and fathomless. Release the young master. The 4 bodyguards bellowed, drawing pistols and leveling them at the intruder. The man in the grip remained unruffled. With a calm wave, he signaled his guards to stand down. Then smirked, I know exactly who you are. The Werewolf King of the Werewolf Clan. The man on the bed was the Werewolf King of the Werewolf Clan. The Werewolf King sneered, his jade-green eyes gleaming with amused contempt. You know who I am, and yet dare speak thus. Do you fear death? The man threw back his head and laughed, then spoke with chilling sincerity. You won't kill me, because you need me. Need you? I, the Werewolf King, need a mere human. The man's smile turned glacial. Remember, you stand on Earth. Without me you cannot take a single step. The Werewolf King's gaze flickered, unreadable. Then he released his grip and demanded terms. The man smiled warmly. I love dealing with intelligent beings. Simple, obey me for now. Heal. And when I require your strength, kill one person for me. His eyes grew colder still, as the final word hung sharp and absolute. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye nearly half a month had passed. As the vocal music exam drew closer, Long Lin had become increasingly busy these days. The most obvious sign was that after school he no longer had the leisure to chat and joke with Fei. Instead, he locked himself in his room composing songs. Fei had also grown more sensible during this period. After much coaxing, Qiu Chen taught her how to video chat and play games online, and so the little girl was now happily occupied. She chatted with Lily on video every night until midnight, which led Qiu Chen to receive several complaints from Wang Hao, who grumbled that because Fei and Lily were so engrossed in their conversations, he had no chance to spend intimate time with Lily. I told you long ago that Lily is a lesbian. You should have kept an eye on her, but you didn't listen. Qiu Chen, devoid of conscience, gloated over Wang Hao's complaints. Serves you right, you henpecked husband. Meanwhile, Fang Yuanjing had been riding a wave of popularity recently. Not only had she starred as the female lead in Oh Chaheo's new music video, but she had also released her own new album before the showcase. With her current popularity, Fang Yuanjing naturally secured a spot in the showcase. Qiu Chen was genuinely happy for her. Not only had she leveraged Oh Chaeho's fame to build momentum, but she also announced that she would perform the lead track of her new song on the day of the vocal music exam, causing the university's male fans to boil with excitement once again. The mere thought of hearing their goddess perform a new song on exam day sent waves of ecstasy through the crowd of admirers. If the male students were most fixated on Fang Yuanjing, then the fangirls were most focused on their prince Nangongqi. Although Nangongqi had always been low-key with few rumors about him, this time according to inside gossip, he would perform a song he had written and composed himself at the exam. As soon as the news broke, the fangirls erupted in chatter, eagerly anticipating their prince's performance that day. For his part, Qiu Chen couldn't care less, because he was currently plagued by a headache, and the source of his headache was his aunt. Qiu Chen's aunt was the biggest gossip spreader in the Qiu family. Once any news reached her ears, his grandfather would hear it soon after. Indeed, this morning, while composing songs, Qiu Chen received a call from his grandfather. "Chen, what are you doing?" Qiu Zhengshan's voice was gentle. "I'm writing a song for the upcoming exam," Qiu Chen answered truthfully. Qiu Zhengshan chuckled, then said, "The exam is important, but don't overwork yourself." Warmth filled Qiu Chen's heart. Having lost his parents at a young age, the two people who had given him the most love were his aunt and his grandfather. Qiu Chen nodded with a smile. "Don't worry, Grandpa, I will." Qiu Zhengshan smiled again, then said, "Chen, I'm old and my health is failing, but there's still one wish I haven't fulfilled." Qiu Chen's eyes stung slightly, and he said, "Grandpa, don't say that. You're not old, you're full of vigor." Qiu Zhengshan laughed heartily. "You child, no need to flatter me. I know whether I'm old or not. It's just that I really want to fulfill this wish before I die." Qiu Chen hastily asked, "Grandpa, what wish?" Qiu Zhengshan said, "At my age, I still don't have a great-grandchild. I'm anxious." Qiu Chen's mouth twitched slightly. "Grandpa, this can't be rushed. I haven't even found a partner yet." Qiu Zhengshan snorted. "You little rascal, are you trying to fool me? I heard from your aunt that girl Feier is quite good." Black lines appeared on Qiu Chen's forehead. This aunt of his, why does she blurt out everything? Now the old man would definitely misunderstand. Qiu Chen laughed awkwardly. "Grandpa, you see through everything. But Feier and I have only just met, so we're still in the getting to know each other stage. Talking about great-grandchildren is a bit early, isn't it?" Rather than stubbornly deny it, it was better to admit it early and find an excuse that way. Bang. What Qiu Chen hadn't expected was that his door suddenly swung open and Feier's voice came in. "Chen, where's that black underwear you bought for me last time?" Qiu Chen. A split second later, Qiu Chen was utterly dumbfounded. "Ahem, I'm old. I can't keep up with your generation." Qiu Zhengshan's voice came through. Qiu Chen hastily said, "No, Grandpa, you've misunderstood. She's not. All right, Chen, I'm not an outsider. Bring Feier over to see me this weekend. I won't disturb you too. Take care of yourselves." It seemed that Qiu Zhengshan had already made up his mind, not giving Qiu Chen any chance to explain, and hung up after saying that. Just before the call ended, Qiu Chen heard the old man mutter, "Young people these days are so open-minded. It looks like I'll have a great-grandchild soon." Qiu Chen felt like vomiting blood and collapsing. What on earth was going on? He put down the phone and looked at Feier, the air around them turning chilly. Feier asked curiously, "Chen, who were you talking to on the phone?" Qiu Chen gritted his teeth and said, "Feier, haven't I told you more than once to knock before entering?" Feier scratched her head sheepishly and smiled. "Oh, I forgot." Thud. Qiu Chen nearly fainted, almost shouting, "You forgot. Your careless forgot has ruined me." Feier walked over and asked, "How did I ruin you?" Qiu Chen was almost in tears, his face sour. "The person I was talking to was my grandfather. He asked me to bring you home for dinner this weekend." "Great. I'd love to meet him too," Feier said excitedly. "Great my ass." Qiu Chen shook his head. "You're not from Earth, so you wouldn't understand. On our planet, if a guy brings a girl home to meet his parents, it means they are boyfriend and girlfriend." Feier suddenly blushed and whispered, "So does that mean we are now boyfriend and girlfriend?" Qiu Chen glanced at her helplessly and said, "Why do you seem so happy about it? Do you have any idea how much trouble this will cause me?" Feier pouted unhappily and said softly, "Chen, do you really not want to be my boyfriend?" Feier's eyes looked a little sorrowful, and Qiu Chen felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. He avoided her gaze and said, "That's not what I mean. It's not the same thing, okay? Besides, we're from different species. How can we be boyfriend and girlfriend?" Feier thought about it for a moment, then after a silence asked, "So what are you planning to do?" Qiu Chen smiled bitterly. "For now it looks like you'll have to pretend to be my girlfriend to appease the old man." Feier felt a flutter in her heart upon hearing his words. Was it because of the words girlfriend? Who knows? The weekend arrived in the blink of an eye, and the day to meet the parents finally came. Strangely, Qiu Chen's heart was now a mix of emotions. Half nervous, half an indescribable, wondrous feeling. Qiu Chen's first move was to take his seldom-used bank card and bring Feier to the mall to buy a set of clothes. After all, meeting the parents, even if it was fake, couldn't be too careless. The moment Feier stepped into the store, she drew the attention of all the male and female shop assistants. Their gazes were fixed on her, probably thinking, how could there be such a beautiful girl? And the handsome Qiu, long accustomed to such stares, ignored them. But when he heard the whispers, a hint of vanity still surged in his heart. Qiu held his chest out, sucked in his stomach, and lifted his head high, his eyes seemingly telling those people, go ahead, take a few more looks. After all, that's all you can do. Just feast your eyes. While picking out clothes for Fei, Qiu Chen secretly reveled in pleasure. It was the first time he realized how wonderful it was to bring Fei out shopping. Qiu Chen sat quietly outside the fitting room waiting for Fei to appear. 10 minutes later, a female shop assistant's exclamation rang out, "Whoa, so beautiful." The voice brimmed with envy. Qiu Chen stood up and then heard the crisp sound of leather shoes. Fei appeared. The first thing that caught his eye were her small feet wrapped in black low-heeled leather shoes. A little higher, her straight, delicate calves were exposed to the air. Just those legs alone were enough to slay a legion of admirers. His gaze moved upward. Fei, who loved skirts, was today still wearing a black lace miniskirt. The knee-length skirt was sexy, yet not revealing, modest, yet exuding a captivating allure. Her top was a white sleeveless checkered shirt. Her lotus root-like slender arms were fair and smooth. The slightly loose clothing still couldn't hide her towering peaks. Her long, delicate eyelashes fluttered. Her slightly shy face was flushed with a rosy hue. All descriptive words at this moment seemed utterly pale. Astonishingly beautiful. That word was tailor-made for Fei. Gulp. Qiu Chen heard the sound of some wolf swallowing his saliva, but at this moment, he didn't despise that brother at all. If anyone saw such a beautiful Fei without any reaction, Qiu Chen would think that person had lost his mind. Do I look good? Fei walked up to Qiu Chen shyly and said, "Gee, good, beautiful." Qiu Chen replied, dazedly, looking utterly foolish. Seeing Qiu Chen staring at her so seriously, Fei felt sweet inside. "Sir, your girlfriend really suits this outfit." "Actually, no, she's already too beautiful without any clothes to set it off," the female shop assistant said enviously. Qiu Chen's face beamed with pride. He pulled out his card and said, "Go ahead and settle the bill." After shopping, Qiu Chen took Fei by car back to his family's villa. A few blocks away from the villa, Qiu Chen stopped and asked Fei, "Have you memorized everything I asked you to?" Fei said confidently, "Don't worry, I've got it all." Qiu Chen said, "Let's test it now. If my grandpa asks how long we've known each other, what will you say?" Without hesitation, Fei replied, "We've known each other for over a month." Qiu Chen nodded in satisfaction and continued, "How did we meet?" "At a school event." "How far have things progressed?" "I don't want to rush things, so for now we're just holding hands and such." "Do your family know about you living together?" "My parents are abroad, so they don't know. But I think they would respect my decision even if they did." Qiu Chen asked one question and Fei answered each. These were all prepared by Qiu Chen last night to deal with his grandfather's questions. Fei was very smart and memorized everything in a short time. After asking the last question, Qiu Chen relaxed and smiled. Then he said to Fei, "Well done. There's nothing to worry about now." Hearing Qiu Chen's praise, Fei smiled happily. But then she asked puzzledly, "Chen, why do we have to memorize all this? Isn't that like lying to your grandpa?" Qiu Chen sighed and said, "You think I want to do this? If I don't put their minds at ease, grandpa and aunt will nag in my ears every day, and they might even arrange blind dates for me." "Blind dates? What's that?" Fei asked. Qiu Chen said helplessly, "It's when a man and woman who have never met before are pushed by their parents to sit awkwardly at a table and eat together. In short, it's annoying." Fei's eyes immediately became sharp. "Are you going to meet other women?" as she asked. Qiu Chen shook his head. "No, I have no interest. But if I can't reassure my grandpa this time, they might arrange it for me." Fei quickly said, "No, it will work this time. I won't let you go meet those strange women." She clenched her little fist firmly. Qiu Chen probed, "Fei, you seem to hate the idea of me going on blind dates with those women. Why? Could it be that you're jealous?" Fei nodded honestly. "Yes, I am jealous. I don't like you meeting those women." Qiu Chen was speechless. They walked quickly, Qiu Chen carrying fruit and such, and soon arrived at the entrance of his family's villa. With a determined expression, like going to battle, Qiu Chen rang the doorbell. "Ding dong. Coming." "Who is it?" "A young master." The door was opened by a middle-aged woman in her 30s or 40s. Seeing Qiu Chen, she called out in surprise. This was the housekeeper hired by old Master Qiu. Qiu Chen smiled and said, "Aunt Wang, I'm back." Aunt Wang said happily, "It's good you're back, it's good you're back. The old master and Miss Qiu are waiting for you at home." "Aunt is home too." Qiu Chen was speechless. He knew his aunt wouldn't miss such a chance to gossip. "Yes, come on in." "And who is this young lady?" Aunt Wang looked at Fei. She had never seen the young master bring a woman home before. "Hello, Aunt Wang." Fei said sweetly with a smile. "I'm Chen's girlfriend." "Girlfriend? The young master has grown up. Come in quickly." Aunt Wang, seeing Qiu Chen nod happily, let them in and called out to the house, "Old Master Miss Qiu, the young master is back." "Chenzi, you're back." Qiu Xingshan came down the stairs with a cane. "You brat, you finally decided to come home." Qiu Melian said crossly. "Grandpa, Aunt." Qiu Chen's nose tingled, and he went to hug Qiu Xingshan. When he wanted to hug Qiu Melian, she bypassed him directly and went straight to Fei, smiling, "Fei, you're here." Qiu Melian looked at Fei with more and more satisfaction. Fei said cheerfully, "And I'm here." "Ah." Qiu Melian's crow's feet danced with joy. She warmly took Fei's hand and said to Qiu Xingshan, "Dad, this is the Fei I told you about." "Fei, this is Chen's grandpa." "Hello, Grandpa." Fei said obediently, walking toward Qiu Xingshan, thinking to herself, "So this is Chen's grandpa. A good child, hello." You're so beautiful. Qiu Jingshan's first impression of Fei was a direct verdict his grandson had good taste. Then he warmly pulled Fei to ask about everything. Fei was very sensible, with the elderly constantly saying warm words to make the old man happy. She had never had a grandpa of her own. Seeing Qiu Chen's grandpa now, she was immediately moved by his kindness and treated him like her own grandfather. The three of them were chatting happily while Qiu Chen stood alone to one side, rubbing his nose awkwardly. He murmured softly, "I feel like Fei is your granddaughter, and I'm just an outsider." No one heard Jiang Chen's muttering, for at this moment Qiu Jingshan and Qiu Malian's hearts were entirely focused on Fei. As the old saying goes, a mother-in-law's affection for her son-in-law grows stronger with each passing glance. Here at the Qiu residence, it should be rephrased, the patriarch's delight in his granddaughter-in-law only deepens the more he beholds her. After a round of polite pleasantries, Qiu Jingshan invited Fei to sit. She took her place beside the elder while Jiang Chen sat next to Qiu Malian. Qiu Jingshan, his face beaming with warmth, held Fei's hand and questioned her at length. His demeanor was one of absolute satisfaction. Qiu Malian leaned in and whispered to Jiang Chen, "I say, Chenzi, seeing how happy Grandpa is, when do you plan to finalize your marriage?" Jiang Chen's lips twitched slightly, and he replied softly, "And I haven't been dating Fei for long. It's far too early to discuss such matters." Qiu Malian retorted dissatisfiedly, "Do you think I'm unaware of your generation's romantic ways? Some couples meet for merely a week, and what, you've been together longer than that, and still make excuses. Besides, Miss Fei is both gentle and beautiful. You stubborn lad must hold on to her tightly." Jiang Chen nodded helplessly. All right, I understand." Meanwhile, Qiu Jingshan with great kindness asked Fei, "Have you been suffering by being with our Chen? This boy of ours speaks harshly, but has a heart of gold. If he has offended you in any way, I implore you to bear with him." Though Fei did not understand why a human mouth would be described as a knife, she assumed it was a compliment. Smiling, she replied, "Grandpa Chen treats me very well." Qiu Jingshan burst into hearty laughter, stroked Fei's hand, and said with a grin, "Good child. If my Chen can find a wife like you, I shall depart this world with peace in my soul." Fei quickly interjected, "That won't happen, Grandpa. You will not die, you shall surely live to 100. Qiu Jingshan smiled liberally. "I have lived long enough for a lifetime. Moreover, who does not eventually face death? As long as I can see you and Chen bring me a great-grandson before I pass, my heart shall be fully satisfied." "Grandpa!" Jiang Chen called out in dissatisfaction, dark lines appearing on his forehead. "What is this nonsense? We've only just met. Why are we jumping straight to great-grandchildren?" Fei's cheeks flushed a faint pink. A great-grandchild? Did he mean she should bear children? Looking at Qiu Jingshan's silvering temples and recalling his earlier words, Fei suddenly felt a wave of oppression in her heart. So humans were so pitiful. Their lifespans were so short, and inevitably they all faced death. With this thought, Fei bit her lip as if making a firm resolution and looked at Qiu Jingshan. "Grandpa, rest assured. I shall bear your great-grandson for you and Chen at the earliest opportunity." Jiang Chen sprayed his tea everywhere, his face a mask of utter shock. What was Fei doing? Why was she deviating so drastically from the script? Ha, wonderful, simply wonderful. Qiu Jingshan laughed with immense joy, his gaze toward Fei growing even more affectionate and kind. Qiu Malian then walked over smiling and said, relieved, "Fei is so sensible. She knows to fulfill Grandpa's wishes in his twilight years, unlike certain individuals who, though a direct grandson, make endless excuses and delays. Always finding reasons." Jiang Chen's lips twitched. "Aunt, can't you be a bit more subtle with your veiled insults?" "Dinner is served," Aunt Wang announced, beginning to set the table. Fei warmly supported Qiu Jingshan as they headed to the meal. Qiu Jingshan, in high spirits, declared, "Aunt Wang, fetch that bottle of red wine. Today is a joyous occasion. I shall have a few glasses with Fei and the others." Jiang Chen hurriedly protested, "Grandpa, the doctor warned you against drinking." Qiu Jingshan retorted displeasedly, "My spirits are high today. A little wine will do me no harm." Jiang Chen felt a fresh wave of grievance, his emotional damage increasing by 10,000 points. Ever since Fei arrived, Grandpa's attention had shifted entirely to her, causing Jiang Chen's status to plummet within a mere short time. Due to the patriarch's excellent mood, the dining table was filled with harmony and joy. Fei was articulate and sweet, maintaining her adorable and docile demeanor. Whenever she feigned ignorance, tilting her head and pouting, her cuteness inflicted far more damage to the humans present than any feline could. Consequently, not only did Qiu Jingshan adore her, but Qiu Malian and even Aunt Wang found themselves deeply fond of the young girl. Qiu Jingshan recounted numerous stories from Jiang Chen's childhood at the table, causing Fei to giggle incessantly. She would occasionally nuzzle Jiang Chen affectionately and ask, "Did you really behave like that when you were young?" In essence, it was a harmonious lunch. Afterward, Jiang Chen prepared to depart with Fei. Having never experienced a grandfather's care or affection in her childhood, Fei clung to Qiu Jingshan tightly upon leaving, reluctant to go. This gesture endeared her even more to Qiu Malian, while the old patriarch, despite his years, was left with tearful eyes. Jiang Chen was speechless. It had only taken one meal for Fei to bond so closely with the grandfather. Why hadn't Grandpa cried when he himself departed? Eventually Qiu Chen drove Feier away from his family's villa. To spare Feier any fatigue, the patriarch had specifically requested that Qiu Chen drive them home. Unable to refuse, Qiu Chen indulged in a rare moment of wealthy youthfulness. Driving a convertible, the gentle breeze caressing his face, he felt a refreshing coolness. Feier tilted her head and asked, "Chen, did I perform adequately today?" Qiu Chen, his face dark, replied, "And you have the nerve to ask. You didn't use a single line I taught you, yet you improvised so much. Now it's over. Grandpa will surely force me into marriage." Feier said with grievance, "But Grandpa didn't ask, did he? Besides, he is elderly, and this is his one desire. Could you not fulfill it for him?" Qiu Chen dropped his playful demeanor, his eyes serious. "Do you think I do not wish to? Grandpa and Aunt have raised me since childhood. Now that Grandpa is old, I constantly worry about what would happen if he were to leave me suddenly. But I don't even have a girlfriend yet. How am I to satisfy his wish? Do you expect me to actually bear a child with you?" Feier replied, "If you are willing, then I am willing too." Screech. Qiu Chen slammed on the brakes, his head bumping against the glass. Rubbing his head, he said irritably, "Feier, and never speak such words again, or I shall abandon you here." Feier pouted. "So stingy. Fine, I won't say it then." Qiu Chen's lips twitched, and he said nothing more. Suddenly Feier asked, "Chen, what did we drink at Grandpa's place? I feel incredibly hot all over." Qiu Chen replied, "It was red wine." Then he suddenly remembered something and quickly stammered, "Wait, Feier, can vampires even drink alcohol?" Feier said, "I do not know, I simply feel very hot." As she spoke, she actually reached down to unfasten the belt of her skirt. Feier's sudden action nearly startled Qiu Chen half to death. He quickly grabbed her hand to stop her, saying in exasperation, "Feier, what are you doing?" "I'm hot. I'm so hot I want to take it off," Feier said bluntly, pushing Qiu Chen's hand away and continuing to untie her sash. Qiu Chen was speechless. "I know you're hot, but are you really going to strip right in front of me like this? Did you even consider my feelings?" Qiu Chen grabbed Feier's hand again, saying, "Feier, you're a girl after all. Can't you show a little bit of decency? Even if you're hot, you can't just undress in front of me. Then what am I supposed to do? After drinking that red wine, my whole body feels burning hot," Feier said pitifully. "It's so hot, and you won't even let me take my clothes off. Is there no justice in this world?" Qiu Chen's lips twitched. "Then wait until we get home to take it off. It's not appropriate in public like this." Feier thought for a moment and finally said, "Fine, I'll wait until we get home. But then you'd better not stop me." Qiu Chen was at a loss for words. And so the undressing fiasco came to an end. Qiu Chen brought Feier back to his apartment. The little girl was evidently still feeling the heat, for she skillfully turned on the air conditioner and then flopped down on the sofa. Qiu Chen watched her utterly speechless. He had come to summarize the goddess Feier's daily routine: eat and sleep and nothing else. She was treated better than a pig. Qiu Chen didn't bother with her anymore, and after saying a quick word, he went straight upstairs to his own room. The song wasn't finished yet, and he couldn't afford to slack off. Looking at the lyrics saved in the document, Qiu Chen smiled softly. If he could sing this song on the day of the exam, perhaps it would bring some comfort to Feier. While Qiu Chen was diligently preparing the song for his exam day, Fang Yuanjing was on a plane to Bali with Ochiheo. Don't get the wrong idea, she wasn't there for a secret rendezvous. She was there to work with Ochiheo's production team. Ever since Fang Yuanjing starred as the female lead in Ochiheo's music video, both he and his team had been very impressed with her performance. And so another golden opportunity had come her way. Ochiheo had landed a role in an idol drama naturally as the male lead. He had managed to secure an audition opportunity for Fang Yuanjing for a supporting female role, and this trip to Bali was specifically for that audition. Sitting on the plane to Bali, Fang Yuanjing felt a bit dazed. She turned to Ochiheo with gratitude and said, "Brother, oh thank you so much. I didn't expect you to recommend such an opportunity for me." Ochiheo, wearing his black sunglasses, curled his lips into a charming smile. "It's nothing. I just thought you deserved a better chance for more people to get to know you. And another thing." Ochiheo paused, then turned to look at Fang Yuanjing, his eyes holding a deep, unreadable glimmer. He said softly, "Since you call me brother, oh then don't say things like thank you to me anymore. Otherwise I might get upset." Ochiheo possessed a handsome face that could make countless girls swoon. When he was serious like this, his features carried a charm that was deeply captivating. Especially his pair of azure blue eyes, which resembled an unfathomable jade pool, drawing people in and making it impossible to look away. Fang Yuanjing's cheeks blushed red, a wave of crimson rising to her face. Her heart began to race uncontrollably, and she found herself unable to meet Ochiheo's gaze. Looking away from him, Fang Yuanjing said, "All right, brother O. I won't say thank you to you anymore from now on." A soft chuckle escaped Ochiheo's lips, and a joyful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. After a 3-hour flight, Ochiheo and his team quickly arrived in Bali. Under the guidance of his manager, they discreetly went to meet with the director. Riding in the van to the hotel, Fang Yuanjing returned to her assigned room. She sent a text to Ning Yun to let her know she'd arrived safely, then sat on the bed, feeling a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. Looking at herself in the mirror, Fang Yuanjing took a few deep breaths, clenched her fists, and gave herself a silent pep talk. "Fang Yuanjing, you can do this. You've got this." Knock knock. A clear knock came from the door. Fang Yuanjing called out, "Coming," and rushed over to open it. Standing outside was Oh Chiheo. Fang Yuanjing smiled. "Oh brother Oh, I'm all ready. Are we going to meet the director now?" Oh Chiheo shook his head. "Not yet. The meeting with the director is scheduled for the evening. For now, let's go have some lunch." Fang Yuanjing breathed a sigh of relief. "Alright, I'll just put on a little makeup, and then we'll go." "Wait a moment." Oh Chiheo called out softly, then brought his right hand from behind his back, offering a drink to Fang Yuanjing. He smiled. "Have a sip." "I was really nervous my first time too, but a senior once told me that having a drink can help relax your nerves. It worked for me." A warm feeling welled up in Fang Yuanjing's heart. She took the drink touched. "Thank you, brother Oh." Oh Chiheo gave a faint smile. "Go ahead and get ready. I'll wait for you." "Okay." Fang Yuanjing agreed, and went back into the room. When she emerged again, it was 5 minutes later. She had changed into a red evening gown revealing her delicate and smooth skin. With light makeup adorning her face, her delicate features were even more pronounced. On her feet were a pair of 7-centimeter black high heels, her crystalline toes playfully exposed to the air. Beautiful. Breathtakingly beautiful. Oh Chiheo was stunned for a moment, then sighed in admiration. "Xiaojing, you're truly stunning." A blush swept across Fang Yuanjing's cheeks, and she shyly murmured, "Brother Oh." The coquettish feigned reproach in her voice made Oh Chiheo's heart skip a beat. This idol drama lead who had captured the hearts of countless young women was at this moment just like any ordinary guy seeing his goddess completely dazed. Chatting and laughing, Oh Chiheo and Fang Yuanjing entered the private dining room prepared by the production team. Upon seeing Fang Yuanjing's arrival, the all-male crew were momentarily stunned. Fang Yuanjing simply responded to their stares with a polite smile. She wasn't a newcomer to the entertainment industry, so she understood the importance of maintaining her image at all times. Everyone enjoyed the lunch thoroughly. Oh Chiheo introduced Fang Yuanjing to each member of the production team. Despite not having a high tolerance for alcohol, she graciously had a small glass of red wine with each of them, a smile on her face. Since the Huangjian incident, Fang Yuanjing had forced herself to learn how to drink. She understood an unspoken rule: if you can't hold your liquor at a business dinner, you can't make any deals. It was just the way of the world. After lunch, Fang Yuanjing followed Oh Chiheo to the back of their ocean view villa to admire the distant scenery. Although Oh Chiheo usually maintained a certain distance with his juniors, he was completely different with Fang Yuanjing. He was like a true elder brother, patient and understanding, often telling her jokes to make her laugh. And so their relationship had grown much closer. As dusk settled and the sun began to set, Fang Yuanjing spread her arms wide, as if to embrace the freshness of nature. Her cheeks were flushed, clearly tipsy. Fang Yuanjing was lost in thought, gazing at the distant view. But Oh Chiheo's gaze was fixed on her. Gradually his own eyes became dreamy and distant. Was he drunk too? Was it the wine, or was it her? Who could say? Just past 8 in the evening, Fang Yuanjing carefully dressed up in her room before heading out. Tonight was the day to meet the director, and she dared not take it lightly. "Good morning, brother Oh." As Fang Yuanjing stepped out of her hotel room, she happened to encounter Oh Chiheos leaving his room at the same moment, so she quickly greeted him with a warm smile. Oh Chiheos was wearing a sleek black suit that evening, his hair dyed a striking pink. His fair, youthful skin complemented his well-defined features, giving him an undeniable charm that made every woman's hearts race. As the male lead of a popular mainland idol drama, his looks truly lived up to the title. Oh Chiheos flashed a kind smile and said, "Hello, Xiaojing. I did not expect you to come out before me." Oh Chiheos' smile carried a faint warmth like the gentle sunlight of spring. Fang Yuanjing's heart skipped a beat, and she replied, "I am feeling a bit nervous about tonight meeting." Oh Chiheos smiled and stepped closer, saying, "Do not be nervous. The director is only a human being after all. Just relax and take it easy." To divert Fang Yuanjing's attention, Oh Chiheos deliberately spun around in place and said proudly, "Well, how do I look for tonight?" Fang Yuanjing's cheeks flushed slightly, and she smiled, nodding. "Yes, very handsome." Oh Chiheos smiled with satisfaction. Just then his manager called for them to head out. Oh Chiheos and his group arrived at the largest hotel in Bali and entered the private room they had reserved. Not long after, the director also arrived, and everyone exchanged pleasantries before taking their seats again. The director this time looked to be in his 30s with a stout figure, yet he wore a consistently amiable smile. Oh Chiheos introduced Fang Yuanjing to him, and the director smiled approvingly. Oh Chiheos told Fang Yuanjing that several of his past television dramas had been directed by this same man, making them old acquaintances. The atmosphere at the dinner was quite harmonious. Fang Yuanjing was no mere empty vase, as she knew well how to make a good impression on the director at such a moment. Although she had been nervous at first, Oh Chiheos' encouragement and the director's kindly demeanor gradually helped Fang Yuanjing relax. By the end of the meal, the matter was essentially decided. The only thing remaining was the on-site audition the next day. Once she passed that hurdle, Fang Yuanjing would officially secure the role. However, when it came to auditions, Fang Yuanjing felt an extreme sense of nervousness, as it was not her area of expertise. It must be said that Oh Chiheos treated Fang Yuanjing very well. Noticing her anxious expression, he did not rush back to his room after dinner, but instead asked worriedly, "Xiaojing, are you alright? Can you manage?" Biting her lower lip nervously, Fang Yuanjing said, I am so afraid I will not succeed this time. I have no confidence at all. Ochaheos raised a faint smile and gazed at the star-filled sky, speaking softly, let me tell you a story, Xiao Jing. Once upon a time, a little boy followed a girl to the river to play in the water. Unfortunately, the boy accidentally fell into the river and flailed about, terrified of drowning. He feared he would never see his parents again. At that moment, the girl acted. She jumped straight into the river and grabbed him, telling him, do not be afraid. I will definitely save you. The girl's words gave the boy immense encouragement, but the current was too fierce, and the girl's swimming ability was not yet sufficient to save someone. The girl pulled the boy toward the shore, swimming and swimming, but her strength gradually faded due to her young age. Can you guess what happened next? Fang Yuanjing listened entranced and asked, and then? Ochaheos' gaze grew distant as he continued. The boy saw that the girl holding him was gradually losing strength, and he realized they might not survive. He burst into loud sobs, crying, let me go. I do not want you to die with me. The girl's expression remained resolute, as if encouraging both herself and the boy. She said, do not say that. We will surely survive. My mother told me that as long as you wholeheartedly desire to accomplish something, you will succeed. The girl's words rekindled hope in the boy's heart. No longer panicking and shouting, he began cheering her on and encouraging himself. In the end, local residents passing by rescued the boy and girl. After finishing the story, he looked earnestly at Fang Yuanjing and said, Xiao Jing, that child did not give up hope of survival, even when nearly drowning. He persisted until the end. Do you think the audition tomorrow will be more difficult than drowning? Fang Yuanjing remained silent for a moment, then a bright, confident smile spread across her face. She said, I understand, brother O. Rest assured I will perform my best and will not give up. With that, Fang Yuanjing stretched and said to Ochaheos, brother O, thank you for guiding me tonight. I am quite sleepy, so I will go back to sleep now. Good night. Good night. After exchanging goodnights, Fang Yuanjing returned to her room. Ochaheos looked up at the starry sky, a trace of sorrow suddenly appearing on his resolute, handsome profile. He murmured softly, Xiao Jing, it seems you truly do not remember what happened back then. But I have relied on your words from that time to keep going. Even if you do not remember, it does not matter. I am still me, and I will always protect you. The night passed without incident. The next day, Fang Yuanjing woke up early as usual and accompanied Ochaheos to the filming location. The crew had already made all preparations. The director asked the makeup artist to apply makeup to both Fang Yuanjing and Ochaheos while giving Fang Yuanjing direction. Xiao Jing, this scene is simple. Ochaheos will confess his love to you, and you will cruelly reject him. After he delivers his final lines with a broken heart, you will share a goodbye kiss. A goodbye kiss. Fang Yuanjing was startled and replied, am I not playing the female lead? Why is there a kiss scene? The director explained the female lead is Chaeha's former girlfriend, so a kiss scene is quite normal. But do not worry. Even if this were actual filming rather than an audition, the kiss would be achieved through camera angles and positioning. Fang Yuanjing naturally knew that kiss scenes were often simulated, but as a novice facing her first such scene, she could not help but feel nervous. Ochaheos walked over with a reassuring smile and said, Xiao Jing, do not be nervous. Just tilt your body slightly, and I will give you a signal. Fang Yuanjing nodded and said understood. The director nodded with satisfaction, then picked up the megaphone and announced loudly, all right, everyone prepare. Actors in position. Action. After the clapperboard snapped shut, Ochaheos approached Fang Yuanjing with a sorrowful expression. Fang Yuanjing, following the script, also adopted a mournful look. Ochaheos spoke, Xiaoqin, I love you. Will you be with me? Fang Yuanjing turned her head away and said apologetically, I am sorry, Minglang. I cannot be with you. I am sorry. These were lines from the script, which Fang Yuanjing had memorized carefully. She had spent the evening pondering how to portray the character. Though a newcomer, her performance was quite convincing. Ochaheos then let out a hysterical laugh, grabbing Fang Yuanjing's shoulders and crying out, why? Why? Is it because I cannot temporarily give you what you want? Is it because that man can provide you with designer bags, luxury cars, and villas? Is that really all it is? I have loved you for so long, yet I cannot compete with material things. True to his reputation as an actor, Ochaheos' tears flowed freely as he became emotionally invested, his eyes filled with sorrow and his expression one of deep pain. I am sorry. After Fang Yuanjing delivered her line, the director signaled Ochaheos that he could proceed with the kiss. Ochaheos offered a pale smile and whispered, is sorry enough? I love you, but what I want to hear is not your sorry. With that, his gaze locked onto Fang Yuanjing's lips, leaning in as if to kiss her. According to the script, Fang Yuanjing's character should have looked at him with apologetic eyes, then closed her eyes and allowed Ochaheos to kiss her. But in reality, as Fang Yuanjing saw Ochaheos approaching with the curve of his lips and his faint breath, her heart fluttered. Just as she was about to close her eyes, the image of Qiu Chen suddenly appeared before her. No. Fang Yuanjing instinctively cried out and pushed Ochaheos away sharply. Cut. The director shouted loudly, then said with clear dissatisfaction, Xiao Jing, why did you pull away? That was such a good moment. Fang Yuanjing said apologetically, I am sorry, director. I was just too nervous. What is there to be nervous about? This is only an audition, not an actual kiss. I am sorry, I am sorry. Fang Yuanjing bowed 90 degrees to everyone present. Oh Chihaya spoke up, let it go director. This is Xiao Jing's first audition, of course, she will feel nervous. Besides, the one who did not get kissed is me. Should not I be the one upset? Oh Chihaya's joke made the entire set laugh again. Fang Yuanjing's face turned red, and she did not know what to say. The director said helplessly, very well, we will give you one more chance. But if you fail this time, there will be no more chances. Thank you, director. Fang Yuanjing said gratefully. Oh Chihaya comforted her. Xiao Jing, do not be so nervous. You performed very well earlier. Why did you pull away right when we were about to kiss? You are breaking my heart. Although she knew Oh Chihaya was only joking, Fang Yuanjing still felt deeply guilty, for she knew how much effort he had put into securing this role for her. Fang Yuanjing said, I am truly sorry, brother Oh. I will not push you away again. Oh Chihaya laughed. It is nothing. I was only joking. It is your first time after all. Everyone gets nervous. You can do this. Yes. Take one. Action. With the director's voice falling, the second audition began. I will not detail every moment, but suffice it to say that Fang Yuanjing's second performance was far superior to the first. She successfully completed the audition and thoroughly secured the role. Leaving aside Fang Yuanjing's successful audition for a TV drama, for now, every student at Qiu Chen school was incredibly excited these days. The reason was none other than the impending vocal music department exam. Why were students from other departments so thrilled about it? Because the vocal music department exam featured individual showcase stages. Why were students so excited about these solo stages? The answer was obvious. During the solo stages, they would get to see their beloved idols, the goddesses and princes of their hearts. Thus, as the school busily prepared, some of Fang Yuanjing's diehard fans began promoting their goddess on the campus forum. They spoke with fervor and eloquence, their every word revealing admiration and devotion. Such actions by the male students provoked the infatuated girls who believed that the school was not home to only one celebrity, Fang Yuanjing, but also their own Prince Oh Chihaya. Oh Chihaya's fangirl legion decided not to let Fang Yuanjing's fan club steal their prince's thunder, so they started promoting on the forum how handsome and gentle their prince was. This was initially a healthy rivalry between fans, until some brainless female fan posted on the forum that Fang Yuanjing only pretended to be pure and used her face to attract attention, and that she wasn't as famous as their prince. That remark ignited a full-blown war between the two fan groups. The two camps engaged in a fierce war of words, neither willing to yield. If Oh Chihaya's fan club posted a thread titled, Prince Oh is the most handsome in the world, it would immediately be swarmed by Fang Yuanjing's fans buried under their posts, and then they would raise the banner of Long live the little princess, we love you. Thus, before the vocal music department exam had even begun, the two fan groups were already embroiled in a heated argument. Watching the posts on the webpage, Qiu Chen's mouth twitched and his face darkened. Qiu Chen sighed and shut down the computer, amazed at the fervor of Fang Yuanjing's fans and those of that Oh Chihaya guy. He thought, I'm a handsome guy too, why don't I have any brainless fans begging for hugs, photos, or to be knocked down? Ahem, decency. Feier, let me ask you something, and you must be honest. Qiu Chen turned to look at Feier, who was playing Angry Birds, and said. Feier, hearing his earnest tone, put down her phone and asked, what is it, Chen? Qiu Chen blinked his deep eyes and said seriously, am I handsome? Feier nodded without hesitation, very handsome. Am I charming? Qiu Chen continued happily. Yes. Then why doesn't any girl like me? Qiu Chen wore a mournful expression. If being handsome were a disease, he was already in the terminal stage. Feier rolled her eyes and said bluntly, because your IQ is even lower than a pig's. Qiu Chen. Was Feier verbally attacking him? Unbelievable. Feier was actually attacking him. After getting up early, eating breakfast, Qiu Chen mysteriously said to Feier, Feier, do you know our school is about to hold the vocal music department exam? Feier nodded calmly. I know, Sister Lily told me. Qiu Chen said, if nothing unexpected happens, I'll be performing on stage that day. Will you come watch? Feier said happily, are you going to sing, Chen? Great, I want to watch. But then she worried. But Sister Lily said your singing sounds worse than a pig being slaughtered. Is that really okay? Qiu Chen's face darkened. That's slander, blatant slander. Qiu Chen cursed Lily in his heart. Lily, you little wretch, slandering me like that. I curse you and Hao Zi to have a miserable time when you're up to no good. In a rented apartment not far from the school, Hao Zi and Lily, who were in the middle of a great endeavor, both sneezed at the same time. Catching a cold, Lily said, puzzled, strange, is it kidney deficiency? Should we buy some medicine? Wang Hao. In a suburban villa Nangong, Qi was lounging lazily on the sofa. Behind him sat a young woman in a bikini, massaging his shoulders with her small hands. Ring. A crisp phone ringtone sounded. Nangong Qi picked up the phone and said coldly, who is it? A man's voice came through the line. Little Qi, you've had enough fun outside. It's time to come home. Hearing the voice, Nangong Qi's eyes turned cold. He stood up from the sofa, waved the woman away, and said icily, home. Which home? Since mother passed away in that house, I never planned to return. The man's voice grew angry. Don't bring up the past. I admit I wronged your mother, but you shouldn't speak to me in that tone. Come back immediately. Nangong Qi's face grew even colder. Why? What gives you the right to order me around? Because I'm your father, the man roared. Then calming himself, he sneered, "Don't think I don't know what you're staying there for. The past is over. If you must blame someone, blame me. I forbid you to lay a hand on her. Otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding father-son ties." Beep. The line went dead. The man had hung up. Damn it. Nangong Chi roared in fury and threw his phone to the ground. With a crack, the brand new iPhone 6 Plus shattered into pieces. Nangong Chi clenched his fists tightly, muttering coldly, "Her, always her. After all these years, you still think of that mother and daughter. What do my mother and I mean to you?" Nangong Chi's eyes turned bloodshot. Then he laughed maniacally. "You don't want me to touch her? Then I'll touch her just to spite you. I'll make her suffer tenfold, 100-fold the pain I endured." With a roar, he kicked the Nama tea table in front of him, snapping it in two. The vocal music department examination had finally begun. After such a long period of preparation, the exam that all students considered the most important had finally commenced. As previously explained, this exam for the vocal music department consisted of two parts. The first was the written test, and the second was the individual showcase stage, determined by the written test scores. The written test held little appeal for the students after all. Taking exams was something they had grown weary of after years of schooling. Who could still muster any interest? What everyone was most interested in was naturally the showcase stage, because on that day, all students' parents and even school leaders would attend. It was a perfect opportunity to show off in front of everyone. And the showcase stage of the vocal music department was always hailed as the second biggest stage after the school anniversary celebration. Qiu Chen groggily got out of bed. Last night, in a last-minute cramming session, he had stayed up memorizing until 2 in the morning, so now he was both exhausted and sleepy. The first thing Qiu Chen did after waking up was to open his phone. Of course, he wasn't checking Weibo or WeChat, but looking at text messages. Last night, he had sent Fang Yuanjing a text saying, "Go see your sister," but had waited a long time without a reply, so he fell asleep holding his phone. Opening the message interface, he found 4 texts. According to the timestamps, they had arrived every 2 minutes. The content was as follows: "Chen, you should work hard too. You promised me we would meet on showcase day, so I'll be waiting for you." This message had arrived 15 minutes after Qiu Chen's text was sent, by which time he was already asleep. Then came the second message 2 minutes later. "Oh Chen, I forgot to tell you that I've been in Bali for auditions these past few days. If nothing goes wrong, I should become the second female lead in an idol drama. Are you happy for me?" Third message: "Chen, why aren't you talking? Are you busy or something?" Fourth message: "It seems you sleepyhead has fallen asleep. I wanted to chat more, but since you're tired, go to sleep first. Good night." After reading the last message, Qiu Chen felt a warm feeling surge in his heart. Ever since Fang Yuanjing had shared her story with him by the small river, Qiu Chen felt that the relationship between them had grown closer. This relationship wasn't the kind one might superficially understand, but rather something deeper in the heart. Or perhaps Qiu Chen sensed that Fang Yuanjing was gradually opening the door to her heart to him. But whether this thought was merely his own wishful thinking or genuinely true, Qiu Chen couldn't be certain. "Forget it, don't dwell on this." A smile tugged at the corner of Qiu Chen's mouth, and he replied to Fang Yuanjing, "Good morning, senior sister. You're probably busy now, right? Today is the written test for the vocal music department. I'll do my best, and you should too. By the way, from your message, it seems you're going to act in a drama. I'm really happy for you. Senior sister, let's meet at the showcase." After pressing send, Qiu Chen put his phone into his pocket. He got dressed, got up, and went to the bathroom to brush his teeth. Suddenly a thought struck him: where was Fei? At this hour, that little girl should have been up and pestering him to make breakfast. Why wasn't she up yet? The more Qiu Chen thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. After rinsing his mouth, he called out loudly, "Fei, where are you? Are you home?" As he spoke, he walked toward Fei's room and said, "Fei, are you in your room?" "I'm coming in." Saying this, Qiu Chen directly pushed open the door. With a click, the door swung open. Stepping inside, he found Fei's bed neatly made, but she was nowhere to be seen. Strange, where could Fei have gone? Did she go out? Qiu Chen muttered to himself. Then suddenly alarmed, he said anxiously, "No, Fei doesn't know the way. What if she goes out alone and gets into danger?" The more Qiu Chen thought, the more worried he became. Remembering that Fei had a phone, he quickly pulled out his own and dialed her number. "Her perfume still lingers on you, a sin my nose commits." Fei's ringtone echoed in the room. Qiu Chen followed the sound and found that Fei had left her phone on the bedside table. "That scatterbrain," Qiu Chen said with exasperation. Then he thought Fei chats with Lily every day, so Lily probably knows where she is. With that in mind, he dialed Lily's number. After a few beeps, Lily answered lazily. "Hey Chenzi, why are you calling me early in the morning instead of cuddling with Fei?" Qiu Chen's face darkened, but this was not the time for bickering. He got straight to the point. "Lily, has Fei contacted you this morning?" Lily said, "Yes, that little girl Fei talks to me late every night." Qiu Chen asked urgently, "Then do you know where Fei went?" "When I got up this morning, Fei was gone." "What?" Lily exclaimed in shock. "How did you manage to lose Fei? I'm telling you, if anything happens to her, I'll fight you to the death." Qiu Chen's face darkened. "That should be my line. If you hadn't been putting ideas into Fei's head all the time, she wouldn't have disappeared." "You've..." Lily was furious and about to explode, but Qiu Chen quickly said, "Lily, now is not the time for us to argue. Quickly think back. Did Fei say anything to you this morning? She's all alone out there, it's dangerous." Lily snorted, but knew this wasn't the moment to get angry with that jerk Qiu Chen. After thinking for a while she said, "Oh, I remember now. Fayer asked me a lot about the exam and also asked what she should do before the exam to make her brain smarter and get good grades." Qiu Chen was puzzled. "What did you tell her?" Lily replied, "I said that before our exams we usually eat soft-shelled turtle. As long as you eat turtle you'll get an A in every subject." Qiu Chen's face darkened. "What kind of nonsense rumor is that? Let me ask you, why did she ask about the exam? She doesn't even take exams." Lily sighed with deep meaning. "Chen, your emotional intelligence is just enough." With that she hung up directly. Hey. Qiu Chen was completely baffled. What was all that about? It made no sense. He hung up the phone and walked to the door ready to go out and look for Fayer. Just then Fayer walked right in. "Fayer, where have you been?" Seeing Fayer looking dirty with water stains on her face, Qiu Chen asked anxiously, "Fayer, what happened to you?" "Where did you go?" Fayer said with a grin. "Oh, I went to buy a soft-shelled turtle for you." As she spoke she brought out a bag containing a turtle from behind her. Qiu Chen was stunned and asked, "You really went to buy a turtle? Why?" Fayer said happily, "For you. I saw how you couldn't sleep well because of that exam, so I asked Sister Lily, and she said eating turtle would do the trick. So I ran out to buy it for you." Qiu Chen had no words. This time he didn't complain, just felt something soft in his heart being touched. Lily said his emotional intelligence was enough, and Qiu Chen now thought that was true. Not only was it enough, it was touching. His emotional intelligence was truly lacking. Fayer pouted slightly, saying, "The turtle was really hard to find. I followed the map Lily downloaded for me, but I don't know how to take a taxi, so I had to walk the whole way. On the roadside a passing car splashed mud all over me. Luckily." "Oh." Before Fayer could finish her sentence Qiu Chen hugged her tightly. "Chen you?" In her memory this was the first time Chen had hugged her voluntarily. "Thank you, Fayer." Tears glistened in Qiu Chen's eyes, and then he smiled. Qiu Chen embraced Fayer solely because her gesture had moved him deeply. It was merely based on Lily's unfounded remark that Fayer had gone out to buy him a soft-shell turtle. How could such an act not stir Qiu Chen's heart? They entered the apartment together, and Fayer, being a girl, had her own cleanliness quirks. Finding the smell of turtle on herself too strong, she dashed into the bathroom for a shower before Qiu Chen could say anything more touching. Qiu Chen found it amusing, but he kindly brewed a cup of tea for Fayer and waited for her to come out. The vocal music exam was scheduled for the next day. Growing bored while waiting for Fayer to finish her bath, Qiu Chen retreated to his room to read. He had promised Senior Fong that he would enter the showcase stage together with her. If he failed the written test, he would be utterly humiliated. About an hour later, when Fayer still hadn't come upstairs to find him, Qiu Chen grew uneasy and went downstairs. "Fayer," he called out tentatively. Could she still be in the shower? "Chen, you're down. Wait a moment, I'm cooking." Fayer's voice rang out, and then Qiu Chen saw a sight that left him stunned. Fayer stood in the kitchen, her hair tied up, an apron around her waist. She would occasionally wrinkle her adorable brows or purse her lips, muttering something to herself. Witnessing this scene, Qiu Chen for the first time felt no urge to tease her. Instead, a faint warmth swelled in his heart. He thought to himself, having a woman in the house is actually quite nice. But the moment the thought crossed his mind, he snapped back to reality. What was he thinking? Fayer wasn't human. She was a vampire, right? How could he have such an absurd notion? Could he really truly have fallen for Fayer? No, how could he like Fayer? He must not be awake yet. Yes, he was talking in his sleep. "Fayer, what are you cooking?" Qiu Chen tried to dispel the impractical thoughts through conversation. "Soft-shell turtle, of course. Come down and smell how fragrant it is," Fayer said excitedly. Qiu Chen's mouth twitched, and as he approached her he saw the turtle still with duckweed floating in the pot. His face darkened. He chuckled awkwardly. Fayer, may I ask if you've ever cooked soft-shell turtle before?" Fayer flipped the turtle with a spatula and replied, "No, I haven't. There are no soft-shell turtles in our kingdom. This is my first time seeing one." Speechless, Qiu Chen once again suppressed his urge to ridicule and said, Fayer, I suddenly feel I'm not that fond of soft-shell turtle. How about you make something else? That scrambled eggs you made last time was pretty good." What? Was he wasting Fayer's kindness? Last time one bite of Fayer's first attempt at scrambled eggs nearly killed Qiu Chen. If he had to eat her first attempt at soft-shell turtle now, he couldn't imagine what would become of him. Perhaps he would just kick the bucket and go flirt with beautiful fairy maidens. Fayer was not easily swayed and insisted stubbornly. "No, Sister Lily said eating soft-shell turtle is best before exams. I saw you studying so hard every day, so I specially made it for you. You have to finish every bit." Qiu Chen still hesitated, but Fayer suddenly stopped what she was doing and said with a tearful voice, "Chen, are you saying it's not good? But I bought it especially for you with so much effort. If you really don't like it, I won't force you." Qiu Chen was about to cry too. Faced with such a Fayer, no man could refuse. Let alone Qiu Chen. Seeing her on the verge of tears, his heart softened. He smiled to comfort her. "How could I? It's your heartfelt gesture. Don't worry, I'll finish it all." Fayer's tears turned into a smile. "Really? Don't worry, Chen, I'll make it absolutely delicious." She scooped a spoonful of soup to taste, then muttered, "It's bland." She then poured the entire bottle of MSG into the pot. "Qiu Chen, Fayer, that wasn't salt you just added." "Off." Fayer panicked. "I made a mistake." and then she promptly dumped the entire bottle of pepper into the pot. Qiu Chen. What followed was somewhat heartwarming. Though he knew Feyer's turtle dish wasn't exactly delicious, to avoid seeing that hurt look in her eyes again, he painfully finished every last bite. As he ate, he gave a thumbs up and said, "Delicious. Your cooking has improved, Feyer, really good." "Really? Then eat more." Girls are easily satisfied, especially pretty ones like Feyer. Hearing Qiu Chen say it was tasty, she didn't question its truth, and smiled happily. After the meal, Feyer unusually refused Qiu Chen's offer to wash the dishes, which puzzled him. After all, previously Feyer wouldn't even wash her own dishes. When asked, Feyer explained that since he had an exam, he should just focus on studying today, and she would handle everything. Qiu Chen felt that Feyer's care was even more intense than a parent's worry before the college entrance exam. But at least one thing was good: Feyer wouldn't bother him tonight. Having sent Qiu Chen off, Feyer busied herself with washing the dishes and other chores. After everything was done, she returned to her room. Feyer sat on her bed and opened a diary. Every page was densely written. If looked closely, it was all about Qiu Chen. This was also something Lily had taught her, that every girl in love keeps a diary to record the sweetness of her daily life. Feyer smiled and began to write in the diary, "Today I was very happy because Chen finished all the soft-shell turtle I made. Although Chen said it was delicious, I actually knew it wasn't. That's why I'm even more grateful to him. To keep me from feeling sad, Chen forced himself to say it was good. But I'll work hard to make it better in the future. Go Chen." After writing the last word, Feyer put the diary down contentedly and lay back on the bed. Staring at the ceiling, Feyer recalled the day's events, and a smile blossomed on her lips. The exam is coming. The vocal music department's exam has finally begun. Qiu Chen got up early today, and found that Feyer had unusually gotten up early as well. Seeing Qiu Chen coming downstairs, Feyer smiled and greeted, "Chen, you're up." Qiu Chen asked, puzzled, "Feyer, why are you up so early?" Feyer said with a grin, "I'm nervous. I heard from Sister Lily that this exam is very important to you, so I couldn't sleep." Qiu Chen's mouth twitched slightly. "It's my exam, not yours. Why can't you sleep?" As he spoke, he walked over to Feyer. Feyer said, "I'm worried about you. What if you mess up?" Qiu Chen was speechless. "Feyer, I find that sometimes you're more nagging than my grandfather and aunt." Feyer pouted her red lips and said, "All right, stop talking nonsense. Let's go." Qiu Chen muttered inwardly, "Who is taking the exam anyway? Why does Feyer seem more eager than me?" Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and said to Feyer, "Feyer, wait for me." With that, he ran upstairs while Feyer looked confused. Feyer tilted her head, not understanding what Qiu Chen was doing. Fortunately, Qiu Chen was quick this time. He came back downstairs in less than 2 minutes and said to Feyer, "Feyer, we can go now." Feyer followed behind Qiu Chen and asked curiously, "Chen, what did you go upstairs for just now?" Qiu Chen showed Feyer a small black booklet and said, "I went to get my student ID. Without it, I can't take the exam." Feyer took it from Qiu Chen and looked at it for a while, then said, "I see. This is like the soldier's ID in our palace. Without it, one cannot enter the palace." Qiu Chen, only Miss Feyer the vampire would connect a soldier's ID with a student ID in this world. Bali Island. Fang Yuanjing had packed her luggage and was ready to leave because she had to go back for an exam. She couldn't give up her dream of singing because of acting. Most importantly, she had promised that boy she would return. Ochiheo walked into the room and said with a smile, "Xiao Jing, are you all packed?" Fang Yuanjing saw Ochiheo come in and revealed a beautiful smile. "I'm all ready. And brother, oh, thank you so much for asking the director to let me go back for the exam. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do." Ochiheo smiled casually and said, "It's nothing. On one hand, I don't want you to delay your studies because of filming. On the other hand, although the drama is in preparation, it hasn't officially started shooting yet, so it's fine for you to go back for the exam. Besides, with your current popularity, if you promote the drama on your personal stage during the exam, that's exactly what the director would want." Fang Yuanjing smirked non-committally, then packed her luggage into her suitcase. Ochiheo came over and took her suitcase, then asked, "By the way, have you contacted your agent?" Fang Yuanjing saw that Ochiheo was worried she couldn't carry it, so she picked up her suitcase, first feeling cared for. She said, "Don't worry, brother O. Sister Ning just called me and said she's waiting for me at the airport." Ochiheo nodded and said, "That's good. Since you're leaving, shouldn't we have a farewell hug?" As he said this, there was a smile in his eyes. Fang Yuanjing was stunned, not expecting Ochiheo to say such a thing. Seeing that she didn't move, Ochiheo felt a sudden pang in his heart, then smiled nonchalantly. "See, I really shouldn't have joked like that. Let's go, brother O." Fang Yuanjing said softly, then gently hugged Ochiheo and whispered, "Brother O, thank you for everything you've done for me." A few days of getting along made Fang Yuanjing regard Ochiheo as her own brother. Ochiheo's gentleness and humor quietly entered her heart. Fang Yuanjing found that she seemed to be a little greedy for Ochiheo's embrace. This hug was unrelated to love in Fang Yuanjing's heart, but in Ochiheo's heart, it was different. The faint scent of perfume from Fang Yuanjing wafted over, stirring Ochiheo's heart, and tears actually glistened in his eyes. What was the reason? Was it because he had waited too long? "Xiao Jing, you may not know, but I've been waiting for this hug for 10 whole years." Today was a big day. When Qiu Chen walked into the school, he noticed that both boys and girls had excited smiles on their faces, all discussing the showcase after the exam. These people were definitely not vocal music students, because at such a tense moment only students from other departments would be so calm. Chen Feier. A voice called out. Lily, wearing a floral dress and canvas shoes, ran over. Feier, like an excited little bird, ran to hug Lily. Wang Hao greeted Qiu Chen, then said in a somewhat resentful whisper, "Chenzi, you asked Lily and me to meet here today. You don't want Feier to hang out with Lily, do you?" Qiu Chen said, "Of course. Don't you know I have an exam today? How can I take Feier into the exam hall? So I have to leave her with you too." Wang Hao's forehead showed a black line. "Chenzi, are we brothers or not? Can I ask you a favor?" Qiu Chen certainly knew what he was going to ask. Instead of answering whether he would help, he said, "What's the matter? You look so haggard. Not been getting lucky in love lately." Wang Hao rolled his eyes. "How can I be happy? Ever since my Lily met your Feier, they've been like a couple. They chat and exclude me, they call and exclude me, and even when I want to do. You know Lily isn't interested. Bro, I beg you don't let Feier get close to my Lily anymore, okay? My heart is breaking." Qiu Chen felt a secret thrill thinking, "Kid, I'll show you what a henpecked husband is. When I used to bicker with your girl, you never helped me once. Now you know to beg me." Qiu Chen nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'll help you with this." Wang Hao was so moved that he grabbed Qiu Chen's hand and said, "Chenzi, you're a real brother. In the future, I'll support you through fire and water." Qiu Chen rolled his eyes inwardly thinking, "Support me, my foot." With that, he called out to Lily. Lily was chatting with Feier, asking why Feier had become so thin recently, whether Qiu Chen was not treating her well. At that moment, Qiu Chen called her, and Lily said impatiently, "What is it? Speak up." Qiu Chen said, "It's like this. Just now Haozi asked me for a favor. He said seeing how well you and Feier get along, he specifically asked me to leave Feier with you today. Seeing how good he is to you, I reluctantly agreed." Thud. Wang Hao was dumbfounded, furious inside. "Chenzi, you're ruthless. You actually tricked me." But it was too late to take it back, because Lily had already pulled Feier over happily and said, "Haozi, is that true? You're so good to me. I was just thinking of going shopping with Feier." Of course I'm good to you," Wang Hao said with a look that was about to cry. Did he dare say no at this moment? Absolutely not. "Yage." Lily hugged Feier excitedly and said, "Feier's sister will take you shopping today. Yage." Feier was very excited. After saying, "Good luck," to Qiu Chen, she ran off with Lily. "Chenzi, you're ruthless." Wang Hao glared at Qiu Chen with murderous eyes. Qiu Chen ignored him, looked up at the sky, and said, "Oh, what a big moon." Wang Hao, "Screw you, how can there be a moon in broad daylight?" Not long after Qiu Chen entered the classroom, the exam began. The male teacher, sporting a severe center-parted hairstyle, started distributing the test papers. A tense atmosphere permeated the room. When Qiu Chen had first arrived, he had glanced around, but failed to spot Fang Yuanjing. He suddenly remembered that Fang Yuanjing was now an entertainer, and naturally could not sit the exam alongside ordinary students. Otherwise, the classroom would surely surge with curious onlookers craning their necks, making it nearly impossible to maintain discipline in the exam hall. As for that Nangong Qi, Qiu Chen chose to ignore him. He still recalled encountering Nangong Qi at the mobile phone store, where the man's gaze toward Feier seemed to carry an undercurrent of admiration. This made Qiu Chen deeply unsettled, as if someone were peering at a cherished treasure that belonged to him. Lost in such wandering thoughts, Qiu Chen gradually immersed himself in the questions. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, an exam involving only one person was also underway. The girl wearing a black short-sleeve top and denim hot pants was none other than Fang Yuanjing, who had come straight to the exam hall after landing from her flight. Fang Yuanjing had always taken exams in this manner. Considering her celebrity status, the school had specially arranged for her to sit the exam in a separate private room. Fang Yuanjing harbored no objections to this arrangement. The invigilator was her homeroom teacher, Mr. Li. A cup of Blue Mountain coffee sat on the desk. Noticing Fang Yuanjing frowning in thought, he approached with concern and asked, "Little Jing, are the questions difficult? Would you like to take a break?" It was said that Mr. Li was the only teacher in the world who would urge a student to rest during an exam. And the sole reason for this was that the student was Fang Yuanjing, not an ordinary student whom he could afford to neglect. In her heart, Fang Yuanjing actually resented this special treatment. She simply wished to take the exam quietly like any other student, awaiting her results with nervous anticipation. However, she also understood that as an entertainer, even if she refused such privileges, the school would still treat her differently from the other students. Smiling, Fang Yuanjing declined, "Teacher Li, no need. I don't wish to be different from the other students. Please treat me exactly as you would any other examinee." Mr. Li looked somewhat embarrassed, but still smiled kindly. "I'm sorry, little Jing. It's just that I care for you too much and may have caused you trouble. But rest assured, I won't say another word. You can take the exam in peace." With that, as if to prove his sincerity, he slowly returned to his seat and fell silent. Yet he casually left the coffee on Fang Yuanjing's desk. Fang Yuanjing sighed inwardly. "Fine, let it be. As long as I can finish the exam peacefully." With that thought, she refocused and resumed her work with renewed seriousness. Ring, ring. The crisp bell sounded, and students from various classrooms began to file out. Some wore proud, confident smiles, while others bore expressions of deep anxiety. Qiu Chen walked out of his classroom and strolled through the somewhat empty campus. Since today's exam was for the vocal music department, students from other majors were on holiday and not on campus. Qiu Chen took out his phone and dialed Fei's number only to hear a busy signal. Still unwilling to give up, he tried calling Lily and Wang Hao separately, but both calls resulted in the same busy tone. Qiu Chen's mood darkened. That brat Lily had surely taken Fei off to cause trouble somewhere. Bored and aimless, he found himself with nothing to do. For so long, Qiu Chen had always had Fei by his side. Now that she was absent, he suddenly missed her. Wait, missed her? Why would he miss Fei? Had he truly developed feelings for her? No, impossible. It must simply be habit. That's all. Only later, when Fei finally left, did Qiu Chen realize that what he had once called habit was in fact love. But by the time he acknowledged and faced his true feelings, that silly, innocent Fei was already gone. Of course, that is a story for another time. At that moment, Qiu Chen felt no such sentiment. He was walking alone on campus, feeling rather dejected when his phone rang. He retrieved it, assuming it was Fei calling, but saw it was Fang Yuanjing instead. Qiu Chen was slightly startled, then cheered up. He answered the call and said, "Senior sister, did the exam go well?" Fang Yuanjing's gentle voice came through. "It went reasonably well. How about you?" Qiu Chen smiled confidently. "I may not take first place, but I certainly won't come in last." Hee. Fang Yuanjing chuckled, and then asked, "By the way, Qiu Chen, do you have any plans later?" Qiu Chen replied, "Nothing. The second round of exams isn't until this afternoon. I'm genuinely bored right now." Fang Yuanjing said, "So am I. How about I give you the opportunity to accompany me shopping?" Upon hearing this, Qiu Chen broke into a delighted grin. Accompanying his senior sister shopping. That must be a wonderful experience. But then a hint of worry crept into his voice. "I'm fine with it, but are you sure you're up for it? Although I'm not a celebrity, I'm aware that your schedule must be quite busy. Wouldn't going out shopping delay your itinerary, or earn you a scolding from your manager auntie?" Hearing Qiu Chen refer to Ning Yun as an auntie, Fang Yuanjing couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. She said, "Actually, I mainly came back today for the exam. I have no other appointments, and my manager isn't with me today. Besides, Sister Ning is hardly an auntie." Hee, but the managers I see on TV always seem so nasty, Qiu Chen admitted somewhat sheepishly. Huh. Fang Yuanjing was momentarily speechless, then said, "So are you coming or not?" Qiu Chen quickly replied, "I'm coming. Absolutely. If senior sister asks me to go, I'd climb mountains of swords and wade through seas of boiling oil." Giggle. Fang Yuanjing let out a bell-like laugh. "You certainly know how to talk. Very well, it's settled then. Meet me on the small road behind the school's south gate. MHM. After hanging up, Qiu Chen's heart swelled with excitement. Recently, not only had his relationship with senior sister grown closer, but even her tone of voice had changed. Was this the rhythm of finally winning over a beautiful woman? Huh. On the university campus, a reasonably handsome young man laughed with such lewd enthusiasm that passing students turned to stare in disbelief. Student A, is this guy insane? Why is he laughing so creepily? Student B, can't you tell? The guy's clearly in heat. When Qiu Chen arrived at the road behind the school's south gate, he found that Fang Yuanjing had not yet appeared. He prepared to call her again, but just then a voice rang out, "Chen, I'm over here." Qiu Chen followed the sound and saw Fang Yuanjing emerging from beside a banyan tree on the roadside. She still wore the black short-sleeve top, but now paired with a long skirt and a pair of white canvas shoes. Qiu Chen walked over with a smile and greeted her, "Senior sister, you're already here." Fang Yuanjing smiled and replied, "Of course. Did you think I'd be like you, making a girl wait?" Qiu Chen smiled awkwardly. Glancing at Fang Yuanjing's outfit, he asked curiously, "Senior sister, you're really going shopping with me dressed like this?" Fang Yuanjing feigned annoyance. "What, is it ugly?" Qiu Chen quickly shook his head. "Of course not. It's just that if paparazzi catch us together on the street, it might cause bad press." Fang Yuanjing smiled faintly. "Don't worry, I have my methods." Speaking, she reached into her handbag and pulled out a yellow wig, a pair of sunglasses, and a silk scarf. With practiced ease, she gathered her hair into a high bun, slipped on the wig, put on the sunglasses, and tied the scarf around her neck. In less than a minute, she appeared to be a completely different person. Qiu Chen stared in astonishment and said, "No wonder they say celebrities are always performing transformation shows. I finally see it with my own eyes." Fang Yuanjing shot him a charming, half-annoyed glance. "You think I want to? All those annoying paparazzi forced me into this. All right, now I'm ready. Let's go." Qiu Chen nodded and followed Fang Yuanjing as they left together. Neither of them knew that a conspiracy was gradually beginning to unfold. "Senior, where are we going?" Qiu Chen asked curiously as he sat on the bus. Fang Yuanjing, who had changed her appearance, whispered excitedly, "To Dashua Road, a place I've always wanted to go but never had the chance to." Dashua Road, a paradise for shopaholics and a favorite spot for young people. Most young couples choose to go there for dates. Qiu Chen's heart raced with excitement, with Senior indirectly confessing to him. How shy. Fang Yuanjing was unaware of Qiu Chen's fantasies. Today was her first time going to Dashua Road with a boy her age and without her agent accompanying her. A peculiar feeling stirred in her heart. As they were about to get off the bus, there were many people boarding, causing a crowded exit. Fang Yuanjing accidentally lost her balance and nearly fell. Qiu Chen swiftly caught her. Just then an elderly woman nearby remarked, "Ah, youth is wonderful, so loving. Young man, young lady, you two are really a perfect match. Fang Yuanjing's cheeks flushed slightly, but she said nothing and got off the bus. Qiu Chen caught up with her and grinned mischievously. Senior, did you hear that? The old lady said we are a perfect match. Fang Yuanjing shot Qiu Chen a glance. She was standing so close, how could she not have heard? Even if she heard, she was too shy to admit it, so she deliberately asked, did she? You must have heard wrong. It couldn't be about us. Qiu Chen's lips twitched. No wonder they say women are the most inscrutable creatures. Clearly she heard, yet she pretended not to. After getting off the bus, they quickly arrived at Dashua Road. On both sides of the street stood trendy boutiques, and young couples walked side by side or strolled hand in hand. This is truly a forbidden zone for singles. Fang Yuanjing, though disguised with a wig and transformed into another person, could not change her innate elegance. Her fair skin and the two long legs vaguely visible through her long skirt made Qiu Chen and his companion the pair that drew the most glances. Qiu Chen felt smug again. This was the benefit of shopping with a beauty. If those people knew that the girl beside him was the famous star Fang Yuanjing, would they faint from envy? Fang Yuanjing, on the other hand, had not stopped smiling since arriving at Dashua Road, occasionally letting out sighs of admiration. Qiu Chen asked curiously, Senior, could it be that you've never been to Dashua Road for shopping? Fang Yuanjing smiled bitterly. Do you think being a star is easy? The daily schedule exhausts me, and the company's management is strict. How could I have had the leisure to come to Dashua Road for shopping? Qiu Chen felt a pang of sympathy and said with a smile, in that case, Senior, buy as much as you want a day. I'll pay for everything. Fang Yuanjing laughed. Are you sure? I'm a typical shopaholic. Qiu Chen patted his chest and said in a boastful tone, of course. I'm at least a rich second generation. I can treat you once. Fang Yuanjing gave a charming smile and said playfully, then I'll start. Don't you cry from heartache. Qiu Chen chuckled and said nothing, walking beside her. This trip to Dashua Road let Qiu Chen see a new side of Fang Yuanjing. She had always appeared mature and intellectual in his mind, but now she suddenly became a little woman lost in shopping. Qiu Chen felt a bit unaccustomed at first, but soon he was delighted. Fang Yuanjing stopped in front of an eyewear shop. She looked at a pair of black sunglasses displayed on a rack, smiled, and picked them up for a closer look. Qiu Chen asked curiously, Senior, aren't you already wearing sunglasses? Why buy more? Fang Yuanjing replied, I'm buying these for you. I've received so many gifts from you, how can I not give something in return? Come here. Qiu Chen, puzzled, slowly approached her, and Fang Yuanjing put the sunglasses on his face. Then she giggled and said, fits perfectly. Qiu Chen was still in a daze. The moment Fang Yuanjing leaned close, his heart seemed to stop from the tension. When he came to, he saw Fang Yuanjing smile and immediately burst into laughter. The shop assistant said with a smile, Sir, your girlfriend has excellent taste. This pair really suits you. Girlfriend? Not only did Fang Yuanjing blush, but Qiu Chen's face also turned red. However, he was secretly pleased. Miss Shop Assistant, you have great eyesight. But what a pity, why didn't you say we were a married couple? Fang Yuanjing's blush deepened, but she did not refute the remark. Instead, she asked the shop assistant to wrap the sunglasses. Seeing that Fang Yuanjing did not deny it, Qiu Chen became even happier. What does this mean? Is she admitting that I'm her boyfriend? Qiu Chen felt triumphant. He looked at Fang Yuanjing and smiled even more cheerfully. Fang Yuanjing gave him a helpless glare and said, What's there to be so happy about? Qiu Chen glanced at the sky and said nothing. It's just that the weather is so nice today, I'm happy. Fang Yuanjing looked at the dark clouds gathering overhead, and her face darkened slightly. The two were so absorbed in shopping that they didn't notice a black Buick across the street where a light flickered softly. In the car sat a man wearing a mask holding a camera. The camera was aimed directly at Fang Yuanjing and Qiu Chen. The man sneered, then took out his phone and made a call. When the call connected, the other end remained silent. The man said respectfully, Boss, I've taken photos of Fang Yuanjing. A man's voice came from the other end. Are the photos clear? The man said, Don't worry, boss. The photos are clear. Although she's wearing a wig and sunglasses, the clothes and shoes she has on are the ones she usually wears when going out. Most importantly, during one of her hand gestures, the ring on her finger is exactly the latest model of Tiani, customized exclusively for her by her agency. It's unmistakable. The man on the phone laughed coldly, then praised, Good job. Remember to keep the photos safe. Wait for my orders. The man said, Yes, boss. After that, the other end hung up. A storm was about to break, and Fang Yuanjing still had no idea how much the upcoming event would affect her. Meanwhile, the bored Lily was walking out of a hypermarket with Feier, while poor Wang Hao followed behind carrying bags of clothes, looking miserable. Feier walked beside Lily and suddenly said, Sister Lily, let's go back. Lily gave a mischievous smile and said, What? After just half a day out, you're already missing your Chun. Feier's face instantly flushed red. She really was missing Qiu Chen. Feier's thoughts were seen through by Lily's words, but how could a young girl's feelings be so easily admitted? Her cheeks flushed. She grabbed Lily's arm and said coquettishly, Sister Lily, what nonsense are you talking about? It's not like I'm thinking about Chun. I'm just tired and want to rest somewhere. Feier pouted her red lips. Her adorable expression was irresistible not only to men, but even to a woman like Lily. Lily smiled, then pinched Feier's cheek, playfully saying, Dear sister, you can admit it. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Did you really think I would tease you? Wang Hao, who was following behind, couldn't help but twitch his lips at the intimate scene between Li Li and Fei Er. No matter how he looked at it, they seemed like a couple. Could it be that Chenzi's prediction was actually coming true? Had Li Li's orientation really changed? Wang Hao could only think about it in his mind. He knew that if he said it out loud, Li Li would definitely slap him. Fei Er puffed out her cheeks and let out a humph, then released Li Li's arm. Sister Li Li always makes fun of me. I'm not playing with you anymore. Li Li laughed heartily, completely lacking ladylike manners, and hugged Fei Er, soothing her. Good Fei Er, I'm sorry, okay? I won't tease you anymore. Actually, even if you go back now, you won't be able to see Qiu Chen because Chun and the others have exams in the afternoon. So you can only play with me, Fei Er said, but it's so boring to always go shopping for clothes and stuff. Li Li rested her chin on her hand, thought for a moment, then said, That's true, but whenever I go out with Haozi, we always just buy clothes and things. I've never done anything else. Fei Er's eyes darted around, and soon spotted a claw machine in a nearby store. She said excitedly to Li Li, Sister Li Li, let's go play that. Last time when I went out with Chun, I really wanted to play, but he said it was a scam and didn't let me. Li Li curled her lip and began bad-mouthing Qiu Chen. That Chun has always been so stingy. Don't be upset, little sister. Today I'll take you to play as much as you want. Great, great. Hey, I say. Wang Hao finally couldn't hold back. Seeing the two young women about to skip off and play by themselves, he spoke up. What's the matter, Haozi? Li Li turned around looking at her boyfriend in confusion. Wang Hao grimaced. I say, can you two ladies please respect my opinion for once? Wang Hao's heart was collapsing. He was at least a living person, couldn't they stop excluding him from everything? Li Li glared at him, no way. Whatever my sister Fei Er says goes. You're not allowed to object, or I'll divorce you. Wang Hao. The two young women ran off hand in hand towards the claw machine, with Wang Hao smiling wryly behind them. From the neighboring shop came the song of Andy Lau, Min Cry Cry, Cry It's Not a Sin. Wang Hao's face was streaked with tears. FCK, who the hell put on this song? I definitely don't want to cry. The two young women were having a great time at the claw machine, while Wang Hao silently fed coins into the coin slot. This went on for over half an hour. Li Li seemed to have bad luck today. After trying for a long time, she only caught a pack of cigarettes, which she gave to Wang Hao as a consolation prize. Fei Er, on the other hand, had a stroke of luck. Not only did she catch a big brown bear plushie, but she also grabbed a bunch of small toys, several in each hand, as if she had robbed a toy store. Tired from playing, Li Li and Fei Er decided to head home. On the way back, Li Li told Fei Er that she had found another fun little game today and invited Fei Er to play together. Fei Er naturally agreed gladly. As they passed under a pedestrian bridge, they noticed an old woman sitting in the tunnel dressed in rags, her face full of wrinkles, and a chipped iron bowl placed in front of her. Clearly she was a beggar. Nowadays, both online and in real life, people have seen too many fakers pretending to be sick or pitiful to beg. So when encountering such a situation, the first thought in people's minds is not, how pitiful, but is it fake? It's similar to whether you would help an old person who falls on the street. The world is changing. The way humans consider things has shifted from its original angle. In general, there is less human warmth. Indifference has increased. This is the tragedy of the times, and our tragedy. But enough digression, let's continue with the beggar woman that Fei Er and her friends encountered. Although many people passed by, only a few actually threw money into the broken bowl. Fei Er felt a pang of sadness in her heart, and said to Li Li beside her, Sister Li Li, can you lend me some money? Li Li naturally knew what Fei Er intended to do. She couldn't refuse this kind-hearted little girl. So she took out 20 yuan from her clothes and handed it to Fei Er. Fei Er, here you go. Thank you, Sister Li Li. Fei Er smiled, then walked over to the old woman, bent down, and placed the money into her bowl. Granny, here's for you. The old woman raised her head, revealing eyes that were surprisingly clear for her age, and smiled. Little girl, you are truly kind-hearted. I've been here for so many days, and you are the first to give me money. Thank you. Fei Er waved her hands. No, Granny. This money isn't actually mine. It was given to me by Sister Li Li. The old woman looked up and smiled at Li Li and the others behind Fei Er, and they both returned a respectful smile. The old woman said to Fei Er, little girl, no matter whose money it is, since you put it into my bowl, it's yours. You and I share such a fate that old woman will reveal a bit of heavenly secrets to say a few words to you. Fei Er smiled. Granny, what do you want to tell me? The old woman's eyes were as clear and deep as a pool of emerald water. She slowly spoke, things and people that do not belong to this world will sooner or later leave this place. This is the law of heaven, which cannot be violated. Little girl, take care of yourself. With that, she stood up, unsteadily picked up her bowl, and limped away. Fei Er stood frozen. The old woman's words seemed inexplicable, but Fei Er sensed the profound meaning within. People who do not belong to this world. Could she be referring to me? Will I really leave this place? Fei Er, what's wrong? What did the old woman say to you? Li Li saw Fei Er silent, and asked with concern. Fei Er suddenly stood up and shouted, Granny, please explain clearly. Fei Er, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Li Li, seeing Fei Er looking utterly lost, asked anxiously. Fei Er snapped back to reality, forcing a bitter smile. It's nothing, Sister Li Li. I'm fine. Alright, let's go home then. Li Li finished speaking, took Fei Er's hand, and walked away. As Fei Er walked beside Li Li, her mind kept thinking, What did the old woman mean? Could it be that I won't stay in this world for too long? Although she also wanted to leave, how could she? Little girl, you originally do not belong to this world. Coming here rashly has already violated the secrets of heaven. Take care of yourself. The old woman's voice suddenly echoed in Feier's mind. Feier quickly asked in her heart, Granny, who are you? I didn't come here willingly. Can you tell me how to go back? Little girl, if fate allows, we shall meet again. After delivering that message, the old woman's voice fell silent. Feier walked on, lowering her head, lost in thought. The afternoon examinations were as monotonous as the mornings, offering nothing worth remarking upon. By the time Qiu Chen's exams concluded for the day, he was utterly exhausted. If asked what brought Qiu Chen the most hardship in this world, the answer would undoubtedly be examinations. Qiu Chen had no idea how his results would turn out, nor did he know if he truly stood a chance of stepping onto his personal stage. All he could do was give it his all. After school, Qiu Chen did not linger and took a taxi home. Upon arrival, he found Feier asleep on her bed. Qiu Chen chuckled helplessly. The girl had likely played too wildly with that little rascal Lily and had exhausted herself. Feier slept until the afternoon. When she finally woke, she went straight upstairs and found Qiu Chen still seated at his computer desk, engrossed in something. Chen, you're back, Feier murmured sleepily. Qiu Chen nodded and smiled. Yes, I was home when you were still asleep, so I didn't wake you. Feier plopped down onto Qiu Chen's bed and asked, Chen, how did your exams go today? Qiu Chen replied, honestly, I have no idea. At least I didn't leave the papers blank. I'll do my best and leave the rest to fate. Feier made an "oh" sound, but inwardly she wrestled with a dilemma. Should she tell Qiu Chen what the old woman had said to her that day? What would his reaction be if she did? Unaware of Feier's inner turmoil, Qiu Chen paused his work and glanced at her curiously. Feier, why are you being so well-behaved today? Usually you'd be clamoring for me to take you out. Did you do something wrong? Who says? Feier pouted and rebutted, then softly asked, Chen, let me ask you something. If one day I left and returned to my castle, would you miss me? Qiu Chen was stunned. He had never actually considered such a question. When he had first met Feier, Qiu Chen had eagerly wished for her to leave. But as time passed, he had grown accustomed to her presence. If she were to go, he would surely feel reluctant to let her leave. Feier, why do you ask this? Has something truly happened? A bad premonition suddenly arose in Qiu Chen's heart. Feier's eyes flickered with panic, but she forced a smile. No, nothing at all. I was just asking randomly. After much deliberation, she decided not to tell Qiu Chen about encountering the old woman. To be honest, she didn't even know why herself. Qiu Chen was baffled, but since Feier refused to speak, there was nothing he could do. In the days that followed, apart from attending classes, Qiu Chen lived a rather leisurely life. He had to wait for the vocal department exam results to determine whether he would get the opportunity for a solo performance. Since that strange incident, Feier had returned to her normal self, insisting daily that Qiu Chen take her out to play. Having finished his exams, Qiu Chen felt a great weight lifted from his shoulders, so he complied with all of Feier's requests. During this period, Qiu Chen and Feier went out several times with Lily and her husband, and the couple also enjoyed some solo outings. Life was quite carefree. In the blink of an eye, the 4 days of leisure passed, and it was time to reveal the results. Before the exams, Qiu Chen had been extremely nervous, but when the results were finally announced, his heart unexpectedly calmed down and the tension faded. The outcome was delightful for all. Qiu Chen's grades were outstanding, securing him a spot on the personal stage. He also happened to check Fang Yuanjing's results. As expected, she had not disappointed him, and also earned the opportunity for a solo performance. The only thing that irked Qiu Chen was that the so-called Prince Nangong had also passed. With a petty mindset, Qiu Chen wondered if Nangong Qi had simply bought his way through. The showcase stage would be held on the Tuesday following the exams, meaning Qiu Chen had 5 days to prepare. Aside from refining the song he had written, there was nothing else urgent to attend to. Let us shift our gaze to the company where Fang Yuanjing now found herself, where a meeting was in progress. The protagonist of this meeting was Fang Yuanjing, who had once been merely a newcomer. Beside her sat her diligent manager Ning Yun, while directly opposite them sat the boss of the entertainment agency. As mentioned earlier, Fang Yuanjing had secured the female supporting role in a television drama through Oh Chaheo's introduction. Consequently, her status within the company had risen considerably to the point where she was permitted to attend high-level meetings. The company boss was no fool. In his eyes, Fang Yuanjing was growing close to Oh Chaheo. If he treated her well, he might have the chance to curry favor with Oh Chaheo directly. If that were to happen, would the company's profits not soar? Fang Yuanjing could discern the boss's intentions. Though she disliked becoming a tool for him to connect with Oh Chaheo, she felt powerless to change the situation. The company boss said with a beaming smile, Xiao Jing, your new song press conference is scheduled for next Monday. Will you have enough time to prepare for your solo stage at school? A person who rises to the position of boss is certainly a master among masters. Scheduling the new song press conference the day before Fang Yuanjing's showcase was a calculated move intended to use the event as a pretext to vigorously promote her new song and quietly release news about her television drama role, thereby attracting a flood of advertising endorsements. Since the boss was treating her so well, Fang Yuanjing naturally did not wish to offend him. Smiling, she replied, Manager, rest assured I will prepare diligently. The boss nodded in satisfaction and added, By the way, Xiao Jing, could you perhaps mention your role in the television drama during the press conference? Fang Yuanjing smiled with a headache, thinking to herself as expected what was destined to come has finally arrived. She turned her gaze toward Ningyun. Understanding her cue, Ningyun smiled and said to the boss, "Boss, wouldn't discussing such matters at a new song press conference be stealing the spotlight from the music?" Normally an agent would not have the authority to speak to the boss in such a manner. However, Ningyun was different. After all, the artist under her management was Fang Yuanjing. As Fang Yuanjing grew more favored within the company, Ningyun's status transformed from an obscure junior agent to a highly sought-after top-tier manager, giving her the confidence to voice her opinions to the boss. As the saying goes, those with money can be willful. For Ningyun it was, those with talent can be willful. Although the boss felt displeased inwardly, he smiled and said, "Ningyun, you have been in this industry for many years. You need not be taught promotional tactics, and you should understand that this is a splendid opportunity, is it not? If you mention the drama at the press conference, it will further boost Xiao Jing's fame. Do you not agree?" The final sentence carried a hint of threat. Ningyun understood that an arm cannot twist a thigh, so she smiled and said, "You are correct, boss. I will ensure Xiao Jing mentions it." "That is the spirit." The boss smiled, looking amiable. Fang Yuanjing sighed inwardly at a loss for words. A melodious piano tune slowly flowed from Qiu Chen's room. Qiu Chen listened with deep immersion to the rhythm he had produced on his computer, a slight smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "If it is this song, it should certainly surprise Feier." The stage for the showcase was drawing closer, and the students whose names were on the list were naturally preparing with nervous excitement every day. Those not on the list were also brimming with excitement. This was an event second only to the school anniversary. How could they not be thrilled? 3 days before the showcase, the school began hanging banners welcoming the leaders, and the auditorium had been decorated early to present a perfect and splendid stage for everyone. Qiu Chen received early notice that he would be the fifth to perform, followed by Fang Yuanjing and Oh Chihao. Qiu Chen felt immense pressure. Performing before two school celebrities, the teacher responsible for the lineup really had high expectations of him. Qiu Chen woke up early. Last night he had talked with Fang Yuanjing on the phone, and she asked if he could play the piano accompaniment during her performance. Answering such a request to accompany the goddess and stir others' envy was something Qiu Chen agreed without hesitation. So today he was going to Fang Yuanjing's home to discuss the details. Going to the goddess's home for the first time, he felt a little thrill. The flamboyant Qiu Chen got up early and stood in front of the mirror picking out clothes. "Though I'm as handsome as Pan, and it would still be embarrassing not to wear something stylish," he said narcissistically. Just then the door opened and Feier walked in yawning. Seeing Qiu Chen picking clothes, she asked curiously, "Chen, what are you doing?" "Going out." Having lived with Qiu Chen for so long, Feier knew his habits well. In her impression, he always dressed casually and never paid this much attention. Qiu Chen said with a smile, "I'm going to senior sister's place today, so I need to dress nicely." Feier, a bit jealous, replied, "How wonderful you get to be with the senior sister you pine for every day." Qiu Chen's mouth twitched slightly, then he looked at Feier and said, "Feier, I feel like you dislike my senior sister. Are you jealous?" "No way." Feier wrinkled her nose, speaking with its tsundere air. Qiu Chen's mouth twitched again. He felt Feier was becoming more and more like a human. She even perfectly mimicked a girl's tsundere behavior. Qiu Chen didn't continue the topic, but changed the subject. "Feier, how do I look in this?" Feier pouted, "Ugly, hideous." Qiu Chen was speechless, "But just a few days ago you said I looked awesome in this." "That's because you were with me. When you're with your senior sister, you look ugly in anything. Never argue with a woman, especially a beautiful and jealous one." Qiu Chen was dumbfounded, then had to comfort her. "Feier, it's nothing. I'm just going to discuss the showcase with senior sister, not what you think." After saying this, he thought to himself, "Why am I even explaining to Feier? She's not my girlfriend." Feier's expression brightened. "Really? Don't lie to me." Qiu Chen braced himself. "Don't worry, I won't lie to you." Feier suddenly stood in front of him, looked up, and said, "Then promise me you won't mate with that senior sister of yours." Her tone was demanding, and her words domineering, but Qiu Chen was utterly speechless and exasperated. Qiu Chen had to say countless good words and promise many times that he wouldn't mate with Fang Yuanjing, ahem, before Feier let him leave satisfied. Qiu Chen felt the situation was not optimistic. Feier was acting like a housekeeper. If he ever got a real girlfriend, what would he do? Would he have to ask Feier for permission before doing that? Heavens have mercy on me. When Qiu Chen arrived at Fang Yuanjing's home, he was very excited. After ringing the bell, Fang Yuanjing let him in. Fang Yuanjing's home was simply decorated, hardly looking like a celebrity's residence. Perhaps it was the first time she had let a man into her home. From the moment Qiu Chen entered, she didn't dare meet his eyes, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Qiu Chen cleared his throat. "Senior sister, you called me here to discuss the accompaniment." Fang Yuanjing nodded. "Yes, that's right. What else did you think? Talk about life, talk about ideals." Qiu Chen's lecherous nature reawakened after Fang Yuanjing's response. Having been exposed to plenty of modern web novels, Fang Yuanjing naturally understood what Qiu Chen meant by talk about life and ideals. She gave him a playful glare. "If you talk nonsense again, I'll kick you out." Qiu Chen smiled sheepishly. My fault, my fault. I don't want to be thrown out on my first visit to your home. He yelled in his mind. Restrain yourself, Qiu Chen, you have to restrain yourself. Fang Yuanjing smiled. By the way, how is your stage preparation going? Qiu Chen smiled confidently. Don't worry, senior sister, I've prepared well. Fang Yuanjing smiled slightly and stood up. Good, let's go to my room. Qiu Chen looked shocked, then reluctantly hugged his own arms. So soon? I'm not ready yet. Fang Yuanjing walked ahead without noticing his expression. What's there to prepare? We'll just practice together, it'll be over quickly. Qiu Chen said indignantly. Senior sister, you can't say that. I can actually last a long time. Fang Yuanjing paused, then turned around and saw Qiu Chen's lecherous expression. She immediately understood what he meant, her cheeks flushing. She walked over to him and said angrily, what are you thinking about? I meant practicing the piano. Qiu Chen said, oh, and added, I thought it was something inappropriate for minors. Scared me. Fang Yuanjing. As it turned out, Qiu Chen had indeed overthought. Fang Yuanjing's intention was to have him practice piano in her room. But Qiu Chen wasn't disappointed. It was his first time entering a girl's room. A faint fragrance greeted him. He had secretly hoped to see some underwear or something left on the floor, but there was none. After the piano practice ended, Fang Yuanjing drove Qiu Chen home. He initially refused, but she said it was the least she could do since he had helped her so much. The reason Qiu Chen refused is obvious to our readers. He didn't want Fei to see him, or else she would get angry again. The car drove along the highway, then turned down a quiet road leading to Qiu Chen's apartment. Fang Yuanjing gently let her hair down. The breeze blew and her hair fluttered in the wind like a scene from a commercial. At that moment, danger silently descended. A cold gust of wind suddenly swept in. Both Qiu Chen and Fang Yuanjing felt a shiver run down their spines. Before their car, a man clad entirely in black suddenly appeared. It was impossible to tell his age, for his face was completely wrapped in black cloth. Squeak! Fang Yuanjing slammed on the brakes, stopping the car right in front of the man. Sir, please move aside. Standing in the middle of the road is dangerous. The man paid no heed, not even lifting his head. He slowly walked toward the car. Qiu Chen whispered, something's wrong here, senior sister. Call the police. I'll handle him. That man radiated an eerie, chilling aura. You're telling me he's a good guy? I'd rather die than believe it. Fang Yuanjing nodded and was just about to take out her phone to call the police when the man in black let out a sinister cackle. In an instant, he moved like a ghost, darting forward and thrusting his bony hand straight through the car window. Ow! Fang Yuanjing screamed. The reinforced car window was pierced clean through by the man's right hand. Glass shards flew everywhere as his hand reached for her. You won't hurt her. Qiu Chen roared, pulling Fang Yuanjing from her seat and shoving her behind him. He raised his own hand to block the man's strike. The moment the man's hand collided with Qiu Chen's, Qiu Chen felt his body grow weightless. The man in black dragged him out of the car and threw him onto the roadside. Thud! Qiu Chen grunted in pain, rolling until he came to a stop at the edge of the road. Qiu Chen! Fang Yuanjing gasped. Just as she tried to open the door to escape, the man in black vanished and reappeared beside her in a blink. With a monstrous roar, he delivered a swift palm strike to her neck. Fang Yuanjing's body went limp and she collapsed unconscious. Senior sister! Qiu Chen roared, scrambling to his feet. You bastard! How dare you hit her? I'll kill you! Charging forward, Qiu Chen delivered a straight kick aimed at the man's abdomen, followed immediately by a heavy punch toward his face. The man sneered coldly. With a single hand, he caught Qiu Chen's leg, then drove a fist into Qiu Chen's stomach. As Qiu Chen doubled over in pain, the man grabbed his collar and hurled him away. Thud! A light sound echoed, but Qiu Chen realized he hadn't hit the ground. Instead, someone had caught him. At the same time, a voice cried out, You damn brat! How dare you lay a hand on my Chun? Qiu Chen turned his head and called out in delight, Fei, what are you doing here? Fei had no time to answer. She set Qiu Chen down and glared at the man, her eyes burning red. You're as good as dead. Anyone who dares hurt Chen must die. A vampire, are you? Princess Fei. Although Fei's aura and power had faded, the commanding presence she had cultivated since childhood remained. In her anger, Fei's pupils had turned crimson. The man, his voice laced with shock, spoke. He was surprised, but Fei was more so. She said coldly, You actually know me. You certainly aren't from this world, are you? State your name, then come over here and accept your death. A chilling, sinister voice came from the man. What a surprise. I didn't expect that not only would I be dragged to this bizarre place, but the only daughter of the Vampire King would end up here as well. What? Has it been so long that you've forgotten me? You've forgotten me, the Werewolf King. The moment the words, Werewolf King, left his lips, Fei's eyes turned completely cold. She clenched her small fists and said, So it's you. It really is you. Today you must die. Gaga. The Werewolf King chuckled. That remains to be seen. If my strength hadn't been diminished, I would have killed you right now. But I've changed my mind. Let's play a little longer. With that, he formed a hand seal and vanished into a cloud of smoke. Don't you dare run, Fei shouted. But by the time she went to give chase, the Werewolf King was already gone. Fei, are you okay? Qiu Chen hurried over, asking anxiously. Fei, are you hurt? Do you know that man? For some reason, Fei seemed in a foul mood. Go check on your senior sister, she said. Without another word, she turned and left. Qiu Chen was utterly bewildered. What kind of situation was this? That man clearly knew Fei Er, and there seemed to be some deep-seated grudge between them. Everything that had happened today was thrilling, far more intense than anything in novels. Sigh, better get senior sister home first. Over an hour later, Qiu Chen brought Fang Yuanjing back to his apartment. Seeing that she was still unconscious, he gently covered her with a blanket. Stepping out of the room, he opened Fei Er's door and found her sitting alone on the sofa, her gaze vacant. There seemed to be glistening tears in her eyes. Fei Er, Qiu Chen called out softly. Seeing her in this state broke his heart. Huh. As soon as she saw Qiu Chen enter, Fei Er composed herself. She wiped her eyes and said, "Your senior sister is fine. The Werewolf King didn't intend to kill her, he just knocked her out." Qiu Chen stepped closer and sat down beside her, smiling. "I'm not here to ask about that. I'm just worried about you. Worried about me. What is there to worry about? Is that Werewolf King the enemy of your family?" Qiu Chen's words plunged Fei Er into silence. Then the young woman nodded. "Yes. That man led the Wolf Clan in an attack on our tribe, causing countless casualties among our people. Father and mother are likely still fighting right now." Qiu Chen sighed deeply. "Can you tell me about it? Some things fester when kept inside. Speaking them aloud might make you feel better." Qiu Chen felt a heaviness in his chest. He didn't like seeing Fei Er like this, as she felt so foreign to him. Fei Er gave a bitter smile, then recounted everything she had kept locked in her mind. After finishing her story, Fei Er could no longer hold back her tears. "I feel so unfilial. Father and mother are fighting to protect our homeland, while I'm stuck in this strange world completely useless." Don't say that, Fei Er." Qiu Chen wrapped his arm around Fei Er's shoulders, letting her rest her head against his chest. "In the human world, there's a saying, as long as you haven't forgotten the reason you fight, no matter what you're doing. Even if you're sleeping or eating, you are still fighting. Think about it. Coming here wasn't something you could decide. Instead of blaming yourself, why not think about how to move forward? Besides, if that Werewolf King is truly the king of the Wolf Clan, do you really think the Wolf tribe would have won without his command? I'd say the outcome is still uncertain." Fei Er was naturally optimistic, and hearing Qiu Chen's words, she felt it made sense. She stopped sobbing. Qiu Chen asked curiously, "By the way, Fei Er, if that Werewolf King is such a formidable figure, why didn't he fight you?" Hearing this, Fei Er smiled playfully. She rose from Qiu Chen's chest and said, "I guess the Werewolf King, like me, suffered some kind of incident after crossing over to this world. His power must have plummeted, which is why he didn't dare engage me directly." Qiu Chen laughed heartily. "In that case, you've become the hero who saved your entire tribe." Fei Er burst into laughter through her tears. "What hero am I? By the way, what are you going to tell your senior sister?" Qiu Chen gave a wry smile. That was indeed a good question. He hadn't expected that seeing off senior sister would lead to such trouble. Shaking his head, he said, "I don't know. I haven't figured it out yet. But I certainly can't tell her the truth." Actually, Qiu Chen had another question in his mind. Why had the Werewolf King targeted senior sister when they were complete strangers? Was it a coincidence? Or was he acting on someone's orders? "Why don't I just tell your senior sister the truth, that I'm a vampire?" Fei Er said with a grin, interrupting Qiu Chen's thoughts. Qiu Chen was speechless. If he said that senior sister wouldn't be scared to death, she'd think he was insane. Speaking of senior sister, she's probably awake by now. Qiu Chen released Fei Er. "Fei Er, I'll go check on her." "Behave yourself," Fei Er said reluctantly. "Why do I have to go see her? She's sleeping just fine." Qiu Chen replied, "Senior sister just went through such a terrifying experience. How could I possibly feel at ease leaving her alone? Be good." With that, he walked out of the room and headed upstairs. Fei Er huffed angrily. She picked up a doll lying beside her and punched its pitiful face repeatedly. "You only care about your senior sister. Senior sister, senior sister. You only know about that senior sister of yours. Oof. That's sour. Are you jealous, Fei Er? Senior sister, are you awake?" Qiu Chen called out softly as he entered his own room, only to find Fang Yuanjing still lying on the bed with her eyes tightly shut. Qiu Chen drew closer. Fang Yuanjing had skin as fair as Fei Er's, her long lashes veiling her eyes. Her brows were gently furrowed, clearly still shaken by the initial fright. Seeing Fang Yuanjing sleeping so peacefully, Qiu Chen couldn't help but smile. At that moment, she let out a soft moan and slowly began to wake. Qiu Chen leaned in quickly, asking with concern, "Senior sister, are you feeling better?" The moment Fang Yuanjing opened her eyes, she saw Qiu Chen and murmured groggily, "Where am I?" Qiu Chen smiled and said, "Senior sister, you fainted earlier, so I brought you to my home." At the mention of fainting, Fang Yuanjing immediately recalled what happened. She sat bolt upright in bed and said in a panic, "Right, where is that person?" "The one who tried to grab me. Are you okay? I remember him throwing you out." Qiu Chen gently grasped her shoulders to comfort her, then said softly, "Senior sister, rest assured it's over. I've driven that guy away." Qiu Chen silently apologized to Fang Yuanjing in his heart, knowing he couldn't tell her the truth and had to deceive her like this. It wasn't really a lie, just a white lie. Sure enough, Fang Yuanjing's emotions calmed down considerably. She then said gratefully, "Chen, thank you. Thank you for saving me." Despite feeling a twinge of guilt, Qiu Chen smiled and said, "It's nothing, senior sister. I'll protect you. I won't let any bad guys take you away." Touched by his words, Fang Yuanjing looked at Qiu Chen with her sparkling eyes and murmured, "Chen, having you here is wonderful." Their eyes met, and Qiu Chen suddenly felt a warmth in his chest, and his lips went dry. He said, "Senior sister, you're truly beautiful." A blush spread across Fang Yuanjing's cheeks. She seemed to think of something, and avoiding his intense gaze trembled and closed her eyes. At this moment, having been through countless idol dramas and trashy novels, Qiu Chen's heart raced with excitement. His senior sister closed her eyes. Didn't that mean he could kiss her? His eyes locked onto Fang Yuanjing's rosy lips, and he slowly leaned in. Should he kiss her? Bang. "Chen, why haven't you come down yet?" At that critical moment, Fei's sweet voice rang out as she burst through the door. Startled, Qiu Chen fell to the floor. "Chen, what are you two doing?" Due to the timing, Fei hadn't seen the near kiss. She only saw Qiu Chen sitting on the ground when she entered. Qiu Chen shot a resentful look. Fei, why did you have to come in at this exact moment, not a second earlier or later? Weren't you just ruining my moment on purpose? Of course, Qiu Chen didn't dare meet Fei's eyes. For some reason, the moment Fei entered, he felt like he'd been caught in the act of feeling that filled him with guilt. "So you must be Fei." Seeing Qiu Chen not answer, Fang Yuanjing's face flushed even deeper, but she graciously got out of bed and greeted Fei. Fei gave her a faint nod as she approached. "Yeah, so you're the senior sister Chen talks about all the time." Looking closely at Fang Yuanjing, Fei began comparing them in her mind. This woman's skin is about the same as mine, but her face isn't as pretty and her chest isn't as big either. I don't know why Chen keeps thinking about her. Good thing Qiu Chen had no idea what Fei was thinking at that moment, or he'd have been devastated. Hearing Fei say that Qiu Chen always talked about her, Fang Yuanjing felt a sweet warmth in her heart. She shot Qiu Chen a telling glance, and then smiled. Fei was annoyed seeing her cast flirtatious looks at Qiu Chen. In Fei's mind, she had already claimed Qiu Chen as her own without any good reason. Fei snorted coldly. "I came to call you two down for dinner. If you're not eating, I'll eat by myself." Qiu Chen instinctively replied, "Are you cooking again?" Fei was displeased by this. Frowning, she snorted, "What? You won't eat if I cook? Is it really that bad? As soon as your senior sister arrives, you don't want me anymore." With that, she went downstairs. Qiu Chen's mouth twitched, and Fang Yuanjing said awkwardly, "Chen, why do I feel like your little sister doesn't like me?" Qiu Chen thought to himself, of course, she wouldn't like you. But aloud he comforted her. How could that be? She's just a bit spoiled and headstrong. It's not that she dislikes you. All right. Fang Yuanjing nodded lightly, and said nothing more. After going downstairs, Qiu Chen originally intended to apologize to Fei, but she had disappeared again. He couldn't show too much concern, especially with Fang Yuanjing still there. After Fang Yuanjing finished dinner at his house, Qiu Chen anxiously began calling Fei. But just as the call went through, her pleasant ringtone sounded from right beneath his butt. He pulled out the phone from under him, his face darkening slightly. Fei had saved his contact name as the ungrateful man. Qiu Chen's mouth twitched. Was Fei silently condemning him? Just then the door opened and Fei walked in with her lips pouting. Seeing her, Qiu Chen immediately beamed and went over, saying, "Fei, you're back." Fei ignored him, sat down on the sofa, and began watching TV by herself. The little girl was probably still sulking. Qiu Chen had hit a snag, but he wasn't giving up. Putting on his shameless act, he walked over again and said, "Fei, are you thirsty? Want me to get you a glass of water?" Fei gave him a cold glance. "Oh, so now that your senior sister is gone, you can see me." Her gaze was too piercing. Qiu Chen coughed nervously and said, "That's not true. I've always been able to see you. You've always been in my heart." Fei's face darkened. "I'm not dead yet, Qiu Chen." Qiu Chen was speechless. This little woman was becoming more and more human. She used to never understand such jokes, but now she could counter instantly. Qiu Chen gave an awkward laugh and said, "I was just joking. Fei, don't be angry anymore. When you're angry, the whole air turns foul. It's foul because you're ungrateful." Fei shot back sharply. Qiu Chen was dumbfounded. "Fei, that's not how you use that word." "Who says it's wrong? I saw it on TV. What show were you watching?" "Tianya Minji Weido." Qiu Chen was exasperated. He slapped his forehead and said, "Fei, why are you watching martial arts dramas all of a sudden? All that fighting and killing." Fei ignored him, still huffing. But seeing the empty plates on the table, a hint of joy arose in her heart, though she said proudly, "Didn't you say my cooking wasn't good? Then why did you eat it all?" Seeing Fei say this, Qiu Chen knew she was gradually calming down. He looked at her sincerely and said, "Fei, I told you that was just a joke. I didn't mean it. Actually, having a woman in the house to cook for me is really nice. It makes me feel like I have a home." Fei curled her lips slightly. "You've got no other tricks besides sweet-talking me." Qiu Chen chuckled, then sat down beside her, watching the TV drama together. Flattery will get you everywhere after all. The showcase stage of the vocal music department had finally begun. In the day leading up to the exam, every student in the school was in a state of fervent excitement. The school administration placed great importance on the individual stage performances, so they specially decided to grant a day off, allowing all students to fully enjoy the pleasure brought by the individual stage. Early in the morning, Qiu Chen had already risen. Standing before his mirror, he changed into the performance attire he had prepared long ago. The black suit accentuated Qiu Chen's upright figure, his chiseled features like a sculpture, and his neat short cropped hair. When he dressed up seriously, Qiu Chen was actually quite handsome. Qiu Chen even narcissistically thought he was much more handsome than that Nangongqi character. Unfortunately, his popularity was low, while the other was hailed as Prince Nangong. He could only remain a low-key wealthy gentleman. "Chen, you look so handsome," Fei exclaimed, instantly smitten at the sight of Qiu Chen's outfit. She then trotted over to his side on her little feet. A flicker of pride stirred within Qiu Chen, and he cleared his throat saying, "It's always been like this and no need to make such a fuss." Fei smiled, then tilted her head and asked, "Chen, will everyone from your school go to watch your performance today?" Qiu Chen explained, "Not just mine, but also all the other students who made it to the individual stage." Fei gently bit her lower lip and said, "Then don't go." Qiu Chen was taken aback and immediately asked, "Why? Weren't you telling me to do my best just a while ago?" Fei hesitated for a moment before saying, "There are so many girls at your school. What if they see you dressed so handsomely and all fall for you?" The corner of Qiu Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and he replied, "Don't worry, those fangirls are all into another guy. It won't be my turn." Despite his words, Qiu Chen felt happy inside because of Fei's remark. "Oh Fei, in all the years I've known you, this is the first time you've said something that made me happy. I like your frankness, though. Let's go, Fei," Qiu Chen said to Fei, then started walking toward the main entrance. Fei nodded obediently and followed him out. A stretch limousine stopped at the back gate of the school. Fang Yuanjing wore a red strapless evening gown, her hair gently coiled up, and a pair of nearly 7-centimeter heels. Her crystal-clear toes were exposed. Her demeanor was elegant, and her faint smile was captivating enough to topple cities. Since the front gate was surely already thronged with fans and reporters eager to interview or catch a glimpse of Fang Yuanjing, she had to follow the usual routine and enter through the back door. Fang Yuanjing smiled at Ning Yun behind her and asked, "Sister Ning, how do I look today?" Ning Yun gave her an appreciative glance and then raised her thumb saying, "Xiao Jing, you are definitely the most dazzling star today." Fang Yuanjing let out a modest chuckle, then followed Ning Yun into the school gate. The scene inside the school was nothing short of spectacular. Outside the grand auditorium, a long queue had already formed. The students looked ecstatic, some shouting, "Fang Yuanjing, we love you," and others crying, "Prince Nangong, we want to be your women." The spectacle was even more electrifying than a singer's concert. The performance was scheduled to start promptly at 8 in the evening. By 6 o'clock, the participating students began entering through the back door into the dressing rooms. The school officials gradually entered the venue as well. At 7 o'clock, the auditorium doors opened and the students who had been waiting for a long time filed into the hall in an orderly manner. In the backstage dressing room, the once spacious room began to feel cramped as the participating students filled it. However, the school, having hosted such grand events many times before, was well prepared. Each student had their own private room. The backstage was now bustling with activity. Since there was only 1 hour until the performance, most students were busy preparing their costumes while also rehearsing their acts. Some were humming softly, others were dancing gracefully in their private rooms. The place was lively. Qiu Chen, however, was quite relaxed as he had already changed into his performance attire. He simply turned his gaze toward Fei, who had come with him. Today, Fei wasn't wearing a skirt. Instead, she had on the hot pants she had bought with Lily during their shopping trip, exposing her long, slender legs to the air. On top, she wore a red long-sleeve top with a cutout design, her ample bosom prominent, and her delicate features were adorable. Qiu Chen quickly averted his eyes. Fei always carried an irresistible allure that made one involuntarily stare at her. This feeling had nothing to do with her looks. It was as if she possessed an innate bewitching charm. Take Fang Yuanjing, for instance, whose beauty was no less than Fei's. Though she was very pretty, she had never given Qiu Chen that same sensation. Fei's eyes, however, were darting around everywhere. The little girl found everything fascinating. She tugged at Qiu Chen's hand and said, Chen, look at that girl. She isn't wearing any pants below." "Qiu Chen, that's a flesh-colored stocking, not bare legs." "Chen, look at that guy. He knows kung fu. He's spinning in circles." "That's street dance, not kung fu." "What kind of dance is street dance?" "Street dance is dance. You ask too many questions." Just as Qiu Chen was about to lose patience, the sound of fireworks shooting into the sky suddenly came from outside. Qiu Chen said to Fei, the performance has started." Fei let out an, "Oh," and said, "So you have to shoot off fireworks to start your performances here?" "Qiu Chen." The scene shifted to the auditorium. The dim lights instantly brightened, and the students who had filled every corner of the hall erupted in cheers. A medium-sized lift platform slowly rose on the stage, and a host in his 30s appeared before the crowd. "Good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's individual stage. Are you ready to scream, to applaud, to enjoy every moment of this evening?" Woo! It must be said that the host knew how to stir up the atmosphere. As soon as he said those words, the students stood up, cheered, and screamed. The atmosphere instantly became blazing hot. Seeing the atmosphere gradually stirred up by himself, the host continued to smile warmly and said, "Dear students, I know you've all been waiting for this moment for a long time. I'll cut to the chase to avoid being pelted with rotten eggs for rambling on." "Huh." The host's witty remarks sent the entire student body into peals of laughter. Consulting his script, the host announced, "Before the formal performances begin, let us first welcome the school leadership with warm applause." He then proceeded to read out names one by one. The students were remarkably polite, applauding enthusiastically as the school officials entered and took their seats in the front row. Next, let us welcome the principal to deliver a speech. The host's words caused the excited students to slump in disappointment. Another speech from the principal, who knew how long it would drag on. They vaguely recalled that at last year's anniversary celebration, it had been a clear, cloudless afternoon. However, the moment the principal stepped onto the stage to speak, a torrential downpour began. Yet, even that did not dampen the principal's enthusiasm. Despite the pouring rain, the balding principal delivered 5 impassioned speeches while drenched to the bone. At that time, every student was in tears. What? Was the principal's speech truly that moving? Of course not. Try standing in heavy rain without an umbrella for half a day. You'd be in tears too. The principal's speech this time was no less disappointing. His nearly hypnotic voice made every student in the auditorium feel an overwhelming urge to fall into a deep slumber. Fortunately, the principal seemed aware that his address was not well received. He did not linger too long, simply offered a polite "thank you," and calmly exited the stage, prompting another round of applause. Sensing the awkward lull, the host smiled and said, "Now let the performances begin. The first act is a student highly recommended by Professor Wang from the vocal music department, and also his nephew. A student he deems worthy of taking the stage. Please welcome Liu Xiaoqing with his nunchaku performance." Clap, clap, clap. Sparse applause greeted Liu Xiaoqing as he slowly walked onto the stage dressed in grass-green attire. He wore black sunglasses, studded boots, and a black hip-hop cap. In his hands, he actually held a pair of nunchaku. At that moment, the iconic nunchaku theme song from years past began to play. Liu Xiaoqing enthusiastically sang, "Hey hey ha ho," quickly wielded the nunchaku. Hung hung ha 11, who was practicing Tai Chi, rising with wind and water. It must be said that Liu Xiaoqing's singing voice was quite unconventional. Aware of this himself, he fortunately abandoned singing during the chorus and focused on wielding the nunchaku. However, he appeared to be a novice as the metal nunchaku struck his own head more than once. Ah, damn it. Thus Liu Xiaoqing began rapping while the nunchaku continued to strike his body. The entire audience. The host quickly ushered Liu Xiaoqing off stage, then laughed awkwardly. Well, Liu Xiaoqing's song is truly unique. Let's give another round of applause for the next performer. After the eccentric Liu Xiaoqing, the next 3 performances proceeded smoothly. 2 male students sang Ho Do and About Winter, respectively, while the female student performed a ballet dance. It was a success. At least there were no boos from the audience, only continuous cheers. The school officials were quite satisfied, diligently writing notes with their pens. They were scoring. Any performance that pleased the school officials would be selected to participate in the anniversary stage show. The host returned to the stage and announced, "Now let us welcome student Qiu Chen with his original composition, Home." Give him a warm round of applause. Clap, clap, clap. Although Qiu Chen was not as popular among students as Nangang Qi, he was well liked by the teachers. After all, a student capable of independently writing lyrics and composing music was highly valued. Meanwhile, backstage, a staff member wearing an earpiece entered and called out, "Qiu Chen, where is Qiu Chen?" Feier immediately heard and said to Qiu Chen beside her, "Chen, they're calling for you." Qiu Chen was startled, then quickly went out and said to the staff member, "I am Qiu Chen." The staff member glanced at him and said, "Get ready, it's your turn to go on stage." "All right." Qiu Chen flashed a broad smile as he watched the staff member leave. Feier asked, "Chen, are you going on stage now?" Qiu Chen nodded, picked up his guitar, and said, "Yes, let's go." Feier bounced on her toes and said, "I'm so nervous." Qiu Chen found it amusing and said, "It's me performing, not you. Why are you nervous?" "Never mind that. When I sing, you must listen carefully." "Understood." Feier nodded and said, "Don't worry." She then followed Qiu Chen out. After climbing the stage stairs, Qiu Chen gave Feier an okay gesture. Feier giggled, then walked to the audience seats and waited for him to perform. At the same time, a makeup room on the second floor of the auditorium quietly opened. Fang Yuanjing with light makeup silently cast her gaze toward Qiu Chen, her eyes warm with affection, wondering what song he would sing. What surprising talent would he showcase? Click. The lights suddenly went out, followed by a beam of light shining on the center of the stage. Qiu Chen, holding his guitar, appeared slowly. He politely bowed to the students below, then sat on the prepared swivel chair. He lightly tuned his guitar and softly said, "Sound engineer, please start the music." Original compositions had appeared on the showcase stage before, but most were dance-type tracks. Qiu Chen's calm and composed entrance instantly captured the students' attention, making them eager to see more. Beep, 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 beep. A prelude resembling a mobile phone ringtone played softly. Qiu Chen leaned toward the microphone and softly said, "Mom, Dad, I miss you. I miss home." The entire audience fell completely silent, holding their breath as they waited for the lyrics that followed. The accompaniment unfolded gently like flowing water. Qiu Chen softly closed his eyes and began to sing. "The crescent moon hangs, curved hearts grow wide. On the little path we hold hands. They sing it, we sing it, and with this song we drift into dreams. When I was young, mother always told me, when you grow up, never forget your homeland. Even if far away, even through storms, always remember the direction of home." Qiu Chen's voice was tender like reciting a poem in a whisper. The lyrics were simple and unadorned, yet they touched the heart. Fei froze. After about 2 seconds she realized. Wasn't this the nursery rhyme she had once sung to Chun? Why was he singing it here? Fei, when I perform on stage one day you must come watch. There will be a surprise. The words Chun had said to her suddenly echoed in Fei's mind. Could this surprise be what he meant? No wonder those past few days whenever she went to the second floor Qiu Chen would immediately close his computer. He had been afraid she would see this. He wanted to give her a surprise. Tears welled up in Fei's eyes. If there is a next life I ask not for wealth or glory. I only wish to kneel at your feet. Mom, Dad, I truly love you. After wandering abroad for many years I truly wish to return home. As Qiu Chen sang the final lyrics the lights suddenly brightened and the entire audience erupted in thunderous applause. Qiu Chen's eyes also grew moist. He gently set down his guitar and bowed once more. Qiu Chen's performance may not have been lavish, but it was the most heartwarming of all. Many listeners were moved to tears. Some had already begun calling their parents. A female student said emotionally, "It's so beautiful. A man like this is a true man. Why didn't I notice he was this handsome before?" Qiu Chen smiled as his gaze locked with Fei's. She was already crying. Seeing him look at her she gave him a thumbs up and silently mouthed, "Thank you, Chun." Qiu Chen smiled warmly, moving his lips to say, "This song is specially for you. Perhaps a song can draw hearts even closer together." Upon stepping off the stage amid applause Qiu Chen was greeted by Fei's embrace as soon as he returned backstage. Enveloped in soft fragrance and warmth Fei wept softly. "Thank you, Chen, for everything you've done for me." Qiu Chen sighed, inwardly realizing this young woman was deeply moved. Patting Fei on the back he said with a smile, "It's nothing. I just rearranged the song you once sang to me." Fei didn't understand what arranging meant. She simply wept softly against Qiu Chen's shoulder. At first Qiu Chen was fine, but Fei's tears were endless. Gradually, all the backstage staff and performing students were drawn to their display. "What are they doing? Showing off their love in public," some students whispered. Even with a thick-skinned Qiu Chen couldn't bear the pointing fingers. Comforting Fei, he said gently, "Fei, get up now. People are staring at us. Let them stare. I don't want to get up. Your embrace is so warm," Fei said petulantly. Qiu Chen was taken aback, feeling that such lines were often found in romance novels. Yet when he heard them in reality, it felt rather strange. Helpless Qiu Chen said to Fei, "Be good. Don't be so stubborn, okay? I'm about to accompany senior sister on stage. It wouldn't be good to delay." Fei pouted, then released Qiu Chen. "You're always going after your senior sister. You never spend time with me." Qiu Chen's lips twitched slightly. "Fei, it's not that I don't want to be with you. I promised senior sister I'd accompany her on the piano. It's not good to break a promise, is it?" Fei muttered something under her breath, but didn't stop him. "Go ahead then. I'll wait for you at that performance venue." She paused, then poked his chest with her finger. "I'm warning you, Chun. You're only helping her. Don't get any funny ideas and definitely don't think about mating with her, or you'll be in trouble." Having said that she strode away dominantly. Qiu Chen's face darkened slightly. Even if I wanted to get funny ideas, the senior sister probably wouldn't agree. Thinking of the scene at his home, he felt a hint of secret delight. If Fei hadn't barged in he might have kissed the senior sister. But fate had other plans. When will I ever give away my first kiss, which I've kept for 22 years? When he reached the second floor performance backstage, a security guard stopped him. Qiu Chen explained that he was the accompanist summoned by Fang Yuanjing, but the guard didn't believe him. With no other choice, Qiu Chen called Fang Yuanjing to come out and pick him up. He then followed her into the dressing room under the astonished gaze of the guard. "Meeting senior sister is no easy task," Qiu Chen remarked sincerely. Fang Yuanjing apologized. "These are all arrangements by Sister Ning. I couldn't refuse." "Sorry." Qiu Chen waved his hand magnanimously. "It's fine, senior sister. I didn't take it to heart at all." He paused, taking in Fang Yuanjing's attire for the day. "Senior sister, you look really beautiful today." Fang Yuanjing's face flushed slightly. She sat on the sofa and said reproachfully, "Is it only because of the clothes? Would I be less beautiful if I weren't wearing them?" No, senior sister would be even more beautiful without clothes." The moment he said it, Qiu Chen regretted it. What was he saying? He was practically being a pervert. Fang Yuanjing's cheeks immediately turned crimson. "You always say such improper things." That was an accident." Qiu Chen laughed awkwardly, coughed, and quickly changed the subject. "By the way, senior sister, how are your preparations? It's almost our turn." "I'm all ready." Fang Yuanjing smiled confidently, then said softly, "Chen, the song you sang today was really beautiful." Qiu Chen smiled shyly. "Senior sister heard it too. I just wrote a casual song." Fang Yuanjing praised him. "Don't sell yourself short. Your lyric writing ability surpasses our company's composers. From now on I'll have you write all the songs for my album." Qiu Chen smiled, but said nothing. Sometimes silent modesty is the highest form of pride. Fang Yuanjing chatted with Qiu Chen for a while, then picked up her bow-shaped hairpin to put it on her head. But it accidentally fell to the ground. "Let me pick it up for you, senior sister." While Fang Yuanjing bent down, Qiu Chen had already retrieved the bow-shaped hairpin. He said gracefully, "Senior sister, you're a lady. Bending over isn't proper." Fang Yuanjing smiled sweetly. "Thank you then. It's nothing." Qiu Chen's gaze fell on her, and suddenly he froze. From his line of sight, Fang Yuanjing was wearing a strapless gown. As she bent down, a glimpse of her figure was revealed. A beautiful sight indeed. Qiu Chen was so stunned that he forgot to return the hairpin. "Chen, what are you looking at?" "Ah." Fang Yuanjing let out a startled cry and quickly covered her chest. "You big pervert. Are you taking advantage of your senior sister?" she said indignantly. Qiu Chen was mortified, wishing he could crawl into a hole. But it wasn't entirely his fault. He hadn't meant to see it. "My eyes just looked by themselves. Can I be blamed?" He didn't defend himself, just rubbed his nose. Accident." Fang Yuanjing's face darkened. "How many accidents do you have in a day?" Qiu Chen remained silent, stood up, and said, "Senior sister, let me put the hairpin on for you." Seeing him change the subject, Fang Yuanjing gave him a charming glare. "Fine. I'll forgive you this time. But no more of that." "Absolutely not. I swear on my honor." Qiu Chen smiled, then stood behind Fang Yuanjing and gently placed the bow-shaped hairpin on her head. Looking at Fang Yuanjing's peerless beauty in the mirror, he couldn't help but say, "Senior sister, you're truly stunning." "Flatterer. You probably say that to every girl you meet." Fang Yuanjing was pleased inside, but stubbornly retorted, "No, I've only said it to you, senior sister." Qiu Chen felt a pang of guilt. He often complimented Fei on her beauty, but saying that now would be an emotional blunder. "As if I'd believe you," Fang Yuanjing said, but her heart was already sweet as honey. Meanwhile, the host on stage began speaking again. "The performance has reached this point. Some of you probably know who's next. Let's shout her name together. Fang Yuanjing. Fang Yuanjing. Fang Yuanjing." The male students' cheers were like a tidal wave, even more exhilarating than the World Cup. The shouts nearly lifted the roof off the auditorium. "That's right. A round of applause for Fang Yuanjing." With that, the host wisely exited. Qiu Chen smiled. "Senior sister, your popularity is really high." Fang Yuanjing smiled casually. "Let's go on stage. There are women born to conquer the world. They need no deliberate seduction, for a mere smile or frown is enough to make the male species swoon." Clearly, Fang Yuanjing was such a woman. Though Fei's beauty rivaled Fang Yuanjing's, compared to her, Fei seemed too naive and immature, lacking the mature allure that Fang Yuanjing possessed. And a mature woman often holds more lethal charm than a demure lady. Do not doubt it, it is a fact. On the stage, a black piano had appeared unnoticed, and in the dim light, Qiu Chen sat quietly, while Fang Yuanjing slowly made her entrance. She wore the prepared red strapless gown, her hair coiled up, adorned with the butterfly clip Qiu Chen had personally fastened, adding a touch of cuteness to her allure. Fang Yuanjing possessed a slender figure. Even wrapped in the long dress, her long legs were not entirely concealed, and her curves were perfectly proportioned. Her already flawless features were further refined by a touch of light makeup. Her long lashes fluttered, and her sparkling eyes were even clearer and more immaculate. Wearing black crystal high heels, her every step exuded boundless charm. Her appearance instantly captivated all the students present. They held their breath, fearing that a cough or a breath might shatter this most beautiful scene. Beauty, breathtaking beauty. Qiu Chen, standing not far from Fang Yuanjing, couldn't help but fix his gaze on her. Perhaps such a woman was born to draw everyone's attention. Fang Yuanjing bowed to the audience and said in a sweet voice, "Hello everyone, today I will sing a song from my new album Summer Heartbeat, and I hope you all enjoy it." "Fang Yuanjing, we love you," a fanboy shouted excitedly, and the atmosphere began to heat up. Fei pouted and thought to herself, "This Fang Yuanjing isn't as pretty as me. Why do they all like her? Does she have bigger breasts than me?" Fang Yuanjing smiled slightly, then signaled the sound technician to start the music. With a sweet and clear voice, she sang, "This is a beautiful summer. The hot air keeps me awake at night. I miss the warmth of your palm, longing to be with you forever." The song had a refreshing, innocent quality paired with a slow, steady rhythm. Sung in her voice, it felt like a first love singing a love song to her beloved, so tender and moving. Many students unconsciously swayed their hands, as if her singing had led them back to the shy moments of their first love, that simple eternity. Under the warm summer sun, standing by the sports field, wiping his sweat. "I will always be with you forever. I will always remember the moment my heart fluttered." As the chorus ended, Fang Yuanjing finished the last lyric, and the music stopped. The lights came up, and she walked slowly to Qiu Chen's side, sat at the piano, and began to play the remaining melody with him. All the students were stunned. Someone immediately recognized the boy beside Fang Yuanjing as Qiu Chen, who had performed the previous song. "That guy is really lucky. He's playing piano with the goddess. Are they close?" That was the thought in every guy's mind at that instant. "Ah, Qiu Chen is so handsome. I never knew he could play piano, not just sing. Why didn't I notice before?" A certain girl seemed to have become Qiu Chen's fan. At that moment, Qiu Chen and Fang Yuanjing began to play simultaneously. They moved in perfect harmony, their four hands dancing up and down the black and white keys like agile butterflies. As they gradually quickened their movements, a lighter, more cheerful melody flowed out, delighting everyone's ears. Everyone was smiling until the final note came to an abrupt end. Applause thundered like thunder. This time the boys no longer envied Qiu Chen. After all, he had the skill. If you could play that well, you'd have your chance too. Some even wondered if they should learn piano to win over the goddess. "Qiu Chen, I love you. A certain fangirl confessed loudly, and Qiu Chen basked in the attention, waving his hand with a smug, self-satisfied look. The fangirl shrieked and nearly fainted. Qiu Chen and Fang Yuanjing exchanged a glance, smiles spreading across their faces. It was a successful performance, wasn't it? While they make such a perfect couple, some female student remarked. Indeed, Fang Yuanjing was beautiful and Qiu Chen was handsome and talented. Together they were a match made in heaven. Feier watched the two laughing on stage, and an inexplicable pain suddenly pierced her heart. That smile was so dazzling that it hurt her deeply. It seemed they were the ones truly meant for each other, and she was merely an outsider. Yes, wasn't she just an outsider? Feier smiled bitterly, and quietly walked out of the auditorium. On stage, Qiu Chen suddenly felt a pang in his chest, as if something precious had slipped away from him. He didn't understand why, and couldn't find an answer. Leaving the booming applause, Feier exited the auditorium. She didn't know where she was going, only that her heart felt heavy and suffocated. Bang! Feier was knocked back a few steps by a strong force, and without looking up she said, "What's wrong with you? Don't you watch where you're going? It seems you bumped into me first, Miss Feier." A playful laugh came. Feier felt the voice sounded familiar, then looked up and saw a familiar face. "It's you." Feier broke into a smile. The man before her smiled slightly, a sunny grin curling at the corner of his mouth, and said, "I thought you might have forgotten my name." He wore a white suit with a corsage on his chest, his hair golden blonde, and his handsome features carried a hint of roguish charm. Who else could it be but Nangongqi? How could I forget? Last time I must thank you, otherwise I would have really gotten lost. Feier smiled faintly. After all, he had helped her, so she couldn't frown at him. In truth, Feier did not truly resent Nangongqi, but neither did she feel drawn to him. Her ambivalence stemmed chiefly from Qiu Chen. The last time they met at the mobile phone mall, Qiu Chen had grown visibly furious upon seeing her with Nangongqi, and from that moment onward Feier resolved to keep her distance from him. Yet having encountered him, courtesy demanded a greeting. Feier noticed Nangongqi's attire was strikingly handsome, and asked curiously, "Are you performing on stage as well?" Nangongqi smiled faintly and nodded. "Indeed. Will you watch my performance?" Feier's mind flashed back to the scene she'd just witnessed on stage, and replied softly, "No thank you. I must take my leave." With that she turned away, leaving Nangongqi standing there, eyes clouded with quiet bewilderment. His gaze grew layered and inscrutable. Then he strode silently toward the backstage corridor. Just then Fang Yuanjing emerged, laughing and chatting with Qiu Chen, and both froze upon spotting Nangongqi. Fang Yuanjing's expression shifted subtly. She deliberately averted her eyes, refusing to meet his gaze. Qiu Chen meanwhile felt a simmering irritation. The memory of seeing Nangongqi with Feier still rankled deep within him. Nangongqi's face remained utterly impassive at the sight of Fang Yuanjing, as though she were a stranger, yet he offered Qiu Chen a polite, fleeting nod. As they passed he murmured lightly, "Oh, Qiu Chen." Qiu Chen paused, startled, and turned back. "What is it?" Nangongqi smiled gently. "I just saw Miss Feier. She seemed unwell. Her eyes were red as she walked away. You ought to go check on her. Better safe than sorry." Without waiting for a reply he turned and departed. Qiu Chen stood frozen, dread coiling cold in his chest. "Feier, what's happened to her? Did she cry?" He turned quickly to Fang Yuanjing. "Senior, you heard. I need to go now." A faint complex emotion flickered across Fang Yuanjing's face, but she smiled warmly. "Go ahead." Qiu Chen nodded and dashed off. Fang Yuanjing watched his retreating figure, a strange ache tightening her chest. "Chen, is Feier truly that irreplaceable to you?" Unaware that Qiu Chen was chasing after her, Feier wandered aimlessly down the street, her mind replaying like a haunting reel the image of Fang Yuanjing and Qiu Chen performing together on stage. Frustration prickled beneath her skin. She kicked absently at the pavement, pouting, "So you truly adore your senior sister that much? Why do you two look so perfectly matched together? It's maddening." She couldn't fathom what had come over her, only that her chest felt tightly constricted, suffocating. This time she wasn't worried about getting lost, because Qiu Chen would always find her. Feier turned a corner, slipped down an alley, and halted before a narrow passageway. A faint icy smile touched her lips. Without glancing back she said coolly, "Come out. Stalking me like this solves nothing." Whoosh whoosh. A gust of wind tore through the air behind her. Then thick black mist coalesced, slowly swirling into form. Zhang Langwang reappeared. Feier sensed the surge of dark energy, and turned to face him, voice glacial, "I knew it. Who else would have such tedious patience? It had to be you." Zhang Langwang cackled twice, then declared, "Princess Feier, what an unexpected reunion. Clearly heaven has granted me this opportunity." Feier scoffed. "Yes. Heaven, weary of your endless malice, has delivered you straight into my path, so I may punish you." Zhang Langwang roared with laughter, eyes brimming with disdain. "With your infantile strength, even your father, the emperor himself, might struggle to subdue me. And you, a mere girl still wet behind the ears, what could you possibly do?" At the mention of her father, Feier's gaze sharpened, frost turning to glacial steel. "But don't forget, you stand in the human realm. Here your power is shackled, crippled, nearly gone. And you truly believe in this state that I cannot destroy you?" Zhang Langwang's expression darkened. Then grudgingly he admitted, I'd rather not concede it, but you speak truth. Were my strength fully restored, you'd already be dead beneath my claws. Feyre smiled, cold, sharp, unyielding, and stepped forward. Enough talk. Today I end you, for every one of our kin who fell by your hand. In a blur of motion she lunged, palms rising as soft milky white energy gathered between them. Zhanlang Wang sneered, do not mistake my weakened state for vulnerability. A starving camel still towers over a horse. Do not forget that. Take this, he shrieked, and shot forward like lightning, fingers elongating into razor-sharp claws. Huh! With a guttural roar, Zhanlang Wang slashed, claws aimed straight at Feyre's throat. She barely dodged, then unleashed the gathered energy straight at his chest. Shoo! Zhanlang Wang snarled, claws rending the energy apart, then blurred beside her, striking viciously at her thigh. Feyre gasped, staggered, but instantly summoned more energy, palm blazing as she drove it hard into his abdomen. Pooh! Zhanlang Wang staggered backward, face twisted in fury, then pressed a hand to his wound and laughed wildly. So, that's it. You've been deceiving me all along. Your own strength remains broken, doesn't it? I planned to wait until my full power returned, but now, you die here and now. Feyre clutched her bleeding thigh, jaw clenched. If only my inner chi still flowed freely. How could I suffer such humiliation? But hesitation was death. She gritted her teeth. Even so, it is more than enough to kill you. And charged again, meeting Zhanlang Wang head on. Zhanlang Wang struck with ruthless precision, every blow aimed at her vital points, while Feyre, energy dwindling, fought desperately to parry each lethal strike. Clang! Thud! Zhanlang Wang shattered her guard, then drove a brutal kick into her abdomen. Feyre flew backward, slamming hard against the wall, before crumpling to the ground. Zhanlang Wang bellowed with triumph. Die. He vanished, reappearing midair, claws raised to cleave her skull. Feyre, look out! Qiu Chen's cry pierced the air, and without thought for his own safety, he hurled himself between them. Zhanlang Wang smirked coldly. Ah, your little lover. Then die together. A single claw strike tore across Qiu Chen's shoulder. Then a crushing kick sent him flying, tumbling violently before crashing onto the pavement. Chen! Blood trickled from Feyre's lips as she cried out, her right hand snapping up instinctively. Zhanlang Wang glanced at Qiu Chen struggling to rise, and at Feyre's desperate cry, then laughed, triumphant and cruel. Both of you. Perish. Just as he raised his claws, miracle flared. Feyre's outstretched hand blazed gold, and a radiant ancient character, Qi, materialized, blazing with divine authority, before searing into Zhanlang Wang's chest. Damn it, what is this? Ah! Agony ripped through him, his body burning as if doused in celestial flame. Abandoning all intent to kill, he fled, vanishing in a swirl of black smoke. The golden Qi glyph dissolved slowly into shimmering light. Feyre let out a soft, broken moan, and collapsed into unconsciousness. Feyre! Qiu Chen scrambled upright, and rushed to her side. Qiu Chen rushed to Feyre's side, anxiously extending his fingers beneath her nose. Sensing that she was still breathing, he sighed with relief, and said, thank goodness she's still breathing. Feyre, wait for me, I'll take you home right now. It is said that when humans encounter emergencies, their bodies unleash potential far beyond their normal limits. Like the father who, in order to save his son trapped under a van, lifted the entire vehicle with his bare hands. Something he could never repeat, no matter how hard he tried afterward. Although Qiu Chen hadn't experienced such a situation, seeing Feyre unconscious, he didn't even wait for the bus. He carried her on his back and sprinted down the road, drawing the attention of passersby. Is this guy filming a movie? After nearly half an hour of frantic running, Qiu Chen finally carried Feyre back to the apartment. He laid her on his bed, then collapsed to the floor in exhaustion. Gasping for air, Qiu Chen panted heavily, his neck turning purple. Yet seeing that Feyre's breathing was steady, the heavy weight in his heart finally lifted. First the senior sister, and now Feyre. What exactly is that so-called werewolf king trying to achieve by causing all this trouble? I bet I'm next. Qiu Chen spoke these words to himself, his expression filled with grief and indignation. In truth, the moment he sensed Feyre had run off, Qiu Chen had immediately chased after her. The spiritual connection between them proved highly effective, and before long, he caught a trace of her presence. But the closer he drew to her, the more his heart ached with a suffocating pain. This feeling filled Qiu Chen with unease, so he quickened his pace, and then witnessed the scene before him. Pulling his thoughts back, Qiu Chen rose to his feet, walked over to Feyre's side, and gently caressed her cheek with his palm. Feyre, promise me you won't leave me so suddenly again. Do you have any idea how worried I was? Qiu Chen murmured softly, then a smile crept across his face. He leaned against the edge of the bed and drifted off to sleep. In the warm afternoon, Feyre slowly opened her eyes and tried to move her body, only to find it still aching unbearably. Looking around, she realized she was in Qiu Chen's room. Then lowering her gaze, she saw him sleeping soundly beside her. Chen brought me back. That would mean Chen is my savior, right? Feyre thought of how Qiu Chen had looked so anxious when he saw her injured, how he had fought desperately to protect her, even though he knew he was no match for the werewolf king. Her heart warmed at the memory. A gentle smile curled at the corner of Feyre's lips as she studied Qiu Chen closely. Asleep, he was truly handsome, His wheat-colored healthy skin combined with his striking handsome features created a dreamlike vision. He furrowed his brow like a child and smacked his lips. Feier couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. This version of Chen was probably only visible when he was asleep. Feier fluttered her eyelashes, a smile sparkling in her eyes, and slowly pressed her rosy lips to Qiu Chen's forehead. Chen said, I can't just steal his first kiss, but kissing his forehead should be fine, right? With that she continued planting kisses on his forehead, once, twice, countless times. The smacking sounds finally stirred Qiu Chen awake, and when he opened his eyes he found Feier gazing at him with a smile. Feier, you're awake. Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Qiu Chen immediately sat up and felt her forehead, deliberately overlooking the fact that she had been stealing kisses from him. Feier smiled and said, I'm fine now, Chen. Thanks to you. Otherwise you might never have seen me again. Don't say things like that. Qiu Chen pressed his finger to Feier's lips and said with utmost seriousness, I don't want to hear you talk like that. You're a vampire. You won't die. The sincerity in Qiu Chen's gaze stirred a strange ripple of emotion in Feier's heart. The atmosphere in the room grew thick with unspoken tension. Ahem. Qiu Chen coughed, somewhat overwhelmed by the ambiguous atmosphere lingering in the air, and asked, By the way, Feier, why did that werewolf king ambush you again? Feier furrowed her brows in confusion. How would I know? Just like how he attacked our people for no reason, there's no explanation for it either. While walking I suddenly sensed someone following me, so I lured him to a remote spot. As for what happened next, don't you already know? When she mentioned how the werewolf king had persecuted her people, her teeth clenched tightly, and fury smoldered in her eyes. Qiu Chen fell silent for a moment, then said, Feier, do you think it could be because of the treasure in your possession? This left Feier even more puzzled. She asked back, what treasure? Qiu Chen chuckled slyly. Feier, are you hiding things from me too? When you were fighting the werewolf king, it was clearly your right hand that held the treasure, and that's what scared him off. Feier grew even more bewildered. She stretched out both her hands and examined them, then said, I'm not hiding anything from you. There really is no treasure in my hands. Qiu Chen scratched his head. Then why did a beam of light suddenly release from your palm? A blinding light. That's what saved us. Feier seemed lost in thought for a moment, then said, my mind was hazy at the time. I just remember reaching out my right hand, and then I don't remember anything after that. Qiu Chen figured that made sense. In all the time he'd known Feier, she had never truly kept anything from him. With her innocent nature, if she were lying, he would have seen through it immediately. Qiu Chen smiled, and said, if you can't remember, then don't force it. Think of it as Guanyin Bodhisattva showing her blessing. Feier let out an oh, then rubbed her stomach, and said pitifully, Chen, I'm hungry. Qiu Chen smiled. Then wait here. I'll cook for you. Feier asked, aren't we ordering takeout? Qiu Chen pursed his lips. How can that compare to homemade food in terms of nutrition? I'll cook it for you myself. Feier looked at him with a skeptical gaze and deliberately dragged out an Qiu Chen's lips twitched slightly. Hey, what's with that look? Don't you trust me? My father said that men who cook are useless. So by that logic, Chen, you're pretty useless. That's the saying where you're from. In the human world, men who can cook are the most sought after. Isn't there a saying? The way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Wait. Actually, it's to capture a woman's heart, first capture her stomach. Never heard of it. Black lines formed on Qiu Chen's forehead. No need to have heard it. Just wait. I'll make it for you right now. Hey Chen, what are you making? Egg fried rice. Qiu Chen pushed open the door and walked out without looking back. Egg fried rice. Is it rice made with eggs? Feier murmured groggily. Thud. Qiu Chen, who had just reached the doorway, face planted flat on the ground. 20 minutes later, Qiu Chen came upstairs carrying a bowl of egg fried rice that looked, smelled, and tasted like perfection. He handed it to Feier and said, eat up. This is the best dish I make. Don't miss out if you know what's good. So fragrant. Feier took a whiff, then took a big bite. A blissful, contented expression spread across her face, and she shook Qiu Chen's arm excitedly. Chen, this is absolutely delicious. Your cooking is so good. I'm so happy. Qiu Chen tossed his hair with an insufferably smug look and said, oh, it's nothing. I'm just naturally handsome and talented. Handsome and talented. Feier gazed at him with adoration, wrapping both arms around his. Her soft curves pressed against him, stirring restless thoughts in Qiu Chen's mind. Stop. Do you think this part is too far-fetched? Honestly, I think so too, because all of this was just Qiu Chen's own narcissistic fantasy. The reality was, haha, that's right, I'm so talented. Stay humble, Feier, stay humble. Chen, what are you laughing at? Feier looked at Qiu Chen, who was laughing to himself and rocking his body, utterly speechless. Ever since he'd walked in with that so-called egg fried rice, he'd been laughing nonstop for no apparent reason. Feier nervously touched his forehead. Chen, are you running a fever? Ahem. Qiu Chen snapped back to reality, swatted her hand away, and said grumpily, you're the one with a fever. Just eat already. Are you sure? Feier's gaze fell on the egg fried rice before her. Or rather, what was supposed to be egg fried rice. Tiny bits of eggshell were mixed in with the grains of rice, with the egg yolk soaking at the bottom. Ahem, well, I haven't made this in a while. An accident. Qiu Chen felt embarrassed. I've always been pretty good at this. This time it's the induction cooker's fault. The heat was too low. Poor induction cooker taking the blame unjustly. Feier looked at Qiu Chen with a beaming smile, and said nothing for a moment, then said, "So even you aren't perfect at everything, Chen." Qiu Chen shot her a disgruntled glare and retorted, "Don't even talk about me. Your cooking isn't any better." Qiu Chen would never forget the first time he tasted Feier's cooking. The flavor was like gum. It just wouldn't stop no matter what. Feier wasn't upset at all. She just chuckled, then took a huge bite of the egg fried rice, and said, "Don't worry. Even if it's the worst thing imaginable, I'll still eat every bite. Because you're the first person besides my mother to cook for me. You know, Chen, I'm truly touched." Qiu Chen smiled faintly. "I can't tell if that's a compliment or a dig at me, whether I should be touched or annoyed. As long as you like it, just eat up." Feier took a huge mouthful, then catching Qiu Chen off guard, planted a gentle kiss on his cheek. Smack. Qiu Chen had grown accustomed to Feier's surprise attacks by now. He wiped his face helplessly and said, "Feier, could you please kiss me after you finish eating? That's unhygienic." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Feier's red lips pressed against his cheek once more. Sunlight streamed softly through the curtains, casting its glow upon the faces of the young man and woman. One smiled like a blooming flower, the other lowered his head with a gentle smile. In that moment it seemed like the most beautiful scene in the world. Later, when Feier was about to leave this world, she had no lingering attachments. Only the wish to return to that afternoon, sitting on Qiu Chen's bed looking at his smile and eating a bowl of his egg-fried rice. That day the sunlight was beautiful. That day the smiles were warm. That day was unforgettable for a lifetime. In one's lifetime, there will always be one or two people who appear in your life by happenstance. Someone perfect for you yet impossible to hold on to. If you've met such a person, now treasure them. And if you once did, do you, like Qiu Chen, in later years feel nothing but regret? Nearly a week had passed since the individual stage performances, and the results were finally announced. Qiu Chen's rendition of Home garnered widespread acclaim from the majority of students, securing him a proud spot on the lineup for the school anniversary celebration. Yet that was not all. Many girls, captivated by the melancholy and profound expression on Qiu Chen's face while he sang, dubbed him the melancholy little prince. In no time, a fan club bearing his moniker was established, and its burgeoning popularity threatened to eclipse that of Nangong Chi's fan club. Their promotional slogan read, "In a sea of thousands we caught a glimpse of you. The warmth in your gaze melted the ice within our hearts." Hearing this, Qiu Chen burst into hearty laughter. Flaunting his ego, he declared that those foolish starry-eyed girls had finally recognized his handsomeness and were now prostrating before his denim-clad legs. His collaborative stage performance with Fang Yuanjing was also met with rave reviews, smoothly securing her a spot among the performers. As for Nangong Chi, he was said to have sung Chrysanthemum Terrace that day, eventually earning the faculty's approval as well. In short, Qiu Chen was immensely satisfied with the individual stage experience, especially the establishment of his fan club, which made him ecstatic. At last he too had fans. He wondered idly whether his fans offered warming services for the bed. Oh my, the mere thought sent a little thrill through him. Ahem, where's your dignity, Qiu Chen? As for Fang Yuanjing, after her collaborative stage with Qiu Chen, she plunged into her own hectic schedule. Of course Qiu Chen understood this. After all, she was a celebrity unlike him. At noon, Qiu Chen got up and had lunch with Feier. After eating, Feier began playing Angry Birds, and at that moment Qiu Chen received a call from Lily. Lily. Glancing at the caller ID on his phone, Qiu Chen's lips twitched. For some reason, whenever Lily called him, he had a bad feeling about it. "Hello, Lily. Feier is in her room, you can call her." "Damn it." Lily cursed angrily. "Do you think every time I call you it's for Feier? I have something to discuss with you." Qiu Chen's lips formed a mischievous grin. "What is it? Don't tell me you and Hausie are having issues in the bedroom. Sorry, I can't help you with that." A thud came from the other end of the line, followed by Wang Hao's furious roar. "Qiu Chen, I'll screw your grandpa." Qiu Chen's face darkened. "Lily, keep your man in check, or I'll hang up." "You dare," Lily retorted playfully. "If you hang up, I'll tell Hausie that you peeked at me taking a bath when we were kids." Qiu Chen's face turned completely black. Damn it, Hausie was right beside her. How could he not hear that? Sure enough, Wang Hao wailed indignantly, "You beast. A disgrace to the beastly world. First you flirt with your own sister, then you peep at your best buddy's woman taking a bath. You're not human." "Huh." Qiu Chen's lips twitched again. He said to Lily, "Lily, I really don't have the time to fool around with you two. Just say what you want." Lily chuckled, seemingly pleased to have gotten under his skin. "Actually, it's nothing big. Hausie and I plan to climb Mount Tai this weekend, and I want you and Feier to come with us." Qiu Chen said helplessly, "You two lovebirds are climbing a mountain. Why do you have to drag Feier and me along as third wheels?" Lily sneered, "Are you really that dense? Hausie and I are trying to create opportunities for you and Feier. When we're on Mount Tai surrounded by beautiful scenery, it'll be the perfect chance for you to win her over." Qiu Chen's face darkened. "Feier and I are just friends." Lily scoffed, "Bullshit. If your reliable pigs can fly, go tell that to Feier." Qiu Chen said in confusion, "I really don't understand. You and Feier are so close. Why don't you tell her yourself instead of asking me?" Lily coughed, and then lowered her voice with a wry smile. "It's because that little girl Feier is too clingy with me. Every time Hausie and I are in the middle of, she calls it the worst possible moment, and then Housie just deflates. If this keeps up, I'm afraid Housie might become impotent. Qiu Chen burst into laughter, giving Feier a mental thumbs up 32 times. Nice one, Feier. That's payback for all those times. After Lily hung up, Qiu Chen went to Feier's room and spoke to her. Feier immediately became excited and fired off 3 questions. Question 1. What is Mount Tai? Can you eat it? Question 2. Is there anything fun on Mount Tai, like tigers or something? Question 3. What delicious food is there? Qiu Chen could only shake his head at these 3 questions. After explaining that Mount Tai was a famous scenic spot in China, Feier became even more excited. Back home we only had Wuxing Mountain and Kula Mountain. Now I finally get to see one of your mountains. Qiu Chen really wanted to complain about the names of those 2 mountains Feier had mentioned. After Feier finished her excitement, she picked up her phone and called Lily. The 2 chatted, Feier giggling all the while. Qiu Chen could guess that Wang Hao's heart was probably crumbling at that moment. The agreed-upon weekend arrived quickly. Early in the morning, Feier dressed herself. Today she wore a red, open-work long-sleeve top, paired with jeans that hugged her long, straight legs. Her features were pure and lovely, and a playful smile curled at the corners of her lips. At that moment, Qiu Chen came downstairs. Seeing Feier dressed so lightly, he said helplessly, Feier, don't you know it's late autumn now? You'll be cold in that outfit. Huh? Feier glanced at her clothes in surprise. But I feel very warm. Qiu Chen's lips twitched. That's because we're inside with the air conditioner on. You'll understand once you step outside. Wait a moment. With that, he took a light yellow jacket from the bag he was carrying and walked over to Feier. Put this on, or you'll catch a cold. Chen, you're so thoughtful. Feier was touched and put on the jacket. Then she followed Qiu Chen out the door. There was one thing Qiu Chen didn't know: Feier was a vampire, and her blood was cold by nature. So no matter how cold it was outside, it wouldn't affect her. But seeing how much Qiu Chen cared for her, how could Feier bring herself to say that? After meeting Wang Hao and Lily, Qiu Chen and Feier shared a simple meal at a restaurant before boarding the train bound for Mount Tai. Mount Tai stands as the foremost of China's 5 great mountains and was the first site in the country to be inscribed as both a cultural and natural World Heritage Site, renowned for its awe-inspiring grandeur and hailed as the supreme mountain under heaven. It is also acclaimed as the foremost among China's 10 most famous mountains. Located in central Shandong province within Taiyuan County, Mount Tai rises majestically amid the Luzhong mountain range, reaching an elevation of 545 meters. Its scenery is enchanting and picturesque, a perfect destination for travelers. Along the journey, Feier bubbled with excitement, her eyes wide with wonder. It was her very first time aboard such a long iron-bound train, and she could scarcely contain her exhilaration. After a day and night aboard the train, the 4 arrived in Shandong province, and without delay hailed a taxi straight to the foot of Mount Tai. Before them loomed Mount Tai, towering, majestic, overwhelming. All 4 stood frozen in place, utterly captivated by nature's sublime artistry. It was autumn, crisp and clear, with a gentle chill at dawn and dusk that did nothing to dampen their fervor for travel. Already the mountain's base teemed with visitors. Tour groups from across China, and even from distant lands, had gathered to behold Mount Tai's splendor. Qiu Chen stepped slowly onto the first stone step, marking the true beginning of their ascent. Feier, walking beside him, burst repeatedly into delighted cries. Wow! Look over there, Sister Lily. Wow! Chen, look at that mountain. It's far taller than our Skull Mountain. Lily walked beside Feier with a warm, affectionate smile, pointing out distant peaks and sharing in her wonder. Qiu Chen's mood soared as he strolled along the path flanked by towering trees, dense forests, and emerald meadows carpeted with tender green grass, where blossoms of every hue adorned the earth like embroidered silks. When they finally reached the summit, a boundless sea of green stretched beneath them, truly a vista where all other mountains appeared small. Above the Jade Emperor Peak, a cascade tumbled down like silver dragons uncoiling from the heavens. Yet moments later it vanished. Gazing down from Tian Street, climbers below resembled tiny ants ascending the slope. At last they beheld Mount Tai in its entirety, clouds drifting just beneath their feet. How breathtakingly beautiful it was. Qiu Chen felt as though he had transformed into a celestial fairy, dancing weightlessly among drifting clouds, evoking boundless reverie and profound serenity. From the foot of Mount Tai, its undulating ridges rose with solemn majesty. Verdant trees flourished luxuriantly while snow-white clouds wreathed its peak like a silken scarf woven from frost. Sunset over Mount Tai's summit unfolded in ever-shifting kaleidoscopic splendor. When rain gave way to clear skies, and the air grew crisp, the western horizon at dusk revealed a vision beyond words. Scattered clouds drifted like peaks and cliffs, while golden rays pierced mist and cloud alike, pouring light upon the earth. Bathed in the setting sun, each cloud-capped summit shimmered with a luminous golden rim, glowing with the brilliance of rare celestial treasures. Witnessing sunrise from Mount Tai's summit was a spectacle both magnificent and deeply stirring. As the first sliver of dawn tore through the veil of night, the eastern sky gradually shifted, from inky black to pale fishbelly white, then to soft rose, and finally to blazing gold, before erupting in radiant beams. Then like a fiery orb rising from the sea, the sun vaulted upward in one dazzling leap. The entire sequence unfolded like a master illusionist conjuring infinite, ever-changing tableaus in the blink of an eye, leaving onlookers spellbound. Viewing the yellow river golden belt from Mount Tai's summit was yet another marvel, golden ripples shimmering under a freshly cleared sky. At sunset, gazing northwestward beyond Mount Tai's layered peaks, one could see the yellow river gleaming like a golden sash stretching across the land. Or when sunlight reflected off river waters into the sky, creating mirages known collectively as the yellow river golden belt. Its surface shimmered with silvery light interwoven with gold and white hues, like a tapestry of gold and silver unfurling from southwest to northeast, vanishing where earth met sky. The Qing dynasty poet Yuan Mei captured this phenomenon vividly in his poem, Ascending Mount Tai. A yellow river flows like a sash piercing the mortal world to reach the Milky Way. To behold the sea of clouds and jade plate from Mount Tai's summit was to enter a realm of ethereal fantasy. In summer, after rain cleared the air, vast plumes of vapor rose skyward. Warm, moist air sweeping inland from the sea became trapped by high-pressure systems at approximately 500 meters, creating on windless days a vast expanse of cloud blanketing the peak, like a colossal jade platter suspended between heaven and earth. Distant mountains vanished entirely beneath the mist, their summits alone emerging like islands above a sea of white. Nearby visitors seemed to walk upon clouds, transported as if to realms beyond mortal shores. A gentle breeze stirred the sea of clouds, sending ripples across its surface, peaks flickering in and out of view like elusive fairy isles. When the wind strengthened, the jade plate transformed into a colossal dragon, soaring and plunging, churning the heavens and overturning the seas. Ah, refreshing. A soft breeze brushed Qiu Chen's face, drawing an involuntary exclamation. Wang Hao's lips twitched faintly as he remarked, "Qiu Chen, must you always lack dignity? Don't you see how everyone's staring at you?" Qiu Chen merely smiled unruffled. "I live by my own compass. I need no one else's approval." "That's oddly persuasive," he admitted, speechless. Feier approached and gently linked her arm through his. "Chen's sister Lily just said we should pay homage to the Buddha at a temple. Will you go?" "Pay homage to the Buddha?" Qiu Chen's lips twitched again as he turned to Lily. "Lily, since when did you become a devotee?" "Just now. Is that not allowed?" Lily replied coolly, her words leaving Qiu Chen utterly flabbergasted. Qiu Chen's expression darkened momentarily before he cast a pitying glance at Wang Hao and sighed, clapping his shoulder. "Howsy, you bear a heavy burden. But who else but you would descend into hell? If you won't take Lily, will you let her wreak havoc upon other men?" "Hey, what kind of talk is that?" Lily shot him an indignant glare, then retorted, "You wretched shun. How dare you speak so? Friendship terminated." Words aside, Qiu Chen still accompanied Lily and the others to a temple nestled high on the mountain. He cared little for threats of severed friendship, but he feared Feier's disappointment. Should she grow glum, her pout would linger all day long. Why had Qiu Chen suddenly grown so attuned to Feier's moods? Who could say? I am but a scribe, not Qiu Chen himself. In truth, temples crown nearly every famed mountain in China, not for devotion alone, but to leverage scenic renown, preach doctrine loudly, and collect incense offerings. To Qiu Chen, it was textbook bundled marketing. Inside the temple, just as Qiu Chen had anticipated, every face wore solemn reverence, as though fearing even a whisper might offend the Buddha. Though Qiu Chen himself held no faith, he instinctively bowed his head in quiet respect. Chen Feier whispered softly beside him, "Is this truly where the Buddha dwells? What are those people doing on their knees? Chanting spells?" Qiu Chen's lips twitched. "No, they're making wishes before the Buddha." He paused, then added, "Feier, you're a vampire. You and the Buddha share no spiritual lineage whatsoever. Why bother paying homage?" Feier replied, "Sister Lily said that if you speak your wish aloud to the Buddha, any wish, no matter how grand, will come true." Qiu Chen's expression crumbled. Such rhetoric could only fool Feier. Lily knew it well. Curious, he asked Feier, "What wish will you make?" "I won't tell you. That's a secret. You two lovebirds, stop flirting and hurry inside." Lily turned laughing and slipped her arm around Feier's waist, ignoring Qiu Chen's deepening scowl, as she bounded cheerfully into the temple. Inside the main hall, worshippers knelt everywhere murmuring prayers. "Feier," Lily said, "let's make a wish too." "All right." Feier nodded and knelt beside Lily on the cushion before the altar, then turned back to Qiu Chen with a bright smile. "Chen, come wish with us." Qiu Chen hesitated, then nodded. Exchanging a glance with Wang Hao, all four knelt together on the cushions. Lily's silent wish ran thus. "O Buddha, my Haozi has lately been faltering in matters of vigor. Please grant him strength and restore his vitality." Wait, was that appropriate to utter before the Buddha? She paused, then shrugged. "Well, it's already done." Wang Hao's wish echoed inwardly. "O Buddha, Lily has lately regarded me with disdain. My masculine dignity feels perilously thin. Please intervene and save me." Qiu Chen's wish was simple. "Great Buddha, though I harbor no illusions about the efficacy of wishes, having come this far, I shall offer one. May you safeguard all whom I hold dear. May Feier's parents endure their present trial with fortitude, and May Feier awaken each day with joy in her heart. Feier closed her eyes tightly, remaining still for a long moment, then slowly curved her lips into a serene, satisfied smile. What? You ask why I withhold Feier's wish. A girl's innermost thoughts are sacred, never to be laid bare. Ah, but if you question why Lily's wish was disclosed, then know this: Lily transcends the category of girl altogether. After spending a day exploring most of Mount Tai's attractions, Qiu Chen and his 3 companions enjoyed a fragrant, hearty farmhouse meal at a rural inn in the evening before settling in for the night to prepare for the following day's itinerary. Since they had decided to travel, it was only natural not to make a mere cursory appearance and leave. Thus the group initially planned their journey to last about a week. After a day of wandering here and there, Qiu Chen was utterly exhausted. He took a refreshing hot shower, changed into blue pajamas, and sat in the courtyard of the farmhouse inn. Taking a deep breath of the crisp natural air and stretching lazily, Qiu Chen took out his phone to call his grandfather and aunt to let them know he had arrived safely. However, before he could say much, his gossipy aunt, joined by the old man, steered the conversation straight toward Feier. His formidable aunt actually suggested that Qiu Chen and Feier bring back a travel souvenir, a romantic companion. Qiu Chen was utterly speechless at this. He had heard of a honeymoon companion, but this notion of a travel souvenir was something he had never encountered in all his years. Truly, his aunt was a force to be reckoned with in the realm of gossip. Her words were always so striking. Qiu Chen leaned his head against the courtyard wall. Tonight, the energetic Lily had taken the miserable Wang Hao and the still excited Feier out once again to explore the night scenery of Mount Tai. Thus, Qiu Chen enjoyed a rare moment of leisure. Yet with Feier not by his side, he felt a certain emptiness, a trace of unmistakable loneliness settling within him, which he attributed simply to habit. Little did he know that habit is but the first step toward affection. After sitting idly for a while, Qiu Chen picked up his phone, intending to send a text message to Fang Yuanjing to say hello, but only to realize with dismay that his phone battery had completely died. With a helpless sigh, Qiu Chen was about to return to his room to charge his phone, when Feier's voice drifted over. Qiu Chen, there you are. I've been looking for you everywhere. Before he could react, he felt himself embraced from behind. Turning around, Qiu Chen looked at Feier and asked curiously, Feier, why have you come back? Didn't you go with Lily and the others to visit the night market? Feier sat beside Qiu Chen and said, the night market was so boring. Besides, Sister Lily kept kissing Brother Wang Hao, and I couldn't bear to watch anymore. Qiu Chen's lips twitched. Where on earth would Lily's boldness ever end? Feier's face flushed slightly, and she pointed a finger playfully, saying, the main reason is that I missed you. Qiu Chen's lips twitched again. Why did he suddenly get the impression that Feier was the man and he was the woman? No, it must be his own misunderstanding. Qiu Chen laughed it off, saying, it's good that you're back. I was getting bored anyway. Are you really bored, Qiu Chen? Yes, with you, Lily, and the others all out, how could I not be bored? Then I won't go out anymore. I'll stay here with you. All right. After saying this, Qiu Chen looked up at the sky and said, Feier, can you see such a beautiful moon from your home? Feier looked up at the bright moon in the sky and replied, yes, this moon is truly beautiful. Qiu Chen smiled, then turned his gaze to Feier. Under the moonlight, her hair fell gently over her shoulders, and her face lit up with a brilliant smile. Qiu Chen felt himself gazing transfixed. Feier sensed his stare and said with mild reproach, Qiu Chen, why are you looking at me like that? How annoying. Qiu Chen chuckled awkwardly, saying nothing more. Feier, somewhat intoxicated by the moment, said, Qiu Chen, this place is so beautiful, and the air is so fresh. Qiu Chen smiled, his eyes growing somewhat profound as he said, yes, you know, Feier, I have a dream. When I am old, I want to find a place far from the city and live there quietly, to spend my twilight years in peace. Feier giggled and said, then you must take me with you. Qiu Chen patted Feier's head and smiled, don't worry, I will definitely take you. Feier laughed happily, her clear eyes curving into adorable crescent shapes. I do not have grand dreams, I only wish that in my declining years I might hold the sunset on my left and your white-haired self on my right. After a night's rest, Qiu Chen and the others gathered again at the farmhouse inn's dining table. Qiu Chen and Feier arrived early. After some time, Lily walked out smiling and greeted them, followed by Wang Hao, who bore dark circles under his eyes. Qiu Chen immediately threw an arm around Wang Hao's shoulder and grinned mischievously, saying, how's what's wrong? Looking so haggard. Could you be completely drained? Wang Hao's face darkened, and he pushed him away, retorting, mind your own business, you busybody. Qiu Chen. Meanwhile, Lily and Feier embraced warmly. Seeing Lily's joyful expression, Feier asked, Sister Lily, what's so happy about? Lily whispered, it's all because of your brother Haozi. Last night I took him to see an old doctor, and immediately he was full of vigor again. The tossing and turning that night. It exhausted me to death. You're too young for me to discuss such matters with you. Feier pouted, stood up, and loudly asked Wang Hao, Brother Wang Hao, Sister Lily said you exhausted her last night. What did you do? Everyone froze in place. After a long moment, Lily finally snapped out of it, her face reddening beyond belief. Feier, what are you doing? Why are you shouting such things aloud? Qiu Chen chuckled heartily, casting a deeply ambiguous look at Wang Hao's flustered face. After eating, Qiu Chen and the others inquired about interesting scenic spots. Naturally, Lily was concerned about what delicious food there was. When it came to the topic of eating, Fei, the goddess of foodies, naturally took the lead and followed Lily to start tasting the snacks of Mount Tai. The two boys silently paid the bills behind them. Qiu Chen suddenly had the illusion that this trip to Mount Tai was actually a private tour for Lily and Fei, while he and Wang Hao were just there to pay and carry things. Of course, even just paying and carrying things gave Qiu Chen's vanity great satisfaction. Fei was already a standard goddess-level beauty, and Lily, due to her long-term exercise routine, had a wheat-colored skin that looked healthy, youthful, and lively. Walking behind the two girls, Qiu Chen and Wang Hao naturally radiated an aura of envy, as if trailing two beautiful scenery lines. The gazes of their male peers were scorching hot. The four of them strolled around for another day, once again appreciating the majestic grandeur of Mount Tai. They then arrived at a Taoist temple at the foot of the mountain. Although it wasn't as crowded as the temples on the mountain, the fact that a Taoist temple could still survive in today's society was a miracle in itself. Lily said, "Let's go in and pay respects to the three pure ones." Qiu Chen's mouth twitched slightly. "But you just worshipped the Buddha yesterday. What's the big deal? They're all deities anyway. One more worship won't hurt, right, Fei?" Lily had pinpointed Qiu Chen's weakness. As long as Fei said she wanted to go, or if Fei showed curiosity, then Qiu Chen would definitely have to go. Fei pouted and asked, "What are the three pure ones? Are they the same as the Buddha?" Qiu Chen replied, "Kind of, but one is Taoist and the other is Buddhist." That's basically saying nothing. Lily rolled her eyes, then put her arm around Fei and began to loudly extol the virtues of Taoism. Both Qiu Chen and Wang Hao's faces darkened slightly, because Lily's sales pitch was exactly the same as when she had persuaded Fei to worship the Buddha earlier. Anyone who didn't know better, seeing Lily's impassioned demeanor, would think this little woman was some kind of Taoist propaganda ambassador. In the end, Fei's interest was piqued, and in the end Qiu Chen helplessly agreed. The Taoist temple was completely different from the Buddhist temple. There were no incense burners, no noisy crowds, only the faint scent of sandalwood, and a few young Taoist priests in robes. Qiu Chen actually liked this environment, quiet, elegant, and sparsely populated. After Lily and Fei paid their respects to the three pure ones, they saw a fortune-telling booth for marriage divination ahead, and so they dragged Wang Hao over. This time Fei didn't show interest, which was exactly what Qiu Chen wanted. Walking shoulder to shoulder with Fei on the cobblestone path in the temple, Qiu Chen looked at her and asked Fei, "Did you have fun today?" Fei lifted her little face to look at him. "Pretty happy. So you humans have all kinds of stories. It feels very mysterious." Qiu Chen chuckled smugly, then suddenly his stomach rumbled loudly. Somewhat embarrassed, he said, "Fei, can you find a place to wait for me? My stomach hurts a bit, I need to use the restroom." Fei coolly replied, "Go ahead, I'll wait for you at the pavilion over there." Qiu Chen nodded and quickly ran out of the temple. Fei giggled, toddled on her little feet, and slowly walked to the pavilion to sit down. A gentle breeze blew over and Fei revealed an extremely sweet and serene smile, forming a beautiful picture with the scenery. "Little girl, do you still remember me?" A ghostly voice boomed into Fei's mind. Fei instinctively froze, then asked, "Who are you?" The voice carried a kind tone. "It seems you don't remember. Under the footbridge you once gave me alms." Fei was startled, instantly recalling the ragged, hunched old woman. She stood up and said happily, "You are Grandma. Grandma, where are you? Why don't you come out?" The voice chuckled. "I can't come out to see you for now. Can you come to me?" Fei said, "Sure, Grandma. Where are you?" The voice said, "Close your eyes and silently recite my name in your heart, then you will see me." "Okay." Fei obediently closed her eyes, continuously thinking about the old woman's appearance and calling out to her. As her thoughts deepened, Fei felt herself gradually becoming tired. "So sleepy. Little girl, wake up." The voice sounded again. Fei felt another boom in her mind, and her drowsiness instantly dissipated. She then opened her eyes. Where is this? This place was no longer the Taoist temple, but a vast white space. Fei felt as if her feet were floating in this barrier, unable to touch the ground. "You've finally come." The voice sounded again. Then Fei saw a cloud of white smoke appear before her, followed by a wrinkled old woman. The very same old woman she had met under the footbridge. Fei smiled happily. "Grandma, long time no see. Where's this?" The old woman smiled. "This is your spiritual world. I used a spell to connect my spiritual world with yours." The old woman's words were profound and mysterious, and Fei couldn't understand. She scratched her little head and asked, "Then Grandma, are you not a human from this earth either?" The old woman chuckled. "Why do you think that?" Fei said, "No human in this world can do this, so I guess you must not be human either." The old woman smiled. "You're half right. I am indeed a human, but not a human belonging to this world." "I don't understand. Let me put it this way. I've actually lived for over 1,000 years. The old woman said, dropping a bombshell. Fei exclaimed in surprise. "So you've lived even longer than my father and mother. Who exactly are you? Why did you want me to come see you?" The old woman pondered for a moment, a deep light in her eyes. She said softly, "Let me explain to you one question at a time." Fei nodded and waited quietly for what was to come. The old lady's cloudy eyes held a glimmer of light as she spoke. My name has long been buried in the 1,000 years of time, let it be. I was originally a sorceress during the Northern Song dynasty, specializing in fortune-telling and destiny analysis for people. My karmic connection with you began from that divination. I still remember it was a late autumn. I went out to set up my stall as usual, and after reading fortunes for a few people, I met a young girl. The moment I saw her, I felt that she and I would have an entanglement of fate. She told me she had fallen in love with a young master from a wealthy family, and wanted me to divine whether there was a destined marriage between them. Following my usual practice, I combined their birth charts and calculated. According to the result, I told her that she and that wealthy young master were bound by fate across several lifetimes. If she wished to be happy for the rest of her life, marrying him would be the best choice. The girl returned home very happily. Not long after, I received a wedding invitation from her. She excitedly told me that the young master treated her exceptionally well, so she decided to marry him. For a fortune teller like me, being able to bring about a good match is naturally excellent. So I attended her wedding. The first time I saw that young master, I secretly calculated his fortune. I discovered that his destiny was of the extreme yang constitution, a rare and noble destiny in our profession. So I was relieved and blessed them. I thought the matter would end there. The girl would occasionally visit my home and tell me how happy her marriage was, and everything else remained peaceful. But unexpectedly one day, I received news that the girl had suddenly passed away. Her parents, overwhelmed by grief, died of illness the very next day after their daughter's death. Thus, the vast family fortune fell into that man's hands. I couldn't believe it. The girl's physiognomy indicated she could live over 100 years if she was not someone destined to die young. Sensing something amiss, I went to her home, but the man refused to see me. I used my sorcery to stealthily sneak into her house, and there I saw a sight I never wanted to believe. At this point, the old lady's eyes almost seemed to spit fire, clearly filled with extreme rage. That man, embracing several young and beautiful concubines, was saying that all of this had been long within his scheme. He had long coveted the girl's family wealth, so he specially hired a demon sorcerer to cast a curse on him, so that no matter how powerful a witch the girl could find, she would never be able to probe his true thoughts. I realized I had been deceived. It was I who caused the girl's death. If not for my insufficient magical power, how could I have fallen into the trap? And how could she have been killed by a wicked man? Filled with guilt, I returned home. I was originally planning to leave that very night, but at that moment a fierce, eerie wind arose, and the girl covered in blood appeared. I knelt before her, hoping to earn her forgiveness. The girl did not blame me. Instead, she said she knew I had been tricked, and it was not my fault. She only asked two things of me: first, to find evidence of the man's crime of killing her entire family and avenge her; second, to find the reincarnation of her soul and protect her for a lifetime of peace. I had no reason to refuse such requests. I quickly completed the first task, but the infant reincarnation of her soul, no matter how I searched, I could not find it. And so I spent this long 1,000 years searching. The old lady's words were like a celestial book to Fayre. Although she could not fully understand the meaning, the sorrow and self-blame in the old lady's eyes, as she spoke of the past, were clearly visible. Then what does this have to do with me? Because you are her reincarnation. The old lady said this seriously, then looked Fayre up and down, and said, "It cannot be wrong. Although you are not human, a person's inherent aura cannot be changed." Fayre let out a surprised gasp, then said, "But old lady, you also know that I am not human. How could I be the reincarnation of the girl you mentioned?" The old lady said solemnly, "Actually, I don't know the reason either. But one thing I am certain of: you are truly her reincarnation. As for why you became a vampire, perhaps it's a story that happened during the reincarnation. I have no way of knowing. You know I am a vampire." Fayre was even more astonished. The old lady had seen through her identity at a glance. How could she not be surprised? The old lady smiled and said, "Of course. I am a sorceress. Although I cannot foresee the future, I can still tell a person from a ghost to some extent. I've been searching for you all these years. I never thought I would finally find you." However, fulfilling her wish seems to be somewhat difficult. Fayre asked in confusion, "What do you mean, old lady?" The old lady said seriously, "First of all, you are not human. This alone violates the laws of the 3 realms. If something really happens with my cultivation level, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you." Fayre said somewhat aggrievedly, "It's not like I wanted to come here." Saying this, Fayre told the old lady everything that had happened before and after she arrived here. The old lady pondered for a moment, then tapped her fingers together and calculated. Then she said, "So back then, when I observed the celestial phenomena at night and saw that a foreign race had come to Earth, it was you. But shortly after, I divined that someone else had come to Earth from a different world. Who that person is, I don't know." Fayre thought for a moment and said, "It should be that villain Zhanlong Wang. That guy tried to conquer our race back in our world, and now that he's in the human world, he still tries to kill me repeatedly." "Someone wants to kill you?" The old lady was startled, then grabbed Fayre's right hand and examined it carefully. She said, "I see. It was just as I guessed. When we met that time, I calculated that you were in danger, so I specially drew a talisman on your hand. Now that talisman has disappeared, proving that you have indeed encountered danger." "The talisman you drew for me." Fayre was stunned, then suddenly realized. "No wonder Chen said that after I stretched out my right hand that day, it suddenly emitted light and scared away Zhanlong Wang. So it was you who saved me." The old lady said calmly, "It's nothing. I had already promised her to protect you, so naturally I would. But there is one thing I don't understand. Your aura is faint and elusive as if it contains hidden energy, yet also seems absent. What is the matter?" Fei said, "That's because the energy inside me was all absorbed by Chen." "What? No. The old lady turned pale with fright, then asked anxiously, "Have you recently felt any discomfort in your body?" Fei thought for a moment and answered truthfully, "No, I haven't felt any discomfort at all." The old lady sighed in relief. Good. Thank goodness that hasn't happened. Otherwise you would truly have been reduced to ashes." Reduced to ashes? Fei's face instantly turned pale. She quickly asked, "Old lady, what is going on? Am I going to die? Am I going to die? Am I going to die?" Fei trembled as she uttered these words. In her own palace, she had never once contemplated such a notion. But now in the human world, hearing this news sent an indescribable terror surging through her heart. The old woman replied, "Not now, but in the future." "Old woman, what is really going on? Could you please tell me?" Fei asked with a hint of desperation. The old woman sighed and said, "The human world and the world you came from are two entirely separate realms. The very reason you were able to arrive here is likely due to the spiritual aura within your body. It protects you from being consumed by the protons of this realm. However, if that aura remains separated from you for too long, you will gradually fade away from this world." Fade away? Fei murmured softly. Would she truly disappear from this world? When she had first arrived in this world, all Fei could think about was how to return to her own realm and see her father and mother again. But now upon hearing she would vanish, an inexplicable pain gripped her heart. If she were to disappear, would she never see Chen again? What if she missed him? What if he missed her? Unbeknownst to her, Qiu Chen had already quietly taken root in her heart. "Old woman, is there any way I can avoid disappearing, avoid dying?" Fei asked, deeply frightened. The old woman said solemnly, "There is a way, which is why I said fortunately. You haven't experienced any physical discomfort yet, which means the protons of this world do not reject you. Therefore, to prevent yourself from fading away, and to survive, there is only one solution: reclaim the aura that rightfully belongs to you." Fei was momentarily stunned. "Do you mean I should take back my aura from Chen's body?" The old woman nodded. She quickly retrieved a yellow talisman from her robes and handed it to Fei. "Wait for the night of the full moon, place this talisman on his forehead, draw the aura back out from within him, and let it merge back into your own body." Fei looked at the faintly glowing talisman in her hands and hesitated for a moment. "Old woman, I have something I must ask you. If I take back this aura, what will happen to Chen?" The old woman sighed. "Since your aura has remained within his body for such a long time, it means his body does not reject it. In fact, it's likely he has already fully assimilated it. Therefore, if you take it back, there is only one path left for him: death," Fei said, dazed and whispering. The old woman nodded heavily. "Even if he doesn't die instantly, he will lose decades of his lifespan. Even if he survives the moment, he won't live for more than a few years. Chen will die." Fei froze, and a wave of helplessness surged within her. It was like a choice between two options. If she chose A, there was no doubt she would survive in this world and not vanish, but Chen would die. If she chose B, letting Chen live, then she would completely disappear from this world, just as the old woman had said. Oh, what a cruel choice. Fei let out a long sigh in her heart. Neither option was one she wanted to take. She didn't want to die, but she wanted Chen to live even less. Through all the time they had spent together, Fei had developed a profound trust for Qiu Chen, or perhaps it was affection. This complex feeling lingered in Fei's heart, impossible to brush away. If she had to watch Qiu Chen die with her own eyes, it would be worse than dying herself. "Young lady, you don't have time to hesitate. I've calculated that in 3 days there will be a rare full moon. All you have to do is place the talisman on his head that night, and you'll surely reclaim your aura. Don't overthink it." Sensing Fei's inner turmoil, the old woman couldn't help but remind her. Fei snapped back from her daze with a soft ah, then said indifferently, "I understand. I'll do as you say." The old woman nodded with satisfaction. "Good. After you reclaim your aura, I will come to see you again and help you stabilize it. Then everything will be fine. You should go back now. Don't tell anyone about what happened today." "No one." Fei gave a faint dazed nod. A flash of white light vanished, and then she heard Qiu Chen's voice. "Fei, where are you? Where are you?" With a startled Fei quickly tucked the talisman into her pocket and called out, "Chen, I'm right here." Qiu Chen ran over with a worried expression, grabbing her hand. "Fei, where did you go? Why weren't you waiting for me in the pavilion? When I came out and couldn't see you, you scared me to death." "It's nothing," Fei smiled. "You were taking so long, so I decided to take a little stroll." Following the old woman's advice, she said nothing about the encounter. Qiu Chen's lips twitched, his face darkening. "A little stroll nearly scared me to death. If you ever do that again, I'll leave you here." Fei giggled, linked her arm through his, and said affectionately, "Let's go. Let's find Sister Lily and the others. I'm starving." Qiu Chen forced a helpless smile. "All you do is eat and sleep just like a pig." Despite his words, he obediently followed Fei out. "You're the pig." Fei pouted in mock annoyance. The two shared a laugh and slowly walked away together. But Qiu Chen, smiling cheerfully, didn't notice that Feyer's eyes dimmed for a moment beside him, an inexplicable glint passing through them. Chen, how much longer can we remain like this? 3 days. Only 3 days left. While Feyer and the others were joyfully touring Mount Tai, a bustling press conference was being held at a shopping mall in the city center. The centerpiece of this event was of course the new TV drama starring Fang Yuanjing and her team. A throng of reporters armed with an arsenal of cameras and microphones crowded the venue, all eager to capture this rare opportunity for a good story. Inside a van parked nearby, a bespectacled man dressed in a gray short-sleeve shirt and a gray vest sat with a sinister smile. He took out his phone and made a call. After a few rings, the call connected. The man spoke respectfully. "Young master, I've arrived." A cold chuckle came from the other end. "Go ahead. Let's make this press conference eventful." "Understood." The man respectfully ended the call, grabbed his camera, and stepped out of the van. Around 1020 in the morning, the TV series press conference finally began. First, a stretch limousine pulled up in front of the hotel, and then the director stepped out, his face beaming with joy. After a burst of flash photography, he calmly walked into the hotel. Shortly after, the director and his team entered, the main attraction arrived. Dressed in a white suit that accentuated his tall, upright figure, he wore polished leather shoes. His features were handsome and proud, with a faint smile always lingering at the corners of his mouth. He was Oh Chiheo. Oh Chiheo, born for the camera. Quick shoot. It's Oh Chiheo. Aim the cameras now. Oh Chiheo's appearance sent the waiting reporters into a frenzy, all turning their lenses toward him as a cacophony of clicking shutters filled the air. Instead of heading straight into the hotel after getting out of the car, Oh Chiheo stood outside, gracefully extending his right hand to take a delicate jade-like hand. Fang Yuanjing emerged. All eyes first caught sight of a pair of pink high heels, and as her feet touched the ground, a face of breathtaking beauty came into view. She wore a long red dress that revealed her elegant collarbone. Her lightly powdered face was flawless and fair. Cherry lips, limpid eyes, every smile and frown carried an irresistible charm. For a moment, everyone felt as if their breath had stopped, only to snap back to reality seconds later and frantically snap photos of Fang Yuanjing. Oh Chiheo politely held Fang Yuanjing's hand, and as if walking a red carpet, they slowly approached the hotel under the envious gazes of all, leaving only 2 elegant silhouettes for the reporters. "Reporters, please enter. The press conference begins." A wave of motion followed as the reporters, upon receiving permission from the staff, grabbed their equipment and filed in orderly. Inside the hotel, a large banner had been hung early reading, "Welcome friends from the media to the press conference of You Don't Know I Love You." It looked exceptionally grand. Below the banner was a long table with nameplates indicating where the director and lead actors would sit. After all the reporters had set up their equipment and taken out their notebooks for questions, the host slowly appeared. The host said cheerfully, "Welcome everyone to the press conference of You Don't Know I Love You. Let's invite the chief director, Lai Shuiming." Director Lai Shuiming is the younger brother of Lai Shuiqing, a famous Taiwanese idol drama director. Together they have worked on dramas like Prince Who Turns Into a Frog and are well known in the industry. After a lengthy introduction, Lai Shuiming walked out with a smile, nodding to the reporters, and took his seat amid applause. "Next, welcome the assistant director. Next, welcome the marketing director." The press conference proceeded with one introduction after another, seemingly endless. Though the reporters knew they weren't there for these behind-the-scenes figures, they still politely applauded continuously. "Now let's welcome the male lead of You Don't Know I Love You. Oh Chiheo." The host's words ignited the atmosphere. All cameras turned to Oh Chiheo as he made his grand entrance under the spotlight. Oh Chiheo waved amiably to the reporters below and then sat to the director's right. "Next, let's warmly welcome the actress playing the second female lead, Fang Yuanjing." Unsurprisingly, Fang Yuanjing's appearance once again brought the atmosphere to a climax, with even the so-called female lead being largely ignored. The second female lead simply stole the show. Aware that she was still a newcomer in the acting world, Fang Yuanjing entered with a humble slight bow before sitting next to Oh Chiheo. The host smiled and said, "Now let's have our creative team introduce themselves one by one." With that, the press conference moved into the self-introduction session. When it was Oh Chiheo's turn, he smiled and said, "I don't have much to say about myself. I think it's better to let everyone spend more time watching the drama than listening to me." Oh Chiheo's words not only pleased the director, but also drew laughter from the reporters. After Oh Chiheo, it was Fang Yuanjing's turn. Though nervous inside, she had been in the entertainment industry long enough not to be stage-struck. "Hello everyone, I'm the newcomer actress Fang Yuanjing. Please take care of me, dear friends of the press." A warm smile graced her lips as she spoke, causing a flutter in the hearts of the male reporters present. Oh Chiheo breathed a slight sigh of relief. He had initially worried that Fang Yuanjing might be too nervous to know what to do. It seemed he had been overly concerned. After all, Fang Yuanjing was no amateur. The host then announced, "Now it's time for the interview session. Please begin." Hearing this, Fang Yuanjing's initially calm composure began to tense, her heart racing slightly. She knew the main event had finally arrived. All the previous introductions were merely a prelude to the interview. You never knew what tricky questions those sharp-tongued reporters might throw at you. That's how reporters were. They would employ every means to dig up juicy scandals from the stars. Sure enough, as soon as the host finished speaking, reporters began asking questions in an orderly manner, starting with the director, questions about the drama's expected ratings, and other harmless topics. Then came the actor's turn. Naturally, most questions were directed at Oh Chae-ho, given his fame, so the reporter's attention was primarily on him. As for Fong Yuanjing, though she was somewhat known in the music industry, she was still a newcomer as an actress, so she received fewer questions than Oh Chae-ho. At that moment, a reporter wearing glasses took the microphone and smiled at Fong Yuanjing, saying, "I have a few questions for Miss Fong." Fong Yuanjing paused briefly, then picked up her own microphone and replied with a smile, "Please go ahead with your questions." The bespectacled reporter smiled and asked, "Miss Fong, this is your first time acting in a TV drama. How do you feel about it? And did anything interesting happen during the filming?" So that was the problem. Fong Yuanjing breathed a sigh of relief inwardly, having expected a far more thorny question only to receive one as formulaic as this. Even if her agent hadn't briefed her, Fong Yuanjing knew how to answer such a question. She flashed a sweet smile and said, "Regarding this question, my answer is actually quite simple. As a non-professional actor, being able to participate in a drama series like this and earning the appreciation of the director and the crew fills me with immense joy." Neither humble nor arrogant, Fong Yuanjing's response was nothing short of textbook perfect. The director nodded lightly, thinking, "Not bad, this girl is quite something. She knows humility, and humility is a virtue." The reporter in glasses chuckled, then continued, "I see. I heard that Miss Fong's role in this drama was thanks to the recommendation of Mr. Oh Chae-ho. Is that true?" Though Fong Yuanjing had no idea where such a rumor originated, she still nodded with a smile. "Yes, that's correct." The bespectacled reporter pressed on, "I see. We all know that in the drama you play the ex-girlfriend of Oh Chae-ho. May I ask, in real life, would you fall for a man like him?" Fong Yuanjing was slightly taken aback. She glanced at Oh Chae-ho, then answered with a smile, "Of course. Brother Oh is kind to every junior. Given that, I think any girl would like him." Her words were cleverly crafted, neither a denial nor an admission, leaving ambiguity hanging in the air. The bespectacled reporter seemed unsatisfied and pressed further. "Then what exactly are your feelings toward Oh Chae-ho right now?" "My dear reporter friend." A flicker of displeasure crossed Oh Chae-ho's eyes. Such personal questions were rarely raised at a drama premiere by a professional journalist. This reporter was far too unprofessional. "Today is the drama's press conference. Don't you think your questions are straying from the topic?" Anyone could sense the anger simmering in Oh Chae-ho's voice. Under normal circumstances, the reporter should have immediately ceased such inquiries. Yet the bespectacled reporter remained utterly unfazed, continuing in a snide tone, "Mr. Oh, please don't be upset. I simply have a few questions I'd like to ask Miss Fong." "Miss Fong doesn't wish to answer your questions." "Oh, why is Mr. Oh so protective of Miss Fong? Could it be that the rumors about you two being a couple are actually true?" "Of course not." Both answered simultaneously in denial. Yet in Fong Yuanjing's heart lurked a trace of guilt, while Oh Chae-ho felt a deep, bitter disappointment. "There you heard it. Miss Fong and I are just good friends." Next reporter. Oh Chae-ho clearly had no intention of wasting more words with this journalist, so he quickly signaled for a change. "Mr. Oh." The bespectacled reporter interrupted him again for some unknown reason. He placed his bag on the table, slowly unzipping it as he spoke. "I have one last question for Miss Fong." Oh Chae-ho was about to lose his temper, but Fong Yuanjing gently patted his hand to calm him down, then said, "Please go ahead. I just want to ask, does Miss Fong have a boyfriend?" "Of course not. If I did, I would make it public." "Oh, Miss Fong, you don't seem to respect us reporters very much. If you're already living together with someone, why deceive us?" Living together. That single phrase from the glasses-wearing reporter sent the entire venue into an uproar. Fong Yuanjing was living with someone. The innocent reporter Fong Yuanjing was cohabiting. Fong Yuanjing said angrily, "My dear reporter friend, please watch your words, or I can sue you for defamation." "Defamation?" The reporter sneered. "We journalists have professional ethics. We never defame anyone." With that, he pulled a laptop from his bag, opened it, walked over to Fong Yuanjing, and pressed the spacebar. "If you're not living together, then who is this man?" Bang! The screen lit up, revealing dozens of neatly arranged photos. They showed Fong Yuanjing and Qiu Chen. Though Qiu Chen's face was somewhat blurry, Fong Yuanjing's features were crystal clear. Fong Yuanjing stood frozen like a statue. Oh Chae-ho's gaze swept over the images, landing on one where Fong Yuanjing was putting sunglasses on Qiu Chen. Her smiling face was especially dazzling. At that moment, Oh Chae-ho felt a sharp pang in his heart. Initially, he had thought the reporter's words were utter nonsense, but upon seeing the photos with his own eyes, he couldn't stop his heart from clenching. The photos weren't doctored. That meant Fong Yuanjing really was seeing someone. What shocked him most was the last photo. It showed Fong Yuanjing returning to an apartment with that man. The truth was undeniable. "So, still want to sue me for defamation?" The reporter's eyes gleamed with malice as he spoke triumphantly. Fong Yuanjing was completely dazed. How could this be? She had been photographed. She had only gone out shopping with Chen once, and it had been captured on camera, then brought out at her own drama premiere. Someone was clearly targeting her. Who? A sudden thought flashed through her mind. A suspicious figure entered her thoughts. Was it him? Yes, it had to be him. Only he would resort to such unscrupulous tactics. The other reporters had initially shared Qiu's skepticism, but seeing Fang Yuanjing's expression now, it was evidently true. One by one they stood up and thrust microphones forward. Miss Fang, is it true you're cohabiting? Who is he? Why haven't you mentioned him before? Miss Fang, please say something. Fang Yuanjing snapped out of her daze and quickly said, no, it's not true. We're just friends. Friends who go home together and spend the night. Just admit it. Yes, yes. The reporters were clearly unwilling to let her off, so easily pressing further. Fang Yuanjing covered her ears and shouted, really, there's nothing. Stop asking. There's nothing. If there's nothing, then tell us the man's name. Refusing to say, is that because you're guilty? No. What had started as a promising press conference was rapidly devolving into a farce. The director's face turned completely black. In a villa on the outskirts of town, a man elegantly lifted his wine glass, watching the live feed streamed from his phone. A cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he murmured to himself, Fang Yuanjing, the show has just begun. Do hold on. The press conference had spiraled into an unforeseen situation, catching everyone off guard. The reporters were relentlessly aggressive, bombarding Fang Yuanjing with questions about whether she was cohabiting and who the man was. Even when the host attempted to divert the topic, there was no way to stop them. You couldn't simply have security escort them out unless you wanted the headlines of every major newspaper the next day to read, TV drama press conference, throws a tantrum, evicts reporters on the spot. The organizers were no fools, and neither was the director. No one wished to be responsible for such a debacle. As for Fang Yuanjing, the very person at the center, she was both vexed and aggrieved. She had never imagined that her rumored relationship with Qiu Chen would be exposed at such a moment. Yet facing the relentless reporters, she had no way to utter Qiu Chen's name. Even if it were true, which it wasn't, she still didn't want to drag him into the spotlight. For reasons she couldn't fathom, she simply didn't. Stop asking me. I told you it's not true. Noticing the director's face darkening, Fang Yuanjing grew angry as well. If not for her identity as a celebrity, she would have wanted to scream at the top of her lungs. Why would it not be true? Isn't there photographic evidence? The instigator, a bespectacled reporter, interjected with a sarcastic tone, reigniting the fervor of the other journalists. Yes, please explain the events in these photos, Miss Fang. If you're dating, if you're living together, just admit it. I'm sure the majority of your fans will offer their blessings. That's right, Miss Fang, just come clean. What exactly do you want me to come clean about? No matter how strong Fang Yuanjing's mental fortitude was at this moment, she could no longer endure the incessant questions from these reporters, who felt like buzzing flies. Reflecting on her predicament, she felt utterly isolated and helpless. No one stood behind her to offer support. No one was willing to speak a word in her defense. Humph. Of course, come clean about the fact that you're living with your boyfriend. Enough. Qiu's voice cut coldly through the chaos. He strode to Fang Yuanjing's side, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. Don't you think it's rude to question a young lady like this? While the reporters might have been fearless when confronting Fang Yuanjing, they felt a measure of trepidation when facing Qiu. He was no ordinary A-lister, they dared not offend him. But we're only seeking the truth. As media professionals, we have the right to represent the public in obtaining and disseminating the truth. For some unknown reason, the bespectacled reporter seemed determined to oppose Qiu, contradicting him at every turn as if vying for dominance. A sharp glint flashed in Qiu's eyes. It was clear that this reporter had come specifically targeting Yuanjing, his every word pushing her further into a corner. Yes, mister. Oh, you're not related to Miss Fang. You have no right to prevent us from knowing the truth. The bespectacled reporter's instigation roused the other journalists, who were only too eager to stir up trouble. They likely thought, at least I'm not the one who started it. If Qiu wants to take revenge, he'll go after the glasses guy first. Qiu said coldly, what truth do you want? The truth about whether Miss Fang is actually cohabiting. Very well. Qiu let out a sigh, then said, since you insist, I'll tell you Xiaojing is indeed living with someone. Brother Ou. Fang Yuanjing could never have imagined that Qiu would say such a thing. It was like a stab in the back. Now even if she wanted to deny it, there was no way. The reporters, equally astonished by his bombshell, pressed on eagerly, so mister. Oh, you know who's living with Miss Fang? Of course I do. Qiu gazed at Fang Yuanjing with tender eyes, then said the time has come to stop hiding it. Fang Yuanjing met his gaze speechless. Had even her trusted brother O abandoned her side at this moment? Why did she feel both a sense of loss and a piercing pain in her heart? Because the one living with Xiaojing is me. Qiu lifted his eyes to address everyone, dropping another shocking statement. The entire room fell into dead silence. Explosive. This was undoubtedly the most explosive news of the year. Qiu was living with Fang Yuanjing. The prince of idol dramas and the pure voice singer were cohabiting. Fang Yuanjing was even more bewildered. She had never expected Qiu to say such a thing. But in an instant she understood he was protecting her. Remembering how she had doubted him moments ago, Fang Yuanjing felt a twinge of guilt. She looked up at him, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. To the reporters, this display appeared as a touching moment of affection. A female journalist excitedly asked, Mr. Oh, why didn't you announce your relationship earlier? Oh Chiheo smiled, faintly tightening his arm around Fang Yuanjing's shoulders. As everyone knows, Xiaojing's singing career has just begun. I didn't want our relationship to hinder her path, so I chose to keep it hidden. Then why reveal it now? Because since we've been photographed, I no longer wish to hide. Besides, he paused, his gaze fixed on Fang Yuanjing. I don't want to put my woman in a difficult position. That was never the intention of my love. Oh Chiheo's heartfelt words filled the atmosphere with a rosy glow. Fang Yuanjing felt her heart pounding wildly. Even though she knew Oh Chiheo was merely saving her from the situation, she couldn't help but feel her heart race. Wishing you both happiness, the female reporter exclaimed cheerfully. Thank you, Oh Chiheo replied with a gracious nod. The atmosphere gradually eased. Some even began to speculate. No wonder Oh Chiheo had recommended Fang Yuanjing for this TV drama. They were already living together. Mr. Oh, you claim Miss Fang is your girlfriend, but I can't help feeling this is a staged rescue act, the bespectacled reporter interjected, once more sowing doubt in the minds of the others. Indeed, why announce it now during the crisis of Fang Yuanjing's reputation rather than earlier? It was only natural to suspect a cover-up. Hearing this, Oh Chiheo's expression froze for a moment. Then he countered, then what in your opinion would prove that Xiaojing and I are in a relationship? The bespectacled journalist smiled, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. I have no authority to decide this alone. After all, everyone here is a member of the press. My individual opinion would hardly carry enough weight to satisfy the crowd. I mean no offense, oh, like all my journalist friends, I merely wish to uncover the truth. His words were crafted with considerable skill. Between the lines there was not a hint of personal subjectivity. Instead, he drew all the journalists into the same boat, ensuring he did not appear to be deliberately making things difficult for Oh Chiheo and the other party. As expected, upon hearing these words, the journalists nodded in immediate agreement. Many grew restless again, even beginning to wonder if Oh Chiheo's earlier heartfelt speech was merely a staged gimmick to rescue Fang Yuanjing. Fang Yuanjing offered a bitter smile. This bespectacled journalist had clearly come for her today. If this continued, not only would Brother Oh be unable to save her, but his reputation might also suffer. She had to resolve this quickly and could not drag him down with her. She was lost in thought when, before she could make any move, Oh Chiheo tightly grasped her hand, their fingers interlacing firmly. Smiling faintly, he addressed the crowd. If I can prove that Xiaojing and I are truly boyfriend and girlfriend, will you stop your speculations? Exactly. We only wish to provide the public with the most authentic account. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Oh Chiheo's mouth as he said coolly, then I shall give you your answer. Before anyone could comprehend what was happening, he pulled Fang Yuanjing's hand toward him, gently rotated his body, and placed his hands on either side of her head, smiling softly. Could it be? Could it be? A single possibility struck everyone's mind simultaneously. Astonished, they quickly raised their cameras, aiming them at Oh Chiheo and Fang Yuanjing, waiting in silence to see if he would perform the act they all anticipated. Oh Chiheo's gaze met Fang Yuanjing's. Her heart pounded relentlessly, and a sheen of sweat formed on her palms. Was he going to kiss her? What should she do? Reject him or accept it? If she refused, it would not only cause Oh Chiheo to lose face, but she would surely not escape this predicament today. Yet if she did not refuse, a sense of resistance lingered in her heart. In that fleeting instant she thought of Qiu Chen. However, Oh Chiheo's eyes were so profound, his gaze filled with such deep affection, that it seemed capable of completely melting the softest corner of her heart. She decided to let go of all hesitation. Gently biting her crimson lips, she closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling ever so slightly. Oh Chiheo leaned in slowly. As everyone watched with wide eyes, he gently pressed his lips against Fang Yuanjing's red ones. Thump! Thump! Fang Yuanjing felt her lips blocked by a pair of softness. Oh Chiheo's lips rested tenderly against hers, moving slowly, releasing a fragrant scent. Oh Chiheo closed his eyes in enjoyment, while Fang Yuanjing almost imperceptibly rested her hands on his shoulders. She was becoming lost in the moment. As for Oh Chiheo, he felt the softness before him was sweet, yet tinged with a hint of bitterness. Was this the taste of a first kiss? A gasp rippled through the crowd. Everyone erupted in murmurs of astonishment. No one expected to witness such a scene at an idol drama press conference. It was clear that tomorrow's headline would read Idol Drama Prince and Angelic Singer Reveal Romance Passionate Kiss at Press Conference. Who would still care about the bespectacled journalist's doubts? Who would believe them? They had just kissed. If that was not proof, nothing could be. Click, click. Camera flashes went off incessantly. The journalists, acting like professional photographers, constantly shifted angles to capture Oh Chiheo and Fang Yuanjing. The couple seemed to have forgotten they were at a press conference, their lips locked together as they allowed themselves to be photographed. This moment was destined to go down in history. An hour later, the tumultuous press conference finally concluded. The journalists, once aggressive, left satisfied with their cameras. All of this was thanks to Oh Chiheo's single kiss. The director, naturally convinced that Fang Yuanjing and Oh Chiheo were truly together, shifted his attitude and cheerfully bid Fang Yuanjing farewell. Oh Chiheo did not exit with Fang Yuanjing. Instead, he headed backstage, presumably to meet his agent. Fang Yuanjing sat in her nanny car, lost in thought. She was distracted by the kiss just moments before and worried about whether Oh Chiheo would face punishment for today's events. Fang Yuanjing gently touched her lips, which still retained the lingering scent of Oh Chiheo. It was her first kiss. Though it had vanished so inexplicably, she did not detest it in the slightest. She only worried about how she would explain this to Qiu Chen. Claiming nothing happened was impossible, not with so many witnesses. Fang Yuanjing was certain that tomorrow's entertainment headlines would feature her kiss with Oh Chiheo. Why did she feel the need to explain to Qiu Chen? Even she could not fathom it. Ring ring. The phone rang. Seeing an unknown number, Fang Yuanjing chose not to answer and casually placed the phone on the passenger seat. However, the ringing was relentless. It stopped then resumed. Ignoring it did not make it cease. Annoyed, Fang Yuanjing snatched up the phone and said coldly, "Who is this?" "Tsk tisk, you don't sound like you're in a good mood, sister." The man's voice on the other end dripped with mockery. Fang Yuanjing's grip on the phone tightened. Taking a deep breath, she said coldly, "It's really you. Tsk tisk, you're not entirely stupid. I just wanted to tell you that Oh Chiheo shielding you this time means you've escaped one danger. But next time, perhaps you won't even live to see the next time." Huh. After finishing his sentence, the man hung up abruptly. Damn it. Furious, Fang Yuanjing threw her phone to the ground. The tender feelings that had briefly surfaced in her heart vanished instantly. Recalling the man's words, Fang Yuanjing felt on the verge of exploding with rage, while a sense of powerlessness welled up within her. Why? Why did this man continually target her and her mother when they were the ones suffering? Fang Yuanjing took several deep breaths, striving to suppress her emotions. Muttering to herself, she asked, "Why? Why must you force my hand? What exactly do you want from me?" Qiu Chen was still unaware of what had happened at Fang Yuanjing's press conference, as they were currently on the bus heading to the last scenic spot of Mount Tai. Qiu Chen was feeling quite annoyed, because ever since they got on the bus, Lily and Wang Hao had been showing off their affection, really torturing a single guy like him. Especially that little woman Lily, as if deliberately trying to provoke Qiu Chen, kept feeding Wang Hao ice cream, while saying "honey saya." Unbearable, absolutely unbearable. That perverted Wang Hao with a look of pure enjoyment kept eating the ice cream, making Qiu Chen feel for the first time that couples were so annoying. Feier watched the two of them, rolled her eyes, then scooped a big spoonful of ice cream, and handed it to Qiu Chen, saying with a grin, "Chen, let me feed you too." Qiu Chen was so touched at this moment, only his own Feier cared about him. This guy, to vent his frustration, deliberately opened his mouth wide, while eating, and after finishing said with great happiness, "Feier, you're so good to me." Wang Hao and Lily both rolled their eyes. Was this guy trying to compete with them in showing affection? Lily, that bold little woman, directly put down the ice cream, then suddenly kissed Wang Hao on the mouth, then stroked his face, and shot a provocative glance at Qiu Chen. "How's your mouth get sweeter after a few days without kissing?" Qiu Chen's mouth twitched slightly. He had to admit defeat to Lily. Even if he envied such a move, he couldn't compare with her. After all, he couldn't just kiss Feier himself, could he? Although he had been forcibly kissed by Feier a few times, doing it in front of others was still a bit embarrassing. Why did he feel his mouth being blocked? Soft and fragrant. Qiu Chen was stunned, then quickly realized, looking at Feier, who was extremely close to him. She was now closing her eyes with a look of enjoyment and kissing him on the lips. Damn it, kissed again. Wang Hao and Lily exchanged a glance, then smiled softly. Feeling the amusement in their eyes, Qiu Chen quickly pushed Feier away and explained, "Feier was just wiping my mouth for me." Haha, as a younger sister wiping her elder brother's mouth, Feier is indeed very caring. Wang Hao almost fell over, couldn't help but tease, "I say, Chinzi, this excuse of yours is really too awesome." Qiu Chen's mouth twitched, but he said nothing. He guessed that these two had never believed he and Feier were so-called siblings from the first time they saw her. That was true, they weren't siblings anyway. Thinking of this, Qiu Chen turned his gaze to Feier and found her staring blankly, touching her own lips, lost in thought. A strange feeling surged in Qiu Chen's heart, but he didn't know what it was. The rest of the time passed much more easily. The four of them went to explore the last scenic spot of Mount Tai and then stayed at a guest house, because after tonight they would be leaving tomorrow. Feier had been smiling happily all along, but only she knew in her heart that the old woman's 3-day deadline had only 2 days left. What should she do in these 2 days? Feier didn't know. She was torn. She didn't want to die, nor did she want to hurt Qiu Chen, because in her heart he was the most important person. As for why he had silently become the most important person, perhaps it was time's fault. Time indeed is sometimes such an inexplicable thing. That evening after dinner, Qiu Chen and the others gathered in the guest house living room. Lily suggested playing cards. Although Qiu Chen felt it was very boring seeing Feier's curious look, he had to agree. After playing cards for a while, Feier grew bored again. She put down her cards and said unhappily, "Sister Lily, this isn't fun." Wasn't it boring? Qiu Chen felt he was about to fall asleep. Lily was also helpless, saying, "But it's still early until dawn. If I don't do something, I can't sleep." Wang Hao smirked and leaned in. "There are some things we can do back in the room." Annoying. Qiu Chen's mouth twitched, and he patted the table in dissatisfaction. Hey, you two, there's still Feier here. Don't corrupt the child." Feier moved closer and asked curiously, "Chen, what are Sister Lily and Brother Wang going to do in the room?" "Kids don't understand, don't ask." Qiu Chen held his head in despair. Ahem. Although Lily was a tomboy, she couldn't help feeling a bit shy at this moment. She quickly changed the subject and said to Fayer, since you're so bored, how about I take you out to play? Fayer quickly waved her hands. No need, no need. Sister Lily always goes shopping. Lily said seriously, Fayer, you don't understand. If a woman doesn't go shopping, she has no value. But last time you said if a woman doesn't eat, she has no value. Fayer weakly added. Qiu Chen burst out laughing while Wang Hao wanted to laugh, but didn't dare. Fayer's ability to deliver a finishing blow was truly profound. Ahem. Lily was embarrassed again. She directly took out her laptop and said, since we have nothing to do, let's watch a movie. After saying this, Lily started searching on the computer. Fayer curiously gathered around. Lily clicked on a web page, then gave a sound, looking very surprised they got together. Qiu Chen said indifferently, you Fujoshi, which drama have you got your eyes on now? Lily rolled her eyes. No, it's a news article saying that at yesterday's TV drama press conference, Fang Yuanjing and Oh Chihao admitted their relationship. What? Qiu Chen was stunned, then quickly walked over. Are you serious? Lily said, why would I lie to you? There's even a picture here. Wow, I didn't expect her to be so bold, using a kiss to announce the relationship. Kiss. Qiu Chen felt his heart suddenly ache. He stepped forward, directly pushed aside the three people gathered around the computer, and looked at the photo. Fang Yuanjing closed her eyes, allowing Oh Chihao to kiss her red lips, the two gazing tenderly at each other. Senior sister, is she really with Oh Chihao? The photo was not photoshopped, which meant it really happened. But why did knowing this make his heart feel so painful? I say, Chenzi, why are you so excited? Usually you never care about entertainment news. Could it be that you like Fang Yuanjing? Lily said it seemingly as a joke. Qiu Chen was stunned. Did he like Fang Yuanjing? Did he? I'm going out for a walk. Qiu Chen left a word, and then walked out the door. Fayer's gaze was thoughtful, not knowing what she was thinking, but just looking at Qiu Chen's back, her heart suddenly felt suffocated. I'll go out for a walk too. These were Fayer's words. A gentle breeze carried a chill, and moonlight spilled softly over Qiu Chen's shoulders. Alone, he wandered to a nearby park, and sat down quietly. How did I end up here? Qiu Chen murmured to himself, unsure of his own emotions. Was it heartache, or perhaps reluctance? Fang Yuanjing held a special place in his heart. Qiu Chen still remembered the first time he met her. He had been captivated by her poise and maturity. Love, it seemed, was only a matter of time. Though many things had happened since then, Fang Yuanjing remained irreplaceable in his heart, a position even Fayer could not take. Though Qiu Chen was somewhat socially awkward, he sensed that Fang Yuanjing's attitude toward him was distinct. He had even wondered more than once whether she would accept a confession if he were brave enough. Unsure of her true feelings, their relationship remained shrouded in ambiguity, somewhere between love and friendship. Perhaps this was what some called a bond beyond friendship, yet short of romance. Though he could not confirm Fang Yuanjing's true feelings, time had allowed Qiu Chen to recognize his own heart. He liked her. Some might even say he harbored a secret crush. Qiu Chen had always intended to keep these feelings hidden, waiting for the right moment to confess. Yet tonight he had stumbled upon news he never expected to see. Was this a blow to him? Am I experiencing a broken heart? Qiu Chen offered a bitter smile, shook his head, and sighed. No, he had never truly been in love, so how could he claim to have lost it? Though he outwardly mocked Wang Hao and Lily's public displays of affection, inwardly, he felt only envy. At 22, never having been in a relationship was, he feared, his greatest sorrow. His thoughts drifted elsewhere. When Qiu Chen first saw the photo, his initial reaction was to dismiss it as media hype. But upon closer inspection, he noticed Fang Yuanjing's expression was natural, showing no sign of resistance. Perhaps she truly liked Oh Chihao. After all, Oh Chihao was famous, handsome, and the kind of man any girl would admire. So why did Qiu Chen feel such an overwhelming sense of pain? Was it because he could not bear to see this ending? Qiu Chen offered another bitter smile and pulled out his phone. There were no messages from Fang Yuanjing nor any missed calls. Qiu Chen laughed at himself. Perhaps Fang Yuanjing truly saw him only as a friend. Perhaps all his suspicions about her feelings were nothing but his own imagination. He placed his phone back in his pocket. Without contact or explanation from Fang Yuanjing, he no longer knew how to face her or what tone to use when speaking to her in the future. Perhaps he should cut ties completely. Chen. Fayer's voice rang out sweetly. She had appeared behind him without him noticing. Qiu Chen took a deep breath but did not turn around. Why are you out? Didn't I ask you to stay home with Lily and the others? Fayer remained silent. After a brief moment, Qiu Chen felt her arms wrap around him. Fayer, you. Don't speak. Fayer held him tightly and said firmly, Chen, my heart aches. Does yours hurt as well? Qiu Chen was taken aback, then paused. Touching his chest, he offered a wry smile. My heart hurts, so why does yours hurt too? Because I can sense it, so I feel it too, Fayer murmured. Chen, please stop hurting. Seeing you like this makes me suffer more than you. Fayer was indeed in pain. Watching Qiu Chen walk away, his figure desolate, felt as though a knife were twisting in her heart. At that moment, she also realized something precious was slipping away. Fayer, are you worried about me? When he was suffering, was Fayer the only one comforting and caring for him? Fayer nodded, still whispering, of course I worry. I don't want to see you like this. I want to see the mischievous, cheerful Chun because I like that Chun. Because I like that Chun. A single tear slowly trickled down Qiu Chen's cheek. It was the most beautiful words he had ever heard. Perhaps Feier's place in his heart had quietly grown all along. Haha, very well. I won't feel this way anymore. I will become that Chen again. Qiu Chen laughed heartily, turned to face Feier, and pulled her into an embrace. Because you like that version of me, I am willing to become him again for you. Feier smiled, gently patting Qiu Chen's head. That's wonderful, truly wonderful. Qiu Chen laughed again, holding Feier tighter. Feier, promise me you won't leave. If you leave too, I truly won't know what to do. He did not know why those words came to his lips, only a sudden, overwhelming sense of dread drove him. Feier paused, then a smile bloomed on her face. I will not leave you. Qiu Chen and Feier remained embraced for a long while before finally parting. Feier rubbed her stomach and said, Chen, I'm hungry. Qiu Chen smiled helplessly. Are you a pig? Eat, sleep, eat, sleep. Don't call me that. I'm not a pig. Pigs are ugly. Feier pouted and gently punched his shoulder. Stop it. Calling you a pig is a compliment. The pigs are cute. So you must like pigs then. Of course pigs are cuter than you. Chen, go die. Feier cried out in mock indignation, then kicked him on the rear and took off running. Qiu Chen rubbed his rear and shouted indignantly, Feier, how dare you kick me? Just wait until I catch you, you're done for. Not a chance. Catch me if you can. Just you wait, Feier. Beneath the moonlight, the young man and woman chased each other with laughter, a scene of pure sweetness that made one deeply yearn to remain within it. Years later, when Qiu Chen recalled this moment, he could only offer a faint, bittersweet smile as tears traced paths down his cheeks. Such is the human world. By the time you wish to cherish something, it may already be gone. Time is such a cruel and unforgiving force. Qiu Chen was not the type to dwell on things. Since Feng Yuanjing was already with Ochiheo, he felt that the only thing he could do was to wish them well. After the trip to Mount Tai, the four of them returned to the city by car. Lily didn't want to part with Feier so soon, so instead of hurrying back to her own dormitory with Wang Hao, she went straight to Qiu Chen's apartment. What was even more pitiful was that the host Qiu Chen had no right to voice an opinion, watching Lily and Wang Hao act as if they were at their own home with complete ease. For some reason, Qiu Chen had a bad feeling about this. Although Lily and Wang Hao had visited before, it had always been just the two of them. Now with Feier also at home plus Lily, he felt that these two little women might do something earth-shattering. Chen, I'm hungry. Not long after arriving home, Feier pouted and said to Qiu Chen. Qiu Chen was completely helpless with her, nodded resignedly and said, Wait, let me cook something for you. Chen, I'm hungry too. Lily imitated Feier's tone and said to Qiu Chen. Qiu Chen rolled his eyes, gave her a glare, and said, If you're hungry, that's not my responsibility. Ask your man to deal with it. Lily pouted, grabbed Wang Hao's arm, and whined, Haozi, he's bullying me. Wang Hao's mouth twitched, then he deliberately said loudly to Qiu Chen, Chenzi, you dare to bully my woman. I challenge you to a duel. Qiu Chen gave him a disdainful look and said calmly, Whip, no ambition. In the end, Qiu Chen still went to cook. Though he bickered with Lily, he couldn't bear to let her go hungry. After all these years, Qiu Chen had long regarded Lily and Wang Hao as family. However, he still dragged Wang Hao along, thinking that he couldn't let Wang Hao, who was showing off his affection with Lily, off the hook so easily. While washing vegetables, Wang Hao nudged Qiu Chen with a mischievous grin and said, Chenzi, you and Feier are living quite well, but it seems you've swapped roles. Qiu Chen didn't think much and instinctively asked, Swapped roles how? Wang Hao chuckled softly. Usually the wife cooks and the husband rests, but here it's you doing the cooking. Qiu Chen's face darkened, and he said irritably, Dead mouse, if you keep blabbing, I'll stuff this celery into your mouth. Oh, getting shy now? Wang Hao teased, then turned serious and said, Chenzi, joking aside, Feier is a good girl. If you like her, just take her in. She's my sister. For some reason, whenever this topic came up, Qiu Chen felt a pang of guilt. Come on, who the hell believes that? Wang Hao said scornfully. Wang Hao continued, You say you and Feier are siblings, but no ghost would believe that. Actually, Lily and I can both see that Feier likes you. It's your attitude that we're not sure about. Feier likes me. Qiu Chen was hesitant. Feier had always said things like, I like you, but he had always thought she was joking. Now hearing Wang Hao say it, Qiu Chen felt a stir of happiness in his heart. Wang Hao said, Yeah, only someone with such low emotional intelligence as you wouldn't see it. Look at the way Feier looks at you. It's the same way Lily looks at me, full of affection. If you like her, just take her. If you lack confidence, I can teach you. Get lost, I don't need you and Lily playing matchmaker. Wang Hao shrugged, then asked again, Hey Chenzi, what was wrong with you yesterday? After seeing that message you ran out, and then Feier ran out too. Yesterday. The photos he had seen yesterday flashed through Qiu Chen's mind, and a wave of sadness surged again. Nothing. Qiu Chen brushed it off lightly. Alright. Wang Hao could tell Qiu Chen was deflecting, but didn't press further. After dinner, Feier, fully revived, went to the room with Lily to play games. Apparently, they had discovered a game called Cream Boy. Qiu Chen spent a long time mocking the game's name, only to learn that it was about a protagonist armed with cream cake fighting monsters. Qiu Chen expressed his utter confusion at the game developers of today, feeling he had been left behind by the times. Wang Hao left due to prior commitments, while Qiu Chen sat on the sofa reading a novel titled Living with the Vampire Girlfriend. It was said to be the masterpiece of Tang Zi, a 90s contemporary novelist, incredibly popular and well received by many young people. Qiu Chen put down the book, sneered, and said, I really don't understand modern aesthetics. How can such a silly piece of writing be so popular? Ring ring. At that moment Qiu Chen's phone rang. He took it out, and saw the name displayed, Fong Yuanjing. Qiu Chen was taken aback. Should he answer or not? He had already decided to bless her, so maybe he shouldn't answer. But would it be rude not to? And if he did answer, what should he say? Qiu Chen was at a loss. After a long silence, Qiu Chen picked up the call, and walked outside at the same time. In Feyer's room, after killing many monsters with a cream cake, Feyer excitedly slammed the keyboard, and shook Lily's hand, saying, Sister Lily, this game is so fun. Lily chuckled, of course. This game is developed by the hottest studio now, Jiaosu Studio. How could it not be popular? Is this studio really amazing? Feyer bit her finger, and asked. Lily explained, of course. Let me tell you about the games they've made before: Angry Birds, Bear League, Crossfire, Bumper Racing. All of them are theirs. Wow, that's really impressive. Feyer clapped with a smile. Having nothing much to do, she had become a full-fledged game enthusiast under Lily's guidance, so she was quite familiar with these games. Lily chuckled, then said, Feyer, why don't we call Qiu Chen up to play with us? Feyer tilted her head and asked, but would Chen like these? Last time he saw me playing, he said it was too non-mainstream. Sister Lily, what's non-mainstream? Lily thought for a moment, and said, it means not fun, too trashy. Qiu Chen looks down on your skills. Lily, you're outright framing him. Huh, are my skills really that bad? Feyer pouted, looking very unhappy. Lily laughed, of course not. It's Qiu Chen who doesn't understand. How about this, we call him up to play together, let him see your skills with his own eyes, and then he'll shut up. Feyer nodded and smiled. Okay, let's do that. With that, the two little women hand in hand went downstairs. Chen, what are you doing? The innocent goddess Feyer had finally been persuaded by Lily, and as the two descended the stairs, Feyer let out a loud cry. However, upon reaching the ground floor, they discovered that Qiu Chen was not there. Chen, where are you? Where did you go? Feyer let go of Lily's hand, and began opening room after room in search of him. Lily sat on the sofa and smiled, saying, Silly sister, don't you have a mobile phone? You could have just called him. With that, Lily calmly took out her phone and dialed Qiu Chen's number. The subscriber you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Lily's expression darkened slightly. Listening to the pleasant automated voice from the phone, she hung up immediately. Feyer walked over and asked, How is it, Sister Lily? Where is Chen? Lily replied, Chen's phone won't connect. Then where did he go? Chen never leaves without telling me. Feyer sat beside Lily, bewildered, muttering to herself. Lily shrugged and said impatiently, Who cares? Men sometimes love this mysterious disappearance act. How's he often doesn't answer my calls either? He must be busy with something. Is that so? Of course. Lily turned to look at her, then smiled and hugged her, saying, Sister Feyer, look at how nice the weather is. Shouldn't we go upstairs to do something fun? Those who think dirty thoughts can go stand in the corner and reflect, Lily added with a wink. Feyer thought for a moment, then said, All right, Sister Lily, let's go. The two young women held hands and went upstairs again to play games. Meanwhile, on the tree-lined path near Qiu Chen's apartment, Qiu Chen had just answered his phone. He held the phone to his ear, but there was silence on the other end. Senior sister. After a moment of silence, Qiu Chen, unable to bear the awkwardness, broke it. Chen, there's something you may already know. Inside the van, Fong Yuanjing held the phone, biting her lower lip, her voice carrying a hint of fatigue. Qiu Chen chuckled lightly and said, Are you referring to the news report? I already know, senior sister. Congratulations on finding your happiness. It's not what you think it is. For some reason, hearing Qiu Chen say that made Fong Yuanjing feel a sudden panic in her heart, so she hurried to explain. Qiu Chen paused, then smiled bitterly. Senior sister, it's fine. I wish you happiness. Qiu Chen assumed Fong Yuanjing felt awkward facing him and wanted to explain, but to him it was meaningless. He was Qiu Chen, since he had decided to let go and wish her well, he would not drag it out like a coward. Fong Yuanjing sighed and said, It's really not what you think. She then recounted everything that had happened at the press conference to Qiu Chen. After finishing, she said, That's how it was. So Brother O kissing me was only to help me out of an awkward situation. Qiu Chen was stunned. He never imagined there was such a story behind that photo. Does this mean senior sister isn't with that O Chiheo? Is she still single? Does this mean I still have a chance? Qiu Chen asked. Senior sister, is everything you said true? Fong Yuanjing noticed the barrier in Qiu Chen's tone had faded, so she smiled and said, I have no reason to lie to you. Qiu Chen breathed a sigh of relief and said, That's great. It seems I still have a chance. Fong Yuanjing asked, What chance? The chance to perform on stage with you again. Overcome with excitement, Qiu Chen almost blurted out, The chance to chase you, but quickly changed the subject in embarrassment. Even so, Fong Yuanjing had heard the word chase. How could the clever Fong Yuanjing not guess what Qiu Chen was about to say? Is it true? Fong Yuanjing didn't know why her cheeks turned red and her heart began to pound. Cough, senior sister, why aren't you speaking? Nothing. Are you still angry? Fong Yuanjing asked tentatively. Qiu Chen laughed, I was never angry. Besides, I had no reason to be. No reason to be angry. Hearing this, the small sweetness that had risen in Fong Yuanjing's heart vanished. She retorted, Chen, has anyone ever told you that you have low emotional intelligence? Qiu Chen's lips twitched. Why do you say that? Because you're a blockhead. Fang Yuanjing said angrily, displaying a touch of feminine charm. Qiu Chen felt a ripple in his heart and couldn't help but tease, does senior sister like a blockhead like me? A smile bloomed on Fang Yuanjing's lips, but she said, who would like a blockhead like you? I have to go now. Let's talk later. Okay. Then they lost contact. Qiu Chen couldn't help but smile contentedly. It seemed the incident in the photo was all a misunderstanding. Senior sister wasn't with that Chiheo, and a stone had been lifted from his heart. Moreover, after this incident, his relationship with senior sister seemed to have grown closer. Her voice on the phone had even carried a hint of coquettishness. Huh. It seemed he was about to win the beauty's heart. After showing off for a while, Qiu Chen scrolled through his phone and happened to see Lily's call. He slapped his forehead. Oh no, I was so busy answering the phone that I forgot about these two little ancestors. Fang Yuanjing hadn't lied to Qiu Chen. After hanging up, she indeed had to go back to work. Today she was attending a ribbon-cutting ceremony at a shopping mall, so she was dressed quite beautifully and attractively. Ever since the news of her romance with Chiheo was confirmed, Fang Yuanjing had gradually become more famous in the entertainment circle. As the saying goes, a rising tide lifts all boats, and her appearance fees had naturally increased day by day. Not only that, but her agency also valued Fang Yuanjing highly. No matter what venue she attended, the agency would assign 4 bodyguards to her. As for Chiheo, Fang Yuanjing hadn't seen him since he helped her out last time, nor had they spoken. Fang Yuanjing didn't quite know how to face him. Actually, for Chiheo, Fang Yuanjing had mixed feelings. Although she had said those words last time only to help herself out, Chiheo's gaze at that moment and his gentle voice had gradually shattered her defenses. That was why the photos of the two kissing taken by reporters looked so natural. When Chiheo kissed her, she felt not a trace of rejection in her heart. But afterward, she became conflicted. Let's put it this way, both Qiu Chen and Chiheo held significant weight in her heart. Whoever she got closer to, she would think of the other. For instance, after the press conference incident, Fang Yuanjing's first thought wasn't how to explain it to her agent, but how to explain it to Qiu Chen and whether Qiu Chen would be angry. It was strange, really. Qiu Chen wasn't her boyfriend. Their relationship, to be frank, was only slightly better than ordinary friends. Therefore, Fang Yuanjing had no obligation to explain these matters to Qiu Chen, yet she felt a restless urge to do so. Such feelings were quite alarming for Fang Yuanjing, who had never been in love before. As for Chiheo, he was a man who lowered one's guard. His gentleness like water and his passion like fire would silently swallow and drown you. So Fang Yuanjing was torn. So Fang Yuanjing hadn't contacted Chiheo. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but rather that she felt at a loss. Perhaps she needed time to sort out her heart. Lost in thought, Fang Yuanjing got out of the car with the support of Ning Yun. After a long day's work, Fang Yuanjing drove home. Ning Yun saw her off with a smile, saying, "Rest well, Xiao Jing. You have a busy schedule tomorrow." Fang Yuanjing's value had risen, and as her agent, Ning Yun naturally felt honored. Moreover, her salary had doubled. This only strengthened her conviction that choosing Fang Yuanjing was the right decision. Of course, this was also due to her careful care for Fang Yuanjing. Many stars act divas as soon as they gain fame, but Fang Yuanjing was not like that. One reason was that she simply wasn't that kind of person. The second was that Ning Yun treated her well. If her agent were changed, Fang Yuanjing would truly find it hard to cooperate with anyone else. A trace of weariness appeared on Fang Yuanjing's face as she said, "I understand, Sister Ning. You rest well too." Ning Yun smiled and nodded, then added, "Make sure to sleep early tonight. Don't talk on the phone with Mr. O for too long." Sister Ning. Fang Yuanjing pouted playfully. How could she not realize Ning Yun was teasing her? However, she could only accept it for now. After all, Chiheo had worked so hard to help her out of the awkward situation. She couldn't spoil it by revealing the truth. Ning Yun smiled and said, "Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Sister Ning is leaving. Okay, take care on your way, Sister Ning." After seeing Ning Yun leave, Fang Yuanjing dragged her somewhat exhausted body back home. She took a comfortable hot bath in the bathroom and then lay down on her large bed. Fang Yuanjing looked up at the ceiling, and her thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the kiss at the press conference. Surprised by her own mind, she shook her head and said, "Stop thinking about it. Brother O was only helping me out of that situation." However, the more she tried not to think about it, the more her mind wandered back to it. Just as she was feeling extremely annoyed, her phone rang. Fang Yuanjing quickly picked up the phone and found that it was Chiheo calling. Without hesitation, Fang Yuanjing answered the phone and said sweetly, "Hello, Brother O. Xiao Jing, aren't you asleep yet?" Chiheo's voice was as gentle as ever. Fang Yuanjing smiled and said, "Yes, I'm not asleep yet. Is there something you need, Brother O?" For some reason, Fang Yuanjing felt that tonight's conversation was somewhat awkward compared to before. Chiheo said calmly, "Nothing much. I just felt that you hadn't called me, so I called you." "No, Brother O, I didn't intentionally avoid calling you." Fang Yuanjing, thinking Chiheo was angry, quickly explained, "It's nothing. Really, Brother O." Hearing Chiheo's indifferent tone, Fang Yuanjing thought he was still angry and quickly explained, "I caused so much trouble for you in the TV series. I thought you would be mad at me, so I was too embarrassed to call you." Fang Yuanjing was not lying. That was exactly what she had been thinking. Chiheo was silent for a moment, then said seriously, Xiao Jing, you really don't need to think like that. No matter what happens, I will always support you and never blame you. It was so in the past, it is so now, and it will always be so. Of course, Chiheo did not speak the last sentence. Hearing Chiheo's earnest words, a wave of warmth spread through Fang Yuanjing's heart. She then asked, Brother, why are you so good to me? Chiheo treated her far too well, so well that she felt at a loss, and felt she could not bear his kindness. Why be so good to her? Chiheo fell into a brief silence. This question made him feel genuinely sorrowful. How he wished he could tell Fang Yuanjing that he was so good to her, because he liked her, because he had liked her since childhood, because he wanted to protect her, because he wanted to be with her. But could he say it? No, because the current Fang Yuanjing seemed to have forgotten the past. The current him had not yet entered her heart, nor did he have the right to protect her. Therefore he could only smile faintly. Because I am your older brother, and I said I would protect you. This was Chiheo's answer, and also his most helpless response. Thank you, brother O. Fang Yuanjing felt warmth in her heart again, and replied with a smile. Chiheo hummed in acknowledgement, and the two fell into silence. Fang Yuanjing cautiously said, Brother O, actually, I am not cohabiting with anyone. It is all a misunderstanding. I believe you. Chiheo spoke before Fang Yuanjing could finish. Brother O. Chiheo smiled and said, I never believe in the version of you that others see. I only believe in the version of you that I see. Fang Yuanjing was moved once again. She felt a sudden pressure in her heart and wanted to say something, but ultimately said nothing, only managing, Thank you, Brother O. Thank you for always being by my side. Thank you for trusting me so much. Thank you for always supporting me. Chiheo laughed and said, As long as you do not blame me for kissing you in public. Fang Yuanjing's face turned red as she held the phone, and she playfully chided, Brother O, you are making fun of me. Chiheo laughed heartily and said, You should rest. You probably have a schedule tomorrow as well. Okay, good night, Brother O. Good night. After ending the call with Chiheo, Fang Yuanjing suddenly felt much lighter, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from her heart. Through this conversation, Fang Yuanjing felt that her relationship with Chiheo had grown closer. Thinking of this, the smile on Fang Yuanjing's lips became even sweeter. She did not know why, but she was simply very happy. At Chiheo's home, he put down his phone, leaned comfortably in his chair, and murmured to himself, Xiao Jing, how much longer will it take for you to remember me? I am so afraid I will not live to see that day. Qiu Chen was very angry, right now extremely angry. Those two little women, Lily and Feier, simply did not respect him at all. Ever since Qiu Chen left home in the morning, he had been treated like a laborer, as soon as he returned forced to cook and do chores for the two girls. Although Qiu Chen felt somewhat annoyed, he still went along with it. However, Lily and Feier not only picked faults with the food he cooked, but also went into the kitchen to make things worse. For the first time, Qiu Chen felt that staying with two women was such a terrifying thing. Around 7 or 8 in the evening, Wang Hao finally came to pick up Lily. This was the first time Qiu Chen found Wang Hao so lovely. Then the situation reverted to Qiu Chen and Feier being alone together. After Lily left, only Qiu Chen and Feier remained in the apartment. They had spent time alone together before, but this time for some inexplicable reason an air of awkwardness seemed to permeate the atmosphere. Qiu Chen looked at Feier and asked, Feier, it's just the two of us now. What do you want to do? Feier rested her chin on her hand, thought for a moment, and said, I don't have anything particular in mind, I'm just bored. Seeing that Feier lacked enthusiasm, Qiu Chen asked curiously, Hey Feier, what's wrong with you? Back at home, you could never sit still for a moment. Why have you suddenly become so quiet? Feier hesitated for a moment, then walked over and sat beside Qiu Chen, saying, Nothing much. I'm just a bit tired. Unable to discern the reason, Qiu Chen said, Since you're tired, then just rest well at home today. I'm going to take a shower first, we have classes tomorrow. Feier nodded and said obediently, Go ahead. Qiu Chen stood up, his lips twitching slightly. Why did such an obedient Feier make his heart feel unsettled? Had he already grown accustomed to that willful and capricious Feier? Qiu Chen, puzzled beyond measure, carried his doubts into the bathroom. Watching Qiu Chen enter the bathroom, Feier let out a long sigh, leaned back against the sofa, and gazed up at the ceiling, her heart swirling with complex emotions. Tonight was the final deadline the old woman had given her. If she did not retrieve her own aura this evening, she would be reduced to nothingness. But if she took back her aura, Qiu Chen would die. The old woman had presented her with the most agonizing choice imaginable. Feier stood up from the sofa and slowly walked toward the floor-to-ceiling window. She gently drew back the curtains, revealing a full moon hanging in the night sky. A night of the full moon. Feier's gaze fixed upon the moon. Moonlight poured over her body, and she felt her breathing quicken and a restless heat stir within her. She hastily pulled the curtains shut. What should she do? Who could tell her? Although Feier had acted normally throughout the day, her mind never stopped dwelling on this matter. She had no appetite, and her thoughts were elsewhere in everything she did. Yet to avoid letting Qiu Chen and Lily notice her abnormality, she had strived to maintain her usual demeanor. But the feeling was excruciating. There is nothing more painful than suppressing suffering deep within one's heart. It was the same dark basement. The Werewolf King sat quietly, their blood dripping from his arm, his face ashen and lifeless. He touched his arm and murmured sinisterly, "Princess Fei, you truly surprise me." Memories flashed through his mind of the day he attacked Fei, only to be struck by the talisman on her hand. The wound on his arm from that encounter had not yet healed. He clenched his fist tightly, gave it a forceful shake, and sharp long claws extended from his hand. With a powerful thrust he slammed his hand into the ground, and with a sharp hiss his 5 razor-sharp claws sank deep into the floor. "I will definitely kill you. I swear it. Until this grievance is avenged, I shall never rest," the Werewolf King said menacingly, his eyes brimming with endless resentment. "Brother Wolf, it seems your fighting spirit has recovered." A voice came, and a man descended with arrogant strides, his gaze coldly fixed on the Werewolf King. "Who gave you permission to speak to me that way?" The Werewolf King looked at the approaching man, his tone icy. The man paid no mind, and continued to smile, saying, "Brother Wolf, don't be angry. I've always regarded you as my friend, haven't I?" The Werewolf King did not reply, but let out a heavy snort. "Get to the point." The man said, "Nothing urgent. I just came to check whether your injuries have healed." "This minor wound has long since healed." "Oh, is that so? Then I wonder when Brother Wolf will complete the task I entrusted to you." A glint of disdain flashed in the man's eyes, though he concealed it. "Why the rush? I promised you, and I will deliver. Once I finish dealing with this woman, I will help you." The Werewolf King seemed to recall the day he was injured, and his tone involuntarily grew heavier. The man nodded and said, "Brother Wolf, I feel I must remind you this is not your territory. You must be more cautious in your actions and avoid reckless aggression. Moreover, I cannot interfere with your personal grudges. Oh, I only care about my own affairs. I know what I am doing. No need for your unnecessary words. Leave now, I wish to rest." The Werewolf King had lost all patience for conversation and simply closed his eyes. "Very well. I will not disturb you further. Rest well, Brother Wolf. I await your good news." The man smiled casually and then walked out. As soon as he exited the chamber, a burly man in a black suit immediately approached and asked cautiously, "Young master, this fellow has been so rude to you. Why not let me?" He made a slashing gesture across his neck. The man wore an expression of nonchalance and said calmly, "No need. There are certain things I must have him do. Spare him for now, or once the matter is accomplished, send him to his grave immediately." "Yes, young master." After exchanging words, the two walked out one after the other. That night at Qiu Chen's villa, it was already late, and Qiu Chen, overcome with sleepiness, bid Fei good night and went upstairs to sleep. Fei lay on her large bed, tossing and turning, unable to calm her mind. She pondered and fretted, wondering what she should do that night. She placed a hand over her chest, feeling her heartbeat gradually accelerate. Her face grew pale, and her body gradually turned cold. The deadline had arrived. She had not absorbed the spiritual energy, and she was about to die. Fei murmured to herself. In the past, within the royal palace, she had never once considered such a thing as death. In her own country, she would not have died. But now she realized that when death truly approaches, everything becomes so unbearable. If it were Chun instead of her, he would surely suffer as much as she did. Or perhaps even more painfully. The bright moonlight outside the window grew ever fuller, as if reminding her the deadline has arrived, and act quickly. Fei took out the talisman the old woman had given her from her bosom. After much struggle and hesitation, she finally opened the door and stepped out. Perhaps it was time to make a decision. Lost in such thoughts, she moved her feet and walked to the door of Qiu Chen's room. At this moment, Fei's heart pounded violently within her chest. She hesitated, she struggled. The door she walked through every day now seemed impossibly difficult to enter. In the past, whenever Fei entered Qiu Chen's room, she always did so with a smile. But this time she didn't know what state of mind to adopt. Because once she stepped inside, she would have to reclaim her own spiritual energy, which would indirectly kill Qiu Chen. This thought haunted her mind, refusing to fade, leaving her with an inescapable sense of guilt. Well, she had to go in anyway. Fei let out a long silent sigh, then gently opened Qiu Chen's door and stepped inside. Upon entering, the first thing that caught her eye was Qiu Chen's peculiar sleeping posture. The blanket covered only his upper body, leaving the lower half completely exposed to the air, revealing 2 fair pale legs. He softly snored with what seemed to be an almost imperceptible sound of teeth grinding. Seeing this, Fei let out a wry smile. Every time she came in at this hour, she witnessed Qiu Chen sleeping in this same posture. She had long grown accustomed to it. She walked lightly to his side, sat on the edge of his bed, and stretched out her slender fingers to gently caress his cheek. Her touch was extraordinarily light. Qiu Chen's skin was so smooth it could rival a baby's, devoid of any roughness, filled with delicate softness. While sleeping, Qiu Chen's features appeared tranquil and gentle, making one instinctively want to draw closer. A hint of a charming, mischievous smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, as if he were enjoying a most delightful dream. Plotting something wicked again. Is it that senior sister of yours again? Fei murmured softly, pouting her lips in clear displeasure. Your mind is filled with nothing but that senior sister day and night. Do you have any idea how much that hurts me? Fei recalled the scene at Mount Tai when Qiu Chen saw the news of Fang Yuanjing's relationship being exposed. That dejected look in his eyes and the desolate figure she had never witnessed before. Perhaps that Fang Yuanjing genuinely meant a great deal to him. But just thinking about it, why did her own heart ache so deeply? Feier reached out and pressed her hand against her chest, seeking an answer within her heart. Chun. Feier gazed deeply at Qiu Chen's face, a faint gentle smile playing on her lips, as she said, "Tell me, if I were to die, without reclaiming my spiritual energy, would you forget me?" "You probably would. You love your senior sister so much that even if I truly left you wouldn't feel much sorrow. At most you'd just find it a little strange not having me around. Not having me to pester you, not having me to bicker with you. But do you know? If you truly forgot me, I would be heartbroken. Chen, I don't want to die. I haven't yet seen my royal father and mother one more time, and I still want to continue living with you. You said you'd take me to the deep mountains and forests to grow old together. I remember all of it. But if I don't die, there's no other way. If I don't die, then you'll die. I can't bear to lose you. If you died, Grandpa would grieve, Andy would grieve, Sister Lily would grieve, and Brother Housie would grieve too. So you can't die. You absolutely cannot die." Feier continued to murmur softly, her gaze fixed on Qiu Chen with deep affection. She once again revealed a melancholic, wistful smile, looking exquisitely tragic and beautiful. "Chen, if my death can ensure your safety, then I am willing to die." After uttering these words, her expression turned resolute. She withdrew her hand, showing no intention whatsoever of reclaiming her spiritual energy. A gust of wind suddenly swept through, blowing the curtains aside and throwing the window open. Moonlight streamed down upon Feier. "Ah!" Feier let out a low cry. The gentle moonlight now felt like knives slicing into her body. She collapsed to her knees, feeling as though an invisible hand was wrenching the spiritual energy from within her. Her breathing grew rapid and labored. Gasping for air, her face had turned deathly pale. With trembling hands, she pulled out the talisman paper, and with a pale smile she said, "Old Granny, I'm sorry, but I just can't do it. I can't bring myself to harm Chun." With that, she tore the talisman paper in two with her bare hands. Rip! The torn halves drifted to the ground. A cloud of white smoke rose, and an aged, somewhat helpless voice echoed forth. "Little girl, the mortal world is fraught with troubles. I already anticipated that you wouldn't truly take your spiritual energy back." As the voice faded, a figure drifted in through the window with a whoosh. It was the old granny. "Old Granny, you've come." Feier forced a bitter smile. The old granny shook her head and said softly, "Little girl, you're willing to sacrifice your own life to save him. Is it truly worth it?" Feier struggled to lift her head and glance at Qiu Chen, then strained to pull a smile onto her face. She spoke haltingly, "It's worth it. As long as he lives well, I am content. Even if it means death, I go willingly." The old granny let out a long sigh and said, "Oh, why must you torment yourself so? If you don't take back your spiritual energy, you will die. Do you understand? Not just death, but utter annihilation. Your very soul will scatter into nothing. Then there will truly be no way back for you. I have no regrets. I just want him to live well." Feier's face grew even paler, her pupils gradually dilating, her eyes slowly losing their light. The old granny remarked, "Love. Truly, it is the most poisonous thing in this world. It clouds one's judgment and leads them astray until they are utterly lost. You are trapped by love, and I can no longer reason with you." Feier smiled faintly, then said, "Old Granny, I have a request." The old granny replied, "Speak, and if it is within my power, I will help you." Feier said, "Old Granny, after I die, please erase all of Chen's memories of me. I don't want his mind to still hold my image, because that would bring him pain. Please, I beg you." As she finished speaking, her body slowly slumped to the floor, and she gently closed her eyes. The old granny let out a long sigh, then leaned in close and pressed her right hand against Feier's forehead. With a flick of her wrist, a bagua pattern appeared on Feier's brow. The old granny lifted Feier into her arms, glanced at Qiu Chen lying on the bed, and said with a wry smile, "Child, you are so devoted in love that even if I must defy the heavenly way, I will save you." As her words faded, she waved her right hand, and a cloud of white smoke arose, carrying Feier away from the spot. Clang! The window closed by itself, and the moonlight continued to fall gently upon Qiu Chen's face. Yet of all that had transpired, he had not the slightest recollection. In that same white, featureless space, Feier lay on an ice bed with her eyes tightly shut. Though her face was pale and lifeless, her faint breathing was proof that she was still alive. The reason she survived was that the old lady had drawn a talisman on Feier's forehead with her own qi, a life-preserving seal that had locked Feier's 3 souls and 7 spirits just as they were about to leave her body. The old lady sighed, looking at the unconscious Feier with deep pity. Softly she said, "This child is too foolish. When I gave her the talisman, I already suspected she wouldn't retrieve her own qi, just as I feared. Though she is not human, why must she be trapped by love like a human? Little does she know that love and passion are the most hurtful things in this world." She sighed again, her wrinkled face filled with helplessness. Helpless as she had to save Feier's life. Not only was Feier the reincarnation of that woman, but even considering her deep devotion, the old lady could not bear to let her wither away. Having made up her mind, the old lady produced a bowl of clear water from somewhere, then took out 3 yellow talisman papers. She held them between her fingers and chanted a few incantations. She muttered a low command, "Ignite." With a soft puff, the 3 talismans burst into flames. The old lady gently placed the burning talismans into the bowl of water. The clear water slowly turned yellow, murky but not turbid. She began another spell chanting, then took out a bronze mirror with her left hand and firmly pressed it over the bowl's mouth. She deftly turned the bowl upside down, covering the mirror with the yellow water. The old lady walked over to Feyre, carefully pried open her mouth with her hands, then held the bronze mirror, still covered by the bowl, over Feyre's lips. She twisted her hands, creating a gap between the bowl and the mirror, and the yellow water dripped entirely into Feyre's mouth. Once all the yellow water had entered Feyre's mouth, the old lady swiftly threw the bowl and mirror to the ground. Then she took out another 8 trigram symbol and pressed it firmly onto the 8 trigram mark on Feyre's forehead. With a soft pop of brilliant light radiated from Feyre's forehead. After 5 minutes, the light slowly faded and color returned to Feyre's face. The old lady placed the 8 trigram symbol on the ground and gasped for breath. This ritual had consumed too much of her chi. It would likely take over 10 days to recover. But seeing Feyre's breathing gradually stabilize, she finally smiled. Now it's done. Once she wakes up, everything will be fine. However, she trailed off, her brow furrowed, as if something troubled her. Ah, so refreshing. The first ray of morning sunlight streamed into the room. Qiu Chen stretched comfortably and sat up from the bed. He checked the time and saw it was already past 8. Rubbing his hair, he muttered, strange. Feyre usually comes to pester me for breakfast at this hour. Why is it so quiet today? After muttering to himself, he got up, dressed, and went downstairs. Feyre, are you up? No. Qiu Chen called out, then walked to Feyre's room. Could she be playing games again? Don't tell me you do that every day. He pushed the door open as he spoke, only to find the room empty. Strange. Where did Feyre go? Qiu Chen wondered uneasily. Ever since they returned from Mount Tai, he had noticed that Feyre seemed to have something on her mind that she wouldn't share. He hadn't paid much attention then, but now that she had disappeared again, anxiety began to creep in. He stepped into Feyre's room and saw that her quilt was neatly folded. It seemed Feyre hadn't been home all night, otherwise given her lazy nature, she would never have folded the quilt so tidily. She wasn't home all night. Then where did she go? He tried to call her, but Feyre's phone lay silently on the bed, leaving him baffled again. Where did that little girl go? Didn't she promise not to run off again? Filled with unease, Qiu Chen took out his phone and called Lily, only to learn that Feyre wasn't with her. Now Qiu Chen was truly worried. She's not with Lily, so where did she go? Did she disappear again like last time? Could she have run into the Werewolf King again? The memory of what happened last time made him shudder. Without wasting another moment, he dashed out. Feyre let out a soft groan and slowly regained consciousness. The first thing she saw was a vast white sky. Where am I? Am I dead? You're not dead. You're awake. The old lady's voice came slowly as she walked over to Feyre. Feyre looked up at the old lady and saw that she had aged much more since their first meeting. Old lady, did you save me? The old lady smiled faintly. It's nothing. I owed you, so I had to repay. Feyre said with guilt. I'm sorry, old lady. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be like this now. Though Feyre was naturally naive, she was no fool. Even a child could calculate how much power was needed to bring someone back from the dead. The old lady sensed Feyre's thoughts and comforted her. Don't worry. I sealed your 3 souls and 7 spirits in time, so it didn't take much effort. Feyre murmured an acknowledgement and didn't dwell on the topic. The old lady thought for a moment, then said with a deep gaze, Little girl, there's something I must tell you. Hearing the gravity in her tone, Feyre knew it was no ordinary matter. Old lady, please go ahead. I'm not afraid of death and I can accept anything. The old lady sighed again. This matter is indeed about life and death. Feyre's heart skipped a beat, but she forced herself to stay calm. Please tell me, old lady. The old lady said solemnly. Though it seems I've saved you, that's not the whole truth. Life and death follow the cycle of heaven. Forcing a change may work for a time, but in the end it cannot be avoided. Feyre was stunned, then smiled bitterly. You mean I'll still die, eh? The old lady replied, yes. My intervention has violated the heavenly way, so there are consequences. Feyre asked, is there a way to save me? Do I have to retrieve my own chi? The old woman shook her head and said, it is no longer necessary. That would be useless now, for you have missed the final opportunity to reclaim the aura within your body. Even if you were to die and attempt to retrieve it afterward, it would hold no meaning whatsoever. Feyre did not display excessive panic on her face. Instead, she asked calmly, are you saying that I will die immediately? The old woman replied, no. Your 3 souls and 7 spirits, which were originally intended to break out of your body, have been pinned down by the 6 paths of reincarnation talisman I used. Therefore you will not die instantly. However, even if you do not vanish immediately, you will still perish after a certain period of time. How much longer can I live? Feyre's voice was faint, sounding as though she did not care at all. In truth, no one knew that deep inside she was filled with dread at this very moment. What she feared was not life or death itself, but separation. 250 days. The old woman pondered for a moment before revealing the fact. She felt it necessary to tell Feyre the truth. Even though she could not save her, she wanted Feyre to be mentally prepared. 250 days. That sounds quite long, Feyre said, as if comforting herself, or perhaps encouraging herself. In reality, this was the most painful outcome. If one were to die suddenly, there might be regrets, but in that moment of powerlessness, there would be no sorrow, sadness, or reluctance. But knowing exactly how many days one is left to live is like having a voice constantly reminding you in your mind of the time remaining. This is torture, a torment of the mind. Everyone fears death. No matter how tough you pretend to be in your subconscious, when you truly face the moment of approaching death, in that single second your heart will desperately wish to survive. The desire to live will expand infinitely in that instant, creating immense pressure that weighs upon you until you cannot breathe and suffer greatly. Although Feyre was not human, this thought still existed within her mind. It was instinct, the instinct of humanity regardless of race. The old woman said with some regret, "If you had done as I suggested tonight, you would not only avoid death, but also survive. Alas, it is all merely hypothetical. Since you have made your own choice, there is no way to change it now." Feyre smiled faintly and said, "You are right, old woman. Therefore I have no regrets. I am only afraid. I fear the day will come suddenly, fear that I will vanish before Chun, and fear that I will never see him again." The old woman sighed and said, "Then spend the remaining time accompanying him well. Perhaps, who knows, any day could be the last one." Feyre said, "Yes, it is time to accompany him." If she did not do so now, she truly feared she would never see Qiu Chen again. Actually, this counted as the best possible ending for her. If she had followed the old woman's method to reclaim her aura, although she would have survived, Qiu Chen would inevitably have vanished directly, perhaps even without the chance to say goodbye. This was best. She had saved Qiu Chen's life, while also leaving herself time to be with him. Although it was only 250 days, it was far better than disappearing silently without a word. "Little girl, I regret it. I should not have let you choose for yourself in the beginning, or instead, I should have forcibly reclaimed the aura. This way your life could have been preserved." Her voice carried heavy self-reproach and regret. She had promised her previous host to protect their reincarnation, yet in the end, she was still powerless. "Old woman, I am grateful that you saved me. But if you had forcibly reclaimed my aura, perhaps I would have blamed you." Feyre's gaze was very earnest as she continued, "I do not want to cause Chen's death because of me, nor do I want to carry a sense of guilt for the rest of my life. So let me bear it myself." The old woman asked, "But he will never know nor understand if you do it this way. Is it truly worth it?" Feyre smiled and said, "Perhaps it seems unworthy in your eyes. Actually, I do not even know if it is worth it myself. But only by doing this can my heart find peace." The old woman said, "You have been in the human world for quite some time. It seems you have already picked up human flaws and habits." Feyre smiled and asked, "Human habits?" "Perhaps so. Having always been in the company of humans, even if one truly picks up certain habits, I think it is inevitable." Hee. The old woman smiled, and then said, "Since you have made up your mind, saying more would be meaningless." Saying this, she took a small medicine bottle from her pocket and handed it to Feyre. After Feyre took it, she asked curiously, "Old woman, what is this?" The old woman replied, "This is a pill I refined while you were unconscious. It is mixed with my aura. If you feel weak or experience heart pain, take one pill. It might extend your lifespan for a while." Feyre was overjoyed, gripping it tightly, and said, "Thank you, old woman. Thank you for everything you have done for me." The old woman said indifferently, "It is nothing. To meet is a form of destiny. Although I cannot allow you to continue living in this world, I must do my utmost to let you live a little longer." Feyre nodded, a smile on her face. Although she would still die, as long as she could stay with Chun even for one more second, she would be happy. Actually, happiness is sometimes this simple. Even if you cannot be with the one you love, as long as you cherish every moment together, you will discover that the longevity of companionship is not the true essence of happiness. Having been here, having remembered, having loved, this is enough. "Feyre, where are you?" Qiu Chen was wandering aimlessly on the road outside the apartment, his face filled with anxiety. Feyre had been missing for over 2 hours. He had searched every place he could find, but still had not located her. A profound sense of powerlessness arose in Qiu Chen's heart at this moment. When Feyre was by his side, he had not felt anything unusual. But when she went missing, his first reaction was that his heart hurt so much. Worry, concern, and anxiety pressed upon his shoulders and body like massive mountains, overwhelming him. This suffocating feeling made him very uncomfortable. He had grown accustomed to someone's presence. When she was gone, even the air seemed to lose her scent. "Feyre!" Qiu Chen shouted again. Just as he was about to change locations, his phone rang. He hurriedly took out his mobile phone. The name displayed on the screen was precisely Feyre. Seeing the familiar name displayed on his phone, Qiu Chen exhaled in relief and hastily answered the call, grumbling, "Hello, is that Feyre? Where are you?" Feyre's voice came through. "I'm at home. Where are you? Why aren't you there?" Qiu Chen's expression darkened. Without wasting words, he retorted, "Wait till I get home. We'll settle this then." That little rascal. She'd made him worry for so long, only to feign innocence and ask him where she'd been. With a mischievous grin, Qiu Chen hailed a taxi and sped straight toward his apartment. Before he could even press the doorbell, the door swung open. "Chen, you're back? I've missed you so much." Feyre's voice melted like honey as she instantly looped her arm through his and leaned against him, pouting playfully. "None of that." Qiu Chen snapped, pulling his arm free with visible irritation, then demanded, "Where did you go? Why vanish so early? And why wasn't your phone on?" Feyre giggled, then slipped her arm back around his, murmuring sweetly, "Chun, I'm sorry, okay? Calm down, let's talk inside." "All right." Her innate charm radiated like soft light. Now with lips puckered and eyes shimmering, she was utterly irresistible. Though his anger had already subsided, Qiu Chen still scoffed coldly. He refused to appear so easily tamed. He prided himself on integrity. He would not surrender to her coquetry so readily. What? You've never noticed my integrity? Step forward. I'll thrash you. Yet he couldn't withstand her charm and followed her inside. Qiu Chen sank onto the sofa, pointedly refusing to look at Feier. His simmering resentment lingered. Feier, ever perceptive, recognized his stubborn pride at once. Like a doting kitten, she sidled beside him and whispered, "Chun, I know I was wrong. Please don't stay angry. Won't you forgive me?" Pouted lips, arched brows, syrupy sweetness. These were her signature charms, always effective before. But today, determined to prove himself a man of principle, Qiu Chen remained unmoved. Not angry. If I weren't, it would mean I didn't care. Waking up to find you gone. Do you have any idea how frantic I was? What if something happened to you? Don't you know how wildly my thoughts race? Qiu Chen resolved to teach Feier a lesson. Otherwise she'd keep vanishing like this, and his heart simply couldn't bear it. Feier wrapped her arms tightly around his waist and whispered, "I know. You only act this way because you love me. Chun, I adore you." Qiu Chen's lips twitched. Why did she always declare her love the moment he tried to scold her? Still deep down he savored the warmth. Suppressing his urge to pull her close demanded immense willpower. He saw this as yet another trial of character, and vowed to hold firm. "You understand nothing," he huffed again, resolute. This time forgiveness would not come easily. Feier bit her lower lip, her gaze suddenly resolute, then turned and strode straight into her room. Qiu Chen blinked, stunned. Why didn't she follow the script? In his mental rehearsal, she'd persist in pleading. While he'd initially refuse, relent only after 4 rounds of persuasion and deliver some lofty moral wisdom. That way he'd convey his concern and win even deeper affection. Wasn't that how every drama unfolded? Yet Feier defied expectation. No more apologies, no more clinging. Just silence behind a closed door. Qiu Chen's mouth tightened. Reality, it seemed, bore little resemblance to television. Shaking his head, Qiu Chen abandoned his disciplinary plan, now left awkwardly alone. He chuckled, sheepishly sipped tea, and prepared to drop the matter, when Feier's door opened once more. Ahem. Qiu Chen sensed his chance returning, yet froze, jaw nearly dropping at the sight before him. "Feier, you, blimey, is this uniform seduction?" She wore a sleek black maid's dress adorned with a pair of adorable rabbit ears, black thigh-high boots hugged her legs, and sheer black stockings accentuated her smooth, slender thighs. Her cheeks flushed faintly, long lashes fluttered, and she gently pressed her lips together. A picture-perfect bunny girl. But none of that mattered. The true spectacle lay in how the outfit magnified her voluptuous bust, straining almost beyond restraint. Qiu Chen finally grasped why Japanese cinema overflowed with such scenes. Good grief. In this attire, Feier could steal a man's very soul. "So, won't you forgive me now?" Feier murmured shyly, gliding beside him to sit. Qiu Chen wrenched his gaze away, swallowed hard, and grumbled, "Feier, who told you to wear this?" Feier glanced down at herself, then blushed. "You were angry, so Lily Gidge said men always calm down when they see a girl in an outfit like this." Qiu Chen's face went pitch black. Lily, that incorrigible fangirl. She'd brazenly corrupted Feier. Don't listen to her nonsense. Go change. Now. Hurry. Qiu Chen couldn't meet her eyes. Gazing too long would be disastrous. Feier pouted, bent gracefully beside him, and asked, "What? Is it unattractive? Do you want me to change, or are you still angry?" Her slight bend revealed a tantalizing cleavage, and Qiu Chen predictably lost composure again. He blurted, please change, Feier. I'm not angry, not at all. If I keep looking, I'll die right here." Feier giggled. Lily Gidge was right. It does work. I'll change at once, though this dress is awfully snug. Muttering to herself, she retreated into her room. After the brief seductive uniform incident subsided, Qiu Chen watched Feier retreat to her own room, rubbed his nose, and let out an awkward chuckle. Regardless of the circumstances, Feier had returned after all. Though she had kept him worried for the better part of the day, the outcome was favorable. Yet for reasons unknown, an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart, as if something precious was gradually slipping away. This feeling came without rhyme or reason. Qiu Chen shook his head, perhaps attributing it to the exhaustion that had accumulated over this period. Speaking of this period, Qiu Chen had indeed been under considerable strain. The school anniversary celebration was drawing near, and as a proud participant, he naturally needed to prepare his performance with utmost dedication. Ever since Qiu Chen had completed the assessment, he had acquired the first fan club of his life. Though the membership was modest in number, and the quality of the female members left something to be desired, it still afforded Qiu Chen a gratifying moment of vanity. Yesterday, Qiu Chen reasoned that as the object of these girls' adoration, and with the school anniversary looming, he ought to make an appearance to excite his fans. Thus Qiu Chen, who rarely engaged in social networking, registered an account and entered the fan-created forum. The forum boasted approximately 300 members, signifying that Qiu Chen currently commanded 300 fans. Using the narcissistic moniker, Brother Qiu You're So Handsome, he posted a thread the primary purpose of which was to rally support for his upcoming appearance at the school anniversary ceremony. However, the post did not receive the swift replies he had anticipated. It took 2 full hours before any responses appeared. Yet the content of those replies caused the corners of Qiu Chen's mouth to twitch involuntarily. A summary of the responses was as follows: Fan A Qiu Chen is utterly underwhelming. During the last assessment, he genuinely looked dashing, but now he's suddenly vanished from school, without a trace, paying no heed to his fans. Fan B exactly. Acting like an idol, but never engaging with us. I declare I'm switching my allegiance. Fan C indeed we should switch our support to Ochiheo. I heard that his fans get free VIP memberships and gifts. Why linger here? Fan D that's right. Let Qiu Chen promote himself, all alone. I'm going to find Ochiheo. Fanny sisters, let's all leave together. Actually, I used to be Ochiheo's diehard fan. On second thought, our brother, how is the real handsome one? And just like that, due to a single post by Qiu Chen, his fanbase collectively defected. At that moment, Qiu Chen's heart was shattered. Damn it, these so-called fans were never creatures to be trusted. Fuming, Qiu Chen logged out of his account, vowing to never go online again. After resting for a moment, Qiu Chen suddenly recalled something and urgently called out to Feier in her room. Feier, hurry up. I'm going to be late for school. Bloody hell, this was terribly dramatic. He never imagined he'd be late for class one day. Feier sauntered out, now dressed in a casual outfit, and said, Relax, Chen, you're already late. Qiu Chen glanced at his watch in dismay and retorted, You certainly know how to comfort a person. With that, he dashed upstairs, threw on his jacket, grabbed his backpack, and called back to Feier, Feier, let's go. Being late isn't terrible, but skipping class entirely would be truly tragic. Feier yawned and said, Chen, I don't feel like going today. You go on without me. Qiu Chen looked at her with a puzzled expression. Huh? What's wrong with you today? You always used to insist on coming with me. Why the sudden reluctance? Feier waved her hand dismissively. Because classes are boring. I haven't finished that game yet. You go ahead. Qiu Chen's lips twitched slightly. All right then. Stay home and behave yourself. Don't go wandering off. Feier nodded. Don't worry, I won't. I'll have dinner ready early and wait for your return. Qiu Chen muttered inwardly. Your cooking is something I truly dread eating again. But he kept that thought to himself and said, Fine then. Wait for me at home. With that, he opened the door and walked out. Feier watched him leave, a resolute glint in her eyes, and murmured with firm determination, Chen, I must do something for you. I'll do it well. Just you wait. In truth, Feier already knew she had only 250 days left to live. Logically, she should treasure every second spent with Qiu Chen and would never willingly let him leave alone. The reason for her change of heart lay entirely in a document she had discovered that morning when she turned on Qiu Chen's computer, a single line that altered her decision. In 3 days, it's my birthday. I wonder who besides Grandpa and Aunt will celebrate with me this year. Though Feier was not human, she understood the importance of a birthday to a human. Realizing that Chen's birthday was in 3 days, she yearned to do something to celebrate with him. Even if she were destined to leave in the end, at least before departing, she could ensure that Qiu Chen would remember the memories that once belonged to the two of them. That was Feier's plan, but how exactly should she execute it when the time came? While changing clothes in her room, Feier searched online for the best birthday gift. The result, a cake made by the hands of one's beloved. Although Chen says, I'm not his girlfriend, we've slept together and kissed. That should qualify as lovers' right. After murmuring this to herself, Feier resolved that the gift would be a cake of her own making. That was precisely why she didn't accompany Qiu Chen to school today. She needed to prepare to make copious preparations. Feier clenched her small fists, psyching herself up. Come on, you can do this, Feier. You must give Chen an unforgettable birthday. With that thought, a smile spread across Feier's face. She returned to her room, turned on the computer to search for cake-making tutorials, and retrieved the diary she had carefully preserved, writing a single line, Day 1. By the time Qiu Chen arrived at school, it was already the last class of the morning. Although university students had the freedom to select their courses, arriving this outrageously late, like Qiu Chen, still earned him a stern reprimand from the department head. Notably, when the students saw Qiu Chen enter, several girls couldn't help stealing glances at him, which filled the self-proclaimed handsomest man in the world with considerable pride. After class, Qiu Chen ran into Lily and the others. The three walked side by side toward the cafeteria, where Lily asked teasingly, Chen, why didn't Feier come with you today? And you, the student who's always on time, actually showed up late. Could it be? She deliberately left the sentence hanging, then turned her gaze toward Wang Hao. The henpecked Wang Hao immediately caught on and grinned lecherously. Chen, take care of yourself. Feier is still young. This shameless pair was determined to mock him. Qiu Chen rolled his eyes. You two love-struck fools can cut the crap. Feier disappeared early this morning, and I went looking for her. That's why I was late. Oh, we understand. Lily dragged out her words. Qiu Chen's lips twitched. Enough with the nonsense. Wang Hao chuckled, exchanged a glance with Lily, then produced a red box from behind his back, wrapped exquisitely with a ribbon bow. Happy birthday, Chen. Qiu Chen smiled and accepted the gift. But isn't my birthday still 3 days away? Why buy me a gift so early? Lily rolled her eyes. Because we were thinking of you, you dummy. A warmth stirred in Qiu Chen's heart. These two scoundrels, though they bickered with him constantly, genuinely cared about him. Thanks, Lily. I'm touched. Lily shuddered with disgust. Don't start. Don't even think about offering yourself to me. I already have a man. How don't flatter yourself. I prefer virgins. Qiu Chen was irritated by Lily's narcissistic remark, believing that only he had the right to be narcissistic in this world. Get lost. Then go find a kindergarten. Lily huffed, quite displeased. After finishing their meal, Qiu Chen bid farewell to the pair and walked out of the cafeteria. At that moment his phone began to ring. The familiar ringtone sounded and Qiu Chen was quite excited, thinking it might be Feier calling out of boredom. But when he checked, it was actually Fang Yuanjing. For some reason Feier had not called him, which bothered Qiu Chen greatly. He even found himself wondering whether that damn game was truly more important to her than he was. He did not know why, but the fact that Feier was no longer constantly clinging to him made him feel quite irked. Still, despite his discomfort, Qiu Chen quickly answered the call. Hey, senior sister. Did you call because you missed me? Qiu Chen said shamelessly. Shameless. I did miss you, all right. Fang Yuanjing's voice carried a lazy tone, the kind that easily stirred wandering thoughts. Qiu Chen was clearly a bit distracted himself, but he did not show it. Instead he chuckled and asked, what senior sister no schedule today? Fang Yuanjing replied, I do. I have several meet and greet events this afternoon, but I am free tonight. By the way, are you ready with the song for the anniversary celebration? Qiu Chen gave a bitter smile and said, to be honest with you, senior sister, I have absolutely no inspiration right now. I can only hope I do not mess it up when the day comes. Fang Yuanjing encouraged him, it is fine. I believe in you. Last time you also said you lacked confidence, yet you still amazed everyone, didn't you? This time you will surely shock the teachers and students once again. I hope so, Qiu Chen said. After a pause he smiled and added, by the way, since you are free tonight, why don't I treat you to a movie? Fang Yuanjing was slightly taken aback and asked, why the sudden invitation? What does senior sister not wish to join me? Fang Yuanjing replied, it is not that. It is just that the rumors between me and brother O have been making waves lately. If we are photographed together again, I am afraid you might get dragged into it as well. Fang Yuanjing indeed had such concerns. Another reason was that she did not want Qiu to experience again the incident that occurred at the last press conference. For some reason, she could not forget the hurt in Qiu's eyes that day, and it made her heart ache. Qiu Chen felt a pang of disappointment and said, I see. That makes sense. You are a big star, senior sister, so of course you need to care about such gossip. Alright, then we will not go. But this is my first time inviting you out, and you rejected me. You owe me some compensation. A date. When Fang Yuanjing heard this word, she could not explain why a sweet feeling stirred in her heart. Was it because of the lovely word itself, or because of the young man? That Chen, if I do not go, will you be angry? Fang Yuanjing did not know why she had to ask this question, but she still asked it cautiously. Qiu Chen was silent for a moment, then smiled bitterly, and said, I really want to act cool, and say it is nothing, that I will not be angry. But honestly I do feel a bit upset. However, it is alright. Senior sister, your situation is different. Even though I feel a bit upset, I will try to understand. Hearing Qiu Chen's words, Fang Yuanjing's face genuinely lit up with a smile. She said, alright then. Since you are so sincere, senior sister will agree. Find a quiet cinema, and we will contact each other tonight. Really? Qiu Chen was overjoyed. He had only said it casually, thinking Fang Yuanjing would refuse, but she actually agreed. Going to a movie with senior sister? Should we go to a drive-in? Yes, it is settled then. Fang Yuanjing had no idea about the mischievous thoughts running through Qiu Chen's mind. If she had known that agreeing to go to a movie with him would make him imagine such things, she would surely have regretted it deeply. After hanging up, Fang Yuanjing got out of bed dressed and sat at her vanity to apply makeup. She put the movie plan aside for now, focusing on her afternoon work. Ring ring. The crisp phone rang again. Fang Yuanjing thought it might be Qiu Chen calling once more, but when she picked up the phone, it was Qiu. Hello, brother O. By now the initial awkwardness between Fang Yuanjing and Qiu had faded, so she answered the call quite easily. Hello, Xiaojing. Can you keep me company tonight? Qiu's voice sounded hoarse and weary. Fang Yuanjing was startled. This was the first time Qiu had spoken to her in such a tone. What had happened to him? Brother O, what is wrong? Are you sick? Fang Yuanjing asked anxiously. Qiu gave a faint smile and said, nothing. Can you keep me company tonight? Just for one night. Fang Yuanjing hesitated. What should she do? Should she agree? But if she did, what about her promise with Qiu Chen? However, if she refused, Qiu had always taken such good care of her. And this was the first time he had spoken to her with such a disappointed tone, which meant something must have happened. Choose Qiu or choose Qiu Chen. That damn old master kept throwing these choices at her, making it so hard to decide. You have a schedule, right? Then never mind. I will not disturb you. Fang Yuanjing's hesitation seemed like a polite refusal to Qiu, so he said cheerfully, then never mind. I will not disturb you. I am sorry, brother O. I can keep you company tomorrow night. Fang Yuanjing went along with his words. In the balance of her heart, Qiu Chen ultimately carried more weight than Qiu. Qiu gave a faint smile and said, no need. Do not go out of your way to make time for me. I have nothing important. Take care. Goodbye. After he hung up, Fang Yuanjing held her phone and stared blankly. Why did her heart feel so bitter when Qiu said those final words? Had she made a mistake? Perhaps she had. But wasn't life like this? Once you made up your mind to choose, you should not keep reconsidering the other option. Otherwise, you would only be trapped in an endless cycle of hesitation, never able to move forward. A great man once said, sometimes being straightforward is the hardest truth of life. Now she realized how correct those words were. What Fang Yuanjing did not know was that Chihao was sitting quietly on the roadside near her home. He slowly lowered his phone, a bitter smile on his face. Looks like I will spend this birthday alone again. Qiu Chen hummed a smug little tune, returning home in high spirits, his joy stemming naturally from his evening cinema date with Fang Yuanjing. At last he was going to the cinema with his goddess. Why then did his heart race so wildly? With no afternoon classes, Qiu Chen planned to search online for a secluded cinema nearby, and also surprise Fei by returning home early to see what she was up to. Qiu Chen walked straight home, opened the apartment door silently, and slipped inside, only to find the living room utterly empty. Fei was nowhere to be seen. Where had Fei gone now? She seemed to treat his words as mere wind passing by her ears. Uncle might endure it, but Annie certainly would not. Qiu Chen resolved to discipline Fei, firmly teaching her a lasting lesson. As he pondered this, a sudden clatter echoed from the kitchen. Puzzled, he approached the doorway and heard the following words. Oh dear, what on earth do I do now? What is this cream? Should I add it? Honestly, why does this pot behave nothing like the book described? What is this microwave? Do I add soy sauce or vinegar? Ugh, so frustrating. Qiu Chen listened, growing increasingly unsettled, first exhaling in relief, then falling silent in disbelief. He sighed in relief because Fei hadn't defied him, she'd stayed obediently at home. Yet his disbelief and unease stemmed from precisely what she was doing right now. From her muttered monologue, it was clear the girl was attempting to cook, but what dish exactly required cream? The more he thought, the more anxious he grew. Since meeting her, Fei had cooked only twice, both occasions leaving indelible impressions on Qiu Chen. Now merely hearing she intended to cook triggered an instinctive dread. Could this young girl be concocting some culinary abomination beyond human comprehension? And worse still, was he destined to be its first unwilling taste tester? A sudden chilling premonition seized Qiu Chen, that tonight his stomach might well perforate. With that grim thought, he strode straight into the kitchen. Perhaps his footsteps were too hurried, too loud. Fei heard him instantly and whirled around. Qiu Chen's lips twitched as he gazed upon Fei, a white apron tied neatly around her waist, her hair pulled back, faint specks of flour dusting her cheeks like scattered stardust. Ah, Chen, you're back already. Clearly unprepared for his early return, Fei flinched hastily, shielding whatever lay behind her with both hands. Qiu Chen's mouth quirked faintly as he asked, Fei, what are you doing? How did you end up looking like this? As he spoke, he took several deliberate steps forward. Don't come closer, Fei blurted, stepping swiftly in front of him to block his path, then giggling nervously, and nothing at all. Didn't you have class? Her flustered expression mirrored that of someone whose deepest secret had just been exposed. Seeing this, Qiu Chen's curiosity deepened. Fei, what are you hiding? I heard you muttering about cream just now. Surely you're not preparing another of your infamous dark dishes. Fei's lips twitched. Having lived among humans for so long, she instantly recognized Qiu Chen's teasing tone. This is for me. Yes, I'm hungry. Her eyes flickered with panic, yet her voice remained deceptively calm as she scrambled for an excuse. Qiu Chen's expression darkened slightly. For yourself? Then why the guilty look? Do you even eat cream? As far as I know, you eat nothing but meat. Fei huffed, mind your own business. What are you doing home so early? No afternoon classes, Qiu Chen replied. I came back to check on you. Fei chuckled mischievously. Oh, did you miss me after just half a day? Qiu Chen smiled wryly. Ever since you met Lily, you've absorbed every one of that girl's bad habits, including this newfound self-absorption. Fei sniffed indignantly. If you call me self-absorbed, then don't bother me, lest I grow even more vain. Go sit in the living room. Without waiting for a reply, she shoved him out the kitchen door. Qiu Chen sighed helplessly. Fine, I'll go. I'll walk myself. As he stepped away, something occurred to him. He turned back. Oh, Fei, I may not be home for dinner tonight. Strangely, he felt compelled to mention his plans. He knew from experience that whenever he made such a statement, Fei would instantly lose her composure. Her usual reaction involved rushing over demanding explanations, and if his answer failed to satisfy her, she'd escalate into clamorous insistence that he take her along. Now he found himself strangely nostalgic for those moments, almost delighting in how fiercely she'd jealously guard his attention. This time, however, Fei disappointed him. Turning her back, she murmured flatly, oh, go ahead then, just come home safely tonight. Qiu Chen spat out his mouth full of tea in shock. That's it. How bizarre. Fei truly seemed unlike herself today, unnervingly so. Fei didn't turn around. What else would you expect? Qiu Chen pressed. You have nothing else to ask. Like, where am I going? Who with? Come home early. Can I come too? He felt deeply disheartened. Her indifference left him adrift, though being emotionally oblivious, he couldn't fathom why. Fei smiled faintly. No need to ask. You're not me. You'd get lost even stepping outside. Besides, you always said you disliked my hovering. Isn't this exactly what you wanted? Qiu Chen grew increasingly uneasy. Fei, what's wrong with you today? Did something happen? You feel so unfamiliar. Nothing at all. I've always been like this. It's just, I realized constantly acting that way wasn't quite right. So I decided to adjust. So I won't pry into where you go anymore. Go freely without worry. Easy for you to say, Qiu Chen muttered under his breath. Your sudden magnanimity is precisely what makes me unable to relax. Qiu Chen whispered, deeply unsettled. After muttering to himself, Qiu Chen felt he still hadn't gotten the answer he wanted from Fei, nor did he sense any hint of jealousy in her. Somewhat dissatisfied, he took another sip of tea to steady his nerves. I'm not coming home for dinner tonight because I'll be dining with my senior schoolmate. Qiu Chen decided it was time to unleash his ultimate move, and that move was Fang Yuanjing. In his memory, Fei had always been indifferent to Fang Yuanjing. Whether it was the time of the Wolf King's attack, or any ordinary moment, whenever he mentioned Fang Yuanjing, Fei would become completely tense. Although he felt a bit guilty using Fang Yuanjing as a bullet to provoke Fei's jealousy at this moment, Qiu Chen didn't dwell on that. The only thing on his mind was how angry Fei would get next, whether she would argue with him or act coquettishly. At the thought, a faint smile crept into his eyes and the corners of his mouth curved with a hint of mischief. Oh, go ahead then. Once again, contrary to Qiu Chen's expectations, the goddess Fei merely responded with a casual oh. Qiu Chen could hardly believe his ears. Was this really Fei? When had she become so magnanimous? Fei, are you running a fever or something? I said I'm going to have dinner with my senior schoolmate tonight. No way, Fei must be jealous. She just didn't hear me clearly. Fei continued to smile blandly. You don't need to repeat it so many times. I heard you clearly. You just want to have dinner with your senior, is that it? Then go ahead. Alright. Fei's sudden nonchalance left Qiu Chen not only unaccustomed, but also feeling a pang of loss. But in the end he said nothing more and dragged his disappointed body back to his room. After Qiu Chen left, Fei cautiously glanced back, then breathed a sigh of relief, and said thankfully, good thing I'm smart he didn't notice. Otherwise the surprise would be ruined. Thinking of what Qiu Chen had said, Fei pouted with dissatisfaction and muttered, dining with that senior of yours again. But fine, as long as it's just dinner, not something more. Qiu Chen, just wait for the surprise I have for you. At the thought of Qiu Chen's expression when he saw the cake she had carefully prepared, Fei broke into a knowing smile again. Then in the evening, Qiu Chen scoured the internet for quite a while, before finally finding a somewhat remote cinema, and then took out his phone to call Fang Yuanjing. Hello, Qiu Chen. Fang Yuanjing's voice carried a hint of weariness, as if the day's itinerary had exhausted her. Qiu Chen felt a pang of concern and hesitated. Senior, you seem really tired. Maybe we should cancel tonight's date. Fang Yuanjing replied with a smile. It's fine, I'm okay. Just send me the address. Okay, it's at XXX Cinema on XXX Avenue. Got it? Qiu Chen asked. Fang Yuanjing nodded and said, then let's meet there in an hour. Qiu Chen laughed excitedly. Alright, senior. How about I come pick you up? Fang Yuanjing said. No need, let's just meet there. That's it for now. Qiu Chen hummed in acknowledgement, then hung up. As he stepped out of his room, he realized Fei had already left the house again without his notice. This Fei is getting more and more outrageous. Leaving like that without a word. She really doesn't care about me. Qiu Chen grumbled in annoyance, then took out his phone and dialed Fei's number. Hey Fei, where have you gone now? Fei seemed to be in a very noisy place, and she spoke loudly. Oh, it's Qiu Chen. I'm fine, just wandering around outside. I'm just bored. Qiu Chen said angrily. If you're bored, why didn't you tell me? I could have come with you. Remember the old days, you always took me everywhere. But now ever since you've become familiar with this place, you've gradually stopped needing me. Fei explained, it's not that. Didn't you say you were going to have dinner with your senior tonight? So I had to come out by myself. Didn't you tell me to go? But even when I told you not to go before, you still went anyway. Qiu Chen was choked by her words and snorted. Fine, I won't interfere with you anymore. Go enjoy yourself outside, just remember to come home on time. Fei nodded and said with a giggle. You come back early too. I'll be waiting for you at home. Haha, waiting for me. Beep. Hello. Before Qiu Chen could finish his sentence, a busy tone came from the phone. Obviously Fei had hung up. What's gotten into this little woman lately? It's like she's hiding a secret from me. Qiu Chen muttered to himself, but remembering the cinema date tonight, he went to change clothes and get ready. Meanwhile, Fang Yuanjing was also at home, choosing her outfit for the evening. After finally picking one, she checked the time, and seeing it was nearly the appointed hour, grabbed her small bag and headed downstairs. As she came down, a woman who looked to be in her 30s stood up and asked with a smile, Miss Fang, are you going out tonight? This woman, whom Fang Yuanjing called Sister Wang, was a housekeeper assigned by the company to take care of her. Actually, Fang Yuanjing had initially refused to have a housekeeper, but in the end she couldn't turn it down and had to accept. Fortunately, Sister Wang was honest and treated her well. So Fang Yuanjing smiled and said, Yes, Sister Wang. Don't make dinner for me tonight. I won't be eating at home. Very well, miss. As a competent housekeeper, it was best not to ask about things she shouldn't. After Fang Yuanjing left, the smile on Sister Wang's face froze and a sinister glint flashed in her eyes. She quickly went up to Fang Yuanjing's bedroom and with a simple twist opened the door that Fang Yuanjing had locked. Entering the bedroom, she walked familiarly to Fang Yuanjing's computer, switched it on, and without hesitation typed a series of numbers. With a soft ding, the computer unlocked. She browsed through a folder labeled Itinerary. Clearly Fang Yuanjing kept her schedule there. Sister Wang examined it carefully, then let out a cold smirk, took out a phone, and dialed a number. Speak. A short chilling voice came through. Young Master Fang Yuanjing has gone out tonight. Sister Wang said respectfully. There was a moment of silence on the other end before the voice asked, do you know where she went? Sister Wang replied, not yet. I only know she had no scheduled events tonight, yet she left dressed beautifully. But rest assured, young master. As long as she takes the car I've equipped with a tracker, I'll know her exact location, no matter where she goes. The voice on the other end chuckled in satisfaction. Well done. Notify me immediately if anything comes up. Understood. Sister Wang hung up, cleared the browsing history, and silently slipped out of the room. In the basement of that same villa, after hanging up the phone, the man tossed his mobile onto the table, then struck a silver bell on the desk. With a crisp ring, a burly man in a suit entered from outside. Young master, the burly man said, bowing respectfully before standing upright. He dared not speak unless the man spoke first, and the atmosphere in the room grew tense. After a moment, the phone on the table chimed again. The man picked it up, glanced at it, and a sinister smile spread across his face. He said to the man before him, go tell that fellow to act tonight following the address in this message. The man walked to the table, picked up the phone, and without even looking slipped it into his pocket, saying respectfully, yes, young master. I take my leave. With that he walked out slowly, phone in hand. The man shook his head, a bloodthirsty grin curling at his lips, and murmured, Nangong, Jin, I know you've always wanted to protect her life, because she's the child you had with that bitch. But I tell you, the more you want to protect her, the more I will destroy her. Just as her mother once destroyed my family and my childhood. She is doomed. No one can stop my plan, not even you. Bang. With that he slammed his cup onto the floor with force, scattering tea leaves and fragments together. An image as dark as the man's brooding heart. Qiu Chen arrived at the cinema early. As agreed with Fang Yuanjing, he waited at the back entrance. He glanced around, relieved to find no paparazzi following. However, while checking whether any cars had hidden cameras, he accidentally stumbled upon a couple engaging in a rather intimate act inside a vehicle. Qiu Chen took out his phone to tidy his appearance. Although it wasn't his first time going out with Fang Yuanjing, it was his first time at a cinema, so he naturally wanted to look sharp. Today he wore his favorite black on top, but swapped the short sleeves for a fitted suit jacket. He paired it with brown leather shoes, and his hair was neatly tousled. Standing on the street at night looking so dashing, he seemed more like he was going on a blind date than watching a movie. Why is she still not here? Qiu Chen muttered to himself, knowing that celebrities often have trouble going out, but this was taking too long. Then he heard a familiar voice, Chun. After a while the familiar voice reached his ears. Qiu Chen turned to see a woman standing at a nearby alley entrance wearing a plaid shirt and with blonde hair. She was dressed entirely in casual clothes with a pair of plain white canvas shoes on her feet and black sunglasses on her face, standing gracefully like a blooming flower. Who else could it be but Fang Yuanjing? Having seen her disguise skills during their last shopping trip, Qiu Chen was only momentarily stunned before walking over calmly. Once he reached her, Qiu Chen smiled and said, "Senior sister, you're here." Fang Yuanjing took off her sunglasses, revealing her charming and seductive face. Glancing at his outfit, she giggled. "Chen, why are you dressed like that? Who dresses so formally for a movie? That's way too noticeable." Qiu Chen looked at himself and realized she was right. He chuckled sheepishly. "Well, I've never been on a movie date with a girl before. I guess I overdid it a bit." Fang Yuanjing laughed, then said, "It's fine. Once we get inside, you can take off the jacket." Qiu Chen nodded. "All right, let's go in." Fang Yuanjing asked, "What movie are we watching today?" Qiu Chen said excitedly, "Death Note. It's a classic and really good." Fang Yuanjing looked displeased and stopped in her tracks. "Death Note? You're going to watch that with a girl at night?" "Yeah, what's wrong? It's great." Qiu Chen didn't see the issue and looked puzzled. Fang Yuanjing sighed helplessly. "Chen, your emotional intelligence is really low. Let me pick instead." Qiu Chen's mouth twitched, not understanding what Death Note had to do with his EQ, but he still said, "All right, senior sister, you choose." Fang Yuanjing smiled, and the two walked into the cinema. Once inside, they went to buy tickets together. She decisively forgot about Death Note and chose a romantic movie titled Love Knocks on the Door. Honestly, Qiu Chen wasn't keen on sappy love stories, but then he thought, as long as he could watch it with his senior sister, what did it matter if it was a romance? As the movie began, Qiu Chen, wanting to spare Fang Yuanjing any trouble from fans recognizing her, splurged on a private screening room, leaving just the two of them in front of the huge screen. Qiu Chen handed the popcorn he'd bought to Fang Yuanjing. She took it with a smile, and soon became absorbed in the film. She was engrossed, but Qiu Chen suffered. Sitting so close, the scent of musk from Fang Yuanjing, so different from fire, drifted into his nose, making his heart race with restless thoughts. However, Qiu Chen restrained himself. If he made a mistake here, it would be disastrous. It might even freeze his relationship with Fang Yuanjing beyond repair. That wasn't what he wanted. He hoped to slowly win her heart, and if he could eventually conquer it, that would be perfect. "Senior sister, is this your first time at the cinema?" Qiu Chen thought he should find some topic to distract himself, so he quickly spoke. Fang Yuanjing nibbled on the popcorn and said, "Yeah, this is actually my first time going to the movies with a guy." "How does it feel?" Qiu Chen continued making small talk. Fang Yuanjing thought for a moment, then said, it feels a bit weird actually. Why weird? Do I look weird? Qiu Chen turned to her. Fang Yuanjing burst out laughing. Yeah, you look weird, okay. Qiu Chen laughed heartily, then fell silent again. Senior sister, is this movie good? He was clearly just making idle talk. Fang Yuanjing, absorbed in the film, replied, I've heard it's a very tragic love story. A love story? I think these movies are made just to squeeze tears out of the audience, Qiu Chen said softly, then reached for the popcorn. At that moment Fang Yuanjing also reached for the popcorn, and before they knew it their hands touched. The moment their hands touched, the familiar warmth sent a tingling numbness through Qiu Chen's heart, an indescribable strange sensation. Was this the senior's hand? Was this the hand of the goddess he had always admired? As for Fang Yuanjing, when her hand touched Qiu Chen's, a strange feeling surged in her heart. Indescribable, yet all she could sense was a sweetness within. Oh. Like a startled rabbit she quickly withdrew her hand and turned her gaze to the screen. Hee. Qiu Chen gave an awkward laugh, then withdrew his hand as well. Somehow the word slipped out, Senior, your hand is really smooth. Immediately after saying that, Qiu Chen regretted it. Damn, in this pitch-dark cinema, blurting out something like that felt like he was being a pervert. Fang Yuanjing's face flushed almost imperceptibly, and she scolded, You're always talking nonsense. Qiu Chen chuckled, but dared not joke further, afraid that if the senior really thought of him as that kind of pervert, his image would be ruined. But then again, do you even have an image to begin with? Nothing else happened for the rest of the time. The movie ended quickly, and Fang Yuanjing followed Qiu Chen out of the cinema. She said she needed to use the restroom, so Qiu Chen waited for her at the back door. Just then Qiu Chen's phone rang. He saw it was Lily calling, pursed his lips and answered. Hey Chen, have you found Feier? Lily's voice sounded lazy and weak. Qiu Chen thought maliciously, could those two be doing something great again? The corner of Qiu Chen's mouth twitched. I must say you're a pretty irresponsible sister. Feier went missing this morning, and now it's evening, yet you're only now asking if I found her. You're so caring. Lily laughed awkwardly. I know you two are so close. You'll do everything to find her. I'm not worried, not at all. Qiu Chen's face darkened. Don't change the subject. What do you mean by close? Feier and I have a pure revolutionary camaraderie, you understand. Not as filthy as you two. Cut it out. You're like a weasel paying a New Year's visit to a chicken. No good intentions. What the hell is all this? If you're not well educated, don't just spout nonsense, okay? Qiu Chen was exasperated. He really couldn't understand how his relationship with Feier could be compared to a weasel and a chicken. If that's the case, wouldn't that mean he was the weasel and Feier was? Qiu Chen didn't continue that thought. He didn't want Feier's image in his mind to collapse because of Lily's words. Ahem, rough words, but true. Anyway, you have no good intentions toward Feier. Lily seemed to realize her words were a bit embarrassing, so she quickly changed the subject. The corner of Qiu Chen's mouth twitched again. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Fang Yuanjing coming out of the restroom, so he hurriedly said, Hey Lily, I have to hang up. If you need anything, call Feier's phone. Hey, why are you in such a hurry? Are you doing something to betray Feier? Before Lily could finish, Qiu Chen hung up the phone and smiled at Fang Yuanjing as she approached. Hi Senior, you're out, Qiu Chen said with a smile. Fang Yuanjing asked curiously, Chen, who were you talking to on the phone? Qiu Chen was a bit flustered but quickly recovered, smiling as he said, Nothing, just my grandpa checking up on me as usual. Oh, I see. Fang Yuanjing didn't think much of it. Qiu Chen said, Senior, it's still a bit early after the movie. Why don't we go grab some coffee? Fang Yuanjing checked her phone. It was indeed still early. All right, let's go, she said. Qiu Chen replied, and the two of them headed toward the street. Not far from where the two left, a gray van was parked at a corner of an alley. The door slid open, and a man in black respectfully led out another man. This man wore a large black robe covering his face. With a flick of his wrists, a pair of gleaming iron claws appeared, radiating a chilling cold. The man gave a bloodthirsty smile, glanced at the iron claws in his hands, and said with satisfaction, Your master is quite thoughtful preparing such a gift for me. The man in black smiled. The young master said he doesn't want you to waste your strength again for fear of hindering your recovery. So he specially had us forge this pair of iron claws. The black-robed man chuckled darkly. This time I'll succeed. Once I finish this task for him, we'll be even. With that he turned to leave. The man in black called after him, Wait. What is it now? The black-robed man's voice already carried a hint of displeasure. The young master said you must succeed this time. The black-robed man snorted, then leaped into the night and disappeared. Watching the black-robed man disappear, the man in black smiled and muttered, You'd better succeed this time. Otherwise, even if the young master doesn't order me to kill you, I'll take you out myself. The young master's path to success has no use for useless trash like you. He then took out his phone and dialed. After the call connected, he said respectfully, Young master, following the instructions in the message, we have located the target. Werewolf King has just gone after them. On the other, in the same deep male voice, sneered, Good, well done. Come back quickly and don't be discovered. The man nodded, hung up, and got into the van. With a screech, the door slid shut. The van sped away in an instant as if it had never been there. Qiu Chen and Fang Yuanjing had no idea they were being targeted by Werewolf King, nor did they know that great danger was imminent. The two walked down the street like an ordinary young couple looking for a coffee shop they liked to rest, and have a drink. During this time Fei hadn't called him once. Qiu Chen wondered to himself, could it be that Fei has really become so trusting of him? But that's not logical. Fang Yuanjing, unaware of Qiu Chen's thoughts, said happily, Chen, you know what? This is the first time since I joined the company that I've been out shopping so late. It's such a long-lost feeling. Qiu Chen said with some sympathy, Senior, is it very hard being a star? Seeing you so worn out, it really breaks my heart. After hearing Qiu Chen's words, Fang Yuanjing merely offered a faint smile, one tinged with bitterness and forced bravado. She said, when I first stepped into this circle, I won't lie, it was truly grueling. But as time gradually passed, that hardship slowly transformed into joy. Joys? Qiu Chen asked, bewildered. He truly could not fathom where any joy could be found in such arduous work as being a celebrity. Was the delight merely derived from being chased and praised by fans? Fang Yuanjing smiled. You aren't part of our entire circle, so you don't understand. Although we are often exhausted with schedules so packed that there is hardly time to sleep, when you stay up for countless nights to write a song, and then receive the affection and popularity from fans, that sense of pride drives away all the fatigue in your body. It is that simple. Although Qiu Chen did not fully understand, he still smiled and said, I suppose that is precisely why many people are willing to become celebrities. One cannot accuse Fang Yuanjing of being vain. Everyone is entitled to a sense of vanity, it is hardly blameworthy. Qiu Chen himself possessed vanity. Otherwise, upon learning that those young female students had secretly established a fan club for him, he would not have been so overjoyed. However, as long as everyone can properly control their vanity, no major harm will come of it. But if vanity becomes overly rampant, it becomes detestable. Are not those gold-digging women a typical example of this? Qiu Chen and Fang Yuanjing walked side by side. Suddenly, a cold wind blew, causing a shiver to run through Qiu Chen's body. It felt as though invisible eyes were staring at them, and a chilling sensation penetrated to the bone. Sensing something was amiss, Qiu Chen said to Fang Yuanjing, Senior sister, do you also feel as though someone is watching us? Fang Yuanjing's face turned somewhat pale as she replied, Don't try to scare me, Chen. Qiu Chen spoke with tension, Senior sister, do you really think I am the type to tell such boring jokes? I genuinely feel as though a pair of eyes is fixed upon us. It is extremely uncomfortable. Fang Yuanjing's voice trembled slightly as she said, You might not be joking. Actually, I have the same feeling. Perhaps we should walk faster and find a place with brighter light. Oh, wouldn't that be better? At this moment, the two of them were walking through a pitch-black street while searching for a coffee shop. For some unknown reason, even though it was not yet late at night, there were no streetlights. Combined with what Qiu Chen had said, an involuntary sense of terror crept over them. Qiu Chen nodded and said, All right, let us hurry. Perhaps I am overthinking it. While comforting himself, Qiu Chen began to jog quickly alongside Fang Yuanjing. Just then that gust of cold wind blew again. A black silhouette suddenly dropped from the sky, its entire body wrapped tightly in black robes, revealing no facial features whatsoever. After landing from midair, this figure swiftly came to a halt before Qiu Chen and the others. It slowly straightened, its posture radiating an icy, chilling aura. Instinctively, Qiu Chen pulled Fang Yuanjing behind him. This person suddenly appearing before them in the dead of night meant only one thing. Even with an IQ of nearly 31 could deduce that this individual was no friend. Who are you? Qiu Chen asked aloud. He knew that even though his heart was racing with unease, he needed to remain calm. After all, Fang Yuanjing was right behind him. If he cowardly gave in now, his image in her eyes would crumble instantly, and he would despise himself for the rest of his life. The silhouette remained silent, slowly raising its head to gaze at Qiu Chen and the others. Then with a forceful flick of both wrists, two gleaming iron claws appeared, radiating a terrifying and piercing menace. Chen, who is this person? Fang Yuanjing's heart pounded wildly. She spoke with extreme caution. As merely a young woman, she had never witnessed such a scene before. Qiu Chen studied the figure before him intently for a moment, then clenched his fists tightly. I think I know who he is now. Pausing briefly, he shouted toward the silhouette ahead. Werewolf King, it's you again, isn't it? You still refuse to accept defeat after your last failure. The figure before him visibly hesitated for a moment, then let out a cold sneer. I recognize you now. You are the boy who interrupted my affairs that day. This time you will both die together. Having admitted his identity, Werewolf King lunged forward with a whoosh. Upon confirming the attacker's identity, Qiu Chen yelled loudly, Run. He then grabbed Fang Yuanjing's hand and attempted to flee immediately. Unexpectedly, Werewolf King's speed was astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance and delivered a powerful kick aimed squarely at Qiu Chen's chest. Qiu Chen released his grip on Fang Yuanjing, pushing her aside. The taekwondo techniques he had learned came into play. He swiftly raised his arm to block Werewolf King's kick and immediately countered with a high kick aimed at the attacker's face. Seeking death. Surprised that Qiu Chen dared to fight back, Werewolf King became enraged. With a monstrous roar, he collided his foot against Qiu Chen's arm. Then using both hands, he seized Qiu Chen's kicking leg and forcefully hurled him backward. Whoosh! Qiu Chen's body flew through the air like a kite, with a severed string crashing directly into a wall. He cried out in pain before collapsing to the ground. I'll deal with you later. Wolf King roared and retracted his hand, then charged toward Fang Yuanjing. Chen, seeing Qiu Chen injured while protecting her, Fang Yuanjing instinctively tried to rush toward him. However, at that very moment, Wolf King's body surged forward. Don't come over, Qiu Chen screamed. Driven by some unknown reserve of strength, he suddenly pulled himself up from the ground. Snatching up an iron pipe scattered on the floor, he charged toward Wolf King. Wolf King snorted coldly, ignoring Qiu Chen's attack entirely. Smiling wickedly, he continued his advance toward Fang Yuanjing. Terrified, she retreated frantically. Wolf King closed in on her, seized her neck with one hand, and lifted her into the air. Twisting his body, he delivered a fierce backhand strike with his left hand, sending a sharp cutting aura flying backward. Swish! This aura was overwhelmingly powerful. Panicked Qiu Chen raised his iron pipe to block it, but the force was so immense that it severed the pipe cleanly in half. The attack crashed directly into Qiu Chen's body, sending him falling to the ground once more. Wolf King sneered. I have never encountered someone so eager to die. I will grant your wish. Having spoken, he carried Fang Yuanjing and advanced toward Qiu Chen. Fang Yuanjing's neck was gripped tightly, making it somewhat difficult to breathe. Yet seeing Qiu Chen injured once again while attempting to save her, she found an unexpected surge of courage. Kicking her legs, she attempted to strike Wolf King's head with her feet. Smack! Fang Yuanjing exerted all her strength in that kick. Although Wolf King was formidable, his head was not made of iron. Struck on the skull, he roared in pain and let out a monstrous shriek. You little bitch! I will kill you right now. As he spoke, a black wave of energy appeared in his left hand. The Wolf King was clearly enraged. The moment the black energy wave appeared, the surrounding air grew tense. The Wolf King slowly raised his hand, the black energy swirling and circling around his palm. His eyes gleamed with ferocity as he roared, You little wench, I'll kill you now. Boom. He thrust the energy wave toward Fang Yuanjing with all his might. As the force closed in, she could even feel the call of death. She closed her eyes tightly, no longer struggling, for struggle was futile. Was she about to die? Today? She was still so young, had never experienced true love, never loved anyone, never been loved. Such a life was indeed filled with regret. But what could she do with regret? Things had come to this. Reality was not a fairy tale. Where were the princes and heroes to save her? Senior sister, don't you dare hurt my senior sister. A hysterical roar. Fang Yuanjing saw Qiu Chen, his face twisted in fury, holding a steel pipe that had snapped in two, charging at the Wolf King. He kicked off the ground, leaped, and drove the broken pipe into the Wolf King's back. The Wolf King had been too careless, never imagining Qiu Chen still had the strength to attack. Before he could turn, he felt a sharp pain in his back as the steel pipe pierced deep into his flesh. Fang Yuanjing's eyes widened at the sight. Qiu Chen holding the pipe looked like a descending god. As the pipe sank into the Wolf King's back, black blood splattered. In that instant, Fang Yuanjing's gaze toward Qiu Chen burned with passion. Was this her prince? Was this her hero? Every girl harbors a princess dream, yearning that when injured or in danger, a handsome prince will descend from the heavens to save her. Qiu Chen's intervention was like a fairy tale come to life. Fang Yuanjing felt the softest part of her heart touched. She stared at his contorted features, and a wave of warmth and security surged within her. Qiu Chen was oblivious to all this, for a greater crisis loomed. The Wolf King, enraged that a human had wounded him, let out a monstrous howl, dropped Fang Yuanjing, and spun around. With a forceful roar, he expelled the broken pipe from his back. Qiu Chen saw the danger and tried to dodge, but the Wolf King seized him instantly and roared, You are the first human to harm me. You are worthy of death by my hand. Whoosh. He flung Qiu Chen several meters away. Qiu Chen's body crashed into a trash can, and he struggled to his feet. By now the Wolf King seemed to have forgotten Fang Yuanjing entirely, turning his attention to Qiu Chen. Qiu Chen clutched his chest, thinking this was a good opportunity. He shouted, Wolf King, if you've got the guts, come and catch me. With that, he turned and ran. You're dead. Though the Wolf King possessed human intelligence, he didn't hesitate. With a roar, he gave chase. Fang Yuanjing slowly pushed herself up from the ground. She wanted to scream, but the pain robbed her of speech. She knew Qiu Chen was luring the Wolf King away with his own life, yet she could do nothing to stop him. Chen, you must be safe, she thought before collapsing into unconsciousness. Perhaps by sheer coincidence, not far from the street where she lay, a van was parked. Chiheo lounged lazily in his seat, gazing at the various greeting cards and gifts scattered inside the car. A bitter smile touched his lips. What I really want isn't these gifts from fans, but a happy birthday from you. How long will it take for you to remember me? I'm afraid I won't be able to wait until that day. Chiheo gave a faint smile, then opened the car door and stepped out, refusing his assistant's company. He walked aimlessly, his heart heavy with sorrow. He needed to be alone. In fact, today was Chiheo's birthday. The reason he had called Fang Yuanjing and asked her to accompany him was precisely this. If not for that, the ever-patient Chiheo would never have been so blunt. But Fang Yuanjing had still refused. He didn't blame her, nor did he have the right to. Not only did she not know it was his birthday, but even if she did, she had no obligation to be with him. Things had changed. They were no longer children. Fang Yuanjing would no longer travel from the town 30 kilometers away just to keep her childhood birthday promise with him. She was no longer that little girl. It seemed she had erased from her memory the person he used to be, everything they had shared. She was now a brand new person. And that was precisely what pained Qiu. Imagine. Only you remember the beauty of the past, only you hold onto those memories while the leading lady of those memories has forgotten you. How agonizing would that be? Yet Qiu didn't want to rush. He firmly believed that one day Fang Yuanjing would remember everything. The person he was, the green meadows, the endless conversations, the entire past. He had always been so certain, but now that certainty was wavering. Why? Qiu didn't know. Wandering aimlessly, he stumbled upon the street where Fang Yuanjing had fainted. Looking up, he saw her lying on the ground. A flash of surprise crossed his face, then he quickly walked over and helped her up. Xiao Jing, are you all right? He called out, but Fang Yuanjing didn't respond. Though he didn't know what had happened, saving her came first. He carried her toward his car. Meanwhile, in Qiu Chen's apartment, Fayer was muttering to herself while making a cake. She pursed her lips, staring at the dense instructions in the cookbook, and grumbled, "This cake is way too complicated." She reached for a knife to cut strawberries when a sudden pain struck her chest, and the knife clattered to the floor. "Chen, is it you?" A sense of dread washed over Fayer. Without hesitation, she walked out. Qiu Chen had no idea that Fang Yuanjing had already been rescued by Qiu. Even if he knew, he would have felt relieved. When it came to matters of principle, Qiu Chen still understood. The reason he risked his own life to attract the War Wolf King was primarily because he had realized that the War Wolf King was targeting Fang Yuanjing. In fact, he had already figured it out from the very first attack. As for why the enemy was after Fang Yuanjing, Qiu Chen could only consider one possibility: someone else had ordered it. It was actually easy to understand. The War Wolf King was from Fayer's world, logically, he wouldn't know Fang Yuanjing at all. So why was his target Fang Yuanjing on both occasions? Wasn't the answer obvious? Then the question arose: who was Fang Yuanjing's enemy? And who was so ruthless as to want her dead? More importantly, how did this person know the War Wolf King? If they did, could they have learned about Fayer through the War Wolf King? Would Fayer's identity be exposed? Suddenly faced with so many difficulties, Qiu Chen felt his mind was in a mess with no clue at all. The War Wolf King did not give Qiu Chen much time to think. As Qiu Chen fled in panic, he heard the wind howling and the strange wolf's howl coming from behind. "Kid, today you will surely die. Take this." As the voice fell, Qiu Chen felt a gust of wind whistling sharp and fierce as if it had torn through the air. Sensing danger, he quickly crouched and rolled on the ground while still running. It must be said that Qiu Chen's evasive move was quite timely, for just moments after he rolled away, the wind-like blade slashed directly at where he had been. Two loud crashes broke the silence of the night. The trash can not far from Qiu Chen was directly slashed by the War Wolf King's attack, sending countless pieces of garbage and paper flying into the air, drawing much attention. The ground behind Qiu Chen was also cut with two long gashes about 20 centimeters long, looking extremely terrifying. After this attack, Qiu Chen broke out in a cold sweat and cursed, "Damn it, you're bullying me because I'm a human." "So what if I'm bullying you because you're a human?" The voice sounded again like a ghost. Qiu Chen felt his back soaked with sweat and instinctively ran away. The War Wolf King snorted coldly, zoomed in with a whoosh, and kicked Qiu Chen in the back. Qiu Chen fell to the ground involuntarily, then instinctively got up and roared, "I'll fight you to the death." Objectively speaking, Qiu Chen's attack was no different from seeking death, but he was blinded by rage and couldn't care less. The War Wolf King snorted coldly, caught Qiu Chen's punch with one claw, and with the iron claw on his left hand slashed at Qiu Chen's chest. With a tearing sound, the clothes on Qiu Chen's chest were ripped open, revealing 3 bloody long gashes. Qiu Chen was furious. Somehow gathering strength, he managed to break free from the War Wolf King's claw, kicked him in the chest, and simultaneously jumped up to punch him down heavily. The War Wolf King snorted again in disdain, quickly dodged, then grabbed Qiu Chen's neck and slammed him heavily to the ground. "You do have some courage, but it's a pity you're too reckless. Do you really think that with your human strength you can hurt me again? Although you did wound me once, which I appreciate, you must die today. Don't worry, I won't kill you directly. That would be too painful. I'll drain your marrow and turn you into a cripple." "Huh?" Qiu Chen struggled. This bastard was too ruthless. If he drained his marrow, what was the point of living? No, he couldn't just wait for death. Thinking this, Qiu Chen used all his strength to push the War Wolf King away, but the War Wolf King was too strong. Even with all his might, he couldn't push him off. Was he really going to die? The War Wolf King laughed ferociously and was about to strike when a delicate shout came, "Don't you dare hurt Chen." Hearing this familiar voice, Qiu Chen almost burst into tears. "Fayer, you came, how wonderful." Under the moonlight, Fayer stood in front of Qiu Chen. Her long hair was slightly disheveled, and her exquisite features were so beautiful that even the moonlight seemed dimmed. However, a pink apron tied around her waist somewhat diminished her ethereal aura, adding a touch of earthly warmth. Hearing Qiu Chen's words and seeing his injuries, Fayer's eyes turned completely cold. "War Wolf King, today you must die, because what I hate most is others hurting Chen. Whoever hurts Chen must die." The War Wolf King laughed heartily. "You finally come out, Princess Fayer. In truth, killing that woman and capturing this brat are of little significance to me. The most important thing is your life. Feier, go quickly. Don't worry about me. Although Feier's arrival to save him made him delighted hearing the werewolf king's words, he became even more worried for Feier. Feier did not answer. She said coldly to the werewolf king, "This is a matter between us. No, it's a matter between our races. Let the innocent go." The werewolf king laughed loudly. "Fine, I'll grant your wish." With that, he extended his hand and delivered a heavy palm strike to Qiu Chen's chest. Qiu Chen let out a muffled groan, spat out blood, and his neck twisted as he fainted. The werewolf king casually threw Qiu Chen to the ground. "Chen, you're asking for death." Seeing Qiu Chen unconscious, Feier bit her red lips and scolded coldly. "I knocked him out so he won't disturb us. As for you, you must die today." The sinister voice fell, and with a flash of afterimage he charged directly. "Despicable!" Feier shouted angrily, showing no fear, and also charged forward. The moment they met, the werewolf king struck, quickly unleashing 3 consecutive claw attacks that enveloped Feier's body, looking extremely dangerous. Feier was not flustered. Although her strength had not yet recovered, the same was true for the werewolf king. The two were currently evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Therefore, Feier was not afraid of this battle. Another main reason was that she had witnessed Qiu Chen's injuries with her own eyes. She had seen the werewolf king hurt Qiu Chen, and that was absolutely unforgivable. "Die!" With a delicate shout, Feier struck out. Though Feier usually appeared gentle and delicate, she was in fact a fierce little woman. Adding to that, her enmity with the werewolf king had begun back in her own country. To Feier, the werewolf king was not only someone who had repeatedly attempted to harm Qiu Chen's life, but also the enemy who had taken the lives of so many of her innocent clansmen. Even though the previous 2 battles had ended in her defeat, that did not mean Feier would be cowed or frightened. On the contrary, this little woman would only grow braver with each fight. Although Feier's energy had not yet fully recovered after the old woman had saved her last time, she could feel that her previously depleted inner energy was gradually becoming replenished. She surmised that the old woman had infused her with energy to prevent her from being injured again. Though this amount of energy was far from the fullness of her peak, it was sufficient for the moment. With this energy, even if she could not defeat the werewolf king, it would not be easy for him to harm her and Qiu Chen. Feier acted without hesitation. Her body flew out lightly, and she extended her small hands. A soft, gentle light rapidly coiled and swirled between her palms. With a delicate shout, a long white cloth like a ribbon extended from her sleeve. This was her original weapon, the soul-locking cloth, a gift from her imperial father when she came of age. Summoning the soul-locking cloth required a vast amount of energy, which was why she had not used it in the previous 2 battles due to her insufficient energy. But now it was different. Not only was the situation critical, and she was enraged, but more importantly, her energy had recovered somewhat. If she did not go all out now, would she simply watch the werewolf king kill her and Chen? As soon as Feier launched the soul-locking cloth, her body flew several meters again, and then the cloth in her hand shot toward the werewolf king. The werewolf king let out a disdainful snort and said, "A mere piece of cloth dares to fight me. Let me shred it with a single claw strike." With a strange roar, the werewolf king leaped high into the air and slashed down at the soul-locking cloth with the iron claws on both hands. The claws gleamed with a cold, white, eerie light, and then struck the cloth with tremendous force. Clang! Unexpectedly, the soul-locking cloth was not torn apart by the werewolf king's claws. Instead, it emitted a metallic clash. The werewolf king inwardly exclaimed, "Not good." At this moment, how could he not realize that Feier's soul-locking cloth was no ordinary weapon? He had fallen into a trap. This time he would see where she could flee. How could Feier let go of this perfect opportunity? With another delicate shout, she flipped her hands. The soul-locking cloth, which had collided with the iron claws, immediately emitted a series of clanging sounds like ghostly wails from the underworld, sending chills down the spine. Shwa shwa. The soul-locking cloth twisted in midair, instantly wrapping around the werewolf king's claws. Feier exerted force from her legs, pulled downward with all her might, and yanked the werewolf king's body down. The werewolf king had never imagined that a moment of carelessness would plunge him into a passive situation. Feier's strength was formidable, and combined with her sudden exertion, the werewolf king's body was immediately pulled down in a straight line. He roared, trying to tear open the soul-locking cloth with his claws, but the more force he applied, the tighter the cloth wound around him. Feier snorted coldly and said, "Give up. My soul-locking cloth is a treasure given to me by my imperial father. It was forged by imprisoning the vengeful spirits of 999 souls. Not to mention your iron claws. Even divine weapons cannot tear my soul-locking cloth. This time I will have your life." A flicker of sinister malice flashed in the werewolf king's eyes, and then he sneered, "I never expected your senile old father to give you his treasured artifact that he carried for years. But if you think this soul-locking cloth can bind me, then I can only say, little girl, you are far too naive." Huh. The werewolf king let out a furious roar. He struggled a few times against the cloth binding his claws, and just as his body was about to be pulled to the ground, he suddenly exerted force. His mouth revealed fangs, and he bit directly into the soul-locking cloth that trapped his arms. Zzzt. The soul-locking cloth emitted a sizzling sound. With another roar, the Wolf King bit his own hand veins bulging and forcibly yanked his arm out of the iron claw. His body leaped into the air, and he spat out a fireball from his mouth. His body flipped downward directly. Feyre had not expected that the Wolf King could still escape under the restraint of her soul-locking cloth and moreover could counterattack with a fireball while escaping. All in all, she had been too careless. If she had directly bound the Wolf King's neck or body with the cloth, he would likely not have escaped so easily. The main reason was her overconfidence in the soul-locking cloth. She had never imagined that anyone could break free from its coils. Amidst her thoughts, the fireball had already descended from midair. Feyre quickly withdrew her soul-locking cloth, and then flew into the sky. The fireball struck the ground with a bang, and the explosive shockwave overturned trash cans and everything else on the street. Garbage scattered everywhere, dust and smoke billowed, and the scene was a mess. After flying into the air, Feyre did not linger. Instead, she exerted force with the soul-locking cloth toward the ground. The wind howled, and each gust of wind shot toward the Wolf King, who had just landed like sharp blades. This was another function of the soul-locking cloth. Besides binding, it could also be used as a weapon to attack the enemy. The attack method was to use the cloth's sweeping motions to unleash wind blades against the opponent. A massive gale rushed down from midair, making a whooshing sound like a winter hurricane, enough to make anyone's heart tremble. If the target below had been anyone other than the Wolf King, they would have been knocked out in one move. But he was the Wolf King, the embodiment of swift speed and formidable attack power. Though greatly startled by Feyre's attack, he was not about to be taken down by a single strike. The Wolf King leaped up from the ground, rolled to dodge several blade strikes, then roared and charged forward, launching himself into the air. He actually used his hands, now stripped of the iron claws, to block the remaining wind blades. Shwa shwa. Huh. In the midst of his charge, the Wolf King caught the menacing wind blades with his bare hands, then squeezed hard. With a mighty grip, his hands directly crushed the sharp wind blades into nothing. The wind blades were crushed in the Wolf King's hands, instantly turning into invisible powder that scattered into the air. The Wolf King snorted coldly and said, "You want to kill me with such a method? I have to say you are truly too foolish." With a mighty roar, his body shot toward Feyre in the air like lightning once again. Sensing the threat from the Wolf King, Feyre swiftly swept the soul-locking cloth toward the charging enemy below. Like a serpent twisting its body, the cloth wrapped around the Wolf King. She was determined. This time, she must bind the Wolf King with the soul-locking cloth. The soul-locking cloth surged forward with a crooked serpentine speed, coiling around the Wolf King within seconds like a venomous snake. Provoked into a rage, the Wolf King let out a monstrous roar. Its body spun wildly in midair before shooting forward with lightning speed, unstoppable. It thrust both hands upward, extending a pair of fleshy claws that tore through the air, sending several swift claw shadows hurtling toward the soul-locking cloth. Feyre's combat techniques, honed by countless battles, were now flawless. She instantly shifted her stance, her body twisting lightly in the air. The soul-locking cloth spun around her, the wind howling with an oppressive momentum. Clang! The Wolf King's claws collided with Feyre's soul-locking cloth. With a roar, he kicked the cloth away with his hind legs, then attempted to seize it with his foreclaws. This was exactly what Feyre had hoped for. Her hands moved in a blur, causing the soul-locking cloth to ripple as it rapidly coiled around the Wolf King's claws. If he managed to grasp it this time, he would absolutely not let her escape. Oomph. The Wolf King snorted coldly, retracting his claws. He sped forward, and just as he reached the center of the soul-locking cloth, he clamped it tightly between his hind legs. Then, executing a diving maneuver, he plummeted toward the ground, dragging Feyre down with him. This very scene had occurred moments earlier, except then Feyre was the one pulling, and he was the one being dragged. Feyre had not anticipated the Wolf King would employ the same tactic against her. His strength was simply too immense. Caught off guard, she was yanked downward from the sky at high speed, falling nearly 10 meters in an instant. Fortunately, Feyre reacted quickly. She wrapped her body tightly around the soul-locking cloth, attempting to use her own weight to counterbalance the Wolf King. The Wolf King, however, would not let her have her way. As he pulled her forcefully toward the ground, his front claws collided with tremendous force, sending sparks flying. Two spheres of fire surged upward from below. The sudden assault startled Feyre. Quickly, she used her left hand to hoist a corner of the soul-locking cloth, perfectly blocking the fireballs. With a soft thud, the two fireballs were completely enveloped by the soul-locking cloth and instantly extinguished. At that precise moment, the Wolf King seized the opportunity. Planting his feet firmly against the walls on either side, he exerted all his strength to drag Feyre's body down to the ground. Whoosh! Distracted by dealing with the fireballs, Feyre had little defense this time. As she fell vertically, she made a quick decision and instantly released the soul-locking cloth, landing lightly on the ground. The Wolf King laughed loudly. "You thought you could escape?" He released his grip on the soul-locking cloth, letting it fall to the side. Once his feet firmly touched the ground, he charged forward and threw a punch. The punch carried immense force. Feyre barely managed to retreat, raising both hands to block it. Immediately her long, elegant legs kicked out toward the Battle Wolf King's ribs. The Battle Wolf King sneered. You really think you can injure me with just that? What nonsense. He shifted his claws to one side, caught Feier's leg with one hand, and then raked his claws heavily across her leg. This strike showed no mercy whatsoever. With a tearing sound, he ripped straight through Feier's jeans, drawing blood. Feier's face turned pale with pain, and she let out a muffled grunt. She swiftly retracted her legs, stomping her left foot against the ground before delivering another kick with her right. The Battle Wolf King jumped up and countered with a kick of his own. Their legs collided in midair, and both landed simultaneously. Fighting with increasing ferocity, Feier launched several more kicks, then threw a punch at the Battle Wolf King's chest. She spun her body and executed a sweeping roundhouse kick aimed at his face. The Battle Wolf King blocked with one hand, his iron claws reaching out to grab Feier's leg once more. Feier cried out, "How could I possibly let you injure me with the same trick again?" She immediately withdrew her leg, switching it for her palm, and slashed downward at the Battle Wolf King's claws. The Battle Wolf King, surprised by Feier's desperation, could not believe she would recklessly strike his iron claws with her bare hands. What was the difference between tofu and a blade? The Battle Wolf King snorted coldly and caught her strike with both claws. He then kicked her in the abdomen and immediately followed up with a back kick to her stomach as he turned. Feier's slender frame was sent flying several meters through the air, crashing violently against the wall. The Battle Wolf King would not squander such a prime opportunity. He charged again, his claws raking toward Feier's face. Feier quickly bent down to dodge. As she evaded, his claws slashed through the air and scraped against the wall, producing a piercing screech. Seeming to have anticipated Feier's evasion, the Battle Wolf King's strike missed. His right foot kicked out, targeting the crouching Feier. Feier's eyes turned cold. She blocked with her right hand, while her left quickly wrapped around the target. Embracing the Battle Wolf King's leg with both hands, she disregarded her dignity and rolled across the ground, attempting to topple him. The Battle Wolf King reacted swiftly as well. As he forcefully withdrew his leg, he bent his torso and thrust his claws downward, aiming to pierce Feier below. Seeing her opening, Feier released her grip. She launched herself upward like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, then planted both feet against the Battle Wolf King's body, kicking him backward several steps. Roaring in fury, the Battle Wolf King kicked Feier hard in the stomach. His right hand grabbed her, and he bellowed, "You must die today." As he spoke, his left claw thrust toward Feier's chest. Struggling, Feier realized that if she did not act now, she would truly perish at the hands of the Battle Wolf King. The Battle Wolf King laughed grotesquely. Instead of stabbing her directly, he sneered, "Princess Feier, oh Princess Feier, you are truly foolish. If not for exposing your position to save this human boy, even killing you would have required considerable effort. It seems this human means something special to you." Feier retorted coldly, "Kill me if you dare. Stop your babbling, and do it." The Battle Wolf King laughed heartily. "I know you, Princess Feier, do not fear death. You and your clan are all made of stubborn stuff. But this human is different. Killing you would take but a second, yet this human. I intend to torture him properly." Feier said, "If you dare harm Chun, I will not let you go even in death." The Battle Wolf King laughed disdainfully. "Princess Feier, you have indeed spent too much time among humans. Your words are quite laughable. Even as a ghost, I won't spare you. Do you take me for one of those humans? I want to see how you plan to exact revenge. Die." With that, he roared and thrust his claw toward Feier. "I dare say you won't." A thunderous shout echoed through the air. Gusts of wind swept in and countless waves of spiritual energy surged forward. The Battle Wolf King let out a cry of alarm. The pressure of this energy was utterly terrifying. With a deafening crash, it slammed into him. His grip loosened, dropping Feier, and his entire body was sent flying several meters backward. As the War Wolf King was sent flying by this force, white mist began to condense on the ground, and then a hunched old woman appeared. "Cough, cough, Granny, did you come to save me?" Feier held her neck and coughed a few times. The old woman walked over, helped her up, and then extended her hands to release spiritual energy into her body. While treating Feier, the old woman turned to glance at Qiu Chen, who lay motionless on the ground, and sighed. "Alas, I never expected that you would ultimately bring disaster upon yourself because of this man." Feier's forehead beaded with sweat, and she gasped, "Granny Chun is truly important to me. I cannot stand by and watch him get hurt." The old woman did not object further, saying, "Bear with it a little longer, it will be over soon." Slowly rising, the War Wolf King's face was still dark and gloomy. He was about to kill Princess Feier, but who could have expected that at this very moment an old hag would appear to interfere? He looked up and fixed his gaze on the old woman healing Feier. His brows furrowed deeply. Who was this old woman? She was neither a demon nor a human, yet if she was not human or demon, how could she possess such powerful aura? When the old woman had attacked him earlier, he could sense a ghostly aura, as if it came from the gates of hell. It seemed that if she had used a little more force, he would have died instantly. The War Wolf King was a proud and solitary man, but this time he knew he had truly met his match. This seemingly aged old woman was actually a master who could easily take his life. Yet who was this master? He truly had no idea. But now was not the time to question her identity. She had stopped him just as he was about to kill Feier. No matter how powerful she was, he would have to kill her. After all, the wolf was a proud race. In their world, no matter how formidable the opponent, anyone who opposed them must die. The Werewolf King straightened up, his joints cracking. He rubbed his iron claws together and snorted coldly, "Old hag, who are you? Why do you interfere with my plans?" The old woman withdrew her hands and said reassuringly, "Young lady, you are recovering now. Leave the rest to me." Although Feyre wanted to kill the Werewolf King herself, she knew this was not the time to be reckless. She nodded and said apologetically, "Granny, I'm sorry to trouble you." The old woman nodded. "Rest now." Seeing the old woman talking with Feyre without paying him any heed, the Werewolf King roared, "Old hag, I asked you who you are." The old woman cast him a cold glance and said, "Last time I used a talisman to warn you, I thought you would learn your lesson. But I never expected you would dare to come back and harm the young lady." Talisman. The Werewolf King was momentarily stunned, then recalled the last time he had ambushed Feyre at the corner. Just as he was about to succeed, a talisman had appeared in Feyre's hand and wounded him on the spot. "So it was you." The Werewolf King roared, then burst into laughter. "Perfect. Let's settle old and new scores together." The old woman shook her head and sighed. "You and the young lady both do not belong to this world. I had no intention of harming you, but I was entrusted to take good care of her. I gave you a warning last time thinking you would stop. Yet you showed no repentance and dared to scheme again. Today I shall execute justice on behalf of heaven. Enough talk. Die." The Werewolf King roared again. This old hag had repeatedly thwarted his plans. She must die. He lunged forward, his claws slashing through the air, sending several claw shadows hurtling toward the old woman. The old woman snorted fiercely, then extended her withered hands and began to form hand seals before her. She bent the 5 fingers of her right hand, straightened the 5 fingers of her left, and then clasped them tightly together, snorting, "Buddha seal, gate lock, all evil souls." As the 8-character incantation was uttered, the void before the old woman trembled, forming ripples that spun continuously. Then a massive 8-trigram circle appeared. The appearance of this enormous 8-trigram circle immediately placed immense pressure on the Werewolf King. The old woman pointed at the center of the circle. Like a gate, it split open from the intersection of black and white, sliding apart to both sides. The moment it opened, a violent gale suddenly erupted. An incredibly strong suction force like a black hole swirled into a hurricane, devouring the Werewolf King's claw shadows. And it was not over. The opened 8-trigrams began to pull the Werewolf King in. He felt as if a powerful giant hand had seized him, dragging his body relentlessly inward. Whoosh, whoosh. The wind grew stronger. The Werewolf King panicked and dug his claws into the ground, trying to anchor himself against the suction. "It's useless. The Buddha Seal Gate can absorb all alien races from the heavens and earth. You do not belong to the human world, so you cannot escape." The old woman's words sealed the Werewolf King's fate. The Werewolf King could feel how futile his power was. He released his aura desperately, but it was useless. The gate of the 8-trigrams had locked onto him firmly. There was no escape. "I will not accept this," the Werewolf King roared again. He had only just arrived in the human world. Not only had he failed to kill Feyre, but he had not even returned to his own clan. Was this some kind of joke played by heaven? Feyre watched coldly, her gaze devoid of any pity. A person like this, one who had committed so many evil deeds, deserved such an end. No matter how much the Werewolf King roared, it was useless. His fate was sealed today, death, utter and complete death. Whoosh. The old woman snorted, then forcefully slapped the 8-trigrams. The hurricane sucked the Werewolf King directly inside. With a crack, the 8-trigrams closed from both sides. The old woman waved her hand, and the 8-trigrams vanished into the void. Thus the proud Werewolf King disappeared into the void, vanishing with his anger and regret. Perhaps this was the so-called cycle of justice. Retribution never missed. The old woman took a deep breath, exhaled the stale air from her mouth, and then walked over to Fairy. Fairy, tears of gratitude streaming down her face, said, "Thank you, kind old woman. Thank you for taking revenge on behalf of so many of our clansmen." The old woman paused slightly, then asked, "What do you mean by that?" A trace of anger lingered on Fairy's face as she replied, "You don't know, old woman. This man is the leader of the Wolf clan in our world. He has repeatedly led his tribe to attack ours, causing the deaths of so many innocent clansmen. By killing him today, you have avenged our people." The old woman smiled faintly and said, "Young lady, regardless of what grave sins this man may have committed in the past, he is now dust to dust and earth to earth. You should not grieve anymore." Fairy nodded, then suddenly let out a sharp scream. "Chun." She quickly rose to her feet and rushed to Qiu Chen's side. Reaching out to check his nose, she found he was still breathing and sighed in relief. Fortunately, Chun hasn't been seriously injured. The old woman glanced at her and asked, "Young lady, what are your plans next? Although his injuries are not severe, I suggest you take him with me to the spatial realm to recover." Fairy pondered for a moment, then shook her head and said, "No need, old woman. Chun isn't accustomed to such places. I will take him home instead." The old woman did not insist and said, "Very well, we shall do as you say. I have been out for too long and should return. Farewell then." Fairy bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you for saving us today." The old woman murmured an acknowledgement, then waved her right hand, causing her figure to vanish into thin air. Fairy watched the old woman depart, then sighed, and helped Qiu Chen to his feet. She smiled helplessly and said, Chen, I had originally planned to prepare a birthday cake for you, but I never expected you to get into trouble first. Nevertheless, it doesn't matter. I will do my utmost to make it right, and surely give you a surprise. After speaking, Fairy limping slightly supported Qiu Chen as she made her way home. Although Qiu Chen appeared rather frail, he was still a man, and it was quite laborious for Fairy, a young woman, to support him. Fortunately, Fairy was not foolish. On the way, she hailed a taxi and had it take them directly to the apartment. Upon arriving at the apartment, Fairy, panting heavily, helped Qiu Chen upstairs and laid him on the bed. Seeing him covered in grime from head to toe, she muttered to herself, this won't do. Chen will surely feel uncomfortable. But I know I shouldn't. What should I do? Should I take off Qiu Chen's clothes? At this thought, Fairy's face flushed red. Having never before removed a man's clothes, the very idea of undressing Qiu Chen would make the shy girl utterly mortified. Yet despite her shyness, Fairy summoned her courage, slowly approached Qiu Chen and reached out to unbutton his shirt. However, lacking any such experience, it took her a considerable amount of time to undo even a single button. As she drew nearer, the masculine scent of Qiu Chen's pheromones filled her nostrils, leaving Fairy slightly dazed and flustered. After wasting a great deal of time, she finally managed to remove Qiu Chen's clothes. Fairy felt her face was about to explode from embarrassment, but she persevered. Thinking that although Chen's injuries were not serious, she still needed to take care of him. She recalled seeing on television that wiping one's body with warm water could alleviate discomfort. I've only just taken off his clothes, and now I have to wipe his body. This is getting increasingly ambiguous. Having made up her mind, Fairy quickly rose to her feet. This matter brooked no delay, as she had to decide swiftly. Fairy returned to her own room, then went to the bathroom to fetch some hot water. Taking a towel, she once again walked to Qiu Chen's room. Upon entering Qiu Chen's room, Fairy gently placed the basin by his bedside. She dipped the towel in the water, wrung it out, and with a flushed face carefully and slowly wiped Qiu Chen's body. Every stroke sent a tremor through her heart. It's nothing. I'm just helping Chen, she murmured as she wiped. But inadvertently, Fairy was innocent and ignorant of such matters, of course unaware that if Qiu Chen knew he had been so stirred by her touch, he might have fainted from sheer excitement. After wiping Qiu Chen's body, Fairy, still blushing, covered him with the quilt. She withdrew from his room, took a few deep breaths, then slowly walked back to her own room. Oh dear, I haven't finished the cake yet, Fairy exclaimed. Just as she was about to step out, she suddenly felt a tightness in her chest, a dull aching pain that made her uneasy. Not only that, but her vision also grew blurry, as if some vital energy within her body was gradually fading away. No good. My time must be almost up. Fairy realized that her deadline was drawing inexorably closer with each passing moment. The old granny had told her that she would only live for 250 days and had also instructed her to take a pill whenever she felt any discomfort or illness. With this in mind, Fairy hesitated no longer. She fumbled for the pill bottle she had placed in the drawer, quickly opened it, poured out a single pill, and put it into her mouth. As the pill entered her mouth, Fairy felt a warm current flow through her body, bringing immense comfort and relief. After a short while, she recovered completely. How pathetic. I never thought I'd have to rely on pills just to keep myself alive, Fairy said with a self-mocking smile, leaning her body against the wall. Then she mustered her spirit and walked into the kitchen. Fairy felt she still had to make the cake. Even if she couldn't do it well, she wanted to give Chen a satisfactory birthday gift. Meanwhile, in that vast white space, the old granny sat cross-legged in meditation. As she breathed in and out, currents of qi slowly gathered around her. She once again extended her hands, forming seals to condense the energy, and then suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. It has been so long since I last used the Buddha seal gate. This time it has damaged my vital energy. Still, it's good that it at least removed an obstacle from the girl's path. The old granny murmured to herself. Whenever she thought of how anxious Fairy had been when she saw Qiu Chen injured, she couldn't help but sigh. What is love that it makes people exchange life for death? The most foolish beings in this world are those in love. If Fairy had been willing to listen to me and take back her own breath, she would not have ended up relying on pills to prolong her life. Yet she threw away her own life for the sake of so-called love. Is this foolishness or tragedy? Ochiheo drove Fang Yuanjing to his home, where she remained unconscious. In fact, Ochiheo had originally intended to take Fang Yuanjing directly back to her own home, but it was late at night, and she was still unconscious. If he were to bring her back, now people would inevitably gossip. After some deliberation, Ochiheo decided to take Fang Yuanjing to his own home. He carefully carried her up to the second floor and gently laid her on the bed. Ochiheo considerately turned and went downstairs, fetched a towel and warm water, and softly wiped Fang Yuanjing's face. Fang Yuanjing's skin was incredibly smooth. Even an accidental brush of his palm could feel its delicate texture. Ochiheo felt a bit entranced, but he also understood that if he did anything to Fang Yuanjing at this moment, she would probably never forgive him for the rest of her life. Ochiheo slowly walked over to Fang Yuanjing, crouched down, reached out, and gently stroked her cheek, his eyes shimmering with an indescribable light. Xiao Jing, all these years I have never forgotten you. But you it seems have forgotten me. I have imagined countless scenes of us reuniting, either weeping with joy or gazing at each other in silence. But now I am somewhat afraid to reveal myself to you. Why? I don't know either. As he spoke, his expression gradually turned sorrowful. Yes, why was he now somewhat afraid to acknowledge Fang Yuanjing? They had shared such happy memories in childhood, yet now he lacked the courage to reveal himself. In truth, no matter how deeply vows were sworn before the barrier of time, all past events are worn away until they become irretrievable memories. If you are not yet ready to recall the past, then let me bear it alone. Qiu sighed deeply with a profound gaze. Just as he was about to stand up, he suddenly heard Fang Yuanjing murmur in her sleep. "Chen, leave me alone, Ron." "Chen." Qiu suddenly forced a bitter smile. He turned his head to look at Fang Yuanjing again. "That man again. The one you said had nothing to do with you. Xiao Jing, I have always trusted you, but this time why do I feel that you have deceived me? No, it should be that you have deceived your own heart." Qiu could not find words to describe his feelings at that moment. The woman he had wanted to protect since childhood and had always protected was lying on his bed calling out another man's name. It was like discovering that the woman you deeply loved was sleeping with another man. Besides anger, there was a chill in the heart. No wonder she had been hesitant when he asked her to accompany him tonight. So she had an appointment, and the person she was meeting was this Chen she kept mentioning. Qiu's face suddenly darkened. He was a calm person, always hiding his emotions, but when his true Achilles heel was touched, he became furious. That Achilles heel was Fang Yuanjing, the woman he had always loved deeply. Qiu stood up directly and said angrily, "I have always wanted to silently protect you. I thought that one day I would be able to wait until you remembered me, remembered the day of our past. But now I realize I was wrong, terribly wrong, laughably wrong. Protection cannot bring anything, and love is never something you wait for. Xiao Jing, I am truly disappointed in you." Qiu indeed felt disappointed, but who could he blame for the current situation? He knew about the past between him and Fang Yuanjing, but she was unaware. No matter how angry Qiu was, he had no means or right to vent his anger on her, and that was what infuriated him most. "I was wrong. I was too lenient with you, always waiting for you, which caused you to change your heart. But you cannot. You are mine, you are mine." Qiu muttered a few words like a madman, then lunged onto Fang Yuanjing's body, using his hands to directly unfasten her upper garments. Her skin, as white as milk, was immediately exposed before him. In truth, if it were a different time, Qiu would never have done such a crazy thing. But now his mind seemed out of control, becoming sick and perverted. "I will take you so you will forever be only mine." After saying this, Qiu stripped off all his own clothes. Then he opened his mouth and kissed Fang Yuanjing's face, lips, then her shoulders, and then her chest. He was like someone savoring some exquisite delicacy, constantly making smacking sounds. His right hand slowly moved down, caressing Fang Yuanjing's abdomen and thighs, and then he directly lifted her skirt. His mind had only one thought: take her, take her. Just as he lifted her skirt and was about to proceed further, his eyes accidentally caught sight of the sweat on Fang Yuanjing's face and her somewhat pained expression. He was suddenly stunned, then withdrew his hand, climbed off Fang Yuanjing, and burst into loud laughter. He then slapped his own face hard with his hand. "What a useless man, Qiu. You don't even have the courage to take the woman you love." Qiu muttered to himself, his words carrying both mockery and self-mockery. Even when he was furious, even when anger overwhelmed him, he still managed to avoid harming Fang Yuanjing. Should he call it self-control, or what? Perhaps it was because he didn't want to hurt Fang Yuanjing, didn't want to become a villain in her memory. Even though her recollection of the past was so slow, he had waited all these years. Waiting a little longer was nothing. At most, it would be a bit harder for him, a bit more painful in his heart. Thinking of his own madness, just now Qiu felt some regret. If he hadn't stopped at the critical moment, the harm he would have caused to Fang Yuanjing would have been too great. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. After tidying up his clothes, Qiu lit a cigar and sat on the chair, smoking incessantly. Perhaps at this moment, only the smell of smoke could calm him down. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed in, Fang Yuanjing slowly opened her eyes, rubbing her throbbing head. Glancing at the unfamiliar surroundings, she murmured to herself, "Where am I?" Her memory rewound last night after watching a movie with Qiu Chen. They were strolling along the road when they suddenly encountered the mysterious figure who had appeared twice before near the park. Qiu Chen fought him, but was struck down repeatedly in order to protect her, and then she too blacked out. "By the way, where is Chen? Where is Chen?" Fang Yuanjing abruptly sat up and threw off the blanket. Could he have been harmed? Or had he been rescued? Burning with anxiety, she got out of bed and rushed toward the door. Just then the door opened, and Qiu entered carrying a bowl of egg drop porridge. "Xiaojing, why are you up? Lie down quickly. You're not fully recovered yet." Qiu gently guided Fang Yuanjing back to the bed, his expression worried. Fang Yuanjing asked curiously, "Brother, how are you here? And also, where am I now?" Qiu gave a faint smile. "You're at my place now. As for why you're here, last night when I was out taking a walk, I passed by an alley and saw you lying there. Why were you alone in that place?" Qiu deliberately concealed his emotions, not revealing the words that had come from Fang Yuanjing's mouth last night. That would have been a wound to him, and he didn't want to bring it up again. Fang Yuanjing hesitated for a moment, ultimately not mentioning her date with Qiu Chen the night before. Somehow she felt that if she said it in front of Ochiheo, it would cause him great harm. And that was exactly the harm she didn't want to see. Oh, it's like this: after my schedule ended last night, I wanted to take a walk, but I probably fainted due to low blood sugar. Thank you for saving me, brother O. A faint, unreadable glint flickered in Ochiheo's eyes. He said, it's nothing. But do you have low blood sugar? I didn't know that. Fang Yuanjing was a little flustered, but since she had already lied, she had to keep going. I only found out recently. The doctor said it might be because of my tight schedule and irregular meals. Ochiheo smiled faintly and said with concern, I see. Then you must take care of yourself. Though he was smiling, no one knew how much pain he was feeling inside. If Fang Yuanjing had told the truth, he might have felt a little comforted, but she didn't, which filled Ochiheo's heart with an indescribable bitterness. In the end, she still lied to me. Because of that man. Ochiheo gave a bitter smile internally. This unspoken sorrow made his chest ache with pain. Meanwhile, Fang Yuanjing breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, fortunately, I got away with a white lie. Otherwise, how could I have borne to tell the truth? In fact, both of them were considering the other from the bottom of their hearts, but too many worries and overthinking prevented them from sensing each other's true feelings. In matters of the heart, such missed opportunities often occur. In love, the involved are always the most confused. Fang Yuanjing said, Brother O, thank you for taking care of me, but I need to go back now. Ochiheo composed himself and said, now? How will you get back? It's early morning, and there are bound to be countless paparazzi lurking outside. If you go out, aren't you afraid they'll write more nonsense? Ochiheo paused for a moment, then said, don't worry. Since they already mistakenly believe we're a real couple, continuing the pretense won't easily be discovered. Pretense. Ochiheo's gaze deepened. He really disliked such a word. Fang Yuanjing asked cautiously, Brother, oh, what's wrong? Am I a burden to you? Because of a title? Ochiheo smiled indulgently. Nonsense. That's not true at all. If you're not worried, why should I be? As long as I can help you, that's enough. Silly girl, what I care about isn't the title, but the line between truth and falsehood. Fang Yuanjing smiled sweetly. Thank you so much, Brother O. Seeing Fang Yuanjing's gentle smile, Ochiheo smiled back. Yes, as long as Fang Yuanjing could be happy, what did it matter whether it was real or pretend? However, every time he thought of the name Fang Yuanjing had called out in her sleep the night before, a bitter ache would well up in Ochiheo's heart. He understood that Fang Yuanjing did harbor affection for him, but it was the kind of fondness one reserves for a neighborly older brother, someone with whom she could effortlessly drop her guard. Winning her heart completely was another matter entirely. Ochiheo lacked any confidence at all. Even if he revealed everything from his past, would it truly bridge the distance between them? Their appearances had changed, but the purity he cherished in his heart remained untouched. Yet it seemed this purity was destined to be silently guarded within him forever. Perhaps, as he had told himself, the time was simply not yet right. This was Ochiheo's perpetual self-consolation. Even if you are well enough to go out now, he said, there is no need to rush. Please rest a while longer in my room. This time Fang Yuanjing did not refuse. After a moment's hesitation, she said, then let me call Sister Ning and ask her to push back my schedule for today. Go ahead and call. I will go downstairs and have the staff prepare some food for you. Don't forget to eat the egg drop congee. Thank you, Brother O. After Ochiheo went downstairs, Fang Yuanjing did not call Ning Yun immediately. Instead, she dialed Qiu Chen's number, but to her surprise, there was no answer. This deepened her unease. Had he truly suffered some misfortune while trying to save her? If that were the case, she would never forgive herself. Fang Yuanjing knew that worrying would change nothing. She would have to wait until after she left Ochiheo's house to take action. She called Ninger, who seemed to have just woken up. Xiao Jing, what's the matter so early in the morning? Fang Yuanjing apologized. Sister Ning, I'm sorry to disturb your sleep. Could you delay my schedule for today? Has something happened? Ning Yun asked. Why the sudden change? Nothing serious, Fang Yuanjing replied. I'm just not feeling well today, and I didn't sleep well last night. I'd like to rest a bit longer. You silly girl, Ning Yun said gently. Even if it's a birthday celebration, you shouldn't neglect your rest. Birthday celebration? Fang Yuanjing was puzzled. Today isn't my birthday, Sister Ning. Are you mistaken? Ning Yun laughed. Oh, you and your shyness. I'm not one of those gossiping reporters. Didn't you stay up late sleeping with Ochiheo yesterday to celebrate his birthday? What? Yesterday was his birthday. Fang Yuanjing was truly stunned. She had never heard such a thing before. So you really didn't know, Ning Yun said. Everyone knows Ochiheo's birthday. He was supposed to hold a birthday party last night, but he canceled citing poor health. I assumed he wanted to celebrate privately with you instead. Last night. Once again, it was about last night. Fang Yuanjing froze. It all made sense now. No wonder Ochiheo's voice had sounded off when she received his call before she left the night before, tinged with a hint of expectation. No wonder he had asked her to keep him company. It was because yesterday was his birthday, a birthday he had wanted to spend with her. Suddenly Fang Yuanjing felt she was a cruel woman. She had always been so cautious in her relationship with Ochiheo, yet she had inadvertently wounded his heart. Thinking of his despondent tone the night before, he must have been deeply disappointed. He had cared for her so consistently, yet when he needed her, she had turned him away. She truly was a bad woman. Now that she knew the truth, Fang Yuanjing wanted to make it up to Ochaheo, but she did not know how. In that same gloomy villa, a man slammed his fist on the table and rose in anger, roaring at the man in the suit below him. What did you say? Failed. What were you people even doing? And what about the War Wolf King? The suited man spoke cautiously. I apologize, young master. Please punish me as you see fit. The man's face darkened. Where is the War Wolf King? I want to ask him how he dares call himself the strongest. I'm afraid the War Wolf King cannot come to see you, the suited man said. Why? The man asked coldly. Injured. After dawn we went to the battle site. The ground was in ruins, and we found this on the ground. He reached into his coat and produced a pair of charred iron claws. The man snatched them, his voice icy. So your conclusion is that he is dead, eh? The suited man nodded. He likely encountered a formidable expert. There was no sign that he survived. He is most probably dead. The man fell silent for a moment before speaking coldly. It was only a Fang Yuanjing. Why would such an expert protect her? That wretched woman. Was she truly that blessed with luck? The man was truly enraged. He had planned several operations, yet none had succeeded. Was this woman simply too fortunate, or were there too many experts protecting her? But who was secretly protecting her? Which expert was opposing him? He didn't know. All he knew was that he was agitated, extremely agitated. Never mind the War Wolf King, I'll get rid of him sooner or later anyway. Keep sending people to watch Fang Yuanjing. See if there are any experts secretly protecting her. The man issued his orders coldly. The suited man nodded, then said with some hesitation, Young Master, Butler Wang has arrived. The man looked up, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. What does he want? Has he come to announce another command from my father? The suited man shuddered, then said, Butler Wang said the old master orders you to return home on the Mid-Autumn Festival. He says it's a family reunion, and the old madam has decreed that everyone must be present. The man's face remained dark, and he gave a cold laugh. Go tell Butler Wang to inform that old man that I am busy, and I will not return. Just the sight of that house makes me sick. The suited man was taken aback. Young Master T. The man snorted coldly. What? Have you become that old man's dog too? The suited man quickly said, Of course not, I will always be loyal to you, young master. The man said with satisfaction, Then why aren't you going? And convey this after how that family treated my mother and me back then. If he wants me to come back, now Nangong Jianxiao will have to kneel before me and beg. The suited man nodded submissively and withdrew. It was easy to imagine that if the old master were to hear these words, he would surely be furious. The man watched the suited man leave, then slammed his fist heavily on the table. After what you did back then, you should have foreseen this day's outcome. At the Nangong ancestral mansion on the outskirts of the capital, an old man with a decrepit appearance sat on the sofa. Though he had not spoken, he exuded an aura of authority that commanded respect. Nangong Jianxiao, head of the Nangong family. Did he really say that? His voice was calm and indifferent, yet the man who heard it trembled all over. Because everyone knew that the calmer the old master was, the more furious he was. Yes, old master. Unfilial son. Nangong Jianxiao hurled the teacup in his hand to the ground, trembling with rage, and roared. His unfilial son actually dared to say such things. Lawless and outrageous. Truly a waste of over 20 years of raising him. To utter such rebellious words because of some old grudges. Issue an order, immediately freeze all the money in his account. Without money he's a bird without wings. Let's see how he can be cocky. The man said, Old master, I'm afraid it's too late. The young master now runs his own underground casino. Even if you freeze his funds, he won't just surrender. Nangong Jianxiao laughed heartily. Good boy, you've played your hand well. It seems you've long planned to break with me. Your wings are hard, but you want to escape my grasp. Not so easy. Nangong Jianxiao calmed down and said, Let me ask you, how is Xiao Jing recently? How is her mother? The man replied, Miss seems to have run into trouble recently. She has been attacked several times by unknown experts. When we were about to intervene, a mysterious figure rescued her. As for the identity of that person, we are currently investigating. Nangong Jianxiao sneered, Need to investigate? Even a fool could guess it was that Nangong. I've always told him not to lay a hand on Xiao Jing, but he never listens. This time he actually did such a thing. He must be severely punished. He must learn that even with hardened wings, he cannot fly beyond the reach of my 5 fingers. At noon, Fang Yuanjing emerged from Ochaheo's room, her heart heavy with a mix of guilt and unease. Having learned from Ning Yun that the previous day had been Ochaheo's birthday, and recalling his usual care for her, the memory of her rejection brought her only pain. She did not know the reason, nor had anyone explained why she felt this way. Logically, it should have been merely remorse, yet this ache in her chest. Where did it originate? Fang Yuanjing cautiously pushed open the door, only to find no servants as Ochaheo had mentioned. However, from the kitchen came a rhythmic clatter, the sound of a cleaver striking a cutting board. She softly called out, Brother O, but received no response. Slowly she descended the stairs toward the kitchen. The first sight was a broad, sturdy back. He wore a blue plaid shirt and a gray apron, looking as if he had stepped straight out of a manga. Hearing the footsteps, Ochaheo turned around and saw Fang Yuanjing standing behind him. He smiled gently. You're awake. Why didn't you rest a little longer? His smile carried a warmth that could melt the heart, enchanting and dreamlike, capable of easily capturing a girl's affections. This was Ochaheo, the perfect Ochaheo, flawless in every way. He was God's favored child, his features as if kissed by an angel. Even Fang Yuanjing, with her own beauty, felt a sense of inferiority in his presence. His handsomeness was almost illusory, intangible, and unreachable. Fang Yuanjing nodded with a smile. Yes, brother O. What are you making? Ochaheo replied faintly, nothing special. I searched online for foods suitable for someone with low blood sugar earlier, so I'm following a recipe to cook. Cooking for her again. Fang Yuanjing was slightly taken aback. She had never imagined such a scene. A man whom countless female fans called a prince was actually cooking for her. What kind of scene was this? Moreover, Ochaheo, in an apron, fit his current appearance unexpectedly well. His handsomeness was complemented by a cozy domestic warmth. For some reason, Fang Yuanjing's heart felt warm and sweet at that moment. The taste of being pampered was truly delightful. Ochaheo said nonchalantly, of course I'm cooking for you. Do you think I'm cooking for myself? You think I'm like you, so indifferent to your own health? Fang Yuanjing laughed. All right, brother O. Now that I'm sick, you've finally found an excuse to scold me. Ochaheo smiled helplessly. Come closer and smell this. Fang Yuanjing didn't hesitate, stepping forward to sniff. She smiled sweetly. It smells wonderful. It really stimulates the appetite. Really? Ochaheo looked very satisfied. Fang Yuanjing smiled, gazing at Ochaheo's profile, and noticed some stubble on his chin. He looked rather exhausted. Fang Yuanjing knew that Ochaheo was very particular about maintaining his appearance. By all logic, he would never appear so tired. It must have been because he was taking care of her. A flicker of heartache flashed in Fang Yuanjing's eyes. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke up. Brother O, I'm sorry. Ochaheo was slightly stunned, then smiled. What is there to be sorry for? Don't say that. It's because yesterday was your birthday. I didn't know. Fang Yuanjing paused for a moment before continuing. Ochaheo's hand paused visibly, and a trace of sadness appeared in his eyes, but it quickly vanished. Oh, it's fine. I was happy celebrating with my fans yesterday anyway, so it's okay. I really don't mind. It was a lie, and Fang Yuanjing knew it. Sister Ning had told her that he had canceled all his activities last night. That was the first thing. The second was that when he had called her yesterday, she could clearly sense his profound loneliness. As for why he was lonely, only Ochaheo himself likely knew. Fang Yuanjing did not expose the lie. Instead, she continued with an apologetic tone. Regardless, brother, oh, you've been so good to me, yet I didn't even wish you a happy birthday. Ochaheo shook his head. It's all right. Actually, throughout my life, there has only ever been one person who remembered my birthday. Her. Fang Yuanjing was slightly surprised and asked curiously, is she a former lover of yours, brother O? Fang Yuanjing herself didn't understand why she had asked such a cautious question. Ochaheo fell silent. Fang Yuanjing grew nervous. I'm sorry, brother O. Did I ask something I shouldn't have? Ochaheo smiled faintly. It's nothing. She isn't really a former lover. We can only say we grew up together. We knew each other's habits well. Every time it was my birthday, she was the first to bless me and gave me a clay doll, saying it represented hope. An inexplicable emotion arose in Fang Yuanjing's heart. Indescribable and unclear. Overall, she felt a certain resistance toward Ochaheo's past and that woman. I see. What about now? Do you still keep in touch? Ochaheo shook his head. Time flies and years change everything. We have long lost contact. For some reason, upon hearing this, Fang Yuanjing felt a sense of relief. Ochaheo casually said, let's not talk about the past. Let's eat first. It's good for your health. Fang Yuanjing thought for a moment, as if making a decision. Brother O, next year, I will definitely celebrate your birthday with you. Fool. What I want is more than just a birthday. Of course, Ochaheo did not say this aloud. Then it settled. Yes, definitely. Fang Yuanjing nodded solemnly. At the same time, she considered that she must do something to make up for it. Brother O had been so good to her, she couldn't fail to show her gratitude. Having made up her mind, Fang Yuanjing resolved to repay Ochaheo. She thought that perhaps making a cake or a birthday gift by hand would be better. On Ochaheo's birthday, there would surely be many fans bringing gifts. Making something by hand herself would show more sincerity. If she bought a gift, it could never truly reflect her heartfelt intent. Xiao Jing, let's eat. After Ochaheo called out, he invited Fang Yuanjing to sit at the dining table. Fang Yuanjing smiled sweetly and said, then I'll start. Ochaheo nodded affectionately, watching Fang Yuanjing leisurely enjoy the meal he had carefully prepared. When Qiu Chen woke up, it was already noon. He sat up straight in bed and realized he was back in his own home. Hadn't he been fighting that so-called werewolf king? He remembered being knocked unconscious, and then Feier appeared, and she must have saved him. As Qiu Chen marveled at Feier being his protective goddess, he suddenly remembered that Fang Yuanjing had been there too. The werewolf king was clearly targeting Senior Fang. Could she have already been? But then again, if Feier had driven off the werewolf king, that meant Fang Yuanjing must have been rescued as well. Although Feier inexplicably disliked Fang Yuanjing, Qiu Chen believed Feier had a sense of right and wrong, and would never leave someone to die. With that thought, he felt somewhat relieved. There was no need to rush calling Fang Yuanjing anyway. If Feier found out, she would be upset. At some point Qiu Chen had begun learning to read Fei's expressions. While Qiu Chen was lost and thought the door opened, and Fei walked in. Seeing him sitting up, she said crossly, "Who told you to get up? Don't you know you're injured?" She walked over carrying a bowl of porridge, and said, "Eat." Qiu Chen's mouth twitched slightly. "Why do I feel like I'm being fed like a little puppy when you say it like that?" Fei laughed sitting on the edge of the bed, and said, "You're my little puppy." Qiu Chen's face darkened. "I'm a bit annoyed, but since you're taking care of me, I'll forgive you." Fei giggled unbothered. Qiu Chen took a bite, and asked, "By the way, Fei, when you went there did you happen to see Senior?" Unlike with Feng Yuanjing, he had nothing to hide from Fei. Fei's face immediately turned cold. "You have the nerve to ask. You almost got yourself killed over a movie. If I weren't soft-hearted I wouldn't have saved you." Qiu Chen laughed sheepishly. "Come on, don't be upset. Didn't I tell you before I went? And you agreed to it. You're jealous, aren't you? Admit it, you're jealous because of me. Ha ha." Fei was unaware of the shameless thoughts running through Qiu Chen's mind. She just snorted and said, Who cares about you? Go on, worry about your precious Senior. I'm leaving." "Don't go." Qiu Chen quickly set down the bowl and grabbed Fei's hand. "Don't leave. What am I supposed to do if you go?" "Ah." He clutched his chest and collapsed. "Ah, Chen." Fei cried out in alarm, quickly catching him. "Chen, are you okay? What's wrong?" I'm in pain. "Yeah right, hee." After making a show of agony, Qiu Chen suddenly burst into laughter and wrapped his arms around Fei. Fei blushed and scolded playfully, "You naughty Chen, stop being so fresh." "Let me go." Qiu Chen grinned and released her, then said, "Thank you for taking care of me. I'm truly touched." Fei's heart was sweet, but her tone was dismissive. "Don't try to sweet-talk me with that." Qiu Chen chuckled, then suddenly remembered something. "Oh Fei, where are my clothes? This isn't what I was wearing before." Fei was utterly embarrassed. And who could blame her? It was she who had removed Qiu Chen's clothes last night, while wiping him down. What a pity that Qiu Chen, the very person involved, remained completely unaware of this. Of course Fei could hardly bring herself to say such a thing out loud. After all, she was a girl, and no matter how tough she acted, this kind of thing was simply too embarrassing to admit. "Why aren't you saying anything, Fei? Come on, tell me." Qiu Chen was clever enough to guess that Fei had undressed him. The reason he kept asking was purely because he enjoyed seeing Fei flustered. For some reason, she looked far cuter that way than usual. So Qiu Chen feigned ignorance and deliberately teased her. Of course Fei could see through him. Blushing, she said with annoyance, "You're so bad. You've already figured it out, haven't you?" Qiu Chen felt his heart race. He never expected those 3 words, "You're so bad," spoken in Fei's voice, to carry such devastating charm. Qiu Chen's heartbeat quickened. All because of a single sentence from Fei. Good heavens, was a virgin really this easily tempted? The shameless guy continued, "How would I know? I was unconscious, wasn't I?" Fei was speechless. Qiu Chen was doing this on purpose. Absolutely on purpose. Just to enjoy watching her squirm. Fei huffed and swatted his chest, then declared boldly, "Fine, yes. I'm the one who undressed you. Stripped you completely bare. What are you going to do about it?" Qiu Chen hadn't expected Fei to be so brazen. "What?" he said shamelessly. "How could you do that to me? Did you take advantage of me while I was asleep?" Fei was both embarrassed and furious. For the first time she realized how shameless Qiu Chen could be to say something like that. The shameless know no bounds. Fei snorted and said crossly, "Chen, I've discovered today that you have a really thick skin. Unlike you, I'd never do anything so sordid." After all her time in the human world, Fei was no longer the clueless, innocent girl she once was. She had become someone who understood dirty jokes and recognized shady intentions. One could say she had fully integrated into human society by now. All thanks to her friend Lily. It was Lily who occasionally fed Fei various bits of questionable information. If Qiu Chen knew, would he feel grateful to Lily? After all, it was Lily who had gradually given Fei a more human touch. Qiu Chen scratched his head with an awkward grin. "Oh, so nothing happened. And here I was hoping. I was even thinking about whether to make you take responsibility." Fei was once again rendered speechless. If anything really had happened, she should be the one demanding responsibility. Fei offered a helpless smile and said nothing more. Qiu Chen eagerly slurped down the kanji, speaking indistinctly between spoonfuls. "Fei, I'm truly moved. You even made kanji for me." A satisfied expression softened Fei's face as she declared, "Humph. That's because it's you, Chen. I'm the only one who truly cherishes you." Qiu Chen's lips twitched faintly. "Why do I feel like I've just been confessed to, again?" Fei chuckled mischievously and replied, "Well, I am confessing to you. After all, they say that if you love someone you must dare to speak your heart." Qiu Chen fell silent for a moment, then sighed. "Fei, surely you heard this from Lily again. Didn't I ask you to stay away from her?" Fei shook her head. "No, not at all. Sister Lily never said anything like that to me. I read it online." Qiu Chen set his bowl down with quiet resignation, then gently patted Fei's shoulder and spoke earnestly, "Fei, from now on, cherish your life and stay far away from the internet." Fei huffed and swatted his hand away. "You never even play with me. Of course I go online." Qiu Chen sighed again. "But yesterday I asked you to go out, and you refused. So now it's my fault." "That's because," Fei began, then abruptly clamped her mouth shut. She nearly blurted out the surprise she'd prepared for Qiu Chen. If she revealed it now, wouldn't her carefully crafted surprise vanish entirely? Qiu Chen raised an eyebrow. Because what? Feier's snapped cheeks flushed. Because you're a wooden-headed fool. Humph. As soon as the words left her lips, a childlike petulance flickered across her heart. Qiu Chen really was a block of wood. How could she possibly spoil the birthday surprise she'd so meticulously planned? Thinking of the cake she'd painstakingly prepared, Feier's lips curled into a radiant smile. Chen will be deeply touched, absolutely, utterly moved. Qiu Chen watched baffled. Feier alternated between furrowing her brow in deep thought and breaking into sudden tender smiles, as though wrestling with some secret or savoring some private joy. He found her even more perplexing than before. Ever since their return from Mount Tai, Feier had subtly transformed. Her princess-like tantrums and stubborn whims had softened, replaced by a quiet, unanticipated maturity he'd never noticed. This newfound maturity didn't displease him. In fact, it stirred within him a compelling urge to understand her more deeply. Feier, what are you thinking about? Qiu Chen leaned forward, curiously waving his hand gently before her eyes. This is the first time I've ever seen you fall so silent for so long over anything other than food. What's on your mind? Feier's face flared crimson. Chen, you're always twisting my words. Does that mean I only care about eating? She bristled. After all, she was a goddess. How could her divine image possibly be tarnished like this? Besides eating, she also slept. Quite well, thank you very much. Wait, Goddess Feier, did you just inadvertently reveal yourself? Qiu Chen nodded with a sly grin. How did you know that was exactly what I meant? Oh, you stinky Qiu Chen. Feier scowled, then sprang to her feet, pausing mid-step, her eyes glinting with playful cunning. Oh, by the way, Chen, grandfather and aunt called while you were unconscious. They asked when you'd marry me. Uffed. Qiu Chen spat out a mouthful of water, stunned beyond words. What? Feier giggled triumphantly and sauntered out the door. After descending the stairs, she answered Lily's call. The moment the line connected, Lily burst in with gleeful curiosity. So, was he moved? Feier nodded. Moved, he certainly was. Lily beamed with pride. See, I told you. So Feier, when it comes to mastering the art of guiding a man's heart, you still have much to learn from your elder sister. What is mastering the art of guiding a man's heart, Sister Lily? Though Feier now understood humanity quite well, some of Lily's phrases still left her utterly bewildered. For instance, once Lily had told her, to handle men you must act weak. Weak as a chicken, weak as a pear, keeping them firmly in your grasp. Feier had stared blankly, then asked, what does handling men have to do with chickens and pears? What does weak chicken even mean? A chicken that's very weak. Can you imagine Lily's speechless, twitching lips at that moment? Neither can I, because I've never seen it. Lily spoke with solemn authority. The art is simple to explain. Take my early days with Housie. We'd just begun dating. To keep him faithful, I often used delightful surprises as my strategy. Once on his birthday, I sprinted up 22 flights, from the ground floor straight to his apartment. At every landing, I held up a sign reading, Happy Birthday. In the end, Housie was profoundly moved, and to this day he remains utterly devoted to me. That is the art of guiding a man's heart. She spoke with flawless logic, but Feier remained utterly lost. But what does this have to do with me? Lily groaned in exasperation. Silly girl. If you love Chen, don't you want to keep him loyal and steadfast? That's precisely what I'm teaching you. Feier murmured, oh, then added, but Chen isn't straying at all. Lily sighed wordlessly, then simply urged, just remember everything I've said, all right? Feier hummed agreement and ended the call. Meanwhile, Qiu Chen sat unsettled, both flustered and incredulous. He simply couldn't fathom why grandfather and aunt would suddenly insist he marry Feier. Had this little girl truly charmed them so completely? Enough that grandfather, who'd always insisted his future daughter-in-law must meet the strictest standards, raised not a single objection. Qiu Chen's lips twitched as he recalled Feier's meeting with them. Upon reflection, that possibility seemed disturbingly plausible. Fine, they could adore her all they liked, but why drag him into it? True, he did genuinely like Feier, but liking wasn't love. Love and liking were worlds apart, weren't they? As for how exactly they differed, Qiu Chen, low on emotional intelligence, hadn't the faintest idea. He dialed grandfather's number. The call connected swiftly. Qiu Jingshan's voice came warmly. Xiao Chen, how many days has it been? Not even a single call to your grandfather. Qiu Chen chuckled sheepishly. Listen to you, grandfather. I think of you every day. It's just that these past few days I've been exhausted prepping for the school anniversary performance. I forgot. Qiu Jingshan replied. You rascal, give it your all. Your aunt and I will both be there to watch. Qiu Chen instantly felt immense pressure, but replied resolutely, don't worry, grandfather. I'll prepare with everything I've got. Qiu Jingshan chuckled approvingly. Good, that's settled. Oh, and how's the discussion going about your marriage to Feier? Qiu Chen sighed inwardly. Grandfather, I've already told you. We've only just started dating. I'd really prefer to wait a while longer, please. Why did grandfather latch onto this one topic with such relentless persistence? Qiu Jingshan disregarded all that and stated decisively, I don't care. I think Feier is excellent. Your aunt and I both favor her. Your aunt even went to the temple for a divination. She said you and Feier share a bond from 3 lifetimes. If you marry her, not only will you have a house full of descendants, but your lineage will also be blessed. Qiu Chen's mouth twitched as he said speechlessly, Grandpa, what are you talking about? Didn't you say you didn't believe in such superstitious things? Qiu Chen replied, I didn't believe before, but that doesn't mean I don't now. Besides, your aunt spoke so convincingly. How could I not believe her? Let me talk to Qiu Chen. Qiu, who seemed to be nearby, snatched the phone and said, Boy, let me tell you. A girl like Fei, beautiful and sensible, is rare these days. If you can't hold your ground, you'll regret it when you miss your chance. Qiu Chen's mouth twitched as he said, And I understand what you and Grandpa mean. But we young people believe in letting things take their natural course. Cut the crap. The gossipy Aunt Qiu swore. I may be old, but I keep up with the times. Do you think I watch all those TV dramas for nothing? We live in a fast food era now. Otherwise, why are there so many stories about whirlwind marriages and no dowry weddings? I asked Fei. You've known each other for a while, so it's not a flash marriage. And we have a car and a house, so it's not a no dowry marriage either. What reason do you have to refuse? Qiu Chen suddenly realized his aunt made a lot of sense. He was at a loss for words, yet how could he yield? But Qiu Chen felt he had to find an excuse. You're making decisions without consulting us. Even if I agree, Fei won't. Qiu smiled. I knew you'd use Fei as an excuse. So I asked her beforehand. Fei didn't refuse at all. What? She didn't refuse? Qiu Chen was stunned. What was going on? Fei hadn't refused his aunt's absurd proposal. Did she really want to marry him? Qiu Chen quickly said, Aunt, please don't worry about our young people's matters. I'll talk to Fei properly. That's all. Fei is calling me. Please tell Grandpa I'm sorry. Click. The call was hung up. Qiu's face darkened. She called out hello, hello, a couple of times, then put down the phone and said to Qiu Chen, Dad, that brat hung up on me. Qiu Chen smiled faintly and said, You know Xiao Chen's temper. Wouldn't he hang up? Qiu giggled and said, Dad, it's not just me. You've been pushing him too, haven't you? Qiu Chen chuckled. I can't help but push. I'm just an old man with bones about to turn to dust. If I don't urge him, I don't know when he'll bring me a granddaughter-in-law. Qiu felt a touch of sadness and said, Dad, don't say that. You're in good health. Everything will be fine. You'll surely live to be 100. Qiu Chen laughed heartily. I disregard all that and state decisively, I don't care. I think Fei is excellent. Your aunt and I both favor her. Your aunt even went to the temple for a divination. She said you and Fei share a bond from 3 lifetimes. If you marry her, not only will you have a house full of descendants, but your lineage will also be blessed. Qiu Chen's mouth twitched as he said speechlessly, Grandpa, what are you talking about? Didn't you say you didn't believe in such superstitious things? Qiu Chen replied, I didn't believe before, but that doesn't mean I don't now. Besides, your aunt spoke so convincingly. How could I not believe her? Let me talk to Qiu Chen. Qiu, who seemed to be nearby, snatched the phone and said, Boy, let me tell you. A girl like Fei, beautiful and sensible, is rare these days. If you can't hold your ground, you'll regret it when you miss your chance. Qiu Chen's mouth twitched as he said, And I understand what you and Grandpa mean. But we young people believe in letting things take their natural course. Cut the crap. The gossipy Aunt Qiu swore. I may be old, but I keep up with the times. Do you think I watch all those TV dramas for nothing? We live in a fast food era now. Otherwise, why are there so many stories about whirlwind marriages and no dowry weddings? I asked Fei. You've known each other for a while, so it's not a flash marriage. And we have a car and a house, so it's not a no dowry marriage either. What reason do you have to refuse? Qiu Chen suddenly realized his aunt made a lot of sense. He was at a loss for words, yet how could he yield? But Qiu Chen felt he had to find an excuse. You're making decisions without consulting us. Even if I agree, Fei won't. Qiu smiled. I knew you'd use Fei as an excuse. So I asked her beforehand. Fei didn't refuse at all. What? She didn't refuse? Qiu Chen was stunned. What was going on? Fei hadn't refused his aunt's absurd proposal. Did she really want to marry him? Qiu Chen quickly said, Aunt, please don't worry about our young people's matters. I'll talk to Fei properly. That's all. Fei is calling me. Please tell Grandpa I'm sorry. Click. The call was hung up. Qiu's face darkened. She called out hello, hello, a couple of times, then put down the phone and said to Qiu Chen, Dad, that brat hung up on me. Qiu Chen smiled faintly and said, You know Xiao Chen's temper. If you push him like this, wouldn't he hang up? Qiu giggled and said, Dad, it's not just me. You've been pushing him too, haven't you? Qiu Chen chuckled. I can't help but push. I'm just an old man with bones about to turn to dust. If I don't urge him, I don't know when he'll bring me a granddaughter-in-law. A sudden touch of sadness filled Qiu's heart. She smiled and said, Dad, don't say that. You'll surely live to be 100. Qiu Chen laughed heartily. I know my old body. In this life, you and Xiao Chen are the only 2 children who haven't settled down. As long as you 2 are happy, I'll be satisfied. Xiao Chen likes someone. What about you? You're getting old too. Do you really want to remain an old maid? Qiu felt somewhat embarrassed and said, Dad, weren't we talking about Xiao Chen's matter? Why are you bringing it up? Qiu Chen said somewhat angrily. Both of you give me no peace. One has someone he likes, but is dragging his feet, while the other hasn't found anyone to like up to now. Qiu said embarrassingly, Dad, rest assured. I will surely work hard. Qiu Chen sighed, and said, I dote on you both the most. Please give me some peace of mind. Qiu Million's gaze grew contemplative, and she said nothing more. After ending the call with his grandfather, Qiu Chen lay on his bed still wondering why Phil had agreed to his aunt's outrageous proposal. Could it be that this little girl was hinting at something? Qiu Chen felt somewhat confused. Putting aside Phil's identity as a vampire, even disregarding that altogether, he believed that matters of the heart were serious business. Unless the emotional bond between two people had reached a certain depth, Qiu Chen would not even consider marriage. Although Qiu Chen appeared carefree and shameless on the surface, perhaps he himself did not realize just how conservative his heart truly was. Although he harbored fondness for Phil, it had not yet reached the level of love. In truth, between Phil and Fang Yuanjing, his feelings lay elsewhere. At that moment, Fang Yuanjing was having dinner at Ochaheo's home when her phone tucked in her pants pocket vibrated to signal a received message. What is it? What message has you so absorbed? Ochaheo asked casually. Fang Yuanjing was startled, then smiled and replied, Oh, nothing. I just thought this advertisement text was too ridiculous, so I deleted it. After saying this, she tapped delete. To avoid further distraction, she inadvertently powered her phone off. She could explain it to Chen tomorrow, but if she let Brother O down once again, she would feel truly guilty toward him. Unbeknownst to her, Fang Yuanjing's heart had gradually placed Ochaheo above Qiu Chen. Meanwhile, Qiu Chen grew anxious when Fang Yuanjing did not reply. He dialed her number only to be told that her phone was switched off. Qiu Chen pondered deeply. What was happening? Had senior sister not yet escaped danger? If she had, why had she not responded? Could she be injured and unconscious? The more he thought, the more uneasy he became. He quickly dressed, went downstairs, and called out to Phil, Phil, I need to go out. Phil, who had been studying cakes in her room, hurried out and huffed, No way. Your wounds haven't healed yet. Do you want to throw your life away? Qiu Chen said anxiously, But I just lost contact with senior sister. I am so worried about her. Phil retorted angrily, It's always your senior sister. You were injured because of her, and now you want to go seek death. In his urgency, Qiu Chen did not notice her tone and replied somewhat angrily, But I can't just ignore her. If something happens to senior sister, Go then. Go. Phil was truly furious. I care for you with good intentions, yet you only care about your so-called senior sister. Go ahead. I won't lift a finger to help you even if you die. With that, Phil stormed upstairs. Qiu Chen wore a helpless expression. Should he go or not? After ending the call with his grandfather, Qiu Chen lay on his bed still wondering why Phil had agreed to his aunt's outrageous proposal. Could it be that this little girl was hinting at something? Qiu Chen felt somewhat confused. Putting aside Phil's identity as a vampire, even disregarding that altogether, he believed that matters of the heart were serious business. Unless the emotional bond between two people had reached a certain depth, Qiu Chen would not even consider marriage. Although Qiu Chen appeared carefree and shameless on the surface, perhaps he himself did not realize just how conservative his heart truly was. Although he harbored fondness for Phil, it had not yet reached the level of love. In truth, between Phil and Fang Yuanjing, Qiu Chen liked Fang Yuanjing more. Perhaps it was that first meeting on a certain afternoon, or the smile they shared during practice, or perhaps it was the innocent taste of first love he had felt. Qiu Chen, a novice in love, had inadvertently fallen into Fang Yuanjing's vortex. He had been poisoned by her, and could not extricate himself. Qiu Chen shook his head, guiltily glanced at the door, and seeing that Phil was not outside, he took out his phone and sent a text to Fang Yuanjing, Senior sister, where are you right now? At that moment, Fang Yuanjing was having dinner at Ochaheo's home when her phone vibrated in her pants pocket. She smiled faintly and said, There are too many junk messages like this these days. Ochaheo replied, Yes. That is why I recommend you sign up for a plan. Fang Yuanjing chuckled, opened her phone, and saw the message from Chen. She stole a glance at Ochaheo and noticed he was playing with his tea set, not looking at her. Chen must be texting to check on me, she thought. Never mind. I just apologized to Brother O. I should not make him angry again. What is it? What message has you so absorbed? Ochaheo asked casually. Fang Yuanjing was startled, then smiled and replied, Oh, nothing. I just thought this advertisement text was too ridiculous, so I deleted it. After saying this, she tapped delete. To avoid further distraction, she inadvertently powered her phone off. She could explain it to Chen tomorrow, but if she let Brother O down once again, she would feel truly guilty toward him. Unbeknownst to her, Fang Yuanjing's heart had gradually placed Ochaheo above Qiu Chen. Meanwhile, Qiu Chen grew anxious when Fang Yuanjing did not reply. He dialed her number only to be told that her phone was switched off. Qiu Chen pondered deeply. What was happening? Had senior sister not yet escaped danger? If she had, why had she not responded? Could she be injured and unconscious? The more he thought, the more uneasy he became. He quickly dressed, went downstairs, and called out to Phil, Phil, I need to go out. Phil, who had been studying cakes in her room, hurried out and huffed, No way. Your wounds haven't healed yet. Do you want to throw your life away? Qiu Chen said anxiously, But I just lost contact with senior sister. I am so worried about her. Phil retorted angrily, It's always your senior sister. You were injured because of her, and now you want to go seek death. In his urgency, Qiu Chen did not notice her tone and replied somewhat angrily, But I can't just ignore her. If something happens to senior sister, Go then. Go. Phil was truly furious. I care for you with good intentions, yet you only care about your so-called senior sister. Go ahead. I won't lift a finger to help you even if you die. With that, Phil stormed upstairs. Qiu Chen wore a helpless expression. Should he go or not? If he did not go, his conscience would not allow it. But if he did go, Phil would be even angrier. Gritting his teeth, Qiu Chen finally made his decision and pushed the door open to leave. On the second-floor staircase, Phil suddenly revealed a faint, empty smile and muttered to herself, Chen, it seems I truly cannot compare to your senior sister in your heart. If he did not go, his conscience would not allow it. But if he did go, Phil would be even angrier. Gritting his teeth, Qiu Chen finally made his decision and pushed the door open to leave. On the second-floor staircase, Phil suddenly revealed a faint, empty smile and muttered to herself, Chen, it seems I truly cannot compare to your senior sister in your heart. Qiu Chen rushed out of the door, deciding to check the alley from last night first, then go to Fong Yuanjing's home. With that thought, he took a taxi and left. The journey was silent. After arriving at the alley entrance from last night, Qiu Chen found that the traces from last night's struggle still remained on the ground, and he couldn't help but shudder. The incident at Yunyang was truly perilous. If not for Feier's timely intervention, both my senior and I would have surely lost our lives. Thinking of Feier, Qiu Chen gave a bitter smile. That little girl must be angry, but there was no helping it. Once he confirmed his senior's safety, he would go back and apologize to her. Following last night's route, he walked through streets and alleys, but still found no trace of Fong Yuanjing. First, Qiu Chen felt relieved. First, he could confirm that Fong Yuanjing was safe for now, the rest was to find her. It seemed he had no choice but to go to her home. With that thought, Qiu Chen took a taxi and left. At this time at Ochaheo's villa, Fong Yuanjing had changed into her own clothes, and said to Ochaheo, brother, oh, I need to leave. I still have a schedule. A faint trace of regret flashed in Ochaheo's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. He smiled and said, are you leaving now? Fong Yuanjing smiled, yes, I have to. There's no way around it. I have an afternoon schedule. Ochaheo knew Fong Yuanjing wasn't lying. He said with a tinge of regret, all right, then I'll see you out. Fong Yuanjing didn't refuse and nodded, thank you, brother Oh. You're too polite. Ochaheo led Fong Yuanjing to the back door and said to her, you can leave from here. There are fewer paparazzi here. Fong Yuanjing nodded and said, then brother, oh, I'll be leaving now. Ochaheo nodded and said, then I won't see you off. With that, Ochaheo walked back into the room and Fong Yuanjing left as well. The two didn't notice that a Santana with a concealed license plate was parked on the roadside, not far away. Two bespectacled men with shifty eyes were fiddling with their cameras. One of them said the whole night stakeout wasn't in vain. We actually got the shots. The other guy let out a lewd laugh. It seems the rumors online are true. These two really are living together. We're going to make a fortune now. You want to go back now? Don't be ridiculous. Keep following them. But senior, haven't we already taken the photos? Isn't exposure enough? The man addressed as senior sneered. That's why you're a rookie. What's the use of just this little bit? I bet around her home there must be even juicier material. The other man said with admiration, senior is indeed senior. Then let's follow her now. Qiu Chen rushed out of the door, deciding to check the alley from last night first, then go to Fong Yuanjing's home. With that thought, he took a taxi and left. The journey was silent. After arriving at the alley entrance from last night, Qiu Chen found that the traces from last night's struggle still remained on the ground, and he couldn't help but shudder. The journey was silent. After arriving at the alley entrance from last night, Qiu Chen found that the traces from last night's struggle still remained on the ground, and he couldn't help but shudder. The incident at Yunyang was truly perilous. If not for Feier's timely intervention, both my senior and I would have surely lost our lives. Thinking of Feier, Qiu Chen gave a bitter smile. That little girl must be angry, but there was no helping it. Once he confirmed his senior's safety, he would go back and apologize to her. Following last night's route, he walked through streets and alleys, but still found no trace of Fong Yuanjing. First, Qiu Chen felt relieved. First, he could confirm that Fong Yuanjing was safe for now, the rest was to find her. It seemed he had no choice but to go to her home. With that thought, Qiu Chen took a taxi and left. At this time at Ochaheo's villa, Fong Yuanjing had changed into her own clothes, and said to Ochaheo, brother, oh, I need to leave. I still have a schedule. A faint trace of regret flashed in Ochaheo's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. He smiled and said, are you leaving now? Fong Yuanjing smiled, yes, I have to. There's no way around it. I have an afternoon schedule. Ochaheo knew Fong Yuanjing wasn't lying. He said with a tinge of regret, all right, then I'll see you out. Fong Yuanjing didn't refuse and nodded, thank you, brother Oh. You're too polite. Ochaheo led Fong Yuanjing to the back door and said to her, you can leave from here. There are fewer paparazzi here. Fong Yuanjing nodded and said, then brother, oh, I'll be leaving now. Ochaheo nodded and said, then I won't see you off. With that, Ochaheo walked back into the room and Fong Yuanjing left as well. The two didn't notice that a Santana with a concealed license plate was parked on the roadside, not far away. Two bespectacled men with shifty eyes were fiddling with their cameras. One of them said the whole night stakeout wasn't in vain. We actually got the shots. The other guy let out a lewd laugh. It seems the rumors online are true. These two really are living together. We're going to make a fortune now. You want to go back now? Don't be ridiculous. Keep following them. But senior, haven't we already taken the photos? Isn't exposure enough? The man addressed as senior sneered. That's why you're a rookie. What's the use of just this little bit? I bet around her home there must be even juicier material. The other man said with admiration. Senior is indeed senior. Then let's follow her now. Follow me and learn well, you'll benefit from it. Yes, thank you for your guidance, senior. Fang Yuanjing, who left by car, had no idea she was being followed. She drove straight to her home, got out of the car, opened the door, and went inside. Coincidentally, at this moment Qiu Chen arrived. He had planned to go knock on the door directly, but his sharp eyes noticed a suspicious car parked not far from Fang Yuanjing's house. According to the plots and novels, a car with a concealed license plate like this is certainly not up to any good. Could it be targeting the senior? Fang Yuanjing, who left by car, had no idea she was being followed. She drove straight to her home, got out of the car, opened the door, and went inside. Coincidentally, at this moment Qiu Chen arrived. He had planned to go knock on the door directly, but his sharp eyes noticed a suspicious car parked not far from Fang Yuanjing's house. According to the plots and novels, a car with a concealed license plate like this is certainly not up to any good. Could it be targeting the senior? With this thought, Qiu Chen quietly circled around to the back of the car. Qiu Chen observed cautiously and found two paparazzi men sitting in the car discussing something with shifty eyes. Just as Qiu Chen was thinking whether to teach them a lesson, their conversation reached his ears. As long as we capture some clues this time, plus the news of her living with Ochiheo, we'll sell it big. But doesn't the evidence seem insufficient? Evidence? The fact that she spent the whole night at Ochiheo's home and sneaked away the next day, isn't that enough? Qiu Chen's expression stiffened. Living together. Spent the night with Ochiheo. My heart aches. Why is this happening? No one could fathom what Qiu Chen was feeling at that moment. Was it heartache? Paparazzi never lie. If they lacked solid evidence, they wouldn't dare spread even a rumor. If they had evidence and spoke the truth, then it meant the matter was real. The senior sister had indeed spent the entire night at that Ochiheo's home. If that was the case, then it meant that last night it wasn't Fair who had rescued her, but Ochiheo. Yet staying overnight in a stranger's house. What could possibly happen? No words were needed. The moment Qiu Chen thought of this, his heart suddenly felt stifled, a dull ache that was truly unbearable. Although Fang Yuanjing was not yet his girlfriend, she was after all the first girl he had ever liked. She was his first love, so to speak. Even if they were not together, he still harbored deep affection for her. How could he possibly accept this? Qiu Chen turned and left, no longer heading to Fang Yuanjing's home. He truly didn't want to go now. Oh, this matter was like a thorn lodged in his throat, both painful and agonizing. Perhaps none of what he imagined had actually happened. But was that possible? Probably not. The odds of such a scenario were far too slim. Qiu Chen wandered aimlessly, his heart aching dully. Since he knew his senior sister was safe, he might as well go home now. After all, Fair was still waiting for him there. As he thought and walked, his phone rang just then. He took it out and saw it was Fang Yuanjing. With a complicated feeling, Qiu Chen answered the call. Hello, senior sister, are you home yet? Even though he had clearly seen her arrive home, he still had to ask. Fang Yuanjing seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and said, I'm home. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Qiu Chen forced a smile and said, I'm fine, just a few minor injuries. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you last night, senior sister. Fang Yuanjing replied, it's okay. Thanks to you protecting me so well last night, I would have been hurt otherwise. Qiu Chen let out an "oh," and then silence fell between them. Qiu Chen's mind was still occupied with what he had just heard, while Fang Yuanjing suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Chen, why aren't you talking? Fang Yuanjing didn't quite like this silence. Startled, Qiu Chen still asked, senior sister, how did you get home last night? Fang Yuanjing's heart skipped a beat. She hesitated, unwilling to reveal that she had been rescued by Ochiheo last night, whether out of fear of making Qiu Chen angry or for some other reason she wasn't sure. No one could fathom what Qiu Chen was feeling at that moment. Was it heartache? Paparazzi never lie. If they lacked solid evidence, they wouldn't dare spread even a rumor. If they had evidence and spoke the truth, then it meant the matter was real. The senior sister had indeed spent the entire night at that Ochiheo's home. If that was the case, then it meant that last night it wasn't Fair who had rescued her, but Ochiheo. Yet staying overnight in a stranger's house. What could possibly happen? No words were needed. The moment Qiu Chen thought of this, his heart suddenly felt stifled, a dull ache that was truly unbearable. Although Fang Yuanjing was not yet his girlfriend, she was after all the first girl he had ever liked. She was his first love, so to speak. Even if they were not together, he still harbored deep affection for her. How could he possibly accept this? Qiu Chen turned and left, no longer heading to Fang Yuanjing's home. He truly didn't want to go now. Oh, this matter was like a thorn lodged in his throat, both painful and agonizing. Perhaps none of what he imagined had actually happened. But was that possible? Probably not. The odds of such a scenario were far too slim. Qiu Chen wandered aimlessly, his heart aching dully. Since he knew his senior sister was safe, he might as well go home now. After all, Fair was still waiting for him there. As he thought and walked, his phone rang just then. He took it out and saw it was Fang Yuanjing. With a complicated feeling, Qiu Chen answered the call. Hello, senior sister, are you home yet? Even though he had clearly seen her arrive home, he still had to ask. Fang Yuanjing seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and said, I'm home. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Qiu Chen forced a smile and said, I'm fine, just a few minor injuries. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you last night, senior sister. Fang Yuanjing replied, it's okay. Thanks to you protecting me so well last night, I would have been hurt otherwise. Qiu Chen let out an "oh," and then silence fell between them. Qiu Chen's mind was still occupied with what he had just heard, while Fang Yuanjing suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Chen, why aren't you talking? Fang Yuanjing didn't quite like this silence. Startled, Qiu Chen still asked senior sister, how did you get home last night? Fang Yuanjing's heart skipped a beat. She hesitated, unwilling to reveal that she had been rescued by Chiheo last night, whether out of fear of making Qiu Chen angry, or for some other reason she wasn't sure. She moved her lips and said, after you lured him away last night, I propped myself up and walked out trying to find someone to help. Just then Sister Ning happened to come by, and she took me away. I passed out as soon as I got in the car, so I didn't have time to ask Sister Ning to save you. I'm really sorry. She moved her lips and said, after you lured him away last night, I propped myself up and walked out trying to find someone to help. Just then Sister Ning happened to come by, and she took me away. I passed out as soon as I got in the car, so I didn't have time to ask Sister Ning to save you. I'm really sorry. Qiu Chen's lips twisted into a bitter smile. So even his senior sister would lie to him. She had clearly been taken away by Chiheo, but she lied to him, probably afraid he would be angry. Yet what she didn't realize was that if she had told the truth, he wouldn't have been so upset. It was exactly because she didn't tell him the truth that he became angry. Qiu Chen, however, didn't call her out on it. Instead, he continued the conversation, saying, so that's how it was. I'm fine as long as you're okay, senior sister. Hearing that Qiu Chen didn't suspect anything, Fang Yuanjing felt a guilty relief. Why did she feel guilty? Was it because she didn't want Qiu Chen to know she had any connection with Chiheo? I'm glad you're okay. Chen, I was really worried about you. Qiu Chen said, senior sister, I was worried about you too. I was so afraid something would happen to you. If something had happened, I would never have forgiven myself. Fang Yuanjing was deeply moved by these words and asked Chen, why are you so good to your senior sister? Why are you so good to me? If it were before, Qiu Chen would have blurted out, because I like you. But now he hesitated, unsure if he should say such words. Because you went out with me. As a man, I had to protect you. Fang Yuanjing felt a pang of disappointment. To be honest, Qiu Chen's words left her disheartened. She had hoped he would say something like, you mean a lot to me, but all she got was this faint remark. Women, what complicated creatures they are. Both were cautiously probing the other's heart, neither daring to take the first step. And it was precisely because of this that they would end up missing each other in regret. Where are you now? Fang Yuanjing asked. Qiu Chen replied, I'm at home. Where else would I be? Fang Yuanjing thought that made sense, then asked again, by the way, have you prepared your performance for the school anniversary? Qiu Chen answered, don't worry, senior sister. There's still some time before the anniversary. I'll definitely stun the crowd. Fang Yuanjing laughed. Then I'll wait and see. Qiu Chen acknowledged and added, by the way, senior sister, I've been watching every episode of your TV drama. Congratulations on taking another step toward becoming the TV drama queen. Fang Yuanjing was amused and said, I'm no TV drama queen. You're just teasing your senior sister again. Qiu Chen chuckled. Isn't it something you often say? One must have dreams. Without dreams, what is the meaning of life? Fang Yuanjing had no retort and simply said, good that you know. You always use my own words against me. Qiu Chen chuckled, then looked up. Whoosh. A torrential downpour descended from the sky. Fei stood by the second-floor window, watching the heavy rain with concern in her eyes. I wonder if Chen has returned yet. Will he get soaked? The more Fei thought about it, the more worried she became. She went downstairs, grabbed an umbrella, pushed open the door, and stepped outside. Now Fei wanted to make every possible moment with Qiu Chen, creating memories uniquely theirs. Even if she disappeared one day, those memories would stay with her forever. The rain intensified, but Qiu Chen still hadn't appeared. Just as Fei grew increasingly anxious, a figure sprinted from the distance, using his clothes to shield his head. He looked quite disheveled. Chen, Fei called out, and walked toward him with her umbrella. Where are you now? Fang Yuanjing asked. Qiu Chen replied, I'm at home. Where else would I be? Fang Yuanjing thought that made sense, then asked again, by the way, have you prepared your performance for the school anniversary? Qiu Chen answered, don't worry, senior sister. There's still some time before the anniversary. I'll definitely stun the crowd. Fang Yuanjing laughed. Then I'll wait and see. Qiu Chen acknowledged and added, by the way, senior sister, I've been watching every episode of your TV drama. Congratulations on taking another step toward becoming the TV drama queen. Fang Yuanjing was amused and said, I'm no TV drama queen. You're just teasing your senior sister again. Qiu Chen chuckled. Isn't it something you often say? One must have dreams. Without dreams, what is the meaning of life? Fang Yuanjing had no retort and simply said, good that you know. You always use my own words against me. Qiu Chen chuckled, then looked up at the sky. Seeing the dark clouds gathering, he quickly said, senior sister, I have something to attend to. Let's talk later. Though slightly disappointed, Fang Yuanjing replied, all right. After saying goodbye, Qiu Chen hung up and looked up at the sky with a bitter smile. Today's weather is just like my mood. What a damn day. Whoosh. A torrential downpour descended from the sky. Fei stood by the second-floor window, watching the heavy rain with concern in her eyes. I wonder if Chen has returned yet. Will he get soaked? The more Fei thought about it, the more worried she became. She went downstairs, grabbed an umbrella, pushed open the door, and stepped outside. Even though you always make me angry, I still want to wait for you, because my heart aches for you. Feyre muttered to herself. There were only 247 days left. She could only survive for 247 more days in this human world, after which she would vanish from existence. Now Feyre wanted to make every possible moment with Qiu Chen, creating memories uniquely theirs. Even if she disappeared one day, those memories would stay with her forever. The rain intensified, but Qiu Chen still hadn't appeared. Just as Feyre grew increasingly anxious, a figure sprinted from the distance, using his clothes to shield his head. He looked quite disheveled. "Chen!" Feyre called out, and walked toward him with her umbrella. Running through the rain, Qiu Chen heard Feyre's voice and looked up to see her running toward him with an umbrella. Qiu Chen sped up and asked loudly, "Why are you here? Can't you see it's raining?" Feyre didn't say much. Since the umbrella was small, their bodies were almost pressed together, giving Feyre an unusual feeling. As they walked together under the umbrella, Qiu Chen tried to tilt it toward Feyre, but she still got quite wet. She was already dressed thinly, and now she was shivering. Noticing this, Qiu Chen asked Feyre, "Are you very cold?" Feyre nodded and said, "Yes, it's quite cold." Qiu Chen thought for a moment, then wrapped his arm around Feyre's shoulders and pressed close to her. "How about now? Still cold?" Feyre blushed, but nodded. "Much better. That's good. I'm just warming you up, not taking advantage of you." "I know." They chatted idly as raindrops pattered against the umbrella. Pressed closely together, sprinting through the rain, there was a unique beauty to the moment. Running through the rain, Qiu Chen heard Feyre's voice and looked up to see her running toward him with an umbrella. Qiu Chen sped up and asked loudly, "Why are you here? Can't you see it's raining?" Panting, Feyre said, "Of course I know it's raining, but I was worried about you." Qiu Chen looked at her outfit. She seemed unsure how to hold the umbrella properly, and rain had soaked much of her clothes. Qiu Chen's heart skipped a beat. The damp fabric clung to her figure, revealing subtle contours that were utterly captivating. Avoiding looking too directly, Qiu Chen moved closer, took the umbrella, and said, "Let me hold it. You're so clumsy, you don't even know how to use an umbrella properly." Feyre didn't say much. Since the umbrella was small, their bodies were almost pressed together, giving Feyre an unusual feeling. As they walked together under the umbrella, Qiu Chen tried to tilt it toward Feyre, but she still got quite wet. She was already dressed thinly, and now she was shivering. Noticing this, Qiu Chen asked Feyre, "Are you very cold?" Feyre nodded and said, "Yes, it's quite cold." Qiu Chen thought for a moment, then wrapped his arm around Feyre's shoulders and pressed close to her. "How about now? Still cold?" Feyre blushed, but nodded. "Much better. That's good. I'm just warming you up, not taking advantage of you." "I know." They chatted idly as raindrops pattered against the umbrella. Pressed closely together, sprinting through the rain, there was a unique beauty to the moment. Romance is fleeting. The heavy rain intensified, so Qiu Chen and Feyre hurried into the apartment, both of them drenched to varying degrees. Feyre's white shirt was soaked through the contours of her chest, faintly visible, stirring restless thoughts in Qiu Chen's heart. Qiu Chen cleared his throat, trying to maintain a gentlemanly demeanor. "Well, Feyre, you should really go change your clothes." Feyre asked confusedly, "Why? What's wrong with my clothes?" Qiu Chen was on the verge of madness. Unable to speak plainly, he stammered, "Ahem, well, your clothes are all wet. If you don't change, you'll catch a cold." Feyre glanced at her clothes and said, "You're right. You should go change too, so you don't get sick." Qiu Chen nodded, touched by her concern. "Don't worry." Feyre hummed an acknowledgement and went upstairs. Qiu Chen was genuinely moved. Feyre had come out into the rain just to welcome him. How could he not be touched? Watching the petite woman timidly walk toward the stairs and ascend to the second floor, a warm smile graced Qiu Chen's face. The blow he had suffered regarding Feng Yuanjing seemed to vanish. Feyre possessed such a magical ability, no matter how gloomy your mood, as long as she is by your side, your spirits instantly lift. Qiu Chen called this charisma, immense charisma. He smiled and entered his own room. He changed into a clean set of clothes and stepped out, coincidentally encountering Feyre coming down the stairs. Romance is fleeting. The heavy rain intensified, so Qiu Chen and Feyre hurried into the apartment, both of them drenched to varying degrees. Feyre's white shirt was soaked through the contours of her chest, faintly visible, stirring restless thoughts in Qiu Chen's heart. Qiu Chen cleared his throat, trying to maintain a gentlemanly demeanor. "Well, Feyre, you should really go change your clothes." Feyre asked confusedly, "Why? What's wrong with my clothes?" Qiu Chen was on the verge of madness. Unable to speak plainly, he stammered, "Ahem, well, your clothes are all wet. If you don't change, you'll catch a cold." Feyre glanced at her clothes and said, "You're right. You should go change too, so you don't get sick." Qiu Chen nodded, touched by her concern. "Don't worry." Feyre hummed an acknowledgement and went upstairs. Qiu Chen was genuinely moved. Feyre had come out into the rain just to welcome him. How could he not be touched? Watching the petite woman timidly walk toward the stairs and ascend to the second floor, a warm smile graced Qiu Chen's face. The blow he had suffered regarding Feng Yuanjing seemed to vanish. Feyre possessed such a magical ability, no matter how gloomy your mood, as long as she is by your side, your spirits instantly lift. Qiu Chen called this charisma, immense charisma. He smiled and entered his own room. He changed into a clean set of clothes and stepped out, coincidentally encountering Feyre coming down the stairs. She wore a loose white t-shirt and denim shorts barefoot, revealing her fair little feet as she skipped down the stairs. Qiu Chen felt a nosebleed coming on. He didn't know when it had started, but this woman's attire at home had become increasingly casual. He once even saw Fei walking out of the bathroom, wearing only underwear. Can you imagine Qiu Chen's expression at that moment? Can you imagine the sight of two firm mounds swaying before your eyes? Qiu Chen wasn't a pervert, but in that instant he truly wanted to push Fei down. Damn it, no wonder people say a bikini is the most tempting attire. What is revealed is easily seen, only what is covered holds true mystery. Qiu Chen finally understood the true meaning of that saying. He grinned and said, Fei, you look best in clothes like this. It suits you perfectly. Fei's mood brightened, and she spun around like a child, smiling. Really? Are you sure you're not lying? Qiu Chen laughed. Why would I lie? Come sit on Big Brother's lap. Fei scowled. You're not my brother, and I don't want to sit on your lap. You're a pervert. Qiu Chen was speechless. Sitting on my lap has nothing to do with being a pervert. Fei huffed and sat on the sofa beside Qiu Chen. That's how it is in movies. A woman sits on a man's lap, he makes moves on her, and then they strip and do bad things. Qiu Chen's face darkened. Fei, what kind of movies are you watching? Fei thought for a moment. Sora always complete works. Sister Lily recommended them to me. Qiu Chen completely broke down. Is Lily crazy? This is blatantly corrupting children. She wore a loose white t-shirt and denim shorts barefoot, revealing her fair little feet as she skipped down the stairs. Qiu Chen felt a nosebleed coming on. He didn't know when it had started, but this woman's attire at home had become increasingly casual. He once even saw Fei walking out of the bathroom, wearing only underwear. Can you imagine Qiu Chen's expression at that moment? Can you imagine the sight of two firm mounds swaying before your eyes? Qiu Chen wasn't a pervert, but in that instant he truly wanted to push Fei down. Damn it, no wonder people say a bikini is the most tempting attire. What is revealed is easily seen, only what is covered holds true mystery. Qiu Chen finally understood the true meaning of that saying. He grinned and said, Fei, you look best in clothes like this. It suits you perfectly. Fei's mood brightened, and she spun around like a child, smiling. Really? Are you sure you're not lying? Qiu Chen laughed. Why would I lie? Come sit on Big Brother's lap. Fei scowled. You're not my brother, and I don't want to sit on your lap. You're a pervert. Qiu Chen was speechless. Sitting on my lap has nothing to do with being a pervert. Fei huffed and sat on the sofa beside Qiu Chen. That's how it is in movies. A woman sits on a man's lap, he makes moves on her, and then they strip and do bad things. Qiu Chen's face darkened. Fei, what kind of movies are you watching? Fei thought for a moment. Sora always complete works. Sister Lily recommended them to me. Qiu Chen completely broke down. Is Lily crazy? This is blatantly corrupting children. Fei couldn't fathom why watching a compilation of a certain actress had anything to do with instructor Lily. She said, Chen, why are you speaking ill of Sister Lily? She only recommended a drama to me because I told her I was bored. Qiu Chen replied, You may watch dramas, but what you're referring to is not a drama. It's a short film, and you must not watch it. Fei casually retorted, What's wrong with watching it? It's just mating after all. I've watched such things before. Qiu Chen nearly choked. You're a woman. I've told you countless times. Can't we speak with a little more decorum? Fei chuckled mischievously. To her, the scenes she'd witnessed in those films were truly nothing extraordinary. Back in her own kingdom, such matters had been no stranger to her gaze. Fei smiled faintly and asked, Chen, are you hungry? I am. Qiu Chen glanced at his wristwatch and said, Let's order food first. After dinner I still need to compose a song. I won't have time to cook today. Fei nodded and asked, Are you composing another song? Is it like the one you performed last time? Qiu Chen shook his head with a gentle smile. No. Last time I rearranged your song. This time it's entirely my own creation. Fei hummed thoughtfully, half comprehending, then grinned. Well, I'm quite looking forward to it. You sang beautifully last time. Then recalling something she added, though it wasn't so pleasant when you performed with Fang Yuanjing. Qiu Chen sighed helplessly. Fei, why do I always feel you harbor a particular dislike for my senior sister? Fei spoke earnestly. Of course I dislike her. I love you, yet you love her instead. And this time, because she was injured, I felt not only jealous but deeply resentful. Qiu Chen's lips twitched. Then why bring it up at all? Without waiting for a reply, he hastily added, Let me order food first. I'm hungry too. Distracted, Fei declared, I want zhajiangmian. Qiu Chen nodded and placed the order. Moments later the dish arrived swiftly. Fei, he said, let's eat. Fei murmured softly, her eyes alight with excitement. It looks absolutely delicious. With that she picked up her chopsticks and began eating. After several hearty bites, Fei turned to Qiu Chen and said, Chen, don't rush to write songs after dinner. Let's play a game instead. Qiu Chen asked, What game? One thing's clear, I won't play Angry Birds. He refused to act like some childish fool flinging cartoon birds across the screen. If forced into such absurdity, he'd rather perish. It wasn't that Qiu Chen despised the game itself. He simply found it profoundly, even overwhelmingly juvenile. Fei couldn't fathom why watching a compilation of a certain actress had anything to do with instructor Lily. She said, Chen, why are you speaking ill of Sister Lily? She only recommended a drama to me because I told her I was bored. Qiu Chen replied, You may watch dramas, but what you're referring to is not a drama. It's a short film, and you must not watch it. Fei casually retorted, what's wrong with watching it? It's just mating after all. I've watched such things before. Qiu Chen nearly choked, you're a woman. I've told you countless times. Can't we speak with a little more decorum? Fei chuckled mischievously. To her the scenes she'd witnessed in those films were truly nothing extraordinary. Back in her own kingdom such matters had been no stranger to her gaze. Fei smiled faintly and asked, Chen, are you hungry? I am. Qiu Chen glanced at his wristwatch and said, let's order food first. After dinner I still need to compose a song. I won't have time to cook today. Fei nodded and asked, are you composing another song? Is it like the one you performed last time? Qiu Chen shook his head with a gentle smile. No. Last time I rearranged your song. This time it's entirely my own creation. Fei hummed thoughtfully, half comprehending, then grinned. Well, I'm quite looking forward to it. You sang beautifully last time. Then recalling something she added, though it wasn't so pleasant when you performed with Fang Yuanjing. Qiu Chen sighed helplessly. Fei, why do I always feel you harbor a particular dislike for my senior sister? Fei spoke earnestly. Of course I dislike her. I love you, yet you love her instead. And this time because she was injured I felt not only jealous but deeply resentful. Qiu Chen's lips twitched. Then why bring it up at all? Without waiting for a reply he hastily added, let me order food first. I'm hungry too. Distracted Fei declared, I want zhajiangmian. Qiu Chen nodded and placed the order. Moments later the dish arrived swiftly. Fei, he said, let's eat. Fei murmured softly, her eyes alight with excitement. It looks absolutely delicious. With that she picked up her chopsticks and began eating. After several hearty bites Fei turned to Qiu Chen and said, Chen, don't rush to write songs after dinner. Let's play a game instead. Qiu Chen asked, what game? One thing's clear, I won't play Angry Birds. He refused to act like some childish fool flinging cartoon birds across the screen. If forced into such absurdity, he'd rather perish. Only about 3 centimeters remained of the noodles, and Fei's exquisite face loomed ever larger before Qiu Chen, her delicate eyelashes, her refined nose, her graceful chin. Qiu Chen's heartbeat surged wildly. What should he do? Should he kiss her? Would he be struck? What on earth was the right choice? While Qiu Chen wrestled inwardly with indecision, a playful glint flickered in Fei's eyes. In one swift motion, she devoured most of the remaining noodles, then reached out and pulled him gently toward her. As the last strand vanished and their faces drew near, her crimson lips met his. A soft crisp pop. Fei huffed, don't underestimate Angry Birds. You're no match for me. Pausing briefly she added, Sister Lily told me lovers can play the noodle-eating game. That eccentric woman again, Lily? Qiu Chen asked. How exactly is it played? Fei didn't answer. Instead she lifted a single noodle with her chopsticks, held one end between her lips, and extended the other toward Qiu Chen. Qiu Chen froze. Wasn't this merely an elevated version of the biscuit kiss often seen on television? His throat went dry. Are you truly serious about playing this with me? Afraid I'll kiss you. Fei shook her head, her words muffled. What of it? We've kissed before. It's just a game. You make it sound so simple. Resigned, Qiu Chen bit down on the other end. The noodle was long, bringing them unusually close. He could hear her breath clear and steady, as if echoing his own. The game began. Qiu Chen took the first bite, Fei the second. They ate slowly. As the noodles shortened, their faces drew nearer. Qiu Chen gazed into Fei's azure eyes, while she traced every subtle contour of his skin down to the tiniest pores. Only about 3 centimeters remained of the noodles, and Fei's exquisite face loomed ever larger before Qiu Chen, her delicate eyelashes, her refined nose, her graceful chin. Qiu Chen's heartbeat surged wildly. What should he do? Should he kiss her? Would he be struck? What on earth was the right choice? While Qiu Chen wrestled inwardly with indecision, a playful glint flickered in Fei's eyes. In one swift motion, she devoured most of the remaining noodles, then reached out and pulled him gently toward her. As the last strand vanished and their faces drew near, her crimson lips met his. Pop! Qiu Chen froze as his lips pressed against Fei's crimson ones. In that instant the fragrance from her mouth surged into his mind, stirring a wave of desire. This was not the first time Fei had forcibly kissed him, yet the sensation differed from the previous 2 occasions. The first 2 times he had dismissed her kiss as a mere prank. But this time why did a complex emotion entwine within it? This emotion was so inexplicable that in that fleeting moment Qiu Chen seemed to lose consciousness. He only remembered the sweetness of Fei's lips, and then he was swept away by passion. Impulsive love can be blinding. He reached out and wrapped one arm around her neck, the other around her waist, lifting her up and seating her on his lap. Their lips remained locked. Fei had not expected Qiu Chen to become so proactive, but his initiative far exceeded her imagination. His lips ravaged hers with wild intensity. The moment their lips met, the fragrance from Fei's mouth struck his brain like a bolt of lightning. A surge of desire arose. Fei had never experienced a kiss before. She only knew she did not dislike the feeling. Awkwardly she responded to his kiss, wrapping her arms around his neck. Qiu Chen lost himself again. He did not know why he did such things, but he only knew that at this moment he desperately needed Fei, needed all of her. She pushed him away, blushing fiercely, and said softly, Don't, Qiu Chen. I'm not ready. Qiu Chen regained his composure. Seeing Feier's clothes which he had lifted, he pulled them down with a sense of guilt. I'm sorry, Feier. I went too far. Feier did not mind, but still felt too embarrassed to look at him. It's okay. I don't blame you. At this moment their sitting posture was awkward. Feier was startled, then exclaimed. Qiu Chen was so embarrassed he couldn't tell the truth, or he would never be able to face her. Feier frowned in confusion, and said, Oh, I see. Qiu Chen felt as if he had lost 3 years of his life. If he had told the truth, he would not have been able to live with himself. Then both fell silent. Qiu Chen felt a twinge of guilt. They had been playing a game, so how had it turned into such a passionate kiss? He grew bolder, his hands moving again. He himself did not know why he did such things, only that he desperately needed Feier. Needed all of her. Feier, on the other hand, was still immersed in Qiu Chen's impulsive actions. She had never expected him to do this to her. Could this be considered his confession of love? Feier looked at Qiu Chen and said, Why aren't you talking, Qiu Chen? He smiled. Well, are you hungry? She rolled her eyes. Didn't I just eat? What, you want to eat with me again? Qiu Chen's mouth twitched as he looked at her. Feier, you're playing with fire. She snorted. He grew stubborn. Then why did you push me away just now, eh? Don't think I don't know. I've seen it in the collection of. Qiu Chen gave a sly grin, leaning closer. Didn't you always say you liked me, eh? Then why won't you? You know. Feier huffed. Qiu Chen's face darkened again as he said seriously, I was joking. Why do you keep bringing up my senior sister? Feier stuck out her tongue, then suddenly remembered something. All right. I have something to do. I'm going upstairs. Qiu Chen called after her. What do you have to do? So mysterious. Feier said, You'll never know, and ran up to the second floor. Qiu Chen's face darkened. He touched his own lips, recalling the madness just now, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. At some point Feier had become more than just that little vampire girl to him. She had taken on a far greater significance hidden deep in his heart. Perhaps Qiu Chen himself did not realize that he had long fallen in love with this girl. Her innocence, her simplicity, her silliness, her mischievous charm, all had silently seeped into his body, like poison firmly occupying a place in his heart. Perhaps only on the day of true parting would the emotionally obtuse Qiu Chen finally discover this truth. After Feier went upstairs, she did not go to check on the little girl, but instead made her way to her own room, as she had decided to begin preparing songs for the upcoming performance. But what kind of song should he write? Last time the song he had adapted for Feier had received much praise. However, he could not simply keep relying on others' works. Music was Qiu Chen's dream, and he had his own aspirations and creative vision rather than blindly following others. Qiu Chen opened his computer, determined to ponder a theme. He actually wanted to write about love, but his current romantic situation seemed to offer little inspiration. Although he genuinely liked Fang Yuanjing in his heart, she had indeed disappointed him somewhat. Yet upon careful reflection, he could not entirely blame her. After all, she had encountered danger that day, and women are often moved by the classic trope of a hero coming to their rescue. After Feier went upstairs, she did not go to check on the little girl, but instead made her way to her own room, as she had decided to begin preparing songs for the upcoming performance. But what kind of song should he write? Last time the song he had adapted for Feier had received much praise. However, he could not simply keep relying on others' works. Music was Qiu Chen's dream, and he had his own aspirations and creative vision rather than blindly following others. Qiu Chen opened his computer, determined to ponder a theme. He actually wanted to write about love, but his current romantic situation seemed to offer little inspiration. Although he genuinely liked Fang Yuanjing in his heart, she had indeed disappointed him somewhat. Yet upon careful reflection, he could not entirely blame her. After all, she had encountered danger that day, and women are often moved by the classic trope of a hero coming to their rescue. Although he had reminded himself to trust Fang Yuanjing, the conversation with Tenghua on his way home had completely shattered that resolve. She had deceived him, a thought he never could have imagined. Qiu Chen thought for a moment, and an inspiration struck his mind. Perhaps he should write a song about dreams after all. Once he had his idea, he no longer hesitated, and began typing out the lyrics. When inspiration strikes, nothing can hold it back. Half an hour later, looking at the dozens of densely packed lines of lyrics, Qiu Chen felt a strong sense of rhythm. This time he intended to write a popular rap song, but he had never attempted the genre before. Would it work? With a trial mindset, Qiu Chen gazed at the lyrics on his screen. He slowly felt out the rhythm, and softly hummed, Yo yo, this is a true story about me, a story you cannot help but stop and listen to. On the path of chasing dreams, stumbles and panic will always appear, but it does not matter, I will still spread my wings and fly. Crossing through clouds and oceans, leaping over endless hills, once the storm passes, the place where the rainbow appears is heaven itself. Therefore I fear no sorrow, I dread no wounds, I wish to soar straight ahead for my dreams. Who could break my wings? Who could hinder my goals? Who could stop me, As he sang, Qiu Chen suddenly stopped, and muttered to himself, rap is truly difficult. I stumble over the words just by reading them, let alone performing on stage where I would have to memorize the lyrics and keep up with the beat. It would be incredibly challenging. Feeling discouraged, Qiu Chen concluded that rap was not suited for him. He might as well stick to writing love songs. After a moment's thought, he deleted the text and began writing again. This time the lyrics came quickly. He glanced over them, tapped his fingers against the rhythm, and softly sang, leaving the television on mindlessly, without even watching. Even when we sit together we each keep our little secrets. You say you can no longer guess my heart, and I say that is because you changed first. You have grown ever more distant from me. Let me tell you, allow me to recount all those stories from the past. Do you remember? We fell in love in summer. Do you remember? The song I sang for you back then. I cannot remember how long it has been since we last kept in touch, but I do remember. This is the final song I wrote for you. After softly singing through the verses, Qiu Chen nodded in satisfaction and muttered to himself, the lyrics are quite good. I wonder if my classmates will appreciate this melancholic feeling. Qiu Chen made up his mind. The next steps were arranging the music and making the necessary contacts. Glancing at the calendar, he said, there is still plenty of time before the school anniversary. It should be enough. Yes, this song it is. While Qiu Chen was deciding on his performance song, Fayer was also in her room. She took a delicate petite cake out of the microwave and smiled playfully. There are only 2 days left until Chen's birthday. I hope he will like it. Although he had reminded himself to trust Fang Yu, the conversation with Tunghua on his way home had completely shattered that resolve. She had deceived him, a thought he never could have imagined. Qiu Chen thought for a moment, and an inspiration struck his mind. Perhaps he should write a song about dreams after all. Once he had his idea, he no longer hesitated and began typing out the lyrics. When inspiration strikes, nothing can hold it back. Half an hour later, looking at the dozens of densely packed lines of lyrics, Qiu Chen felt a strong sense of rhythm. This time he intended to write a popular rap song, but he had never attempted the genre before. Would it work? Feeling discouraged, Qiu Chen concluded that rap was not suited for him. He might as well stick to writing love songs. After a moment's thought, he deleted the text and began writing again. This time the lyrics came quickly. He glanced over them, tapped his fingers against the rhythm, and softly sang, leaving the television on mindlessly, without even watching. Even when we sit together we each keep our little secrets. You say you can no longer guess my heart, and I say that is because you changed first. You have grown ever more distant from me. Let me tell you, allow me to recount all those stories from the past. Do you remember? We fell in love in summer. Do you remember? The song I sang for you back then. I cannot remember how long it has been since we last kept in touch, but I do remember. This is the final song I wrote for you. After softly singing through the verses, Qiu Chen nodded in satisfaction and muttered to himself, the lyrics are quite good. I wonder if my classmates will appreciate this melancholic feeling. Qiu Chen made up his mind. The next steps were arranging the music and making the necessary contacts. Glancing at the calendar, he said, there is still plenty of time before the school anniversary. It should be enough. Yes, this song it is. While Qiu Chen was deciding on his performance song, Fayer was also in her room. She took a delicate petite cake out of the microwave and smiled playfully. There are only 2 days left until Chen's birthday. I hope he will like it. Qiu Chen had no idea that Fayer was secretly preparing for his birthday. At that moment, he was pondering one thing: how to make the song he wrote even better. He composed frantically like a writer possessed, becoming completely focused and oblivious to the outside world as soon as he immersed himself in work. Just then his phone rang. Qiu Chen answered and saw it was Lily calling. With a twitching mouth, he picked up and said, Lily, what's the matter now? Lily said with some displeasure, Chenzi, listen to yourself. How am I supposed to feel that you're not happy to get my call? Qiu Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Because every time you call it's never good news. I have a temper. How dare you talk like that? When have I ever called without good news? Qiu Chen's face darkened. It was you who taught Fayer to read those novels, right? You who showed her those movies of teacher song, right? You who taught Fayer. Wait, are you implying that all of Fayer's bad habits were taught by me? Qiu Chen replied, that's exactly what I mean. You're asking for death, Qiu Chen. You're a jerk who values beauty over friendship. What the hell does that have to do with valuing beauty over friendship? Qiu Chen had no idea that Fayer was secretly preparing for his birthday. At that moment, he was pondering one thing: how to make the song he wrote even better. He composed frantically like a writer possessed, becoming completely focused and oblivious to the outside world as soon as he immersed himself in work. Just then his phone rang. Qiu Chen answered and saw it was Lily calling. With a twitching mouth, he picked up and said, Lily, what's the matter now? Lily said with some displeasure, Chenzi, listen to yourself. How am I supposed to feel that you're not happy to get my call? Qiu Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Because every time you call it's never good news. I have a temper. How dare you talk like that? When have I ever called without good news? Qiu Chen's face darkened. It was you who taught Fayer to read those novels, right? You who showed her those movies of teacher song, right? You who taught Fayer. Lily snorted, Humph, I don't even want to talk to you anymore. Isn't your birthday in 2 days? So how Z and I plan to throw you a birthday party. Qiu Chen felt a bit touched, but still asked, first, my birthday is 2 days from now. Isn't it a bit early? Second, you've already given me gifts, so there's no need to bother. Lily insisted, no, every year it's been Hao Z and me who threw it for you, so this year must be the same. Qiu Chen couldn't refuse their goodwill. Fine, I'll come find you tonight. Bring Fayer, Lily shouted, and then hung up. That's your real intention, isn't it? Qiu Chen put down his phone in speechless resignation, but he couldn't help but feel grateful for his friend's thoughtfulness and wouldn't refuse. He hung up, left his room, and walked to Fayer's door. He knocked and said, Fayer, what are you doing? Come out, I have something to tell you. Coming. Fei's voice sounded flustered, as if she was up to something. It took 10 minutes before she opened the door. Qiu Chen's face darkened slightly. He looked at Fei and asked Fei, what were you doing? Why did it take so long to open the door? Fei giggled and said, is there something, Chen? Qiu Chen said, Lily just called me. She wants me to take you out tonight. Fei asked curiously, Sister Lily. Where are we going? Fei complained somewhat. Sister Lily, why are you asking Chen and me to go out tonight? You're not going to tell Chen about my plan, are you? No way. Lily said, do you think I'm that kind of person? How could I possibly ruin the surprise you've prepared for Chenzi? I'm just giving you a chance to warm up beforehand. Don't worry, sister has things to do. See you tonight. Although Fei didn't understand what warm up meant, she nodded in agreement. Qiu Chen was very exasperated. Clearly you're the one who led my little Fei astray, and now you have the nerve to accuse me of valuing beauty over friendship. If anyone is like that, it's that bastard Hao Zi. I'm not going to argue with you. If you have something to say, just say it quickly. Lily snorted, I don't even want to talk to you anymore. Isn't your birthday in 2 days? So Hao Zi and I plan to throw you a birthday party. Qiu Chen felt a bit touched, but still asked, first, my birthday is 2 days from now. Isn't it a bit early? Second, you've already given me gifts, so there's no need to bother. Lily insisted, no, every year it's been Hao Zi and me who threw it for you, so this year must be the same. Qiu Chen couldn't refuse their goodwill. Fine, I'll come find you tonight. Bring Fei. Lily shouted, and then hung up. That's your real intention, isn't it? Qiu Chen put down his phone in speechless resignation, but he couldn't help but feel grateful for his friend's thoughtfulness and wouldn't refuse. He hung up, left his room, and walked to Fei's door. He knocked and said, Fei, what are you doing? Come out, I have something to tell you. Coming. Fei's voice sounded flustered, as if she was up to something. It took 10 minutes before she opened the door. Qiu Chen's face darkened slightly. He looked at Fei and asked, Fei, what were you doing? Why did it take so long to open the door? Fei giggled and said, is there something, Chen? Qiu Chen said, Lily just called me. She wants me to take you out tonight. Fei asked curiously, Sister Lily. Where are we going? Qiu Chen felt a touch of anticipation and asked Fei, do you really not know what day it is? The day after tomorrow. Deep down, Qiu Chen really hoped Fei would know, but if she didn't, there was nothing he could do. Fei was startled inside, but kept a naive expression on her face. What day? I don't know. Qiu Chen felt a pang of disappointment, but smiled faintly. It's nothing. Change your clothes later, I'll take you out. Oh. As soon as Qiu Chen left, Fei breathed a sigh of relief. She returned to her room, took out her phone, and dialed Lily's number. Lily answered cheerfully, Fei, why are you calling me? Miss me? Fei complained, Sister Lily, why are you asking Chen and me to go out tonight? You're not going to tell Chen about my plan, are you? No way. Lily said, do you think I'm that kind of person? How could I possibly ruin the surprise you've prepared for Chenzi? I'm just giving you a chance to warm up beforehand. Don't worry, sister has things to do. See you tonight. Although Fei didn't understand what warm up meant, she nodded in agreement. After hanging up the phone with Lily, Fei went to the wardrobe to choose her outfit. Tonight seemed to be a birthday party held in advance for Qiu Chen by Lily and the others. Although Fei had never experienced a human birthday celebration in her kingdom, every birthday was celebrated grandly. Therefore, she thought she should also dress magnificently for Qiu Chen's birthday party. As she thought this, Fei gently opened the wardrobe and countless varieties of clothes appeared before her. So during this time, Chen bought me so many clothes. Fei had never carefully considered it before, but only when she saw these dazzling clothes appearing before her today did she suddenly realize that she had indeed been in this human world for a long time. Memories always intrude into one's heart at such quiet moments. Previously, Fei had not paid much attention, but now, when she thought of it, she suddenly felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. She still had more than 220 days before she would have to leave. At that time, perhaps the only thing left to her would be those memories stored in her mind which she had never forgotten. Fei took a deep breath. Tonight was Qiu Chen's special day, she should be happy. Besides, she still needed to prepare a surprise for Chen. Fei thought for a moment, then selected a purple long dress and walked into the bathroom. Downstairs, Qiu Chen had already dressed. It was just a birthday party and not many people would attend, so he had dressed casually. Fei, are you ready yet? Qiu Chen called out to the upper floor, but received no response. Just as Qiu Chen was about to lose patience, his gaze was captivated. Fei slowly walked past the staircase landing and descended with an air of proud elegance. She wore a purple tube-top long dress that accentuated her full bust magnificently. Her features, natural, without makeup, carried a refined smile, with a faint curve gracing her lips. The dress was long, trailing to the floor, and she wore a pair of white high heels. At this moment, she was like a proud angel, a proud princess. Her fleeting glance was enough to send countless people into a frenzy. This was Fei, and it was the first time Qiu Chen truly realized that Fei was indeed a princess. Noticing Qiu Chen staring intently at her, Fei said somewhat unnaturally, Chen, what's wrong? Is this outfit ugly? Qiu Chen snapped out of his daze and shook his head, saying, No, it's just too beautiful. Are you really going to wear this? Fei twirled around and asked, what is that, not allowed? I think this dress looks very nice. Qiu Chen's mouth twitched, but he said nothing, merely replying, it's fine, it looks good. It was simply stunning, as if she were attending an award ceremony. Fei chuckled, stepped closer, and took Qiu Chen's arm, smiling. Then let's go. Qiu Chen smiled helplessly. This little woman knew quite a lot. He said, all right, let's go, Your Highness. Fei giggled, I'm so happy. It's been a long time since anyone called me Your Highness. Let's go, guard. Qiu Chen's expression darkened. This girl truly thought of herself as a princess. He smiled, and said, then let's set off. This time Qiu Chen did not take a taxi. After all, tonight was his birthday party and Fei was dressed so magnificently. If he still took a taxi, who knew if he would frighten the driver? The sports car drove straight to the Grand Hotel where Lily had arranged the meeting. Stopping at the entrance, Fei's appearance made passers-by's eyes light up. How could there be such a beautiful girl in this world? She was so lovely, almost dreamlike, so beautiful that she seemed unreal. Shin Fei, wow, Fei, why are you wearing this dress? Lily rushed over noisily, pulling Fei to examine her closely. Her expression was one of utter amazement. Is Fei attending an award ceremony? Fei smiled, and said, tonight Chen said he would take me out for dinner, so I simply changed into this outfit. Pausing, she added, oh sister Lily, Chen said tonight you are treating. What is the occasion? This little girl was merely acting. Although she already knew tonight was a birthday party prepared for Qiu Chen, she still pretended not to know. Lily, also an actress, mysteriously embraced Fei and said, I'll tell you once we're inside. Let's go in now. Fei nodded and followed Lily inside. Behind them, Wang Hao asked Qiu Chen, hey Chen, it seems Fei doesn't know yet that your birthday is in 2 days. Qiu Chen's mouth twitched, saying, why do I hear mockery in your voice? Wang Hao was speechless and said, how could that be? I was just feeling sorry that you were suddenly treated coldly by your lover, so I was comforting you. Qiu Chen's face darkened again. This bastard was plainly lying. Did you ever see anyone comfort another person with such a happy and shameless grin? Qiu Chen said, I'm too lazy to answer you. Let's go inside. Wang Hao grinned lecherously, what did you quarrel with your Fei? Qiu Chen glared at him, kid, let me tell you, if you slander me again, I'll tell Lily that you used to peek at girls bathing when you were little. Wang Hao broke down, saying, bro, that was when we were kids. Why bring that up now? Besides, weren't you involved too? I only went because of your tyranny. Qiu Chen shamelessly defended himself. Wang Hao wanted to curse. He had always thought he was the most shameless, but now he realized this guy was not just shameless, but exceptionally so. Seeing Wang Hao flustered, Qiu Chen laughed heartily, and then walked inside. While the two men discussed those unspeakable matters, Fei and Lily had already entered the room. Fei said, sister Lily, you cannot reveal my plan tonight. Lily reassured her, don't worry, I definitely won't say anything. Fei breathed a sigh of relief and said, Lily, I'm so glad you didn't say anything. I was really worried my plan would fail. Lily smiled and replied, don't worry, my lips are sealed. I won't breathe a word. But what if he doesn't get moved by the surprise you've prepared for Chen? From what I know, he's not the type to be easily touched. Fei sighed and said, there's nothing I can do about it. If he's not moved, then so be it. This is my first time preparing a surprise for someone, so whether he's touched or not is up to him. Lily boldly wrapped her arm around Fei's neck and said, don't worry. If he doesn't appreciate it, I'll teach him a lesson for you. Men are just like that. They need a good scolding now and then. Fei was speechless. Compared to her bold sister Lily, she really was the epitome of grace. Lily chuckled, and then asked, so when we go in later, are you still going to act like you know nothing about this? Fei nodded seriously, and said, of course. I have to pretend I don't know, otherwise how would it be a surprise? Don't you think so, Lily? Lily nodded and said, I guess I'll have to keep playing along with you today. Perfect time to show off my award-winning acting skills. Fei's lips twitched slightly. Why did she always have so little faith in her sister Lily? The two walked into a private room and sat side by side. Soon after, Qiu Chen and Hao also entered. Lily complained, you two men are way too slow. Are you trying to starve two beautiful ladies like us? Qiu Chen's lips twitched as he retorted, would it kill you to wait a moment? Lily snorted, then called the waiter over and said dominantly, bring us your most expensive dishes and the finest wine. Someone else is footing the bill today. Fei asked, who's treating us? Lily smiled and said, don't worry, my lips are sealed. I won't say a word. But what if he doesn't get moved by the surprise you've prepared for Chen? From what I know, he's not the type to be easily touched. Fei sighed and said, there's nothing I can do about it. If he's not moved, then so be it. This is my first time preparing a surprise for someone, so whether he's touched or not is up to him. Lily boldly wrapped her arm around Fei's neck and said, don't worry. If he doesn't appreciate it, I'll teach him a lesson for you. Men are just like that. They need a good scolding now and then. Fei was speechless. Compared to her bold sister Lily, she really was the epitome of grace. Lily chuckled, and then asked, so when we go in later, are you still going to act like you know nothing about this? Fei nodded seriously and said, of course. I have to pretend I don't know, otherwise how would it be a surprise? Don't you think so, Lily? Lily nodded and said, I guess I'll have to keep playing along with you today. Perfect time to show off my award-winning acting skills. Fei's lips twitched slightly. Why did she always have so little faith in her sister Lily? The two walked into a private room and sat side by side. Soon after, Qiu Chen and Hao also entered. Lily complained, you two men are way too slow. Are you trying to starve two beautiful ladies like us? Qiu Chen's lips twitched as he retorted, would it kill you to wait a moment? Lily snorted, then called the waiter over and said dominantly, bring us your most expensive dishes and the finest wine. Someone else is footing the bill today. Feier asked who's treating us. Lily replied, Qiu Chen of course. Today is his day. Qiu Chen's face darkened as he protested. Hey Lily, are you trying to bleed me dry? Why should I pay? Didn't we agree you guys were treating me to a celebration? Who else but you? Your family is rolling in money, isn't it? I seem to recall your family is even richer than mine, Qiu Chen murmured weakly. Lily glared at him while Hao said helplessly, Chen, just accept it. Today is your celebration, so naturally you're the one paying. Lily, what are you two talking about? What are you celebrating for Chen? Qiu Chen gave a carefree smile and said, it's fine, I don't mind. Since today is an early celebration for me, everyone should enjoy themselves. The bill's on me. At least you're being decent about it. Lily chuckled inwardly thinking, Chen, don't blame Feier for being heartless. She's doing this to give you a big surprise, you fool. Just wait until then. You'll be overjoyed. Lily said, it's Qiu Chen of course. Today is his day. Qiu Chen's face darkened as he protested. Hey Lily, are you trying to bleed me dry? Why should I pay? Didn't we agree you guys were treating me to a celebration? Who else but you? Your family is rolling in money, isn't it? I seem to recall your family is even richer than mine, Qiu Chen murmured weakly. Lily glared at him while Hao said helplessly, Chen, just accept it. Today is your celebration, so naturally you're the one paying. Lily, what are you two talking about? What are you celebrating for Chen? Lily chuckled inwardly impressed by the girl's acting skills and deliberately asked, you don't know. It's Chen's birthday in 2 days, so we're celebrating it early for him. Feier was taken aback looking at Qiu Chen in surprise. Chen, is this true? Is it really your birthday? Seeing the genuine shock on her face, Qiu Chen sighed inwardly and said, yes, it's my birthday. I thought you knew. I really thought you knew. Feier apologized, I'm sorry Chen. I didn't know, but happy birthday to you anyway. Feier felt a secret thrill seeing the disappointment on Qiu Chen's face. After all, isn't a surprise just the journey from disappointment to excitement? Lily chimed in from the side, Chen, don't blame Feier. How would she remember things like that? Qiu Chen gave a carefree smile and said, it's fine, I don't mind. Since today is an early celebration for me, everyone should enjoy themselves. The bill's on me. At least you're being decent about it. Lily chuckled inwardly thinking, Chen, don't blame Feier for being heartless. She's doing this to give you a big surprise, you fool. Just wait until then. You'll be overjoyed. While eating, Lily said, Chen, how about we sing a birthday song for you? Qiu Chen was indifferent and replied, whatever, it's not my actual birthday yet anyway. Feier chimed in, Sister Lily, let's wait until Chen's actual birthday to sing it for him. To prepare this birthday surprise for Qiu Chen, Feier had researched a lot online. When to present the cake, gift-giving details, and the meaning behind the birthday song. Feier still felt it would be better to sing the birthday song after presenting the cake to Qiu Chen. Lily, however, felt a bit helpless inside thinking, you silly girl, why can't you understand my good intentions? I'm trying to warm up the atmosphere for you. Seeing Feier speak up for him, Qiu Chen felt somewhat pleased. This little girl finally wasn't siding with Lily today. After thinking for a moment, Qiu Chen looked up at Feier and asked, Feier, my birthday is in 2 days. What gift are you planning to give me? For some reason, Qiu Chen had little interest in the birthday party Lily and the others were planning, but he was very curious about Feier's gift. As the saying goes, only gifts from those you truly love are the ones you genuinely cherish. Even a simple happy birthday from a loved one outweighs thousands of words and countless precious gifts from others. This is psychological, a natural human response. But Qiu Chen still doesn't realize that these feelings he has are actually affection for Feier. Perhaps only when Qiu Chen is about to truly lose something will he realize and acknowledge his feelings. But by then will Feier still be by his side? Who knows? Lily glanced at Qiu Chen, then her eyes twinkled as she said, just eating is too boring. Let's play a game. Qiu Chen and Feier exchanged awkward glances as if recalling the noodle-eating incident from that night. Haozi, however, curiously asked, honey, what game do you want to play? Lily said, let's play the ramen-eating game we always play. Qiu Chen was indifferent and replied, whatever, it's not my actual birthday yet anyway. Feier chimed in, Sister Lily, let's wait until Chen's actual birthday to sing it for him. To prepare this birthday surprise for Qiu Chen, Feier had researched a lot online. When to present the cake, gift-giving details, and the meaning behind the birthday song. Feier still felt it would be better to sing the birthday song after presenting the cake to Qiu Chen. Lily, however, felt a bit helpless inside thinking, you silly girl, why can't you understand my good intentions? I'm trying to warm up the atmosphere for you. Seeing Feier speak up for him, Qiu Chen felt somewhat pleased. This little girl finally wasn't siding with Lily today. After thinking for a moment, Qiu Chen looked up at Feier and asked, Feier, my birthday is in 2 days. What gift are you planning to give me? For some reason, Qiu Chen had little interest in the birthday party Lily and the others were planning, but he was very curious about Feier's gift. As the saying goes, only gifts from those you truly love are the ones you genuinely cherish. Even a simple happy birthday from a loved one outweighs thousands of words and countless precious gifts from others. This is psychological, a natural human response. But Qiu Chen still doesn't realize that these feelings he has are actually affection for Feier. Perhaps only when Qiu Chen is about to truly lose something will he realize and acknowledge his feelings. But by then will Feier still be by his side? Who knows? Lily glanced at Qiu Chen, then her eyes twinkled as she said, just eating is too boring. Let's play a game. Qiu Chen and Fei exchanged awkward glances, as if recalling the noodle-eating incident from that night. Hao Zi, however, curiously asked, "Honey, what game do you want to play?" Lily said, "Let's play the ramen-eating game we always play." Puffed. Qiu Chen spat out the red wine he had just drunk. Damn, why does this come up out of nowhere? Fei's face reddened slightly. Avoiding Qiu Chen's gaze, she tugged at Lily, and said, "Sister Lily, let's pick another game. This one's unfair to us. You and brother Hao Zi can eat noodles down to the shortest length." Qiu Chen spat out the red wine he had just drunk. Damn, why does this come up out of nowhere? Fei's face reddened slightly. Avoiding Qiu Chen's gaze, she tugged at Lily, and said, "Sister Lily, let's pick another game. This one's unfair to us. You and brother Hao Zi can eat noodles down to the shortest length." Lily smiled knowingly. There was something suspicious. Why did these two both get awkward whenever she mentioned eating noodles? Something must have happened that she didn't know about. Lily was completely unaware that she was becoming more and more gossipy. Qiu Chen said with exasperation, "Aren't we supposed to be celebrating my birthday early? How did games get involved?" Lily reasoned, "Isn't just eating boring? Playing games makes it fun. If not ramen eating, then let's play Ludo." Ludo? Qiu Chen's mouth twitched. Before he could voice his opinion, he saw Lily and Fei already spreading out the game board on the floor, while Wang Hao moved the table aside. "Hey, does anyone care about my opinion? I'm supposed to be the main character here." "Main character my ass. Get over here now," Lily shouted boldly. Qiu Chen sat on the floor with resignation saying, all right. I never thought I'd be doing this at my own birthday party." "It's early," Hao Zi added. "You bastard, you're such a pushover," Qiu Chen spat with contempt. Lily laughed heartily. "Playing plain is boring. Let's make it interesting. Let's bet on truth or dare." Qiu Chen was speechless again. "We agreed on Ludo. How did truth or dare get mixed in? How many games do you want to play at once?" Lily huffed. "Truth or dare is fun too, isn't it? Don't you think so, Fei?" Fei didn't really know what truth or dare meant, but it sounded exciting, so she nodded and said, "I have no objections. I'll go along with Sister Lily." "Me too." Hao Zi cleanly betrayed Qiu Chen. "Since everyone agrees, it's settled." Qiu Chen was devastated. Everyone agreed on everything without ever asking for his opinion. While Lily really didn't seem to intend to ask Qiu Chen's opinion. In her mind, as long as Fei and her boyfriend all agreed, that was enough. The protagonist of this gathering was Qiu Chen, so the reason she suggested playing this game was also for his sake. Otherwise, did you really think Lily would be bored enough to play Ludo? Come on, Lily was a girl with her own ideas, alright. What? You say I'm just here to stir up trouble? When a piece lands on a square already occupied by another player's piece, that piece is sent back to the hanger. Come on, I dare you. I'll beat you to death. Which eye of yours saw me stirring up trouble? You're asking for it. The rules of Ludo are simple. I'll briefly introduce them here. I can't say too much, or you'll accuse me of padding the word count. Ludo is a casual game that has emerged in recent years, mainly testing one's mental agility. Qiu Chen was speechless, but said nothing. So the four of them left the elegant dishes untouched, and sat on the floor to play Ludo. If someone saw them, would they faint from sheer disbelief? The rules of Ludo are simple. I'll briefly introduce them here. I can't say too much, or you'll accuse me of padding the word count. Ludo is a casual game that has emerged in recent years, mainly testing one's mental agility. Each player has 4 pieces represented as 4 planes on the board, and the colors, red, yellow, blue, and green, are randomly assigned by the system at the start of the game. The red, yellow, blue, and green blocks on the board correspond to each player's piece color. At the starting point, each player takes turns rolling the dice once. Only when a 6 is rolled can a piece be moved from the hanger to the takeoff point, and the player gets to roll again to determine the number of steps to advance. During the game, if a player rolls a 6, they can continue rolling until they roll a number other than 6, or the game ends. The pieces move in the direction indicated by the arrows circling the outer track, once then heading straight toward the central destination when they reach their own path. Only when the number rolled exactly equals the remaining steps to the finish line can the piece pick up the small flag and return to the hanger. If the number rolled is greater than the remaining steps, the piece reaches the finish line, then turns around and moves back the surplus steps. Qiu Chen sighed and said, "Yeah, go ahead, Lily. What's the dare? I'll accept my loss." Lily gave a sly smile, and the way she looked at Qiu Chen made him shiver all over. Why do I feel like Lily's looking at me as if I'm some kind of little animal? When a piece lands on a square of the same color, it can jump directly to the next square of the same color ahead. If a piece lands on a square of the same color connected by a dashed line, it can follow the dashed arrow to the next square of the same color, then jump to the following square of the same color. If the piece jumped from a previous same color square to the one connected by a dashed line, it then stops moving. When a piece lands on a square already occupied by another player's piece, that piece is sent back to the hanger. So he moved forward one more step, and the dice came around to Qiu Chen again. "Chen, you're the only one still stuck at the airport, you know." Lily giggled, and it sounded like pure mockery. When 2 pieces of the same color land on the same square, they stack up, a situation called stacking. Other players' pieces cannot fly over a stacked pair. If another player's piece lands exactly on top of a stacked pair, both the other player's piece and the stacked pieces return to the hanger. If another player rolls a number greater than the steps between their piece and the stacked pair, the surplus steps count as steps back from the stacked position. However, if the other player rolls a 6 and the number is greater than the steps to the stacked pair, then that player's piece can stop on top of the stacked pair. But when that player automatically rolls again, according to the rules, the server will automatically move the piece that was just sitting on top of the stacked pair. If a piece is about to cross a dashed line, and another piece is already at the intersection of the dashed line and the path to the finish line, if the opponent has only one piece there, that piece is sent back to the airport, and the moving piece continues to the opposite side. If the opponent has two pieces stacked there, the moving piece cannot cross the dashed line and must go around. To put it simply, the game starts with players taking turns rolling the dice. Only when a 6 is rolled can you start moving, and then you follow the instructions on the board step by step. The game began. Lily and Housie were lucky from the start, both rolling 6s immediately. Housie said proudly, "We're a lucky couple." Qiu Chen rolled his eyes. He and Feier had worse luck. After several rolls, they were still stuck at the starting point, and the same went for Feier. "I don't want to lose." Feier's competitive streak kicked in. She rolled the dice again and finally got a 6. She let out an excited yay and rolled again, getting another 6. So he moved forward one more step and the dice came around to Qiu Chen again. "Chen, you're the only one still stuck at the airport, you know." Lily giggled, and it sounded like pure mockery. Qiu Chen's face darkened. "You don't have to remind me. I'm just a little unlucky." With that, he picked up the dice, silently praying, "Heaven help me, I must roll a 6. I don't want to be mocked by Lily forever, then have to do some stupid dare." Lily's dares are always pranks. Qiu Chen tossed the dice hard. This time he was lucky and got a 6. He chuckled, finally able to start. Lily saw it clearly and thought, "Lucky this time, but once the game's over, you're done for." The game continued, and half an hour later it finally ended. The result was Lily first, Housie second, Feier a pity third, and Qiu Chen's rank was too embarrassing. The author would rather not mention it. Damn. After the result came out, there was joy and sorrow. Qiu Chen collapsed on the floor, having lost. Lily was also dejected. "Chen, we lost." Qiu Chen sighed and said, "Yeah, go ahead, Lily. What's the dare? I'll accept my loss." Lily gave a sly smile, and the way she looked at Qiu Chen made him shiver all over. Why do I feel like Lily's looking at me as if I'm some kind of little animal? Qiu Chen's heart fluttered with unease as he said, "Lily, if you've got a punishment in mind, just say it outright. This suspense is killing me." Lily replied, "This punishment must be carried out jointly by the bottom two, so you'll go with Feier." "Huh, me too." Feier pouted her lips and affectionately draped her arms around Lily. Lily hugged her back, then whispered softly, "Silly girl. I'm creating an opportunity for you," before releasing her just as Feier looked puzzled, adding, "That's simply how the game rules work." Though bewildered, Feier trusted that Sister Lily would never harm her, and remained silent. Qiu Chen's expression darkened. "This so-called game rule seems to have been drafted entirely by you alone. Add it on a whim, change it at will. Could you possibly be any more arbitrary?" Lily paid no heed and declared firmly, "It's settled. I'll assign your de Malfan challenge." At the mention of de Malfan, Qiu Chen instinctively recalled past rounds of truth or dare played with Lily and the others. Those torture sessions where de Malfan had always meant exactly that, truth or dare. With two players, rock, paper, scissors determined the winner, with 3 palms up or down decided the outcome. With larger groups, cards were drawn. Typically, whoever drew the joker bore the choice between truth or dare. The chosen player decided whether to answer a truth question or perform a dare. If truth was selected, the winner could ask any question and the loser was bound to answer honestly. If dare was chosen, the winner assigned any physical task, push-ups, squats, or other challenges, to be completed before the round concluded and the next began. Lily's de Malfan challenges were notoriously ruthless. Qiu Chen couldn't help but worry what bizarre stunt might this girl devise next. Kiss Feier, ahem, that he could tolerate. Hug Feier, he'd grown accustomed to that. Touch Feier, that felt inappropriate. Sleep with Feier, absolutely out of the question. Lily grinned mischievously. "My challenge is simple. You both know there's a haunted house at the amusement park." "What's this about an amusement park now?" Lily continued. "You two will enter the haunted house together and photograph every animatronic ghost that startles you." Qiu Chen's face fell. Lily was deliberately tormenting him. He knew full well he feared ghosts, yet she'd just sentenced him to the haunted house. She clearly wanted him humiliated. Feier, however, perked up. "That's all. Simple for you, but not necessarily for others," Lily replied, turning to Qiu Chen. "Qiu Chen, I recall you're terrified of ghosts, aren't you?" Qiu Chen flinched, then straightened his posture and declared solemnly, "Utter nonsense. A man of my stature, 6 feet tall and upright, would never fear ghosts." Lily nodded. "Then it's decided. After dinner you go." "Yage?" Feier chirped, utterly unafraid. After all, she herself was a vampire. How could she fear ghosts? "Brother, may you endure," Housie sighed mournfully. Qiu Chen had never imagined celebrating a birthday would devolve into board games truth or dare and culminate in a haunted house ordeal. Was this his birthday gift? What even is this? Arriving at the amusement park, Feier exclaimed excitedly, "Qiu Chen, are we really going in?" "Of course," he replied. "We can't let Lily mock us." "Are you afraid?" Feier shook her head. "I'm not scared, though I do wonder what these ghosts look like." Qiu Chen spoke half to reassure himself, half to explain. What we commonly call ghosts are generally understood as souls lingering after death. The term ghost thus implies a spirit divorced from flesh. Especially in Pu Songling's strange tales from a Chinese studio, literary invention increasingly supplants ancient legend. The distinction between ghost and human thus narrows to one essential difference: embodiment versus disembodiment. A living person possesses no supernatural power, yet upon shedding the body the soul gains extraordinary abilities. Folk belief holds that ghosts surpass humans in potency, though the reason remains obscure. In contrast, the Bible distinguishes sharply between ghosts and human souls, two wholly separate entities. While the living possess no innate powers, the soul upon departing the body, a concept widely accepted across cultures, retains no transcendent force. The living abide by laws and social roles. Though once dead, how could the soul roam freely unbound by constraint, let alone acquire sudden unearthly power? According to Scripture, the soul descends to Sheol upon death, a notion shared by nearly all religions and folk traditions. Thus the soul is merely the spiritual mode of human existence, not extinguished with the flesh yet devoid of any supernatural capacity. Ghosts, however, are primordial spirits, malevolent fallen beings, existing long before humanity. Their origin lies among the angels created by God. Many angels abandoned righteousness, renounced their station, and rebelled alongside a chief archangel who sought to usurp God's throne. Cast down from heaven as punishment, they entered the world to afflict humankind according to their corrupt nature. Hence, from earliest childhood, humans instinctively associate God with goodness and ghost with dread. This response is universal across all nations and peoples. Hence the countless ghost legends, each culture cultivating its own distinct spectral cosmology. The Hebrew Bible rarely mentions ghosts, yet the New Testament, especially the Gospels, abounds with them. Their typical harm manifests as mental derangement, the violent possessed lunatic whose consciousness is wholly subjugated by the spirit. Once expelled, the person regains lucidity, or they suffer intermittent recurrent loss of control, epileptic-like seizures. They grow savage and irrational, as King Saul did, as recorded in the first book of Samuel. These are psychic wounds. They also inflict physical organic damage, deafness, mutism, or incurable illnesses, whether bizarre or commonplace. Such beliefs persist globally, fueling demand for shamans, mediums, and diviners, whose arts thrive precisely because people hold such convictions. Scripture affirms ghosts as real, but denies the existence of mythical creatures like China's popular fox spirits. Popular imagination paints ghosts with green faces, fangs, disheveled hair, and lolling blood-red tongues, or allows them to shapeshift into alluring forms. These depictions stem largely from folk artists' stylized interpretations, rooted in human form, yet distorted to evoke terror. The Bible offers no physical description of ghosts. As spiritual beings, they lie beyond ordinary sight. Though not inherently invisible nor immaterial, they bear no resemblance to popular portrayals. According to the Gospels, ghosts harm humans only when attached to flesh, as if incapable of rest without anchorage. As recounted in Mark 5, in the region of the Gerasenes, a man tormented by a legion of demons begged Jesus not to banish them, pleading instead to enter a herd of swine. Upon departure from the man, the spirits rushed into the pigs. Though unseen, the animals sensed their presence, panicked, and plunged over a cliff into the sea, over 2,000 beasts perishing. Another example is Mary Magdalene, whom Jesus freed from 7 demons. Traditional shamans and mediums, long deemed society's lowest, often serve as unwitting vessels for these very spirits. Acts 16 records how Paul, preaching in Philippi, encountered a slave girl possessed by a spirit of divination. She profited her masters through fortune-telling, yet for days trailed Paul's group, shouting loudly, falsely implying kinship with them. Annoyed, Paul commanded the spirit to depart in Jesus' name. Freed, the girl regained clarity and autonomy, an undeniably liberating transformation. Her masters, enraged at losing their lucrative oracle, incited local authorities to imprison Paul. Deshion once heard an elderly peasant woman, still alive today, explain her mediumship at age 30 while working in the hills. A spirit forcibly claimed her. Terrified, she fled wildly, tumbling headlong through sweet potato fields. Yet the spirit pursued and possessed her. Though invisible, its presence was palpable, its voice audible. Such figures abound across rural China, blending indigenous spirit lore with Taoist and Buddhist frameworks, resilient even against extreme suppression like the Cultural Revolution. Those labeled feudal superstition, excluding blind fortune-tellers driven by poverty, almost never choose this path willingly. Given demonic influence, phenomena defying natural law hardly surprise. In many ways, these individuals are profoundly unfortunate. Yet under today's relatively tolerant conditions, most leverage their condition into livelihoods and even prosperity. The aforementioned peasant woman, for instance, neither craves attention nor lacks for sustenance. She consults only when close friends or family seek her, and rarely accepts payment. Her relationship with the spirit remains calm, her mind stays sound, her temperament unchanged. Most accounts suggest that during possession, when channeling or divining, their conscious awareness plays no part, and afterward they retain no memory. Yet numerous verified cases confirm they do recall every word spoken through them by the spirit. Qiu, having encountered such people as a child for personal reasons, met several skilled pretenders who claimed ignorance of the spirit's actions. They never called it a ghost, instead naming it general, marshal, or some deity, the title the spirit assumed upon entering them. These spirits often impersonate folk heroes, like Yang the Elder Marshal, or mythic deities, such as Erlang Shun the Three-Eyed God, boasting dominion over heaven itself, demanding absolute awe and obedience. When possessed, they'd emit a string of deep belches, and their voices grew thin, delicate, utterly unlike their own. Why tell me all this? Feier asked, displeased. She'd come to see ghosts, not hear lectures about them. Qiu Chen's face darkened. Do you think I wanted this? I had to explain the origin of ghosts and spirits to keep you from being scared. Feier chuckled. Chen, I think it's you who's scared, not me. Qiu Chen kept up a brave front, gripping his camera. Nonsense. How could a man like me be afraid? Feier giggled. Then let's go in quickly. Qiu Chen's heart was weeping. Damn it, Lily, why did you have to give him this dare? Who didn't know that haunted houses were the most annoying places? The haunted house was a new attraction at the amusement park from the past couple of years. In essence, it was filled with frightening props to scare people. However, such a haunted house could bring many young couples closer together. After all, when a girl gets scared, she instinctively clings to her boyfriend. Then one could do whatever one wanted. But when it came to Qiu Chen, he had a feeling that he would be the one getting scared instead. Just as he was thinking this, Feier had already pulled him through the strange, eerie gate of the haunted house. Inside it was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, and they were immediately filled with dread. Qiu Chen and Feier sat in a small boat, seeing no one around. Suddenly, a huge, heavy skeleton frame dropped from above, terrifying Qiu Chen so much that his hair stood on end and his face turned pale. Feier, sitting behind him, hugged the skeleton frame and laughed. See, it's all wood fake. Don't worry. Despite this, Qiu Chen was still extremely nervous. He also felt embarrassed. Gradually, they found all the skeleton frames and smoothly reached the second level. They took photos easily. The second level was a happy whack-a-ghost game. They were trapped in a small room and were told to use a big hammer to hit all the ghost heads within 1 minute. They picked up the hammer but couldn't hit a single one after a long time, so they wanted to leave. A mechanical voice announced, if you don't pass, you can't get out. Qiu Chen hugged Feier, tightly, panting in fear. So many ghost heads. How could they possibly finish in 1 minute? Feier gasped, not expecting Qiu Chen to be so timid. But when he hugged her, she didn't push him away. Instead, her face flushed red. Qiu Chen shouted, Feier, let's finish this level quickly and take the photo to leave. Feier's eyes sparkled with excitement. Okay. Thus they gathered their courage, patiently searched, and hit each ghost head they saw. Finally, they finished them all. Qiu Chen breathed a sigh of relief, took the photo, and walked out. Qiu Chen emerged first, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Damn, it's so terrifyingly designed. Feier giggled, looking at him. Chen, you seem really scared. Qiu Chen quickly retorted, how could that be? What are you talking about? Me scared? No, absolutely not. Feier smiled without saying a word. I saw your embarrassing look. How so funny? Qiu Chen's face darkened. He threatened, I warn you, Feier, if you ever tell anyone about my look back there, you're dead. Feier promised, don't worry, I won't. Qiu Chen checked the photos in the camera and panted, let's go. Show the photos to Lily and let that girl know I'm not a coward. Feier, still wanting more, said, Chen, can we go somewhere else for a while? We haven't been out in so long. Seeing her pitiful look and realizing he hadn't taken her out for a long time, Qiu Chen said, all right, let's keep playing. Tonight we'll have a blast. Yay! Feier shouted, hugged Qiu Chen, and they went off to play more. As they walked, a light rain began to fall. Qiu Chen, walking slowly, said in a deep voice, walking in the desolate autumn drizzle, loneliness is the chill at the fingertips and the pain in the heart. In this cold night, loneliness comes uninvited, piercing through the skin straight into the depths of the soul. Looking up at the boundless sky, I couldn't tell if it was rain or tears that blurred my eyes. A dimness veiled my gaze, hiding the dreams I once had. The raindrops falling into my sight perhaps recalled the pain I once felt. The gray sky furrowed its brow in sorrow, was sob, even if tragic was heroic. Enduring a pang of bitterness, I hid in a corner, holding back tears, listening to the rain's weeping. Let the rain fall on my shoulders, let tears stream down my face, only to keep my heart from being placed on the knife's edge. I thought this could escape the sorrows of my youthful days. When it rains, there is neither sun nor moon, yet people seldom mind. Perhaps in the rainy season the weather is not cold, and it's fine to let the sun take a break. Rainy nights have a charm that moonlit nights lack. They sometimes remind one of Li Shangyin's famous line, when shall we side by side trim the wick by the western window, and talk of the night of rain on Mount Ba. The autumn rain, like mist and smoke, silently drifted onto the rubble and withered leaves in the vacant lot, wetting the ground, the houses, and the trees. The sound of rain is like a sad song. The torrential rain is so lonely. I accompany the rain in its weeping, but the rain still won't stop. Only the lonely understand the rain's mood. The rain repeats a familiar melody with a sorrowful tone. The sound of rain seems like someone crying. The downpour drenches our love. The rain blurs my memory, and I forget to stay calm. It took hardships to get to where we are now. How much mud still lies on this long road. The jacket that hasn't dried yet is locked in the lonely room. Facing tomorrow's heavy heart, drops of sadness hang suspended. Our love seems unable to wait for the sky to clear. The sound of rain is like a melancholy mood. My tears fall into the cold rain. When will the rain stop? When will the hurt heal? When will I stop missing you? The accumulated feelings eventually lead to separation. This rainy weather. The scent of love fades away. I miss you under the rain. I stand under the eaves in the thunderstorm. At 1 in the afternoon you call. I know this day has finally come like a lightning bolt. Standing by the ice shop next to the basketball court, I await the deadline of love. In a tiny voice you say, so that's it, but the dark clouds are coming. The rainy day before the breakup, I remember the raindrops on my face. Time suddenly stopped. The sky was dark and I couldn't see anything. The rainy day before the breakup, like a frozen photograph. Lost, I stood alone by the roadside. The rainy day of the breakup, I forgot the raindrops on my face. No matter what the world said or what it would give me, I couldn't hear. The rainy day before the breakup, I heard the thunder in my heart. The afternoon rain might have changed everything. I stand under the eaves in the thunderstorm. At 1 in the afternoon you call. I know this day has finally come like a lightning bolt. Standing by the ice shop next to the basketball court, I await the deadline of love. Feier frowned, looking at him with confusion. Chen, what are you doing? You sound like you're chanting a spell. Qiu Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Only Feier could mistake such a beautiful poem as listening to rain for a spell. It's nothing. Go and play. Great. By then it was almost 8 in the evening. The place they arrived at was a 24-hour amusement park. Feier happily pulled Qiu Chen along to play. After a while they came to the carousel. On the large rotating platform, horses of various colors and sizes stood quietly waiting for visitors to ride. Some horses held their heads high, some were galloping forward, some seemed to be grazing, and 2 nearby horses appeared to be whispering secrets. They lined up, mounted a white steed, grabbed the handrail, and waited for the carousel to start spinning. The happiest was a child. He chose a small red horse, but feeling it wasn't impressive enough, he slid off and swapped for a brown horse. He proudly mounted it, and even patted its tail with one hand, as if trying to urge the horse to go faster. Ding dong. The music started and the horses began to turn, rising and falling slowly. On the horses were young parents with small children and children of 9 or 10 years old sitting alone, rising and falling with emotion. The slightly older kids seemed a bit embarrassed, as if the carousel was too childish for them. Of course, there were also some people in their 20s seemingly reminiscing about their own happy childhood. Feier took Qiu Chen's hand and said, Chen, let's ride too. Qiu Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Fei, this is for kids. Feier said, so what? We can ride too. You said you'd play with me. Then she looked at Qiu Chen with a pitiful expression. All right, I surrender. Qiu Chen couldn't stand Feier's kitten eyes, so he had to agree. After a while, Feier pulled Qiu Chen to the roller coaster, her eyes shining. Chen, I want to ride that. Qiu Chen looked up, his face stunned, his lips moving as he muttered, are you sure you want to ride? Qiu Chen was truly puzzled. Why did Feier always pick the rides he didn't like? Feier pulled him, running toward the roller coaster area, because she loved riding it the most. Gazing at the towering roller coaster, Qiu Chen couldn't help trembling. He absolutely refused to get on. So Feier used provocation. I thought you were brave, but you're just a big piece of tofu. Qiu Chen glared at Feier and said, you're the tofu. Then he strode straight toward the roller coaster. Qiu Chen bought the tickets and Feier eagerly pulled him onto the roller coaster. He looked down and almost fainted. It was at least 4 stories high. Qiu Chen couldn't help closing his eyes. Then came a sizzling sound. The roller coaster started. The chain pulled it to the top, and with a whoosh it plunged down. Everyone in the car screamed. That was just a small curve. Then it swiftly soared up an 85-degree slope and plunged straight down a 75-degree descent. At that moment, Qiu Chen felt his soul leave his body, his whole body, trembling violently, unable to tell east from west or north from south. Only a tremendous force seemed to pull him away from the ground, and then let him slide down from the height. The sky had turned green, the ground blue. His head was buzzing, and his mind and limbs seemed no longer under his control. Then came a 360-degree loop. Qiu Chen felt he couldn't take it anymore, unable to muster any strength. His vision went black, as if he had lost consciousness, and his life seemed about to end at any moment. In a daze, the roller coaster ride ended. Feier said to Qiu Chen with some guilt, sorry Chen, it's all my fault for being too playful. I won't ride that anymore. Qiu Chen looked up. Really? You won't ride? Feier said, yes, this time let's play what you like. Qiu Chen glanced around casually and said, let's go on the Ferris wheel. Qiu Chen had seen many Ferris wheel scenes in TV dramas. The male and female leads would go on the Ferris wheel, and when emotions ran high they would kiss, and so on. Just thinking about it made him excited. Feier didn't know Qiu Chen's dirty thoughts. She nodded and said, okay, I have no objection. Once on the Ferris wheel, Qiu Chen's mind became restless. The Ferris wheel started turning. It was said to be the place closest to the stars. Stars can hear the wishes in people's hearts and help fulfill them. Sitting on the Ferris wheel is like touching happiness, the closest distance to hope. In fact, everyone has a Ferris wheel of happiness in their heart. It spins, endlessly taking people's emotions to the peak. Whether in joy or sorrow, laughing or crying, at that moment they are all happy. The Ferris wheel. I have always simply liked these 3 Chinese characters. It gives a feeling of happiness. Looking up at the Ferris wheel's rotation amidst the turns, everyone is striving to find their own compartment of happiness. Could the compartment at the very top of the Ferris wheel have different sunlight? In that mysterious place, sliding through the clouds, would it be close to heaven? So it turns out that pure white faith and the blue sky can all be found on the Ferris wheel. They have never left. This Ferris wheel is 40 meters high, fitted with transparent glass cabins, each capable of holding 4 passengers. A full rotation takes at least 20 minutes. Qiu Chen had to steel himself and endure the torment. Once inside the cabin, the 2 of them chose the very center of the seats and sat down, not daring to speak or move, trembling. The Ferris wheel began to turn and Qiu Chen's heart started to race, as well, beating faster and faster. His legs trembled slightly, his palms sweated, but he still tightly gripped the armrest. Some say the Ferris wheel exists across the sky so that people can be with the one they love. Slowly the color of the sky turned blue. The happiness of the Ferris wheel is as vast and expansive as the sky. The happiness it brings us is a slow, tranquil, and steady kind of happiness. So close, yet so far. We keep striving, trying to approach happiness as high as the sky. The Ferris wheel achieves it before we do. Thus it becomes the embodiment of our happiness. It is lonely, it is solitary. The Ferris wheel wants to keep everything in the beautiful moments of its rotation, but after it completes a turn, all happiness, joy, and beautiful hopes vanish. Everything is gone. After happiness completes a circle, after joy completes a circle, after beautiful hopes complete a circle, it's impossible to capture anything again. Round and round endlessly, but has happiness ever stayed a second longer? Loss, silence, sorrow, pain, joy, happiness, sweetness, beauty. They keep cycling endlessly on the Ferris wheel. Where's the end? Both confused and clear. In this world, whether people, things, or events, there is too much sorrow and happiness, so we can only remain silent. After the Ferris wheel began to rotate, Fei looked down at the scenery below and said excitedly, "Chun, this Ferris wheel is so high. Will it fly into the sky?" Qiu Chen's mouth twitched. He simply could not understand how Fei had reached such a conclusion. He said, "Of course not. The main purpose of this Ferris wheel is to admire the scenery high above the ground." Oh. Fei gazed transfully out the window and gave a perfunctory reply. Qiu Chen thought for a moment, then nudged Fei. He asked Fei, "Do you know why so many couples love riding the Ferris wheel?" That is because once aboard the Ferris wheel, not only can one enjoy the scenery, but more importantly, after reaching the heights, one can do things they enjoy. What things? Fei blinked her eyes innocently and asked. Qiu Chen smiled. He said, "For instance, kissing or something like that." Fei saw right through him and said, "Chen, you want to kiss me, don't you?" Qiu Chen felt a bit embarrassed. He said, "It is a basic requirement for a date. I am merely making a suggestion, but that is for couples. You yourself said we are not a couple." Fei frowned. She would not fall for his trick. Qiu Chen was left speechless. Fei chuckled and said, "Chen, sing a song for me." "Why do you suddenly want me to sing?" "I just want to hear it." Fei linked her arm with Qiu Chen's and pouted coquettishly. Qiu Chen sighed helplessly. He said, "All right then. I will sing a song that fits the occasion perfectly for you." Fei nodded eagerly in anticipation, waiting for Qiu Chen to sing. Qiu Chen looked outside and began to sing softly. The carousel horse runs wildly, every step bringing a burst of excitement. The roller coaster turns frantically, hearing the call to battle. I am but a Ferris wheel, quietly waiting for someone to arrive. Oh, when she descends into my arms, my heart begins to beat a lonely rhythm. One more round, just one more flight will do. That helpless look in her eyes, still lacking support. How I long to reach out my hands and give her a tight embrace, yet I cannot. One more round, just to stay by her side a little longer. Let me be the one to lift the heavy corners of her mouth, fearless of her tears, lest my own heart rust. After the amusement park closes, who would know? The line of people is always so long, yet the happy ones are so few. Strange, I only wish to take her together to the sky to seek treasure. If I could fly higher, perhaps she would smile. But I risked my life to go upward, only to slowly fall back down. One more round, just one more flight will do. That helpless look in her eyes, still lacking support. How I long to reach out my hands and give her a tight embrace, yet I cannot. One more round, just to stay by her side a little longer. Let me be the one to lift the heavy corners of her mouth, fearless of her tears, making my heart rust. After the amusement park closes, who would know? One more round, just one more flight will do. Her lonely palm, waiting for someone to disturb it. I would willingly trade everything for her. A quiet embrace, even if only for a second. One more round, just to stay by her side a little longer. Let me remember the scent of her hair. Even if I cannot reach the ends of the earth, for her this moment is enough through the ages. Fei was moved by the song and asked Chen, "What song is this?" Qiu Chen replied, "This is Flower Fairy's Ferris wheel." Flower Fairy? What is that? Can it be eaten? Qiu Chen was utterly dumbfounded and had no choice but to explain. Flower Fairy, or Fahrenheit, is a popular four-member male singing group from Taiwan. They are managed by Comics Production and Him International Music and officially debuted on August 8, 2005. The name comes from the English translation of the Fahrenheit temperature scale. Among the four members, Qiu Chen represents the warm spring, Wang Dongxing represents the hot summer, Wu Zun from Brunei represents the cool autumn, and Yin Yuluan represents the cold winter. In June 2010, H.Y. Records, their agency, announced that member Wu Zun had decided to leave the group because he had lost interest in his singing career. However, the other three members, Yin Yuluan, Wang Dongxing, and Qiu Chen, persisted in their dream of continuing the group and would keep Flower Fairy shining. The English name Fahrenheit is a transliteration of the temperature scale, symbolizing the different temperatures of the four members. Flower Fairy is like a group composed of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, just as the four seasons bring warmth, heat, coolness, and cold. Among the four members, Qiu Chen, who returned to Taiwan from Vancouver, Canada, with a sunny smile, represents the warm spring, 25 degrees Celsius. Wang Dongxing, the male version of Angelina Jolie, with sensual lips, represents the hot summer, 35 degrees Celsius. Wu Zun from Brunei, with his noble temperament, represents the cool autumn, 15 degrees Celsius. And Yin Yuluan, with his stern gaze, represents the cold winter, 4 degrees Celsius. Wang Dongxing, Yin Yuluan, and Qiu Chen rose to fame after co-starring in The King of Wars 2 years prior. The three then formed Flower Fairy, with Wang Dongxing regarded as the eldest member and naturally serving as the leader. Last year, Wu Zun became an overnight sensation after filming East Palace, West Palace with Lin Chen and subsequently joined Flower Fairy. Later, Wu Zun and Wang Dongxing filmed The Prince Who Turns Girls into Boys together. Wu Zun became the lead actor while Wang Dongxing took the second lead. This indirectly led to Wu Zun being seen as the new top member, sparking rumors of discord between the two. After the drama aired, many events and drama offers specifically requested Wu Zun, leaving the emotions of the other members to be soothed entirely by the agency. Every time he gave an interview, Wang Dongxing was always asked questions about Wu Zun, even having to answer whether Wu Zun was engaged. This was truly unpleasant for Wang Dongxing. During this time, scenes of fans from Wu Zun and Wang Dongxing insulting each other at events frequently appeared. Wu Zun, now even more popular, has been constantly in the news. He was first accused of having an illegitimate child, and later rumors surfaced that he had secretly got engaged to his girlfriend. However, his manager stated if Wu Zun has good news, he will share it with everyone. He has previously said he plans to marry and have children after the age of 35. Regarding rumors of him going solo, Wu Zun chose to describe it in a way close to the facts. Right now, besides singing, we all do our own things. We have already gone solo. But when it comes to recording albums, we will definitely do it together, as the combined effort will be greater. Every time he gave an interview, Wang Dongxing was always asked questions about Wu Zun, even having to answer whether Wu Zun was engaged. This was truly unpleasant for Wang Dongxing. During this time, scenes of fans from Wu Zun and Wang Dongxing insulting each other at events frequently appeared. In June 2010, H.Y. Records issued an announcement stating that Wu Zun had decided to leave the group due to a lack of interest in his singing career. However, the other three members, Yin Yuluan, Wang Dongxing, and Qiu Chen, persisted in their dream of continuing the group and would keep Flower Fairy shining. Despite this, Wu Zun later stated on his personal website that his decision to leave was made out of necessity because he wanted to spend more time with his family, and he still hoped to continue collaborating with the other three members. Fairy was speechless and said, "Chen, why are you telling me all this? I do not understand." Qiu Chen said, "I just want you to know how difficult it is to be a celebrity." Fairy huffed and said, "I know. Do you just want me to understand how hard it is for your senior sister?" Qiu Chen's face darkened. What on earth was that about? Qiu Chen's face darkened. "Fairy, why do you keep bringing up that senior?" he said. The truth was he felt a twinge of resistance whenever Fang Yuanjing's name came up. Perhaps last time's incident had left too deep a scar. Fairy giggled softly just as the Ferris wheel came to a stop at the bottom. Qiu Chen found himself feeling strangely disappointed. His wish remained unfulfilled after all. He couldn't explain why, but ever since that deep lingering kiss with Fairy this morning, he'd found himself achingly nostalgic for the taste of her lips. Qiu Chen even began to wonder if he was losing his mind. Could he actually be falling for Fairy? That couldn't be right. Chen, what are you spacing out about? Come on down. Seeing Qiu Chen still frozen inside the Ferris wheel cabin, Fairy couldn't help but call out to him. Qiu Chen snapped back to reality and walked over. "Nothing, I was just thinking. Why did the ride end so quickly?" Fairy laughed. "What's the matter, Chen? Weren't you the one who didn't want to come here in the first place? Now you're hooked." Qiu Chen chuckled wryly. "Because I didn't get to kiss you, so I'm not satisfied." Fairy blushed and playfully smacked him. "Stop being such a pervert." Qiu Chen grinned, then grabbed her hand. "Come on, let's go." Fairy looked a bit surprised. "Chen, why are you suddenly holding my hand? You never let me hold yours before." Qiu Chen turned to look at her, and a flicker of tenderness appeared in his eyes. Because time is a wonderful thing, and people change all right. Fairy didn't say anything more, but she could sense that his attitude toward her had shifted somehow. She couldn't quite articulate it. It just felt like Qiu Chen needed her more now. There was no rhyme or reason to it, just a feeling she had. Lost in her thoughts, Qiu Chen had already pulled her along and hailed a taxi. They headed back to the restaurant where they'd agreed to regroup after completing their dare. But when they stepped into their original room, there was no sign of Lily or Housie. Just then Fairy's phone rang. It was Lily. "Lily, where are you guys?" "We're back." The truth was Qiu Chen felt a twinge of resistance whenever Fang Yuanjing's name came up. Perhaps last time's incident had left too deep a scar. Feier giggled softly just as the Ferris wheel came to a stop at the bottom. Qiu Chen found himself feeling strangely disappointed. His wish remained unfulfilled after all. He couldn't explain why, but ever since that deep lingering kiss with Feier this morning, he'd found himself achingly nostalgic for the taste of her lips. Qiu Chen even began to wonder if he was losing his mind. Could he actually be falling for Feier? That couldn't be right. Chen, what are you spacing out about? Come on down. Seeing Qiu Chen still frozen inside the Ferris wheel cabin, Feier couldn't help but call out to him. Qiu Chen snapped back to reality and walked over. Nothing, I was just thinking. Why did the ride end so quickly? Feier laughed. What's the matter, Chen? Weren't you the one who didn't want to come here in the first place? Now you're hooked. Qiu Chen chuckled wryly. Because I didn't get to kiss you, so I'm not satisfied. Feier blushed and playfully smacked him. Stop being such a pervert. Qiu Chen grinned, then grabbed her hand. Come on, let's go. Feier looked a bit surprised. Chen, why are you suddenly holding my hand? You never let me hold yours before. Qiu Chen turned to look at her, and a flicker of tenderness appeared in his eyes. Because time is a wonderful thing, and people change all right. Lily laughed and said, We've booked a room at the Beach Grand Hotel. Come on over, both of you. We'll meet there. Standing close by, Qiu Chen overheard every word, and his face went dark. He snatched the phone and grumbled, Lily, what exactly are you up to? Why a hotel again? Lily huffed. Don't give me excuses. If you don't show up, I'm declaring you lost that dare. Qiu Chen hung up with a scowl. Feier asked, Chen, what should we do? Qiu Chen replied, what else can we do? We go, of course. No way I'm letting that silly girl Lily look down on us. Feier looked equally bewildered, having no idea what Lily had in store, but she followed Qiu Chen out the door. The Beach Grand Hotel. Platinum 5-star standard, exuding grandeur and commanding presence. Nestled at the heart of the commercial and leisure district, it overlooks the entire city of Guangzhou with an air of unrivaled majesty. Over 400 ultra-luxury guest rooms, each appointed with the finest fabrics, furnishings, and amenities. The rich yet vibrant palette, the bold and generous layout, the graceful natural lines, all combine to deliver every guest an experience of supreme comfort and regal indulgence. A luxurious hotel crafted as a work of art, featuring executive suites, business suites, deluxe rooms, and standard rooms alike. Every detail of the hotel's rooms reflects meticulous elegance, especially the exquisite frosted glass bathroom walls, a modern touch that transforms a stay into pure aesthetic pleasure, allowing the weary traveler to leave all business fatigue behind and soak in the city's vibrant charm. Located on the bustling southern stretch of Tianhe Road, the hotel boasts an unbeatable location. Adjacent to the metro station and major business districts, it stands just steps away from the city's famous shopping hubs, Jingjia Plaza, Hongqing Plaza, and Tianhe City. From the hotel, it's a mere 10 minutes to Guangzhou East Railway Station or the Canton Fair Pazhou Complex, and only 40 minutes to Baiyun International Airport. As the city lights begin to twinkle and the night comes alive, dozens of luxurious KTV private rooms are cloaked in the royal ambience of the evening. Here, the 9 realms of entertainment. Mirrors, paintings, lighting, ornaments, hangings, decor, displays, colors, and spatial design are crafted with exceptional artistry, gilded and seamless, as if carved by heaven itself. The hotel's design is dominated by a golden hue suffused with a rich Mediterranean charm, adorned with treasures from around the world: French bronze, Italian musical fountains, French crystal chandeliers, world-class bedding, and magnificent corridors embellished with gold leaf. Every detail inside and out exudes royal splendor. It transports you to the mysterious luxury of ancient Egyptian nobility. In short, sheer opulence. Only those with deep pockets could afford such indulgence. Qiu Chen and Feier arrived shortly after, stepped out of the taxi, and walked inside. Pushing open the heavy doors of the restaurant, they were greeted by a lavish, expansive space. Dazzling crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling above, their light refracting into dreamlike iridescent hues from every angle. Ornate European-style tables and chairs, and a delicate little bar, all painted in pure white, exuded an air of aristocratic refinement. Each table was adorned with a white porcelain vase from which pink roses bloomed in delicate splendor, harmonizing beautifully with the surrounding elegance. Qiu Chen and Feier entered the Grand Hotel. Qiu Chen took out his phone and dialed a number. Upon connection, he asked, "Hey Lily, where are you?" Lily replied from the other end, "Where else could I be? I'm at the hotel." Qiu Chen's expression darkened. "Of course I know you're at the hotel. We've arrived. Which room are you in?" Lily chuckled mischievously. "What if I refuse to tell you?" Qiu Chen scowled again and snapped, "Then Feier and I will simply leave." Lily sneered coldly. "Go ahead. Then I'll spread word that Qiu Chen couldn't handle truth or dare." She added sharply, "Hand the phone to Hausi now." Qiu Chen fell speechless. Lily was actually using this as leverage against him. She giggled again and said, "Sorry, I'm afraid my man's in the shower." Qiu Chen smirked lewdly. "So it seems you two aren't here to play games with us. You've come to check into a room together." Lily, utterly unembarrassed, retorted, "I'd say you're eager enough. Only Feier won't have it." Qiu Chen's face darkened once more. At that moment, Feier took the phone and said gently, Big sister Lily, please stop teasing. Just tell us where you are. Lily softened her tone and relented. All right, since my dear Fayer has asked, I'll tell you, room 303. Qiu Chen overheard the reply, ended the call, then followed Fayer as she inquired about the building's layout before ascending the staircase. At that moment, the hotel's ambient sound system played a hauntingly lyrical melody, the gentle melancholic tune echoing through the lobby, a painting of blood-stained lands. How could it rival the single vermilion mark between your brows? Even should I shatter heaven and earth, it would still be but fleeting glory. Crimson blood dyes peach blossoms, yet all I wish is to see you weep once more. I hear the muffled clash of blades, the towering pavilion collapses, gasping its last breath. The moon illuminates the ends of the world, yet who ultimately claims the reeds by the riverbank? Warhorses neigh across the land, within my arms lies serene chaos. Wind sweeps across heaven and earth, silent, ruthless. After splendor fades, I ascend the throne alone. I climb the 9-tiered jeweled pagoda to watch in one night meteors streak like falling silk. Years later, history's pages still recount this very night. The bluestone steps soaked in sorrow bear witness to partings and deaths. What the ears hear seems final, what the eyes behold turns to ruin. Gentleness most resolute falls, once fluttering now fallen. In an instant farewell arrives, the long night bleeds pale. Before dawn breaks, all sins are washed away. Someone cries your name until their voice shatters. If soul and spirit endure, even in the yellow spring's memory shall not fade. The mirror lacks perfection, bright as moonlight drifting through clouds, yet time slips away. The vermilion string remains unbroken, 5 hues swirl over plain silk and green jade tables. Morning dew dries by nightfall, chains snap mid-turn. Fragrant hours once paused. Today I quietly trade yesterday for today. Snow-touched black hair sings farewell beneath twilight's waning years. As if meeting anew, I gaze into the mirror. My heart unravels trembling. The brocade waters flow ever on, vast and deep. Our parting stretches to the horizon's edge. One lamp burns beside us, the lute's strings hum on, binding our fates across lifetimes. For you I don my crimson robes, once more pack my satchel and veil my radiance. This heart entangled in love's net, worldly folly, past lives turned swiftly to dust. Time drowns memory, I swallow grief and bury yesteryear. Seeking lost direction, I spread wings anew, to soar beyond the sky's rim. In the end I cannot grasp the silver hooks slipping from my hand. This sorrow, this tenderness, how much can truly be held? You've seen through purity and impurity, warmth and chill. Time itself has frozen long and still, waiting steadfast as a nobleman's jade. Riding a white steed, I howl westward wind. If I fall drunk, let me die within the dream. Follow the war drum's thunder. Look there, a rainbow arches high. Our ambush waits motionless, drawn taut as a bowstring. Mountains roar, seas surge. 10,000 arrows blaze with firelight. Blades compose music. Let me become your melody. Should you consent, I'll transform into ember fluff dancing on flame. I breathe winter's chill, each breath mingling with verses of parting. Willows drift in Chang'an breeze, the Kongho sings, passers-by sway drunk. Painted boats glide across lakes, sip one cup, refill another. Embroidery gleams, silk threads, precise gold work, refined landscapes painted with grace. Poet's ink flows freely, our rouge traces delicate brows. Fireworks rise with flowing water. Night chills deepen, and the chilled grow drunk. Tonight's lantern festival. Paint riddles on paper, guess them in pairs. Yangxian tea floats on water, pipa echoes, jade flute replies. Ritual dancers prepare for ancestral rites. Bronze mirrors reflect cloud-like coiffures, exquisite and serene. Gazes entwined through sword sheaths, whose eyelashes tremble. He ascends city walls, he sheds battle armor. Boundless seas and clouds carry his freedom. Crumbling ramparts stand 1,000 years, carving whose name into stone. Chong flutes sound thin amid worldly chaos. Who bends low, who stands tall? Rivers and mountains sway in storm winds, whose pulse beats loudest. Prosperous Chang'an blooms beside fading sun, forgetting dynasties past. Bamboo poles push black-roofed boats rock, boatmen sing dragon boat chants. Pale hands clasp, jet-black tresses coil, you girls harmonize ancient washing songs. East wind softens, pearl curtains lift, beauties recite spring verses in painted halls. Silk scrolls hold inked elegance, fragrant ink blooms. Scholars compose odes by riverside. Tonight imperial capital bleeds, flames rage far eastward. Crimson banners burn nations whole. Azura reborn in fire, sword reversed. Alone he walks beneath moonlit miles. Who dares love with such singularity, to live and die as one across lifetimes embraced? Ask not of empire ambition, these dreams dissolve in millennia. Locust fire flickers, mist grows cool. Remember me, wherever you dwell, never lost, never forgotten. Does the nursery rhyme by the bridge still sing? Does it recall the memories you left behind? Rain falls beyond the riverbank, across the river of forgetfulness, silent ferryman. Who do you carry across? Winding streams, winding paths, who dwells along these fields? Does the lantern-lit maiden wait for him to return? Flowers bloom on frontier sands. Each wanders distant realms. Yellow sands swallow fading whispers. Wei river songs echo, like lotus flames of past lives burning away joy and sorrow alike. Snow blankets encampments. We borrow Jiu-Su Pass aiming to seal the Wolf Star. Will you ride forth cleaving yellow sands to reach Lulan? Repeated ballads chased dusk across deserts. Chilean mountains stand like tombs. Mourning Jinghuan. 1,000 battles. Though dead, their chivalrous bones still scent the air. Frost flowers carve resilience onto sword blades. Mountains scaled, demons purged. Youthful fervor dares curse heaven's injustice. Heedless whether fate brings blessing or bane. Drunk beyond reason, I strum a song. Dream or truth which is real. To cling to sentiment only binds the heart. The immortal path appears near, yet stretches infinitely. Forest rains and snows fall ceaselessly. Even solitude invites laughter offered openly to the world. Wind whips backward. Long swords rise. How many years ago? Heroes swore blood oaths, voices ringing clear. Stars glitter, like that final scroll from the Greenwood battle shimmering faintly in memory. Several volumes recount one stormy age as zither strings etch two entwined destinies. You glance back. 3 lifetimes flood your gaze along Qinhuai's banks. One command, begin. How many times may fate direct this play? For whom do we risk life and death so lightly? For whom does one thought shift all? Morning blossoms fade by evening. Pure sorrow brushes cheeks disarrayed. Faded rouge stains tears. Old dreams linger unbroken. Clouds drift 1,000 years, reduced to one laugh. When did it echo last? Zither sighs stifled, a light rain chills. Slow, each note falls. Where's the old friend's face? Sparse parasol, trees murmur under moonlight weary. Youth flows like river. Grief pierces heart year after year. Whose vow remains? A smile at reunion, fleeting yet eternal. The road home stains boots with dust, blue robes turn leaving a trace of sorrow. Mountains and rivers blur at dusk. Do you faintly recall the path you came? Ancient trees stand bare. Only crows croak, echoing words unchanged. Horse hooves race, never pausing across 1,000 peaks, still undeterred. Wandering suns, whom do they confide in? West winds blow, where do they lead? Far horizons, does hometown's voice ever guide the way home? After the ancient-style song finished playing, Fei stood frozen in place and murmured wide-eyed, "Chun, what song was that?" "It's unlike anything you've sung before," she added. Qiu Chen explained, "It's an ancient composition. Its verses speak of ancestral sorrows, vengeance between families, wars between states, and the tender ache of love." Vengeance between families. No wonder it sounds so mournful. "I see," Fei murmured, half comprehending. Qiu Chen glanced at Fei, the corner of his mouth twitching. "What brilliant idea do you have, Fei?" he said. Fei said with profound depth, "Although I don't understand the meaning of the song, and I don't know what feuds or national grudges your human ancestors once had, I unexpectedly can feel it, perhaps because our people have experienced something similar." As she spoke, Fei's eyes drooped, listless and dispirited. Clearly this little lady was once again thinking of her own people, of her father the emperor and mother the empress. Right in the midst of battle, she had inexplicably transmigrated here, unable to help her father and the others, and she had always felt guilty about it. But thinking that she still had over 200 days before leaving this world, perhaps she could return to her father's side by then. The air was a bit oppressive. Qiu Chen didn't know what to say. At that moment, they arrived at the agreed-upon room. Qiu Chen grinned sheepishly. "I don't know why, but even though it's just a meeting here, I have a strange feeling in my heart." Fei snorted. "What are you thinking about again?" Qiu Chen felt something was off, and said to Fei, "Don't you feel something strange?" "Too quiet." Fei nodded. "I think so too. It's so quiet, as if no one is here." Qiu Chen's face darkened. Just as he was about to take out his phone, the door was suddenly slammed shut. Quick as a flash, he rushed over, but found it already locked. Qiu Chen's face turned completely black. "Lily, stop messing around, you two. Let us out." Ring ring. The phone rang. Qiu Chen quickly answered and put it on speaker. "Lily, what are you doing? Why did you lock us up?" Lily chuckled. "This is the gift we prepared for you in advance. An escape room." "Escape room? You've watched too many movies. Let us out." Qiu Chen was speechless. He gave an awkward smile and said nothing. Could he tell her what he was thinking of? If he said it out loud, that little woman Fei would surely fight him to the death. Qiu Chen and Fei knocked on the door, but no one answered. Qiu Chen tried again with more force, and surprisingly the door swung open. "What is Lily doing? Why didn't she close the door?" Qiu Chen muttered in exasperation. Fei also looked puzzled. After stepping inside, she called out, "Sister Lily, we're here." "Where are you?" Qiu Chen looked around and called out, "Lily Howsey, we're all here. Where are you two? You've got to pick the right time for your business." The two looked around but saw no trace of Lily and the other person, not even a sign that they had been there. Qiu Chen felt something was off. "Fei, don't you feel something strange?" "Too quiet." Fei nodded. "I think so too. It's so quiet, as if no one is here." Qiu Chen's face darkened. Just as he was about to take out his phone, the door was suddenly slammed shut. Quick as a flash, he rushed over, but found it already locked. Qiu Chen's face turned completely black. "Lily, stop messing around, you two. Let us out." Ring ring. The phone rang. Qiu Chen quickly answered and put it on speaker. Lily, what are you doing? Why did you lock us up? Lily chuckled. This is the gift we prepared for you in advance. An escape room. Escape room. You've watched too many movies. Let us out. Qiu Chen was speechless. Lily laughed. Don't even think about it. Tonight you two have to stay inside for the whole night before you can come out. You can try other ways to get out, but the chances are slim. Oh, I've already prepared some instant noodles and stuff in the cabinet, so you can eat if you're hungry. Qiu Chen finally understood he had been tricked by Lily, and badly. An escape room. It was a popular game in recent years, also known as room escape, literally room escape in English. Originally originating overseas, it all started as electronic games belonging to the puzzle game genre. Later it spread to China and gradually became accepted and popular, especially among young people. Later real-life escape rooms became popular, where real people in specially constructed rooms rely on their own abilities to find clues and solve puzzles to escape the designated room. There are individual and team modes, usually with a time limit, also considering the safety of the participants. If the time runs out, the game is considered forfeited and the players exit through a designated exit. The earliest real-life escape room originated in 2006, when a group of system programmers in Silicon Valley, inspired by Agatha Christie's novels, designed a series of scenes and recreated them in reality, offering them to all employees for adventure puzzle solving. It was named Origin. Due to its extreme difficulty, only 3 people have successfully escaped to date, and this room has become a landmark and legend in Silicon Valley. In October 2008, a real-life escape game appeared in Harbin, turning an old house into an escape room. Gao Ying and a friend, while playing an escape room game, had a sudden inspiration and founded a real-life version of the escape house game. In September 2010, a Japanese Bad News together with Shanghai Mao Livehouse held the first theatrical real-life escape room game in Shanghai. In March 2011, a Super Escape XRM launched a fully mechanized large-scale escape room game in Shanghai. In June 2011, the original creative team of Super Escape recreated the Mr. X brand real-life escape room, achieving a more perfect embodiment of large-scale, mechanized real-life escape rooms, and created a unique new game mode, Citywide Escape, a combination of virtual puzzle games and real-life puzzle games. The original brand Super Escape XRM continued to be operated by the venue provider. Qiu Chen was speechless, never expecting that he would one day experience this himself. Feier quickly said, "Sister Lily, stop playing. Let us out." Lily giggled. "Feier, don't you often ask me what if I like Chun, but Chun doesn't like me?" Feier was both embarrassed and annoyed. Embarrassed that Lily would so bluntly reveal her feelings, and annoyed for the same reason. Unaware of Feier's expression, Lily continued matter-of-factly, "It's simple. Just lock you two together for one night. Chun, you'd better seize the opportunity." With that she hung up. "Hey Lily, damn." Qiu Chen was furious. Lily was playing with fire, damn it. Qiu Chen gave an awkward smile and remained silent. How could he admit that he was thinking about something indecent? If Fear found out, this little woman would surely fight him tooth and nail. Qiu Chen and Fear knocked on the door, but no one answered. When Qiu Chen pushed harder, the door swung open effortlessly. He was speechless. What is Lily doing? Why didn't she lock the door? Fear was equally puzzled. She stepped inside and called out, "Sister Lily, we're here." "Where are you?" Qiu Chen looked around and also called, "Lily, Howsy, we've arrived." "Where are you two? Couldn't you have chosen a better time for your business?" The two of them searched everywhere, but there was no sign of Lily and Howsy, not even a trace that they had been there. Qiu Chen sensed something amiss and said to Fear, "Fear, don't you think something's off? It's too quiet." Fear nodded. "I feel the same way. It's so quiet, as if no one is here." Qiu Chen's face darkened. Just as he was about to take out his phone, the door was suddenly slammed shut. He rushed over with lightning speed, but it was already locked. Qiu Chen's face turned completely black. He shouted, "Lily, you two stop messing around. Let us out." The phone rang. Qiu Chen quickly answered and put it on speaker. "Lily, what are you doing? Why did you lock us in?" Lily chuckled. "This is a gift we prepared for you in advance. An escape room." "An escape room? Have you watched too many movies? Let us out now." Qiu Chen was speechless. Qiu Chen couldn't believe he was actually experiencing this. Fear quickly said, "Sister Lily, stop playing. Let us out." Lily laughed slyly. "Fear, haven't you always asked me what to do if you like Chun, but he doesn't like you?" Fear was both embarrassed and annoyed. Embarrassed that Lily had so bluntly revealed her feelings, and annoyed for the same reason. Unaware of Fear's expression, Lily continued, "It's simple. Just lock the two of you in a room for one night. Chun, you'd better seize the opportunity." With that she hung up. "Hey Lily, damn it." Qiu Chen was furious. Lily was playing with fire. Now only Qiu Chen and Fear remained in the room. Humans always tend to let their imaginations run wild in enclosed spaces, just like now. Qiu Chen had once imagined numerous scenarios of himself in a hotel room, but never this one, being locked inside. The only silver lining was that he was locked in with Fear, otherwise he would have been utterly miserable. But under these circumstances he had no mood for any romantic thoughts. After all, if he didn't find a way out, he and Fear would be stuck here all night. Although spending the night with Fear didn't sound like a bad idea, there was absolutely nothing romantic about the current situation. Fear asked, "Chen, what should we do?" Qiu Chen sat on the floor and said, "You're asking me. I'm asking myself. Lily and Housie. Those two. I'll never forgive them for being so ruthless. Lily let out an, "Oh," and said, "Then Chun, can you find a way out?" The corner of Qiu Chen's mouth twitched. "Fear, do you think I'm some kind of superhero? Superman? Do you think I'd be trapped here? Where would I find a way out?" Fear said, "Then there's no choice. We'll just have to spend the night here." Qiu Chen was exasperated. "Fear, do you even know what kind of place this is?" Fear replied, "Of course I do. It's a hotel. What's the problem?" Qiu Chen said, "Around here, if a man and a woman spend the night together in a hotel, it means they'll do certain things." Fear asked innocently, "What things?" Qiu Chen was speechless. Was Fear pretending to be pure, or was she really that naive? He knew Fear used to be very innocent, but ever since she started hanging out with Lily, she seemed to have become less so. Qiu Chen said, "It's what happens in the compilation videos of Mist Song." Off. Fear blushed, then kicked Qiu Chen with her little foot. "You're so bad, Chen." Qiu Chen's face darkened. "How am I bad? It's your sister Lily who got us into this mess." Fear snorted, "Sister Lily just wanted us to solve the escape room. It's you who wants to do those things." Qiu Chen was devastated. He couldn't clear his name, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. "Fear, what do you take me for? I'm a pure person, okay?" Fear snorted again. "Sister Lily says no man is pure." Qiu Chen's face went black. "Don't listen to that girl Lily's nonsense." Fear said, "There was once a man named Chen Shimi. His family was poor, and he lived happily with his wife Qin Xianglian. After 10 years of hard study, Chen Shimi went to the capital for the imperial exam, became the top scholar, and was made the emperor's son-in-law. Having heard nothing from Chen Shimi for a long time, Qin Xianglian took their children to the capital to find him. But Chen Shimi refused to acknowledge her, and sent Han Qi to kill her in the middle of the night. Unable to bear the deed, Han Qi committed suicide to uphold righteousness, and Qin Xianglian was wrongly accused of murder and thrown into prison. At Chen Shimi's instigation, Qin Xianglian was exiled to the frontier. On the way, the officers were ordered to kill her, but she was saved by Zhang Zhao. Bao Zheng wanted to punish Chen Shimi, but lacked solid evidence. Chen Shimi pretended to welcome Qin Xianglian back to the mansion, then used their 2 children to force her to stamp the divorce paper. Zhang Zhao went to Chen Shimi's hometown and found witnesses, the couple Qi. On the way, Aunt Qi died under the killer's blade. Bao Zheng gathered the evidence and wanted to sentence the son-in-law, but the princess and the Empress Dowager came to stop him. However, Bao Zheng refused to yield and sent Chen Shimi to the dragon's head guillotine. "So all men are bad." The corner of Qiu Chen's mouth twitched. "You sure know a lot. But what does that have to do with me? Besides, I haven't betrayed Qin Xianglian." Fear said, "But Sister Lily says that Chen Shimi is you." Qiu Chen wanted to curse. "What the hell does that have to do with me? Can you tell Lily to stop talking nonsense? This is a typical slander of my reputation." Fear said, "All right, Chen, let's stop talking about this. What are you going to do? Do you have a way out or not?" Qiu Chen said, "I've already answered that question just now. This handsome guy has no idea what to do." Fear sneered with contempt. "Oh please, this handsome guy. Chen, you really are narcissistic." Qiu Chen said, rather displeased, "Don't you think I'm truly handsome?" Fear pouted and said, "I don't think you're handsome at all. You're not as good looking as that Korean boy band on TV." Qiu Chen's face darkened. "You've been learning more and more about the human world lately, and now you're even watching those Korean groups. They're all plastic surgery products, you know." Fear asked, "What does plastic surgery mean?" Qiu Chen said with a grin, "Let me tell you a story. Across the ocean, there's a place called the land of kimchi. The men and women there look almost identical, and it's all because of plastic surgery." Fear shook her head. "I still don't get it." Qiu Chen thought for a moment, then explained, "Plastic surgery is like those transformation spells in ancient mythology. Once you go under the knife, you can become a completely different person. Get it now?" Fear looked astonished. "So you're saying there are monsters in that Korea place you mentioned?" Qiu Chen burst out laughing. "Yeah, plenty of monsters." A crisp ringtone sounded. Fear's sharp eyes caught the device on Qiu Chen's desk. "Chen, that talking thing of yours is glowing." Qiu Chen sat up and picked up the device. "It's called a smartphone. I've told you a dozen times already." Opening the message, he saw it was from Fan Yuanjing. Qiu Chen felt puzzled. Why would the senior send him a message at this hour? Missing him. A shameless thought crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed the unrealistic idea. He opened the text and saw the message Fan Yuanjing had composed in the restroom. Qiu Chen glanced at it, and his expression turned grim. "Chen, what's wrong?" Fear asked curiously. "What are you looking at?" Fear, "Stay home. I need to go out for a while." Qiu Chen pocketed his phone and stood up, his face solemn. "Where are you going?" "I'm coming with you." Fear instinctively rose to her feet, a hint of nervousness in her voice. Fear muttered to herself, No wonder some of those women look even prettier than me." Qiu Chen chuckled at her words. So Fear was feeling envious. He never expected that such a beautiful girl could be so easily moved to jealousy. Fear rolled her eyes at Qiu Chen, then asked, "So what do we do now? With no way out, we might as well get some rest here." Qiu Chen said, "Rest is fine, but we're not sleeping together. I don't want you taking advantage of me." Fear blushed. "As if, you're the pervert. It'd be a miracle if you didn't try anything." That night the two settled down in the small inn. Naturally, Qiu Chen slept on the floor. Elsewhere, pale moonlight spilled silently across the land, illuminating the rushing waters and kindling the promise of tomorrow's dawn. The moonlight gently caressed all things on earth, lulling every living creature into a peaceful slumber. Gazing upward, the moon no longer feared revealing the weary wrinkles etched upon her face. She lowered her hands, releasing the radiance she had long stored, lighting the way for nocturnal travelers, erasing the last traces of blemish from the future sky, and proudly displaying her charm and splendor. The urban night was boisterous, brimming with seductive allure. Those rhythmic beats pulsing from the bars. Was that even music? Was it not the wild heartbeat of the night itself? And the night adorned with the dazzling glow of neon lights as its face and attire lured your ever-wandering gaze. What a bizarre night. What an enchanting night. Amid the city's night, people released their restless spirits. Standing at the city's edge, gazing back, the night here held a distinct flavor of loneliness and agitation. In the dark dead of night, a few scattered flickering stars dotted the sky, countless yet sparse. The moon appeared among them, her round face bearing a gentle, tender smile, as she silently looked down upon the earth. A few thin gray clouds drifted around her, like celestial maidens dancing with flowing sleeves. The brilliant moonlight draped the earth in a silvery gauze. It fell upon the petals, making the flowers more exquisite. It spilled before the window, carrying a cool, fragrant breath that intertwined into a refreshing, soul-soothing aroma. At first the moon seemed shy, veiling her face with wisps of cloud. 7 or 8 stars twinkled above, and everything seemed so quiet, so mysterious. Gradually the moon shed her bashfulness. Look, she was playing hide-and-seek with the people below. One moment she hid behind the dark clouds, the next she popped out, half her face right before you. She cast her silvery light upon the earth, reflected in the faces of children, accompanied by the laughter of playing youths, and framed by the twinkling stars above. The night was like thick ink, too deep to dissolve. The sky resembled a dark blue curtain studded with glimmering stars, intoxicating all who beheld it. The night was still, all had retired. Amid the serene tranquility, silvery moonlight pooled on the ground, and the mournful chirping of crickets echoed from every corner. The fragrance of the night permeated the air, weaving a soft, invisible net that shrouded every scene within its embrace. Everything the eyes touched was caught beneath this tender net. Even a blade of grass or a single tree was no longer as concrete as in the daylight. They all took on a blurred, ethereal quality, each hiding its finer details, each guarding its secrets, evoking a dreamlike, otherworldly sensation. This was a restaurant, a lavish one. A man sat there in silence, arrogance written across his brow, his gaze haughty and unyielding, a faint sneer curling at the corner of his lips. The door opened, and an old man stepped in. He wore a traditional Tang suit, his features well-proportioned, yet his expression carried a weary haughtiness. He met the gazes of others with undisguised disdain, several burly men trailing behind him. The old man's gaze met the man sitting there, and he walked over, sitting directly opposite him. He spoke, saying, "Is this how you treat your own father? Won't you even stand up to welcome him?" The man's face was expressionless as he replied, "No need. If you hadn't threatened me with grandma, do you really think I would come out to meet you?" The old man snorted and said, "Qiu Chen, you are being too presumptuous. After all, I am your father." The man met his gaze, a self-mocking smile appearing on his lips. "Father? That word is too distant for me." Anger flashed across the old man's face as he said, "Qiu Chen, I have spoiled you and doted on you, but do not push your luck." The man sneered, "You spoiled me? Doted on me? Don't you think your words are truly hilarious? From beginning to end, the only person in your eyes and heart has been that woman. As for me, you have never cared. It is the same as with my mother. Your eyes have only ever held that mother and daughter, hasn't it?" The old man slammed his hand heavily on the table, wanting to lose his temper, but he restrained himself enough. "It has been a long time since we father and son have met. I do not wish to quarrel." The man sneered, "I do not wish to quarrel with you either. In fact, I can't be bothered to see you." The old man sighed and said, "I know. Perhaps in your heart I owe you and your mother too much. I will do my utmost to compensate." "Compensate? My mother is already gone. What can you offer?" As he spoke these words, the man's fists clenched tightly. "Pain. It hurts so much." The old man said, "What happened back then was my fault toward your mother. But she is dead now, and all that guilt has turned to smoke. I only hope you will not blame Xiao Jing and do not oppose her." "Impossible." The man shouted in anger, "I will never let her go." Feier's words did not make Nangong Qi drop his intention. Nangong Qi smiled and said, "Although I have not met the Chen you speak of, he must be your boyfriend, right? It is one thing if he does not buy it for you, but if he deprives you of the opportunity to even accept someone else's gift, isn't that too selfish?" Feier said poutingly, "Do not speak ill of Chen. Chen is only doing this for my own good." The salesgirl watched and shook her head. Another young girl blinded by love. Nangong Qi said seriously, "I did not mean to speak ill of your boyfriend. Did you not just say that with the mobile phone you can contact him at any time? Think about it. If I had not run into you today, you would still be wandering around the streets. If you had the phone, would this problem not have been avoided?" Nangong Qi's persuasive words made Feier slightly tempted, though she still hesitated and said, "But won't this be very expensive?" Nangong Qi smiled and said, "Price is not an issue. If it is too costly, consider it a loan from me, and you can repay me later. Besides, this phone is really not expensive, is it, miss?" As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward the salesgirl. The salesgirl, seeing Nangong Qi's intent, cooperated and said, yes, this model is currently on discount, so it is not expensive. Feier thought for a moment and then said, very well, but I will definitely pay you back. Nangong Qi smiled and said, no problem. He took out the phone and handed it to Feier. Just as he was about to pay, a voice rang out, Feier, didn't I tell you not to run around? Feier turned around and saw Qiu Chen walking over with a dark expression. She hurriedly ran over and said, Chen, you are just in time. I was worrying about how to get home. Qiu Chen's mouth twitched into a sneer as he said, you can just keep shopping with others. They are generous and can even buy you a mobile phone. His final remark revealed that Qiu Chen had heard everything Feier had said earlier. In fact, ever since Feier had left school, Qiu Chen had followed. The main reason he followed was that whenever Feier moved beyond a certain distance from him, he felt physical pain. As for how Qiu Chen managed to find Feier so smoothly, the reason was simple. Just like on the night of the full moon, Feier could follow the scent on Qiu Chen to find him, and Qiu Chen could do the same. Attracted by the scent on Feier, Qiu Chen had been walking behind her, following the path she had taken. The sensation was quite peculiar. Qiu Chen had quickened his pace all along to find Feier and reunite with her on the way home. Who would have thought he would end up following her to a mobile phone store, let alone find a ridiculously handsome man by her side? As he watched the man chatting and laughing with Feier, Qiu Chen felt an unbearable pang of displeasure, as if something precious had been stolen from him, a profoundly unsettling sensation. From their conversation, he gathered that Feier had taken a fancy to a certain phone and the man was about to buy it for her. In truth, Qiu Chen had been contemplating giving Feier a phone himself. He had planned to present it to her at an opportune moment. But unexpectedly, Feier had misinterpreted his intentions, thinking he was unwilling to buy her one. A creeping sense of betrayal welled up in Qiu Chen's heart. Chen, you heard it all, didn't you? Seeing Qiu Chen's expression, Feier knew he was angry. She gently tugged at his sleeve and whispered, Chen, don't be mad. I'll give up on it if you don't want me to have it, okay? Qiu Chen retorted angrily, whether you want it or not is none of my business. I'm nobody to you. He was indeed furious. Even at this point, Feier still thought his anger was about her liking the phone. That wasn't what upset him. What angered him was that she was with another man behind his back. Feier lowered her head, sensing the intensity of his rage from such close proximity. Chen was truly furious. In all the time she had known him, she had never seen him this angry. Was it really because she wanted that phone? Was it because she wanted to live like a human being? This gentleman must be the Chen that Miss Feier mentioned. Nangong Qi stepped forward and said with a smile. Who are you? Qiu Chen asked, his gaze that of a rival in love. My name is Nangong Qi, a college student. Nangong Qi. Qiu Chen immediately realized. This was the famous Nangong Prince, the campus celebrity from his own school. Why was he here, and why was he with Feier? Qiu Chen didn't expose his identity. In his current state of mind, whether you were a real prince or a fake one, if you made him angry and uncomfortable, you deserve to die. Clenching his fist, Qiu Chen spoke with a dark expression. So you're the one who brought Feier here. Do you have any idea that she's unfamiliar with this place? If something happened to her because you dragged her around recklessly, what then? Nangong Qi smiled apologetically. I think you've misunderstood, Mr. Chen. I merely happened to run into Miss Feier on the road, so I offered to show her around the scenery. Should anything happen, I'll take responsibility. Responsibility? How could you possibly take responsibility if something did happen? Qiu Chen nearly roared. This guy, relying on his pretty boy looks, thought he could casually poach someone else's woman. He really deserved a slap. Wait, why did I think of Feier as my woman? That doesn't make any sense. Without wasting another word, Qiu Chen said coldly to Feier, Feier, I'll ask you this, are you going with this guy, or are you coming home with me? In his mind, he recalled that day at school, when he had confronted her. You're still so heartless, my dear sister, the boy said mockingly. The girl's body trembled. She replied icily, You've mistaken me for someone else. I'm not your sister. Oomph. The boy sneered. You're still the same as always so cold. You know in your heart whether I've mistaken you or not. Fang Yuanjing. He emphasized the last 3 words, enunciating each one deliberately. The girl Fang Yuanjing stopped walking. She turned around coldly and said, Nangong Qi, I have nothing to do with your family anymore. Please don't bother me again. Nangong Qi and Fang Yuanjing were siblings. If the gossip magazines got wind of this, it would be all over the tabloids. Nangong Qi's eyes turned icy, his smile vanished, and he said coldly, Is that so? You really shouldn't have any more contact with our family. Because every time I see you, I remember my mother's death. Fang Yuanjing froze, then after a moment of silence said, That incident is in the past, isn't it? In the past? Nangong Qi laughed bitterly. Can you just brush it off with the past? My mother died, but you and your bitch of a mother are still living well. How am I supposed to get over it? Hearing him insult her mother, Fang Yuanjing couldn't hold back. Don't you dare slander my mother. Wasn't she also a victim back then? Was I the only one who suffered? If it weren't for that man, how could my mother have been heartbroken and miserable for half her life? That man. Nangong Qi sneered. You actually call your father that man. It seems you and your mother are cut from the same cloth. When you need a man, you do everything to cling to someone else's husband, and after wrecking his family, you walk away without a trace. You've truly inherited your mother's fine genes. Don't you dare talk about my mother. Fang Yuanjing could no longer contain herself. She stepped forward and raised her hand to slap Nangongqi's face. He caught her wrist and looked at her beautiful face, saying coldly, "You think you're worthy of hitting me, ah? A slut like you dares to hit me. I'll tell you this, from the day my mother died I swore it would be a fight to the death between us." He paused, then added with a sardonic smile, "You're a celebrity now. You need to watch your image. Wouldn't want some paparazzi to catch you in a scandal, like being seduced by a director, for example." Bang! Fang Yuanjing's mind went blank. A sudden realization struck her. Her lips trembling, she said, "It was you. You did it, didn't you?" Nangongqi burst into laughter, then released her hand and said coldly, "I have no idea what you're talking about. I didn't do anything." With that, he turned and walked away. Fang Yuanjing could no longer hold back her tears. They streamed down her face uncontrollably. But she struggled to suppress them, bracing herself against the wall to keep from collapsing to the ground. The old man never expected the man to harbor such deep resentment. He sighed and said, "You and Xiao Jing are both my children. I don't wish to see harm come to either of you." The man let out a cold laugh. "Don't you find this absurd? In your heart you've always treated that woman and her daughter as your children. Have you ever truly cared about us, mother and daughter?" The old man retorted angrily, "How dare you?" "Of course I have." The man laughed heartily. "Where were you when I needed you growing up? Where were you when other classmates bullied me? Where were you when my teachers disciplined me at school? I ask you, where in the world were you? When I needed you, you were never by my side. Now you dare to call me your child. Isn't that utterly laughable?" The man was of course Nangongqi, and the elder seated before him was none other than his own biological father. The old man said, "Xiaoqi, I owe you and your mother a debt I will find a way to repay. But I truly hope you won't harbor such resentment toward Xiao Jing. She is innocent." Nangongqi snorted coldly. "Yes, in your eyes she is certainly innocent. But as I said before, between her and me it will end only in life or death." The old man huffed in anger. "Xiaoqi, don't push your luck. Me pushing my luck." Nangongqi slammed the table and rose to his feet. "Then I'd like to ask you, exactly where have I gone too far? I've made myself clear there is absolutely no way I will ever forgive Fang Yuanjing. How dare you?" The old man flew into another rage, rising to his feet, as well confronting him eye to eye. "You will listen to me. If you dare lay a finger on Xiao Jing again, don't blame me for disowning you as my son. Do as you please." With those words, Nangongqi turned to leave. "Stop right there," the old man bellowed, walking over and striking Nangongqi across the face with a resounding slap. Smack! The sound echoed as Nangongqi stood frozen in place, a searing pain flaring across his cheek, yet a trace of heartache flickered in his eyes. "Xiaoqi." The old man was equally stunned, never expecting he would actually lay hands on Nangongqi. This. Nangongqi let out a hollow chuckle. "Well then, that settles it. Now I truly owe you nothing." Without lingering another moment, he turned and walked away. "Xiaoqi." The old man called out, a sudden pang of anguish seizing his heart. He slumped back into his chair as though something precious had slipped away forever. Out on the street, a song drifted through the air. Often the one you love most in your heart ends up being the one farthest from you. What was missed was never yours to begin with. What was missed is meant to be forgotten. How can I shed tears when I know my place is wrong? Thinking this way makes me feel so foolish, but what woman isn't naive? If you can't give me everything, then give me nothing at all, May. The distance between us stems from being too clever, Qiu. Yet I can't help but blame time's hand turning in love into once in love, song XINNI. A love truly invested teaches one so many things. Who says I can't smile again? Who says I can't go on? In my heart, I know forever is farther than far. I can forget, but it will never be you. I don't know what counts as fate. If we truly love, why not believe in tomorrow? Proving that love is always kind. Oh, what's cruel is that people grow. A smile needs tears to be worth gazing upon. What pain could be more vivid than the green in ruins? For 1,000 years I've stayed awake searching for the eternal so-called love. Could this be destiny? Who knows how terrifying eternity truly is? When I look back without love or hate, there are still tears amid my smile. Is a sincere heart truly worth less than 1,000 roses? The city's brilliance is too dazzling for stargazing, much like your heart is unfit for tranquility. I long to convince myself it is merely a game, my earnestness a fleeting illusion. A woman's loneliness can be far more profound than one imagines. I hold back my tears. Comedies always meet their endings too easily. Your love is a dream, yet it inflicts real pain. Feigning happiness is too sorrowful. It is better to weep and speak the truth. As I walk with a smile, let my expressions reveal my true state. I hold back my tears, proving that I still care. Some burdens bear an old-fashioned name, the world's Jianghu. At the next station the North Star twinkles with no easy turn in sight. I smile and walk alone. What makes one's face burn red is being toyed with by you. Love is beautiful yet merciless. The rightness of love is unrelated to morality. The entire city sinks into darkness and lonely souls seek their own positioning. Disguise becomes a defense, guarding against having one's heart seen through. Perhaps love is not fair, but at least it should not be too unfair. Every minute and second of the past, does it only prove that passion is thinner than paper? Signs of the new century appear, the red-clothed beauty ages under the moon. The arrangement of red threads brings distress, for even love cannot be substituted. The painstaking effort to never part resembles a kind of ruthlessness. The more dedicated the hunter, the more ruthless they become. Nangongqi did not know what song this was, but he knew that upon hearing it, he suddenly wanted to cry. Fang Yuanjing's mind was in chaos. Unconsciously, she took out her pink mobile phone. Almost instinctively, she found one of her few stored numbers. Looking at it, warmth appeared in Fang Yuanjing's eyes, and she composed a text message. Chun, I might encounter some trouble tonight. I hope to see you. Hao Yue Grand Hotel. After finishing the entry, Fang Yuanjing sent the message. She slightly frowned, feeling both anticipation and worry. Will he come? Fang Yuanjing did not know. She had simply sent him a message instinctively in her moment of difficulty. She turned off her phone and opened the restroom door. Xiao Jing, are you feeling better? As soon as Fang Yuanjing emerged, Ning Yun approached and asked gently. I'm fine, Sister Ning. I have improved a lot. Fang Yuanjing waved her small hand. Xiao Jing, actually, you need not make things so difficult for yourself. Ning Yun could not bear to watch this young girl suffer so. It's okay, Sister Ning. I have come to terms with it. If I wish to go further on this path, I must clearly understand my current situation. Such situations will surely arise again. Even if I can dodge it once, can I dodge it a second time? As they say, I am merely a newcomer. When Fang Yuanjing spoke these words, her expression was calm, her young face resolute, and her demeanor earnest. It is good that you think this way, but it is a pity you must endure such hardship at such a young age. Ning Yun sighed again. Fang Yuanjing said earnestly, Sister Ning, I have decided. I must work desperately hard until one day I completely shed the title of newcomer, making everyone look up to me, ensuring such things never happen again. Although her voice was not loud, it carried a tone of determination. It was precisely this belief that would later make Fang Yuanjing a leading figure in film, television, and music. Of course, that is a matter for later, and let us not dwell on it now. After chatting for a while, Ning Yun and Fang Yuanjing walked back into the private room together. At this moment in Qiu Chen's apartment, Qiu Chen and Fei Er were resting on their respective sofas. Just now, Fei Er had finally acknowledged that her culinary skills were lacking. Combined with the little girl's hunger, she naturally accepted Qiu Chen's proposal to order more food. Thus, in the past half hour, the two of them devoured a whole chicken. Fei Er even took charge of the drumsticks and wings. This allowed Qiu Chen to witness Fei Er's enormous appetite once again. Fei Er, it seems what matches your beauty is your appetite. Qiu Chen rubbed his slightly distended belly and sincerely sighed. Oh! Fang Yuanjing cried out in surprise and sat up from the bed. Fang Yuanjing was sound asleep when she was suddenly startled awake from a dream. What was wrong with her? Could it be that she was missing Qiu Chen? Fang Yuanjing's final words carried a double meaning. She was not only thanking Mr. Oh, but more importantly expressing gratitude to her dear brother Oh. Fang Yuanjing knew in her heart that Oh Chiheo had deliberately chosen her as the female lead for his music video with the intention of giving her a better opportunity for career growth. How could Fang Yuanjing not be moved by Oh Chiheo's thoughtful consideration for her sake? Oh Chiheo understood her feelings and said with a smile, then it's settled. Miss Fang, I look forward to working with you. The deal was sealed with those words from Oh Chiheo. In the following moments, He Mingjian and Ning Yun began discussing the specific details of their collaboration. Oh Chiheo sat there feeling rather bored. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he winked at Fang Yuanjing. Fang Yuanjing found it quite amusing. She never expected this seemingly mature young man to have such a playful side. The contract was quickly finalized. Although Fang Yuanjing hadn't exchanged a single word with Oh Chiheo, there exists a kind of unspoken understanding that needs no words. Fang Yuanjing found it remarkable that she shared such a connection with Oh Chiheo, and as she was leaving she bid him farewell with a glance. After all, she had Oh Chiheo's phone number. If she wanted to express her gratitude, she could simply call him. After seeing Fang Yuanjing and her companion off, Oh Chiheo and He Mingjian returned to the sofa. He Mingjian took a sip of his coffee and said, Xiao Hao, you've always been measured in your actions, but this time I find myself at a loss to understand your decision. Oh Chiheo smiled and replied, Uncle, here you referring to my choice of Fang Yuanjing as the female lead in my music video? He Mingjian nodded and said, given your current fame, if you were looking for a female lead, a swarm of aspiring actresses and singers would be fighting for the chance to work with you. Take the fashion shoot we discussed a few days ago, for instance. They were willing to pay 4 times the price for the shooting rights, but with one condition, that one of their female artists could collaborate with you. You turned them down. Oh Chiheo said calmly, Uncle He, you know me well. I despise nothing more than those who would stop at nothing to climb the ladder. He Mingjian said, Xiao Hao, I understand you. Your refusal of such an offer came as no surprise to me. But why did you choose to work with Fang Yuanjing this time? That young lady, aside from her innocent-looking face, I know very little about her. Oh Chiheo's gaze turned somewhat profound as he said, Uncle He, some things have nothing to do with popularity or appearance. When the feeling is right, that's all that matters. That sounds like finding a life partner. Oh Chiheo burst into laughter, then said seriously, Uncle He, you wouldn't understand this matter. She is someone very important to me, someone I truly care about. Meanwhile, Fang Yuanjing and Ning Yun had already returned to the van. Ningyun said excitedly. This is wonderful, Xiao Jing. There's no way you won't become famous now. Think about it. If you're the female lead in Ochaheo's music video, your visibility will soar. And when you release a new album off the back of that momentum, you'll take the whole country by storm. Compared to Ningyun's excitement, Fang Yuanjing, though equally thrilled, remained far more composed. She was excited that with Brother O's help she would surely gain many more fans. Yet she was also calmly contemplating how she could ever repay Ochaheo for such a tremendous favor. That's right, Sister Ning. Everyone dreams of being a star, and Fang Yuanjing is no different. Otherwise she wouldn't have entered the entertainment industry. Just then Fang Yuanjing's phone rang. Seeing that it was her homeroom teacher calling, she answered. Hello, Teacher Li. Hee Xiao Jing, I hope I'm not interrupting you, said the amiable Teacher Li, a woman in her 40s with a warm smile. Fang Yuanjing was a celebrity, and Teacher Li was afraid she might be disturbing her. Fang Yuanjing wasn't sure. Perhaps she had noticed that Qiu Chen had been contacting her noticeably less in recent days, which left her puzzled and uncertain about what was happening. But she also realized that her relationship with Qiu Chen wasn't clearly defined, so it wasn't as though he was obligated to call her every day. And then suddenly Ochaheo came to mind. Could it be that she had fallen for him? That shouldn't be possible. Fang Yuanjing got out of bed. She still felt a lingering guilt over not having prepared a birthday gift for Ochaheo, and she was determined to find a way to make it up to him. She walked over to the computer intending to search for something, but then thoughts of Qiu Chen surfaced again, dampening her mood. She opened a music player instead. She played one of her favorite songs from the past. Perhaps I can still see your updates online. Perhaps the song I sang still lingers in your heart. Perhaps my love for you is buried deep as a secret. Perhaps when you think of me, I'm thinking of you too. How many times I told myself, this love is now but a memory. How many times I warned myself, no longer will I shed tears for you until I'm utterly defeated. You and I no longer keep in touch. I hope you don't mind. Blame it on the fact that we never got together. And you're fairly content with how things are now. So there's no reason for me to stay. You and I have cut off contact. But that doesn't mean I don't miss you. Wherever I go, I still think of you. And I've started trying to let go, erasing all the connections we once shared. The song was called No Longer in Touch, performed by the internet singer Xia Tian. After being shared virally, it swept across the internet, and with millions of followers it became the most beloved online love song classic of the year. After rising to fame, the artist released numerous representative works, including No Disturbance, I Can't Afford to Lose Twice, Foresight, Is There a Single Second, A Good Horse Doesn't Eat Regrown Grass, Let Me Speak First, One Road, One Who's Been Through It, Tough Character, The Girl We Chased Together, The Next WeChat Message, Rules of Destruction, and more. You may have heard the familiar tune, No Longer in Touch, yet never known who he was. The emotionally stirring performance of the musical prodigy Xia Tian Alex gave voice to countless hearts. Would you dare to pick up the phone and call that person you no longer contact, and tell them, perhaps when you think of me, I'm thinking of you too? Xia Tian Alex has many moving songs. In his voice, it's as if a torch illuminates the lives of others, while also lighting up his own heart. People are accustomed to listening to a tune while gaming between classes on the way home, or before sleep, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of their lips. This song struck a chord in many hearts, evoking memories of first love. It expressed what most people yearn to say. You and I no longer keep in touch doesn't mean I don't miss you. This had always been Fang Yuanjing's favorite song. Xia Tian's gentle voice combined with the melancholic lyrics had moved countless girls to tears back in the day, and Fang Yuanjing was among them. After all, first love is always beautiful and unforgettable. Isn't there a saying about that? Every relationship deserves to be remembered. Even if you've parted ways, even if you're no longer together, you can choose to let go without having to forget those precious memories. Fang Yuanjing didn't know why she suddenly felt a pang of sadness listening to this song. Was she and Chun now in a state of no longer being in touch? Perhaps so. After the song ended, Fang Yuanjing began searching the computer for unique gift ideas. She needed something unconventional. Expensive gifts were not something Ochaheo would appreciate. Fang Yuanjing pondered for a moment and decided that a handmade gift would be more meaningful. But what should she make? She was at a loss. Fang Yuanjing scrutinized the options carefully, only to realize none suited her purpose. She had searched for romantic surprise activities, yet none resonated with her own circumstances. Fang Yuanjing frowned in distress. What on earth should she do? She had never orchestrated a surprise for any man before. This time, she acted solely out of a quiet sense of guilt toward Ochaheo. Just then her phone rang. She answered. It was her agent Yunjia. Hello Yunjia, what is it? A sharp snort escaped Qiu Chen as he choked on his cola upon hearing Fei Er's words. She had just declared with startling innocence, Xiao Chun, I feel so sorry for Fei Er. As a vampire, she's never even tasted blood. Why must you keep talking about biting? Qiu Chen cried, flustered and breathless. His 22-year-old first kiss, long preserved, had been inexplicably stolen by Fei Er. My mind is perfectly sound. Fei Er retorted indignantly. It's merely a light bite on the lips, so trivial. If I'm not bothered, why are you? Qiu Chen nearly spat blood again. Is this really about stinginess? He tapped Fei Er lightly on the head and said seriously, Fei Er, When we first met, how did I fail to notice how shamelessly flirtatious you truly are? Qiu Chen mused wryly that earthlings had unfairly maligned men. Who says men are lecherous, he thought. Behold Fei Er. Confused Fei Er tilted her head and asked, what does lecherous mean? Is it edible, eh? Ningyun laughed warmly. Xiaojing, wonderful news. Your performance in that recent drama has made quite the impression. A new producer has reached out. Fang Yuanjing blinked in surprise. Which drama is it? Ningyun replied, brimming with excitement. You're the female lead, a youth romance series. And guess who's playing the male lead? A flicker of anticipation lit Fang Yuanjing's eyes. Is it Brother O? Ningyun teased with a knowing smile. So eager for Ocho, are you? He's not cast this time. It's Hu Gu. Hearing the male lead wasn't Ochuo, Fang Yuanjing's expression softened into gentle disappointment, then shifted subtly startled. Hu Gu had recently risen to extraordinary fame. At age 4 he became a child host for Shanghai Educational Television. At 18, he earned top scores entering the Shanghai Theatre Academy's acting department. In 2005, he soared to stardom portraying the gallant tender Li Xiaoyao in Chinese Paladin and captivated audiences further by singing its iconic theme songs, Rain in June and Wanderer's Lament. By 2009, he was named one of China's 4 rising young stars and twice honored with the Huading Award for Best Actor in Legendary Drama Series, earning him the poetic title Prince of Ancient Costume Dramas. In 2010, his leading role in Myth shattered CCTV's viewership records, a true televisual phenomenon. In 2011, he portrayed Lin Juemin in the Centennial Tribute film The 1911 Revolution, earning a nomination for the 3rd 100 Flowers Award. In 2013, Hu Gu established his own studio. In 2014, his portrayal in the urban life drama Life Revelation garnered widespread acclaim. In 2015, he starred in the grand historical epic Nirvana and Fire, where his character ranked first among the legendary Langya list of talents. During his second semester as a freshman in acting, a friend invited him to dub scenes for The Book and the Sword, a series produced by Staggering Film, and there he met the director. A month later, the director recommended him to the producer, and Hu Gu signed his contract with Staggering Film over Hot Pot. In 2005, A Chinese Paladin became a national sensation, with Hu Ji's portrayal of Li Xiaoyao igniting hearts across the country. His radiant charm, passionate warmth, and romantic soul kindling love in countless viewers. He also performed the drama's 2 beloved theme songs, Rain in June and Wanderer's Lament. Thereafter, he filmed Young Yang Family Generals and the 60th Call, winning accolades including Best Male Actor at the 2nd TV Drama Wind Awards and Most Promising Newcomer for his exceptional performances. In July 2006, while filming The Legend of the Condor Heroes, Hu Gu suffered a devastating car accident. His assistant Zhang Mian tragically died despite emergency efforts. After 6.5 hours of surgery under full anesthesia, Hu Gu endured severe injuries. Over 100 stitches across his neck and right eye plus a corneal graft, halting production of The Legend of the Condor Heroes indefinitely. 1 year later, on June 1, 2007, Hu Gu officially resumed his career, appearing on 4 major talk shows: Super Access, Behind the Story, Reused Date, and Sunday All-Star. He returned to complete The Legend of the Condor Heroes. In 2008, he released his debut album Departure, achieving remarkable commercial success. In 2009, his lead role in Chinese Paladin 3 premiered nationwide, topping ratings across every regional broadcaster. Broadcast during Jiangsu TV's Spring Festival primetime slot beginning on Lunar New Year's Day, the series averaged a 1.47 viewership rating and 4.9 market share, with a peak episode rating of 1.70, ranking first among all satellite channels in its time slot. In 2011, he starred in the 1911 Revolution, commemorating the centenary of the Xinhai Revolution. Portraying Lin Juemin, one of the 72 martyrs of Huanghuaging, he earned a nomination for Best New Actor at the 3rd 100 Flowers Awards. On January 1, 2010, the time travel epic Myth premiered nationwide on CCTV 8's New Year primetime slot, achieving a 3.3 premiere rating and peaking at 4.3, setting and maintaining CCTV 8's highest ever viewership record. In 2012, Hu Gu served as both lead actor and producer for The Legend of Sword and Fairy: The Seal of Heaven, airing on Hunan TV's inaugural weekly drama slot, the first true weekly serialized drama in mainland China. Its 2-night premiere averaged a 1.86 rating, the full series averaged 1.6, with a peak episode rating of 2.1 and a peak share of 7.2, setting the continental record for weekly dramas. Such a handsome, supremely talented star was in tremendous demand, and Fang Yuanjing never imagined she'd co-star with him. Ningyun, still gleeful, added, yes. Rumor has it Hu Gu personally requested you for this project, so give it your all. Fang Yuanjing couldn't muster genuine joy. She simply replied, don't worry, Sister Ning, and ended the call. The afternoon exams were much the same as the mornings, offering nothing particularly noteworthy to recount. In short, by the time Qiu Chen's exams for the day concluded, he was utterly exhausted. If asked what in this world exhausted Qiu Chen the most, the answer would unequivocally be examinations. Qiu Chen had no idea how his results would turn out, nor did he know if he truly stood a chance of stepping onto his personal stage this time. All he could do was to have given his best effort. After school, Qiu Chen did not linger outside for long, and simply took a taxi home. Upon arriving, he found Feier lying on the bed fast asleep. Qiu Chen smiled helplessly. The little girl had likely played too wildly with that minx Lily and had exhausted herself into slumber. Feier slept until the afternoon. When she finally woke, she headed straight upstairs and discovered Qiu Chen still seated at his computer desk, engrossed in something. "Chen, you're back," Feier mumbled sleepily. Qiu Chen nodded and smiled. "Yes, I was home when you were still asleep, so I didn't wake you." Feier plopped down onto Qiu Chen's bed and asked, "Chen, how did your exams go today?" Qiu Chen replied, "Honestly, I have no idea. At least I didn't leave the papers blank. As for the score, I've done my part. The rest is up to fate." Feier murmured in acknowledgement, but in her heart she wrestled with a dilemma. Should she tell Chen about what the old woman had said to her today? If she did, how would Chen react? Unaware of Feier's turmoil, Qiu Chen paused his work and glanced at her with curiosity. She seemed lost in thought. "Feier, why are you being so well-behaved today? Normally you'd be clamoring for me to take you out. Did you do something wrong?" "No way." Feier pouted and retorted, then softly asked, "Chen, let me ask you something. If one day I leave and return to my castle, would you miss me?" Qiu Chen was taken aback. He had never actually considered this question before. When he had first met Feier, Qiu Chen had practically begged for her to leave sooner rather than later. But as time passed, he had grown accustomed to her presence. If she were to leave now, he knew he would surely find it hard to let her go. "Feier, why are you asking this? Did something really happen?" A bad premonition suddenly surfaced in Qiu Chen's mind. Feier's eyes flickered with panic, but she forced a smile. "No, nothing at all. I was just asking randomly." After much deliberation, she decided against telling Qiu Chen about encountering the old woman. To be honest, she didn't even know why herself. Qiu Chen found her behavior baffling, but since Feier refused to speak, there was nothing more he could do. In the days that followed, Qiu Chen's life outside of classes became rather leisurely. He simply had to wait for the vocal music department exam results to determine whether he would truly get the opportunity for a solo performance. Ever since that strange incident, Feier had returned to her normal self, insisting daily that Qiu Chen take her out to play. Regarding the boss's intentions, Fang Yuanjing could actually discern them clearly. Although she did not wish to become her boss's stepping stone to connect with Ochiheo, she felt powerless to change anything. The company's general manager said with a grin, "Xiao Jing, your new song release party is scheduled for next Monday. Will you have enough time to prepare for your personal showcase at school?" Those who rose to become CEOs were not merely shrewd, they were the elite of the shrewd. Scheduling the new song release party the day before Fang Yuanjing's showcase was clearly an attempt to use that pretext to extensively promote her new song, while quietly leaking news about her role in a TV drama. Wouldn't advertising endorsements pour in endlessly after that? Fang Yuanjing had not anticipated this, nor had Ning Yun. She noticed that since Fang Yuanjing had aligned herself with Ochiheo, gifts from heaven seemed to fall upon her head every single day. If there wasn't a shred of Ochiheo's influence behind all of this, Ning Yun would not believe it. However, she would not expose it. She trusted that Fang Yuanjing was fully aware of these arrangements. Meanwhile, in the beach hotel room, Qiu Chen's heart was racing, agitated by the fact that Feier was taking a shower. Alright, Qiu Chen admitted he was being perverted, but he also blamed this hotel. Damn it, why did the faucet have to make such a loud noise? Was it deliberately tempting him? Just a moment ago, Qiu Chen had resigned himself to his fate. Lily was too ruthless. She had locked them both in the room under the guise of some nonsense escape room game, simply to prevent the two of them from leaving. Feier, however, was quite adaptable. She simply announced she was going to take a shower, and then calmly proceeded to do so. This left Qiu Chen in a difficult position. Consider the scenario: a hotel room at night, the same room, and a woman with an impeccable figure and appearance showering in the bathroom. How could Qiu Chen help but let his imagination run wild? It felt exactly like a scene from a Japanese adult film. At that moment, Feier walked out, her hair dripping wet, wrapped only in a bath towel. Qiu Chen, thrilled to the point of a nosebleed, said, "Feier, could you be a bit more careful? I'm still in the room." Feier looked confused. "What's wrong with me?" Qiu Chen said, "If you don't want me to push you down, then hurry up and put on some clothes." Feier blushed and replied, "Aren't I already wearing clothes?" Qiu Chen said, "That's a bath towel, not clothes. Are you blind?" Feier said, "But I don't want to put on clothes right now. If you want to push me down, then go ahead." With that, the little minx arrogantly walked to the bed and lay down. Qiu Chen touched his nose. Push her down. He certainly wanted to, but he dared not. Feier lay on the bed with a flushed face, her heart pounding relentlessly because she had received another call from Lily while showering. "Feier, tonight is your golden opportunity." Feier asked, "What do you mean, Sister Lily?" Lily said, "Don't you like Qiu Chen? If you give yourself to Qiu Chen tonight, he will surely become inseparable from you. Then you can be with Chen forever, can't you?" Well, Lily's thoughts were indeed quite wicked. Feier blushed and said, "Sister Lily, isn't that moving too fast?" Lily replied, "What's fast about it? If you truly like Chen, you should be prepared for this." Feier was seduced by Lily's words, which is why she had spoken those words earlier. However, she did not know whether Chen would truly act on them. Feier was in a splendid mood, for not only had the misunderstanding with Qiu Chen been resolved, but she had also received a mobile phone from him as a gift. This made Feier feel increasingly like a human being. The mobile phone was truly a marvel. Under Qiu Chen's patient guidance, Feier discovered that it could not only make calls and send texts, but also take photos and surf the internet. Feier's curiosity was boundless. After returning home with the phone, she fell under its spell, taking selfies or calling Lily repeatedly. Qiu Chen found it amusing but could do nothing. He only wanted Feier to be happy. However, while the phone brought excitement to Feier, it brought greater trouble to him, as evidenced by the events that evening. The following is the conversation between Feier and Qiu Chen that evening. You are not mistaken, nor is it a typo. This is exactly what happened. Chen, what are you doing? Feier sat on the sofa, crossing her smooth legs. I'm in the bathroom. Qiu Chen's voice came through the phone. 1 minute later, Feier called again. Chen, what are you doing? I just answered that a minute ago. I'm in the bathroom. Qiu Chen said with a dark expression. Oh, 2 minutes later, Chen, what are you doing? Why aren't you coming out? Qiu Chen was exasperated. I'm in the bathroom. If you're bored, watch TV. Don't bother me. Fine, don't bother you then. Why are you so harsh? Feier poked her fingers together, looking aggrieved. Nonsense. Qiu Chen struggled to suppress his urge to curse. Try being disturbed while you're in the bathroom. Qiu Chen thought it was over, but a minute later the phone rang again. Chen, what are you doing? I'm in the goddamn bathroom. Qiu Chen's roar came directly from the restroom. Clearly, he had reached his breaking point. He even began to doubt whether buying Feier a phone had been the right choice. If she kept harassing him like this, how could he survive? No, he had to find a solution. After dinner, Qiu Chen went upstairs. Feier had been playing with her phone all day, calling and taking photos, and the little girl was starting to tire of it. More importantly, Lily, who had been chatting with her all along, needed to rest. Feeling bored, Feier went to find Qiu Chen. When Feier came upstairs, Qiu Chen was composing music and writing lyrics on his computer. Feier stared at the lines on the screen, which looked like Martian script to her, and asked curiously, Chen, what are you doing? Qiu Chen's mouth twitched. He said angrily, if you say that again, I'll throw you out. Oh, what are you doing? Feier responded with an oh, and then uttered another sentence that made Qiu Chen want to spit blood. Qiu Chen rolled his eyes, helpless. In Feier's world, what are you doing, and what are you up to apparently meant two different things. Qiu Chen explained, I'm writing a song. Exams are coming up soon, so please let me have some peace. Feier seemed to understand writing a song. Are you going to sing? Like the song you listened to last time? Qiu Chen nodded, and answered casually, yes, something like that. Feier said, could you play the song you're writing now for me? This time it was Qiu Chen's turn to be curious. Why do you want to hear it? You can't sing. Feier said proudly, who says I can't? The servants in the palace all say I sing nursery rhymes very well. Nursery rhymes. Qiu Chen's expression turned strange, his mouth twitching repeatedly, but he said nothing and played a melody. Feier listened intently and asked Chen, why is there no voice? Qiu Chen said, this is just a melody I wrote. I haven't come up with the lyrics yet. As he spoke, he prepared to shut down the computer. But unexpectedly Feier revealed a smile and said, I can sing this song. Qiu Chen was speechless. Come on, I just wrote this melody. How could you possibly know it? Feier sniffed proudly, then sang in a sweet voice, the crescent moon bends our hearts are wide on the little path we hold hands. They sing, we sing, singing this song into dreams. Qiu Chen was stunned, partly because Feier's voice was so sweet and partly because the lyrics she hummed matched his melody so perfectly, as if they had been written for it. Feier had no idea whether Qiu Chen would actually do that kind of thing. Wasn't it said that men were creatures ruled by their lower half? Thinking about it, Feier felt both nervous and expectant. In truth, she didn't mind something happening between them, because she liked Qiu Chen and because she would soon leave this world. So she wanted to create memories that belonged only to her and Chen. But would Qiu Chen want her? Feier didn't know. After spending so much time together, she could see that although Chen sometimes acted lecherous and perverted, he wasn't really that kind of person. Qiu Chen actually respected her. He was a good man, truly a good man. Feier clenched her hands tightly, her heart pounding wildly. Seeing Feier lying there as if offering herself to him, Qiu Chen's mouth twitched. Was she sending him a signal by lying down first? Was she seducing him, telling him he could? But he wasn't ready yet. He was still innocent, all right. Qiu Chen hesitated, then asked softly, Feier, how about we play a game? Feier mumbled, what game? I'm sleepy, let's sleep. Qiu Chen was exasperated. Feier, aren't you afraid I'll really do something bad to you? Feier wasn't afraid of his words. If you want to, or if you dare, then go ahead. Qiu Chen was speechless. He said angrily, then I'm coming. He chuckled, walked over, got on the bed, and reached out to touch Feier's body. Feier was startled. A current seemed to surge through her body, freezing her like an electric shock. Sensing her reaction, Qiu Chen smirked smugly, what, scared? I told you not to provoke me. Feier got angry too. She turned over, reached out to hug Qiu Chen, met his gaze, raised an eyebrow, and said, then come on. Qiu Chen had never imagined that Feier would be so proactive in doing such a thing. The moment their eyes met, his heart pounded incessantly. Feier's breathtakingly beautiful face appeared before him. Her features were fair and flawless, her visage graced by the Creator's glory. This was Feier, a beauty so striking she seemed almost otherworldly. Qiu Chen said timidly, Feier, you shouldn't be so proactive. Feier pouted and said disdainfully, what? Are you afraid now? I knew you would only talk big. Once it comes to actually doing it, you dare not, she said, huffing like a petulant woman. Qiu Chen felt somewhat embarrassed and said in exasperation, don't push me. Otherwise you'll regret it. Feier smiled and said, then do something about it. You were so lewd before, why can't you do anything now? Qiu Chen huffed. Provoked by the little woman's goading, his masculine pride was stirred. Don't you say I dare not do anything. Then I'll show you right now that I dare. Qiu Chen thought, suddenly leaning closer to Feier. He reached out, wrapped his arms around her neck, and pulled her body firmly toward his. Feier's face was now mere inches away. Qiu Chen suddenly kissed her red lips, sweet, soft, and succulent. Feier let out a delicate gasp, but did not resist. Instead, she wrapped her arms around Qiu Chen's neck. This kiss ran deep, as if both sought to draw out all the air from each other's mouths. It lasted about 5 minutes. Their soft lips gently traced her forehead, her nose, her face, and finally rested upon her lips once more. A tentative light touch, a gentle caress, lingering and wandering soft sucking, while patiently awaiting her response. His breath was close, an unusual tingle spreading instantly, making her heartstrings tremble endlessly. Her slender arms threaded around his waist, locking tightly together. Her senses were filled with happiness. Parting her ruby lips, she responded with youthful innocence. The breeze seemed moved, deepening the entangled kiss. His large hand gently stroked her back. Even through her clothes, Ing Luo could feel the heat of his palm. In her daze, her pretty face grew even redder. His lips slowly glided toward her small earlobe, finally settling on her neck for gentle pecks. She bloomed with a radiant smile, its light piercing straight into his heart. Both gazed into each other's eyes, and the atmosphere had subtly shifted. She ran to him to ask for her silk scarf back, but he held it tightly, refusing to let go. Suddenly, she felt the familiar, elegant fragrance of Hisui lingering before her forehead. A touch as light as a feather fell upon her eyelid. The next moment, warm fingers traced her lips, his eyes gleaming with ardent affection. The sudden kiss caught her off guard like a storm. Sweet nectar slid between their intertwined tongues. Her mind went blank, and she simply obeyed, closing her eyes as if everything were natural. She forgot to think, did not wish to think, she only instinctively wanted to embrace him. Tighter, even tighter. Her body was instantly bound into a powerful embrace, her unfinished words drowned in a kiss overflowing with passion. A slightly cool tongue slid into her mouth, greedily claiming her essence, exploring every corner with fervor. This moment of palpitation made them forget everything around them. Only when Feier felt slightly short of breath did she push Qiu Chen away. Her eyes were hazy, clearly moved. Let's not do anything bad. Let it be like this, Feier said with a blush, then turned her back. Qiu Chen's mouth twitched. He had just been immersed in the romantic atmosphere when Feier dropped that line. What was this? He had taken off his pants, and she only let him kiss for a while. You're playing with me like this, Qiu Chen thought, wanting to spit blood. You were the one who provoked me, saying I dared not do anything. Now that I've finally gathered the courage to do something, you tell me not to do anything bad. Damn it. This is simply tempting me and then rejecting me. It would have been better to refuse outright. Qiu Chen wanted to say something, but seeing Feier breathing evenly, he knew she had truly fallen asleep. He sighed, closed his eyes, and went to sleep. What Qiu Chen did not know was that after hearing his snoring, Feier opened her eyes. This little woman's face was red. Early the next morning, when Qiu Chen woke up, he found Feier already out of bed and the door open. Lily and Hausi, the instigators, had returned and were sitting there chatting with Feier. As soon as Qiu Chen saw those two, anger rose. It's all your rotten ideas. Damn you. Qiu Chen threw off the blanket and stepped down, saying angrily, Hey, you two still have the nerve to come. I haven't settled scores with you yet. It's all your fault for making me and Feier go into the haunted house, playing that flying chess and locking us in an escape room all night. You two deserve a beating. Up. The three turned to look at Qiu Chen. Then Lily and Feier both screamed and turned their faces away. Lily cursed angrily, Qiu Chen, you pervert. Qiu Chen was speechless and said angrily, What pervert? Do I look like one? If you're not a pervert, why are you walking around in only your underwear? Lily shouted without turning around. Although she was a tomboy and close to Chun, it did not mean they were close to that extent. Underwear. Qiu Chen's mouth twitched. He looked down, then covered his crotch and shouted, Don't look. Don't look. I suggest you put on some clothes. Wang Hao was also at a loss, wondering how he had come to know such a bro. Qiu Chen, feeling terribly wronged, rushed straight into the bathroom. Lily nudged Feier's shoulder, smiling deeply. Feier, it seems you succeeded last night. Feier quickly said, Not at all. Nothing happened last night. Really? Lily kept a skeptical gaze. Two alone in a room overnight, and she would never believe nothing happened. Alright, we only kissed. Just kissing. Feier, a girl who could not lie, admitted honestly. Oh. Lily deliberately dragged out the tone. Only kissing. The Fujoshi Lily declared she would absolutely not believe it. Wouldn't kissing eventually lead to the next steps? Qiu Chen was unaware that his innocence had already been tarnished by Lily's Fujoshi imagination. If he knew that in Lily's mind he had already engaged in such intimate acts with Feier, while he had done nothing of the sort, he might very well have slammed his head against a wall in frustration. All Qiu Chen knew was that he had spent the better part of the day trying to explain away his unconscious habit of sleeping naked, clarifying that nothing of what they imagined had actually happened between him and Feier. However, judging by the result, it was almost like casting pearls before swine. The two of them hadn't paid the slightest attention, nor did they believe a single word. After the absurd birthday party that concluded that evening, Qiu Chen and Fei dragged their weary bodies back home. Fei collapsed directly onto the sofa and said, "I'm starving." Qiu Chen was speechless. "Fine, I'll order takeout for you." Fei pouted, "No, I want to eat something you cook." Seeing Qiu Chen's reaction, Fei could tell he didn't believe her at all. She said with a hint of irritation, "What? You don't believe I can cook?" "Sure, I believe you. Like I believe in flying pigs." Qiu Chen grumbled inwardly. He had honestly never heard of a vampire who could cook. Besides, judging from Fei's various reactions and her usual way of handling things, what part of her seemed like someone who could cook? Of course, Qiu Chen didn't say these things out loud. To spare Fei's delicate feelings, he opted for a more tactful approach. "It's not that I don't trust you, it's just that we live in the age of intelligence now. A simple phone call brings food right to our doorstep. After all, you're a princess. There's no need for you to personally slave over a hot stove. That would be beneath your station, don't you think?" Qiu Chen wore a most obsequious expression, beating around the bush for ages when all he really wanted to convey was one central message: please don't cook. How could the clever and astute Fei fail to see through this as Qiu Chen's excuse to keep her out of the kitchen? She pouted her lips and said with a haughty air, "Humph, you just don't trust me. I'm going to cook for you today whether you like it or not." Qiu Chen was helpless. How had his words somehow managed to poke at Fei's pride? He gave an awkward chuckle and said, "But you don't know how to use our human kitchen appliances." Qiu Chen thought this reason was perfectly flawless. "You might want to cook, but you don't know how to use our human tools. That's what they call, the spirit is willing but the flesh is weak. Let's see what you do now." "No problem. You can just teach me from the side. This princess is incredibly smart. I'll learn in a snap. And with my exquisite culinary skills, nothing can stump me." Fei calmly crushed Qiu Chen's final hope. And so, brimming with joy, she dragged a dejected Qiu Chen into the kitchen, commencing the very first cooking experience in Princess Fei's life. About half an hour later, Qiu Chen was already regretting it. Where was the supposed brilliance? Where was the so-called exquisite culinary skill? Qiu Chen was on the verge of tears. What was Fei even doing in there? It was like she was researching explosives. Qiu Chen had prudently pre-dialed 9 on his phone, ready to call the fire department the moment a blaze broke out. But Qiu Chen realized he had miscalculated. Although Fei had mercifully avoided starting a fire this time, she had still thoroughly exposed her culinary incompetence. Fei confidently started with what she claimed was her specialty, fried eggs. But she ran into a major problem: she was completely unfamiliar with the stove. Despite her initial boast of being a quick learner and having Qiu Chen to guide her, Fei kept mistaking vinegar for oil and MSG for salt. "Fei, wrong. You grabbed the wrong thing." "Oh, I'm just not used to it." "Wrong again, Fei. Why are you pouring the eggs into the spatula?" "Is this a spatula? I didn't recognize it." "Wah." The girl's tears gushed forth like a breached dam, impossible to hold back once released. The more Fei cried, the more wronged she felt, wiping her tears with her little hands. But with each wipe, she smeared the black grease stains across her face, making them worse and worse, until her face was a complete mess. Qiu Chen initially tried to comfort her, but upon seeing the state of Fei's face, he couldn't help himself and burst into raucous laughter. Seeing that Qiu Chen not only failed to comfort her, but was actually laughing at her, Fei cried, even harder, sobbing uncontrollably. "Earlier, I said you were a good person, but now it's clear you're just a complete jerk. You're even laughing at me." No. "Huh. Oh, my stomach." Qiu Chen clutched his belly, laughing hysterically. He pulled out his phone and held it up to Fei's face. "Stop wiping. Just look at your face." "Huh." Looking at Fei acting all coy, Qiu Chen was truly exasperated. Yet faced with those kitten-like eyes, he simply couldn't refuse. "All right, fine. You wait here. I'll go make you something to eat." "What do you want?" Fei said. "I want the egg fried rice you make." Qiu Chen responded with disdain. "Can't you ask for something a bit more upscale? Why settle for something so simple?" Fei pursed her lips. "I'm thinking of you. Can you even make the complicated stuff?" Qiu Chen was fuming. "Fei, I've noticed your tongue is getting sharper and sharper." Fei giggled, then said, "Hey Chen, do you have anything to do tomorrow?" Qiu Chen asked, "Why do you ask?" Fei pouted, "What can I even ask? Just tell me." Qiu Chen replied, "Fine. I have to go to school tomorrow morning for the anniversary rehearsal and stuff, but I'm free in the evening." Fei's face lit up with joy. "Then come home early tomorrow night." Qiu Chen was stunned, not only because Fei hadn't demanded to come along, but also asked, "Why do you want me back so early?" Fei said with a mischievous grin, "That's a secret. Don't ask. Just go make me some food first." Qiu Chen's face darkened. This little woman had been far too mysterious lately, always going on about secrets. "Fei, let's get one thing straight. I'm not your servant." All right, I know." Fei waved her hand dismissively and looked down at her phone. Qiu Chen nearly spat blood. "No, my ass." She clearly wasn't taking a word he said to heart. Qiu Chen was on the verge of tears. When had he ever sunk to such a low point in his life? He was supposed to be a young master after all. Not the kind of rich, spoiled brat who screws up his family, but still. He never imagined he'd end up so pathetic. Setting aside Qiu Chen's internal grievances, the guy had already walked into the kitchen and started bustling about. Suddenly Qiu Chen realized he was in fact born to be a laborer. Meanwhile at the school with the anniversary fast approaching, both teachers and students were busy making preparations. It was always the busiest time of year, and no one dared slack off. After all, wasn't there a saying? The school anniversary was the best reflection of a school's cultural heritage. If the celebration was well executed, it could attract several hundred students without issue. But if it failed, the school's reputation would be completely ruined. Naturally, such an important matter could not be taken lightly. A crisp knock sounded at the door, pulling Qiu Chen's thoughts back to the present. He walked over and opened it, finding Fang Yuanjing's face appearing before him. "Senior Sister Jing, you're here." For some reason, the usually thick-skinned and charming Qiu Chen felt somewhat restrained in front of Fang Yuanjing. Fang Yuanjing, however, was poised and graceful. After entering, she casually closed the door and said with a smile, "Have you been waiting long?" Qiu Chen shook his head with a smile and replied, "No, senior sister. I just arrived as well." That's good. I was worried you'd be impatient." Fang Yuanjing's high heels clicked against the floor as she swayed her wine-red wavy hair, sat down in the chair, and gestured for Qiu Chen to sit as well. Once they were seated, Fang Yuanjing smiled and said, "Qiu Chen, you saw what was happening downstairs just now, didn't you?" Qiu Chen nodded and said, "Your charm is still as overwhelming as ever, senior sister. You attract so many fans wherever you go." "It's just the respect of the junior students," she replied. As she spoke, Fang Yuanjing pressed her fingers against her temples on both sides, appearing somewhat weary. Qiu Chen felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy in his heart. He took his own chair and rolled it over, took a cup of milk tea from his backpack and dissolved it with the hot water from his portable thermos. He handed it to Fang Yuanjing and said, "Drink this, senior sister Jing. It's your favorite red bean flavor." Being a celebrity is not easy. Not only is there a full schedule every day, but one must also interact with all kinds of people. Even when exhausted, they must smile brilliantly in front of their fans. Fang Yuanjing was still so young and a student as well. Balancing her studies with her acting career must be exhausting. She looked up at Qiu Chen, her delicate face etched with fatigue, which was heart-wrenching to behold. Taking the milk tea, Fang Yuanjing took a gentle sip, smiled, and said, "Thank you, junior brother. You still remember my favorite flavor." Of course he should be thanked. Whenever Fang Yuanjing felt tired or burdened, it was always Qiu Chen who supported her from behind. Such things had happened a few times before, but as she swallowed the milk tea in that instant, she suddenly felt something soft within her heart being touched. It seemed as though something had changed. Qiu Chen scratched his head shyly and said, "I've always remembered your taste, senior sister. I never dared to forget." Fang Yuanjing giggled. After taking a few more sips of the milk tea, she set it down and said contentedly, "Thank you, junior brother. I feel much better now." Qiu Chen grinned and said, "Senior sister, why are you being so polite with me?" Fang Yuanjing gently touched her hair, then asked seemingly casually, "By the way, junior brother, on the phone yesterday, was the person speaking beside you really your cousin?" Qiu Chen nodded and looked at Fang Yuanjing as he said, "Senior sister Jing, I'm not lying to you. She really is my cousin, and she came to school with me today as well." Qiu Chen's gaze looked straight into Fang Yuanjing's. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she said with a touch of playful reproach, "I didn't say I didn't believe you. Besides, even if you lied to me, it's nothing. I'm not anyone special to you." Fang Yuanjing's girlish charm was fully displayed, causing Qiu Chen to stare blankly for a moment. Then gathering his courage, he leaned closer and said seriously, "Senior sister, you are a different and special person to me." Qiu Chen ultimately cooked for Feier himself. As for whether Feier would like it, Qiu Chen estimated that the little girl would happily accept any food. After all, she was a foodie. After Qiu Chen finished his meal with Feier, he left home. He was now going to school to prepare for the anniversary celebrations, such as rehearsals and other matters. In short, there was a host of trivial matters quite troublesome. After Qiu Chen left home and took a vehicle to the school, he found that although the anniversary had not yet arrived, a celebratory atmosphere was already evident everywhere. Some girls held banners similar to Nangong Prince We Love You at the school gate, looking like infatuated and brainless fans. Qiu Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and he felt a hint of envy. Why weren't his own fans there to welcome him? Ever since he saw those comments from fans on the fan forum last time, he had been thoroughly discouraged. He thought, I have looks and I have wealth, so why don't I have so many fans welcoming me? Aren't I the protagonist? Why is there no protagonist halo? Qiu Chen, we love you. At this moment, a relatively loud female voice came over. A chubby girl trembling with the flesh on her body ran over in a very excited manner. Are you Qiu Chen? I'm your fan, so handsome. The chubby girl's excited eyes seemed to be sparkling with stars. The surrounding students also chuckled quietly. This guy was truly pitiful. He finally had a fan, but it was this type. Qiu Chen's face also showed an expression of being dumbfounded, but he was not like those vulgar people who discriminated against fat individuals. Every fat person is a potential stock, isn't it? So Qiu Chen smiled and said, "Thank you for your support." "Thank you, beautiful lady." The chubby girl's face actually blushed. This was the first time a man had called her beautiful, and her heart was pounding endlessly. The chubby girl shyly rubbed her fingers and said, "It's nothing. I just think you're very handsome, even more handsome than Nangong Qi." Qiu Chen was overjoyed inside and said with a smile, "You really have good taste, sister. You finally realized that your bro is the most handsome. The chubby girl didn't mind Qiu Chen's shamelessness and continued. Yes, I've always liked you. Can I kiss you, eh? Having said that, she actually shyly closed her eyes and pouted her lips. Qiu Chen's face twitched. Fans nowadays were truly too crazy, directly demanding kisses. Although his bro wasn't part of the looks first club, if you wanted me to kiss you, at least you should be worthy of my first kiss. With your appearance. Qiu Chen's face darkened for a moment, then he said, I might have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. I wish you happiness. Having said that, Qiu Chen slipped away like the wind. Leaving only the chubby girl standing there sadly stroking her fragile ego, she shouted, I hate you. I'll never be your fan anymore. The surrounding people also looked speechlessly at the chubby girl shouting and screaming, their mouths twitching as they turned and left. After Qiu Chen escaped the terrifying chubby girl, he turned and walked into the school. A teacher had called him, telling him to come to their office to discuss the order of his performance. Qiu Chen did not refuse. After hanging up the phone, he headed towards the teacher's office. At this moment, a beautiful young woman walked over from a distance. She was wearing a gray top, white canvas shoes on her feet, sunglasses on her face, and her hair was in wavy curls. Senior Sister Fong. Qiu Chen was stunned and somewhat at a loss. Should he go up and greet Senior Sister Fong? In the past, Qiu Chen would have gone over to greet her long ago. But ever since the events of the past few days, for some reason Qiu Chen felt somewhat resistant to seeing Fong Yuanjing. But sometimes that is how things are. The more you try to escape, the more likely it is to find you when you least expect it. The same goes for love, and friendship for life is often full of drama, whether you believe it or not. Just like now. Although Qiu Chen wanted to avoid Fong Yuanjing a little, Fong Yuanjing still saw him and walked gently toward him. But sometimes that is how things are. The more you try to escape, the more likely it is to find you when you least expect it. The same goes for love, and friendship for life is often full of drama, whether you believe it or not. Just like now. Although Qiu Chen wanted to avoid Fong Yuanjing a little, Fong Yuanjing still saw him and walked gently toward him. Watching Fong Yuanjing's lotus steps, Qiu Chen could no longer pretend not to see her. He smiled and walked up to greet her, saying, Senior Sister, are you here for rehearsal again today? An inexplicable emotion welled up in Fong Yuanjing's heart. She said, Yes, I'm here for the rehearsal. What about you? Aren't you supposed to be rehearsing? Why did you come here? Qiu Chen explained, Oh, it's like this. The teacher asked me to come here to discuss my performance spot with him. Fong Yuanjing smiled and said, What a coincidence. I'm here for the same reason. Oh, Qiu Chen grunted, and then there was no more conversation. The air grew into an awkward silence. In the past, Qiu Chen would have had many things to say, but now for some reason he felt he had nothing to say to Fong Yuanjing. Qiu Chen was a Virgo and had a psychological obsession with cleanliness. For some reason, ever since he learned that Fong Yuanjing had spent the night with Oh Chiheo last time, something had fell off in his heart. Why was that? Actually, Qiu Chen couldn't explain it either. It was just that this feeling was a bit like having something you cherished most suddenly possessed by someone else. A stifling oppression that was hard to put into words. Senior Sister. Qiu Chen and Fong Yuanjing spoke at the same time. Then the two of them looked at each other and smiled. Fong Yuanjing laughed and said, By the way, Chun, how have you been lately? Qiu Chen said, I'm doing great. How about you, Senior Sister? Fong Yuanjing said, I'm doing well too. It's just that I might be taking on a new TV drama recently, so I've been a bit busy. Qiu Chen smiled and said, Congratulations then, Senior Sister. You're one step closer to becoming the TV drama queen. Fong Yuanjing was amused by his remark, and the atmosphere improved a bit. She said, Then I wish you success in becoming a singer. Qiu Chen chuckled and did not continue the topic. Instead he said, Senior Sister, let's go inside. Otherwise the teacher will get angry. Fong Yuanjing nodded and said, Okay, let's go in. After opening the door and walking in, Teacher Li hurriedly came out to welcome them, saying, Xiao Jing, Qiu Chen, you're here. Come sit down. Music teacher Li was someone who knew how to appreciate talent. Fong Yuanjing was now a celebrity, and Qiu Chen was also a student he favored. Therefore these two students were relatively important in his heart. Qiu Chen and Fong Yuanjing sat on opposite sides. Fong Yuanjing said gracefully, Teacher Li, no need to be so polite. Just tell us what's on your mind. Qiu Chen also said, That's right, Teacher Li. Just say it. Teacher Li smiled and said, Actually, I don't have much to say. As you know, you will both perform at the school anniversary celebration. I just wanted to ask if you are prepared. Qiu Chen glanced at Fong Yuanjing and said, I'm ready, but I wonder if Senior Sister is prepared. Fong Yuanjing said, I'm ready too. Teacher Li said, That's good. Next, let me tell you the order of your performances this time. Watching Fong Yuanjing's lotus steps, Qiu Chen could no longer pretend not to see her. He smiled and walked up to greet her, saying, Senior Sister, are you here for rehearsal again today? An inexplicable emotion welled up in Fong Yuanjing's heart. She said, Yes, I'm here for the rehearsal. What about you? Aren't you supposed to be rehearsing? Why did you come here? Qiu Chen explained, Oh, it's like this. The teacher asked me to come here to discuss my performance spot with him. Fong Yuanjing smiled and said, What a coincidence. I'm here for the same reason. Oh, Qiu Chen grunted, and then there was no more conversation. The air grew into an awkward silence. In the past, Qiu Chen would have had many things to say, but now for some reason he felt he had nothing to say to Fong Yuanjing. Qiu Chen was a Virgo and had a psychological obsession with cleanliness. For some reason, ever since he learned that Fang Yuanjing had spent the night with Chiheo last time, something had felt off in his heart. Why was that? Actually, Qiu Chen couldn't explain it either. It was just that this feeling was a bit like having something you cherished most suddenly possessed by someone else. A stifling oppression that was hard to put into words. Senior sister. Qiu Chen and Fang Yuanjing spoke at the same time. Then the two of them looked at each other and smiled. Fang Yuanjing laughed and said, "By the way, Chen, how have you been lately?" Qiu Chen said, "I'm doing great. How about you, senior sister?" Fang Yuanjing said, "I'm doing well too. It's just that I might be taking on a new TV drama recently, so I've been a bit busy." Qiu Chen smiled and said, "Congratulations then, senior sister. You're one step closer to becoming the TV drama queen." Fang Yuanjing was amused by his remark, and the atmosphere improved a bit. She said, "Then I wish you success in becoming a singer." Qiu Chen chuckled and did not continue the topic. Instead he said, "Senior sister, let's go inside. Otherwise the teacher will get angry." Fang Yuanjing nodded and said, "Okay, let's go in." After opening the door and walking in, teacher Li hurriedly came out to welcome them, saying, "Xiao Jing, Qiu Chen, you're here. Come sit down." Music teacher Li was someone who knew how to appreciate talent. Fang Yuanjing was now a celebrity, and Qiu Chen was also a student he favored. Therefore these two students were relatively important in his heart. Qiu Chen and Fang Yuanjing sat on opposite sides. Fang Yuanjing said gracefully, "Teacher Li, no need to be so polite. Just tell us what's on your mind." Qiu Chen also said, "That's right, Teacher Li. Just say it." Teacher Li smiled and said, "Actually, I don't have much to say. As you know, you will both perform at the school anniversary celebration. I just wanted to ask if you are prepared." Qiu Chen glanced at Fang Yuanjing and said, "I'm ready, but I wonder if senior sister is prepared." Fang Yuanjing said, "I'm ready too." Teacher Li said, "That's good. Next, let me tell you the order of your performances this time." Qiu Chen and Fang Yuanjing nodded simultaneously, then said, "All right, teacher, go ahead." Teacher Li hummed in acknowledgement and said, "There are 50 students participating in this school anniversary. Xiao Jing, you are the 10th to perform, and Qiu Chen, you are the 11th. Do you have any objections?" The order of performance is actually a crucial point. Being too early won't work, and being too late won't work either. If it's too early, the audience is just getting into the groove, and it's hard to stir emotions. If it's too late, the audience will have already endured a long period of aesthetic fatigue, and they surely won't want to watch any longer. The 10th position is the best. If the preceding students put on good performances, they will gradually elevate the atmosphere. At that point, if you step up to perform, it will definitely have a catalytic effect. Fang Yuanjing said, "I have no objections. What about you, Chen?" Qiu Chen also indicated that he had no objections, he just wanted to perform well, and the order didn't matter to him. Qiu Chen smiled and said, "I have no objections. It's an honor to perform after senior sister Fang. I just hope your popularity isn't too overwhelming, or else my performance won't capture their interest." Fang Yuanjing and Teacher Li both laughed. Teacher Li said, "Qiu Chen, don't sell yourself short. I know your talent." Fang Yuanjing also added, "That's right, junior brother. You can write songs and do all sorts of things. I'm sure many people like you." Teacher Li glanced at Qiu Chen, who just smiled and said nothing. Then Teacher Li explained a few more things before letting Qiu Chen and the others leave. Outside the door, they walked side by side, saying nothing. Qiu Chen suddenly said, "Senior sister, I'll go rehearse now. If we walk together, fans might see us and cause rumors about you." Fang Yuanjing said, "Are you that unwilling to be involved in rumors with me?" Qiu Chen replied, "No, it's just that I'm afraid your boyfriend might get jealous." Fang Yuanjing was taken aback, then said somewhat angrily, "Qiu Chen, where did you hear that? I don't have a boyfriend." Qiu Chen felt like laughing. To him, it seemed Fang Yuanjing was too embarrassed to admit it, but he didn't call her out on it. Instead, he said, "Nothing, senior sister, I was just kidding." Fang Yuanjing shot him a glare and said, "That joke wasn't funny at all. Chen, what's been going on with you these past 2 days? It feels like you've been deliberately avoiding me." Qiu Chen smiled and said, "Senior sister, where are you getting that? There's no such thing. You're such a beautiful and charming girl. If I avoided you, I'd be an idiot, wouldn't I, eh?" Fang Yuanjing chuckled softly, then said, "All right, if you say there's nothing, then there's nothing. Give it your all during rehearsals." Qiu Chen nodded and replied, "You too, senior sister. Give it your all." Fang Yuanjing said, I'm looking forward to your performance at the school anniversary." Qiu Chen nodded, then they turned to leave. Suddenly he remembered something and turned back to ask Fang Yuanjing, "By the way, senior sister, are you free tonight?" Tonight was his birthday, and Qiu Chen really hoped he could spend it with Fang Yuanjing. Fang Yuanjing's expression stiffened. She had to make up for Chiheo's birthday present tonight, so. "Oh, I see. Never mind, I was just asking casually." Seeing Fang Yuanjing hesitate, Qiu Chen quickly said that he wasn't stupid and didn't want to disturb her. With that, he turned and left. Fang Yuanjing wanted to say something, but ultimately didn't. Why did she feel like a chasm had formed between her and Qiu Chen, pulling them further apart? After she left, she received a call from Chiheo. He was silent for a moment. The question she had asked had stung him deeply. How he wished he could tell Fang Yuanjing, "I'm this good to you because I like you. I'm this good to you because I've loved you since childhood. I'm this good to you because I want to protect you. Because I'm this good to you because I want to be with you." But could he say it? No, because the current Fang Yuanjing seemed to have forgotten the past. He hadn't yet entered her heart. He didn't yet have the right to protect her. So he could only offer a faint smile. Because I'm your big brother. I said I'd protect you. That was Chiheo's answer, and his most helpless one. Thank you, brother O. Fang Yuanjing felt a warmth in her heart again, and replied with a smile. Chiheo hummed in acknowledgement, and then they fell into silence. Fang Yuanjing said cautiously, Brother O, actually, I wasn't living with anyone. It's all a misunderstanding. I believe you. Chiheo interrupted before she could finish. Brother O. Chiheo smiled, and said, I never trust the version of you that others see. I only trust the you I see. Fang Yuanjing was moved again. She felt a sudden tightness in her chest. She wanted to say something, but couldn't, finally managing only, Thank you, Brother O. Thank you for always being by my side. Thank you for trusting me so much. Thank you for always supporting me. Chiheo smiled, and said, As long as you don't blame me for kissing you in public. Fang Yuanjing's face flushed as she held the phone, and she said coquettishly, Brother O, you're teasing me. Chiheo laughed heartily, then said, Get some rest. There will probably be more schedules tomorrow. You too, Brother O. Good night. Good night. After ending the call with Chiheo, Fang Yuanjing suddenly felt a lot lighter, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from her chest. After this exchange, Fang Yuanjing felt that her relationship with Chiheo had grown even closer. At Chiheo's home, he put down his phone and lay back comfortably in his chair, muttering to himself, Xiao Jing, how much longer until you remember me? I'm afraid I won't be able to wait until that day. Chiheo was silent for a moment, then said earnestly, Xiao Jing, you don't need to think that way. No matter what happens to you, I'll always support you. I won't blame you. Before, now, and forever. Of course, he didn't say that last sentence out loud. Fang Yuanjing heard the sincerity in Chiheo's words and felt a surge of warmth in her heart. She asked, Brother O, why are you so good to me? Chiheo's kindness to her was overwhelming, so much that it left her at a loss, making her feel unworthy of his goodness. There was nothing much to say about the rehearsal. After it ended, Qiu Chen went home by himself. An amusing incident happened after school. That chubby girl Fan was still waiting at the school gate holding a sign for him. Seeing her, Qiu Chen immediately turned and ran. Damn, I stood you up this morning, why are you still here? Even if you like me that much, you can't put pressure on me. For the first time, Qiu Chen felt that being handsome was also a burden, though that was just his conceited thought. Arriving at the apartment, Qiu Chen remembered that Feier had specifically told him to come home early tonight, so he didn't linger after school and returned home quickly. As soon as he opened the door, the room was pitch dark. Feier hadn't even turned on the lights, which puzzled Qiu Chen. Why didn't this girl turn on the lights? Feier, did you go out again? Qiu Chen called out, then closed the door. Just as he was about to turn on his phone's flashlight, the lights suddenly turned on. This is... Qiu Chen stared blankly at the scene before him. The originally spacious living room was now filled with colorful balloons, looking very festive. The room's lights were dimmed, and then a beautiful singing voice came. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. The singing was sweet and melodious, though the pitch was a bit off. Her sincerity was evident. At the stairs, a woman in a white dress holding a cake slowly walked down, a cheerful smile on her face. Feier. Qiu Chen understood why Feier had asked him to come home early. She had prepared a birthday surprise for him. Feier walked up to Qiu Chen and said triumphantly, How is it, Chen? Aren't you touched? Blow out the candles. Qiu Chen felt his throat dry and his eyes moist. He wanted to say something, but couldn't. He opened his mouth and gently blew out the candles. Great. Let me tell you, I made this myself. Feier said proudly, as if making a cake was an amazing feat. Qiu Chen understood now. No wonder he had felt Feier had been acting more mysterious lately. So this was the reason. The secret she mentioned was the cake she had made for him with her own hands. This touching feeling was beyond words. It had been a long time since a girl had been willing to make such a surprise for him with her own hands. Qiu Chen felt tears welling up in his eyes. He didn't know why, but at that moment he just wanted to cry, to hug this little woman and cry his heart out. Seeing Qiu Chen silent and just staring at her, Feier asked puzzledly, Chen, what's wrong? Don't you like what I prepared for you? Qiu Chen didn't answer, but stretched out his arms and hugged Feier tightly, murmuring, It's nothing. I'm just really touched. Thank you, Feier. Thank you so much. Thank you for appearing in my life. Thank you for giving me such a surprise. They say women are easily moved by small surprises from men, but men are no different. What they want is not much. Sometimes just a meal cooked by the woman they love is enough. In fact, men are often simpler than women. Perhaps Feier didn't fully understand Qiu Chen's feelings at the moment, but hearing his words, she was still very happy. It meant Qiu Chen liked it, right? As long as he likes it, it means she has succeeded, right? So Chen, do you like this gift? Feier asked cautiously. Qiu Chen said, Yes, I like it. You are the first girl in my life who has made a surprise for me. Feier giggled and said, I'm glad you like it. Qiu Chen released Feier and said, Let me taste the cake you made. Feier hummed in agreement, brought the cake in front of Qiu Chen and said, Go ahead, try it. Just as Qiu Chen was about to cut the cake with a knife, Feier said, Wait, I also saw something online. Before Qiu Chen could say anything, Feier directly smacked the cake onto his face. Ha ha, this is also a surprise. You little rascal, Feier. Qiu Chen hadn't expected to be tricked by her. He wiped a clump of cake off his face and smeared it on Feier's face. I want revenge. Come on. The two ran around the room, playing and frolicking. What a wonderful scene. Feier angrily pounced on Qiu Chen, pouting and saying, "Be careful, even without teeth, I can still bite you." Like I believe that. Qiu Chen remained unconvinced. At that moment Feier suddenly stood up and pounced on him, biting his neck with her small mouth. "Ouch, you're crazy, Feier. You actually bit me. Humph, who told you to say I wouldn't dare?" Feier proudly twitched her little nose. Then she slowly got up from Qiu Chen. Her gaze shifted and landed on his lips. Feier murmured, "Chen, I really want to bite your lips." Uffed. Qiu Chen had just taken a sip of cola when he heard Feier's words, and almost choked. He pushed Feier away and yelled, "Feier, do you have something wrong with your head? Why do you keep talking about biting?" Qiu Chen was very agitated. He had kept his first kiss for 22 years, and now it was inexplicably taken by Feier. "There's nothing wrong with my head," Feier retorted angrily. "You're so stingy. It's just a little bite on the lips. If I don't mind, why should you?" Qiu Chen almost spat blood again. "This is not about being stingy." He tapped Feier's head and said seriously, "Feier, when I first met you, why didn't I realize you were so perverted?" Qiu Chen felt that people on earth had wronged men, who said men were lustful. Wasn't there, Feier? Feier shook her head blankly and asked, "What does perverted mean? Can you eat it? Go eat your garlic." Qiu Chen's face darkened with exasperation. He pushed Feier away and went upstairs. Feier laughed and shouted, "Chen, where do you think you're running?" With that she chased him upstairs. After Qiu Chen rushed upstairs, Feier followed. Seeing Qiu Chen's face smeared with cake, she couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Chen, you look so ugly right now." Qiu Chen's face darkened and he retorted, "What about you? Your face is covered in cake too. You look just as ugly. Don't call me ugly." Feier got angry and flailing her arms charged at Qiu Chen again. Qiu Chen yelled help and quickly dashed into his room, locking the door behind him. After Qiu Chen rushed upstairs, Feier followed. Seeing Qiu Chen's face smeared with cake, she couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Chen, you look so ugly right now." Qiu Chen's face darkened and he retorted, "What about you? Your face is covered in cake too. You look just as ugly. Don't call me ugly." Feier got angry and flailing her arms charged at Qiu Chen again. Qiu Chen yelled help and quickly dashed into his room, locking the door behind him. Bang bang bang. Feier pounded on the door shouting, "Chen, open up. Come out and play with me." Qiu Chen smirked, "Feier, do you think I'm dumb? As soon as I open the door you'll take revenge." "I'm not that foolish." Feier smiled. "No, Chen, I'm a good girl. I won't take revenge. Open up, I'm cold." Qiu Chen's lips twitched. "It's autumn. Hardly the season for being cold. Your lie is too obvious." Feier said pitifully, "But don't forget I'm a vampire. I'm different from you. I'm really cold." Qiu Chen said helplessly, "You're not like any vampire I've ever seen. Have you ever heard of a vampire that eats so much?" Feier pouted, then deliberately sobbed, "Boo-hoo, Chen, how can you say that about me? I hate you. I don't want to talk to you anymore." Hearing Feier cry, Qiu Chen pursed his lips. "Feier, don't try that on me. That trick won't work." But Feier remained silent, only sobbing softly. Qiu Chen panicked a little. "Feier, what are you doing? Are you really crying?" "I was just joking." Feier still didn't speak, but crouched down. Qiu Chen was stunned, then quickly said, "All right, I'm sorry. I'll open the door now." With that he opened the door. As soon as the door swung open, Qiu Chen saw Feier, crouching on the ground, her head buried in her knees, sobbing quietly. Qiu Chen quickly bent down and reached for Feier's hand, comforting her. "Feier, are you really mad? Don't cry. I was just teasing you." Feier sniffled a few times, a barely perceptible smile flickering at the corner of her lips. Then she giggled, stood up, and said triumphantly, "I just wanted to bite you. What can you do about it? You started it. There's no reasoning with you. It's not clear at all. You bit me first. Who told you to ambush me with cake? That was my birthday gift for you." Qiu Chen snorted, "Can you be reasonable? You ambushed me first." Feier said scornfully, "Can't you just let me win? I'm a girl." Qiu Chen replied smugly, "The world of victory and defeat is ruthless, okay?" Feier bit her lip, then lunged forward, pressing her mouth against Qiu Chen's and biting him. Feier pounded on the door shouting, "Chen, open up. Come out and play with me." Qiu Chen smirked, "Feier, do you think I'm dumb? As soon as I open the door you'll take revenge." "I'm not that foolish." Feier smiled. "No, Chen, I'm a good girl. I won't take revenge. Open up, I'm cold." Qiu Chen's lips twitched. "It's autumn. Hardly the season for being cold. Your lie is too obvious." Feier said pitifully, "But don't forget I'm a vampire. I'm different from you. I'm really cold." Qiu Chen said helplessly, "You're not like any vampire I've ever seen. Have you ever heard of a vampire that eats so much?" Feier pouted, then deliberately sobbed, "Boo-hoo, Chen, how can you say that about me? I hate you. I don't want to talk to you anymore." Hearing Feier cry, Qiu Chen pursed his lips. "Feier, don't try that on me. That trick won't work." But Feier remained silent, only sobbing softly. Qiu Chen panicked a little. "Feier, what are you doing? Are you really crying?" "I was just joking." Feier still didn't speak, but crouched down. Qiu Chen was stunned, then quickly said, "All right, I'm sorry. I'll open the door now." With that he opened the door. As soon as the door swung open, Qiu Chen saw Feier, crouching on the ground, her head buried in her knees, sobbing quietly. Qiu Chen quickly bent down and reached for Feier's hand, comforting her. "Feier, are you really mad? Don't cry. I was just teasing you." Fei sniffled a few times, a barely perceptible smile flickering at the corner of her lips. Then she giggled, stood up, wiped the cake off her face with her hand, and lunged at Qiu Chen, saying triumphantly, "I'll get you for bullying me." With that, Fei grabbed a handful of cake and smeared it all over Qiu Chen's face. Qiu Chen hadn't expected to be tricked by Fei again. Just as he was about to resist, the cake was already on his face. Qiu Chen froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. "You dare ambush me? You're done for." He stood up, flipped Fei onto her back, and smeared cake on her face as well. Fei laughed too, dodging another swipe of cake from Qiu Chen. Then she opened her little mouth and bit down on Qiu Chen's leg. Qiu Chen yelped in pain and rolled onto the ground. Holding his leg, Qiu Chen said, "Fei, are you crazy? Why did you bite me?" Fei said triumphantly, "I just wanted to bite you. What can you do about it? You started it. There's no reasoning with you. It's not clear at all. You bit me first. Who told you to ambush me with cake? That was my birthday gift for you." Qiu Chen snorted, "Can you be reasonable? You ambushed me first." Fei said scornfully, "Can't you just let me win? I'm a girl." Qiu Chen replied smugly, "The world of victory and defeat is ruthless, okay?" Fei bit her lip, then lunged forward, pressing her mouth against Qiu Chen's and biting him. Qiu Chen never expected that Fei would kiss him while her face was covered in cake, leaving him quite embarrassed. However, Qiu Chen was not exactly an innocent soul. As the old saying goes, a mouth offered up is a mouth not to be refused. With that thought in mind, Qiu Chen pulled Fei into his arms and pressed his lips against hers, moving them with fervor. After another passionate kiss lasting about 10 minutes, Fei, her face flushed, pushed Qiu Chen away. "You're terrible," she said, her cheeks already crimson, and she gave him a light slap. Qiu Chen chuckled wryly, having developed a perverse fondness for the taste of Fei's lips. Fei said, "You big pervert, always kissing me." Qiu Chen's mouth twitched, and he said darkly, "Come on, it was you who forced a kiss on me first, wasn't it?" Fei's face darkened for a moment, then she said, Don't give me that. Sister Lily says that in relationships between men and women, it's usually the woman who ends up at a disadvantage." Qiu Chen said, "What nonsense is this? Don't go learning everything from Lily, okay?" Fei giggled and replied, "What nonsense? Everything I learned from Sister Lily is good." Qiu Chen's mouth twitched again, and he said, "Exactly what good could you possibly learn from that tomboy Lily?" Fei snorted and said, "Chen, what do you know? Sister Lily said the things she teaches me are only for girls to know. I can't tell you, and you shouldn't badmouth her either." Qiu Chen said helplessly, "Fei, be honest with me, are you in love with Lily? You two are lesbians, right?" Fei was no longer the naive girl who didn't understand Earth lingo. After spending time with the pervy Lily, she knew exactly what lesbian meant. She was displeased and said angrily, "Chen, how can you say that? I'm not talking to you anymore." Seeing that Fei seemed angry again, Qiu Chen quickly coaxed her. "Okay, Fei, I was wrong. Today's my birthday, remember? We promised to celebrate. Don't be mad, all right?" Fei stuck out her tongue and said, "Do you think I'm as quick to anger as you? I'm not mad at all." Qiu Chen's face twitched, and he said, "Good, you're not mad. I'll go wash my face first." Fei said, "Go ahead." As Qiu Chen entered the bathroom, Fei's phone rang. She answered. It was Lily calling. Lily asked Fei, "How did it go? Did it work?" Fei giggled. "Of course it worked, Sister Lily. How could it not?" Lily asked eagerly, "So, did Chen cry?" Fei was puzzled. "Sister Lily, I'm giving Chen a surprise." "Why would he cry? He should laugh." Lily said, "You idiot, the ultimate sign of a surprise isn't how much someone laughs, it's when they cry. That means they're truly moved." Fei said ambiguously, "Well, he didn't cry, but he hugged me and kept saying thank you." Lily said happily, "That means Chun is even more moved, hee. Congrats, Fei. I bet it won't be long before you win him over." Fei said, somewhat exasperated, "Sister Lily, what do you mean by win him over? Do I really want to win him over that badly?" Lily chuckled, "Come on, Fei, don't pretend in front of your big sister. I know you better than you think. You definitely like Qiu Chen." Fei argued, "I do like him, but it's not like I absolutely have to have him." Lily laughed, all right, you don't. Honestly, you're still shy in front of your sister. What's there to be embarrassed about?" Fei chatted with Lily for a while longer before hanging up. Qiu Chen was still in the bathroom. Fei sat back down at the table with a giggle, her mind wandering back to the bizarre scene of her first meeting with Chen. "Fei, where are you from?" Qiu Chen asked casually, as if it were an offhand question. Mentioning her hometown, Fei's nose tingled. To be honest, after being away for so long, her parents must have learned of her troubles by now. Could they bear it? Not to mention that she thought of how she ended up in this strange place. According to Qiu Chen, this was a beautiful planet called Earth, inhabited by ordinary humans like him. Although she had no idea what Earth was exactly, Fei could guess that she had arrived in a completely unfamiliar world. How could she get back? Bang. Ouch. Lost in thought, Fei accidentally bumped into Qiu Chen's back. She rubbed her little nose, looking utterly pitiful and adorable. "Hey, what are you daydreaming about? I asked you a question, and you didn't answer, and now you bump into me," Qiu Chen said in annoyance. Fei replied haughtily, "You were walking too slowly. It's not my fault." Unreasonable. That was Qiu Chen's second impression of Fei. No wonder they say there's no reasoning with a beautiful woman. Fei had proved that truth with her actions. Fei retorted, then said, "My home is in Qiu Chen Castle. My father is the Vampire King." "The Vampire King?" Qiu Chen's face darkened again. He stopped and said, "So that means you're a princess?" Fei nodded excitedly. Yes. I'm my father's only daughter, the princess of Kachina Castle." When talking about her identity, Fei's face was filled with pride. Qiu Chen was speechless again and said earnestly, "Fei, lay off the Japanese anime, will you?" "Japanese anime? Is that something to eat?" Fei blinked her big eyes innocently. Qiu Chen felt like he was about to have a nosebleed. He simply said, "Yes, it's food. Come on, let's go get some good food." With that, he quickened his pace. Hearing there was food, Fei's face lit up with excitement. Clearly she was a goddess of the foodie world. Qiu Chen was lucky. Since they had reached the town, they easily found a barbecue stall to sit at. It was already past 8 in the evening. The small barbecue stall was packed with customers drinking wine and eating skewers. Sometimes the simple life of ordinary people was beautiful. Fei's appearance was truly breathtaking. Her face, without a trace of makeup, always wore an innocent, bewildered expression, and her big watery eyes seemed untouched by the world's pollution, crystal clear. Fei snapped out of her reverie, her eyes glistening with tears. Her time was running out. That evening, Fang Yuanjing sat in her home, hesitated for a moment, then dialed Oh Chiheo's number. When the call connected, she spoke cautiously. "Brother Oh, am I interrupting your work?" Oh Chiheo's voice sounded somewhat weary, yet he replied, "I just finished today's work, so I'm free now." Fang Yuanjing smiled, and then asked, "Are you free tonight?" Oh Chiheo was a bit surprised. This was the first time Fang Yuanjing had asked him such a question. Curiously, he inquired, "What's the matter?" Fang Yuanjing pretended to be coy and said, "Can't I look for you even if there's nothing going on, brother Oh?" Oh Chiheo chuckled and replied, "Of course not, I just didn't expect you to reach out to me on your own." Fang Yuanjing felt a bit embarrassed at his words, but she still said, "It's my fault. I was just too shy." Oh Chiheo laughed heartily and said, "Well, tell me what you need. Don't tell me you're planning to treat me to dinner tonight." Fang Yuanjing retorted, "And why not?" Oh Chiheo laughed, "Of course it's not impossible, but it's just strange. You've never done this before." That evening, Fang Yuanjing sat in her home, hesitated for a moment, then dialed Oh Chiheo's number. When the call connected, she spoke cautiously, "Brother Oh, am I interrupting your work?" Oh Chiheo's voice sounded somewhat weary, yet he replied, "I just finished today's work, so I'm free now." Fang Yuanjing smiled, and then asked, "Are you free tonight?" Oh Chiheo was a bit surprised. This was the first time Fang Yuanjing had asked him such a question. Curiously, he inquired, "What's the matter?" Fang Yuanjing pretended to be coy and said, "Can't I look for you even if there's nothing going on, brother Oh?" Oh Chiheo chuckled and replied, "Of course not, I just didn't expect you to reach out to me on your own." Fang Yuanjing felt a bit embarrassed at his words, but she still said, "It's my fault. I was just too shy." Oh Chiheo laughed heartily and said, "Well, tell me what you need. Don't tell me you're planning to treat me to dinner tonight." Fang Yuanjing retorted, "And why not?" Oh Chiheo laughed, "Of course it's not impossible, but it's just strange. You've never done this before." Fang Yuanjing thought about the surprise she was preparing for Oh Chiheo tonight and smiled. Then she said, "I just want to invite you to dinner today. Are you coming, brother Oh?" Although Oh Chiheo found it odd, he still replied, "I'll come, I'll definitely come. Name the place." Fang Yuanjing smiled and told him the location, then added, "Brother Oh, tonight at 8 o'clock. Don't be late." Oh Chiheo chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I won't be late." Fang Yuanjing said a few more words before hanging up, her heart fluttering with excitement. Today she absolutely had to make up for Brother O's birthday surprise, or else she would be overwhelmed with guilt. Having made up her mind and secured Oh Chiheo's agreement, the next step was her preparations for tonight. She absolutely couldn't mess it up. Leaving that aside, on the other side, Qiu Chen and Fei's birthday surprise was still ongoing. Fei and Qiu Chen had already washed their faces and officially began to savor Fei's cake. While eating, Qiu Chen said, "Fei, thank you. The cake is absolutely delicious." Fei smiled smugly. "Chen, now you know I have a talent for cooking, right? You can't say I'm a bad cook anymore." Qiu Chen said with a hint of guilt, "I never said your cooking was bad." Fei recalled something and retorted, "You're still denying it. You used to mock me for being a terrible cook, didn't you?" Qiu Chen grinned sheepishly and comforted her. "That was when I was foolish and had no taste. It's different now. Your cooking is truly delicious. I've finally realized it." Fei snorted and said, "Fine, I'll let you off the hook." To cheer her up, Qiu Chen added, "Don't be mad. I'll finish this entire cake today." Fei said, "You said it. If you don't finish it, I won't let you off easy." Qiu Chen replied, "Don't worry, I'll eat every last bite." Fei smiled happily. Seeing Qiu Chen eating so heartily, she assumed he was pleased. She asked, "Chen, do you like me now?" Qiu Chen felt a bit awkward and said, "Fine, I like you, okay." Fei was dissatisfied. "Can't you say it more sincerely? The way you said it, it doesn't sound like you like me." Qiu Chen asked in confusion, "Why do I have to like you?" Fei said earnestly, "Because I like you. If you don't like me back, wouldn't I be at a disadvantage?" Fang Yuanjing thought about the surprise she was preparing for Oh Chiheo tonight and smiled. Then she said, "I just want to invite you to dinner today. Are you coming, brother Oh?" Although Oh Chiheo found it odd, he still replied, "I'll come, I'll definitely come. Name the place." Fang Yuanjing smiled and told him the location, then added, "Brother Oh, tonight at 8 o'clock. Don't be late." Oh Chiheo chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I won't be late." Fang Yuanjing said a few more words before hanging up, her heart fluttering with excitement. Today she absolutely had to make up for Brother O's birthday surprise, or else she would be overwhelmed with guilt. Having made up her mind and secured Oh Cheheo's agreement, the next step was her preparations for tonight. She absolutely couldn't mess it up. Leaving that aside, on the other side, Qiu Chen and Feier's birthday surprise was still ongoing. Feier and Qiu Chen had already washed their faces and officially began to savor Feier's cake. While eating, Qiu Chen said, "Feier, thank you. The cake is absolutely delicious." Feier smiled smugly. "Chen, now you know I have a talent for cooking, right? You can't say I'm a bad cook anymore." Qiu Chen said with a hint of guilt, "I never said your cooking was bad." Feier recalled something and retorted, "You're still denying it. You used to mock me for being a terrible cook, didn't you?" Qiu Chen grinned sheepishly and comforted her. "That was when I was foolish and had no taste. It's different now. Your cooking is truly delicious. I finally realized it." Feier snorted and said, "Fine, I'll let you off the hook." To cheer her up, Qiu Chen added, "Don't be mad. I'll finish this entire cake today." Feier said, "You said it. If you don't finish it, I won't let you off easy." Qiu Chen replied, "Don't worry, I'll eat every last bite." Feier smiled happily. Seeing Qiu Chen eating so heartily, she assumed he was pleased. She asked, "Chen, do you like me now?" Qiu Chen felt a bit awkward and said, "Fine, I like you, okay." Feier was dissatisfied. "Can't you say it more sincerely? The way you said it doesn't sound like you like me." Qiu Chen asked in confusion, "Why do I have to like you?" Feier said earnestly, "Because I like you. If you don't like me back, wouldn't I be at a disadvantage?" Qiu Chen was momentarily stunned and replied, "Then why do you like me? You know we are from different races." He did harbor some affection for Feier, but it remained confined to a mere liking. Unaware of Qiu Chen's true feelings, Feier said somewhat angrily, "Does being from different races mean we cannot like each other?" "But I simply like you." Qiu Chen was at a loss for words again, wondering why he was always on the receiving end of Feier's bold confessions. Qiu Chen asked, "Why do you like me?" "I am not handsome, I am timid, and I lack great ability. I cannot protect you. Why do you like me?" Feier replied earnestly, "How would I know why I like you? If I knew, I wouldn't like a heartless man like you." Qiu Chen's mouth twitched, and he retorted, "Why call me a heartless man? That image suits me not at all." Feier said, "On TV, any man who hurts women is a heartless scoundrel." Qiu Chen's expression darkened as he asked, "But have I hurt you?" This had absolutely nothing to do with him. Qiu Chen felt like spitting blood. Feier countered, "How is it unrelated? I like you, but you do not like me back, so you are a heartless man." Qiu Chen suddenly realized her logic was sound, leaving him speechless. Feier huffed, nothing to say now." Feeling he could not continue this topic, Qiu Chen quickly said, "Feier, can we stop talking about this? Isn't this the birthday surprise you gave me today?" Feier replied, "Of course. If you do not wish to speak of it, I will not. You are deliberately avoiding the subject." Qiu Chen had no retort and kept his head down in silence. Seeing his attitude, Feier grew angry. She had confessed so openly, and he responded like this: "It seems I must use Sisterly Li's method, or I cannot win over Chen." Qiu Chen had no idea he had become Feier's prey, and even if he did, he would have been powerless to stop it. Suddenly Feier felt a sharp pain in her heart, and hurriedly said, "Chen, you eat first, I will go to the restroom." Qiu Chen did not suspect anything, and casually replied, "All right, go ahead." Feier rushed into the restroom, and took out the pill the old woman had given her, immediately swallowing one. As soon as it went down, she felt a wave of cool warmth spread through her. Leaning against the restroom wall, Feier gave a bitter smile, and said, "It seems my time is running out faster and faster." Meanwhile, in a private room of a coffee shop, Fang Yuanjing sat wearing a purple long dress. A knock came at the door, and she quickly asked, "Who is it?" Oh Cheheo's voice came from outside. "It is me, little Jing." Fang Yuanjing's face lit up with joy. She opened the door, and as Oh Cheheo entered, his first words were, "I am sorry, I am late, little Jing." Fang Yuanjing replied, "It is all right." Gazing at Oh Cheheo, she recalled their first meeting. A sharp glint flashed in Oh Cheheo's eyes as he said those were all his schemes. He feared I would arrive too early and ruin his plans. Fang Yuanjing immediately understood and said indignantly, "This person's mind is truly vicious." Oh Cheheo teased, "Actually, we cannot entirely blame Huang Jian. It is the nature of men to desire beauty. You are so beautiful that ordinary wolves naturally cannot resist." Hearing Oh Cheheo's teasing words, Fang Yuanjing's usually calm face flushed. She then smiled and said, "Wouldn't saying that also paint yourself with the same brush?" Oh Cheheo laughed heartily and said proudly, "I am not an ordinary man." "Narcissist," Fang Yuanjing retorted with a smile, then said seriously, "Brother, oh may I call you that?" Oh Cheheo glanced at Fang Yuanjing and replied, "You appear younger than me, and since I am a senior, I do not object to being called by that title." "That is settled then, I will call you Brother Oh from now on," Fang Yuanjing said happily. Oh Cheheo seemed to recall some joke and said with a half smile, "In the entertainment circle, people often acknowledge godfathers or grandfathers, but acknowledging a brother is something I have heard for the first time. You are truly pioneering." Fang Yuanjing blushed, as she knew exactly what those godfathers and grandfathers implied. She huffed playfully, "If you do not wish to, that is fine." She was much younger than Oh Cheheo, and since he had saved her that evening, Fang Yuanjing instinctively felt fondness toward him. Fang Yuanjing was naturally exquisite, and her playful pouts and glances revealed countless charms. Even Ochiheo, accustomed to beautiful women, could not help but feel a flutter in his heart. Knowing Fang Yuanjing was joking, Ochiheo smiled and said, "There is no reason to refuse. Having such a pretty sister makes me look good." Fang Yuanjing smiled contentedly. For the rest of the time, Ochiheo spoke as a senior, sharing many stories from the entertainment circle, including incidents from when he first debuted. Ochiheo spoke slowly, and even when recounting his past hardships, his expression remained as calm as ever. It seemed as though he were telling someone else's story. Fang Yuanjing was deeply moved to learn that Ochiheo's fame was built step by step from being a bit player. "Brother Oh, the fact that you would tell me such things truly moves me," Fang Yuanjing said. Indeed, the matters Ochiheo discussed were precisely the gossip outlets would kill to uncover. If leaked, they would cause an uproar. Since Ochiheo was willing to share such secrets, Fang Yuanjing naturally assumed he trusted her. Ochiheo replied, "I have always believed my judgment of character is accurate. Even if you sold this information, I would not worry." As he spoke, a faint aura of dominance radiated from Ochiheo. Fang Yuanjing was startled, then smoothed her hair and remained silent. Suddenly, Fang Yuanjing remembered something and frantically patted her pockets, muttering, "Where's my phone? Where's my phone? Here it is." Ochiheo took Fang Yuanjing's phone from his suit pocket and handed it to her. "When you fainted earlier, your phone fell to the ground, so I picked it up." "Thank you." Fang Yuanjing breathed a sigh of relief and slowly took the phone, eagerly unlocking it. She gestured for Ochiheo to sit down, lost in thought. Time was passing so quickly. Ochiheo took the seat beside Fang Yuanjing and said, "Little Jing, sorry to keep you waiting." Fang Yuanjing smiled gently and replied, "It's nothing. I just arrived a short while ago. Please sit down." Ochiheo acknowledged with a hum, then turned to Fang Yuanjing and asked, "Little Jing, did you ask me out tonight for something you wanted to discuss?" Fang Yuanjing chuckled and said, "Brother Oh, is it not permissible for me to invite you out when I have nothing specific to discuss?" Ochiheo smiled and explained, "It's not that. But aren't you afraid of being spotted by reporters?" Fang Yuanjing said, "Brother Oh, you are so popular, and yet you do not fear those reporters. I imagine I need not fear them either." Ochiheo chuckled and said, "You are quite popular yourself now. I heard you took on a new drama, and you are starring alongside Hugo." Fang Yuanjing said gratefully, "This is all thanks to you, Brother Oh. Had it not been for your allowing me to participate in this drama, I doubt I would have had such an opportunity." Ochiheo said, "I have told you before not to thank me. I did not truly help you. All of this is the result of your own hard work." Fang Yuanjing understood that Ochiheo did not wish for her to be overly grateful, so she did not press the matter. She asked, "Brother Oh, isn't a new film of yours releasing soon?" Ochiheo nodded and said, "It is only a pity that I was unable to secure the female lead role for you this time." Fang Yuanjing waved her hand and said, "Brother Oh, you are teasing me. If I were to star in a film, the box office would surely plummet." Ochiheo chuckled, and then both fell silent. Ochiheo did not know how to speak to Fang Yuanjing. The scene of him saving her that night kept circling in his mind, and a thorn seemed lodged in his throat, leaving him at a loss for words. Ochiheo took the seat beside Fang Yuanjing and said, "Little Jing, sorry to keep you waiting." Fang Yuanjing smiled gently and replied, "It's nothing. I just arrived a short while ago. Please sit down." Ochiheo acknowledged with a hum, then turned to Fang Yuanjing and asked, "Little Jing, did you ask me out tonight for something you wanted to discuss?" Fang Yuanjing chuckled and said, "Brother Oh, is it not permissible for me to invite you out when I have nothing specific to discuss?" Ochiheo smiled and explained, "It's not that. But aren't you afraid of being spotted by reporters?" Fang Yuanjing said, "Brother Oh, you are so popular, and yet you do not fear those reporters. I imagine I need not fear them either." Ochiheo chuckled and said, "You are quite popular yourself now. I heard you took on a new drama, and you are starring alongside Hugo." Fang Yuanjing said gratefully, "This is all thanks to you, Brother Oh. Had it not been for your allowing me to participate in this drama, I doubt I would have had such an opportunity." Ochiheo said, "I have told you before not to thank me. I did not truly help you. All of this is the result of your own hard work." Fang Yuanjing understood that Ochiheo did not wish for her to be overly grateful, so she did not press the matter. She asked, "Brother Oh, isn't a new film of yours releasing soon?" Ochiheo nodded and said, "It is only a pity that I was unable to secure the female lead role for you this time." Fang Yuanjing waved her hand and said, "Brother Oh, you are teasing me. If I were to star in a film, the box office would surely plummet." Ochiheo chuckled, and then both fell silent. Ochiheo did not know how to speak to Fang Yuanjing. The scene of him saving her that night kept circling in his mind, and a thorn seemed lodged in his throat, leaving him at a loss for words. In the past, he had yearned to see Fang Yuanjing. Since they had parted ways in childhood, years had passed without a meeting, and he missed her deeply. At first, he had believed he could slowly help Fang Yuanjing remember, thinking she would gradually develop feelings for him. But now he felt he had been mistaken. For after saving her that night, the words she spoke while unconscious struck his heart with devastating force. "Qiu Chen." Ochiheo still remembered the name Fang Yuanjing called out in her coma. No one could have described the agony he felt at that moment. It felt as though he had torn his heart out and offered it to Fang Yuanjing only for her to take it, cast it violently to the ground, and crush it beneath her foot. In the past he had yearned to see Fang Yuanjing. Since they had parted ways in childhood, years had passed without a meeting, and he missed her deeply. At first he had believed he could slowly help Fang Yuanjing remember, thinking she would gradually develop feelings for him. But now he felt he had been mistaken. For after saving her that night, the words she spoke while unconscious struck his heart with devastating force. Qiu Chen. Ochiheo still remembered the name Fang Yuanjing called out in her coma. No one could have described the agony he felt at that moment. It felt as though he had torn his heart out and offered it to Fang Yuanjing only for her to take it, cast it violently to the ground, and crush it beneath her foot. Fang Yuanjing's silence was tinged with guilt. She felt remorseful that Ochiheo had been so kind to her, yet she did not even know his birthday. Although she had prepared a birthday surprise, she still felt it was insufficient. After all, Ochiheo had not only rescued her from Huangjian during their first meeting, but had also greatly assisted her life and career ever since. Fang Yuanjing had always remained deeply grateful. "Brother Oh," Fang Yuanjing called out, then looked at Ochiheo. Ochiheo paused and asked, "What is it?" Fang Yuanjing said, "Brother Oh, please eat something first. May I step out for a moment?" Ochiheo was taken aback, surprised by her request. Fang Yuanjing explained, "I am going to touch up my makeup." Upon hearing this, Ochiheo immediately understood and said, "Go ahead. I will wait for you here." After Fang Yuanjing left, she returned not long after and opened the door. Ochiheo, without turning his head, said, "You are back so soon." Fang Yuanjing smiled softly and said, "Happy birthday, Brother Oh." Ochiheo was taken aback and quickly turned around to see Fang Yuanjing walking and holding a cake. "Xiaojing, what are you?" Ochiheo had never expected Fang Yuanjing to do something like this. Was it true that she had asked him out tonight specifically to celebrate his birthday? Fang Yuanjing looked hesitant, but still said, "I'm sorry, Brother Oh. When you called me out that night, I didn't know it was your birthday. Not knowing what gift to give you, I made this cake by hand. I hope you won't mind it." "You made this cake by hand?" Ochiheo was even more shocked. Aside from receiving gifts from Fang Yuanjing when he was young, he had never received a handmade gift from any girl before. Was this touched? It had to be. Ochiheo suddenly felt a warm current rising in his heart. Any lingering reservations he had toward Fang Yuanjing vanished completely. After all, for someone like her to remember to make a cake by hand to celebrate his birthday, setting aside everything else, the mere thought behind it was enough to move him to tears. "Thank you, Xiaojing." Deeply moved, Ochiheo walked over and accepted the cake. Fang Yuanjing breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's nothing. As long as you don't mind." Ochiheo said, "I don't mind at all. Do you know, Xiaojing? You're the first person to give me such a birthday gift." Ochiheo was taken aback and quickly turned around to see Fang Yuanjing walking and holding a cake. "Xiaojing, what are you?" Ochiheo had never expected Fang Yuanjing to do something like this. Was it true that she had asked him out tonight specifically to celebrate his birthday? Fang Yuanjing looked hesitant, but still said, "I'm sorry, Brother Oh. When you called me out that night, I didn't know it was your birthday. Not knowing what gift to give you, I made this cake by hand. I hope you won't mind it." "You made this cake by hand?" Ochiheo was even more shocked. Aside from receiving gifts from Fang Yuanjing when he was young, he had never received a handmade gift from any girl before. Was this touched? It had to be. Ochiheo suddenly felt a warm current rising in his heart. Any lingering reservations he had toward Fang Yuanjing vanished completely. After all, for someone like her to remember to make a cake by hand to celebrate his birthday, setting aside everything else, the mere thought behind it was enough to move him to tears. "Thank you, Xiaojing." Deeply moved, Ochiheo walked over and accepted the cake. Fang Yuanjing breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's nothing. As long as you don't mind." Ochiheo said, "I don't mind at all. Do you know, Xiaojing? You're the first person to give me such a birthday gift." Fang Yuanjing said, "I still need to apologize, Brother Oh. I didn't know your birthday, so I'm only giving you this gift now." Ochiheo smiled and said, "It's fine. I don't mind at all. Besides, I never told you, so it's only natural that you didn't know." Fang Yuanjing smiled and said, "As long as you don't blame me. Please sit down and try my cooking." Ochiheo nodded and said, "All right then, I'll taste your skills." Meanwhile, at home, Qiu Chen and Feier had already finished the cake. Feier said, "Chen, I'm so bored now. What should we do?" Qiu Chen glanced at Feier and said, "It's already nighttime. You should just go to sleep. What else is there to do?" Feier scratched her head and said, "Chen, how about we play some games?" Qiu Chen quickly replied, "Let's not. I never want to play games again." Feier asked why. Qiu Chen said, "Have you forgotten the games Lily made us play? I wouldn't forget that either." Just thinking about Lily and the others celebrating his birthday made Qiu Chen irritable. Playing games going through a haunted house. It was just like some obstacle course challenge. He was celebrating his birthday, not participating in some extreme survival game. Qiu Chen said, "How about this? Let's go for a walk." Feier said, utterly speechless, "Why go for a walk? Isn't that boring?" Qiu Chen said seriously, "You fool. 100 steps after a meal keeps you alive to 99. Feier replied, "I've already lived for 100 years. I don't need to walk." Qiu Chen was on the verge of a breakdown, almost wanting to bang his head against the wall. Fang Yuanjing said, I still need to apologize, brother O. I didn't know your birthday, so I'm only giving you this gift now. Qiu smiled and said it's fine. I don't mind at all. Besides, I never told you, so it's only natural that you didn't know. Fang Yuanjing smiled and said, as long as you don't blame me. Please sit down and try my cooking. Qiu nodded and said, alright then, I'll taste your skills. Meanwhile at home, Qiu Chen and Fei had already finished the cake. Fei said, Chen, I'm so bored now. What should we do? Qiu Chen glanced at Fei and said, it's already nighttime. You should just go to sleep. What else is there to do? Fei scratched her head and said, Chen, how about we play some games? Qiu Chen quickly replied, let's not. I never want to play games again. Fei asked why. Qiu Chen said, have you forgotten the games Lily made us play? I wouldn't forget that either. Just thinking about Lily and the others celebrating his birthday made Qiu Chen irritable. Playing games going through a haunted house. It was just like some obstacle course challenge. He was celebrating his birthday, not participating in some extreme survival game. Qiu Chen said, how about this? Let's go for a walk. Fei said, utterly speechless, why go for a walk? Isn't that boring? Qiu Chen said seriously, you fool. 100 steps after a meal keeps you alive to 99. Fei replied, I've already lived for 100 years. I don't need to walk. Qiu Chen was on the verge of a breakdown, almost wanting to bang his head against the wall. Sometimes Fei's words left him utterly speechless. After all, Fei was already a vampire, having lived for centuries. It seemed true that she didn't need another 99 years of life. Qiu Chen and Fei stepped out of the door. Fei asked, Chen, why are we taking a walk late at night? Qiu Chen's mouth twitched slightly as he replied, I originally wanted to sleep at home. Didn't you ask me to come out with you? Fei said speechlessly, I wanted to play games, not go out. Qiu Chen said, what games are fun? We should go out for a walk instead. Fei said, but I don't want to just walk like this. Qiu Chen said, then let's find a place to have fun. Fei asked where. Qiu Chen said, how about I take you to a bar? Fei asked, what is a bar? Can we drink there? Qiu Chen nodded and said, more or less. You can drink inside, and there are many people hanging out together. Fei was excited upon hearing this and said, that sounds great. It must be lively with so many people. Stepping out of the door, Fei asked, Chen, why are we taking a walk late at night? Qiu Chen's mouth twitched slightly as he replied, I originally wanted to sleep at home. Didn't you ask me to come out with you? Fei said speechlessly, I wanted to play games, not go out. Qiu Chen said, what games are fun? We should go out for a walk instead. Fei said, but I don't want to just walk like this. Qiu Chen said, then let's find a place to have fun. Fei asked where. Qiu Chen said, how about I take you to a bar? Fei asked, what is a bar? Can we drink there? Qiu Chen nodded and said, more or less. You can drink inside, and there are many people hanging out together. Fei was excited upon hearing this and said, that sounds great. It must be lively with so many people. Qiu Chen suddenly felt that perhaps his suggestion was a mistake. After all, Fei was so beautiful that if they went to a bar, surely many men would flock around her. However, it was already too late to take back those words because Fei was already holding Qiu Chen's hand and said, Chen, let's go to the bar. Qiu Chen thought for a moment and said, alright, let's go to the bar. Then the two of them hurried out and took a taxi, rushing straight to the bar after getting in. The foot bar is always at its busiest during the night. Many people in the city who enjoy nightlife come here every evening to vent their fatigue and hard work from the day. The deafening volume bombards your head, making those annoying things in your mind quickly disappear. Under the dim lights, shedding your disguise and mask in this moment, be your most authentic self. Countless strangers can rub against each other's bodies here. A romantic encounter, a chance meeting. Perhaps it all happens after just one drink. Therefore, this is also a favorite place for many people, because here you only need to vent loudly without having to think about anything. After entering the bar, Qiu Chen saw many girls in scanty clothing twisting their bodies in the middle of the dance floor, while some boys were making loud noises nearby. The waiters looked expressionless as if they were already accustomed to this scene. After Qiu Chen and Fei found a place to sit, Qiu Chen awkwardly said to the waiter, waiter, bring us a regular beer. In fact, this was also his first time here, so he felt very unfamiliar and a bit nervous. He turned to look at Fei, and this little girl seemed quite excited, looking around everywhere. When the waiter walked over, he was shocked at first glance by Fei's stunningly beautiful face. It was easy to imagine how many men would come over to flirt with such a pretty girl sitting here. This was too common a sight. Sir, Miss, first time here, right? The waiter with his experienced eyes could naturally see Qiu Chen's discomfort on his face. Qiu Chen nodded embarrassedly, and then said, 2 cups of clear wine, thank you. The waiter nodded and began to prepare. Fei asked, Chen, are you going to drink? Qiu Chen said, this is a bar, we definitely need to drink when we come here. Don't worry, I ordered something with low alcohol content. I won't get drunk. Fei said, that's good. Just don't get drunk. Qiu Chen nodded and said, rest assured I won't get drunk. Qiu Chen suddenly felt that perhaps his suggestion was a mistake. After all, Fei was so beautiful that if they went to a bar, surely many men would flock around her. However, it was already too late to take back those words because Fei was already holding Qiu Chen's hand and said, Chen, let's go to the bar. Qiu Chen thought for a moment and said, alright, let's go to the bar. Then the two of them hurried out and took a taxi, rushing straight to the bar after getting in. The foot bar is always at its busiest during the night. Many people in the city who enjoy nightlife come here every evening to vent their fatigue and hard work from the day. The deafening volume bombards your head, making those annoying things in your mind quickly disappear. Under the dim lights, shedding your disguise and mask in this moment, be your most authentic self. Countless strangers can rub against each other's bodies here. A romantic encounter, a chance meeting. Perhaps it all happens after just one drink. Therefore, this is also a favorite place for many people, because here you only need to vent loudly without having to think about anything. After entering the bar, Qiu Chen saw many girls in scanty clothing twisting their bodies in the middle of the dance floor, while some boys were making loud noises nearby. The waiters looked expressionless as if they were already accustomed to this scene. After Qiu Chen and Fei found a place to sit, Qiu Chen awkwardly said to the waiter, "Waiter, bring us a regular beer." In fact, this was also his first time here, so he felt very unfamiliar and a bit nervous. He turned to look at Fei, and this little girl seemed quite excited, looking around everywhere. When the waiter walked over, he was shocked at first glance by Fei's stunningly beautiful face. It was easy to imagine how many men would come over to flirt with such a pretty girl sitting here. This was too common a sight. "Sir, Miss, first time here, right?" The waiter with his experienced eyes could naturally see Qiu Chen's discomfort on his face. Qiu Chen nodded embarrassedly, and then said, "2 cups of clear wine, thank you." The waiter nodded and began to prepare. Fei asked, "Chen, are you going to drink?" Qiu Chen said, "This is a bar, we definitely need to drink when we come here. Don't worry, I ordered something with low alcohol content. I won't get drunk." Fei said, "That's good. Just don't get drunk." Qiu Chen nodded and said, "Rest assured I won't get drunk." After a brief moment, the waiter approached carrying 2 glasses of wine, and Qiu Chen and Fei each took one. Qiu Chen said, "Drink it and try." Fei hummed in acknowledgement, then cautiously took a sip. Her face immediately contorted as she complained, "It's so bitter." Qiu Chen, puzzled, took a sip himself and replied, "Actually, it's not that bitter." Fei said, "Perhaps I'm just not used to the wine here." Qiu Chen kindly asked, "Then what kind of wine do you drink back home?" Fei grinned mischievously and replied, "Naturally, it's blood. Have you forgotten that I am a vampire?" Qiu Chen rolled his eyes and said, "Stop joking. If I were meeting you for the first time, I might actually believe you. But don't forget, we are far too familiar with each other. The last time you tried to bite me was actually your first time drinking blood." Fei huffed and said, "Whether you believe it or not, I am telling the truth. We do indeed make beverages out of fresh blood. I haven't bitten anyone to drink blood, but I have tasted it." Qiu Chen paused for a moment, then asked, "What does fresh blood taste like?" Fei grinned and said, "If you want to know, just bite your own finger and find out." Qiu Chen was utterly speechless and said, "Why would I bite my own finger? Do you think I'm crazy?" Fei retorted, "Then why are you asking such an idiotic question?" Qiu Chen's expression darkened and he bluntly said, "Damn it, do I sense that you are looking down on me?" Fei chuckled and turned her gaze toward the dance floor, saying, "Chen, why don't you go dance?" Qiu Chen said, "You want me to go dance? Twist around like those people there? I'm not doing that." He looked at Fei and asked, "Why? Do you want to go dance?" Fei shook her head and said, "Of course not. I don't know how to dance anyway." Qiu Chen said, "Good. If you went, you'd likely be annoyed to death." Fei asked why. Qiu Chen didn't respond. How could he say that it was because she was too beautiful and he was worried that other men would hit on her, which would be too embarrassing? However, things often exceeded Qiu Chen's imagination. After all, Fei was stunningly beautiful, so certain men would inevitably throw themselves into danger like moths to a flame. For instance, a certain individual approaching at that very moment. The man walked over with several lackeys trailing behind him. Looking indignant and furious, he shouted at Qiu Chen, "We definitely don't know you. I was originally out having a great time eating barbecue with my brothers, but I never expected to encounter such an outrageous situation. This lady has already spoken to you in such a manner, yet how can you still reject her? Don't you realize that doing so will break her heart?" Pausing for a moment, his expression completely transformed as he looked at Fei, adopting an ingratiating demeanor. He flashed what he believed was his most amiable smile and said, "Miss, I apologize for the abruptness, but I simply could not bear to watch. This fellow is squandering your affection for him. You do not deserve to treat him so well." Affection. A vein of exasperation began to pulse on Qiu Chen's forehead, and his expression turned to one of sheer bewilderment. Could this man have misunderstood the situation and stepped in to play the hero? It was highly probable. Judging by his ingratiating smile directed at Fei, he was clearly attempting to undermine Qiu Chen in order to win Fei's favor. Qiu Chen felt as though 1,000 horses were galloping through his mind. What the hell? There was no romance between him and Fei to begin with. Why had he suddenly become her shield? Feeling somewhat irritated, Qiu Chen said, "Listen, big guy, I need to clarify something. I have absolutely no relationship with this lady. If you want to pick up girls, don't drag me into it." The fat man had not expected Qiu Chen to say such a thing. Instantly, flames of anger rose within him. Damn it. Wasn't this making him lose face in front of the beauty? Despite his rage, the fat man forced himself to remain calm and asked, "Is that so? I didn't expect you to be so quick to distance yourself. If this young lady has no connection with you, why did she say she would die if she left you? It is obvious that this young lady harbors deep feelings for you, yet you are merely playing with her emotions. I simply cannot stand by and watch this. This fat man was named Defei. He was a notorious ruffian in this small town, self-proclaiming himself Brother Defei, and attempting to forge his own underworld empire through his own methods. Unfortunately, his underworld ambitions had seen little progress. After 3 years of hustling, he still only had 4 or 5 loyal lackeys following him around. Defei was indeed a vicious fighter, but he had one fatal flaw: he was hopelessly lecherous, addicted to women. That day he had brought his lackeys to eat skewers here when he unexpectedly encountered Feyre. Her appearance stunned him. Having always prided himself on having conquered every beautiful woman, the moment Defei laid eyes on Feyre, he instantly felt that all the women he had previously dated were utterly ugly by comparison. He had originally intended to approach her directly. However, he noticed that Feyre was accompanied by a young man who appeared relatively young, looking refined and scholarly, a clear bookish type. Although Defei was lecherous, he was unlike other thugs who would use intimidation and force to compel obedience. He preferred to rely on his personal charm to make women willingly fall at his feet. But now that charm had failed him, so he resorted to a simpler, more brutal approach. He grabbed a wine bottle from the table and swung it fiercely at Defei's head. Defei was in the middle of preparing an arrogant laugh when he never expected this seemingly fragile girl to swing a bottle directly at his head. Smash! The wine bottle made violent contact with Defei's head. Shards flew everywhere and blood gushed from his wound as his body collapsed to the ground. Everyone was stunned. No one had expected such a breathtakingly beautiful girl to attack so violently. How brutal. Qiu Chen was utterly bewildered. What was happening? He had already been preparing to fight, but he hadn't expected Feyre to strike first, and with such violence. But it was thrilling. Brother Defei. Defei's lackeys finally snapped out of their shock and lunged forward. Let's go. Qiu Chen shouted, grabbing Feyre's hand and sprinting away. If you don't run after hitting someone, what exactly are you waiting for? Qiu Chen felt that he had brought this upon himself. He should never have let Feyre come here. With her looks, she was bound to attract all sorts of annoying pests. And ever since he met Feyre, this was far from the first time they had encountered such troublesome nuisances. Qiu Chen deeply regretted it. He had simply wanted to enjoy himself for once, so why was he being chased again? Feyre, why did you have to fight again? Qiu Chen and Feyre ran for who knows how long before finally stopping, and after catching his breath, Qiu Chen gasped. Feyre said, "It's not my fault. He insulted me, and he was the one who came to harass me." Qiu Chen curled his lip and replied, "It's because you're too beautiful. No wonder they say beauty is a curse." Feyre snorted, "Is being pretty my fault too?" Qiu Chen's lips twitched slightly. "I'm not saying it's your fault for being beautiful. I was just joking, you know that." Feyre huffed angrily, "I don't know anything. You're doing it on purpose." Qiu Chen's face darkened. "Can't you be a little more civil?" Feyre remained furious. "Civil? What's civil? Sister Lily says these days girls who are a bit rough are more popular." Qiu Chen's face darkened even further. "I should never have let you spend so much time with Lily. Now she's corrupted you." Feyre angrily pinched Qiu Chen. "What do you mean corrupted? Don't you dare talk about Sister Lily like that." Qiu Chen glanced at her and teased, "You're so protective of Lily. Are you two really a couple?" Feyre glared at him. "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll really ignore you." Qiu Chen completely deflated. Alright, I'll stop messing with you. So where do you want to go now?" Qiu Chen felt he had brought this upon himself. He should never have let Feyre come here. With her looks, she was bound to attract all sorts of annoying pests. And ever since he met Feyre, this was far from the first time they had encountered such troublesome nuisances. Qiu Chen deeply regretted it. He had simply wanted to enjoy himself for once, so why was he being chased again? "Feyre, why did you have to fight again?" Qiu Chen and Feyre ran for who knows how long before finally stopping, and after catching his breath, Qiu Chen gasped. Feyre said, "It's not my fault. He insulted me, and he was the one who came to harass me." Qiu Chen curled his lip and replied, "It's because you're too beautiful. No wonder they say beauty is a curse." Feyre snorted, "Is being pretty my fault too?" Qiu Chen's lips twitched slightly. "I'm not saying it's your fault for being beautiful. I was just joking, you know that." Feyre huffed angrily, "I don't know anything. You're doing it on purpose." Qiu Chen's face darkened. "Can't you be a little more civil?" Feyre remained furious. "Civil? What's civil? Sister Lily says these days girls who are a bit rough are more popular." Qiu Chen's face darkened even further. "I should never have let you spend so much time with Lily. Now she's corrupted you." Feyre angrily pinched Qiu Chen. "What do you mean corrupted? Don't you dare talk about Sister Lily like that." Qiu Chen glanced at her and teased, "You're so protective of Lily. Are you two really a couple?" Feyre glared at him. "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll really ignore you." Qiu Chen completely deflated. Alright, I'll stop messing with you. So where do you want to go now?" Feyre thought for a moment. "I didn't eat enough at home. You're treating me to a meal." Qiu Chen's lips twitched again. Fine, I give up. You really can eat a lot. Let's go." Feyre snorted. Feyre thought for a moment. "I didn't eat enough at home. You're treating me to a meal." Qiu Chen's lips twitched again. Fine, I give up. You really can eat a lot. Let's go." Qiu Chen burst out laughing. He had only asked a casual question, never expecting Feyre to take so long to seriously answer. Qiu Chen took a sip of water from his cup. "I've lived here for 30 years and still haven't fully understood this country. Besides, our Huaxia is vast and rich in resources with 5,000 years of culture. Right now you're only in one city, so of course you can't see the whole picture. Feier listened earnestly. Uncle is right. If I ever have the chance, I'd really like to visit other cities in your country. Feier couldn't stand it anymore and said to Daohe, Feier, Uncle is just joking with you. You don't have to answer him so seriously. He's just being boring. Qiu Chen's face darkened. He was trying to act deep to flirt, and this girl had to puncture his tires. Feier let out an oh and smiled. Just then the ordered dishes arrived. Qiu Chen waved his hand grandly. Eat up. Today's on Uncle. Feier grinned slyly. You're done for Uncle. I'll eat you broke. Feier also laughed and began to savor the meal gracefully. Qiu Chen waved his hand in a very ostentatious manner, declaring with bravado, bro's got money. If worst comes to worst, I'll just swipe my card. Who cares? When treating a girl to a meal, you have to be generous. Even though bro's got less than $100 left, he still got his card. As they were eating, a commotion suddenly broke out in the restaurant. It seemed something had happened. Many customers were whispering to each other as if discussing something. At that moment, from a private room near the side hall came the sound of things being smashed. Feier looked at each other in confusion and asked Qiu Chen, Uncle, did something happen? Qiu Chen shrugged helplessly. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? I'm not clairvoyant. How would I know? Bang! A loud crash rang out as the door to that private room was flung open with force. Then a young man who looked quite young was pushed out. Following him, 4 boys also in their early 20s emerged from inside. Soon after the 4 boys came out, a middle-aged man also stepped out, cursing loudly in Japanese. The young man who had been pushed out first appeared to be a waiter, his face full of stubbornness, arguing about something. Qiu Chen and the other 2 turned their gaze toward the scene. That middle-aged man was none other than Dao Yin, who had been humiliated by Qiu Chen at the Chen family martial arts school. What's going on? What's going on? At that moment, a man dressed in a suit and leather shoes hurried over, his face full of anxiety. Qiu Chen had not expected to encounter Japanese nationals here, nor had he anticipated that they appeared to be looking for trouble. The middle-aged man walked over and addressed Inada respectfully. Sir, may I ask what the matter is? Inada declared with an air of superiority, You've arrived at the perfect moment. Your waitress lacks basic manners. I asked her to wash my bowl, and she refused. The middle-aged man hastened to respond, Please do not be angry, sir. Let me inquire. Turning to the young man, he asked sternly, What is the situation? Don't you know that the customer is always right and service comes first? The young man defended himself. Manager, this Japanese man asked me to lick his bowl clean with my mouth. I absolutely will not do such a thing. Inada sneered contemptuously. For a Chinaman like you, I am granting you the honor of licking my bowl clean with your mouth. Do not be ungrateful. Hurry up. The middle-aged man also urged, Exactly, hurry up. The young man, being stubborn, retorted, I won't. Manager, even if you fire me today, I will never do such a thing. I have my dignity. You have my mother. Smack. The middle-aged man raised his hand to strike the young man, but before his palm could connect, another hand firmly grasped his wrist. You have my mother. Qiu Chen counterattacked with a sharp slap across the man's face, then roared angrily, Is Japan, this pigsty of a nation, your father or your mother? Why do you defend it so zealously? Baka, daring to curse at us. Beat him. Inada waved his hand, signaling his minions to charge forward. Stand back. Qiu Chen spoke a word to Feier, then launched his attack. Li Haoyan was also a martial arts master, so his skills were formidable. Teacher. The 7 Japanese students hastily helped the mustachioed man to his feet. Wiping the blood from his face, he pointed a trembling finger at Li Haoyan and cursed, You, what are you doing? Qiu Chen's expression turned icy. Me? Beating a dog. You're asking for death. Chinese pig, this is a matter between us and the Chen family martial arts hall. Get lost now, or you'll regret it. The mustachioed man did not underestimate Qiu Chen, though his gaze still carried disdain. Qiu Chen snorted coldly, his voice righteous and resolute. What nonsense! You dare call us Chinese the sick man of East Asia? I am intervening in this matter. Baka, Chinese people are indeed the sick men of East Asia. Daring to speak to my teacher like that, you'll taste the power of my karate. A Japanese student strutted forward arrogantly, stomped his feet on the ground, raised his leg high, and brought it down hard toward Qiu Chen below. You brought this upon yourself. Qiu Chen snorted in anger, his eyes unfaltering. As the Japanese student descended, he stepped back with his left foot, and suddenly extended his right, delivering a heavy kick to the student's chest. The student vomited a mouthful of blood, his body flying several meters through the air before crashing into the courtyard wall. His eyes rolled back and he passed out instantly. Excellent. Big brother, that was amazing. One customer cheered loudly. Brother is indeed a brother. His strikes are ruthless, but it feels so satisfying. Yeah, brother is awesome. Truly impressive. Your martial arts skills are incredible. Beat those bastards to death. The restaurant patrons were also excited, shouting, enthusiastically eager to jump up with joy. Baka, you dare strike my student. Do you know that my students are influential children in the great Japanese empire? Today I will make you pay. The mustachioed man raised a fierce threat, then shouted, Attack him together. Yes, teacher. The remaining 6 students charged at Qiu Chen with bared fangs and claws, their eyes red with rage. In their minds, having their friend injured by a lowly Chinese person was a source of great shame. Today I will let you know that our vast Chinese nation is not something you lowly creatures sustained by women and adult videos can ever compare to. With that, Qiu Chen's body moved like a blur. He roared, kicking one Japanese student directly in the face, then spun around delivering 2 whip kicks that laid 2 more students flat. He punched one student in the chin, grabbed his armpit with his left hand, and sliced horizontally across his throat with his right. Struck heavily in the throat, the student did not even manage a scream before Qiu Chen punched him in the face. He fell to the ground convulsing. The remaining 3 Japanese students, surprised by the Chinese man's prowess, grew timid. Baka, you useless fools, don't disgrace the face of the great Japanese emperor. The mustachioed man roared in fury. He could not bear his students embarrassing him. Kill him. Unable to withstand his teacher's provocation, one Japanese student shouted and threw a punch at Qiu Chen. Qiu Chen dodged the punch, struck the man's face with his left hand, then punched his abdomen. As the man bent over, Qiu Chen drove his elbow hard into his back. With a loud crack, presumably the sound of a broken spine, the man collapsed unconscious. Aya! The Japanese student on the left kicked at Qiu Chen's groin. Qiu Chen caught his leg with both hands, punched his knee, then pulled him forward forcefully. He punched the man in the face, and while he was dazed, Qiu Chen inserted his hands under his waist, lifted him up, raised his knee high, and smashed the man down onto his knee. Ow! The man let out a scream that was hardly human, like a fragile egg smashing against a rock. His waist was likely completely shattered by Qiu Chen. Qiu Chen tossed him aside like trash and said to the mustachioed man and the last Japanese student, "Grandson, come here. Attack him." The mustachioed man kicked the surviving student hard in the buttocks, causing him to run uncontrollably toward Qiu Chen. Qiu Chen shifted his feet and punched the man in the chin. With a crack, the man's jaw dislocated, and he fell gloriously to the ground. Even more shocked, the mustachioed man watched his students either lying on the ground groaning or already unconscious. He finally realized he had kicked an iron plate. Nevertheless, he still sneered, "Chinese pig, you're finished. You dare hit my students. You know your entire nation will face retaliation." Bang. Before he could finish, Qiu Chen darted forward and delivered a heavy kick to his groin. The mustachioed man curled up in pain, kneeling on the ground and muttering curses incessantly. Qiu Chen glanced at him sideways and said coldly, "Cut the nonsense. I'm telling you, throughout our 5,000 years of Chinese history, how many foreigners have come trying to bully us? The only answer they ever received was 2 words: get lost. You, a mere island nation, were not devastated enough during the 8-year war of resistance. Today you bring these so-called impressive students here to disgrace yourselves. Believe it or not, I'll make sure you enter horizontally and leave vertically." The mustachioed man's features crumpled, about to utter "bah." Qiu Chen exploded again, grabbing the man's collar with one hand. His eyes locked onto him like a beast's, and he shouted loudly, "Let me tell you, past, present, or future, China is not a nation you can afford to offend. If you dare speak those 4 words again, I will kill you on the spot." Bang! Qiu Chen punched the mustachioed man in the face. The immense force sent 3 or 4 teeth flying from his mouth. The man was thrown onto the steps in front of the door like a mangy dog. "Take your students and get out. If I ever see you again, I'll kill you." Qiu Chen roared, his heroism soaring to the skies, his dominance overwhelming. The restaurant guests applauded enthusiastically, for Qiu Chen's words had struck a chord in their hearts. After shopping with Feier, Qiu Chen returned to the apartment. Overcome by exhaustion, Feier sprawled across the sofa, kicking her legs up, and said to him, "Qiu Chen, cook for me." Qiu Chen bit back a curse and retorted hastily, "Didn't we just eat? And that was 2 meals. Even if you have an iron stomach, surely you can't eat that much." Feier glared at him. "I don't care. I want to eat." Qiu Chen's mouth twitched. Why did Feier increasingly resemble that domineering heroine from those rom-coms? Qiu Chen lay down on the sofa beside her and said, "I'm too tired. Let's order takeout." Feier pouted, ordering someone else to deliver food again. "I've had takeout so many times since I got here. I'm utterly sick of it." Qiu Chen scratched his head in exasperation. "Then what do you want me to do?" Feier replied, "Can't we just cook for ourselves?" Qiu Chen said, "Ideally, yes. But reality is harsh. You understand?" "I don't." Feier honestly admitted that she had not understood him at all. Qiu Chen nearly face-planted. Embarrassed, he explained, "What I mean is, I can't cook. How am I supposed to cook?" Feier dismissed his concern with a wave of her hand. "So what? I'll cook." Qiu Chen nearly fell off the sofa. Stammering, he asked, You will cook? You know how to cook?" Seeing Qiu Chen's reaction, Feier knew he didn't believe her. Annoyed, she snapped, "What? You don't believe I can cook?" "I believe my foot." Qiu Chen thought sarcastically. He had never heard of a vampire who could cook. Besides, judging by Feier's various reactions and her usual behavior, what aspect of her suggested she knew how to cook? Of course, Qiu Chen did not voice these thoughts. To protect Feier's fragile ego, he chose a tactful approach. "It's not that I don't trust you. I just think that in this smart era, all you have to do is place a call and food is delivered right to your door. You are a princess. There's no need for you to get your hands dirty in the kitchen. It would be beneath your dignity, don't you think?" Qiu Chen flashed an ingratiating smile. After weaving through his roundabout speech, his core message remained simple: I don't want you to cook. Fei sharp-witted as she was immediately saw through Qiu Chen's excuse. Pouting, she said haughtily, if you just don't trust me, I'll cook for you today anyway. Qiu Chen sighed in resignation. Had his words provoked her pride? Grinning sheepishly, he said, but you don't know how to use human kitchen appliances. Qiu Chen believed this reason was flawless. Even if she wanted to cook, she lacked the tools. It was a case of desire without ability. Let's see how she handled that. No problem. Just teach me. This princess is as bright as ice and snow. I learn quickly. Besides, my culinary skills are exquisite. Nothing can stump me. Fei calmly crushed Qiu Chen's last hope. Thus, a jubilant Fei dragged a dejected Qiu Chen into the kitchen, beginning the Princess Fei's first ever cooking attempt. Half an hour later, Qiu Chen regretted it. Where was this bright as ice and snow? Where was this exquisite culinary skill? Qiu Chen was on the verge of tears. Was Fei even cooking? She was essentially researching explosives. Although Qiu Chen had preemptively dialed 911 on his phone ready to call the firefighters the moment flames erupted. However, Qiu Chen had miscalculated. Fortunately, Fei did not cause a fire this time, but she fully exposed her true culinary abilities. Fei initially approached her signature dish, pan-fried eggs, with great confidence. But she encountered significant problems. The first issue was her unfamiliarity with the stove. Although she had boasted about learning quickly, and with Qiu Chen guiding her from the sidelines, Fei frequently mistook vinegar for oil and MSG for salt. Fei, wrong. Wrong. You picked the wrong bottle. Oh, I'm just not practiced. Wrong again, Fei. Why are you pouring the eggs into the spatula? Is this a spatula? I don't know what that is. Such dialogues continued uninterrupted from the start to the end of Fei's cooking. By the time she finished, she had broken 7 plates and 8 bowls. At first, Qiu Chen tried to self-hypnotize himself by muttering, sway sway ping, and shattered means peace. But as the glass fragments on the floor multiplied, dark lines formed on Qiu Chen's face. Qiu Chen wanted to cry, but had no tears. This was merely making a simple pan-fried egg. Why did he feel as though he were heading to the battlefield? After the clattering ceased, Qiu Chen looked at the dark amorphous object on the table, neither round nor wide, and shed tears of regret once more. Well, it looks a bit ugly, but it tastes good. Try it. Fei's face was smeared with black grease resembling Judge Bao. Qiu Chen looked at the eggs in the plate, then at Fei's face. He was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. On the verge of a breakdown, Qiu Chen poked the indistinguishable egg with his chopsticks, and asked Fei, are you sure you know how to cook? Fei blushed. She also thought the eggs looked terrible, but she stubbornly retorted, can you blame me? These eggs are not from my palace back home, and the stove is a strange device I'm unfamiliar with. Plus you were rushing me. Of course I performed below par. Performed below par? Qiu Chen had no energy left to retort. But I clearly told you not to cook. Why were you so stubborn? Fei felt wronged. Her goodwill was not only unappreciated but also mocked by Qiu Chen's sharp tongue. Tears welled up in her eyes. I only felt that following you every day was a burden. I wanted to cook a meal to repay you, and you not only fail to appreciate it, but you speak to me this way. As she spoke, her voice became choked with sobs, and she began to whimper. She was just a young girl after all. Feeling that she was a burden to Qiu Chen, she had thoughtfully wanted to cook a meal to repay him. Who would have thought that instead of appreciation, she would be spoken to in such a manner? The little girl immediately burst into tears, feeling deeply wronged. Qiu Chen said, why are you crying? Stop pretending. Do you think I haven't met girls like you before? You're faking it. Huh? Fei's face flushed red and she said, I didn't expect you to see through it so quickly. You are indeed smart. Qiu Chen said helplessly, come on. I know you so well now. Do you really think I can still be deceived by you? Qiu Chen was right. Having spent so much time with Fei, it would be inexcusable if he still failed to understand her. Qiu Chen recalled the first time Fei had cooked. It had been exactly like this. He had assumed she couldn't cook, and she had gotten angry, eventually bursting into tears. To be honest, Qiu Chen had been utterly panicked back then. Any man will tell you that humans are naturally defenseless against a woman's tears, and if Fei were to truly cry, Qiu Chen would have been overwhelmed with distress. But things were different now. Having fully come to understand Fei's mischievous and quirky nature, he could naturally see that she was merely teasing him. Fei smiled, and said to Qiu Chen, I'm so full. You finished the washing, Chen. What? Qiu Chen was about to protest, but Fei had already drifted away lightly. Qiu Chen stood there, his face a mask of despair. Why did it always end up like this? No one had said he was the one to wash the dishes. He gave a helpless, bitter smile, picked up the bowls, and headed to the stove. He could complain all he wanted, but the chores still had to be done. After Fei walked into her room, the smile on her face froze. Sitting on her bed, she looked at the date on the calendar, a bitter smile touching her lips as she murmured to herself, 240 days. 240 days until I have to leave. Between her smiles, Fei remembered the words the old woman had said. The old woman had shaken her head and said, no need. It is already useless for you, have missed the final opportunity to reclaim the aura within your body. Even if you die to retrieve it now, it will hold no meaning. Fei's face did not show much panic. Instead, she asked calmly, do you mean I will die right now? The old woman said no. Your 3 souls and 7 spirits which were originally intended to burst from your body have been sealed by the 6 paths of reincarnation talisman I placed within you. Therefore you will not die immediately. However, even if you do not dissipate right away, you will still perish after some time. How much longer do I have? Feier's voice was faint, sounding as though she did not care at all. In truth, no one knew how terrified she felt inside at that very moment. She was not afraid of death, but of parting. 250 days. The old woman pondered for a moment before revealing the truth. She felt it necessary to let Feier know the reality. Even if she could not save her, she wanted her to be mentally prepared. 250 days. That sounds like a long time, Feier said, as if comforting herself, as if encouraging herself. In fact, this was the most painful outcome. If she were to die suddenly, there might be regrets, but in that helplessness there would be no time for prolonged sorrow, grief, or reluctance. But knowing how many days you have left to live is like having a voice constantly reminding you in your mind of your remaining time. It is torment, a torture of the mind. Everyone fears death. No matter how tough you pretend to be in your subconscious, when you truly stand on the brink of death, in that single second your heart will desperately want to live. The desire to survive will expand infinitely in that instant, generating immense pressure that crushes your breath and drives you to unbearable pain. Although Feier was not human, this instinct still existed in her mind. It is a primal instinct, a human instinct irrelevant of race. The old woman said with regret, "If you had followed my instructions last night, you would not only survive, but live. But alas, it is all merely an if. Since you made your own choice, there is no way to change it now." Feier smiled faintly and said, "You are right, grandmother. That is why I do not regret it. I am only afraid. I am afraid of that day arriving suddenly, afraid of disappearing in front of Chun, and afraid of never seeing him again." The old woman sighed and said, "Then spend this remaining time accompanying him. Perhaps one day might just be the last day." Feier said, "Yes, it is time to accompany him." If she did not do it now, she feared she would never see Qiu Chen again. Actually, this was the best ending for her. If she had followed the old woman's method to reclaim her aura, she would have survived, but Qiu Chen would have vanished directly, perhaps, without even the chance to say goodbye. This was best. She had saved Qiu Chen's life and given herself time with him. Although it was only 250 days, it was far better than disappearing silently. "Little girl, I regret it. I should not have let you choose for yourself. I should have forcibly reclaimed the aura which would have preserved your life." Her voice was thick with self-reproach and regret. She had promised her previous host to protect her reincarnation, yet in the end, she was powerless. "Grandmother, I thank you for saving me. But if you had forcibly reclaimed my aura, I might have resented you." Feier's gaze was earnest as she continued, "I do not want to cause Chen's death because of me, nor do I want to carry the burden of guilt for the rest of my life. So let me bear this alone." The old woman said, "But in this way he will never know, never understand. Is it really worth it?" Feier smiled and said, "Perhaps it seems unworthy in your eyes. I do not even know if it is worthy myself, but only by doing this can my heart find peace." The old woman said, "You have been in the human world for so long, it seems you have picked up human flaws and habits." Feier smiled and said, "Human habits? Perhaps. Having lived among humans for so long, if I have indeed picked up any habits, I suppose it is inevitable." The old woman smiled, and then said, "Since you have made up your mind, there is no point in me saying more. Take this." Saying this, she took out a small medicine bottle from her pocket and handed it to Feier. Feier took it and asked curiously, "Grandmother, what is this?" The old woman said, "This is a pill I refined while you were unconscious. It is mixed with my aura. When you feel weak or your heart aches, take one pill. It may extend your lifespan for a while." Feier was overjoyed. She gripped it tightly and said, "Thank you, grandmother. Thank you for everything you have done for me." The old woman said indifferently, "It is nothing. To know each other is a form of fate. Although I cannot let you continue living in this world, I must do my utmost to let you live a little longer." Feier nodded, a smile on her face. Although she would still die as long as she could stay with Chun, even for one more second, it was happiness. Actually, happiness is sometimes this simple. Even if you cannot be with the one you love, as long as you cherish every moment together, you will find that the length of companionship is not the true essence of happiness. Having come, having remembered, having loved, that is enough. Recalling her entire conversation with the old woman in her mind, Feier felt her heart ache terribly. Perhaps one day she would truly have to leave. After she left, would Chen still remember her? Perhaps not. Human memory might not last as long as eternity. Feier's thoughts were unknown to Qiu Chen. It was already the second day, and he had now arrived at school. Rehearsals had to continue. He couldn't afford to waste any time. The annual school anniversary was the grandest celebration of the institution. Being able to participate was already a stroke of luck, so he had to perform well and not disappoint his teachers and the classmates who supported him. Although he knew there weren't many who supported him, it didn't matter. After all, for the school anniversary, Fang Yuanjing and Nangongqi's performance had become the greatest anticipation and highlight. Senior sister Fang's performance was said to be a song and dance piece from her latest album. As for Nangongqi, Qiu Chen expressed that he had never had much interest in such people who cared what he performed. After finishing rehearsal, Qiu Chen left school, with Feier following behind. They played until evening when she said to him, "Chun, where are we going now?" Qiu Chen nodded and said, "Where else do you want to go?" Hearing this, Fei timidly lowered her little head and deliberately changed the subject, saying, "Chen, are you feeling better now? Let's hurry home." Seeing that Fei was deliberately avoiding his question, Qiu Chen immediately understood and said with a stern face, "Fei, did you secretly follow me out? Didn't I tell you to stay at home?" Fei lowered her head, then tapped her two fingers together, looking as adorable as can be. "I was just worried about you. I saw you leave in such a hurry and was afraid you might run into danger." As she said this, the goddess Fei even sniffled her nose with grievance. Qiu Chen spoke earnestly, "Fei, I know you're worried about me, but I worry about you too. Here you don't know anyone besides me. What if you ran out and got separated from me and encountered a bad person? That won't happen. Whoever dares to bully me, I'll kill them." Fei said this violent remark with great pride. Qiu Chen recalled what happened at the barbecue stall that day and found himself speechless, but he still said seriously, "Then what if you got lost and couldn't find your way back? Would you starve out there? That won't happen either. You carry my scent, so no matter where you go, I'll always find you." Fei looked up, her bright sparkling eyes fixed on Qiu Chen. Qiu Chen was helpless and said with annoyance, "Are you a dog, or what?" No matter where he went, Fei could always find him. It was as if she had installed a GPS tracking system on him. It seemed that even going to the bathroom would no longer be private from now on. Fei chuckled, completely unbothered by his words. "I'm not a dog. Have you forgotten? I'm a vampire." After a moment, Fei said with a pitiful pout, "Chen, to chase after you, I didn't even finish my meal. I'm really hungry now." With that, Fei blinked her big adorable eyes. Qiu Chen was helpless. This little woman wasn't just a foodie, she was a foodie among foodies, a true champion of eaters. Her belly was so flat, yet it felt like she was always eating and never getting full. Since he was planning to get a late-night snack anyway, for once Qiu Chen didn't tease Fei. Instead, he said, "All right, today I'll take you to experience our human night market." "Night market? What's that?" Fei asked curiously. Qiu Chen simply replied, "Don't ask so many questions. You'll see when we get there." Talking as they went, he led Fei to the night market. Around 1 or 2 in the morning was when the night owls were most active, so the foot traffic wasn't any less than during the day. Qiu Chen took Fei to have some crayfish, followed by a plate of fried noodles. Little girl Fei's appearance once again stirred restless energy among the male crowd. However, Qiu Chen was already used to this. After eating their fill, he took Fei and left the night market. Even the energetic little girl seemed tired, yawning listlessly along the way. Qiu Chen found it secretly amusing as he walked along the street with Fei, trying to hail a taxi. "Chen," Fei called out to him. Qiu Chen turned back and asked, "What's wrong?" Fei said pitifully, "My feet hurt." "Feet hurt? Are your shoes uncomfortable?" Qiu Chen looked down and drew in a sharp breath. At this moment, one of Fei's feet still wore the black flip-flop, but the shoe on her other foot was nowhere to be seen. Her fair, delicate little foot had been rubbed, swollen from walking on the asphalt road, and the ground beneath her foot seemed to have traces of blood. What was even more heartbreaking was that despite her foot being in such a condition, Fei had walked with him for such a long time without a single word of complaint. Looking at Fei's furrowed brows and her red lips tightly pressed from pain, Qiu Chen felt his heart ache intensely. "Where's your shoe?" Qiu Chen quickly crouched down, gently lifted Fei's small foot, and rested her delicate foot on his knee. Fei watched Qiu Chen's actions. Although she knew he meant well, her little face still flushed red, but she answered, "It broke when I was following you earlier." "Then why didn't you tell me? Did you think you were being brave by enduring it silently?" Qiu Chen mentally berated himself for being so careless, unable to even notice that Fei's foot was injured. On the other hand, he was also a bit angry at Fei's stubbornness. "This little girl, sure you're a vampire, but right now you're just an ordinary person, alright? Why did you have to be so stubborn?" Fei then said, "I saw you walking so quickly, probably eager to get home and rest. So I just endured it silently." Fei's words made Qiu Chen unable to blame her any longer. Instead, his heart felt even warmer. He hadn't expected that although Fei was usually carefree and seemingly indifferent, she could still be so considerate. Qiu Chen said tenderly, "Does your foot hurt?" Fei bit her lower lip and let out a soft affirmative hum. Qiu Chen sighed and said, "It's going to be hard to hail a taxi at this hour. We're not far from home now. You can't walk any further, so I'll carry you on my back." "You? Carry me?" Fei's face flushed red again, like a rosy glow on the horizon, making her look extraordinarily charming and lovely. Qiu Chen gently set Fei's foot down, turned around, knelt on one knee, and patted his own back, saying, "Yeah, come on up." Fei said with some concern, "I'm very heavy." Qiu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little woman, even at a time like this, could still worry about such a thing. Fei had been overthinking it, as she was so petite, as light as a feather. Qiu Chen carried Fei on his back, walking along the street. Fei was quite excited for this time. Qiu Chen had spontaneously offered to take her to the night market, whereas before she had to beg him, and he would refuse. Qiu Chen's behavior today pleased Fei greatly. After all, it was wonderful to go out and experience the lively atmosphere. After wandering in the night market for a while, Qiu Chen prepared to head home with Fei. Fei said somewhat embarrassingly, "Qin, please put me down. It's still quite a long way home. Oh, I can walk on my own." Qiu Chen shook his head and said, "No need. Let's wait for a taxi." Unable to persuade Qiu Chen, Fei relented and said, "Then I'm troubling you." Qiu Chen chuckled and said, "It's fine. I'm a white horse knight." Whether it was fate deliberately granting these two more time together, or simply Qiu Chen's terrible luck that night, they couldn't tell. They couldn't hail a taxi at all. However, Qiu Chen seemed to have already given up. They were nearly at his apartment, so hailing a taxi would have been futile anyway. Fei was sleeping soundly and deeply. A faint smile appeared on Qiu Chen's face. For some reason, this scene filled him with a warm sense of contentment. Shaking off those stray thoughts, Qiu Chen continued carrying Fei on his back. At that moment, Qiu Chen failed to notice that in the sky above the moon was growing larger, emitting an eerie white halo. A beam of white moonlight descended from the sky, striking both Qiu Chen and Fei. Cold. So cold. Fei did not know when she had awakened. She murmured weakly, repeatedly chanting the word cold. Qiu Chen said in surprise, "It isn't cold weather now. Why are you shivering? Do you have a cold?" Fei seemed truly freezing. She pressed her body tightly against Qiu Chen's back, her frame trembling uncontrollably. "Fei, what is wrong with you?" Qiu Chen began to panic. Fei's behavior was extremely abnormal. She was shivering on his back and her body was growing ice cold. Could she have a fever? No, that's impossible. You're not human, so this shouldn't happen. What's going on? Qiu Chen stopped in his tracks and twisted around to look at Fei on his back. Fei had been overthinking it as she was so petite, as light as a feather. Qiu Chen carried Fei on his back, walking along the street. Fei was quite excited for this time. Qiu Chen had spontaneously offered to take her to the night market, whereas before she had to beg him, and he would refuse. Qiu Chen's behavior today pleased Fei greatly. After all, it was wonderful to go out and experience the lively atmosphere. After wandering in the night market for a while, Qiu Chen prepared to head home with Fei. Fei said somewhat embarrassingly, "Qin, please put me down. It's still quite a long way home. Oh, I can walk on my own." Qiu Chen shook his head and said, "No need. Let's wait for a taxi." Unable to persuade Qiu Chen, Fei relented and said, "Then I'm troubling you." Qiu Chen chuckled and said, "It's fine. I'm a white horse knight." Whether it was fate deliberately granting these two more time together, or simply Qiu Chen's terrible luck that night, they couldn't tell. They couldn't hail a taxi at all. However, Qiu Chen seemed to have already given up. They were nearly at his apartment, so hailing a taxi would have been futile anyway. Fei was sleeping soundly and deeply. A faint smile appeared on Qiu Chen's face. For some reason, this scene filled him with a warm sense of contentment. Shaking off those stray thoughts, Qiu Chen continued carrying Fei on his back. At that moment, Qiu Chen failed to notice that in the sky above the moon was growing larger, emitting an eerie white halo. A beam of white moonlight descended from the sky, striking both Qiu Chen and Fei. Cold. So cold. Fei did not know when she had awakened. She murmured weakly, repeatedly chanting the word cold. Qiu Chen said in surprise, "It isn't cold weather now. Why are you shivering? Do you have a cold?" Fei seemed truly freezing. She pressed her body tightly against Qiu Chen's back, her frame trembling uncontrollably. "Fei, what is wrong with you?" Qiu Chen began to panic. Fei's behavior was extremely abnormal. She was shivering on his back and her body was growing ice cold. Could she have a fever? No, that's impossible. You're not human, so this shouldn't happen. What's going on? Qiu Chen stopped in his tracks and twisted around to look at Fei on his back. "Quickly take me home, Qin." Fei felt terrible. She understood that her vital signs might be fading. Qiu Chen was startled, then suddenly remembered something and said, "Fei, aren't you going to turn into a vampire again, like last time?" Fei did not wish for Qiu Chen to know her true condition, so she went along with his words. "Yes, it's quite possible. No, I must get you home quickly." Having said that, Qiu Chen ran into the middle of the road to hail a taxi. "Quickly take me home, Qin." Fei felt terrible. She understood that her vital signs might be fading. Qiu Chen was startled, then suddenly remembered something and said, "Fei, aren't you going to turn into a vampire again, like last time?" Fei did not wish for Qiu Chen to know her true condition, so she went along with his words. "Yes, it's quite possible. No, I must get you home quickly." Having said that, Qiu Chen ran into the middle of the road to hail a taxi. Qiu Chen knew the situation was urgent, so he quickly hailed a taxi with Fei and headed home. Upon arriving, he carried her to her room. Qiu Chen ran with incredible speed, reaching his apartment in an instant. He unlocked the door, carried Fei straight into her room, without turning on the lights, locked the door, drew the curtains, and gently placed her on the bed. "It's okay, Fei. There's no moonlight here now. This should help," Qiu Chen said, comforting her while breathing heavily. Hiss. Fei was still shivering. Once on the bed, she immediately rolled off and crawled into a corner, hugging her knees tightly and burying her face between them. "Fei, don't come near me. Let me be alone for a moment. Please." Seeing Fei in this state, Qiu Chen's heart ached even more. He recalled vividly how she had looked during their first encounter with this condition. Watching her suffer like that before had left a deep impression on him. He was so worried about Fei. The sole reason Fei was so anxious to make Qiu Chen leave was that she did not want him to witness her impending weakness. However, Qiu Chen was unaware of this. He thought Fei was simply too embarrassed to let him see her transform into a vampire. Qiu Chen wrapped his arms around Fei and said, "It's all right, Fei. It's not the first time I've seen you become a vampire. Don't worry, I don't mind." Fei said anxiously, "No, Chen, please leave first." I feel terrible and want to be alone for a while. Still perplexed, Qiu Chen responded, It's okay, Feier. We've been together for so long, I'm not afraid. Are you alright? Should I get you some tea? Feier said, I'm fine, just go out first. With that to prevent Qiu Chen from continuing, she managed to stand up from the floor and pushed him out. Pushed outside the door, Qiu Chen leaned against it in frustration. He felt that Feier was somehow different tonight. He called out to her, Alright, I'll go first. If you feel really bad, remember to tell me. Feier replied perfunctorily, I know. Qiu Chen was utterly baffled. Last time when something similar happened with the archmage, Feier hadn't pushed him away. What was wrong with her today? Whatever the case, he decided to go downstairs and prepare some hot tea for Feier, muttering his concerns to himself. If Lily and the others knew, would they mock Qiu Chen? Feier was about to undergo a transformation, not a fever. Why would he brew hot tea for her? After dismissing Qiu Chen, Feier collapsed onto the bed, then forced herself up and slowly walked to a drawer. Opening it, she took out a pill. Taking the pill, she quickly swallowed one. A refreshing sensation spread through her heart, making her feel much warmer. The sole reason Feier was so anxious to make Qiu Chen leave was that she did not want him to witness her impending weakness. However, Qiu Chen was unaware of this. He thought Feier was simply too embarrassed to let him see her transform into a vampire. Qiu Chen wrapped his arms around Feier and said, It's alright, Feier. It's not the first time I've seen you become a vampire. Don't worry, I don't mind. Feier said anxiously, No Chen, please leave first. I feel terrible and want to be alone for a while. Still perplexed, Qiu Chen responded, It's okay, Feier. We've been together for so long, I'm not afraid. Are you alright? Should I get you some tea? Feier said, I'm fine, just go out first. With that to prevent Qiu Chen from continuing, she managed to stand up from the floor and pushed him out. Pushed outside the door, Qiu Chen leaned against it in frustration. He felt that Feier was somehow different tonight. He called out to her, Alright, I'll go first. If you feel really bad, remember to tell me. Feier replied perfunctorily, I know. Qiu Chen was utterly baffled. Last time when something similar happened with the archmage, Feier hadn't pushed him away. What was wrong with her today? Whatever the case, he decided to go downstairs and prepare some hot tea for Feier, muttering his concerns to himself. If Lily and the others knew, would they mock Qiu Chen? Feier was about to undergo a transformation, not a fever. Why would he brew hot tea for her? After dismissing Qiu Chen, Feier collapsed onto the bed, then forced herself up and slowly walked to a drawer. Opening it, she took out a pill. Taking the pill, she quickly swallowed one. A refreshing sensation spread through her heart, making her feel much warmer. But before Feier could recover even slightly, her body began to ache again. She guessed that as time passed, the pill's effect was waning. Feier was in agony. At that moment, a beam of light appeared, and an old woman emerged once more. Old woman, have you come to save me again? Feier asked in a low voice. The old woman walked over with a grave expression and said, Didn't I tell you to be careful? Why has it gotten so much worse? Feier said, I don't know what happened either. Suddenly, even after taking the pill, I couldn't suppress it. The old woman replied, This is because as time passes, the pill's suppressing power diminishes. But before Feier could recover even slightly, her body began to ache again. She guessed that as time passed, the pill's effect was waning. Feier was in agony. At that moment, a beam of light appeared, and an old woman emerged once more. Old woman, have you come to save me again? Feier asked in a low voice. The old woman walked over with a grave expression and said, Didn't I tell you to be careful? Why has it gotten so much worse? Feier said, I don't know what happened either. Suddenly, even after taking the pill, I couldn't suppress it. The old woman replied, This is because as time passes, the pill's suppressing power diminishes. Feier asked, Then old woman, what should I do? The old woman said, It's alright. Luckily I came in time. Wait a moment, I will use my energy to heal you. Feier hurriedly said, Old woman, don't waste your energy on me again. You'll get hurt. The old woman replied, It's fine. I discovered it in time this time, so it won't drain much energy. I can't bear to watch you die right before my eyes. Feier said, Alright then, I'll trouble you, old woman. The old woman nodded, then walked behind Feier and placed her palms on Feier's back. White mist slowly rose and a gentle but powerful energy surged into Feier's body. Feier let out a comfortable sigh. The energy, after entering her body, began to gently repair her injured meridians. The old lady's prowess was dependable. The spiritual energy she channeled continuously flowed into Feier's body, filling her with a soothing sensation as that warm, cozy feeling once again spread through her entire being. Feier let out a comfortable breath. As the old lady's spiritual energy entered her body, she could feel the previous agony gradually subsiding, knowing this was due to her body slowly recovering. The old lady said to Feier, Little girl, bear with it a little longer, it will be over soon. Feier hummed in response, not saying much, as the delightful sensation inside her made her tightly shut her lips, unwilling to utter a single word. After a long while, the old lady finally said, Alright Feier, wake up now. Feier opened her eyes, feeling that comfortable and light sensation filling her body again, then asked, Old lady, am I okay now? The old lady looked at her, nodded, and said, I just used my spiritual energy to suppress it, so you've recovered now. But remember, from now on, as soon as you feel any discomfort, take a pill. Feier said, I understand, old lady. This time it was my fault. I had already felt the discomfort, but I forced myself to endure it, which is why I didn't take the pill. The old lady said, as long as you remember it's fine. Just take the pill in time, and it'll be okay. Feier said gratefully, thank you so much, old lady. Once again I've wasted your spiritual energy. The old lady smiled and said, it's nothing. It's not like I wasted much spiritual energy, it's no trouble. On the contrary, you must rest well to recover. Feier said, I know. The old lady asked, you've only had this one episode recently, right? Feier gave a bitter smile and said, not just once. Including this one, it's already the 4th time. The old lady said, it seems this is more troublesome than I imagined. You must always be careful and avoid places with strong sunlight, you understand. Yes, I will. The old lady's prowess was dependable. The spiritual energy she channeled continuously flowed into Feier's body, making her feel extremely comfortable as that warm sensation once again filled her entire being. Feier let out a comfortable breath. As the old lady's spiritual energy entered her body, she could feel the previous pain gradually fading, knowing that her body was slowly recovering. The old lady said to Feier, little girl, bear with it a little longer, it will be over soon. Feier hummed in response, not speaking much as the pleasant feeling inside made her tightly close her mouth, not wanting to say a word. After a long while the old lady said, all right, Feier, wake up now. Feier opened her eyes and felt that comfortable, relaxed sensation surging through her again, then asked, old lady, am I fully recovered? The old lady looked at her, nodded, and said, yes, I just used my spiritual energy to suppress it, so you've recovered now. But remember, as soon as you feel any slight discomfort, take a pill. Feier said, I know, old lady. This time it was my fault. I had already felt uneasy, but I chose to endure it, so I didn't take the pill. The old lady said, as long as you know it's fine. If you take the pill promptly, it'll be okay. Feier said gratefully, thank you so much, old lady. I've wasted your spiritual energy again. The old lady smiled, it's nothing. I didn't waste much spiritual energy, it's no problem. But you must rest well to recover. Feier said, I know. The old lady said, you've only had this episode recently, right? Feier smiled bitterly, not just once. Counting this one, it's already the 4th time. The old lady said, it seems more bothersome than I imagined. You must always be cautious and avoid places with strong sunlight, understand? Yes, I will. Feier, are you feeling better? I'm coming in. Qiu Chen's voice came. Feier was startled and quickly said to the old lady, he's coming. Please leave first, it'll be troublesome if he sees you. The old lady hummed and vanished instantly. At that moment Qiu Chen pushed the door open holding a hot towel and said with concern, Feier, how are you? Feeling any better? Feier quickly said, I'm fine already, nothing's wrong. Qiu Chen sat beside her, placed the hot towel on her forehead, and said seriously, Feier, you don't have to hide it from me. I've seen you turn into a vampire, so I'm not afraid. Really? Feier, are you feeling better? I'm coming in. Qiu Chen's voice came. Feier was startled and quickly said to the old lady, he's coming. Please leave first, it'll be troublesome if he sees you. The old lady hummed and disappeared in an instant. At that moment Qiu Chen pushed open the door holding a hot towel and said with concern, Feier, how are you? Feeling any better? Feier quickly said, I'm all better, it's fine. Qiu Chen sat beside her, placed the hot towel on her head, and said seriously, Feier, you don't have to hide it from me. I've seen you become a vampire, so I'm not scared. Truly. Feier was touched by Qiu Chen's words, and said, I know you're not afraid, I just didn't want you to see me like this. Of course Feier couldn't reveal the fact that she had been extremely weak just moments ago, so she had to go along with Qiu Chen's words. Qiu Chen laughed heartily, finding Feier adorable, and said, what's there to be afraid of? It's nothing. It's not like I've never seen you before. Actually, I think you look beautiful in any form. Feier asked playfully, so do you like me? Qiu Chen found it amusing how Feier had always been so direct, saying whatever was on her mind, and it was precisely this frankness that he adored. Qiu Chen patted Feier on the shoulder, and said, like you? Of course I like you. If I don't like you, who would I like? Feier beamed with joy, and said, you finally admit you like me. You used to deny it. Qiu Chen tried to argue, when did I ever deny it? Feier snorted, don't you remember? It was that time. With that she began to recall the memory. Qiu Chen rolled his eyes, then said, of course I worry about you. Hearing this Feier giggled her laughter, leaving Qiu Chen somewhat bewildered. What are you laughing at? Is it that funny? Feier chuckled, then blushed, and said, Chen, so you do like me, right? Huh. Qiu Chen nearly stumbled, looking utterly dumbfounded. Where did you get that conclusion? He thought, damn, Feier's logic leaps are just too powerful. Feier was touched by Qiu Chen's words, and said, I know you're not afraid, I just didn't want you to see me like this. Of course Feier couldn't reveal the fact that she had been extremely weak just moments ago, so she had to go along with Qiu Chen's words. Qiu Chen laughed heartily, finding Feier adorable, and said, what's there to be afraid of? It's nothing. It's not like I've never seen you before. Actually, I think you look beautiful in any form. Feier asked playfully, so do you like me? Qiu Chen found it amusing how Feier had always been so direct, saying whatever was on her mind, and it was precisely this frankness that he adored. Qiu Chen patted Feier on the shoulder, and said, like you? Of course I like you. If I don't like you, who would I like? Feier beamed with joy, and said, you finally admit you like me. You used to deny it. Qiu Chen tried to argue, when did I ever deny it? Feier snorted, Don't you remember? It was that time. With that she began to recall the memory. Qiu Chen rolled his eyes then said, of course I worry about you. Hearing this Fei giggled her laughter, leaving Qiu Chen somewhat bewildered. What are you laughing at? Is it that funny? Fei chuckled then blushed, and said, Chen, so you do like me, right? Huh. Qiu Chen nearly stumbled, looking utterly dumbfounded. Where did you get that conclusion? He thought damn Fei's logic leaps are just too powerful. Sister Lily said that when a man shows a worried expression towards you it means he likes you. Didn't you just say you were worried about me? That means you like me. Fei said, reciting the love theory she had heard from Lily. Qiu Chen's mouth twitched slightly, then he said, why would Lily teach you such things? Is she out of her mind? Qiu Chen felt he should call Wang Hao and tell him to keep his woman in check so that Lily wouldn't instill any bad ideas into Fei. This incident had occurred during the previous lunar anomaly, and now that Fei brought it up again, Qiu Chen felt quite embarrassed. After resting a bit longer, Qiu Chen said, are you hungry? Want to get up and eat something? Fei replied, no need, I eat every day. I'm turning into a pig. Isn't it almost time for your performance? Qiu Chen nodded then said, yeah, it's next Monday. Sister Lily said that when a man shows a worried expression towards you it means he likes you. Didn't you just say you were worried about me? That means you like me. Fei said, reciting the love theory she had heard from Lily. Qiu Chen's mouth twitched slightly, then he said, why would Lily teach you such things? Is she out of her mind? Qiu Chen felt he should call Wang Hao and tell him to keep his woman in check so that Lily wouldn't instill any bad ideas into Fei. This incident had occurred during the previous lunar anomaly, and now that Fei brought it up again, Qiu Chen felt quite embarrassed. After resting a bit longer, Qiu Chen said, are you hungry? Want to get up and eat something? Fei replied, no need, I eat every day. I'm turning into a pig. Isn't it almost time for your performance? Qiu Chen nodded then said, yeah, it's next Monday. Fei hummed in acknowledgement, then said, I'll definitely come to cheer you on when the time comes. You're bound to win. Qiu Chen wanted to laugh and replied, this is a celebration. I'm not competing, so there's no winning or losing. Fei said with a spoiled pride, I don't care. Even if it's not a competition, your performance will definitely be the most beautiful, far more beautiful than anyone else's. Qiu Chen smiled, deciding not to argue with the little woman Fei. After chatting for a while, Qiu Chen felt that Fei's body temperature had returned to normal, so he walked back to his own room. However, he didn't go far from her. Instead, he carried a guitar inside. Fei asked curiously, Chen, what's that in your hands? Qiu Chen explained, this is called a guitar. Like a piano, it can produce sound. It's for singing. I bought it just for this celebration. It cost me a lot of money. Fei burst out laughing and said, Chen, you're really stingy. Isn't your family rich? Why are you so tight-fisted? Feeling belittled by Fei, Qiu Chen retorted, this isn't being stingy, you know. It's about cherishing money. Every penny doesn't come easily. Fei gave an O, and then remembered to ask, so why did you bring it in? Are you going to sing for me? Qiu Chen hummed in agreement, and said, you've worked hard today, so I'll sing you the song I prepared ahead of time. Fei nodded excitedly, and said, great, great. I love hearing Chen sing. Fei hummed again, then said, I'll definitely come to cheer you on. You're bound to win. Qiu Chen wanted to laugh, and replied, this is a celebration. I'm not competing, so there's no winning or losing. Fei said with a spoiled pride, I don't care. Even if it's not a competition, your performance will definitely be the most beautiful, far more beautiful than anyone else's. Qiu Chen smiled, deciding not to argue with the little woman Fei. After chatting for a while, Qiu Chen felt that Fei's body temperature had returned to normal, so he walked back to his own room. However, he didn't go far from her. Instead, he carried a guitar inside. Fei asked curiously, Chen, what's that in your hands? Qiu Chen explained, this is called a guitar. Like a piano, it can produce sound. It's for singing. I bought it just for this celebration. It cost me a lot of money. Fei burst out laughing and said, Chen, you're really stingy. Isn't your family rich? Why are you so tight-fisted? Feeling belittled by Fei, Qiu Chen retorted, this isn't being stingy, you know. It's about cherishing money. Every penny doesn't come easily. Fei gave an O, and then remembered to ask, so why did you bring it in? Are you going to sing for me? Qiu Chen hummed in agreement, and said, you've worked hard today, so I'll sing you the song I prepared ahead of time. Fei nodded excitedly, and said, great, great. I love hearing Chen sing. Qiu Chen said, then I'll start. With that, he gently plucked the strings, and sang, the coffee is still hot, the bookmark still new. Summer has already slipped away. The leaves are still green, the hair still black. But time never flows backward. This lively you makes me so sad. Afraid of being caught off guard, lost in the bloom of youth. This quiet you makes me even more certain. What is love? If we don't go wild now, we'll be old. Without memories, how can we commemorate? What can remain eternal? The things you missed will never come again. Before we could count the stars, the sky was no longer clear. Before we could travel hand in hand, the scenery had already vanished without a trace. This lively you makes me so sad. Afraid of being caught off guard, lost in the bloom of youth. This quiet you makes me even more certain. What is love? If we don't go wild now, we'll be old. Without memories, how can we commemorate? What can remain eternal? The things you missed will never come again. Fei listened intently, and asked, Chen, did you write the lyrics yourself? Qiu Chen's mouth twitched slightly. He realized how shameless he was, taking Li Yuchen's if we don't go wild now we'll be old, and passing it off as his own song. Fortunately, Fei didn't know about that.